Chapter 1, How to Break the Cannon Fodder Curse. Dachan Dynasty, Pingchang Marquis Residence. The imperial edict states that the third son of the Pingchang Marquis family is to be married to Prince Ning. The wedding will take place in 3 days, so make your preparations. Chu Yuanheng looked at the young man before him with a calm expression and an ostensibly peaceful tone that carried an undertone of inflexibility. The youth had his head bowed low, concealing his emotions. No one noticed the bewilderment in his eyes. Shui Jintang only felt as if he had been floating in darkness for a long time. When light returned, he heard a cold voice enter his ears. Before he could process the meaning of the words, Shui Jintang's first thought was, have I finally reached the underworld? Instinctively lifting his head, what met his eyes first was a frowning man staring at him. The clothes on this man resembled those he'd seen in historical dramas. Is this Yama? Is the underworld this bright? While observing the man, Shui Jintang remained silent. Seeing his son merely gaze at him without speaking, Chu Yuanheng couldn't help but furrow his brows again. Did you hear what I said? His consciousness finally became fully clear. Realizing something was amiss, Shui Jintang glanced around. He saw, besides the man before him, 5 other people standing nearby, a woman and 4 men, all dressed in similar traditional garments. These individuals were also looking at him. Their expressions varied as they observed his silence. Fang Shi stared at her recently recovered biological son, her emotions complex. Though she felt somewhat guilty, thinking about how if he refused to marry, it would instead fall to Shou, her resolve instantly hardened. Still, feeling some remorse for the child, she said. Jintang, one cannot disobey an imperial decree. Although Prince Ning is known for his cold nature, as long as you behave yourself after the marriage, our family, the Pingchang Marquis house, holds a certain status, life should not be too hard. Rest assured, we will provide you with a proper dowry. Upon hearing these words, the closest youth showed signs of guilt and began. It's all my fault. Brother is marrying because of me. Otherwise, maybe. Before finishing, a younger-looking boy beside him quickly interrupted. What else? Brother, this isn't your fault. The emperor granted the marriage to the third son of the Pingchang Marquis family, which means it is supposed to be him. Why are you pretending like it's unfair? Who are you acting this way for? As he spoke, he cast a glance toward the young man standing near their father, inwardly sneering. Sure, he was their biological brother, but who grew up with them? It wasn't him, it was Chu Ziyu. Listening to Chu Zishuan's words, Chu Ziyu's face revealed no change, though internally, a wave of pleasure arose. Chu Zihue frowned slightly, interrupting his youngest brother. Zishuan, stop. Regardless of everything, Jintang is still our blood brother, your biological older brother. Be mindful of your words. Then, he looked at the silent Shui Jintang. He was shocked when he learned a while ago that this frail youth was truly their biological child, and Ziyu wasn't their real younger brother. But since Jintang had spent so many years outside, they knew nothing about him and lacked any emotional connection. In terms of affection, naturally, they felt closer to Ziyu, whom they had grown up with. Since they didn't want Ziyu to marry into the Ning royal household, it would have to be Jintang who bore the burden. Though he cared deeply for his younger brother Ziyu, they were undoubtedly in the wrong against Jintang. Zishuan's words distorted right from wrong and went too far. Turning to see the slightly despondent and uneasy expression on Chu Ziyu's face, Chu Zihue stopped reprimanding Zishuan and immediately consoled him. Ziyu, don't overthink this. Even if Jintang returns, you will always be our dearest younger brother. He can never replace your position in our hearts. Chu Ziyu bit her lip, is that true? Big brother even scolded Zishuan. Though Zishuan's tone may have been rushed, he was defending me. Suddenly realizing she might have misspoken, she quickly turned apologetic and flustered. I'm sorry, big brother. That wasn't what I meant. I'm just too scared. I'm afraid you will abandon me. I don't want to leave you and father and mother. I don't know what I was just saying earlier. I. She then lowered her head, her hands twisting together, looking like someone fearful of being rejected. At this sight, Chu Zihue immediately softened. Any guilt he might have felt toward Shui Jintang quickly disappeared. Patting Chu Ziyu's shoulder tenderly, he said gently. I understand, Ziyu. You needn't worry or fear. I won't blame you. Haven't I already said that you are still our most beloved younger brother, whether or not we share bloodlines is unimportant. We can continue to interact with each other just as we always have, there's no need to worry about anything changing. He then turned to ask his second brother, isn't that right, Ziyuan? Chu Ziyuan had his arms crossed, looking rather lax. However, after hearing this, he gave a faint hum and when he looked at Chu Ziyu, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. That's right, little Ziyu. Just listen to your elder brother, why overthink it? How could someone who has just returned possibly compare to the decade-long brotherhood we've built? Right, brother, Chu Zishuan, who had been scolded, couldn't help but interject, I think you're simply too kind-hearted and too concerned for others. Why care so much about their feelings? Engagement granted by the emperor. The Pingchang Marquis residence. Prince Ning. Why does this plot seem so familiar? Shui Jintang's mind quickly started turning, and after a brief moment, everything became clear as he remembered. Isn't this exactly the storyline from that novel I read? That novel was recommended to him by a friend, mentioning one of the side characters shared his name, urging him to read the entire book. Only after reading did he realize it was a boylove novel focused entirely on sweet romance. Since it was the last novel he read before passing away, combined with the fact that the side character shared his name and suffered a tragic fate, Shui Jintang remembered it vividly. The main male lead, Shou, was the son of the Pingchang Marquis house, cherished by those around him since childhood, and smoothly grew up with admiration. The early part of the story detailed interactions between various suitors and the protagonist, until midway through it revealed his official pairing. The second prince of the Dacian dynasty, Gu Yuhong, who played the dominant role. The ending saw Gu Yuhong ascending the throne while Shou became an exceptionally rare male empress in history. The final scene depicted both dressed in dragon robes, standing hand in hand atop the court stage, receiving bows from all officials. The entire novel centered around Shou's romantic engagements with several admirers, filled with teasing and jealousy for the protagonist, where despite facing numerous difficulties, he remained favored and easily resolved issues, a typical brainless love story. And the side character Shui Jintang, sharing his name, ran throughout the entire story as a venomous cannon fodder with a pitiful end. In the novel, Shui Jintang was the third child of Marquis Pingchang Chu Yuanheng and his wife Fong Ning. However, an accident during childbirth led to him being lost and raised elsewhere. Marquis Pingchang and his wife had a deep bond, loving each other immensely, so naturally, they grieved greatly when their child went missing and sent people out to search far and wide, yet without luck even months later. Watching his wife become increasingly frail, one day Marquis Pingchang brought back a child, telling her it was their lost offspring, which helped her condition improve. It wasn't until some time had passed that Fong Ning learned this child had actually been found outside, and her husband had lied out of fear she might grieve further. By then, however, she had developed genuine affection for the child and decided to raise him as her own. This child was Shou. Because all the love meant for the lost child was transferred onto Shou, he was adored since childhood, loved deeply by his parents and respected by his siblings. All the way until Shou turned 17, did their family discover the long-lost child during a chance encounter. The child, picked up from the wilderness by a farmer couple, raised, and named Shui Jintang, finally returned to his biological parents' home. But contrary to what might have been imagined, that he would receive their undivided affection upon returning, Shui Jintang wasn't welcomed back into the Marquis household warmly. His parents were distant, his brothers cold, directing all their attention and care toward Shou, who had unknowingly stepped into his identity, enjoying the life originally intended for him. No matter how hard Shui Jintang tried, they continued to view him with icy indifference, even harboring distaste for any perceived targeting of Shou. Surrounded by judgmental glances and subjected to poor treatment since his return, Shui Jintang eventually snapped when he was forced to marry Prince Ning. As the Prince Ning consort, he embarked on a self-destructive path, obsessively antagonizing Shou, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Recalling the plot thoroughly, Shui Jintang assessed himself and cross-referenced the recent discussions among these individuals, making his determination. He had traveled into the world of this book and, worse still, taken on the body of the side character bearing his same name, an expendable one. And currently, the story was unfolding exactly where he was coerced by the Pingchang Marquis family to wed Prince Ning. Chapter 2, A Substitute Marriage. Shui Jintang's face remained unchanged as her mind rapidly recalled the storyline of this section. Ning concubine King Gu Qixiao is the half-brother of the current emperor Gu Qirui of the Dacian dynasty. Because he was young at that time, he successfully survived the throne struggle and became the only surviving prince then. At the age of 14, he went to war, now 21 years old. In 7 years of battlefield life, he had achieved great accomplishments. However, not long ago, he sustained serious injuries during a battle suppressing a rebellion. That wasn't the most important thing, the most crucial part was that the arrow that hit Ning concubine king contained a deadly poison. Although he received timely treatment, it said that the poison came from the southern regions, too intense to be completely cured even until now. The specific situation is unclear, but whispers in the capital say that Ning concubine king might not have much time left. Gu Qixiao has high prestige within the military, his strength beyond question. The emperor, despite harboring wariness, also worries about what would happen if no one like him were around to deter other races from invading again. The complex thoughts of the emperor are unknown to anyone, but soon after hearing the news, he decided to marry off Ning concubine king in hopes of averting misfortune, calculating that the suitable person for this marriage would come from Pingchang Marquis manor. The eligible candidate turned out to be the third son of Pingchang Marquis, Chu Zairu. It's commonly said that Ning concubine king is cold and ruthless, plus due to his many years of warring on the battlefield, his aura is heavily intimidating. Thus, even though he holds an elevated position, the average family wouldn't wish their daughters married to him. Combined with the fact that Ning concubine king himself is aloof and difficult to approach, never having shown favor towards anyone. Whoever it may be, all faced his harsh demeanor and even those who dared approach due to infatuation were intimidated by his cold attitude. Now rumors spread that Ning concubine king likely won't survive much longer, so naturally, no one would willingly let their daughter marry him. Hence when news arrived regarding the finalized marriage partner, many sighed with relief. Of course, this wasn't good news for Pingchang Marquis Manor. But refusing imperial orders would be a consequence they couldn't bear. So the marriage had to proceed regardless. As for why the person getting married changed from Chu Ziru to Shui Jintang remembered the information related to the original character she inherited and inwardly scoffed. Shui Jintang returned to Pingchang Marquis Manor more than half a month before the edict came down. Due to various considerations including affection for Chu Ziru and concerns over public opinion's effect on him, the manor didn't immediately reveal Shui Jintang's real identity publicly. Pingchang Marquis and his wife bore 4 sons, the eldest son Chu Zaihui, the second son Chu Zaiyuan, the third son Chu Zaiyu, and the youngest son Chu Zaixian. Because the hiding was effective, prior to the arrival of the decree, outsiders were unaware of Shui Jintang's true identity. Hence, the third son of the Pingchang Marquis house chosen to marry Ning concubine king referred naturally to Chu Ziru. For everyone fond of the protagonist, none wanted them to endure hardship by entering Ning concubine Wang's mansion. And Chu Ziru being chosen, based on direction and birth dates, coincidentally shared the exact same birth date as Shui Jintang. Moreover, Shui Jintang was several hours older than Chu Ziru. If Shui Jintang's identity were revealed, then, the third son of Chu household would become Shui Jintang. Thus, not defying the emperor's edict, Chu Ziru avoided marriage into Ning concubine Wang's mansion, which was a win-win situation for those who loved Chu Ziru. Who, among the ones bearing all this sacrifice as the substitute body, would truly care? After organizing everything in her mind, Shui Jintang looked at these relatives bound by blood and only felt mockery. Affected by the residual emotions lingering in her chest from the previous consciousness, Shui Jintang instantly felt both sorrow and anger. For a person with no blood relation, you push your own flesh and blood away, such wonderful parents. Shui Jintang wore a faint smile at the corner of her lips, yet there was no trace of kindness in her eyes. Chu Yuanheng's face showed signs of anger, Fang Shi also flashed a moment of unnatural expression. Subsequently, Shui Jintang shifted her gaze towards Chu Ziru, who appeared exceptionally innocent. His eyes carried a hidden trace of pleasure. Seeing that Shui Jintang's eyes landed on him, he did not avoid it, rather, a hint of provocation appeared in his manner. As the person originally supposed to be the marriage object, doesn't your conscience hurt? Seeing me replace you, looks like you're quite happy. The instant everyone cast their gazes, Chu Ziru quickly hid the pleasure in his eyes, leaving behind a bewildered and sorrowful expression visible to all. Paired with his innocent and adorable face, who could imagine that the person right before them had just exhibited malice? Chu Ziru lightly pressed his lips, lowering his eyelashes somewhat sorrowfully, saying, "Brother, you've wronged me. I don't want you to go either, but I can't bear to leave father and mother, and brother, and little Xian would all be heartbroken. So, I'm sorry." Before Shui Jintang could respond, Chu Zaixian immediately said, "Brother, why are you apologizing to him? There's no need to explain so much. The imperial decree has been issued, if he goes, he must go, whether he likes it or not." Enough. Chu Yuanheng roared in anger, looking at his long-lost biological son. Although he felt that something about his reaction was different from before, this wasn't the time to dwell on such things. You should blame us if you must, but Zaiyu is also innocent. You were always the third one anyway. We simply didn't reveal your identity earlier because things happened too suddenly. It was going to be revealed sooner or later. All we did now was to announce it earlier. In truth, it was supposed to be your responsibility to marry into the princely household. Fang Shi furrowed her brows slightly and spoke softly. "Jintang, your father is right. You're our third child, and it's your duty to do this. Besides, I've said we will prepare a generous dowry for you. You're marrying to bring blessings. As long as you remember your place and fulfill your responsibilities as a princess consort, the princely mansion won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, being Ning concubine will grant you high status, shielding you from many troublesome people." Shui Jintang couldn't help but laugh. "According to what you say, it's actually a good thing for me to get married, then why don't you let your beloved son Chu Zaiyu take my place? What the truth really is, you all know inside. To cover it with such pretentiousness, it's truly disgusting." Having said that, Shui Jintang no longer wanted to waste words with them. Directly, she proposed. "If you want me to marry, fulfill my 2 conditions and I'll agree, otherwise, I'll expose what you've done to the world, let's see whose face it would ruin by then." After laying out the 2 conditions, Shui Jintang left without further ado, completely ignoring Chu Yuanheng and the others' sullen expressions, retreating directly to her courtyard. Leaving Chu Yuanheng and his family standing there, their faces flickering with indecision. Chu Zaixian, who always had a short temper, couldn't hold back anymore and snapped. "Who are you giving attitude to? No manners at all. Father, are you sure he's my real brother? I think it's all a mistake. Country bumpkins are just crude. It turns out everything before was an act, Wanting to pretend to be my brother, phew, he doesn't deserve it." Though angry at Shui Jintang's behavior, Fang Shi still reprimanded her youngest son sharply. "Xianer, what nonsense are you spouting? Jintang is merely upset today. Back then, it was my carelessness that lost him, and the way he is today, partly due to my fault. From now on, don't say such things again. Chu Yuanheng also glared at him, making Chu Zaixian lower his head reluctantly, muttering under his breath. I understand. Deep down, he couldn't help thinking, luckily, he got lost back then. If not, he wouldn't have been able to stand having someone like that as his brother. His current brother is far better. Beside him, Chu Zaiyu also lowered his head, but while fury burned in his eyes, his voice carried regret. It's all my fault, father, mother. Brother must have gotten too angry today, he definitely didn't mean to offend you. Please don't blame him. Chu Yuanheng coldly snorted, this rebellious son. Before, I didn't discipline him much since he had just come back. Now it seems I should properly teach him some rules. Fang Shi patted Chu Zaiyu's head gently, her expression softening. Don't blame yourself, Yuer. You're absolutely correct. Your brother just needs some time to adjust. It's nothing serious, give him some space to calm down, it has nothing to do with you, don't worry about it. Chu Zaiyu raised his head, acting compliantly. Yes, mother. I won't take it to heart. I'll visit brother after he gets engaged. Fang Shi smiled lightly, comfort evident in her demeanor. My Yuer is truly sensible. However, your brother might still be in a foul mood today, so don't visit him yet. We'll wait a bit. Amidst the warm interaction between mother and son, a harmonious scene unfolded. Chapter 3, Obtaining the Golden Finger. Autumn Water Pavilion. Currently, in the residence of Shui Jintang within the Pingchang Marquis mansion, a young man dressed in a simple plain robe sat cross-legged on a short couch inside the room, resting his chin on his hand as he thought about the events of the day. In summary, today's happenings really felt like something out of a dream to him. Not only had he come back to life after dying, but it was also in this alternate book universe. Moreover, in 3 days, he would become the Ning Prince's consort. Sigh. Shui Jintang sighed, it was certainly something. No matter what he had said earlier in the main hall regarding his family, marrying into the Ning Prince's mansion was an unchangeable fact. On one hand, imperial decrees could not be disobeyed, and on the other, Chu Ziyu, the protagonist of this book, with all his admirers and pursuers, and the highly protective Pingchang Marquis mansion, would absolutely try every possible way to prevent him from entering the mansion. Given his current identity and circumstances, there was no doubt that he couldn't resist them. However, while marriage was inevitable, Shui Jintang naturally could not just go along easily. He must negotiate for some benefits. The 2 requests he had just made to the Marquis of Pingchang were about dowry matters. Since the reality of marrying into the mansion cannot be changed, before he left, he naturally needed to obtain a substantial sum from the Marquis household. He remembered how the original character reacted violently upon learning of this event, almost being dragged away to marry. As a result, several members of the Marquis household bore resentment towards him, and his dowry wasn't particularly generous, it was quite ordinary. Since he had just arrived, the book did not elaborate much, so Shui Jintang wasn't clear about the detailed assets of the Marquis mansion. Therefore, his statement was relatively vague. In order to make his wedding smooth, Chu Yuanheng would likely not meddle with this issue. Another request was to sever ties with the Pingchang Marquis family. After marrying, the original constantly opposed Chu Ziyu, leading to his tragic end. The main reason for his downfall were none other than Chu Ziyu and Gu Yuhong, the protagonist duo. But the reason protagonists are protagonists is because they possess protagonist halos. Regardless of any difficulty, they always find ways to succeed, and those who oppose them ultimately fail. Thus, for his own safety, the best plan was to keep a distance from the protagonists. Whether it was to distance himself from the protagonists or due to the actions taken by the Marquis family against the original, cutting ties with the mansion was indeed the best choice. Looking back at the original's lifetime, being associated with the Marquis estate never brought any benefit to the original. Instead, it only invited misfortune. Shui Jintang, too, didn't wish to have any future involvement with such entities. The Ning Prince was the antagonist powerhouse in the book. If it weren't for his death, Gu Yuhong might not have been able to ascend to the throne. However, there was little description about him in the book. Even though he was the biggest obstacle in the male protagonist's journey to the throne, the essence of the book was primarily a romantic tale written from Chu Ziyu's perspective. There wasn't much about the prince, the impression left on readers was mainly of someone powerful and cold-hearted, pale-faced every time he appeared, giving off vibes of limited time remaining. When Shui Jintang read the book, he mainly focused on the sections related to the character named similarly to himself and hadn't meticulously followed through all the details of the novel, thus he wasn't very clear about which year exactly Ning Prince passed away or why specifically. But Shui Jintang remembered that soon after the Ning Prince's death, Gu Yuhong ascended the throne. From now, there should still be a few years until then. In the original book, when the original entered the mansion, the Ning Prince had told him that if he quietly stayed as his consort and refrained from irritating him, before the prince's passing, he would let the original leave the mansion. No matter whether the original went back to the Marquis mansion or sought other places to live, he wouldn't interfere. Unfortunately, the original had already turned dark by the time he entered the mansion, meeting his end before the Ning Prince released him. Upon reading the original's outcome, Shui Jintang could only sigh. The original's entire life was a complete tragedy, entirely fabricated by the author to highlight the protagonists. Now that he had entered the story, Shou Jintang did not believe everything would unfold as written. Since the moment he entered this world, certain things had already begun to change. Since variables had already appeared, how could the outcomes of all characters in the book remain exactly the same? Regardless of anything else, at least he could try to change his own fate. Since the Ning Prince had promised to release the original after he became the consort, as long as he, while still being the Ning Prince's consort, refrained from causing trouble and stayed peaceful, without bothering the protagonists, he surely wouldn't die prematurely. After the Ning Prince's death, he could then take all the assets he had accumulated and leave the protagonists far behind, finding a beautiful town or village to happily spend the rest of his life. In his previous life, he had died young, and now with this second chance, he didn't have any grand ambitions. Living a peaceful and joyful life would be his greatest wish. Once he figured all of this out, Shou Jintang no longer dwelled on it. It was getting late outside. After washing up, he wrapped himself in the blanket and went to sleep. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps to ensure his smooth marriage, no one came to speak to him after that day. Shou Jintang had 2 days of rest. Every night when he fell asleep, he would recall some fragments of this body's memories. As for why he didn't remember anything from before the transmigration, Shou Jintang speculated that it might be because his soul hadn't fully integrated yet. After these 2 days of good rest, his soul gradually merged completely with this body. Today was the 3rd day. Tomorrow, he would marry into the mansion, but even until noon, Marquis Pingchang still hadn't given him the severance document. Naturally, he decided to go to him. Though there were some unpleasant moments during their exchange, Shou Jintang successfully obtained the severance document. According to the law of the dynasty, both parties must write down a severance agreement if they want to cut familial ties. Once both parties stamp it with their seals and get it stamped by the authorities, the severance becomes official. However, since they couldn't defy the imperial decree, currently the severance document only had the handprints of Shou Jintang and Marquis Pingchang, without the official seal. But Shou Jintang managed to get hold of all 3 copies of the severance document, and once he successfully marries into Ning Mansion, he can find time to have it officially stamped. 1 copy will be returned to the Marquis house after he gets it stamped, 1 stays at the local government office, and the other he keeps for himself. However, immediately severing ties after the royal wedding might seem disrespectful to the emperor, so Shou Jintang decided to wait for a few months and choose the right moment. As long as the document was officially sealed before the Ning Prince's death, it would be fine. With the matter resolved, Shou Jintang climbed into bed early. Since he needed to get up early for the wedding tomorrow, it was best to have a good night's rest. In the dead of night, the moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the quietly sleeping youth on the bed. However, his consciousness was pulled into another space. Shou Jintang looked at the scene around him in this space and widened his eyes in shock. In front of him was a rural cottage. A few steps away from where he stood, there was a clear spring. At the moment, Shou Jintang paid no attention to the spring, but instead rushed to the door of the rural cottage for inspection. A moment later, Shou Jintang was both shocked and overjoyed. It really was the rural cottage that his grandparents left for him. Chapter 4, Everything is Because of You. Shou Jintang spent the last 2 years of his life living in this small farmyard. Inside, there were many of his daily necessities, some books on seeds, and various other things he needed or thought would be useful. In modern times, it wouldn't amount to much, even quite ordinary, but some of these items might prove useful for his life in this world. With an excited heart, Shou Jintang took a round around the familiar farmyard before coming out again and arriving by the spring. This spring wasn't very large, its clear water revealing everything beneath, looking a brilliant blue externally. Not far away, there were several plots of land, which looked suitable for planting. By the side of the land flowed a brook whose source was unknown, stretching into the gray mist enveloping the area. Shou Jintang glanced around. The space where he currently wasn't too big, the main features within the space were what he could see. He had read a few novels, not many, but he was somewhat familiar with the popular themes of transmigration and rebirth. So, after a brief shock and observation, the first thought that came to Shou Jintang's mind was, could the place he was now staying at be the so-called personal space from those novels? Had he transmigrated again? The personal spaces in those novels could all be entered and exited via consciousness. Thinking about this, Shou Jintang decided to give it a try. Muttering silently in his mind, I want to go out, immediately, Shou Jintang's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the bed where he had just been sleeping. Shou Jintang felt a surge of joy, it seemed like it was real. Then, he continued muttering mentally, I want to enter the space. In a flash, he was standing once again by the spring. Looking at the space before him, the youth couldn't help but reveal a broad smile. That was great. It really was a personal space. With the personal space, his life in this world would be more convenient. After enjoying the moment for a while, Shou Jintang redirected his attention back to the things within the space, examining them carefully. He had already been inside the courtyard once, the soil and the patches of land here appeared fertile, so if he got the chance, he could plant some grains, vegetables, or medicinal herbs. The stream flowing nearby seemed nothing special. Shou Jintang squatted down, shifting his gaze to the spring, the only relatively unique feature in this location. Now that he had a personal space, this spring next to it should likely be the spiritual spring commonly paired with personal spaces in those novels. Whether or not it was true, Shui Jintang stared at the spring for a while, and his instinct told him that this spring presented no danger. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Jintang scooped up some water with both hands and drank it. The clear water flowed smoothly down his throat into his stomach. Shui Jintang sensed it, it was sweet, quenched his thirst, and felt pleasant in his stomach. Beyond that, it seemed there wasn't any particularly unusual sensation. But it certainly tasted good, and Shui Jintang couldn't resist drinking a few more gulps. Standing still for a while, he waited for a while. No signs of abdominal pain as supposedly experienced during detoxification emerged. Looks like the legends of drastically altering one's physical constitution through drinking water for cultivation, upgrading all the way until achieving ascension, are merely legends. However, aside from being tasty and refreshing, whether this spring had other functions, Shui Jintang couldn't reach any conclusions right now. No hurry, Shui Jintang thought, he would have time to experiment further later. Thinking of this, he paused suddenly, tapping his forehead lightly. Oh right, the things in the personal space from those novels seemed to be able to be taken out, was it the same with his? Having thought about it, Shui Jintang stood up, looked around, and then ran into the courtyard. Out of caution, Shui Jintang didn't pick the items that could easily draw attention in this world but instead chose a plain bamboo bowl without any patterns. Using the bamboo bowl, he scooped up some spring water and looked at it in his hand. He wasn't sure if focusing his consciousness could allow him to take it out. Still, he remained silent, muttering in his mind. Inside the bedroom of the autumn water pavilion, the young man who had been asleep opened his eyes. Shui Jintang sat up, glancing at the bamboo bowl that had appeared beside his hand. The spring water inside it was still there, meaning it could carry objects. He wondered though, how much could he carry? Was there any size limit? Were there other restrictions? Thus, throughout the entire night while everyone else was asleep, Shui Jintang continuously experimented back and forth between the room and the space. This went on until dawn approached. Only when he had roughly understood this mysterious space that he didn't know how to use did Shui Jintang finally stop moving around and contentedly closed his eyes to sleep. However, today was the day of his wedding with Prince Ning, so he had to get up early and start preparing. After sleeping for less than half an hour, Shui Jintang was woken up by someone. Resigned to his fate, he got up, quickly washed up, and then the servants brought hot water for him to bathe. He silently complained about the cumbersome wedding procedures as he bathed. Afterwards, there was still the matter of styling his hair and changing into the wedding attire. Ancient clothing was already complicated, not to mention wedding attire, which required assistance from others. Otherwise, Shui Jintang, being a modern man, would never have been able to manage it alone. After everything was ready, dawn had already broken, and the procession to escort him had already arrived at the entrance. According to local customs, the bride should be carried onto the sedan chair by his father, elder brother, or another elder. However, Shui Jintang did not wish to have any further involvement with the Marquis residence. He refused to let Chu Zihue, the eldest son of the Marquis family and his older brother in this body, carry him onto the sedan chair. Before anyone could react, Shui Jintang quickly walked to the sedan, lifted the curtain, and sat inside. This blocked out all outside gazes and cut off any chance Chu Ziyu and the others might have had to speak with him. As expected, they would have said something along the lines of how sorry they felt and how much they would miss him after he left for the Marquis residence. The leading man in the bridal procession was momentarily surprised by Shui Jintang's behavior but said nothing. He immediately instructed the bearers to lift the sedan and set off. After the wedding entourage of the prince's mansion departed, Chu Ziyu looked at Lady Fang, whose face showed a hint of sorrow. His eyes flickered as he leaned close to her and deliberately asked in a low voice. "Mother, is my brother really going to sever ties with us?" Lady Fang, seeing this child who had grown up beside her since childhood, lessened her sadness somewhat. A smile appeared on her face as she comforted him. "Don't worry, of course not. Your brother just can't accept it right now. After some time has passed and he's thought it through, he won't act like this anymore. Your father giving him the letter of disinheritance was only a temporary measure. The letter requires an official seal from the authorities to be valid. How could your father possibly let him go get it?" Chu Ziyu's face brightened upon hearing this. "Ah, that's good." But then he lowered his eyelashes, and an expression of melancholy crept into his features. "Brother must still be blaming us. It's all my fault, in the end. I will visit him at the prince's mansion to apologize later. As long as brother forgives me, he won't think about severing relations anymore." Lady Fang tenderly touched his face. "Yue, I told you before, it's not your fault. Neither your father nor your brother or younger brother blames you. Don't take all the blame on yourself. After all, no one expected such an imperial decree. It's hard to defy an emperor's order, it's not something we can resist arbitrarily. We can only take the most suitable approach." Chu Ziyu dispelled his mournful appearance, striving to show a smile, and looked gratefully at his mother. "Yes. Mother is right, I've been brooding unnecessarily. I won't do it again." Lady Fang's smile deepened even more. "That's my good boy." Chu Ziyu modestly lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful, but behind his lashes, a flicker of unease and harshness appeared in his eyes. Ever since Shue Jintang had been brought back into the family estate, no matter how many promises were made that his status wouldn't change, his parents and older brother inevitably still shifted some of their attention towards him. Shue Jintang was their biological child, and while he was adopted, who knows if, someday, due to guilt, his parents might restore his real identity. If that happened, would he still be cherished by everyone as he was now? No, he had to find a way to ensure they truly severed their relationship. Only then would everything he currently possessed remain unchanged. Sorry, my brother. With his head hanging low, the smile curling on Chu Ziyu's lips grew increasingly strange. Shue Jintang, I didn't mean to target you. It was much better for you to stay quietly in that little village. Since our lives have gone astray, why did you come back? If there's anyone to blame, it's you. Everything I do is because of you. Chapter 5, Marriage, the Wedding. Shue Jintang sat in a flower sedan, her body swaying rhythmically with the palanquin. She touched her stomach. She had been busy since waking up early in the morning and hadn't eaten anything yet. Sigh, getting married was truly exhausting, especially for the bride. As a thought crossed her mind, a peach appeared in her hand. Shue Jintang's eyes curved as she held the peach and started eating it. This was something she had stealthily taken from the kitchen while others weren't paying attention this morning. She had originally intended to check if breakfast was ready, but it seemed that the main priority of today's whole manner was focused on her marriage-related affairs, and there were no traces of breakfast in sight. Fortunately, there were fruits, so before anyone noticed, Shue Jintang quickly slipped a few into her spatial pocket. There would be more rituals ahead, such as the formal wedding bows and ceremonies. She'd likely be too busy to eat until everything was over. Now, at least, she could fill her stomach a bit. After eating 2 peaches, Shue Jintang finally stopped and leaned back against the sedan, closing her eyes to rest. She wasn't sure how long they had been walking. When she sensed that the sedan was beginning to stop, Shue Jintang quickly grabbed the red veil beside her and covered herself, sitting up straight. A moment later, the sedan stopped completely. Shue Jintang sat in the middle of the sedan, only able to catch glimpses of the outside world with her peripheral vision. Someone lifted the curtain, and through the downward gaze, she saw a long, pale hand extended in front of her. The newcomer did not speak. Shue Jintang grasped the hand, standing up by following the other person's strength, and stepped out of the sedan door. Seeing the deep red sleeves, Shue Jintang thought silently to herself that this must be Ning Qinhuang, the renowned military hero who was said to have an imposing demeanor but whose life expectancy was short. The hand holding hers was thin yet strong, its rough callous texture showing this person was far from being coddled or pampered all their life. Of course, a man who became a general at the age of 21 couldn't possibly be like those idle aristocrats who played with cats and dogs all day. That hand led her all the way to their destination before letting go. Then, a red silk ribbon tied with flowers was handed to Shue Jintang, with the other end naturally held by the man. Voices and murmurs from all around them began to spread, but Shue Jintang couldn't see who exactly attended the ceremony due to the veil obstructing her view. However, she didn't care much about it, just wanting the wedding to finish soon. When the man turned around, she quickly followed suit, and then a loud voice resounded. First bow to heaven and earth. Each of them held one end of the red silk, simultaneously kneeling down and touching their foreheads to the ground. Second bow to parents. Turning around again, they knelt and bowed deeply. Out of the corner of her eye, Shue Jintang caught a glimpse of a bright yellow hemline and boots. It dawned on her that these parents probably represented the emperor himself. She never imagined that she'd one day get this close to the ruler of such an ancient dynasty. She wondered what the emperor looked like. Speaking of which, now that she had married Ning Qinhuang, wouldn't she need to accompany him to the palace to pay respects to the emperor tomorrow? In the future, she might also meet the emperor often. While having these scattered thoughts in her head, Shue Jintang continued performing the ritual actions without hesitation. Spouses exchange bows. Shue Jintang turned around, and the man opposite her made the same gesture. Both knelt together. The ceremony is complete. Enter the bridal chamber. Upon hearing this, Shue Jintang involuntarily sighed in relief. Having spent several hours on various activities, she was finally allowed to sit down and take a break. Supported by someone, she walked all the way into the bridal room and sat at the edge of the bed. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, and realizing there was no one else nearby, Shue Jintang carefully removed the veil covering her face. Looking around, she confirmed that everyone was still outside. Likely, they wouldn't enter the room anytime soon. Curious, Shue Jintang examined the decorations in the room. Everything within sight was adorned in celebratory red, with a bottle of wine and 2 red candles placed on the table. The furnishings in the room looked exquisitely crafted. The room was spacious, and even the bed under her rear was big enough for several people to lie side by side. It looked very comfortable. Shue Jintang couldn't help but comment quietly, saying life for rich people was indeed good. Gazing further, her eyes fell upon the candle and the bottle of wine. As long as she shared a cup of wine with Ning Qinhuang tonight, the wedding ceremony should be considered officially concluded. Regarding spending the night together, Shue Jintang was not worried. In the original storyline, after Ning Qinhuang had his conversation with the previous protagonist on the wedding night, they simply slept. Purely sleep. Afterwards, they never touched each other. They truly kept to the mutual non-interference agreement. So, for now, there was no reason for her to be concerned about this matter. Suddenly, her ears twitched as sounds of servants outside caught her attention. Listening closely, it sounded like Ning Qinhuang had returned. She hastily did the same as she had done earlier in the sedan, picking up the red bridal veil to cover her face and placing her hands on her knees as she sat properly. A gentle sound of opening door came, footsteps approached from afar, Ning Qinhuang entered. Shui Jintang subconsciously held her breath. Gu Xiaoxiao walked into the room, stopping by the bed, looking at the princess who married him for auspiciousness. The other party sat quietly on the bed, appearing extremely obedient. His expression didn't change much, lifting the veil, the other person's face was fully revealed. The handsome youth slightly lowered his head, his long eyelashes like butterfly wings casting a shadow on his eyelids, making him seem even quieter and more obedient. Subsequently, the young man slowly lifted his head, their eyes met. Shui Jintang looked at her newlywed husband. Under the bright red embroidered wedding robe, there stood a tall and straight figure. The black belt perfectly outlined the slim waist. Looking further up, upon the slender neck lay an extremely handsome and dignified face. Though the complexion seemed somewhat pale, it in no way diminished the charm of this man. More eye-catching than his looks were the man's cold, intimidating aura. Shui Jintang, seeing those pitch-black deep eyes, revealed an innocent smile on her face. Inwardly, she sighed, her royal prince husband really had a good-looking face. If placed in modern entertainment circles, even without any talents, this face alone would win the admiration of countless people. Moreover, he wasn't just someone with only good looks. He was a legendary war god who had earned numerous military merits and enjoyed immense prestige. Observing the youth's reaction, Gu Xiaoxiao felt slightly surprised in his heart. To speak of it, the experiences and background of his princess were quite interesting. From early childhood, she lived far away. Just over half a month ago, she was found by the Pingchang Marquis mansion. But due to its adopted son, not only did they not disclose her identity, but also treated her coldly, showing no trace of guilt or compensation that should have been present. Then his imperial brother, the emperor, arranged a forced marriage, which originally should have been for that adopted son of the mansion, but in the end became him instead. Other people might be unaware of these events, but with Gu Xiaoxiao's abilities and status, nothing could escape him. However, who was to marry him made no difference, as long as the partner behaved themselves, he would naturally treat his princess with the respect and care she deserved. That's why he implicitly agreed with the Marquis' behavior. It was rumored that after hearing the news, this young princess had a big argument with her parents and siblings. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't find this surprising. Since everyone said he hadn't much time left, naturally, no one wanted to be tied to such a marriage. Therefore, what kind of expressions his princess would display upon unveiling the veil, Gu Xiaoxiao had anticipated. Thus, the young man's previous demeanor took him aback. Expected emotions like dissatisfaction, resentment, panic, fear, gloom and others weren't shown. Those crystal-clear eyes blinked once, staring at him filled with curiosity and admiration. The next instant, a pleasant smile spread across the fair and handsome face, and the young man opened his mouth, his clear and clean voice rang out. Husband. Chapter 6, Why don't you call me husband anymore? The pace of her heartbeat seemed to quicken slightly within a very short time. Gu Qixiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his gaze on Shui Jintang deepening as he responded softly. Afterward, there was silence for a moment. Gu Qixiao carefully observed the young man before him. The man's stare was too full of presence, and just as Shui Jintang was about to find some topic to ease his discomfort, the other party spoke again. I've investigated your circumstances. I also understand why you married into this prince's mansion. Shui Jintang raised her eyes and looked at him, waiting for his next words. Gu Qixiao's voice was extremely calm. The emperor arranged this marriage. This union was not my original intention. Presumably, you would not have wished it either. Shui Jintang blinked her eyes. It was actually fine. Staying in the Pingchang Marquis residence meant coming into close contact with the main character and eventually meeting an unfortunate end. Leaving naturally was better. Now that she had seen him, her husband, Shui Jintang thought staying in the prince's mansion wasn't bad either. At least seeing his face every day would make her mood more pleasant. Unaware of what his young wife was thinking now, seeing her only watching without speaking, Gu Qixiao continued. I won't touch you, so you don't need to be afraid. As long as you behave yourself and don't cause trouble, when necessary, cooperate with me, the rights and treatment due to Ning Princess Consort will all belong to you, and I will give you the respect you deserve. In 5 years, if you wish to leave, I can divorce you. If you don't want to leave, you may continue being a princess consort. If one day something happens to me, I will prepare your way forward, allowing you to return to the Pingchang Marquis residence if you wish. If you do not wish to go back, my people will escort you wherever you want to go. Staying far away from the capital is also a good choice. Part of my wealth will be given to you, enough to ensure the rest of your life will be worry-free. My requirement for you is simply to be obedient and not betray me. Other than that, there are no additional demands, and your actions will not be restricted. Specific places like the study are off limits, but you may freely roam within the mansion otherwise. If you need something, tell the house manager. If you wish to pursue a hobby or activity, feel free, as long as you do not cross my bottom line. These actions fall under your rights. How does that sound? After finishing, Gu Qixiao's dark eyes focused directly on the young man before him. This conversation existed in the original book too, though its content was slightly different. The treatment given to him seemed even better. Shui Jintang quietly pondered. However, she soon found it reasonable. The original persona strongly resisted marrying into the mansion, although it was masked, the various repelling emotions evident in her eyes during their wedding night would surely not have escaped the keen eyes of such a major figure. So the disparity in treatment between then and now could already be inferred. Not to mention her subsequent behavior within the mansion. Thinking of these points, Shui Jintang felt there was nothing wrong with compliance. Whether the protagonist with a golden role aura or this strongest major player before her in the original story, neither could be opposed by her ordinary self. Besides, defying them offered no benefit. So it made sense to carefully protect her own life. As for those modern people who come to ancient times, make waves, upgrade through challenges, accomplish great careers, perhaps even overthrowing a dynasty to ascend the throne themselves, this kind of overlord script didn't suit her. Thus, Shui Jintang smiled cleverly at the man staring at her. I think this arrangement is very good, and I will certainly play my part as Ning Princess Consort well, my lord. Hearing this title, Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling his lips. Why don't you call me husband anymore? Shui Jintang hesitated, then looked up and smiled at the man. Did the prince not say we are merely nominal spouses? Calling you such a specially meaningful title seems unnecessary. I believe the prince wouldn't be accustomed to it either. Looking at the gentle expression on the young woman's face, Gu Qixiao lightly hummed, giving no definitive answer. Not denying it implied consent. Shui Jintang's smile widened further as she watched the man who had sat down. She continued speaking. My lord, since the matters are settled, could you arrange for the kitchen to send some food? Once again, those deep, dark eyes turned towards her. In response to that intensely pressuring gaze, Shui Jintang showed no sign of panic, calmly explaining. Other than 2 peaches, I haven't eaten anything all day. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao involuntarily shifted his eyes to her stomach, curling his lips upward. It seems I've neglected this. He rose once again and walked toward the door, opening it to give some instructions to the servants outside, then returned to his seat. Shui Jintang looked at him, noticing that he seemed to have no intention of leaving and kept staring at her. Unable to help herself, she asked. Does His Highness the Prince have no other matters to attend to? Gu Qixiao replied indifferently, unless it's urgent military affairs, there are no issues I must deal with tonight. His gaze landed on the youth's face, as if understanding the other's meaning. Gu Qixiao's lips curved upward, and he leisurely opened his mouth. Tonight is our wedding night after all, naturally, I should stay here. If I went somewhere else, well, the next day, all sorts of rumors would surely spread like wildfire, right? It doesn't matter to me, but it wouldn't be a good thing for you. Reminded by Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang only then realized that he was granted by the emperor to Prince Ning to boost his spirits, and today being such an important day of their grand wedding, there were definitely countless eyes outside watching him, watching Prince Ning's mansion. If Prince Ning didn't sleep here tonight, people tomorrow would probably start guessing all sorts of things, and the idea that he did something to displease Prince Ning would definitely pop up. This would have no impact on Prince Ning, but it would certainly affect him greatly. In the future, whether he was in the mansion or going out, he would more easily be looked down upon and made difficult. Thinking about this, Shui Jintang gave the man a grateful smile. Thank you, Your Highness, for reminding me. I was too careless and didn't even think of this point. Having just crossed over, his thinking mode was hard to change. He had only been focusing on the awkwardness of 2 unfamiliar men sleeping together, yet ignoring his own current situation. Then the two fell silent again. The food hadn't arrived yet, and since he wasn't familiar with Gu Qixiao either, there was not much to talk about. Shui Jintang could only look around the room aimlessly. Fortunately, Gu Qixiao's people worked pretty fast. They didn't let Shui Jintang wait long, and soon the meal was delivered. Holding his hungry stomach, Shui Jintang still remembered to ask Gu Qixiao. Would you like to eat some, Your Highness? Gu Qixiao glanced at him, his eyes falling on the food, and replied indifferently, You eat. I don't feel hungry. The smell of the food tempted Shui Jintang. Since Gu Qixiao refused to eat, Shui Jintang didn't say more. He himself was almost starving and finally said. I won't hold back then. Then, picking up the rice bowl, he started to eat heartily. After eating a few large bites, feeling that his stomach wasn't so hollow and uncomfortable anymore, Shui Jintang slowed down and turned his attention to the variety of dishes. Maybe because it was late, they worried that eating too much might not digest well, so the overall taste of the dishes was relatively light. There was Chinese cabbage stewed tofu, a bowl of meat soup, stir-fried eggs with chives, steamed fish, and also a small plate of pastries. Next to them, there was a plate of washed fruit. However, this amount of food was completely enough for Shui Jintang alone. The chefs in the mansion had decent skills, the flavors of the dishes were fine, especially the pastries which were very delicious. They thoughtfully placed some mouthwash too. Each dish's portion wasn't large, making Shou Jintang worry less about wasting food. After finishing all the meals, the young man contentedly patted his stomach. Being someone who adored cuisine very much, he naturally paid great attention to the quality of 3 meals a day. From the past few days' dining experiences in the Pingchang Marquis residence and this meal from the mansion, it seemed that the culinary development in this world should be quite acceptable already. There were stir-fried dishes as well, which delighted Shou Jintang. He feared that this fictional dynasty might be too backward, otherwise, he might end up eating water-boiled vegetables and grilled meat every time. The main storyline in the original book revolved around various romantic subplots, with little mention of food, so Shou Jintang could only explore these aspects on his own. Only part of the previous body's memory had been inherited by him, and most of those memories related to his life in his adoptive parents' home. The adoptive family was just an ordinary villager household, so their dietary conditions obviously couldn't compare with those of the mansion. However, Shou Jintang had indeed obtained some information from those memories. Sweet potatoes and corn had already appeared in this world, along with peanuts. These things weren't introduced into the Ming dynasty in his world until later periods. He wasn't sure if these grew locally in this world or were introduced from elsewhere. He vaguely remembered eating these things around the age of a few years old, though details were unclear. Since this was a fictitious dynasty absent from historical records, the developments of this dynasty naturally couldn't be judged solely by the common knowledge of his world. Are you full? Chapter 7, Want to bathe with me? A deep, magnetic voice interrupted Shou Jintang's thoughts. He looked up and saw Gu Qixiao looking at him with interest. Shou Jintang nodded subconsciously. As Shou Jintang ate, Gu Qixiao watched. Although the boy ate quickly, he didn't seem rude and appeared to be enjoying his meal thoroughly, which in turn made Gu Qixiao's mood even better. Seeing the young man lost in thought after finishing his meal, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but interrupt him. Since you're done eating, let's retire for the night. Shou Jintang snapped back to reality and looked around. Not bathing first. Of course we'll bathe, said Gu Qixiao with a smirk on his lips. It seems our princess desires to bathe together with me. Shou Jintang froze for a moment, wanting to ask if they could not bathe separately, but then remembered this was their wedding night. So he suggested, we can separate with a screen, my lord. Bathing in the same room but separated by a screen would suffice. If Gu Qixiao disagreed, well, it wouldn't matter much anyway, both were men, so seeing each other wouldn't mean losing any flesh. Thinking this way, Shou Jintang's expression returned to calmness. Gu Qixiao scrutinized him playfully for a while, noting how the boy had grown composed again, thus losing his interest in teasing further. He lazily responded. All right, let it be as the princess wishes. Shou Jintang felt a sigh of relief internally. Though he was thinking along the lines that they were both men, their relationship was rather special, combined with his introverted nature. If someone were to watch him bathe, it would make him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Gu Qixiao didn't appear to have such a wicked sense of humor. After they finished bathing, the night grew deeper, and it was finally time for bed. Lying in bed in his sleepwear, Shou Jintang closed his eyes to drift off. Despite the large bed ensuring no physical contact between them, having another man nearby, especially one with an imposing aura, still loomed significantly. Having never shared a bed with anyone except his grandparents since childhood, Shou Jintang found it quite awkward. But since this wasn't his home, he knew things couldn't always go according to his preference. So, he tried hard to ignore the presence beside him, pretending the other wasn't there. Unsure if it was the effect of psychological suggestion or exhaustion from sleeping only for more than an hour last night, Shou Jintang gradually fell asleep after the initial tension. Feeling a light, slow breathing beside him, Gu Qixiao, who had been lying with his eyes closed pretending to sleep, opened his eyes and turned over, facing the boy. His princess seemed to be sleeping soundly indeed. The headache torturing Gu Qixiao made him unable to sleep. Watching the peaceful slumbering figure, a trace of discontent arose within him, and he stretched out a hand to land on the youth's cheek, pinching it once before letting go satisfiedly. Quite soft, he thought to himself. The throbbing pain in his head continued, but Gu Qixiao showed no change in his countenance. Leaning against the headboard, eyes slightly closed, he regulated his somewhat hurried breaths. Shou Jintang opened his eyes, looking at the mosquito netting above him. For a moment, he was unsure about what day it was, his expression bewildered. But soon, he regained clarity, remembering that last night was his wedding night with Prince Ning. Shou Jintang instinctively turned his head. A handsome yet pale face lay quietly on the bed, eyebrows faintly furrowed, seemingly still asleep. Unable to resist, Shou Jintang started observing him carefully. Long hair like black waterfalls cascading down, sharp brows, slender eyes with slightly upward curves, a high nose bridge, pale thin lips, and smooth jawline. The man possessed a distinctly defined, profoundly handsome face. Even though now he was asleep, the air of authority emanating from him remained unmistakable. Reflecting upon the fact that he had become this man's princess, Shou Jintang couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. After contemplating for a while, Shou Jintang focused his attention on Gu Qixiao's pale complexion. In the original story, it never clearly stated whether Gu Qixiao's poison had been fully cured or why he eventually passed away, but looking at the paleness of the man's face, Shui Jintang suspected some rumors might be true. Gu Qixiao must have truly been poisoned, and the toxin hadn't been completely eliminated. Otherwise, how could he explain the sudden death in the latter part of the original book? And precisely because of Gu Qixiao's death, Liu Hong succeeded to the throne smoothly. Leaving aside the rest for now, if it really was poisoning, would his spring water help in detoxifying? However, he had just arrived at the mansion and still didn't know Gu Qixiao's character thoroughly enough. After pondering, Shui Jintang decided to observe for some time. After all, Gu Qixiao was merely a secondary character in the original story, so the author's descriptions of him were far fewer compared to the protagonist. His personality and past deeds could not possibly be fully depicted within those brief words. Besides, what the original text said wasn't necessarily always correct either. Take Chu Zeju for reference, Shui Jintang couldn't entirely trust the details provided in the original work. Therefore, regarding people associated with the narrative like this, relying on his own observations would prove, if Gu Qixiao's conduct truly turned out to be decent, Shui Jintang thought it might be worth subtly adding the spring water into their daily meals. Whether it would detoxify or not was uncertain, but since the spring water was an excellent substance, consuming it surely had its benefits for Gu Qixiao's health. For some time, he let his thoughts wander while staring at the man, yet the other side showed no sign of waking up. Surprisingly, Shui Jintang felt somewhat perplexed. Given Gu Qixiao's temperament, he ought to have been quite alert even during sleep. He had stared at him for almost 10 minutes, yet the man hadn't stirred. Could it be that Gu Qixiao perceived no threat from him? As soon as this idea crossed his mind, Shui Jintang calmly discarded it. No, it probably wasn't for that reason. Maybe Gu Qixiao had simply been too busy and too exhausted yesterday, which explained why he slept so deeply. Right when he was pondering this, he noticed the man's eyelashes quiver slightly before his eyes opened the next moment. Thus, upon awakening, Gu Qixiao found Shui Jintang gazing directly at him. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. Unable to dodge the gaze, Shui Jintang maintained composure and greeted Gu Qixiao with a gentle smile. Good morning, Your Highness. Chapter 8, Entering the Palace. Gu Qixiao sat up, his voice still a little hoarse from having just woken up. Why are you staring at me? Shui Jintang could only continue smiling. Your Grace's sleeping face is too handsome, I got mesmerized for a moment. Sorry. Gu Qixiao glanced at him and rubbed the corner of his forehead. He had suffered from a headache for a long time last night and only managed to sleep for a while in the morning. Fortunately, he was used to it. However, the fact that the young man before him was able to stare without him noticing still surprised Gu Qixiao somewhat. In principle, he should not have slept so deeply. Then, upon further scrutinizing the clean smile on the youth's face, Gu Qixiao thought perhaps it was because this young man had relatively pure thoughts, making him feel no threat or discomfort. Plus, maybe due to really not having rested well, thus leading to sleeping rather soundly. With these thoughts, Gu Qixiao threw off the covers and got out of bed, saying to Shui Jintang. Fine, this time your prince will not hold it against you. Be careful next time. Yes, Your Grace. Shui Jintang responded immediately and got out of bed as well. At the same time, he thought inwardly, through the short interaction from yesterday to today, except for liking to tease occasionally, Gu Qixiao was actually quite easy to talk to. Gu Qixiao opened the door, and soon servants came in to attend. Two maids walked to Shui Jintang and prepared to help him dress. Shui Jintang looked at the clothes and decorations they held in their hands. They looked very formal and delicate, something he couldn't handle himself, so he asked. Am I supposed to wear this outfit today? The maid with a delicate face knelt down and lowered her head, answering to the princess consort, yes. Today you must accompany me to the imperial palace. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded. Shui Jintang turned his head and saw Gu Qixiao looking at him, a slight curl at the corners of his lips. Realizing that the other party was explaining to him, Shui Jintang nodded in understanding, almost forgetting that today he also had to go to the palace to meet the emperor. Saying thanks, Shui Jintang dressed with the help of the maids. After everything was done, under the guidance of the servants, Shui Jintang arrived at the dining hall where Gu Qixiao was already sitting inside. Seeing him come in, Gu Qixiao clicked his tongue, so slow. Shui Jintang had already gotten used to his occasional sarcasm, naturally didn't get upset, and instead teased back with a smile. Thank you, Your Grace, for waiting for me to eat together. Gu Qixiao indeed did not respond any more and turned his head to command, serve the dishes. Sitting before a square table made of one wali wood, Shui Jintang watched the servants bringing the dishes one by one. This morning's meal was different from what he ate last night. First, the total number of dishes increased significantly, but from the perspective of a prince's dining standard, it wasn't excessive. Compared with the princes he'd seen in novels and TV dramas who would indulge in dozens of dishes per meal, there were only about a dozen on their table, showing that Prince Gu Qixiao was frugal and did not waste resources. The variety of dishes was rich, including porridge, steamed buns, dumplings, eggs, wontons, pancakes, and appetizers, etc. Although there seemed to be many, considering that there were 2 of them and the dishes were on the delicate side, the quantity wasn't exaggerated, so they could still finish the meal. After breakfast, Shui Jintang inwardly praised the cookery skill of the chef in the princely mansion. His craft in preparing dough-based foods was truly excellent, making the dishes very much to his taste. Gu Qixiao glanced at him, keeping his gaze on the lips moistened with oil that shone with even more luster for a moment, then stood up and casually said, "Let's go." Shui Jintang hurriedly followed suit. Walking all the way to the outside of the mansion, there was already a carriage waiting at the gate. Gu Qixiao stepped onto the carriage first, then extended a hand toward Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang looked at him and gripped his hand, also stepping into the carriage. Once they both sat down, the carriage started moving slowly. As soon as he got on the carriage, Gu Qixiao began to close his eyes and rest quietly, whereas Shui Jintang inspected the interior decoration of the carriage. In the past, he could only see ancient people's lives in books, but now he was directly transported to the past. Although it was a fabricated dynasty he was unfamiliar with, yet Shui Jintang was highly curious about every detail exuding classical elegance. From the exterior appearance, the carriage looked simple and elegant without being excessively lavish, yet its inner part was far from being shabby. It contained every item imaginable. There was a concealed compartment beneath the seats, a small square table in the middle, teacups, teapots, and tea snacks on the table, soft cushions laid over the seats for extra comfort, along with a spacious internal area. In short, sitting in this carriage was indeed comfortable. Nevertheless, the journey became slightly boring. Shui Jintang glanced at Gu Qixiao, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, leaned back, and closed his own eyes for a brief nap. Swinging continuously, they finally reached the imperial palace, where Shui Jintang almost fell asleep from the sway. Shaking his head to clear it, Shui Jintang noticed that even after entering the palace gate, the carriage did not stop. Just as he was about to ask Gu Qixiao, the latter had already opened his eyes. Gu Qixiao leaned casually against the carriage without a trace of worry and said in a calm tone, "Just sit back and relax. What's there to worry about?" Shui Jintang realized he was indeed overthinking things. Gu Qixiao was the prince, so having the carriage drive within the imperial palace must be one of his privileges. Thus, he reclined back with a composed demeanor. The carriage stopped only when they were near the entrance to the hall, and Shui Jintang followed Gu Qixiao into the hall where the emperor and empress were already seated at the head. Gu Qixiao's expression remained cold as ever. "Your younger brother greets your majesty and her majesty the empress." Shui Jintang also paid respect accordingly, but before either of them could kneel, Emperor Xingxing summoned both to stand up. Shui Jintang sneaked a glance at Gu Qixiao, noticing his completely composed demeanor as if this was all routine for him. From the earlier gesture, Shui Jintang guessed that Gu Qixiao might have merely gone through the motions without any real intention to kneel. Indeed, given that Ning Prince Gu Qixiao held immense prestige and authority in the story, skipping kneeling during an audience with the emperor seemed quite natural. To this observation, Shui Jintang found himself approving. If he stuck around Gu Qixiao, he wouldn't need to kneel often either. As a person from modern times, Shui Jintang certainly wasn't accustomed to bowing and kneeling all the time. Emperor Gu Qirui had long grown used to his brother's behavior and would make no comment. After assessing Gu Qixiao's appearance, he shifted his gaze to Shui Jintang and gave a few words of encouragement. Shui Jintang naturally nodded in agreement. This brief meeting soon came to an end, and not much later, Shui Jintang was following Gu Qixiao out of the hall toward the direction of the carriage. Before leaving, Shui Jintang couldn't help but take another look at Empress Zhuang, who sat by the side of the emperor. She still exuded a dignified and graceful air. She had equally shown concern for Shui Jintang during the session just like the emperor, without saying anything else. Shui Jintang paid special attention to her because she was the mother character of Gu Yuhong, the protagonist in the book. Currently, Gu Yuhong shared a close relationship with Chu Ziyu, and they were in an ambiguous phase. The empress surely knew about their connection, which made Shui Jintang uneasy considering his own relations with Chu Ziyu. He feared she might make things difficult for him, yet nothing of the sort happened. Even so, a short encounter could reveal little. It would take more meetings to truly understand the empress's temperament fully. Nevertheless, this meeting itself indicated one thing clearly: regardless of what the empress thought inside, her surface etiquette was beyond reproach. Chapter 9, I believe the prince won't harm me. After returning to the prince's mansion by carriage, the two parted ways. Gu Qixiao went to deal with his affairs, while Shui Jintang was free to roam around the mansion. Shui Jintang didn't do much else but leisurely tour the mansion under the guidance of a maid. Since she was now the princess consort of Ning, she expected to live in the Ning prince's mansion for several years. It was necessary to familiarize herself with her new living environment. However, the prince's mansion wasn't like her rural courtyard. Especially as the only younger brother of the emperor, Ning Prince wielded high power and influence, and his residence covered an extensive area. Thus, even after wandering around all morning, by the time lunch arrived, Shui Jintang still hadn't managed to fully tour the entire mansion. This time, Gu Qixiao did not come to join her for lunch. A servant informed her that he had matters to attend to. Understanding this, Shui Jintang happily enjoyed a hearty meal alone. In the afternoon, Shui Jintang continued her earlier journey, leisurely strolling through the mansion. It took half the morning and the whole afternoon, but except for areas she couldn't easily access, Shou Jintang finally became somewhat acquainted with the entire mansion. Such a vast place couldn't be fully explored in just one day. Today was merely an initial understanding, becoming thoroughly familiar would take time in the future. It wasn't until dinner time that Shou Jintang saw Gu Qixiao again. The man looked slightly fatigued, but when he saw her enter, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The servants told me you've been touring the mansion today. How do you feel? Shou Jintang replied, not bad, it's just that the mansion is truly massive. It was quite tiring walking around the whole place. Gu Qixiao picked up some food with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth before looking at her and saying, if there are any needs, let the king know. If I'm busy, you can inform the house manager. Anything lacking should be replenished accordingly. Upon hearing this, Shou Jintang's eyes curved slightly. For now, I haven't noticed anything missing. If there's a need, I'll mention it. Thank you, Prince. Aha. Gu Qixiao continued, I noticed that you brought very few people from the Marquis estate. I've arranged a few individuals for you. Given your status, whether attending banquets or other events in the future, it wouldn't be proper without accompanying staff. Having a few trusted people would certainly make things smoother. As he spoke, Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow slightly, staring directly into Shou Jintang's eyes. Of course, if Her Highness doesn't trust those I assigned, you're free to choose yourself. Seeing the pale, handsome face before her, Shou Jintang felt a momentary surprise followed by warmth. She realized their relationship essentially amounted to an agreement, yet even in such minor details, he had taken care to consider her needs. Shou Jintang was touched. Back in the modern world, burdened daily with academics and life, Shou Jintang had few friends. Being someone who disliked troubling others, this meant that regardless of what needed doing, everything always fell on her shoulders. Scenarios where others planned and considered her well-being, hadn't occurred since the passing of her grandparents. Gratefully, Shou Jintang smiled at Gu Qixiao. It's still the prince who thought it through more carefully. Picking my own people isn't necessary, your chosen ones are sure to be better. I believe the prince won't harm me. The people she brought from the Marquis estate weren't the ones she wanted to bring but were dictated by various etiquettes and rules. At the time, daughters from wealthy families typically brought maids as part of their dowry, and loving parents sometimes added male attendants and bodyguards. This tradition bore a striking resemblance to ancient times in her previous world. Shou Jintang could only bring along the maids provided by the Marquis estate, though trusting these individuals was impossible for her. If she chose herself, she would have to go to a broker shop. Without considering whether her discernment could rival Gu Qixiao's, given her unfamiliarity with the new place and her current identity, how could she guarantee that those she selected wouldn't turn out to be spies planted by others? Using the people chosen by Gu Qixiao would be better, at least as of now, as long as she behaved herself, Gu Qixiao wouldn't cause her harm. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao chuckled lightly, his expression softening slightly. They continued their meal. When Gu Qixiao put down his chopsticks shortly afterward, Shou Jintang couldn't help but ask. Is the prince not feeling well? From last night to the entire day today, each time they dined together, he consumed very little food. Compared to the typical appetite of a grown man, it was rather meager. Could it possibly be that he disliked eating meals with her? Perhaps noticing the obvious concern in her expression, Gu Qixiao glanced at her briefly. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much about it. Shou Jintang laughed awkwardly. Unable to hold back, she added, is it that the food doesn't suit your taste? Eating so little all the time isn't good for your health and won't provide enough energy. My lord should take care of your body. Pausing for a moment, she muttered softly, you shouldn't be picky about food. Gu Qixiao raised his eyes to look at her, the concern on the young girl's face seemed genuine, and her tone was sincere. After a brief pause, he patiently explained. Your humble servant is constantly traveling far and wide. Naturally, this takes its toll on my body, making it unsuitable to eat too much in one sitting. Gu Qixiao had spent years battling at the borderlands where conditions were nowhere near as comfortable as they were in the mansion. Maintaining regular eating habits was simply impossible, which inevitably left his digestive system weak. On top of that, being poisoned severely damaged his vital energy. The after-effects still lingered, including frequent headaches, and consuming medicine was inevitable. Considering all these factors, how could his appetite remain strong? It wasn't just that he couldn't eat too much in one meal, even if he could, his body wouldn't allow it. Upon hearing this, Shou Jintang also understood partially and thought about how the poison might have greatly affected his health, resulting in his loss of appetite. Thinking of General Gu Qixiao, a man who devoted himself to protecting the nation but had suffered injuries and illnesses from long-term warfare, and whose body was further ravaged by poisoning. Judging from what she knew, he probably didn't have many years left. Shou Jintang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy in her heart. Chapter 10, Please thank His Excellency on my behalf. After dinner, Shou Jintang bid farewell to Gu Qixiao and returned to her room. This room was still the one she shared with Gu Qixiao on their wedding night. However, out of respect for her feelings, Gu Qixiao had given up this room and moved to another to sleep. Since Ning, Prince Ning's mansion, was spacious enough with plenty of rooms, there was no issue of accommodation. But for Shui Jintang, Gu Qixiao's consideration made her feel more at ease and not violated. In fact, sleeping with Gu Qixiao wasn't entirely unacceptable for her either. Shui Jintang didn't worry about him taking advantage of her. Her primary concern was that she sometimes needed to enter the special dimension at night. If she were sharing a bed with Gu Qixiao, entering the dimension wouldn't be as convenient. Declining the servant's offer to help, Shui Jintang informed them that she would retire for the night, locked the door, extinguished the candle, giving the impression to outsiders that she had already gone to sleep. Only then did Shui Jintang slip into the dimension. She came here to cultivate land. The fertile patches of land inside the dimension were too precious to leave idle or waste. Shui Jintang felt it necessary to make full use of them. Back in the modern world, during the last 2 years of her life when she retreated to the rural small courtyard left to her by 2 elderly relatives due to her terminal illness, despite knowing her condition was incurable, she refused to lie down and wait for death. As long as she was able-bodied, she took time to tend to the long-abandoned lands in the backyard and planted some vegetables. Before dying, she had enjoyed tasting the pure, green vegetables grown by herself, thinking it wasn't a bad trade-off after all. After all, such fresh vegetables in the city were rather expensive. Recalling those thoughts, Shui Jintang couldn't help but smile. To grow vegetables naturally required seeds, which weren't expensive. Therefore, Shui Jintang purchased numerous varieties online, from various crops to fruits. Some warm-hearted elders in the village, upon learning this, even gave her some seeds they kept in storage. They remarked that whether the seeds bought online were reliable could only be determined after planting, whereas their homegrown seeds were carefully selected and far more trustworthy than online purchases. The villagers merely assumed this young man was tired from urban life and had returned to the countryside temporarily, unaware of the actual situation. Shui Jintang, thus, felt no need to clarify that her reason for cultivating the land was purely to find joy in her final days rather than focusing on productivity. Unable to resist the enthusiasm of the older generation, she reluctantly accepted the seeds and, afterward, presented them with some fruits and health supplements as a token of gratitude. Little did she expect these acts of kindness to bring unexpected benefits now. Besides sweet potatoes, corn, and peanuts, there were also peppers, tomatoes, potatoes, and other things that she hadn't discovered yet in this world. But that was fine, she happened to have seeds for all these things. Reflecting on this, Shui Jintang couldn't help but feel grateful and relieved for her original decision to start growing crops. After pondering for a while, Shui Jintang decided to plant not only the crops she hadn't seen here, like chili peppers and others, but also include some local plants here. There was no need to worry about watering since a stream was nearby. Additionally, Shui Jintang planned to mix some spring water in to observe the growth efficiency of these crops and determine if they'd become more delicious. Her previous experience in growing vegetables had provided Shui Jintang with a bit of knowledge in this area. She planted the different seeds in various ways, and the plots of land inside the space also needed to be prepared before planting. After bustling around for hours, she finally completed her tasks for the day. Shui Jintang was already drenched in sweat from all the work. Bathing now would be inconvenient, so she simply took a quick wash in the stream water ahead before leaving the dimension. This wasn't the modern era where people stayed up late or partied all night. Dinner was over by 6 o'clock. Not long after eating, Shui Jintang returned to her room. Even though she'd been in the special dimension for several hours, it was probably only around midnight here. One always sleeps soundly after laboring hard. Shui Jintang didn't wake until past 8 in the morning. By the time she woke up, Gu Qixiao had already eaten breakfast and left for work. Shui Jintang sat alone in the dining hall, enjoying her breakfast. Once the servants cleared everything away, a middle-aged man wearing brocade robes who looked quite amiable walked in, followed by a group of people. Wang Zhong greeted Shui Jintang with a warm smile. "I pay my respects to Her Highness the Princess." Before Shui Jintang could ask, he introduced himself. "Your humble servant is the manager of this mansion. I've come because His Excellency ordered it." Shui Jintang looked at him curiously. Wang Zhong slightly turned his body so that Shui Jintang could better see the people behind him, and smiled. "His Excellency has said that you need some hands, hence today we bring them to you. They have all been specially selected. If there's anything you need, feel free to command them." Then he turned his head and looked at the 4 standing in front. "Step forward and let the princess take a look at you." Subsequently, 2 girls and 2 boys moved forward and bowed deeply to Shui Jintang. "Servant Luing, pays respect to your highness." "Servant Qiu Yu, pays respect to your highness." "Servant Nan Xing, pays respect to your highness." "Servant Yun Sheng, pays respect to your highness." Shui Jintang lifted her gaze, observing that these 4 were all roughly 15 to 16 years old, all with pleasant appearances. Watching their every move, they clearly underwent good training and behaved with great discipline. At this point, Wang Zhong continued. "These 4 are all very capable, and from now on will be in charge of attending to your personal needs. The others who remain also serve you, but rank lower than Lu Ying and the others. You can assign less important or more physically demanding tasks to them." Understanding what Wang Zhong was saying, Shui Jintang realized that the servants were divided into different classes. These 4 people in front of her should be the top-level maids and attendants chosen by the steward or Gu Qishao. In addition to first class, there were second class and third class attendants, as well as general-purpose servants. The different ranks were responsible for different tasks. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger their capabilities. Since the steward allowed these 4 to closely serve her, it showed that they possessed comprehensive qualities and abilities stronger than the others. They would also be able to provide help whenever necessary. Living in the mansion indeed required some servants, and talking about equality here was unrealistic. One naturally needed a few confidants by their side. Thus, Shui Jintang wouldn't refuse. Your humble servant has already brought them here. If you don't have any other orders, I will retire. Having explained everything, seeing that Shui Jintang understood, Wang Zhong was prepared to withdraw. Shui Jintang's eyes twinkled kindly. Please trouble yourself to thank His Excellency on my behalf. How can this be called troubling? This is what your humble servant ought to do, Wang Zhong responded quickly. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will certainly convey your wishes to His Excellency. That's good. You may leave and continue your duties. I'll seek you out if I have questions. Yes, Your Highness. With that, Wang Zhong stepped back gradually until he reached the door before turning to leave. Shui Jintang looked at the row of people in front of her, furrowing her brows in thought. Back in the modern world, she had lived alone. Suddenly, having so many people to serve her left her unsure what tasks to assign them. She considered for a moment, then directed her attention to the 4 at the forefront. You 4 are responsible for serving me closely, so I'll entrust you with one task. She pointed at the people standing behind. I'm not familiar with them. Since you're all from the mansion, you probably know them better. So, arrange these people accordingly. Oh yes, report back to me after arranging. Yes, Your Highness. Led by Lu Ying, the 4 bowed deeply to Shui Jintang. In that case. Shui Jintang's eyes twinkled kindly again. Introduce yourselves so that I can get to know each of you. Shui Jintang spent the entire day getting to know the people that Gu Qishao had assigned to her. She thought it was over for the day, but unexpectedly, during dinner, Gu Qishao gave her 4 more individuals. Chapter 11, How many more years could she live? The people Wang Zhong gave you are responsible for handling your daily trivial matters. These 4 will mainly take care of your personal safety. You might encounter unexpected situations outside, so from now on, go out with them. Shui Jintang looked at the 4 individuals before her. They stood straight in black clothing, their expressions solemn. Her eyes brightened slightly. Could these 4 be the legendary secret guards? She asked Gu Qishao. Who are these 4? These are my hidden guards. From today onward, they will closely follow you for personal protection. In normal times, they will conceal themselves and not directly show themselves in front of others. If you have any needs, you can call upon them directly. Gu Qishao then pointed to each one as he introduced them to Shui Jintang. Qingming, Mushan, Xueqing, and Shuangbai. The 4 individuals who were called stepped forward together. They knelt down on one knee and bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the princess. And thus, Shui Jintang gained 4 additional secret guards. After being introduced, the 4 quickly faded away just as Gu Qishao said. Watching them vanish swiftly with flickering movements, Shui Jintang sighed inwardly. She never imagined that as a modern person, she would one day truly see palace secret guards in the mansion. Judging by their fluid movements, they all must possess light kung fu skills. Curiously, Shui Jintang asked Gu Qishao. My lord, do all the hidden guards practice light kung fu? Can I learn it as well? Upon hearing this, Gu Qishao slightly raised his eyebrows and examined Shui Jintang from top to bottom. He patted and squeezed parts of her body, shaking his head afterward. The best time to practice martial arts is from a young age. Starting now is rather late for you. Besides, your bones aren't particularly strong. Even if you practice continuously, your martial arts level won't be very high. Shui Jintang had only casually asked, not expecting such a serious response. After listening, she felt a bit disheartened but quickly recovered. Learning martial arts was extremely arduous. Although she envied those skilled in combat, she doubted whether she could endure the same amount of hardship required for learning. If she wasn't going to learn martial arts, then maybe she should strengthen herself in other ways to ensure greater personal security. Unexpectedly, Gu Qishao looked at her again and said. Although reaching their skill levels might be impossible and practicing light kung fu may only remain an aspiration, continuous martial arts training isn't harmful either. At least, it will help keep the body strong and healthy. Shui Jintang blinked. Ah, my lord is right. I'll consider it. She would begin when she had the time, though right now, she had quite a lot of things to do, perhaps another day. Gu Qishao observed her expression and immediately guessed that she didn't want to start training because of the physical strain involved. With a glance at her, he didn't reveal her thoughts. Shui Jintang chuckled a couple of times. At this moment, Wang Zhong walked in, greeted both of them respectfully, handed over a list to Shui Jintang, and said with a respectful tone. Princess, this is the list for the return wedding gift items. Is there anything that requires adjustment? Return wedding gifts. Shui Jintang hesitated for a second, realizing what it was. Ah yes, in ancient traditions, brides return to their natal homes on the third day after the wedding, something she almost forgot about. Had it not been for the manager's reminder, she would have entirely overlooked this event. However, Shui Jintang didn't fully understand these customs since she passed away at 20 years old. All her energy was spent on studying and living her life, she hadn't even dated, let alone had time to care about such traditions. Moreover, having grown up in a rural area, she was even less familiar with them. Thus, after briefly scanning through the list, she returned it to the manager, smiling and saying, "Just follow your arrangement." Wang Zhong smiled and took it back, "Yes." Then he heard the princess add, "Oh, by the way, don't make the return gifts too extravagant. Keep it simple and ordinary." Hearing this, Wang Zhong revealed a look of surprise, even Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow, looking over with interest. Seeing their reactions, Shui Jintang remained calm externally, but internally, her little voice shouted, "That's right, she's this stingy, and Pingchang Marquis mansion better not think they'll get any favors." Humph. In truth, neither Wang Zhong nor Gu Qixiao found her behavior stingy. They were astonished by her reaction instead. From the previous investigations, this princess appeared to highly value family relationships. While staying in the Marquis residence, she worked hard to please her parents and brothers to gain their approval. Although there were some disagreements over her marriage into the mansion, this response seemed inappropriate. However, the look of surprise in Wang Zhong's eyes only flashed momentarily before it faded, and his demeanor remained respectful. "Yes, princess." It wasn't for him as a servant to question his master's affairs. Whatever the princess said, he would do, hadn't Lord Gu not opposed? Gu Qixiao had more thoughts on his mind. He was silently contemplating. This young lord from the Marquis mansion indeed had a conflict with the Pingchang Marquis over marrying into the royal family, that much was true. Hence there had been that conversation between Gu Qixiao and him on their wedding night. But prior to that, he genuinely wished for the affection of his parents, wishing to be accepted into their world. By logical deduction, then, this young man should harbor complex feelings towards the Pingchang Marquis mansion, resentment, unwillingness, sorrow, disappointment, yearning, these emotions were what he ought to exhibit right now. Yet, Gu Qixiao acutely noticed there was none of the above in the youth's eyes. On the contrary, the boy appeared, entirely indifferent. The man's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the young one again and, unexpectedly, found a hint of reluctance within his gaze. Reluctance for what? The return wedding gifts. A strange expression flickered across Gu Qixiao's eyes. Subsequently, a subtle smile curled at the corner of his lips, interesting. Seemed like he'd acquired an intriguing little one. That was right, Shui Jintang indeed felt somewhat reluctant. Only after uttering those words did he realize that even ordinary items might add up quite substantially, and just like that, they'd be sent to the Pingchang Marquis residence. Alas! The youth sighed inwardly. If it weren't against the rules, and wouldn't attract too much attention, he would have skipped the return trip altogether, thus avoiding the return wedding gift costs as well. Although the return wedding gift was prepared by the royal household, he still felt heartache for Gu Qixiao. After jumbling all sorts of random thoughts, dinner was long over. Seeing this, Shui Jintang bid farewell to Gu Qixiao and walked toward his own room. To continue working in the space tonight. While Shui Jintang was fervently working in the space with enthusiasm, Gu Qixiao also left the dining hall and entered another room. Lin Mufeng placed a hand on his wrist, furrowing his brows in deep thought. After some time, he removed his hand. With a defeated shake of his head, "This poison is far too stubborn, too ferocious. I've done my best, but the residual toxins haven't been completely eliminated." Ji Sen stood quietly and obediently beside him, being both Gu Qixiao's personal guard and one of his trusted confidants. Unable to resist, he asked, "Dr. Lin, isn't there even a tiny bit of hope?" Lin Mufeng let out a heavy sigh. "Actually, there is one way." Before Ji Sen could rejoice, Lin Mufeng continued. "But it is highly detrimental to the body. Even if successful in detoxifying and clearing all traces of poison, his body will be utterly ruined. In its current state, at least he can live a few more years." The brief joy reflected in Ji Sen's eyes quickly dissipated, leaving a surge of dissatisfaction and bitterness. How blind destiny could be. Their lord went through life and death battles for Dakian, and it was precisely because of those battles that he had been poisoned. Why couldn't fate favor him just a little? Lord Gu was so young, originally set for a great future. Now, however, cursed by this accursed poison, he could only survive a few more years. Upon hearing this outcome, Gu Qixiao's expression remained calm. "At least I have a few more years." Chapter 12, would not marry to extend his bloodline. A faint smile played on Gu Qixiao's lips as he said. "One goes onto the battlefield prepared to die at any moment. To think, I have already been exceptionally fortunate." But Ji Sen tried to voice his concerns but ultimately lowered his head. What good would words do? Could they alter the present situation? Nevertheless, Ji Sen clenched his fists, resolved to continue searching for ways to detoxify. There were still a few years, hence hope for the Lord. As long as one hasn't died, there remains hope, Lin Mufeng also interjected in consolation. I will make every effort to prolong your life and not give up studying detoxification remedies. He slapped a hand on Gu Qixiao's shoulder with a seemingly carefree expression. Take the medicine I prescribe properly. We have a few more years yet, perhaps we may yet find a solution. Ji Sen hurriedly concurred, Dr. Lin is absolutely correct. My lord is destined for better fortune and will surely be fine. As the one they worried about, Gu Qixiao appeared calmer than either of them, maintaining a composed countenance as if the person judged to have merely a few more years of life was not himself. His gaze fell upon the hand still resting on his shoulder before he extended a hand to remove it. Lin Mufeng looked at him resentfully, reproaching. Why are you always so cold-hearted? A simple gesture of friendship like placing a hand on your shoulder doesn't matter. We've known each other for several years. Gu Qixiao cast a glance at Lin Mufeng, who had resumed his usual frivolous demeanor, and leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Having known each other for many years, Lin Mufeng was well aware of Gu Qixiao's character and paid no heed, instead laughing mischievously as he asked. Your personality really needs some adjustment. Was your young princess not frightened by your cold expression? Their interactions had always been this way, and Ji Sen, a loyal subordinate who had followed Gu Qixiao for a long time, had grown accustomed to it. He simply lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything. Recalling the ever-obedient youth and the wistful expression on his face during dinner just now, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but laugh. Whether or not she was scared, I'm not sure, but she is quite intriguing. Hearing that, Lin Mufeng, who had merely asked out of idle curiosity, widened his eyes in surprise and exaggeratedly remarked. Indeed rare. I actually hear you praising someone. Isn't Lord Shui's son a gift from the emperor? I thought you'd detest him. Lin Mufeng then leaned in with great interest, excitement evident on his face. Come on, tell me about him. He continued, in all the years I've known you, regardless of what happened in the past, there were indeed plenty of girls and ladies who liked you. But I never saw you praise anyone, so why is this one so special? Then, as if realizing something, Lin Mufeng stared incredulously at Gu Qixiao, his expression peculiar. Could it be, because you don't like women but boys instead? Ji Sen could no longer resist raising his eyes briefly to look at their lord before quickly lowering them again. Gu Qixiao ignored him completely. Thinking he had hit upon the truth, Lin Mufeng gave an air of enlightenment. No wonder none of those girls caught your fancy, you like men. Anyway, snapping his fingers, you should have said earlier. I could have helped keep a lookout for potential matches. But wait, men can't have children, wouldn't that leave you without descendants? Saying this, he murmured to himself, this won't do. I am counting on you leaving behind heirs in these few years. Gu Qixiao glanced coldly at him. Where do you get so much nonsense from? Upon being eyed this way by Gu Qixiao, Lin Mufeng instantly cowered. Alright, I'll stop, I shouldn't say any more, right? It's just that I find it lonely for you to be alone. And you really won't leave an heir, will you? There was a mocking tinge in Gu Qixiao's expression, the bloodline of the Gu family has already multiplied extensively. The emperor has so many sons anyway. Lin Mufeng curled his lip, but they're not yours, they aren't the same. The cold and composed man lowered his gaze, this isn't something you need to worry about. I won't marry to prolong the bloodline, marrying is also not for producing offspring. On hearing this, Lin Mufeng sighed, this is where you differ from the former emperor and your royal brother, not to mention that you're different from most men. If others knew our lord is so pure-hearted, wouldn't they break their heads trying to seize you? After finishing, he quickly covered his mouth and ran to the side, I'm sorry. Seeing Gu Qixiao remain silent, he cautiously crept back. One last question, what are you planning to do with your little princess? In my opinion, if the person is decent, nurturing some affection would not hurt. Gu Qixiao showed no change in his demeanor, nothing needs to be done. I've already spoken to him. As long as he remains peaceful, after my death, I will grant him freedom. Oh. That statement reminded Lin Mufeng of his poison, causing his playful mood to vanish immediately. Seeing that it was getting late, he bid farewell to Gu Qixiao. Remember to take your medicine every day. I'll go home first. If there's any discomfort, feel free to come and find me anytime. While saying this, he glanced toward Ji Senator. This man often disregarded his health but fortunately had reliable subordinates. Ji Sen standing nearby immediately responded. Yes, Dr. Lin. I will remember to remind His Highness regularly. Satisfied, Lin Mufeng nodded casually, waved his hand, and stepped towards the door. Alright, I'm leaving. Unaware of what had transpired here, Shui Jintang busied himself inside the space, climbed into bed afterward, and fell sound asleep. Dreamless night. The next morning, Shui Jintang woke up, lay in bed spacing out for a moment before remembering today was the day for the return visit to the Marquis mansion. He rubbed his eyes, got up, dressed, washed, and prepared. As usual, after breakfast together with Gu Qixiao, the return visit gifts were ready, so they both boarded the carriage heading toward the Pingchang Marquis mansion. Chapter 13, Return Visit. At the gate of the Pingchang Marquis mansion, Marquis Pingchang, Lady Fang, and their 4 sons waited at the entrance. Ning Prince Gu Qixiao held high status and great power, renowned for his ruthless and unpredictable temperament. Even though Shui Jintang had married into the Ning, Chu Yuanheng, who should technically be his father-in-law, did not dare to act like one. Standing together with their sons, Chu Zishuan looked down on his older brother Shui Jintang and quickly became impatient after waiting for a while. Seeing Marquis Pingchang and Lady Fong ahead of him, he lowered his voice and whispered to his brothers. Father is really something, he insists on going out so early just to greet someone. That brother of mine, well, I bet he'll offend Lord Ning as soon as he walks in. Honestly, Lord Ning might not even show up today. Chu Ziyu slightly moved his eyebrows but said nothing. Hearing this, Chu Zihui frowned and reprimanded softly, Shao Xian, what kind of talk is that? We've already told you before, Jintang is your older brother, and even if you dislike him, these thoughts of yours are simply going too far. Chu Ziyuan, leaning lazily against a nearby pillar with his arms crossed, added. True, my younger brother there isn't exactly likable. But you're also being rude here, you can say whatever without respecting your elders. This kind of behavior shouldn't be indulged. Chu Zishuan felt a chill run down his spine. He feared this second brother most among them all, whose usual demeanor was so laid back, as though uncaring about anything, but when provoked, could punish silently without anyone noticing. Only problem was, Chu Zishuan's own fighting skills couldn't compare. Words weren't worth arguing over, and strength-wise he fell short, so after several lessons from his brother, Chu Zishuan learned to behave. At the sight of Chu Ziyuan again, Chu Zishuan instinctively stepped back and apologized immediately. I'm sorry. Big brother Ziyuan, please don't misunderstand me. I respect both you and elder brother, it's just that the attitude of Shui Jintang irritates me to no end, and that's not my fault. Chu Ziyuan chuckled, oh, so you're talking back now? Want to have another sparring match with your big brother? Chu Zishuan retreated another step, no way, alright, I'm wrong, okay. Next time I'll watch what I say. Chu Zihui then instructed, Shao Xian, mind your words. Jintang has been recognized as part of our family, meaning he shares the Chu surname now, not the Shui. Also, let me remind you again, he is your older brother. I do not want to hear you calling him by his full name again. Chu Ziyuan gave a sidelong glance at him, did you hear what big brother said? Even though Chu Zishuan still felt indignant in his heart, resenting Shui Jintang more than ever, he could only suppress it under pressure. I know, big brother, I won't do it again. Chu Zihui finally loosened his frown. After all, he was still his little brother, so further criticism wasn't necessary. Having acknowledged the error, Chu Zihui turned back to face the direction of the arriving carriage. Upon seeing this, Chu Ziyu's eyes flickered briefly but remained silent. After waiting a bit longer, they finally saw carriages coming into view. Marquis Pingchang sighed in relief, adjusted his clothing, and reminded his sons. Behave carefully once we meet Lord Ning, do not offend him. All four nodded obediently. Lady Fong spoke up hesitantly, do you think Jintang is doing well in the mansion? Marquis Pingchang replied dryly. As long as he stays humble, Lord Ning should have no reason to trouble him. If he shows poor manners, he deserves some discipline. Recalling the confrontation with his son last time, Chu Yuanheng felt irritated. Initially, things were fine upon Jintang's return home, but after half a month, his temper worsened, even claiming he wanted to sever ties, a truly insolent display. Lady Fong was about to retort when the carriage arrived near them, leaving her no choice but to keep quiet and wait quietly alongside Marquis Pingchang. The carriage curtain opened, and Shui Jintang stepped out first, followed closely by Gu Qixiao. Chu Yuanheng quickly led his wife and sons forward and greeted respectfully, Your Highness. Gu Qixiao responded coolly, offering no sign of deference toward his father-in-law. Yet, despite this cold reception, Chu Yuanheng et al. Dared not complain. The reputation and achievements of Ning Prince were widely known throughout the capital. For him to respond at all was already a rare courtesy. Continuing, Chu Yuanheng stated, We have prepared the feast, Your Highness, please follow me. Oddly, the mention of the princess was absent. As Shui Jintang's biological father and also a marquis, Chu Yuanheng wasn't very eager to address his son formally as a consort, especially given this was not the son he favored. Seeing no reaction earlier during the initial greeting, Chu Yuanheng assumed Ning Prince would overlook this minor issue and continued omitting formal references to his son. But unexpectedly, Gu Qixiao turned around and asked lightly. Today I accompany the princess on her return visit. Marquis Pingchang mentioned me twice but ignored the princess. What is your intention? Chu Yuanheng froze mid-smile, then hastily explained. I was worried that Jintang here is still upset with me. There's nothing in the mansion that can be hidden from your highness, so you must also know. This child, being young and inexperienced, caused quite a scene before getting married. Do you think things have gotten better now? As he spoke, he looked toward Shui Jintang, a smile on his face. Jintang, your father was wrong last time as well, I was too impatient and should have spoken to you more properly afterward. I regretted it immediately after. Both your mother and I, along with your brothers and sisters, miss you since you got married. Are you no longer upset with me? Shui Jintang, who had been standing silently by Gu Qixiao all this time, blinked and said innocently. Ah, I thought father was still mad at me for talking back last time, but it turns out father is actually afraid that I am still mad at him. Chu Yuanheng's smile froze momentarily but quickly recovered. How could your father still be mad at you? I regretted my actions right after last time. I'm just concerned about whether you are still upset. Have you calmed down yet? Shui Jintang replied with a compliant smile, father misjudged me, I wasn't upset in the first place. Why would there be any need for calming down? This implied that their previous argument was merely due to the father being short-tempered compared to the son. Chu Yuanheng maintained a forced smile, that's good, then it was father's fault. It's improper to stay outside for long like this, let us go inside. The feast has already been prepared. We will eat while we talk. Chu Yuanheng didn't want to continue speaking with Shui Jintang anymore as he felt his anger rapidly rising. Shui Jintang smiled brightly and nodded, you're absolutely right, father. Let's go inside then, your highness. He turned to look at Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao glanced at him briefly and responded cooperatively, let's go. As soon as Gu Qixiao gave the order, everyone immediately sighed in relief. Lord Pingchang Chu re-expressed his joy with a smile and extended an inviting gesture. Your highness, princess, please follow me. Shui Jintang could almost sense his clenched teeth when mentioning the word princess, feeling his mood brighten even more. Thus, the group moved toward the dining hall. At the beginning, there was some silence among them. With Gu Qixiao present, they dared not speak casually. Then Gu Qixiao spoke up, since this is a family dinner, none of you need to hold back so much. I'm sure there are words you wish to say to the princess. I'm not that unreasonable. Even though he said this, no one dared to open their mouths for a moment. Eventually, it was Lady Fang who first spoke to Shui Jintang with evident concern. Jintang, how have these days in the palace been for you? If you lack anything, feel free to tell your mother. Shui Jintang gazed at her, smiling gently and responded. It's going well. The prince treats me excellently, and I lack nothing. Mother, please don't worry. Subsequently, Chu Zihui asked a few more questions, and Shui Jintang responded appropriately. As such, the previously serious atmosphere changed and became livelier. Regardless of what each party truly thought, the outward appearance seemed to function adequately. The meal concluded in a relatively peaceful ambience. After finishing eating, Chu Yuanheng looked respectfully at Gu Qixiao. Would your highness like to take a walk around the Marquis residence? Jintang's room is still preserved for her. If interested, your highness may also take a look. Gu Qixiao glanced at Shui Jintang. Though unclear of his exact thoughts about this family. Considering some matters might not be appropriate for all ears, he agreed with Marquis Pingchang's suggestion to take a tour. To be honest, this humble prince has indeed never explored the mansion thoroughly. Now's a good opportunity to do so. And given that you all probably want to spend time alone with the princess, I won't interrupt further. Hearing this, the group relaxed noticeably. Chu Yuanheng promptly stated. Thank you for understanding, your highness. Allow me to guide you through the estate. What are your thoughts, your highness? Gu Qixiao simply responded with a brief Chu Yuanheng, visibly relieved, immediately led Gu Qixiao away. Please follow this way, your highness. Chu Zihui followed shortly thereafter. The dining hall now left behind only Shui Jintang, Lady Fang, and Chu Ziyuan. Chapter 14, Simply Not Enough Love. Upon seeing Gu Qixiao depart, everyone in the Marquis household exhaled with relief. Chu Zishuan stood up hastily, addressing Lady Fang. Mother, I suddenly remembered something. I'll step out first. Before anyone could react, he cast what he believed to be a subtle glance at Shui Jintang, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Without waiting for his mother's reply, he swiftly exited the room. The very next instant, Chu Ziyuan also rose, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor as he strolled out lazily and tossed over his shoulder. I have some things to do as well, mother. I'll take my leave first, and you two can chat slowly. Throughout the entire time, he never once looked at Shui Jintang sitting there. Fengshe was momentarily stunned by the behavior of her two sons. Just as she thought to rise and intercept them, the two had already quickly moved far away. Now only she and Chu Ziyu remained in their seats. She instinctively glanced at Shui Jintang, a gentle smile on her face. Your two brothers are always like this, they didn't mean to ignore you, Jintang. You must not take it personally. For this son who had been lost outside for over a decade, Fengshe harbored complex feelings. She felt guilty for losing him, but Shou Yu had been raised by her side for several years and had long since formed an emotional bond, making her treat him as her own son. Between herself and this other son, there was considerable distance. People are emotional beings. Although she felt remorse towards Jintang, she could not let Shou Yu feel upset. As for Jintang, she could only make efforts to treat him better. Despite maintaining a smile on his face, the words that came out of Shui Jintang's mouth were anything but friendly. With someone as big as me sitting here and neither brother even acknowledging me before leaving, it appears that they have problems with their eyesight. Fortunately, I am magnanimous and don't mind. The implied meaning, yes, it wasn't intentional, just blindness, right? Chu Ziyu spoke up, not having left yet, his expression showing a touch of resentment. Brother, are you still upset? If anyone is to blame, blame me. It has nothing to do with eldest brother, second brother, or younger brother, and you taking it out on them is really unfair. Shui Jintang shifted his gaze to him and chuckled, you're quite eloquent. Wasn't I supposed to marry into the royal family precisely because of you? And now when you say blame yourself, it sounds like I'm being unreasonable. It's clearly your fault, blaming you isn't reasonable. Chu Ziyu's complexion changed quickly but soon revealed a smile again, cutting off his rebuttal words before they even left his lips. Fengshu had already come to his defense. Jintang, didn't we tell you before your wedding day? This matter has nothing to do with Shou Yu. The third son of Marquis Pingchang's family was indeed you without mistake. You can't keep targeting Shou Yu just because we've neglected you. Upon hearing Fengshu's words, Shui Jintang couldn't help but think how uncomfortable these words sounded to him, and surely made the original soul extremely pained. It was no wonder why he would eventually become corrupted. Then, with a look of understanding, he replied, so mother also knows that I've been neglected? Since that's the case. Sarcasm laced Shui Jintang's eyes, then what qualifications do you have to scold me? Ignoring Fengshu's pallid expression, Shui Jintang continued. I was lost outside for 17 years, finally returning, and this is how you treated me. A few months after losing me, you found a replacement to shower with love, and the sense of guilt inside you must have felt much better. It's even worse now. The replacement has completely taken my position, leaving me instead an outsider in the home where I originally belonged. Shui Jintang didn't elaborate further, merely letting out a series of sarcastic laughs, obviously mocking. Fengshu's face turned pale, her whole body looking shaky and unstable, like she had suffered a severe blow. It's not true, Jintang. When Shou Yu was brought back, your father told me that was you, and I, at that moment immersed in the joy of finding you back, did not carefully inquire from him. By the time I realized, it was already 3 years later. Shou Yu had been living with me for such a long time, how could I bear to abandon him then? He was just a child of a few years old at that time, abandoning him would have been too cruel. So, we decided to keep him. Losing you was hard for your mother as well, but this is unrelated to Shou Yu. He is also innocent. Oh, Shui Jintang's face didn't change a bit as he counter-asked, then what happened next? Did you continue searching for me? He curled his lip upward mockingly, afraid not, huh? Fengshu opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, unsure of how to respond. After knowing Shou Yu was not her biological child, Fengshu had initially struggled to believe it and urged her husband to continue searching for their real child. However, after several months passed without any success, considering the fact that 3 years had already elapsed since the child was lost, both she and her husband had accepted in their hearts that it was probably impossible to find their son. Therefore, after another unsuccessful search, her husband stopped sending people out and they began channeling all their affection toward the child still at home. Who would have imagined that the child who was considered never to return would suddenly show up more than a decade later? Fengshu was momentarily speechless. Watching his birth mother's reaction, Shui Jintang let out a cold laugh. So the love and guilt you all claim to have was just a couple of years of searching, then finding another child as a replacement for me, thereby brushing aside your guilt and continuing on with a loving life together. Is that correct? The Mingho family is powerful, yet gave up the search so easily. Didn't you once consider that your son might still be suffering outside? And on what grounds did you so quickly conclude that I wouldn't return? It boils down to not loving enough. And now, you've made this replacement your treasured child, forcing your own biological child to constantly endure and step back. Shui Jintang clapped his hands twice, truly touching. With every word spoken by Shui Jintang, Fengshu's face grew paler, until it turned deathly white. Her mouth murmured. It's not like that. Chu Ziyu also wore an unpleasant expression, completely losing the usual compliance he showed in front of his family. But Fengshu did not notice. He fiercely glared at Shui Jintang, then turned around and shook Fengshu's arm sweetly, with worry laced in his tone. Mother, don't be sad, it's not your fault. Shui Jintang no longer wanted to stay and listen to their nonsense. The homecoming was already over, and judging from the time, it should be about right. He stood up and directly left the room. Just as he walked out the door, he saw Gu Qixiao and his entourage coming towards him. Shui Jintang hurriedly stepped forward and ran to Gu Qixiao's side, his big eyes filled with anticipation looking at him. It's getting late, shouldn't we leave now? Gu Qixiao looked at him and asked, are you done chatting? Yep. Shui Jintang quickly nodded. If it weren't for the fact that refusing to come back would be rude, he wouldn't even want to come, nothing but things that make him unhappy. It's best to keep away from these main characters. Seeing the anticipation in the young boy's eyes, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but think how truly there wasn't a single sign of reluctance. That was indeed peculiar. He slightly nodded in agreement. Then let's go back. He exchanged a few polite words with the Pingchang Marquis who was trailing behind, and then the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the exit. Chapter 15, the original male lead enters. As soon as the two walked out of the Marquis mansion gates, they saw a man dressed in a sapphire blue robe, with a sachet tied around his waist, obviously someone wealthy or noble. When the figure approached, Shou Jintang's eyes slightly widened, followed by a quiet curse inside. The man with a golden crown and smiling face before them was none other than another protagonist from the original story. That is, the original male lead, Gu Yuhong, the second prince of Daqian. Gu Yuhong also noticed the two, stepping forward and warmly greeting them. Aunt, uncle. Casually glancing at Gu Yuhong, Gu Qixiao asked, "What are you doing at the Pingchang Marquis estate?" Gu Yuhong still had a smile on his face as he replied. "Ziyu invited me earlier for a spring outing to the outskirts. Since the weather has been good these past days, I thought better timing might never come. So, I came today. But I didn't expect to meet aunt and uncle." Glancing at him again, Gu Qixiao asked, "Didn't you know my wife and I were returning today?" Gu Yuhong quickly said, "How could I not know? Naturally, I knew. But I figured aunt and uncle would return early in the morning, so I assumed we wouldn't run into each other. Apparently, I arrived too early." While speaking outwardly like this, actually Gu Yuhong deliberately chose this moment. Moreover, as he spoke, he sneakily glanced at Shou Jintang, only to find that the other party did not look at him, nor showed any particular reaction, which made him feel somewhat puzzled inside. He learned about Ziyu not being the biological son of the Marquis of Pingchang precisely when Shou Jintang returned. However, since he'd grown up familiar with Ziyu's straightforward, kind, and adorable personality, Gu Yuhong naturally wouldn't distance himself because of this reason, instead feeling even more tender-hearted. Meanwhile, he held some curiosity about this unexpectedly recovered true biological child of the Marquis of Pingchang and thus seized several opportunities to converse with him. After learning about the attitudes within the Hofu towards this individual, Gu Yuhong always displayed great friendliness during their conversations. Therefore, this person had developed a strong attachment to him. Though the person was less well-behaved and lovely than Ziyu, he still possessed good looks, along with trust and reliance on Gu Yuhong. With both sons of the Marquis favoring him, Gu Yuhong felt quite smug about this situation. But unexpectedly, after one imperial decree from the emperor, it turned out that Shou Jintang was going to marry into Ningqing Wang's house. Even though Gu Yuhong liked Chu Ziyu more internally, this originally affectionate youth marrying another man still made him uncomfortable. However, whether or not the marriage happened was clearly not up to him to decide. Yet Gu Yuhong's curiosity about Shou Jintang's reaction persisted, so he couldn't help seizing this chance to check things out while Shou Jintang was making a return visit. Gu Yuhong had heard that the other party fiercely argued with the Marquis of Pingchang when they received the imperial edict, leading him to feel quite smug. It seemed like the other side was still thinking about him. However, the current reaction of the other party made Gu Yuhong furrow his brows inwardly. This was not what he had expected. Then he chuckled and decided to test. "Ziyu said that there was a conflict between the royal aunt and your family a few days ago. There is no overnight grudge among family members, so today, returning home, I assume the royal aunt must have resolved misunderstandings with your family." He looked at Shou Jintang with an extremely natural attitude. To answer his question, the person would naturally have to turn around and look at him, thought Gu Yuhong. Shou Jintang did turn around indeed, but there was no extra emotion in his eyes. Instead, he responded with the same smile on his face. "There are no misunderstandings between me and them. I appreciate your highness's concern." This statement by Shou Jintang was correct. The fact that the Hofu wanted him to substitute as a bride, and their mistreatment towards him, were both undeniable facts. Where could there be any misunderstanding? Right? Also, he had some of the previous owner's memories, through which he learned they had interacted a few times. During the more than half a month since returning to the Hofu, the Marquis of Pingchang and others treated the previous owner poorly, leaving him feeling let down and eager to please. Yet, during this time, Gu Yuhong showed a little kindness towards him. Having lived in the countryside all his life, the original owner only knew the people from the village and never encountered wealthy or influential individuals, let alone someone as prestigious as Prince Gu Yuhong who displayed such gentle and considerate behavior. Naturally, the previous owner grew fond of him. Therefore, in the original text, when he learned that he was going to be married to Prince Ningqing Wang, he was naturally reluctant. After entering the mansion of the king, whenever the previous owner targeted Chu Ziyu, Gu Yuhong scolded him while showing a sympathetic demeanor. Thus, the original owner continued to yearn for him deeply. Later, after the emperor's death, when Gu Qixiao became regent with full authority, the original owner tried stealing documents from Gu Qixiao's study to ensure Gu Yuhong's successful ascension to the throne. Naturally, he failed. However, Gu Qixiao did not execute him. Instead, he expelled him from the mansion, sparing his life. After being driven out of the mansion, the Marquis of Pingchang did not take him back due to embarrassment over his disgrace. In the end, the original owner was taken in by Gu Yuhong at his residence. This acted as a catalyst for the rapid acceleration of feelings between the two protagonists, contributing to his role as a tool character before he was eventually poisoned by one dose of poison from the protagonist. His body was discarded at the chaotic burial ground, ending his tragic existence as a villainous expendable character. Even until his death, the original owner believed that Gu Yuhong was the best person who had treated him after he was brought back. For this, Shui Jintang could only sigh, unexpectedly discovering that the previous owner was obsessed with love. Judging solely from the memory of the original owner received by Shui Jintang, Gu Yuhong's approaches were clearly deliberate. Taking advantage of the original owner's sadness and despair, combined with his good looks, it was effortless for him to make the original owner see him as a beacon of purity. Hence, Shui Jintang couldn't like this protagonist. Although the original owner did many wrong things in the original text, these were inseparable from the influence of those around him. Shui Jintang currently wished nothing more than to keep a great distance from the two main characters. After answering Gu Yuhong, Shui Jintang immediately turned to look at Gu Qixiao and quietly tugged at his hand. "My lord, let's go. Leaving this place of right and wrong as quickly as possible." Glancing at the youth pulling his hand, Gu Qixiao calmly replied with a "hm." Noticing the youth's eagerness to leave instantly, Gu Qixiao didn't stay any longer, directly bypassing Gu Yuhong and pulling the youth onto his own carriage. He didn't even bid farewell to Gu Yuhong. Gu Yuhong couldn't detain him if he wanted to, let alone commanding Gu Qixiao. He could only stand helplessly at the entrance watching the carriage of the royal mansion disappear in the distance. While his face still wore its usual warm smile, there was no trace of it in his eyes, which were now dark and gloomy. Strange, Shui Jintang's reaction was too strange. Could the other party have fallen in love with his uncle in just 3 days? Impossible. The disposition of his uncle wasn't something everyone could handle. He believed that Jintang should still like him. It was just some unknown reason why he was avoiding him. It seemed he would have to find another chance to test the waters again. On the carriage of the royal mansion, Gu Qixiao asked Shui Jintang. "Have you met my nephew?" Shui Jintang froze for a moment before realizing that he was referring to Gu Yuhong. Impressed by Gu Qixiao's intelligence and keen observation, he answered with a smile. "While I was still at the Hofu, Second Prince came a few times to visit Chu Ziyu, so I met him a couple of times, but we're not familiar." "Is that so?" Gu Qixiao spoke ambiguously. Before Shui Jintang could say anything further, Gu Qixiao leaned against the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. Shui Jintang was left staring at him, confused. What did he mean? Wasn't it the worst when someone stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence? But he didn't dare to ask further and instead mimicked Gu Qixiao by leaning back. And just like that, they returned to the mansion. After changing into another set of clothes in his room, Shui Jintang glanced at the sky. Considering the time spent having dinner at Hofu, lingering there for a while, and traveling back, it should now be around 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time before supper. Shui Jintang decided to find something to do. He looked at the flowers blooming in all sorts of colors in the courtyard and asked Lu Ying, who was following him. "Do you think His Highness would hold it against me if I disposed of things in my own courtyard?" Since these people were assigned by Gu Qixiao, he must have already informed them of everything they needed to know about him. They might even be sent here to spy on him on behalf of Gu Qixiao. However, Shui Jintang wasn't bothered by this fact. After all, this was Gu Qixiao's estate, and there was bound to be nothing hidden from him. Even if these maids and servants had no other task than to attend to him, there were still numerous secret guards stationed within the mansion. Secret guards in the mansion were not merely for show. Based on his experience with novels and his instincts, Shui Jintang believed that whatever he did during the day must be reported to Gu Qixiao by these secret guards. Lu Ying hesitated slightly but responded respectfully without questioning her superior's intention. "Certainly not, my lady can dispose of things as she pleases." "That's good," Shui Jintang replied with a faint smile. He then pointed toward the patch of flowers and plants. "Then start digging them up first." Chapter 16, If he wants to plant, let him. Upon hearing this, the four including Lu Ying couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. The more spirited Chuyue couldn't resist asking. "My lady, why are we digging them up? These flowers and plants look so nice." Lu Ying gave her a stern look and quickly bowed deeply. "My apologies, my lady." Chuyue spoke out of turn without thinking, it wasn't deliberate. Shui Jintang smiled gently. "It's fine, it's normal for Chuyue to have questions." Turning to the other three, he added, "Don't be too stiff either. There aren't many rules here. You can always ask any questions you may have, and I will answer if I can." Shui Jintang wasn't foolish enough to promote concepts of equality or casual familiarity in this ancient dynasty. It wouldn't benefit him in the slightest. On one hand, doing so could diminish the authority he held as the wife of the Marquis. If subordinates grew accustomed to relaxed behavior, stricter measures would later invite resentment. On the other hand, this society had rigid class distinctions, especially in the royal family. If anyone else saw servants behaving informally, the servant, not the Marquis, would be punished for disrespect, leading to fear and anxiety. Furthermore, and most importantly, Shui Jintang was an ordinary person, accidentally transported to this era. He knew he couldn't stand against a feudal system centuries old, and he certainly couldn't alter societal structures alone. Thus, he understood he needed to adapt to the local rules. Preaching equality to those in power was foolish. That said, despite not promoting such radical ideas, there was also no need for overly severe rules within his courtyard. Hearing Shui Jintang's words, the four hurriedly bowed. "Yes, my lady." Alright, let's get started. Digging up these flowers is a pity, see if they can be replanted somewhere else. Lu Ying, you seem familiar with the estate, please make the arrangements. Yes, my lady. Lu Ying immediately agreed and turned to give instructions to Qiu Yue and the others. The four dispersed and began working enthusiastically. While Shui Jintang and his team were busy, on the other side, Gu Qixiao listened attentively to the report from the secret guard, intrigued, asking. You said the Marquise instructed her staff to dig up all the flowers and plants in her courtyard. Mushin kept his head bowed and confirmed yes. Picking up a cup of tea beside him and taking a sip, Gu Qixiao continued. Did the Marquise mention what she intended to do after digging them up? Mushin paused for a moment before replying. I overheard the Marquise talking with the courtyard staff. She seemed to want to use the space for planting. Planting? Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow. What exactly does she plan to plant? Trees. Mushin found it strange too, seems like crops and fruits and vegetables. Lin Mufeng laughed heartily nearby, your Marquise is quite amusing. Giving up flowers to grow vegetables, does she think the mansion's food isn't good enough? Ha ha ha. A faint smile curved Gu Qixiao's lips as he glanced at his subordinate still waiting humbly for orders. If he wants to plant, let him. I would like to see what he can grow. That's all, you may leave. As long as the princess doesn't do anything inappropriate, let her have her way. With your permission, I shall take my leave. Mushin gave a bow and swiftly leapt away, disappearing from Shaoguan courtyard. Shui Jintang was primarily overseeing while the servants were hard at work. A group of them labored for an hour, and all the flowers and plants that had been planted were now uprooted, the soil turned over slightly. Shui Jintang looked at the sky and instructed Lu Ying and the three others. Keep an eye on things here. I need to step out for a bit. I'll return after dinner. When it gets dark, you all can rest. The remaining work will be done tomorrow. Yes, my lady. Lu Ying replied and then inquired. Will you be going alone, my lady? Shall Qiu Yue accompany you? Shui Jintang waved a hand, no need. I'm just going to check out the kitchen, there's no need for any of you to come along. Just get this place in order first. Seeing that Shui Jintang really did not want anyone to accompany her, they could only comply. After further instructions, Shui Jintang exited Qinfeng courtyard and made her way toward the mansion's kitchen. Actually, Shui Jintang wanted to prepare some food. As dinner time approached, she thought about how little Gu Qixiao ate each meal. She deliberated and decided to make something herself for him. She planned to bake a cake. Firstly, cakes were something unheard of here, which might add novelty and entice Gu Qixiao to eat more. Secondly, Shui Jintang wanted to mix in a bit of spiritual spring water while making the food. Regardless of whether it would detoxify or not, it would certainly benefit Gu Qixiao's health, and maybe it would even help. Since their marriage, Gu Qixiao had treated her quite well. Shui Jintang wished to contribute something so he could live a little longer. Currently, all she could do was ensure Gu Qixiao drank a small amount of spring water daily. However, offering it directly might seem odd, thus she intended to include some spiritual spring water while cooking for Gu Qixiao. Even if drinking it straight wouldn't happen, eating food mixed with the spring water should still yield some benefits. With this in mind, Shui Jintang walked continuously and soon reached the entrance of the kitchen. Stepping into the kitchen and observing, it was almost dinner time, and everyone inside was fully engaged in preparing for the evening meal. No one initially noticed Shui Jintang's arrival. Unconcerned, Shui Jintang scanned around the kitchen. The mansion kitchen was vast, despite many busy people, it remained orderly. Every kind of utensil and facilities were abundant. After looking around for a short while, Shui Jintang moved to an unused stove nearby. Chapter 17, Planning to make some food for the Lord. At this point, the kitchen steward, Bao Xingrong, finally noticed Shui Jintang. He hurried forward promptly. Why has the princess come here? It is warm. If there are tasks, I can follow through for you. Shui Jintang smiled lightly, just carry on with your work. There's no need for you to attend to me specifically. Bao Xingrong wiped some sweat from his forehead internally, unsure why exactly the newly wedded princess ventured into the kitchen. Whatever it was, he couldn't afford for things to go awry. But neither could he afford neglecting her completely, so he maintained a smile on his plump face. I dare ask, princess, what brought you here today? Looking at the kitchen steward's worried expression, Shui Jintang empathized with his concerns and responded amiably. I am planning to prepare some food for his lordship. Bao Xingrong blinked in surprise and quickly understood. She wanted to gain favor with his lordship. He laughed and asked again, I see. So, what kind of dish is the princess intending to make? Allow me to send a few assistants to lend a hand. Bao Xingrong knew how wives and concubines of officials often attempted to win over their husbands' affections by bringing soups or snacks during their busier moments, claiming them to be personally made by themselves. In reality, they'd merely execute a fraction of the process themselves, such as placing a chicken in a pot and stirring the broth with a spoon, leaving most of the work to their servants. They would proudly claim they'd cooked specially for their husbands. Bao Xingrong assumed Shui Jintang also wanted to adopt this approach, only to find her response entirely unexpected. No need. This is a new type of food I've thought of myself. There probably isn't anything like it in the mansion yet. I can manage on my own. This answer startled Bao Xingrong, who inwardly doubted the feasibility of concocting a completely new delicacy, especially considering the princess consort's young age, just over a decade old. She seemed more suited for being an apprentice running errands. Every chef in the big tavern started from doing odd jobs and gradually worked their way up. To become a head chef, one had to stay in the apprentice position for several years at least. By the time they ascended to the head chef position, their age would have gone up. Even if they were still young, they would be around 30. He had never seen a chef in their 20s. Let alone their princess being so young. Despite any talent, what could she achieve at this age? When it came to inventing new dishes, Bao Xingrong thought perhaps she had just slightly improved or innovated an existing food item. With this notion in mind, Bao Xingrong naturally didn't directly voice his doubts, but instead went along with her. Princess has such ingenuity, I am impressed. However, may I assign a few people to assist you? Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy. Shui Jintang continued to refuse, truly unnecessary. The method for this dish is not complicated, I can manage on my own without disturbing your rhythm. Just focus on preparing meals for His Highness the King. You see, Shui Jintang certainly didn't want anyone tagging along since she intended to add spiritual spring water to the food. Having someone watch over her shoulder would only complicate matters. That. Bao Xingrong hesitated, as the kitchen duties weren't easy, fearing something might go wrong for Shui Jintang, he dared to persuade her again. Finally seeing Shui Jintang's persistence, Bao Xingrong was out of options. This young princess was decisive and not easily swayed by a few words. Concerned that further persuasion might anger her, Bao Xingrong gave up, though still uneasy. If anything needs to be done, princess must command me, lest harm come upon you. Shui Jintang sighed in relief. Sometimes excessive attentiveness wasn't ideal. She smiled in agreement. Don't worry. If I need help, I will surely let you know, but not now. Mr. Bao, continue with your work beforehand. Bao Xingrong could do nothing but withdraw for the moment. Seeing that finally no one would disturb her, Shui Jintang started working. There were various types of cakes. Due to the constraints of available ingredients, this time she planned to make a chiffon cake. She wasn't certain if she'd succeed, but she'd give it a try. The ingredients needed for a chiffon cake were relatively simple, mainly eggs, vegetable oil, low-gluten flour, and water and sugar. Corn oil was the best choice, but despite corn being introduced in Dacian dynasty, it probably hadn't been long enough, plus with crude pressing technology and tools, corn oil hadn't appeared yet. However, fortunately, other oils also worked. Shui Jintang looked through the available oils and chose soybean oil. Even soybean oil was quite rare in this era. Commonly used plant oils here were rapeseed oil and sesame oil. But these two oils would leave too strong a taste when making cakes. Fortunately, being the royal residence meant that various materials were rather comprehensive. There were several types of oil allowing Shui Jintang to choose more appropriate ones. Low-gluten flour wasn't available here either, but it could be manually prepared. Shui Jintang put some regular flour into a steamer. After steaming it, letting it cool down, and grinding it finely, it became low-gluten flour. Having prepared the materials, Shui Jintang began to attempt making the cake. In a bowl, she cracked 3 eggs, separating the yolks from the whites. The bowls were wiped clean to ensure no water or oil, which otherwise might interfere with the process. Then, she added water and milk mixed with oil to the egg yolk, stirring until thoroughly combined. Subsequently, Shui Jintang poured the homemade low-gluten flour into the mixture, stirring continuously until reaching a smooth texture without lumps. Next was whipping the egg whites, where sugar should be added in 3 stages, first during the beginning, then when bubbles formed, and again once fine bubbles appeared. This was the most challenging step, especially since there were no egg beaters in this era. It all depended on hand whisking. But if she wanted to eat cake, this step was indispensable. Resigning herself, Shui Jintang took up chopsticks to whisk the eggs. Meanwhile, others in the kitchen kept looking over at Shui Jintang while busy themselves, feeling curious yet afraid to ask, thus whispering among themselves. Bao Xingrong gathered a few chefs together, secretly observing the princess's side while conversing quietly. What's in the princess's bowl? Why is she constantly stirring with chopsticks? This has gone on for nearly half an hour, hasn't it? I noticed too, looks like it's egg white in the bowl. But we don't know what she's trying to accomplish. It can't be steamed eggs, right? That doesn't look like it. Who separates egg yolks from whites when making steamed eggs? And she's been stirring non-stop, who knows how it'll turn out. Whatever, the princess's affairs aren't our business. Best not to inquire and just focus on our assigned tasks. That's true, but didn't the consort say she was going to create a new dish of her own invention? Could this be what she's been stirring with chopsticks for so long? I don't think it'll turn out well. Shou, lower your voice, don't let the consort hear. Hey, she stopped. I wonder what the consort is about to do next. Chapter 18, A New Use for Secret Guards. Shui Jintang shook her wrist which had become sore from all the whisking and sighed at the bowl of egg whites in front of her. This is too hard epsilon. #. Though some foam had started to form now, it was still far from reaching her ideal state. Apparently, she had overestimated herself. She thought that if she just kept stirring faster, it wouldn't be hard to reach the desired level. At this pace, it would probably take another hour of stirring approximately. Shui Jintang looked at the bowl unhappily. No way, how long would it take relying on herself alone with breaks in between? By the time the whisking was done, dinner would be over already. Someone else must be called for help after all. Luckily, she had already managed to add her spiritual spring water into the mixture, calling someone over wouldn't matter now. She looked around. Upon noticing this, Bao Shenrong quickly approached. Is the consort looking for someone? Shui Jintang originally wanted to ask him to call for an assistant but reconsidered and walked to the kitchen door, tentatively calling towards the direction of the big tree in front. Mount Mu. Qingming. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before Shui Jintang's eyes blurred, two black shadows had already appeared. Mount Mu and Qingming both kneeled down before her with one knee. Both clasped their fists. We are here, my lady consort, how may we assist you? Shui Jintang once again marveled inside, having light kung fu skills sure was great. Then she smiled warmly and said. I want to prepare a new delicacy for His Excellency. However, there's one difficult step in the process, could one of you help me? Mount Mu and Qingming glanced at each other in confusion. Mount Mu asked, puzzled. My lady, neither of us knows cooking. Shouldn't I summon Luling or Nanshan instead? Shui Jintang explained to them, knowing how to cook isn't necessary, all I need is someone to whisk these egg whites. Anyone can do it. Whisk egg whites? They were even more confused. What's difficult about whisking egg whites? Although they weren't skilled cooks, they did know the basics of steamed eggs. Simply mix egg liquid with water, add oil and salt, and then put it on the pot to steam. Isn't it really simple? Upon hearing Shui Jintang mention whisking egg whites, the duo could only assume she intended to make steamed eggs. But Shui Jintang quickly continued her explanation. What I'm making isn't a steamed egg dish. It's a new kind of food called cake, and I need to whip the egg whites until stiff peaks form. She then described the state she aimed to achieve. Do you understand now? Doing it by myself takes too much time. You both have high martial arts abilities and internal strength, right? Your efficiency should be much higher. Therefore. Shui Jintang grinned as she gazed at them. Who will help me whip the egg whites? The idea of secret guards helping people to whisk eggs felt very awkward, something completely unforeseen by the two men who could not refuse. Mount Mu and Qingming exchanged looks. Qingming stepped back and clasped his fists as he spoke. My lady, Mount Mu has slightly better cooking skills than me. Let him handle it. Mount Mu's eyes widened slightly when he wanted to object, but Shui Jintang had already spoken. Alright, then Mount Mu, you'll help. Qingming, you may go back. Mount Mu, follow me. What could Mount Mu do? He could only accept. Yes, my lady. As he followed behind Shui Jintang towards the kitchen stove, he glared at Qingming. This guy usually remains aloof and speaks little, merely executing orders. I thought he'd have taken the task. Never would I have guessed. Mount Mu inwardly grumbled in frustration at being tricked by him. Humph, who knew you'd be like this, Qingming? While grumbling silently in his heart, he followed Shui Jintang to the stove she had been using. After taking the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Shui Jintang, Mount Mu quickly and forcefully began to whip the egg whites. A dark guard's strength was certainly no match for Shui Jintang's. After whipping furiously for 3/4 of an hour, the egg whites had reached the desired texture. With delight, Shui Jintang took back the bowl and proceeded to the next step. Indeed, getting the secret guard to help increased the efficiency greatly. If she had done it herself, it would have taken twice the time. How clever of me. Mount Mu's expressionless face belied his hand dangling down, shaking slightly. Even though he possessed internal strength, doing the same action repeatedly for a long time was tiring. He reflected with complex feelings. As an elite dark guard, he was probably the first one ever to be tasked with such a peculiar assignment by the consort. Whipping eggs, never had he imagined that he'd ever be doing something like this. No one else would ever let the secret guards do these things. The prince's consort sure was unconventional. Chapter 19, Is This Cake? Mount Mu had no idea what the lady consort was thinking as Shui Jintang mixed the beaten egg whites with the yolk batter and stirred them together evenly. She then fetched a larger deep-mouthed bowl, lining the bottom with a layer of parchment paper to prevent sticking. The combined batter was poured in, smoothed out on top, and tapped a few times to release bubbles. Since there was no plastic wrap available, Shui Jintang covered it with a clean and thin piece of gauze before placing it into a pot that had already been brought to a boil over high heat. She closed the lid and began steaming. All right. Shui Jintang clapped her hands together. Now we just wait. Bao Shenrong and several chefs had observed this entire process, and now someone couldn't help but ask. Your Highness, is this thing you're steaming really going to be the cake you mentioned? Could a heap of pale yellow batter, simply placed in a pot and steamed, become the delicacy that the consort described? It was hard to believe. Shui Jintang hadn't made cakes many times in modern times either, although she did have some experience. However, things were different here compared to the present day. There was no oven or electric mixer, only a wood-burning stove. Thus, Shui Jintang couldn't be entirely sure if the cake would come out successfully. However, it shouldn't be too much of an issue, she could always fail and try again. As long as it wasn't burnt and managed to cook through, it should still be edible. Cough cough. If it's successful, yes, this is it. I've only tried this a few times since figuring it out, so we'll know the result soon. Hearing Shui Jintang say this, Bao Xingrong and the chefs glanced at each other, all thinking that Shui Jintang must just be playing around randomly. It was impossible for that lump of batter to turn into a delicious treat. Shui Jintang could more or less guess what Bao Xingrong and others were thinking, but she wasn't angry. Their doubts made sense. After suddenly running into the kitchen and announcing she was making a new dish, how could they trust a random mass of batter to turn into something marvelous? In the mansion of a prince, the chefs knew far more techniques than ordinary cooks, so their skepticism seemed natural. No matter, it would all become clear once the results were out. Being the first time using a wood-burning stove to make a cake, Shui Jintang couldn't precisely judge the timing. After waiting for about 3/4 of an hour, estimating that it should be close to done, Shui Jintang had the fire put out. Refusing Bao Xingrong's enthusiastic offer to help bring it out, Shui Jintang said. Wait a moment, it needs to sit a bit longer, probably, about the length of time it takes for one stick of incense to burn. Based on Shui Jintang's experience, it needed to rest for 5 to 10 minutes more. How did 5 minutes translate in ancient terms? Probably the time of one burning incense stick. None of them expected that preparing the food conjured up by the lady consort could be so complex, yet they could do nothing but obediently wait further. Mushin had also stayed the whole time. He was curious about the food he had painstakingly whipped up the egg whites for, and since Shui Jintang hadn't asked him to leave, he stood behind her and waited with everyone else. Sniffing a bit, his keen sense of smell caught the faint sweet fragrance spreading in the air, sparking some interest in the kind of food the lady consort had made. By the aroma alone, it didn't seem bad. 5 minutes passed quickly, and when the time was up, Shui Jintang refused assistance from Bao Xingrong, picking it up herself, and gave the steamer basket a couple of shakes on the stove. She then inverted it onto a clean large porcelain plate to avoid shrinking or collapsing. Waiting for a while, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shui Jintang unveiled the steamer. Instantly, a fragrant sweet scent filled the air with moisture, and curiosity-stricken looks flashed across several faces. All eyes involuntarily turned toward the source of the fragrance. What they saw was a round, light yellow food with numerous small holes on its surface. Shui Jintang examined it, a smile creeping onto her face as relief washed over her. Luckily, it hadn't collapsed, and it didn't look dry. This attempt was somewhat successful. Lady, is this the cake? Hearing Bao Xingrong's voice, Shui Jintang raised her eyes and saw everyone eagerly eyeing the cake on the porcelain plate, their curiosity completely unhidden. She couldn't help but laugh. That's right, this is the cake. Saying this, she asked Bao Xingrong to find her a clean knife. She cut the cake in half, dividing one half into 6 smaller pieces and handed one piece to each of the 4 individuals. Try it, and see how it tastes. Chapter 20, Shall His Highness taste it? Although everyone was eager to taste it, they all knew it was meant for the prince and dared not express such a wish aloud. Seeing this, their faces showed traces of delight as they cautiously picked up a piece of the pale yellow cake. Bao Xingrong and 2 chefs examined the thing called cake, finding it very soft to the touch and unlike any pastry they had seen before. Glancing at each other, they all took a bite of their own piece. Upon tasting it, their eyes lit up with unmistakable surprise. It was soft yet slightly chewy, light yet delicate, sweet upon entry with a velvety texture that differed from every other dessert they had ever eaten, yet it tasted delicious. Mushin's eyes also brightened, taking another bite without restraint. Fortunately, he had helped the consort whip the egg whites. Unfortunately, Qingming wouldn't get to try this. Shui Jintang lightly pinched the cake in her hand, her lips curving into a small smile. Not bad, it had elasticity. She took a bite, musing. Although it wasn't as good as the cakes she had bought from the bakery in her modern life, it was still decent and fluffy. Given the conditions here, Shui Jintang was relatively satisfied with how it turned out. The pieces of cake everyone had received were small, quickly consumed even with small bites, leaving them wanting more. Although unsatisfied, they knew the cake was made for Prince Gu Qixiao, and they shouldn't dare ask for more. However, the doubts and distrust they initially held toward Shui Jintang were now completely erased. Who would have thought that this young princess consort, not yet of age, could actually create a new delicacy, and one that tasted so good? Its airy texture meant even toddlers or elderly people with poor dentures could enjoy it, without worrying about hard pastries being indigestible. The 2 chefs developed an immense interest in the cake, gaining a newfound respect for Shui Jintang, who had crafted such an incredible food item. As a consort, she possessed a rare talent for baking, truly impressing them all. Half of the cake still remained on the clean porcelain plate. Shui Jintang picked it up and looked at Bao Xingrong. Shouldn't dinner be ready by now? We can bring this out together with my cake. Bao Xingrong immediately replied, Yes, yes, your highness, rest assured. We'll take care of it right away. Shui Jintang nodded. All right. Then I'll head out first to deliver the cake to the prince. Mushin followed behind Shui Jintang as they both exited the kitchen. Bao Xingrong nodded repeatedly, watching her leave, and promptly waved for everyone to hurry with the dishes. They had been so focused on the consort's cake making that they almost forgot about dinner preparation. When Shui Jintang entered the dining hall, Prince Gu Qixiao was already seated inside. Seeing her approach, he asked with interest. I heard you went into the kitchen earlier. Shui Jintang confirmed it with a nod. What did you make that's worth seeing? Let me have a look. Shui Jintang moved the porcelain plate closer. Here, Your Highness. This is something I've personally devised, a new dish called cake. In the future, if she decided to make other foods unavailable here, this explanation seemed appropriate to avoid trouble later on. It certainly beat saying she learned this skill from another world. Cake. Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze finally settling on the plate in the young consort's hands, observing the pale yellow lump of what looked like an airy food. Yes. Gu Qixiao smirked faintly. Looks interesting enough, but I wonder how it tastes. Shui Jintang handed him a small silver spoon. Would Your Highness like to try? Gu Qixiao chuckled softly as he accepted it. Taking a small spoonful of cake into his mouth, after chewing it a few times, a flicker of surprise passed over his face. Not bad. Chapter 21, Perhaps we should try again. Unable to resist, Gu Qixiao took a few more bites. Shui Jintang blinked, looking at him. Does His Highness like it? What do you think? Swallowing the cake in his mouth, Gu Qixiao spared a glance at the eager face before him, maintaining a calm expression. Not bad. Hearing this, Mushin thought inwardly. It seems the prince quite likes the cake made by the consort. Based on his understanding of their prince, even a simple, not bad, was high praise. If he didn't like it, he would have put it down after just one bite and criticized it harshly without reserve. Let alone eating multiple bites as he had done. But Shui Jintang didn't know this. Seeing Gu Qixiao eat slowly with the same unchanging expression, she couldn't tell whether he truly liked it or not. Disappointed momentarily, she reasoned that maybe he simply disliked sweets and regained composure soon after. After all, her goal wasn't to show off her cooking skills before him, rather, it was to use this method to get Gu Qixiao to drink more spirit spring water for his health. So she smiled and said. If Your Highness likes it, please help yourself to more, if not, it's no big deal. I enjoy experimenting with food quite a bit, so next time I can try making something else for you to taste. Shui Jintang wasn't lying in her words. He had always been very interested in fine cuisine. In his past life, whenever he had some free time, he often tried to cook along with online gourmet videos. During school days, they mostly ate in the cafeteria, and after graduation, in order to save money, he usually bought groceries from the market and cooked at home. As a result, his cooking skills were pretty decent. After hearing this, Gu Qixiao looked at him strangely and furrowed his brows. Why have you suddenly started messing around with food? Is the food in the mansion not to your liking? Shui Jintang quickly replied, of course not. The chefs in the mansion certainly cook well, it's just that I genuinely like exploring foods. Your Highness, consider this as one of my small hobbies. Being a prince, the chefs in Gu Qixiao's mansion were among the best in Dagon dynasty, representing the pinnacle of culinary skills. Any individual in this place wouldn't find any fault in the food prepared by the mansion. But Shui Jintang came from the modern era, where he had experienced a food culture developed over thousands of years. Moreover, the diet culture in this strange dynasty was indeed developing rather slowly and still had a long way to go. Having seen all the exquisite modern dishes, he naturally wouldn't be impressed by the food served in the mansion. After these few days of breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the mansion, Shui Jintang had already noticed many delicacies absent here. And since he himself was extremely fond of fine cuisine, he could easily be considered a foodie, this naturally left him yearning. It was simply impossible for him to do nothing. Even though due to backward production techniques in this era, certain cuisines might not be feasible, there would still be plenty of other delicious options available. Since he was already dead in the modern world and couldn't return, he would most likely have to live here for the rest of his life. He certainly couldn't neglect treating his own stomach. Considering he would at least spend 5 years in the mansion, Shui Jintang reckoned he wouldn't hesitate much about cooking more often and using this time to make several more dishes that he liked but were absent here. Simultaneously, he wanted to express gratitude to Gu Qixiao for providing shelter through these delicacies. After all, if he hadn't married into the Wang's family and stayed in Ho's mansion instead, the people there disliked him and he would have had to constantly beware of the protagonist scheming against him. It definitely wouldn't have been as comfortable as now. Besides, without power or influence in Ho's mansion, leaving it completely would probably have been quite difficult. With this comparison, fortunately, he had chosen to marry Gu Qixiao, and Gu Qixiao was indeed treating him very well. The prince held high status and immense wealth, and lacked nothing. Apart from giving him more spirit spring water, hoping it would help alleviate his poison, there was really nothing left for Shui Jintang except to personally prepare food for him. At this point, the meals were served, causing the two to temporarily halt their conversation and focus on eating. Gu Qixiao continued eating little as usual and soon put down his chopsticks. His gaze fell upon the cake placed beside him earlier, and he couldn't resist picking it up again. Still nibbling piece by piece, before he knew it, he ended up finishing the entire plate of cake. The servants nearby noticed their lord finally eating more, and couldn't help revealing joyous expressions. They looked gratefully at Shou Jintang, thinking that only the princess consort could get through to him. Gu Qixiao stared at the now empty plate, feeling slightly surprised. Normally, he didn't really care for sweet things, and although this cake wasn't too sugary, he had consumed a lot of it. He wasn't uninterested in eating his daily meals, he simply had no appetite and felt uncomfortable if he ate too much, leading to nausea. Yet, after finishing the entire cake made by his princess consort, he didn't experience any adverse reactions and even felt a sense of fullness and comfort in his stomach. Could it be because he was tasting this food for the first time, making it seem more novel, coupled with its soft and easy-to-digest properties? Or perhaps his condition was better today? Gu Qixiao's eyes moved peculiarly toward Shou Jintang before looking away again. His princess consort appeared gentle and had a mild disposition. So far, she seemed to have no ill intentions toward him. So, let's see. Does everything she makes have this effect? Or am I overthinking it, mistaking this novelty for actual effectiveness because I happen to feel good today, and she just happened to bring this dish? Suddenly, Gu Qixiao smiled faintly again. Why bother thinking too much? As long as it isn't malicious, watching what she comes up with is actually quite entertaining. Unaware of how perceptive Gu Qixiao was, Shou Jintang noticed his consumption of the entire piece of cake and couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy and pride. It seems his cooking skills are pretty decent after all, he actually finished everything. His expression was rather indifferent when I asked him earlier, looks like he's quite the aloof type. The spiritual spring water also made its way into his system through this cake, but I wonder if it'll have any effect. Can't really tell for now. After thinking it over, Shou Jintang decided not to rush. Maybe the effects won't be immediate. He would start cooking more often from tomorrow on and let Gu Qixiao eat regularly for some time to see if his condition improves. If it does, that means it works. With that thought settled, he didn't dwell on it anymore and happily returned to his own courtyard after finishing dinner. By now, the flower and grass-filled land in the courtyard had been cleared out. As Lu Ying came to report, Shou Jintang looked at the fertile land before him, stroked his chin, and thought for a while. What should I plant? Let's start with sweet potatoes and lettuce. Lettuce was what Shou Jintang referred to as white mustard greens here. He marked an area for Lu Ying and others to first plant sweet potatoes and lettuce, then pointed at the remaining land. Let's leave these for now, I'll think about what else to plant. Half of the land would be used for sweet potatoes and lettuce, while the other half Shou Jintang intended for tomatoes, potatoes or peppers, right now being the perfect time to plant those crops. However, the current Dogwan dynasty hasn't discovered these items yet, so directly taking out the seeds wouldn't work. The night markets and foreign trade were still operational in this era, not having reached the point of isolationist policies yet. Shou Jintang thought for a moment and decided to take some time to wander around. At the stalls of the Hu people, he could buy some things and then casually take out the seeds upon returning, claiming they were bought from the Hu merchant stalls. Planting these in the mansion would make it easier for him to enjoy them later, after all, retrieving from his storage space was cumbersome and not very convenient. Chapter 22, The Kind-Hearted Consort. The next day after breakfast, Shou Jintang continued to busy himself on the plot of land in the courtyard. As it approached noon, he again entered the kitchen just like yesterday. He decided to prepare 2 dishes daily for Gu Qixiao from now on, this way, he could use more spiritual spring water every day, speeding up the recovery process so he could observe the results faster. Why not 3 meals a day? Because he's lazy and doesn't want to wake up too early in the morning. Seeing Shou Jintang enter the kitchen, Bao Xingrong, who was quite perceptive this time, immediately noticed. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly greeted with a broad smile on his chubby face. Your Excellency, you've come again to prepare food for His Highness. His attitude was even warmer and more sincere than yesterday. Shou Jintang had anticipated this situation, not surprised at all, merely nodding with a smile. Yes, I'm making something small. For normal meals, you all still need to prepare them. Bao Xingrong hastily responded. That is only natural. It's already commendable that Your Excellency takes the initiative to cook for His Highness. Of course, we couldn't possibly expect you to prepare all the dishes. After saying this, Bao Xingrong looked up at Shou Jintang with an anticipatory gaze and asked. Your Excellency, will you be making the same cake as yesterday? After Shou Jintang left the kitchen yesterday, each person enjoyed a small piece of cake, savoring it for quite a while. They had never tasted anything as soft, sweet, fragrant, slightly milky, and eggy as the cake. Just that one little piece wasn't enough, leaving them hungrier than ever. The chefs were particularly passionate about such novel foods they had never seen or tasted but found incredibly delicious. If it were someone else making it, they would have tried every possible way to learn. But since Shou Jintang was their princess consort and master, even though she hadn't excluded anyone during preparation yesterday, they still didn't dare to attempt it themselves. Therefore, they could only hope Shou Jintang would make it a few more times, giving them another chance to taste a couple more pieces. Also, because initially they hadn't expected her to create something truly exquisite, this time they wanted to watch more carefully. Even if they couldn't make it themselves, getting a clearer understanding of how to make this entirely new delicacy would bring great satisfaction to any chef. Unfortunately, Xue Jintang's response didn't meet their expectations. Too much cake isn't good either. Let's do it another day. Today, I'll try making something different. Although disappointed, hearing that Xue Jintang might make it another day, everyone perked up and focused their attention on today's food. Bao Xinrong asked expectantly. Princess Consort, may I ask what you're planning to make today? After last night's experience, no one underestimated her culinary ability anymore, thus all were quite curious. After all, last night's cake was already a very delicious new food. Did the Princess Consort also figure out several other new delicacies? New cuisines aren't that easy to create, and as chefs, they were fully aware of that. Xue Jintang revealed a smile at the corner of her lips. Today, I'll make a double-layer milk pudding. Do we have milk in the mansion? Double-layer milk pudding. Another dish none of them had heard of. Bao Xinrong's eyes brightened slightly. He hurriedly responded, yes, fresh milk just delivered this morning, let me have someone bring it over. Xue Jintang continued to ask, do we have red beans? I also need a few cooked red beans. The double-layer milk pudding tastes better with a little garnish, making it herself would take too much time, which is why Xue Jintang asked. There are some. Today's meal has a red bean porridge, so quite a bit of red beans are prepared. Bao Xinrong looked earnestly at Xue Jintang. Princess Consort, do you need anything else? Xue Jintang shook her head. The rest only requires eggs and sugar. These basic ingredients can be easily prepared, I can handle it myself. Bao Xinrong nodded. Alright, princess, I'll have someone deliver the things over. Bao Xinrong was very efficient, the things Xue Jintang needed were soon delivered. She stood by yesterday's stove once more and began making the double-layer milk pudding. Making double-layer milk pudding is relatively simple. Boil the milk, pour it into a bowl, skim off the foam on top, then cool and chill until a layer of milk skin forms on the surface. Once the milk skin formed successfully, Xue Jintang gently moved the milk skin aside, pouring the milk from the side out of the bowl. She didn't pour it all out, some must remain at the bottom of the bowl for the milk skin to float up later. Prepare another clean bowl separately, crack a few eggs into it, separate the egg whites from the yolks, beat the egg whites evenly, then add white sugar and a few drops of lemon juice inside. Dogon Dynasty does indeed have lemons, though they're called limensy here. After adding these two items, continue stirring evenly, then pour the previously drained milk into it, filtering it multiple times. Since modern strainers weren't available here, fortunately, there was very light gauze, which worked well for filtering purposes. After filtering, it's poured back through the small opening at the edge of the milk skin into the first bowl again without going too fast, after which the first layer of milk skin will float on the surface. Finally, cover with gauze, place in a steamer pot once the water boils, steam for 15 to 20 minutes. After steaming, Xue Jintang took out the double-layer milk pudding and said to Bao Xinrong and others. Actually, you could eat it like this. However, chilling it for an hour or two will enhance both its taste and texture. You've seen how I made it earlier, so you can prepare more portions later. Put some in the ice cellar to chill, serve some warm now for tasting. You can also add some garnishes on top such as red beans, nut pieces, fruits, and so forth, it will taste even better. Hearing this, the group paused for a moment, exchanging glances, all feeling somewhat shocked. Bao Xinrong cautiously asked. Princess Consort, you mean that we can also make this double-layer milk pudding? Xue Jintang looked at their expressions and suddenly remembered how important their culinary skills were in this era. Anything they knew were their means of livelihood. Learning new recipes usually involved paying a price, no one would give them away freely. But Xue Jintang didn't mind too much now, she was primarily making these for Gu Qixiao. If she forbade them from learning, any time they wanted to eat these dishes again in the future, it would all depend on her, which she didn't want to become a personal chef for. Thus, she smiled and spoke. Of course. Since I didn't avoid you while making it, all of you can learn it. The same goes for yesterday's cake, you can all include these recipes in the daily meals later, saving me the trouble of doing everything myself. Upon hearing this, everyone became extremely delighted, they certainly wanted to learn, but they never dared to ask. Never did they expect the Princess Consort to be so generous, not minding at all if they learned from her. Truly wonderful. Their Princess Consort is truly so kind-hearted. Chapter 23, Will you cook tomorrow again? Seeing Xue Jintang so approachable, a cook surnamed Li couldn't help but ask. Princess, could you make yesterday's cake again? We didn't get a clear look at it yesterday. While speaking, that person seemed to feel their request was a bit excessive and blushed in shame, lowering their head. Although others didn't speak up, they all had similar thoughts in mind. Thinking about it, it was all their fault. Who expected her to play around and make nothing appetizing? That's why they didn't pay attention at first to what she did. Only in the latter part when Xue Jintang asked Mu Shan to whip the egg whites did it spark their curiosity, prompting them to focus on her cooking. As a result, they failed to learn the entire process. Now that Xue Jintang said they could also make it, this came as a pleasant surprise to them, prompting their immediate inquiry and excitement. They all felt a bit embarrassed for asking so directly. Fortunately, Xue Jintang didn't hold it against them and simply said. Then next time I'll find some time to make it again. Not today. The group immediately agreed. Yes, thank you, princess. Thus, without further delay, they got down to making the double-layer milk pudding as per Shui Jintang's instructions. Soon enough, over 10 servings were placed in the ice cellar. Shui Jintang pointed at the few warm servings left behind. You can all try them now. Later, you can compare to see which is better, hot or cold. Although refrigerating it makes it more authentic, the warm version can be eaten too. The preference depends on personal taste. Shui Jintang herself sampled a warm serving first, having not eaten double-layer milk pudding for quite a while, she couldn't help but reminisce. Later in the evening, she would enjoy a chilled serving. Hee hee. She placed the portion intended for Gu Qixiao in the ice cellar to chill for a while. However, since she worried Gu Qixiao might not tolerate excessive coldness, she only chilled it for about half an hour. Though Bao Xingrong and others were curious about the food she prepared, they absolutely did not dare to peek unless Shui Jintang permitted it. Therefore, as long as Shui Jintang was careful, adding the spiritual spring water wasn't difficult. Gu Qixiao seemed quite trusting of her. Unlike what she read in novels or watched in TV dramas where emperors or high-ranking officials required someone to taste-test food for poison before they ate, no such incident occurred with him. Yesterday, when she sent the cake, no one even bothered to use a silver needle to test for poison, it was eaten straight away. After giving instructions, Shui Jintang carried a bowl of double-layer milk pudding to the dining hall, just like she did yesterday. Gu Qixiao looked at the food with its milky white color and sprinkled red beans, raising an eyebrow and recalling yesterday's cake, he became interested. Did you make this too? What's it called? Shui Jintang also sat by the table, preparing for lunch. Hearing his question, her lips curved into a gentle smile. Yes, it's called double-layer milk pudding, it's a kind of dessert, very delicious. Would you like to give it a try, Your Highness? Double-layer milk pudding. That's an interesting name. Why call it that? Gu Qixiao used a spoon to gently touch the surface of the double-layer milk pudding, sensing its smooth texture, then scooped up a bite and savored it. A small dimple appeared at the corner of Shui Jintang's mouth as she smiled and explained. Because it has 2 layers of skin. She went on to explain the process of making the double-layer milk pudding to Gu Qixiao. After being chilled for a while, the double-layer milk pudding tasted slightly cool upon entering the mouth, with the top layer's milk skin slightly wrinkled but chewy and rich in flavor, while the lower layer offered a sweet and silky milk experience. With one bite, the whole mouth was filled with intense dairy aroma, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. Shui Jintang looked at him expectantly, her amber eyes shining brightly. How does it taste? Compared to yesterday's cake, how does it measure up? Gu Qixiao took another scoop and nodded slightly. Not bad, not as sweet as yesterday, the dairy flavor is strong, paired with red beans for a richer texture. Receiving praise for her efforts, Shui Jintang's eyes sparkled with happiness, looking quite delighted. I'm glad you like it, Your Highness. I feared you wouldn't fancy sweets much, so I specifically added less sugar. In fact, there are other ingredients I could have included, but since it was your first time eating it, I didn't add too much. Listening to the boys' cheerful chatter, Gu Qixiao's stern demeanor relaxed somewhat, slowly finishing a bowl of double-layer milk pudding. Yesterday's cake was completely eaten, and today's double-layer milk pudding met the same fate. Looking at the empty bowl, Gu Qixiao fell into deep thought. Why could he finish everything made by the boy? He still couldn't eat much daily meals. There was no discomfort after yesterday's consumption, nor any discomfort after eating the double-layer milk pudding now. Glancing at the person happily eating beside him, Gu Qixiao's eyes grew deeper. Will you cook tomorrow? Chewing happily on the meal, Shui Jintang looked up, swallowing the food in her mouth before replying with a smile. Do you like it, Your Highness? Of course, I'll continue. It's actually pretty interesting to experiment with new foods. Gu Qixiao nodded slightly. Currently, the food made by the boy has done no harm to him. If he continues eating it for a period and feels the same way as these past 2 days, it would prove that indeed the food prepared by the boy is beneficial to him. Regardless of anything else, his stomach will certainly feel more comfortable. As for why the boy's food benefits him, as long as the boy doesn't have ill intentions, Gu Qixiao didn't want to delve too deeply. After eating like this for a few days, Gu Qixiao was finally able to confirm that the food made by Shui Jintang indeed benefited him. With a slight curve of his lips, Gu Qixiao leaned back comfortably in his chair. Things were going well, these days, his appetite had improved somewhat, and the boy was indeed interesting. On this day, after finishing the meal, Shui Jintang looked at Gu Qixiao with an inquiring expression. Your Highness, I want to go out for a stroll. Staying in the estate all the time feels quite stifling. Gu Qixiao glanced at him. When you go out, remember to take servants and people like Mu Shan along. It's not as safe outside as it is in the estate, so you must always be on guard to avoid danger. Also. He paused momentarily, his dark eyes gazing intently at the handsome young man. You can do whatever you want freely. If you wish to leave the estate, there's no need to seek my approval, just remember to bring people along. Without realizing when it started, Gu Qixiao's self-reference in front of Shui Jintang gradually shifted from this Wang to I. Neither of them seemed to have noticed, and their relationship continued as usual. Just a little more casual. Shui Jintang's eyes curved into crescents like the moon, speaking more familiarly. Thank you, Your Highness. But it's just my habit to report before going out, which puts both sides more at ease. Gu Qixiao gave a faint smile, do as you please. After enjoying breakfast happily, Shui Jintang thought it would be better to go out today instead of choosing another day. Calling Flowing Fire and a few others, with Mu Shan and Qin Ming secretly following in the background, Shui Jintang tidied himself up, changing into a relatively plain outfit with fewer patterns before heading out. As the prince consort, he certainly didn't lack clothes to wear. However, many garments were elaborately crafted with complex designs, covered in numerous patterns, immediately revealing the wearer's high status upon sight. But this trip out was mainly for Shui Jintang to legitimately reveal seeds of tomatoes and a few other items, so he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. After picking for a while, he still chose a simpler and lighter-colored outfit from a pile of beautiful dresses. The prince's estate was vast, and the street where it sat was rather quiet. Once out of this street, the hustle and bustle instantly greeted him. Listening to the various hawking voices ahead, Shui Jintang's face revealed a trace of sentiment. This lively scene almost made him think he had returned to the modern shopping mall. Though it definitely couldn't compare with the bustling nature of a mall, this ancient, bustling atmosphere filled Shui Jintang with a touch of pleasure, making his heart feel lighter. Indeed, one should often come out for a walk. Always staying inside the estate, even without unpleasant things happening, over time could negatively affect one's mental state. Chapter 24, Shopping on the Street. The streets were lined with various shops, inn, pawn shop, tavern, floating palace, tea house, bookstore, all kinds were available. Based on the memory of his former self and the information learned from Flowing Fire and others, Shui Jintang went westward towards the West Market. The commercial streets in the capital were mainly distributed between the East Market and the West Market. Near the East Market, the majority of residents were nobles and officials, like the Imperial Academy located near the East Market. Thus, the goods sold in the East Market mainly consisted of rare treasures. To summarize, they were very expensive. In contrast, most people living around the West Market were commoners. Various daily necessities such as food, clothing, shelter, and transportation could all be purchased at the West Market. Moreover, merchants from other small countries and the western regions also gathered at the West Market, generally referred to as Hu merchants. Shui Jintang wanted to properly release the seed stored in his space, so he needed to approach the Hu merchants at the West Market. However, he did not rush directly to the Hu merchants, otherwise, it would seem too obvious. Shui Jintang planned to first wander through the West Market for a while, gradually heading towards the area concentrated with Hu merchants. Therefore, his pace was not fast. Flowing Fire, Nan Xing, and 4 others followed slowly behind him. Since they were all boys around 15 or 16 years old and usually lacked opportunities to leave the prince's estate frequently, this trip excited them all. Despite trying hard to maintain a calm demeanor, the slight sparkle in their eyes betrayed their mood. Additionally, having served beside Shui Jintang for some time, they knew he was easygoing and good-tempered, not the type of master who was difficult to serve. So while focusing on protecting Shui Jintang closely, they also spared a bit of attention to admire the lively street market. Seeing their expressions and actions, Shui Jintang couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, revealing a warm smile as he addressed them. Don't be too restrained. We're just here to play today. I'm simply strolling casually. If any of you see something you'd like to buy, feel free to go and purchase it. Just catch up quickly afterward. Shui Jintang came here after finishing breakfast, avoiding the mealtime rush. Still, given that this was the capital, its prosperity and population density far surpassed that of other townships elsewhere. At this point, the street was still bustling with people coming and going. It would be easy to get separated if they weren't careful. These people were all younger than him, so Shui Jintang couldn't help but give them a few extra reminders. Thank you, Your Highness. Qiuyue was the youngest and the most lively, instantly thanking him joyfully after hearing his words. The other 3 also quickly thanked him, barely containing their excitement as they started looking around at the street sides. Seeing this, Shui Jintang gave a faint smile, then continued strolling forward leisurely without saying anything more. The deeper they went, the more crowded it became, and the sounds grew louder. The cries of vendors, the laughter of children playing, the chatter of passers-by, even up ahead there was someone performing acrobatics surrounded by a group of onlookers clapping and cheering. All these sounds blended together, and from all directions came various food aromas, collectively forming a strong sense of earthly life. This area that Shui Jintang was walking through had many food stalls, and all sorts of hawking voices reached his ears. Who wants buns? Big and fragrant meat buns. Wontons, thin skin, big filling. Candy skewers, tart and sweet candy skewers. Fresh out of the oven hot cakes for only 8 coins. Don't miss out as you walk past. There were also stalls selling various snacks, making Shui Jintang's eyes dazzle. Wasn't this just like the modern-day snack street? Most people share one commonality: when they browse a food street, regardless of whether they're hungry or not, they always end up buying some food to eat. Shui Jintang was no exception now. Even though he hadn't finished breakfast too long ago, watching the variety of food on the street and smelling its intense aroma made him be a portion of grilled meat to slowly enjoy in his hand. Although ancient barbecue didn't have as much variety as in modern times, it was still thoughtfully prepared, tasting quite excellent. For instance, the piece of grilled meat in Shou Jintang's hand, roasted until it sizzled with oil, with fat and lean meat well blended. One bite brought crispy exterior yet tender interior. It was clear that the maker had quite remarkable skills. No wonder the grilled meat stall was so popular. Shou Jintang picked up a piece of meat with a skewer, inserting it into his mouth, enjoying it while closing his eyes. Chuyue and Nanqing following behind each held a skewer of sugar-coated haws in their hands. Compared to them, Lu Ying and Yunqing were steadier, they didn't buy any snacks at the moment. Yet the happiness on their faces was evident. How could they not be happy? Strolling with such a gentle master like Shou Jintang was simply too relaxing. He didn't restrict them while shopping, nor scolded them for eating. Moreover, there was no need to worry about losing sight of Shou Jintang. Some masters, when they go shopping, run here and there, commanding their servants to pay for things without worrying how much is bought, focusing solely on having fun. Servants not only have to ensure they don't lose track of their master, but also need to immediately know when to pay for goods. Meanwhile, they must carry piles of things purchased by their master and ensure nothing falls. The master doesn't consider whether the servant can keep up, walking fast and furious. Servants have to concentrate fully just to keep up with the master, let alone browsing the market or finding time and focus to shop for themselves. Their Wenfei, however, wouldn't act like that. She walked at a moderate pace, making it very easy for others to keep up, rarely heading toward crowded and noisy places. She would frequently look back to check if they were all following closely behind. As they ate and walked all along, Shou Jintang and his entourage finally arrived at the area where Hu merchants gathered. Chapter 25, Hu merchants, treasure hunting. Compared to other places, this side where the Hu merchants operated seemed slightly disorganized. Many of them simply laid out a cloth on the ground, piling their items on top. Unlike the neat stalls Shou Jintang had seen elsewhere, their goods here were varied and miscellaneous, ranging from local foods to various trinkets, toys for children, furs, various plant seeds, roots, stems, alcoholic beverages, spices, gems, medicinal herbs, and more. The types of items were extraordinarily numerous. Although Shou Jintang had gained some understanding of the West Market over the past few days, he had not personally come here to see it. He didn't expect the Hu merchants' offerings to be so rich. His eyes gleamed at the sight, and with interest, he squatted down in front of a stall to begin observing the goods. Not only Shou Jintang, but in front of many stalls, there were groups of people standing here and there. Because the Hu merchants sold such a wide array of items, many being unique to their regions, people from Great Dry Land found it hard to distinguish what was useful or not, and had to buy to find out. For example, a certain medicinal herb commonly found among Hu merchants was both rare and expensive here. Whoever bought it was sure to gain. Some items may appear attractive and fun on the surface, but in reality, they are of little use to people from Great Dry Land and come with a hefty price tag. Purchasing such items would only lead to their own loss. Merchants always prioritize profit. When someone is buying something, all merchants do is aggressively promote and exaggerate the quality of their goods repeatedly. Particularly when it comes to things unfamiliar to those from Great Dry Land who still want to purchase out of curiosity, anyone with weak willpower will end up being persuaded by Hu merchants and shell out money for them. In this situation, once the money is spent, there's no way to reclaim it, and one has to swallow the loss. When Shou Jintang heard these words while listening to explanations about the Western market from Lu Ying and others, he immediately understood. Isn't this just like Taobao? The area where Hu merchants gathered could be regarded as an import trade market, where people from Great Dry Land come to look for items they like. Whether one can find valuable things at very low prices mainly depends on each person's luck and discernment. At this moment, Shou Jintang was crouching in front of a stall, his large eyes scanning everything, hoping to find something that interests him. Although the main purpose was to buy some seeds as a cover, he was also quite interested in other items. In no time, Shou Jintang had already visited several different stalls and made quite a few purchases. For instance, he bought plenty of spices, many of which he hadn't seen before in the mansion. Most importantly, he found cumin. Cumin. With cumin, the taste of barbecue could significantly improve, especially for lamb. Cumin and lamb were truly a perfect match. He also purchased some other spices he didn't recognize, intending to take them home for research to see if they could be used as seasonings. Actually, most people buy spices mainly for incense use, but Shou Jintang was different. When encountering these things, his first thought was whether they could be eaten. Shou Jintang felt no shame about this at all. This was something any foodie would do, it was the pursuit of delicious food. What was there to be embarrassed about? Though he enjoyed shopping immensely, he didn't forget the purpose of this trip. He bought a lot of various plant seeds and roots, making it seem like he was just curious about these strange things. In the future, using these seeds to accidentally grow food wouldn't seem odd either. Unfortunately, the 3 crop seeds he wanted the most weren't available. Just as he was feeling disappointed, his peripheral vision caught a hint of red. Looking up, a wave of surprise instantly appeared in his eyes. In the corner of a stall nearby, a plant was casually placed on display. This plant bore many small red fruits, with feather-like compound leaves, tomatoes. Chapter 26, just concerned about Big Brother. How incredible, he actually managed to find one. Shui Jintang's heart was suddenly filled with joy, but he wasn't foolish enough to immediately show his excitement on his face. Not only did he fear arousing suspicion from Lu Ying and the others, these merchants were astute. If they noticed his interest in tomatoes, they'd definitely hike up the price. Although tomatoes might not be excessively expensive, he could afford them easily. Still, he didn't want to be ripped off and become a fool. Pretending to browse casually, Shui Jintang continued examining goods at the stall just like before. Many Hu merchants had already taken notice of Shui Jintang. His clothing clearly showed he wasn't poor, and he had servants following behind. He had also made numerous purchases earlier. He looked like a young master who came out to play, picking up new and interesting items without much deliberation. Though this young master seemed somewhat harder to deceive, they could still make a profit as long as he kept buying. Seeing Shui Jintang approaching their stall, the Hu merchant owner enthusiastically greeted him in imperfect Great Dry Land official language. "Little master, what would you like to buy? All of these I've brought from my hometown. Look at these gems, aren't they beautiful? Whether for yourself or to give to a lady, little master should take a look." As he spoke, he pointed to a pile of colorful stones, trying to sell them to Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang took a glance. They were indeed pretty, but his dowry already included precious jewels. Moreover, he wasn't particularly interested in these kinds of items. So he politely declined. "They're very nice, but I don't have the hobby of collecting gemstones." Seeing Shui Jintang's firm refusal, the Hu merchant warmly began recommending other items. Shui Jintang didn't interrupt. Some of the items were genuinely unfamiliar to him. After purchasing some plants, spices, and furs that interested him and seemed potentially useful, Shui Jintang naturally added the tomato plant into the stack of items he'd chosen. Casually commenting, "This fruit looks bright red and quite beautiful." Upon seeing Shui Jintang take this, the Hu merchant stall owner reminded him. "These berries do look nice in color, but little master should be careful not to eat them. There was someone from our land who ate these when they ran out of food while outdoors. They couldn't resist and ate a few of these, resulting in vomiting, diarrhea, and fainting unconscious. They almost died." Shui Jintang knew a little about the history of how tomatoes were discovered, though it wasn't exactly like what the stall owner described. Still, since this wasn't from any historical dynasty, it made sense that things would be different here. However, for caution's sake, Shui Jintang still feigned curiosity and asked, "Could such beautiful-looking berries actually be poisonous?" The stall owner continued explaining in his non-standard official language. "Little master may not know, but these berries are not originally this color when they first sprout, they're green. As time goes by, they slowly turn this color. Many brightly colored things are toxic. The person from our place who ate the berry couldn't resist because its initial light color gave the impression that it wouldn't be harmful. Had he seen the berry's matured bright color, he probably wouldn't have eaten it." Shui Jintang smiled inwardly as he listened, thinking it was due to eating unripe ones that led to poisoning. But of course, he didn't say this aloud. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. After chatting a bit more, Shui Jintang had the stall owner wrap up all the items so he could pay. Seemingly reluctant to stop talking, the stall owner asked, "Would little master care to purchase a bit more?" "I'm afraid not. It's getting late, I need to head home. Today, I've already bought enough things. My parents might even scold me for spending too much." Shui Jintang said this with a hint of mock distress on his face. The Hu merchant stall owner then settled the bill. He'd initially intended to inflate the price a little, but having observed the demeanor of this young customer and hearing those words, he feared losing a sale and therefore didn't dare quote an excessive price. Thus, Shui Jintang managed to smoothly take the goods away. Leaving the Hu merchant stall, Shui Jintang turned to Lu Ying and the others. "Is there anything else you want to buy? If not, we should go back." They shook their heads. They'd also purchased some items earlier and already felt satisfied. Since no one wanted to linger, the group headed back. When they'd come, everyone had been empty-handed, but now each carried quite a few things. Food, toys, they'd bought a bit of everything. Everyone was cheerful, not feeling tired at all. Just as they reached halfway through their journey back, Shui Jintang looked ahead and cursed silently at the sight of two familiar figures. These two were none other than Chu Zhiyu and Gu Yuhong, the main protagonists. Naturally, Shui Jintang had no intention of dealing with them. He slightly changed direction to avoid running into them. However, Chu Zhiyu's sharp eyes quickly spotted him, and without hesitation, he called out, "Big brother, what a coincidence. You're out playing as well." As he spoke, he hastened his steps toward Shui Jintang, while Gu Yuhong, upon noticing the commotion, hurried over too. Shui Jintang rolled his eyes internally. Chu Zhiyu wore a naive and adorable smile as he glanced around at Shui Jintang and the group, noticing that everyone was carrying or holding various items. So he asked, "Where did Big Brother come from? Looks like you've bought a lot." Gu Yuhong also caught up, his expression still warm and refined. With a smile, he opened the conversation. "Meeting again, Jintang. Last time, the royal uncle was around, and we didn't really get a chance to talk much. Now that we've encountered each other again, why don't we find a quiet spot to chat thoroughly? Little Yu has been missing you recently, mentioning you the other day. Shui Jintang first shot Chu Zhiyu a glance before smiling and retorting, does it matter where I came from? Then turning to Gu Yuhong, he remarked coolly, Your Highness seems to forget names easily. We only met not long ago, yet you've already forgotten proper titles. Both of their smiles faltered momentarily. Chu Zhiyu instantly adopted an expression of hurt innocence. His almond-shaped eyes only made him look more endearing and pitiful. Sorrowfully, he looked at Shui Jintang and said, Brother, please don't be angry. I was just asking out of curiosity, it's okay if you don't tell me. It's not something I must know anyway, I was just showing concern for my brother. Saying this, he lowered his head, twisting his hands together nervously, appearing very awkward. Meanwhile, Gu Yuhong maintained his warm smile. Jintang, why be so distant with me? Now that the royal uncle is not around, we can converse freely. As he spoke, he casually glanced over Shui Jintang's entourage, clearly disregarding their presence. He then added reproachfully. And how have you been acting today? All little Yu was doing was asking you a simple question. Why are you reacting like this? In the past, you never acted this way. Chapter 27, Attention to Rules. Before Shui Jintang got married, Gu Yuhong had also seen Chu Zhiyu and Shui Jintang interact. Although their relationship was not very harmonious, it was far from being as bad as it was now. So, terrible. Only now do you start to care about me. Why didn't your whole family think of caring for me when they forced me into this marriage? Shui Jintang's expression was mocking, besides, I made it perfectly clear to all of you, starting from the day I left the Hou residence, I no longer have any connection with any of you. Don't go around calling brother this and that, who is your brother? Seems like everyone in your family has such poor memories. And you? Shui Jintang turned to look at Gu Yuhong. Prince consort of the second prince, I am your royal aunt. Show some propriety. Having said that, Shui Jintang didn't want to waste more words on them and started walking away. Chu Zhiyu and Gu Yuhong instinctively reached out and grabbed hold of Shui Jintang's sleeve simultaneously. Shui Jintang frowned, irritable, let go. Pulling and tugging like this in public, what a great display of propriety from the two of you. Chu Zhiyu and Gu Yuhong quickly realized something was wrong and released their grip immediately, looking around nervously. Fortunately, there was no one nearby at that moment, and both of them sighed in relief. While they were distracted, Shui Jintang sped up his pace and quickly walked away. By the time the two turned around again, Shui Jintang was already nowhere to be found, he had long since walked off. Seeing this, their expressions changed again. Chu Zhiyu bit her lips, looking at Gu Yuhong pitifully. Your Highness, brother wasn't originally like this. It's because he resents us for making him marry into the Ningqin royal family, so. Gu Yuhong's expression was unpleasant at this moment. With his status and position, who wouldn't try desperately to flatter and cozy up to him? He'd never encountered anyone treating him this way. However, seeing Chu Zhiyu look somewhat sorrowfully at him, Gu Yuhong managed to steady his emotions and softened his tone slightly, speaking gently. Don't apologize, this isn't your fault, it's just that your brother is too narrow-minded. He then tenderly patted Chu Zhiyu's head, consoling her. It should not be urgent anyway. After all, Jintang is still part of your Pingchang Marquis family. There are no family conflicts that can't be resolved. If he sulks for a while, he'll probably get over it eventually. Let's visit him again after some time. Chu Zhiyu blushed, letting Gu Yuhong pat her head while softly saying. Second prince, you're right. My brother will only act like this because he can't let go yet. I don't blame him. Gu Yuhong found Chu Zhiyu's attitude highly satisfying, and the blow to his self-esteem earlier from Shui Jintang was gradually restored. Unable to resist, he praised her. You're kind-hearted and generous, little jade, you. Let's forget about these unhappy matters. Weren't you going to visit the treasure pavilion? Let's go. Okay. Chu Zhiyu smiled coyly and followed Gu Yuhong toward the treasure pavilion. Over here, after returning to the mansion, Shui Jintang cheerfully began fiddling with the things he bought earlier. As for Chu Zhiyu and Gu Yuhong, they had been completely forgotten, as Shui Jintang enthusiastically planted the tomato plant in the empty land of the courtyard. It seemed like he was talking to himself, but actually also addressed those behind him like Lu Ying. They're a bit wilted already. Plant them first, see if they can survive and regrow green leaves. Lu Ying and others exchanged glances silently. Their princess apparently genuinely loves to deal with plants and gardening. Alright, you may leave, I won't need your services anymore. After properly replanting the tomatoes, Shui Jintang stood up, waved his hand to dismiss them. They had served him for quite a few days now and understood Shui Jintang's temperament well. When he says he doesn't need service, he means it, staying could even make him angry. So, helplessly exchanging glances once more, they bowed politely and stepped back. Yes, your highness. We'll take our leave then. Once the courtyard grew quiet and all were gone, Shui Jintang curved his lips slightly, pouring a bit of spiritual spring water onto the tomatoes. This tomato plant was hard to come by, and under no circumstances could it die. Better pour a bit of water to ensure it thrives well. Chapter 28, Unknown Name. The effect of spiritual spring water on plant growth was instantly visible. Just after watering it, the tomato plant looked visibly revived before his eyes. Shou Jintang stood proudly with hands on hips, watching it with satisfaction and nodding approvingly. Nice. Outside, use this tomato plant for seed preservation, it seems fine. Every day, I'll pour a little bit of spiritual spring water. The fruits that grow shouldn't be bad. Tomatoes will mature in 2 to 3 months. Waiting a bit longer, he would be able to achieve tomato freedom within the mansion. Thinking about delicious foods like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed beef short ribs with tomatoes, tomato soup noodles, etc., Shou Jintang couldn't help but feel hungry. However, it wouldn't be long. The tomatoes on the tomato plants grown in the space already had the size of a baby's fist, they could be eaten after a few more days. It was just that it couldn't be taken out carelessly. This was one of the reasons why Shou Jintang also grew these things in the courtyard of the royal mansion. After some thought, Shou Jintang felt he could also plant some fruit trees. He didn't know if there were any fruit seeds among the seeds he'd bought before. He'd look for them later. If there weren't any, then he would plant more fruits in the yard, find some seeds or seedlings and place them in his space. After this period of cultivation, Shou Jintang had already discovered that the batch of crops he had planted in his space grew much faster than their normal growth rate. Take tomatoes for example. Their original ripening time was 2 to 3 months, but Shou Jintang, observing their rapid growth, believed that the batch of tomatoes in his space should be ready to eat in more than a month. The growth speed was almost twice as fast. But what exactly was the reason? Was it the spiritual spring water or the soil of the space, or perhaps the overall growing environment of the space? It currently couldn't be determined. Therefore, while planting, Shou Jintang was also slowly conducting experiments. He planned to water the plants in this courtyard with both ordinary water and a little spiritual spring water, to see if their growth speed would increase as well. And how did it compare to those in the space? However, the growth speed of those crops within the space reminded Shou Jintang of something else. Besides grains, vegetables, and fruits, he could also try planting some herbs. Many herbs take years to grow. Planted in the space, the time could be shortened considerably. These herbs also constituted his reserve. In case of illness or injury in the future, he would have instant access to medicinal herbs, how convenient. Especially valuable herbs like ginseng. However, he didn't know how to obtain such seeds, so he decided to go to the mountains when he got the chance. Finding a few wild ginsengs and transplanting them into his space would be best. In this medically backward ancient era, it would be a good life-saving item at critical moments. Although he had the spiritual spring water, it was always better to have more means of survival. Shou Jintang couldn't find potato or chili seeds at the stall, so after thinking for a moment, he decided to wait a bit longer. Today, Lu Ying and 3 others followed him to the Western Market, and they roughly knew what he had bought. Even though they couldn't specifically review every item, revealing all of them now seemed too early. After taking a trip to the Western Market and planting seeds in the yard, if 3 edible crops emerged, including one being an especially easy-to-grow grain, it would be too conspicuous no matter how one thought about it. So, it was still better to plant tomatoes first. The other 2 could wait until he went to the Western Market several times more, or found the opportunity to visit the mountains a few times, it would be more appropriate to take them out then. Anyway, he didn't need to eat chili peppers or potatoes immediately, waiting for half a year or even a year didn't matter. Looking over the land where he had already planted quite a lot of things, it seemed everything he should do today was done, and only then did Shou Jintang step into his bedroom to rest. Another afternoon, after working around in the fields, Shou Jintang wiped the sweat off his forehead. The temperature was suitable a short while ago, but now the weather was getting hotter. Lu Ying and the others also put away their tools. They had previously advised Shou Jintang not to personally work the land, but their master was rather determined. Saying he had some experience with farming and the work in the yard wasn't heavy anyway, he could use it as exercise for the body. Thus, Lu Ying and the others had no choice. Since their master worked, they naturally couldn't just watch idly either, so they accompanied him in laboring in the fields for a while every day. Now having put away all the tools, it was once again time for Shou Jintang to head to the kitchen, and Shou Yu asked curiously. Your Highness, what delicacies are you making today? With a pair of big, round eyes looking at Shou Jintang, her expression was filled with anticipation and curiosity. In the past few days, whenever Shou Jintang cooked, he let the people around him taste it, showing absolutely no airs. After a period of time, they had gotten used to it. Every time Shou Jintang entered the kitchen, they were both curious and anticipatory. Curious about what he would make today, and excited to try delicious foods they had never tasted before. After Shou Yu finished speaking, the other 3 also looked at Shou Jintang, their eyes sparkling brightly. Shou Jintang thought for a moment, these past days eating nothing but sweet desserts had made him slightly tired of them. Let's change the flavor today then. Using his sleeve to fan himself, Shou Jintang made a decision. Today, we'll switch. We're not going to eat sweets. Let's all have a barbecue. Barbecue? They were momentarily stunned. They knew what barbecuing was, it was just putting things over a fire to cook them. Their expectations dropped slightly as a result. But then again, they thought Shui Jintang was skilled with his hands, so the barbecue might still turn out differently and better than the ones they'd eaten before. This reignited their interest somewhat. Shui Jintang noticed their expressions but kept quiet with a smile. In any case, they'd find out once it was done. And sure enough, the outcome pleased them greatly. Before grilling the skewers, Shui Jintang marinated all the meat beforehand and sprinkled various new seasonings he had found while roasting. Adding to this, his mastery of the cooking time made the aroma extraordinarily enticing, causing some people to almost drool upon catching a whiff. After enjoying a delightful barbecue, the sky gradually darkened. Shui Jintang returned to his room and, as usual, entered the spiritual spring space. Working away, watching row after row of crops growing taller and their fruits expanding bigger made Shui Jintang feel incredibly satisfied. Rolling up his sleeves, he threw himself into the work enthusiastically. Chapter 29, Sweet Potato Starch. Upon seeing Shui Jintang walk into the kitchen, Baoshengrong, the kitchen manager, eyes lit up immediately. Your Highness, are you here to make food again? Nowadays, Baoshengrong held immense respect for their young princess consort whom the lord married. Every ounce of doubt or disdain from the start had completely dissipated. Why? It was because Shui Jintang could always come up with various delectable dishes that none of them had tasted before, opening everyone's eyes in the kitchen. Even if it were an already existing dish, prepared by Shui Jintang's hands, it always turned out much tastier. The several master chefs in the kitchen would now greet Shui Jintang with glowing eyes whenever they saw her, since her arrival meant learning new recipes every time. Every time Shui Jintang taught them a recipe, the chefs followed it up with research and practice. Shui Jintang greeted those coming towards her with a smile. Seeing the bright eyes of the several master chefs, Shui Jintang couldn't help but sigh in amusement. Ever since he came twice to the kitchen and made cake and double-layer milk pudding, and did not limit them from studying further, the passion among the chefs to create new dishes soared. They have now independently crafted numerous delicious foods like cakes. Without even prompting from Shui Jintang, they began inserting fillings inside cakes, turning them into layered cakes. Or using molds to transform the cakes into all kinds of aesthetically pleasing shapes. They also experimented with the consistency when whipping egg whites, adjusting the water-to-egg ratio, making cakes with varying textures and tastes. Other dishes were treated similarly, and such enthusiasm among the team left Shui Jintang quite impressed. It was excellent that they could innovate on their own. Only through innovation could more culinary delights be created, rather than everything remaining stagnant. Even the most delicious things become boring when eaten daily. Since the day he made cakes, the chef's creative potential flourished, significantly diversifying the cuisine selection within the royal residence. In the 3 meals served each day, Shui Jintang would see at least 1 or 2 newly developed dishes. Whether because of this or thanks to the spiritual spring water, Gu Qixiao's appetite has improved. Both Shui Jintang and the kitchen crew were extremely delighted about this. Shui Jintang naturally hoped for Gu Qixiao to improve health-wise. Everyone in the kitchen spared no effort daily to try and get the prince to eat more, but without visible success until now, where they finally noticed positive effects. When they saw their prince finally able to eat more, they were understandably happy. Not only that, but the kitchen staff had been rewarded multiple times. As Baoshengrong knew, the princess consort had mentioned the hardships of the kitchen in front of the prince, combined with the prince eating well, improving his mood, hence leading to more rewards being given. Hence, Baoshengrong now showed great warmth when he encountered Shui Jintang. Thinking that Shui Jintang was there to teach them another new item, his words confused Baoshengrong instead. Are there plenty of sweet potatoes in the mansion? I need a lot of them. In response to your highness, there are sweet potatoes in the mansion. May I inquire how many your highness requires? First, let's bring over all the sweet potatoes from the mansion first. Oh, right, they should be the ones with white cores. For the time being, we don't need those of other colors. Regarding only the sweet potatoes with white cores, we probably have around 300 pounds in the mansion. May I ask, why does your highness require so many sweet potatoes? Baoshengrong was very curious. There shouldn't be any use for such a large quantity of sweet potatoes for cooking, right? Shui Jintang smiled. I intend to make sweet potato starch. That day, while eating barbecue, he had originally planned to grill some fried sweet potato sheets too. But then he realized there was no sweet potato starch available in the mansion, so he dropped the idea. After carefully asking around, Shui Jintang learned that although Great Qi had sweet potatoes, people there currently only used them to create various dishes. No one had yet discovered sweet potato starch. He mostly came to the kitchen to make desserts, and the few new dishes he prepared also happened not to require sweet potato starch, so it wasn't until that barbecue day when he suddenly wanted to eat fried sweet potato sheets that he realized its absence. Therefore, whenever he had free time, he would come to the kitchen in an attempt to produce sweet potato starch. Sweet potato starch had many uses and was a crucial ingredient for many foods. Upon hearing this, Baoshengrong's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked. Is this the starch your highness inquired about a few days ago? Shui Jintang nodded. Exactly. Sweet potato starch is a wonderful thing. Many foods become more delicious with it, meats and desserts alike can use it. Hearing Shui Jintang say this, Baoshengrong and the others' eyes all shone brightly. The kitchen crew was most interested in what, if not delectable foods. Baoshengrong enthusiastically responded. Your Highness, please instruct us on how to make the sweet potato starch, and I'll immediately mobilize them into action. Seeing the positive attitude of everyone, Shui Jintang was quite satisfied. Enthusiasm was good, it made the work more efficient. This first step is to wash the sweet potatoes and peel them. Thus, anyone passing by the kitchen at that moment would discover piles of sweet potatoes inside, some being cleaned while others were being peeled. Lin Mufeng just happened to be heading to the kitchen looking for something to eat and witnessed this scene. Returning to the yard, he excitedly told Gu Qixiao, who had just finished his duties and was resting with his eyes closed. Your little consort is probably scheming something again. I just saw the stove room covered with sweet potatoes. The servant said she might be making sweet potato starch. Lin Mufeng casually plopped down onto the chair beside him and sighed. Your consort has plenty of new ideas, I'm looking forward to this too. This sweet potato starch will probably taste very good. Because he resided in the prince's mansion, Lin Mufeng had always managed to partake whenever Shui Jintang introduced a new food. Her cooking skills, combined with foods they had never seen before, gradually conquered his heart. Within a month, he had gained several pounds. Gu Qixiao did not even open his eyes as he listened to Lin Mufeng chattering on, his lips slightly curling. When has anything he cooked ever been bad? Look at how much weight you've gained. Lin Mufeng shot him a glare. Hey. Don't rub salt in the wound, I haven't gained that much weight, alright? I was thin before, now it's just perfect. Saying this, he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and proudly declared. Take a look, still so dignified and handsome. Gu Qixiao didn't even crack his eyes open once. He had long grown accustomed to Lin Mufeng's lack of seriousness. Chapter 30, It's not unthinkable for this king to keep you company. In the kitchen, everyone was bustling with energy. Shui Jintang meticulously guided everyone through the process of producing sweet potato starch. The production steps for sweet potato starch were relatively straightforward. After washing the sweet potatoes and peeling them, they needed to be cut as finely as possible, then filtered, and afterward, the residue should be rinsed with clear water to wash out any extra starch until the water became clear. Following that, the water should be allowed to settle overnight, after which the water should be poured off and replaced with fresh water to wash it again, letting it settle for another night. Eventually, one could obtain purer sweet potato starch. Here there were no blenders or similar tools, so human effort alone could only achieve so much. With everyone working together, it took 2 to 3 days to transform approximately 300 pounds of sweet potatoes entirely into sweet potato starch. Shui Jintang looked at the damp powder and nodded satisfactorily. It's fine now. Just let them dry for 6 to 7 days under the sun until completely dried. It was currently late spring to early summer, and the temperature had already begun to rise. If it didn't rain in the coming days, the dry sweet potato starch would be ready soon. Everyone involved in the entire production process stared at the white powdery substance before their eyes, somewhat incredulous. They couldn't believe that sweet potatoes could be transformed into such a pure, pasty-like material through this method. It truly broadened their horizons. Time flew, 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, heaven helped, these 7 days were filled with clear weather. Shui Jintang casually picked up a handful of the powder, which was now perfectly dry. Standing in front of Shui Jintang, Baoshengrong smiled and reported. Your Highness, I've just had someone check. The sweet potato starch is fully dried. Shui Jintang nodded, good. Store them now. Remember to keep them in a cool, shaded place. If stored properly, they can last for a long time. Baoshengrong immediately agreed, yes, Your Highness. His heart was filled with joy as well. His consort mentioned that this sweet potato starch would store longer than the sweet potatoes themselves and could create various delicious foods. Naturally, he found it very appealing. Shui Jintang clapped her hands, rolled up her sleeves a bit higher, and grinned. Now that the sweet potato starch is ready, let's use it to make a few dishes today. Gu Qixiao, seeing another set of dishes he'd never encountered on the dining table, wasn't at all surprised. With some interest, he asked. What are these dishes? Made using the sweet potato starch you mentioned. Shui Jintang pointed at several plates one by one and introduced them to Gu Qixiao. Sweet potato gluten with filling, braised meat with sweet potato balls, lettuce and egg meat patties, and meatball soup, all made with added sweet potato starch. Try them and see how they taste. She looked at Gu Qixiao expectantly. Gu Qixiao did not dampen her enthusiasm as he tasted each dish in turn. The sweet potato gluten contained stuffing and sprinkled seasoning powder, it was salty, fresh, and slightly spicy. The sweet potato roundels were soft and chewy, soaked in the gravy of the braised pork, making it very flavorful. Every bite filled the mouth with the fragrance of meat. In the lettuce egg meat patty, there was a crisp taste of lettuce. The entire patty was soft but with some resilience, its edges lightly crispy and golden, which looked especially appetizing. The meatballs in the meatball soup were not cloying in the slightest, tender and smooth, and the soup itself was also very savory. After tasting each item a few bites, Gu Qixiao nodded and turned to look at the young man whose eyes gleamed brightly as he stared at him. They taste quite good. After adding the starch, the meat becomes much more tender, and the texture of the food improves too. Shui Jintang's smile widened even further. You're right, the starch does indeed have these effects. It can be used for many different things. However, it's impossible to make everything at once, so we'll gradually prepare them over time for you to try. Gu Qixiao nodded again. Shui Jintang observed him carefully and found that his appetite was undoubtedly better than before, which gave her a small sense of satisfaction. All my hard work feeding him daily with foods prepared using spiritual spring water hasn't been wasted. Gu Qixiao allowed himself to be examined, maintaining a graceful demeanor while eating. It wasn't clear if it was because the dishes the youth made were too delicious or for some other reason, but Gu Qixiao's appetite was certainly better than before. Oh, by the way, Shui Jintang suddenly remembered something. She swallowed the food in her mouth and lifted her gaze toward Gu Qixiao. My lord, I'd like to visit my parents, not the ones from the Pingchang Marquis manor, but the ones who raised me. Is it alright? She possessed some of her previous body's memories and had some impressions of her adoptive father and mother, though they weren't very clear yet. Initially, just after she had married into the mansion, she didn't feel comfortable going around everywhere. Also, with all the planting, food making, and various tasks she couldn't find the time. Now that all the necessary planting was done and life in the estate was relatively idle, she thought about visiting them, or rather, the adoptive parents of her previous self. In the original story, her former self served as a cruel villain in love, contributing only to the heroine's romantic plotline. The narrative began when the former self returned to the Pingchang Marquis manor, briefly mentioning her background but focusing entirely on how she schemed against the protagonist and how those schemes were thwarted. By the time of her death, there was no mention of her adoptive parents. Based on the partial memories Shui Jintang acquired, her adoptive parents seemed not to have treated the former self poorly. With free time these past few days, Shui Jintang decided to visit the adoptive family of her previous self. After all, now that she had taken over the previous self's body, although she didn't intend to contact the Pingchang Marquis family, anyone who had treated the previous self kindly deserved a visit from her. However, the place where the adoptive parents lived was a small countryside village, far from the capital city. By carriage, it would take about half a month, depending on road conditions. This estimate came from the duration it took when the previous self was originally brought from the countryside to the capital. Back then, they were fortunate enough to encounter a smooth journey and arrived in the capital after 14 days. If any unexpected situations arose during the trip, it could definitely take longer. Though Gu Qixiao did not prohibit Shui Jintang from moving freely within the princely residence, and he wouldn't object if she wanted to go out for a play, this distance was quite far. Therefore, Shui Jintang felt it was necessary to ask first. Upon hearing her words, Gu Qixiao arched an eyebrow. You want to go back there? Yes, Shui Jintang nodded. I've been here so long without visiting them, and I want to see how they are. How long will it take? Round trip, it will take about a month. If I stay for a few more days after returning, the time may be extended. Will you go alone? Caught off guard by this question, Shui Jintang hesitated. Wasn't I supposed to go alone, unless you plan to come along? If you're afraid, it's not unimaginable for this king to keep you company. Gu Qixiao's lips curved into a teasing smile as he looked meaningfully at Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang's attractive eyes widened a little involuntarily as she stealthily observed the man's expression, trying to figure out whether he was joking or not. Gu Qixiao, noticing how wide the youth's eyes had become, chuckled more deeply from the corner of his lips and suddenly leaned in close, whispering. The prince was serious, my princess. Startled by this unexpected closeness, Shui Jintang instinctively leaned back but was stopped by a hand supporting her neck, preventing her from breaking away in time. The distance between them grew shorter. Shui Jintang had never been so close to Gu Qixiao before. Looking at the handsome face right before her eyes, the beauty felt even more intense, with not a single flaw visible at such proximity. Shui Jintang couldn't help holding her breath. How about it? Stunned? Gu Qixiao propped up Shui Jintang's chin teasingly and smiled. Realizing this, Shui Jintang hurriedly tried to escape from the hands resting behind her neck. Fortunately, Gu Qixiao wasn't applying much force, so once free, Shui Jintang immediately put some distance between them. Her cheeks began to heat up then. She muttered quietly, beauty can truly be alluring, I almost lost control. After calming down, Shui Jintang responded. No need, prince. I can go alone. Chapter 31, Preparations Before Departure. Gu Qixiao replied with an oh, his voice tinged with surprise. You're sure? Don't you want me to accompany you? Shui Jintang smiled confidently, yes, thank you for your kindness, your highness. Gu Qixiao continued gazing at him for a moment before withdrawing his gaze without further mockery. Fine then, come back soon. Relieved, Shui Jintang couldn't hide her joy and grinned widely. Alright, I'll just take a quick look. It won't take too long. Gu Qixiao scrutinized the young woman, noting her slim physique, and remembering their recent interactions, a hint of concern emerged. Do you really not want me tagging along? Shui Jintang looked into his eyes and sensing his worry, her heart softened a bit. She laughed softly and said. Not necessary at all. I will take adequate protection with me, so we shouldn't run into any danger on the road. Besides, your highness has many responsibilities, accompanying me would only delay important matters. Gu Qixiao was a general. Though there were no major military campaigns on the border currently, smaller-scale marauding raids happened frequently. Though these situations didn't necessarily require Gu Qixiao to personally lead troops, with more than one commanding officer under his command, Gu Qixiao was still involved to some extent and kept track of the situation. Moreover, based on modern knowledge and what Xue Jintang had learned recently within the mansion, soldiers weren't idle during times of peace. Training sessions remained frequent. As General Gu Qixiao, with numerous troops under his leadership, certainly had a lot to attend to. Even if he didn't head off to war at the borders, he handled many military affairs while at the mansion. Additionally, although Gu Qixiao made every effort to conceal it, Xue Jintang had read the original work and knew about his poisoning incident. Observing him closely over these days, she noticed that his complexion had always appeared somewhat pale. Clearly, his health hadn't fully recovered. With such heavy responsibilities already weighing down on his frail body, how could Xue Jintang possibly let him join her on this month-long journey? That trip would place a considerable burden on Gu Qixiao's physical condition. Besides, Xue Jintang had her own thoughts. Apart from some memories inherited from the original person she now possessed, she had no understanding of the adoptive parents' family. She needed to meet them to understand them better. Also, since the previous self spent significant time with the adoptive family, and now occupying the same body, Xue Jintang believed her disguise should be convincing due to those partial memories. But given they hadn't met yet, Xue Jintang worried she might slip up in front of Gu Qixiao. So, Xue Jintang deemed it best not to bring Gu Qixiao along just yet. After visiting herself, she intended to investigate the situation first. If maintaining regular contact was worth pursuing, she'd make future plans accordingly. If everything went smoothly, next time she might consider inviting Gu Qixiao to join. At this point, Xue Jintang inwardly condemned herself. TSK, what nonsense am I thinking about, planning our next joint trip? She planned to leave the princely residence eventually, so how does going together to visit her adoptive parents make sense? It's best not to daydream anymore and focus on handling the immediate task at hand. Having pulled her mind back, Xue Jintang heard Gu Qixiao say. Since you don't want me to come, take more people with you. Bring along Qingming, Mu Shan, and others, and I'll arrange another team of guards to accompany you. Xue Jintang beamed with appreciation. That's great then, thank you very much, your highness. Gu Qixiao asked again, when do you plan to depart? Xue Jintang thought for a moment, it will be sometime in the near future. I don't have much else to do at the moment, and I've already taught many recipes to the cooks in the mansion. Your highness can ask them to cook whatever you like. Since I'm going, it wouldn't be proper to go empty-handed, so I'll figure out what to bring as a gift, then pack my luggage, and we'll be ready to set off. It shouldn't take too many days. Gu Qixiao nodded, tell me a day before you leave, and I'll assign the guards to you. Alright, Xue Jintang responded quickly. After finishing the meal, they separated as usual, each attending to their own business. Since she planned to go, Xue Jintang didn't waste any time and started preparing the things she would need. This trip would take at least over a month, and the ancient times were nothing like modern days. There wouldn't always be inns or hotels to stay in. Naturally, one could stay at an inn if entering a town before nightfall, but should there be no villages along the way, they would have to camp outside. Certainly, extra clothes must be prepared, along with toiletries, and food supplies as well. However, as the weather was getting warmer, food couldn't be stored for long periods. Xue Jintang wasn't overly concerned since she could store some provisions in her spatial ring. This ability to use space had come from repeated trials by Xue Jintang herself. The space within the peasant's courtyard seemed to have a preservative function. Food kept inside remained fresh. Whatever state it was when placed inside, it would remain in that state when taken out. However, thus far she had only conducted experiments up to a month. Whether it would be the same after a year, several years, or even more than a decade, only time would tell. For sure, the preservation effect held for at least 1 month. Xue Jintang speculated that based on her experiments, the flow rate within the spatial courtyard might be very slow or even static. That's why the food remained unchanged for such a long period of time. On the contrary, plants grown on the soil outside the courtyard grew much faster than normal speed. The opposite effects between the two spaces were quite fascinating. Therefore, this journey didn't worry Xue Jintang about her own food supply at all. But she wasn't returning alone, others also needed to eat. Due to the heat, food would spoil quickly, so only enough fresh food for the first couple of days could be brought. The rest had to be replaced with dried rations. Dried rations certainly wouldn't taste good, and it would be unbearable to eat only those during the entire trip. Xue Jintang thought that they could buy food when encountering towns on the way and could hunt while in the wilderness. Therefore, the issue of food seemed relatively easy to solve. What she mainly needed to consider now was what items to bring back home. When the original self had been taken away, emotions had run high, and follow-up matters had been handled by people from the Pingchang Marquis manor. After raising the original person for 17 years, her adoptive parents had definitely been compensated, hadn't they? Shui Jintang did not know how much money had been given according to the original person's memory, but she guessed that the Marquis residence surely had paid something, if only to maintain appearances. However, how much had been provided remained unknown. This time, money must be brought along, including both silver coins and banknotes. She planned to give additional money to her adoptive parents. It was her way of repaying the original parents for 17 years of upbringing. Even though the Pingchang Ho family had compensated them, Shui Jintang believed she ought to give something herself. As for how much, she decided she'd make a judgment upon arrival after seeing the actual situation. For now, she'd just prepare accordingly. Besides money, other items must be carried as well. Chapter 32, Departure. Shui Jintang pondered in her mind about what items to bring. She could bring fabric. This item was always practical no matter when. Back home, whether her adoptive parents wanted to make clothing or quilts, it could serve its purpose. She wouldn't bring ready-made garments since she was unsure of their sizes. She could bring some jewelry and let Luying pick some pieces later. They shouldn't be overly luxurious to avoid drawing too much attention. Her adoptive parents were ordinary villagers, being too ostentatious might bring them trouble. Fresh food wouldn't last long on the trip, but preserved fruits, dried fruit snacks, and candies could be carried. Children liked them. Salt, sugar, and honey could be brought as well. Ah, yes. There was the sweet potato starch she had recently made, she should bring a couple of jars. This was a new item, and her adoptive parents definitely hadn't tried it before. She'd let them taste it. Meat jerky and various nuts could also be packed. Shui Jintang stroked her chin, considering what else she could bring, then put down her hand after a moment. Fine, that would do for now. She couldn't think of anything else. If there was anything missing, she could try buying it upon arrival there. Anyway, she was carrying enough money. To avoid forgetting anything, Shui Jintang had Yunqing prepare the ink and fetched a piece of paper to lay on the table. Using a brush dipped in ink, he jotted down everything that came to mind. This was a habit he had cultivated from modern times. No matter what task lay ahead, it was always best to plan ahead, noting tasks or items to bring in a memo for reference, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Thus, during the following days, Shui Jintang busied himself preparing his luggage. In the midst of these preparations, Shui Jintang didn't forget to take time every day to go to the kitchen to make food for Gu Qixiao. Meanwhile, he taught some new recipes to the cooks at the mansion. Knowing that he would be away for over a month, Gu Qixiao wouldn't get to eat his cooking nor drink the spirit water during this time. However, thanks to Shui Jintang's feeding care, Gu Qixiao's appetite improved somewhat. Even without the spirit water, as long as the cooks kept innovating with new dishes, Gu Qixiao should manage to eat well enough. After about 4 to 5 busy days, once everything was prepared, remembering Gu Qixiao's instructions, Shui Jintang went to inform him. Gu Qixiao then handed over a team of guards prepared for Shui Jintang. This guard team, along with his 4 shadow warriors, would accompany him, providing protection on the road while also keeping an eye on the baggage. Upon learning this, Shui Jintang nodded in satisfaction. It was excellent. Considering his own martial abilities were not high, his safety en route now seemed assured. With all arrangements completed, early the next morning, after having breakfast, Shui Jintang began readying the group to set off. Several carriages stopped in front of the prince's residence. Shui Jintang inspected each one, conducting a final check. Gu Qixiao stood nearby, arms crossed, observing how industriously the youth moved about. There wasn't even a trace of complaint or concern visible on his face at the prospect of a distant journey, instead, excitement brimmed forth. As the youth ran past him, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but offer a reminder. The world outside is different from the prince's residence. Danger can occur anytime. Although you have your guards, you must remain vigilant yourself. Overexcitement isn't necessarily a good thing. Gu Qixiao feared that due to curiosity and freshness, Shui Jintang might be too careless on the road, which would be detrimental. Evaluating the youth's slim build, Gu Qixiao secretly resolved. It seemed necessary to teach the youth some boxing skills when he returned so that, in case of danger, at least there would be a degree of self-protection. Shui Jintang had no idea what awaited him upon returning to the residence. At present, he was genuinely filled with some excitement. Although aware of the risks involved in ancient travel compared to modern times, since arriving here, his activities were mainly confined within the Pingchang Marquis estate and the prince's residence. He hadn't visited any other places. The original person may have lived in the countryside, but that was merely their memory. He hadn't personally experienced it. Despite the vastness of the prince's residence, sufficient for Shui Jintang's activities, human nature always seeks out novelty and curiosity. Moreover, this journey wasn't alone, protected by guards, equipped with spatial ability, this trip would likely encounter little peril, making his anticipation inevitable. If one had to compare, Shui Jintang's current mood mirrored how someone would feel before embarking on a modern-day tour. Having heard Gu Qixiao's advice, Shui Jintang reined in his excitement a bit, understanding the prince's goodwill and responding with gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Prince. I'll be cautious. It's just the first time I'm traveling far and got excited. It will calm down shortly. Looking into the youth's eyes, bent with delight, Gu Qixiao refrained from mentioning the planned exercise routines for his return to dampen the mood, nodding lightly instead. As long as you're aware. Are all the items packed? Shui Jintang smiled and replied, just finished checking them, they're all packed. We're prepared to depart. The youth joyfully bade farewell to Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao watched as the youth boarded the carriage, each carriage rolling out of the prince's compound with the guards riding tall horses flanking both sides. Not until the carriages disappeared at the end of the street did he slowly withdraw his gaze. Chapter 33, Journey, Conflict. Outside the capital city, Shui Jintang poked his head out of the carriage window to observe the scenery along the way. The carriages moved steadily forward, leaving the capital behind and heading along the broad roads. Once outside the city walls, the usual bustling sounds disappeared, replaced by serene quiet. Shui Jintang lifted the curtain and observed the mounted guards beside the carriage, glancing admiringly at the robust horses, unable to hide his envy and desire. How he wished he could ride one. Regrettably, it remained just a wish. Not only had he never learned to ride in the past, but now setting off on a long journey, riding a horse continuously might prove physically demanding, and potentially dangerous. Hence, the carriage became his only option. He took one carriage alone, 2 others carrying luggage meant for his adoptive parents, making 3 carriages total. Glancing backward, seeing everything in order thus far, Shui Jintang retreated back inside the carriage. The group kept on traveling until evening, when they finally found a place to stop. Shou Wei, the leader of the guards, walked up to Shui Jintang's carriage and reported the current situation. There were no other towns nearby, tonight they would have to rest in the wild. Shui Jintang lifted the curtain for a quick look before jumping off his carriage. He let Shou Wei handle things while he curiously observed his surroundings. This was his first time camping outdoors. Wild animals were not scarce in the forest nearby, but they didn't need to go hunting today. The guards split into groups, some patrolling the area to rule out dangers while others gathered firewood to cook food. Food was plentiful on this first day, so there was no need for dried rations. The guards boiled a pot of water and cooked a meat soup. Shui Jintang sat by a bonfire and gazed at the night sky above him. The deep blue sky twinkled with countless stars, turning it not pitch black but slightly illuminated enough to see the nearby scenery. A gentle night breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, dispersing the stifling heat from the day. Shui Jintang couldn't help but close his eyes contentedly. How long had it been since he last saw such a starlit night? In modern times, aside from seeing it during childhood stays in the countryside, he hadn't encountered such a view again after moving to the city. Without question, the air here in ancient times was fresh, with much less air pollution, and nights like this could be frequently seen here. It just lacked some forms of entertainment. Shui Jintang sighed softly. However, being in the wilderness now, there was no way for him to seek amusement, so after resting for a bit and aiding digestion, he soon entered the tent. Nothing eventful happened throughout the night. The next morning, everyone woke up early, including Shui Jintang. During his stay at the prince's residence, he had already adjusted his internal clock. After doing some activities within his spatial ability at night, he would always go to bed early. If one can't develop an early sleeping habit back home, this over a month period in the past has helped him establish the routine here. After a simple wash and breakfast, the group continued heading towards their destination. This went on for about 10 more days. Thankfully, everything proceeded peacefully. The following days were all similar to the first, encountering no danger. Sometimes, if they reached a town before nightfall, they would stay at an inn, which was safer than the wild. Still, with everyone having excellent martial skills, even if they encountered wild animal attacks a few times in the wild, they managed to resolve them without major issues, spending these nights unscathed despite some scares. As time passed, they got closer and closer to their destination. The group eventually entered the territory where Shui Jintang's adoptive parents lived, Qingyang Prefecture. One evening, finding a suitable place to rest, Commander Shou Wei once again made everyone stop and start setting up tents as they did on the first day. He then walked up to Shui Jintang. "Princess, if we travel for another day tomorrow, we'll arrive around noon the day after." Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang couldn't hide his happiness from his face. After more than half a month of travel, they were finally almost there. When he first set out, Shui Jintang was quite excited, but as time went by, that excitement turned into sheer exhaustion from the journey. Even though he traveled by carriage and was well prepared, compared to ordinary people, conditions were much better. The taste of wind and dew for such a prolonged time wasn't pleasant either. Hearing Shou Wei's words, despite himself, Shui Jintang's lips curled upward. Instantly, he felt his fatigue from the road lighten a bit. After dinner, aside from arranging for someone to keep watch, the rest once again retired to their tents early. The next day, as the sun rose, the group resumed their journey. While Shui Jintang continued the trip with anticipation in his heart, at the same time, their destination. London Village, Xingyan County, Qingyang Prefecture. At the end of the village, the door of one family stood wide open, and many villagers gathered outside watching the spectacle. In the center were Shui Jintang's adoptive parents' family. Right now, on the empty ground in front of the Shui family's house. Zhou Qingshi, the village head of London Village, stood right in the middle, listening to what the Shui family had to say. Scholar Skye Shui Jintang's adoptive father and his mother-in-law Jiang Wan wore complex expressions, with faint anger in their eyes. In front of them stood several people divided into two factions, both facing each other in opposition. They were Scholar Shui Maoyou's two sons, each surrounded by their respective families. What were these people planning to do? They were dividing the household. Villagers who arrived late and were unclear about the situation were immediately explained enthusiastically by other villagers. Apparently, Shui Jintang's adoptive parents had 4 children. The youngest child was Shui Jintang, whom the couple had picked up in the wilds. The other 3 children were an elder sister named Shui Lan, who was already married. The other 2 were sons, the eldest Shui Qingji, and the second son Shui Qingli, both already married. Shui Qingji married Lady Gao and they had a son, the younger of whom attended school. Shui Qingli married Lady Tian, and they had 1 son and 1 daughter, with their son also attending school. As for what this big family was arguing about, it actually involved Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang was picked up as an infant by his adoptive parents and raised as their 4th child. To ensure Shui Jintang grew up healthily, the couple never told him he wasn't their biological child, and they instructed the family not to mention anything to him. Although the couple had good intentions, not everyone shared their thoughts. Supporting another person required more money, increasing household expenses and hard work. Lady Gao, the eldest son's wife, was highly dissatisfied. She frequently complained to Shui's parents about the additional costs of raising another person. But unexpectedly, one day Shui Jintang suddenly transformed from an abandoned orphan into a noble heir. When the Shui family first heard the news, they were all somewhat overwhelmed. It wasn't until after Shui Jintang was taken to the Marquis residence and a 100-tael silver note was given by the household manager that the family finally understood the situation. Lady Gao immediately wanted to split the money. Unfortunately, the elderly couple disagreed. They wished to use the money to renovate their home first, keeping the rest in reserve for future needs. Lady Gao was not content, persistently complaining in front of others intentionally or unintentionally. Eventually, she even persuaded her husband to instigate dividing the household. There is a saying, do not divide the household while the parents are alive. During this time, all financial power remained in the hands of the elders in the house. Each branch kept part of their earnings but had to contribute the rest into a common fund. Lady Gao thought if the family wasn't divided, their portion would be impossible to obtain. Only through a division could half of the 100 taels be theirs. Had Lady Gao acted alone without any support, nothing significant might have happened. However, the problem arose here. She managed to convince Shui Qingji. Thus, one morning, this couple approached the 2 elders with the proposal. Upon hearing the words of the couple, both the elders and the second family naturally felt shocked and furious. Besides exceptional cases, there had never been a family throughout history that divided while the parents were still alive. The couple in the elder branch thus received scolding from the 2 elders. But once Lady Gao harbored this idea, it became impossible for her to give up easily. She began nitpicking every aspect. At one point, she mentioned that raising Shui Jintang had cost them so much money, and some of that money came from their own pocket. Now that his real parents' family had compensated them, it was only fair that the elder branch should get a share. Then she claimed that their son studied at the academy, needing proper nourishment to study well. Because of Shui Jintang, their child didn't get enough nutritious food. In short, there were endless complaints and excuses, which eventually angered the second branch. The quarreling grew louder, finally attracting the attention of other villagers nearby, escalating to the present situation. Seeing this, Lady Gao's eyes lit up with joy as she said to the 2 elders. Father, mother, since things have come to this, why don't you just divide the family? Even after dividing, I and Qingji will continue to honor and respect you and father. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shui and Mrs. Shui looked even angrier. The couple exchanged glances, seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Mrs. Jiang regretted it even more. If only she had been more careful when choosing a spouse for her eldest son, how could such a selfish and greedy person have been chosen? Chapter 34, So be it, let's divide. Seeing the elders silent, Lady Gao nudged her husband beside her. Say something. You agreed to it back then, didn't you? Scholar Shui Qingji, who had been quiet since the village had arrived, now raised his head. Although he already regretted agreeing to his wife's actions, it was too late now. He looked at his father and mother and said, Father, mother, you wrong is right. The family will eventually be divided. Why not do it now? Mr. Shui and Mrs. Jiang exchanged a glance, with Mrs. Jiang staring deeply into her eldest son's eyes. Older son, is this truly what you think? Is dividing the family really necessary? Mr. Shui also looked at him complexly. Their elder son usually seemed honest and simple before marrying. But after marriage, he followed all of Lady Gao's opinions. If Lady Gao were a good person, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, she wasn't easy to get along with. Being selfish and self-serving, she refused to suffer any loss and was overly calculative. Both families had children studying in the academy, and Lady Gao constantly monitored the second branch's son, Shui Lin, being extremely nitpicky to what extent. During mealtime, when Shui Lin took an extra piece of meat, Lady Gao immediately made a fuss. Whenever their two elders gave something to Shui Lin, Lady Gao would quickly interfere, asking questions as if worried her own son might be missing out. There were countless examples like this. Whenever Jiang Wan had words to say about such things, their eldest son immediately stood up for his wife. Lady Gao never listened and often retorted to them. When their eldest daughter brought her child back to visit, Lady Gao closely watched over the grandchild, fearing that the two elders might give something to him without her knowledge. Even before Jin Tang was found by his biological parents, Lady Gao always had complaints. Now that Jin Tang's birth parents gave them 100 taels of silver, she shamelessly kept thinking about it. With their son helping her, they wanted to divide the family. Mr. Shui Mao and Mrs. Jiang felt some coldness towards them. Scholar Shui Qingji kept his head down, avoiding seeing the disappointment in his parents' eyes, and continued. Father, mother, I have no choice. I don't want you wrong arguing with you two either. Please show some understanding. Mr. Shui stared at his eldest son, getting so angry momentarily that he clutched his chest and gasped several times. Mrs. Jiang hurriedly helped him soothe his chest. After taking several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, Mr. Shui felt somewhat better about the faint pain in his chest. Glancing at everyone, Shui Qingji still kept his head down. Finally, Mr. Shui could no longer hold on to any hope for his eldest son. He asked again, his voice revealing neither happiness nor anger. Older son, I'll ask you one more time, must we divide the family? Shui Qingji moved his lips slightly and said in a low voice. Father, Yu Rong is also thinking for our family. Mr. Shui waved his hand, directly interrupting him. That's enough, you don't need to explain anymore. Since you've decided to divide the family, let it happen. I only hope you won't regret it in the future. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Jiang anxiously looked at Mr. Shui. Dear. Mr. Shui turned to look at her, his expression softening slightly. I know what you're about to say, there's no need to continue. Since they've decided to divide the family, keeping both branches together forcibly will only lead to trouble later. It's better to go ahead with it, which can prevent constant arguments over minor gains or losses. Someone here doesn't seem to care too much about fairness. Though referring vaguely, Mr. Shui primarily implied Lady Gao. However, instead of showing any shame, Lady Gao was delighted because the division decision was made. She couldn't resist speaking. Father, then please divide the family promptly. Delaying only wastes everyone's time, right? Mrs. Jiang saw that Mr. Shui had already made up his mind, so she stopped persuading him and sighed with mixed emotions. Mr. Shui glanced at his daughter-in-law, shifting his gaze, his tone calm. Let's proceed with the division. We shouldn't make the village chief come all the way here for nothing. The village chief Shou Qingshi wore a complex expression at this moment. He was invited to the house today by Scholar Shui Qingji and Lady Gao, expecting that Elder Shui had some important matter to discuss with him. He didn't expect. Zhao Qingshi sighed inwardly. Since becoming the village chief, he feared nothing more than events like this. Looking at the expressions on Mr. Shui and his wife's faces, Zhao Qingshi was also helpless. Everything else in their family was fine, people were generally good, except for Lady Gao. Right now, Zhao Qingshi fully understood the feelings of the couple Shui Mao and Jiang. He said. Elder brother Shui, you decide how to split. Let me be a witness, afterward, no one should cause further disputes. Deciding to divide the family, Mr. Shui wouldn't delay any further. After consulting briefly with his wife, he nodded to the village chief. Then let's settle this completely while the village chief is here today. Are there any objections? Mr. Shui looked at his two sons. Naturally, the older branch agreed. The joy on Lady Gao's face was obvious, and Scholar Shui Qingji remained silently looking down. Scholar Shui Qingli glanced at his elder brother and then at his parents' expressions, making no objections either. Father, mother, we have no objections. Dividing would be better to avoid daily grievances from his sister-in-law. Xiao Yan and the children would endure fewer quarrels this way. Scholar Shui Qingli turned and looked at his wife, tenderness rising in his eyes. Lady Tian patted her husband comfortingly. Mr. Shui nodded, very well. Now let's clarify everything clearly. He began calculating their current property item by item. The family has 21 mu of irrigated land and 9 mu of dry land. Each branch gets 10 mu of irrigated land and 4 mu of dry land. This leaves 1 mu of irrigated land and 1 mu of dry land. Everyone nodded. Lady Gao laughed immediately. Father, mother, Qingji is the eldest in the family, responsible for serving you two in old age. The remaining 1 mu of irrigated land and 1 mu of dry land should be given to us in the elder branch. Shui Qingli glanced at his eldest sister-in-law but remained silent, waiting for his father to continue. Village chief Shou Qingshi said nothing as well. Although he didn't particularly like Lady Gao either, her words were quite reasonable in this matter. Since the two elders would be living with the elder branch later on, it was indeed not unfair for them to receive more shares. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shui Mao looked at Lady Gao and smiled. You make a valid point, but your father-in-law and mother-in-law don't need you to take care of us anymore. Younger son, your mother and I will live with your family from now on. Do you have any objections? As soon as these words left Mr. Shui's mouth, the entire family froze in shock. Before Shou could even open his mouth, Lady Gao immediately protested. Father, what are you saying? Since ancient times, parents have always lived with the eldest son, this is unreasonable. In the future, Qingji and I will serve both of you diligently, father. Please don't say things out of anger because of today's events. Lady Gao's expression looked sincere, convincing outsiders that the elder branch was being filial. In reality, she had already planned everything in her mind. If the two elders stayed with the elder branch, they'd naturally receive a larger share of the estate. Not only the fields and house but most importantly, the 100 taels of silver. Serving the elders would mean the elder branch took 65 taels, leaving 35 for the younger branch. Wasn't that fair? Caring for the two elders wouldn't cost much, and Lady Gao understood her in-laws, they were frugal people. This way, their branch would gain an extra 30 taels, minus the expenses of supporting the elders. They'd still save at least 10 or so without any problems, right? Since the eldest caring for the parents was considered customary, there was no way the younger branch could argue against it. Lady Gao believed her calculations were perfect. But then something completely unexpected happened, the elders actually wanted to stay with the younger branch. Mr. Shou glanced at his elder daughter-in-law, seeing the disbelief clearly written on her face, and chuckled inwardly. He hadn't read many books, but he wasn't stupid, he had a pretty good idea of what his elder daughter-in-law had been planning. With a calm heart, he replied with a smile. You know that traditionally the eldest son takes care of his parents, but did you also know that traditionally parents don't split the family either? How come you're ignoring this rule? Lady Gao was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, unsure how to counter. After some hesitation, she feebly laughed, that's different. Mr. Shou coldly snorted, what difference? If you refuse to follow ancient customs and insist on splitting the family, why should other matters follow those traditions? The two oldies don't need your care, so you'll save effort, isn't that convenient? Lady Gao's face alternated between red and pale, utterly unprepared for her father-in-law to be so unbending about her face saving. She opened her mouth a few times, trying to rebut him but unable to find the right words. Having lost patience with her nonsense, Mr. Shou turned his attention to his younger son. Younger son, what's your opinion? Only then did Shou Qingli snap out of his daze, quickly replying. I have no objections, father. The two of you can live with us from now on, and Xiao Yan and I will take good care of both of you. Lady Tian added her agreement, my husband is right, father, we all agree. Shou Qingli gently patted his wife's hand. As always, Xiao Yan was kind and gentle, raising their children and serving his parents without complaint. He vowed not to disappoint her. Seeing his younger son and daughter-in-law, Mr. Shou felt some solace in his heart. Thankfully, his younger son had always been sensible, clever, and adaptable, and the daughter-in-law was a good match, she wasn't selfish and harsh like Lady Gao. Living with them wouldn't lead to constant conflicts, making life much more peaceful. And since the elders wouldn't need their care, they could live quietly and independently without causing trouble. Shou Qingji lifted his head as if wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Realizing that his wife had thoroughly angered their parents, his ears reddened after reflecting on her earlier words. Despite Lady Gao constantly nudging him to speak up beside him, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Mr. Shou cast a glance at everyone and spoke decisively. Well, that settles it. From now on, the two of us will live with the younger son. As your father, I won't show favoritism toward anyone. The remaining 1 mu of irrigated land and 1 mu of dry land will go to the younger son's family. We aren't bedridden yet and can still till the land ourselves. I'm also giving the dry land to the elder son's family, I don't want it anymore. Isn't this arrangement fair enough? As he said this, he also shot a look at Lady Gao. The onlookers among the villagers also focused their gazes on Lady Gao, recalling how she had just said that their household would serve the elders and thus wanted to claim both the 1 mu of irrigated land and the 1 mu of dry land. Their expressions became peculiar as a result. Even without looking, Lady Gao could feel the stares from those around her, causing her face to grow even more discolored. The fields have been divided, so let's continue with dividing the rest. Mr. Shou pointed at the house where his entire family had lived for decades. This house has a total of 8 rooms. 1 room used to be Jintang's, and it remains untouched still. The two of us elders occupy 1 room, leaving 6 rooms for you 2 branches, 3 each. As he drew a line by the 3rd room on the east side of the house. When this house was built, it was already considered that each branch would get half later on, so both sides are identical. There's no need to dispute over it now. We will build a wall here to separate the 2 sides. These 3 rooms belong to the elder branch, and these are for the younger branch. Jintang's room is included here. When Mr. Shou reached this point, he glanced at Lady Gao once more. In case Jintang comes back to see us in the future, I'm sure you wouldn't want him staying on your side. It's best then to directly assign this room to the younger branch. Lady Gao couldn't help but interject. Father, Jintang has already been claimed by his parents in the capital city. How could he possibly come back? Isn't keeping this room just wasteful? I think we might as well divide it among us. Hanyue and Haoyue are growing up and need separate living spaces. The other room can also be used to store some miscellaneous items. Mr. Shou cast a cold look at her and responded sternly. Whether or not Jintang comes back to live is his business. His parents haven't failed to provide silver for him, and you're thinking of occupying his room too. In the future, if Jintang comes back and finds out that we didn't leave him any place to stay. At the mention of silver, Lady Gao felt less confident to argue but still couldn't resist muttering softly. He could come back and just share a space anyway. Leaving this room empty like this seems such a waste. Mr. Shui, observing her attitude, knew she still wasn't convinced and continued. Moreover, your branch has 2 children, but isn't the younger branch also raising 2 children? Why aren't they making similar complaints? If you really find it crowded, after the division of the silver, you can build more yourselves. You can decide how many rooms to add. Upon mentioning the silver, Lady Gao immediately ran out of words. Seeing her finally fall silent, Mr. Shui continued. The fields and the house are done being divided, the tools inside the house, and some implements will also be split evenly. Since the family has been divided, you all will manage your own finances moving forward. The silver you handed over previously, except for necessary daily expenses, the 2 of you as elders didn't touch them and kept them well preserved. They'll be divided accordingly. We won't talk about the 100 taels from the Chu family yet. In total, our savings amount to 32 taels of silver. We'll keep 2 taels with your mother and me, this will serve as the base money for our old age coffins. Do you all agree? Both the elder and younger branches shook their heads in agreement. Mr. Shui nodded, that's good. The remaining 30 taels will be evenly split between the 2 branches, 15 taels each. All the small details were divided until only the 100 taels given by the Shui family remained. We 2 elders will take a part of this, and the rest will again be evenly divided between the 2 branches. Mr. Shui looked at the people from both branches before him. According to the rules, we 2 elders live with the younger branch, but the elder branch must also pay an annual allowance. Including what belongs originally to the 2 of us, we'll take 10 taels out of this 100 taels. In the future, the elder branch won't have to pay the allowance anymore. As for the remaining 90 taels, they will be split evenly between the 2 branches, 45 taels each. Fair enough. Lady Gao quickly calculated in her mind. Apart from the income from the farmland, during farming breaks, her husband could work odd jobs outside, earning around 200 coins per month. Thus, their branch would need to pay 40 coins as an allowance each month, totaling 480 coins annually, which amounts to 702 coins or 7 taels of silver. Since the 2 elders weren't yet 50, they should easily live another decade or so. Assuming 15 years, that would mean 7,200 coins, equivalent to more than 7 taels of silver. Including the portion originally belonging to the 2 elders, taking 10 taels meant their branch wouldn't lose out much. But suddenly losing this 10 taels still made Lady Gao wince inwardly. However, upon reflection, she thought of Hanhua studying at school. In the future, he would surely surpass his father, and their elder branch's life would certainly improve. If they paid an annual allowance year after year, once the elder branch had more money, wouldn't the 2 elders demand them to pay more? It was better then to lose these 10 taels now. At least in the future, they wouldn't have to pay anything, and it wouldn't matter how the 2 elders treated them anymore. Satisfied with her clarity of thought, Lady Gao immediately smiled and said, "Father, there are no problems on our side." The couple from the younger branch naturally agreed as well, after all, they weren't like Lady Gao who was petty and loved stirring up trouble. Seeing there were no issues on either side, Mr. Shui said no more and simply nodded. Since we're all in agreement, then let's split the family now. Please have the village head come as a witness. Mr. Zhao Qingshi naturally had no objections, he was the village head, so it was normal for him to be involved in big or small matters of the village. Mr. Zhao Qingshi and 2 elders of the village acted as witnesses. Mr. Zhao's son, Mr. Zhao Xingxing, was a scholar, so he wrote up the division agreement while the Shui family split their belongings on the spot. 4 copies of the agreement were made, 1 each for the elder and younger branches, 1 for the elderly of the Shui family, and another kept by Mr. Zhao Qingshi, the village head. Thus, the family division came to an end. After the division, seeing there was nothing more to watch, the villagers who had gathered gradually dispersed. After sending off the village head, once only family remained, Mr. Shui finally spoke softly. They're gone, and the division is done. There's no need to waste time. As per what we just discussed, move the things that belong to you to your respective living quarters right away. Chapter 35, End of the Division. After dividing the family, with solid silver in hand, Lady Gao couldn't help but smile. Father, mother, we'll go ahead and move our things then. Saying this, she pulled Mr. Shui Qingji and urged her eldest son to quickly move the items to the residence assigned to them. Mr. Shui Mao turned his head and looked at Mr. Shui Qingli and his wife, who were still standing in place. His expression softened slightly. Older brother, don't delay any longer, start moving. Yes, father. Mr. Shui Qingli responded, pulled his wife, called upon his daughter, and started working. Neither Mr. Shui Han nor Mr. Shui Lin were present since they were still at school. There's a saying that even when a family breaks apart, its value can reach tens of thousands of strings of cash. Although the Shui family didn't own anything particularly precious or valuable, there were quite a lot of miscellaneous items. It took half a day to divide all the household items and move everything to their respective residences. No one from both sides stopped to eat lunch, everyone was focused on finishing the moving process as quickly as possible. It wasn't until an hour that the Shou family finally sat down to catch their breath. Mr. Shou Mao, Mrs. Jiang Wan, and the family of the younger branch sat together, eating their delayed lunch while discussing future plans. The Shou family, relying on the savings accumulated by Mr. Shou Mao and Mrs. Jiang Wan in their earlier years, had some reserves, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to support so many children. Unfortunately, with the growing number of family members, expenses also grew significantly. Now, they needed to provide education for 2 children, and the entire Shou family was tightening their belts, always paying attention to saving whenever possible. Although the old couple had saved some silver, they wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary, given that the family needed to support 2 children through schooling, which was a significant expense. For this reason, the food of the Shou family wasn't especially good. Having meat every few days was impossible, they barely had enough to fill their stomachs. At this moment, Mr. Shou Mao was eating rice mixed with coarse grains and beans, picking some wild vegetables with his chopsticks, pondering the family's current savings after the division. Beside him, Mr. Shou Qingli was also thinking out loud. Father, we now have 11 mu of irrigated land, 4 mu of dry land, 15 taels of silver plus the 50 taels from the division among us and the 45 taels from the family's total 100 taels, making a total of 60 taels. Mr. Shou Mao nodded, your mother and I still have more than 10 taels. You two should also have saved privately, adding up to 75 taels, right? Mr. Shou Mao and Mrs. Jiang Wan weren't harsh parents-in-law. When their 2 sons married, both parties were asked to contribute part of their dowries for the common fund, while the rest was left to the couples. Any money the sons earned from part-time work and the income the daughters-in-law generated from embroidery, etc., was theirs alone to keep. The 2 elderly never interfered. In the village, they were considered very considerate in-laws. Other harsh ones would not allow their sons and daughters-in-law to save privately. Once discovered, they would be severely scolded, forced to hand over all their earnings publicly, making it difficult to accumulate much money by year-end. Mr. Shou Qingli nodded, neither he nor his wife were lazy people. Both worked diligently, so they had saved a few taels. Upon being questioned by Mr. Shou Mao, they didn't hide it. Mr. Shou Mao spoke seriously, more than 70 taels may seem like a lot, but we can't sit idly by spending recklessly. Besides, Mr. Shui Lin is still in school, which is already a substantial cost. Apart from tuition, there are New Year gifts and other holiday presents for the teachers, plus stationery. All these add up to spending around 10 to 20 taels annually. On top of that, we need to save some silver for medical emergencies. Studying requires good health, and we can't skimp too much on young Lin's meals. Even these basic needs will drain those 70 taels rather quickly. I haven't yet included other expenditures. Shui Qingli also knew how difficult it was for an ordinary peasant family to support a scholar. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded. In the future, I will look for more work in town. I am strong and while I'm still young, I can do more and save more money, which is always a good thing. Tian Xiaoyan chimed in, I will embroider more handkerchiefs. Tian Xiaoyan's embroidery skills were quite good, when she went to the town to sell her handkerchiefs, hers could always fetch a few coins more than those of others from the village. Sighing, Shui Mao said, for now, this is all we can do. I'm still able to work hard. Younger brother, in your free time, go look for work in town. As for the fields, I'll take care of more. During non-peak farming seasons, fieldwork wasn't too hard, so working alone just meant expending more energy. That was what Shui Mao was thinking about. Although his body would inevitably be more tired, for someone like him who came from a farming household, there simply wasn't time to care about these things. Generation after generation had gone through this life cycle. If they're going to be tired, then let them be. The ability to earn some extra money was worth it. Though Shui Qingli didn't completely agree with the strong attitude of Shui Mao, he did not object further. Looking at the bowl of egg custard on the table, Shui Mao said. Both of you should have some as well. And you, have some too. You've all worked hard today, so eating more can help replenish our strength. The eggs used for the steamed egg custard had also been part of the property division. A basket of fresh eggs from their chickens was originally intended to be sold in town. But now, instead of selling them, Shui Mao evenly distributed them between the 2 branches of the family. Eggs were also considered a good item in peasant households, they usually wouldn't eat them but save them for sale. Today, because moving took a lot of effort, Shui Mao directly instructed Tian Xiaoyan to take 4 eggs to make a dish of steamed egg custard for everyone in the family to share. Upon hearing this, Shuya hesitated, wanting to eat but restraining herself and looking toward her mother. Tian Xiaoyan patted her daughter's head and smiled gently, saying, Your grandfather has asked you to eat, so go ahead. There's a large bowl of egg custard, and each of us will get some. Only upon hearing that could Shuya relax her guard and obediently look at Shui Mao. Thank you, Grandpa. Rough hands reached out and fondly patted his granddaughter's head, softening his expression even more. His granddaughter, like Lin, was very considerate and never actively vied for anything. Anything she found outside, she wouldn't immediately eat herself but would first show it to her parents. If her parents refused to eat it, only then would she consume it. Obedient and respectful, she never caused trouble outside. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved child? Smiling, Shuemao urged, eat more. Shueya nodded obediently. While eating, Shue Qinli said, Father, since the fields are not too busy right now, I will go to town tomorrow to see if there's any work available. After finishing his meal, Shuemao put down his chopsticks. No need to rush. Just after the family division, check if there's anything missing at home first. Our rice supply is almost finished. You might as well go to the market early tomorrow and buy it back together. Finding work doesn't need to be rushed, wait a couple of days until everything in the house is settled. Don't worry about a day or two. Hearing this, Shue Qinli nodded. All right, I'll go to the town to buy supplies tomorrow. Since it's still a long way before nightfall, I'll go check the fields first and drop by the village head's place later. I'll borrow his ox cart. There were many things the household needed, along with the grains to purchase, which made it quite a lot. The distance to the market from the village was considerable, so carrying all the items back himself would be hard work. Villagers nearby owned an ox cart, so borrowing it for the task would be wise. On days when there wasn't too much to carry, he preferred walking to save a few coins. Chapter 36, Back to the Village. As the sun set and rose again, a new day began. Scholar Shui Jintang and his entourage broke camp, packed up their tents, and continued on their journey. Their destination grew closer. At the hour of C, hearing the report from one of his subordinates, Shui Jintang peeked his head out of the carriage window and looked towards the nearby village. He couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Finally, we've arrived. In Lanxi village, the bright sunlight shone on the land. It wasn't yet lunchtime, and the villagers were busy in the fields. Due to the heat, parents kept their children inside, preventing them from running around. Thus, the village was quiet at the moment. The sound of wheels creaking filled the air as carriages entered the dirt path leading into the village. Shui Jintang lifted the curtain and gazed out to both sides. Few people could be seen near the doorsteps of each house. Estimating the timing, Shui Jintang surmised that they must have gone off to work in the fields. He exhaled, relieved. This was better. He had been worried about being surrounded the moment they entered the village. General Shao Wei rode his horse, quietly leading the guards on both sides. Shui Jintang lowered the curtain and directed the carriage to continue towards the direction he remembered. 3 carriages entered the village, accompanied by mounted guards on tall horses. Despite most villagers being busy in the fields, this still caught the attention of those few who remained at home. Children called out to each other, squatting outside their houses, curiously staring at the carriages with wide eyes. Seeing this, Shui Jintang asked Shao Wei and others to speed up. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, spotting the house he remembered, Shui Jintang finally waved his hand to halt the convoy. Stepping out of the carriage, he stretched his limbs and gazed at the small courtyard ahead, feeling a mix of emotions. He wondered if his adoptive parents were at home. After instructing Shao Wei and the others to wait where they were, Shui Jintang walked into the courtyard, intending to find someone to take over the belongings. It wasn't proper to leave them unattended like that. As he stepped inside, he met a woman face to face. She had a shrewd appearance, with slightly drooping corners of her eyes that gave her an air of harshness. Shui Jintang discreetly appraised her while searching his memories. A moment later, realization struck. This was his elder brother's wife, whom he remembered as having been unkind to him in the past. Thus, he gave a perfunctory smile, elder sister-in-law, then walked past her and continued inward. Still stunned, Gao Yuerong stood frozen until Shui Jintang moved to the other side. Her face showed disbelief. Was that really Shui Jintang? Had he truly returned? Overwhelmed with shock, Gao Yuerong remained rooted in place, her mind racing with countless thoughts, unable to recover for a long while. The Shui family had divided yesterday, but moving the belongings took up most of the day, leaving no time yet to build walls separating the 2 branches. Thus, Shui Jintang didn't yet know about the division. With no brick walls obstructing his way, he continued straight inward, passing the 3rd house before seeing 2 women sitting outside another door. One had a kind expression, with gray hair already appearing, the other looked gentle and refined, clearly younger. They were chatting while sorting vegetables. Shui Jintang took a step forward and greeted them warmly. Mother, second sister-in-law. Caught off guard mid-conversation, the 2 women turned to look at him simultaneously. Standing there in a blue robe, looking graceful and handsome, was a young man smiling at them brightly. Jiang Shi reacted first, jumping to her feet so suddenly that the chair behind her fell over. But she paid it no mind, simply fixing her gaze on the young man before her, her expression a mix of surprise, excitement, and joy. She hesitated briefly before speaking. Jintang. Shui Jintang smiled softly, acknowledging her. Mother, it's me. I've come back to see you. Hearing Shui Jintang's voice again, Jiang Shi finally snapped out of her shock and took a couple of quick steps toward him. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she slowly raised her hand, looking at the finely dressed youth before her. She wanted to touch his head but hesitated, unsure if she should dare. After all, he was no longer her son now, but the young master of a marquis household. Noticing Jiang Shi's hesitation, Shui Jintang demonstrated his sensitivity by leaning his head into her palm gently. This finally dispelled her uncertainty, and Jiang Shi embraced the young man with a trembling heart. My good child. I thought I'd never see you again. Although she and her husband had occasionally mentioned that Jintang might return, deep down they hadn't dared hope. Knowing their own humble circumstances compared to the grandeur of a marquis estate, how could they imagine that after leaving, Jintang would ever return? Yet here he was, actually returning to visit his adoptive parents. Emotions overwhelming her, tears streamed down her lined cheeks. Shui Jintang hadn't expected such an emotional reaction from Jiang Shi. Held tightly in her embrace, he stiffened momentarily. Since the passing of his grandparents, no one had been this intimate with him. In his childhood, he'd enjoyed closeness with them, but growing older meant fewer moments like this. He felt unfamiliar with the embrace, but considering Jiang Shi's feelings, he endured without pulling away, letting her hold him for a short while. After some time, Jiang Shi finally released him. Shui Jintang subtly stepped back, silently relieved. Tian Shi was slower to react, as she was not originally part of the Shui family but had married into it through Shui Qingli. Besides, the young Shui Jintang from memory was quiet and reserved, making her recognition even slower. Therefore, Tian Shi had not interacted much with this younger brother-in-law, and her familiarity with him couldn't compare to how well the Shui family, who had spent over a decade with Shui Jintang, knew him. Adding to this, Shui Jintang was not the original soul but rather someone who had transmigrated. Perhaps because he'd been in this body for so long, his appearance had undergone slight changes, becoming increasingly similar to his looks from a previous life. As for his demeanor, there was no need to say more. It was entirely different from that of his original self. Thus, Tian Shi did not immediately recognize him. It was only after Jiang Shi's words and actions prompted her memory that a bit of surprise surfaced in her heart. After all, aside from Shui father and mother, who still clung to faint hopes, no one else had truly expected that the youth who'd been recognized by his wealthy birth parents would ever return. After the initial shock, Tian Shi also felt a little joy. How wonderful that her young brother-in-law hadn't looked down on the Shui family for their poverty and was willing to come back to visit them. From this alone, it could be seen that he was a man of gratitude and placed great importance on the bonds of kinship. Although Tian Shi didn't directly expect to gain anything from this younger brother-in-law. The fact that the Shui family could maintain a connection with him now as a young master of a marquis household was undoubtedly beneficial in every possible way. Take, for instance, her child currently studying at the village school. In the future, if he passed the examination to become a scholar and advanced further, with Shui Jintang's help, surely he would perform even better. Though Tian Shi was just a woman, she was aware that scholarly pursuits weren't easy. The higher one climbed, the more difficult it became to achieve good results without access to the right books and knowledge. And without connections or high social status, an ordinary farming family's son would struggle immensely to gain such resources. This was why, among those who succeeded through the imperial exams, the majority were still wealthy people and officials' children. Thinking about all this, Tian Shi couldn't help feeling excited on the surface, her smile growing deeper. Seeing Jiang Shi release Shui Jintang, she greeted him warmly. "Little uncle, we didn't know you were coming back today. Qingli went to the town early this morning, and father is in the fields. I'll go fetch him. They will definitely be very happy when they hear you're back," Tian Shi added. Chapter 37, Good Child, It's Great That You've Come Back. Finally managing to calm down somewhat from her excitement, Jiang Shi heard Tian Shi's words and finally snapped out of her reverie. Clapping her hands, she said happily. "Look at me, I've gotten confused from all this happiness. What your second sister-in-law said is correct, they will indeed be delighted to know you've returned. Xiaoyan, you run an errand and tell your father to come home quickly. Say that Jintang has come back." Tian Xiaoyan's face also carried a joyful smile as she swiftly agreed, "All right, mother, I understand." Saying this, she rushed toward the courtyard gate, her movements incredibly swift. Jiang Shi's younger daughter was originally playing inside the house but came out upon hearing her mother and grandmother call. She saw her grandmother standing by the door with a youth, smiling brightly. At this moment, Shui Jintang also noticed the little girl before him and recalled, it should be his second sister-in-law's daughter. Looking at the curious girl who stared at him, he smiled and said, "It's been several months since we last met, and Xiaoya has become even prettier." Only now noticing her granddaughter who had run out, Jiang Shi smiled kindly at Shuya and asked, "Yer, do you remember who this person is?" Shuya was 6 years old, and her memory seemed quite good. She studied Shui Jintang for a while before speaking. "Uncle?" Shui Jintang laughed in response. Jiang Shi also happily patted her granddaughter's head, "That's right, this is your uncle. He's come to visit us. Are you happy?" Seeing how pleased her grandmother and mother were, Shuya involuntarily smiled sweetly at the uncle who had been gone for so long and was now back. Answering obediently, "Yes, I'm happy." Shui Jintang couldn't resist patting this cute and well-behaved little niece on the head, for who wouldn't like such a child? Shuya allowed herself to be petted, even nudging her head against Shui Jintang's hand slightly. Shui Jintang's smile widened further. By this time, Jiang Shi's emotions had settled down significantly, and she remembered to ask questions. "Jintang, are your parents aware that you've come back? Did they permit you to visit us?" Jiang Shi assumed Shui Jintang was still living in the Marquis mansion. Shui Jintang maintained his smile. Unwilling to worry his adoptive parents, and since these matters were hard to explain clearly in a short time, he didn't mention that he had already left the Marquis mansion and married into a princely household. He simply replied, "Yes, they know. Parents raised me this far, so it's natural for me to come and see them." He directly avoided answering whether or not Jiang Shi had received permission. Jiang Shi didn't notice and felt a little pleased upon hearing this. "It seems your biological parents are also very reasonable." Having said this sentence, Jiang Shi suddenly realized something. "By the way, Jin Tang, we are no longer your parents. Is it appropriate for you to address us this way?" Jiang Shi was essentially asking whether his biological parents would agree with him addressing them this way. Shui Jintang continued to smile. "Is there any problem? Father, mother, even though you're not my biological parents, you adopted me from the wild and raised me to adulthood, so you certainly deserve these titles. If they disagree, then it means they don't understand human emotions." Hearing this, Jiang Shi's smile became even wider, but she couldn't help teasing him a little. "You shouldn't be talking about your biological parents like this. Don't say such things anymore." Saying this, Jiang Shi was also afraid that if Shui Jintang made a mistake shortly after returning to the Marquis mansion, his biological parents might dislike him. Shui Jintang understood that Jiang Shi's concern was for his benefit. He didn't rush to refute it but instead chuckled twice. Neither opposing nor agreeing. Seeing this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but comment. "It seems your biological parents have treated you well. You've become much more open than before. You used to rarely talk or smile. Now, you speak more and smile more often. Good, this reassures your father and I." Hearing this, Shui Jintang hesitated slightly and then sighed with a hint of resignation in his heart. Before coming back, he had been worried that his adoptive parents might suspect his behavior since he could only imitate the previous soul as best as possible, but he could never perfectly replicate the original's life entirely. Gradually, he would need to live according to his own lifestyle. He had originally planned ways to explain if they were curious, but now his mother had already thought of a very reasonable excuse for him. He felt relieved at this. The two chatted at the door for a while, and Tian Shi, who had gone to fetch someone, returned. Behind her followed an elderly man covered in dust, Shui Mao. Shui Mao had clearly already heard the gist of what Tian Shi told him and was not as excited as Jiang Shi. After settling down, seeing the polite smiling younger son before him, tears welled up in his eyes as well, and he repeatedly said, Good, it's great that you're back, it's really wonderful. Good child." Like his wife, Shui Mao also harbored a small hope that their son, whom they had raised since childhood, would come to see them, yet deep down, they didn't dare expect too much. But when they saw the young man return indeed, naturally, they were both overwhelmed with emotion. The father and son exchanged some words, mainly with Shui Mao asking Shui Jintang questions. The topics were largely similar to those Jiang Shi had previously inquired about. It wasn't until the sun began blazing fiercely that it roused those still immersed in excitement, prompting them to move indoors to continue the conversation. After sitting down on chairs in the house, Shui Jintang finally remembered his carriage and guards waiting outside, stood up again, and said to Shui father and mother. "Almost forgot, father, mother, I brought some things back for you this time. They're outside the courtyard, and there's quite a lot of them. Tell me where would be suitable to place them. Let me have my men bring everything inside." Shui Mao and Jiang Shi were startled. "You've brought things as well?" Upon learning that Shui Jintang came not only to visit them but also brought gifts, the couple grew even happier. However, they couldn't resist scolding him lightly. "To see us is joy enough. Why bring so many things? It's too extravagant." Having suffered through hardships for most of their lives, the elder generation always remained frugal. Hearing about expenses immediately evoked concern in them. Even his grandparents had been the same way, which Shui Jintang had long grown accustomed to. So, without showing any irritation, he grinned. "Not much money spent, and besides, I'm wealthy now. Isn't it inappropriate to visit you empty-handed?" Jiang Shi gave him a playful slap on the back but did not use force. She teased. "Just because you're rich doesn't mean you should spend extravagantly like this. No matter how rich you are, it'll run out eventually. Your father and I don't need any gifts from you. And anyway, your biological parents have already given us some money, which compensates for raising you all these years. There's no need to give us anything more. If you have extra money, keep it for yourself. Always giving us gifts might upset your parents." Shui Jintang silently rolled his eyes, like he cared about what they thought, but verbally responded. Understood. I'll pay attention next time. But father, mother, let's go take a look at the items outside first, they've been there for a bit." At this, Shui Mao and Jiang Shi immediately panicked, rushing to the door with Shui Jintang. "They've been outside for a while. That won't do. Leaving them out there is too dangerous. Let's quickly bring them inside." Shui Jintang initially wanted to walk slowly, but he was pulled along by the eager elders and had no choice but to match their speed. Chapter 38, Address Me as Master. As the group exited the house, they immediately bumped into Lady Gao who was still outside. Shui Mao and Jiang Shi spared her a glance but chose to ignore her for the time being. Both were thinking that they hadn't yet told Jintang about the division of the family assets, and decided to remind him later. Glancing at Lady Gao's shifty eyes, Shuimao instantly knew that his elder daughter-in-law must be plotting something unsavory again. Choosing to overlook Lady Gao entirely, the group rushed towards the gate of the courtyard. Trailing behind, Shui Jintang glanced at his elder sister-in-law briefly, noting her expression with narrowed eyes. In the memories of his previous self, this elder sister-in-law had never been reputable. While she maintained appearances in front of others, she gossiped maliciously behind closed doors, especially complaining about the original Jintang's behavior. The original self had witnessed such scenes multiple times but kept silent due to his reserved and somber nature. So, Lady Gao probably thought that the original Jintang was unaware of her backbiting. Naturally, Shui Jintang harbored no positive impression of her. It is often said that appearance mirrors character. Being sensitive and observant, Shui Jintang instinctively judged people from first impressions. Those he disliked upon first meeting turned out not to be good people, and even if they weren't outright bad, they wouldn't suit him anyway. Following behind the Shui family, Shui Jintang temporarily ignored Lady Gao and hurried toward the door together with the others. Commander Zhao Wei stood guard beside the carriage with several guards on horseback nearby, and some children were peeking from a distance, clearly curious kids who noticed their arrival into the village. Fortunately, it wasn't lunchtime yet, so most villagers were working in the fields, preventing them from gathering around. Shui Jintang was naturally relieved. He hated being surrounded by crowds and found it annoying to deal with those who asked endless questions. Quickly addressing his father and mother. Father, mother, second sister-in-law, all these are things I brought. Let's hurry up and move them inside the house, we'll talk after everything is settled, or else everyone will be back soon. The moment Shui's parents stepped out of the yard, they saw 3 exquisitely crafted carriages parked at the entrance along with a dozen burly guards, stunning them momentarily in place. Although Shui Jintang had deliberately instructed that the carriages should be as low-key as possible, the standard for royal stables could only be made so modest. Upon being reminded by Shui Jintang, they snapped out of it, heading straight for the carriages while saying, Yes, let's quickly move everything indoors. If anyone comes, I'll handle them, don't let them surround Jintang. Jiangshi and Tianshi also nodded in agreement. Shui Jintang ordered Zhao Wei to help the family move the items inside, assisting them as well. Despite 2 full carriages worth of items, the work was finished within half an hour thanks to the many hands helping. Due to the large quantity, the 5 rooms assigned to the second branch family hadn't been organized properly. After consulting Shui Jintang, most of the items were placed in his old room, with some leftovers in the storage room to be sorted out when they had more time. Seeing the dozen guards who assisted, Shuimao asked Shui Jintang. Jintang, are they staying here or returning? If they're not going back, we need to arrange accommodations. There might be some vacant houses in the village where I can speak to people later to have these guards settle down. Shui Jintang quickly replied. No need, father. They will stay at the inn in town. You and mother don't worry about their lodging. Shuimao marveled, staying at the inn. That will cost quite a bit of silver. Perhaps it would be better if they stayed in the village. We can give them some money later and explain, they'd likely prefer staying one night with us. It's much cheaper than going to town, isn't it? Sighing internally, Shui Jintang understood the frugal mindset of villagers like his father Shuimao, who always subconsciously thought about minimizing costs. Patiently explaining. Father, mother, there's really no need. They didn't spend their own money this trip, it's all covered by TH. At this point, Shui Jintang hesitated, almost revealing, Prince. You can understand it this way, they escorted me to Lancy village on official duty. Their expenses will be reimbursed by the host family, they won't have to pay anything themselves. The trio vaguely grasped his meaning and followed up. Host family, you mean your biological parents? Are your biological parents the ones reimbursing them? Shui Jintang mumbled in response. In any case, you don't need to worry about this. There's money at the mansion, and besides, people like Zhao Wei are different from us. They might not be comfortable staying in villagers' homes. Shui Jintang wasn't wrong, originally, all the guards could stay at an inn. If they stayed in villagers' houses, each household wouldn't have enough space, meaning some would have to spread out among different families. Being unfamiliar households with differing living habits, it wouldn't be convenient for anything. It was better to just stay at the inn. After hearing Shui Jintang say this, the rest of the Shou family stopped worrying. That's good then. As long as they have a place to stay, will they leave now? It's almost noon. Let them stay here for a meal. You've traveled such a long way from the capital, it would only be polite to invite them to a meal. Let them eat before leaving. Ah. Shui Jintang looked toward the still busy guards, uncertain what they thought of this offer. Would that be too much trouble? Shu Mao quickly said, no trouble at all. People come so far, a meal must be offered. After speaking, he turned to his wife, my dear, go with second daughter-in-law to the village and find a few others to help. There were meals to prepare for 20 or more people, more hands meant faster work. Jiang Shi nodded, I understand. I'll find the mayor's wife. You stay here and chat with Jintang, cooking is no concern of yours. Living in the village for so long, the Shou family, apart from those in the main branch, got along well with everyone. There were always familiar neighbors willing to help. In critical moments, asking someone for assistance, whether to cook or something else, was natural. When one helps another, it would be reciprocated next time. Not wasting time, Jiang Shi instructed Tian Shi to prepare in the kitchen while she went to call on the neighbors. Seeing this, Shui Jintang called out to Xiao Wei, telling him there was no need to rush off after moving everything, they should stay for a simple meal. Shu father began contemplating lunch dishes immediately. The rice and flour at home were nearly finished, but fortunately, the second son had been sent to the market that morning. Vegetables were growing both in the yard and field, no need to buy them. Some cured meat from last year remained. The fresh meat was gone, though. Did the second son buy some? If not, perhaps ask him to visit Li Butcher again, closer than the market. Xiao Wei and Shui Jintang stood near enough to Shu father. As a martial artist, Xiao Wei's hearing was much sharper than usual. Hearing what Shu father murmured quietly, Xiao Wei turned to Shui Jintang. Your Highness. Just as he started, Shui Jintang quickly silenced him with a Shu, turning to ensure their father hadn't overheard. Heaving a sigh of relief upon confirming that he hadn't, Shui Jintang whispered. Forget to tell you all, please don't call me your Highness in the village. My parents still don't know about my connection to the prince. I'll explain when the opportunity arises. For now, to avoid unnecessary trouble, call me young master when we're here. Remind the others not to slip up. Chapter 39, Greeting his uncle. Xiao Wei's shout startled Shui Jintang, who blamed himself for forgetting about the title issue, having gotten used to being addressed as Your Highness. Only now did he realize how inappropriate it was. Thankfully, he caught it in time. Hearing this, Xiao Wei didn't ask further, only responded with a yes, and turned to call over a subordinate, relaying Shui Jintang's instructions. Oh yes, Shui Jintang then remembered. Why did you call me earlier? Xiao Wei explained, saying. There's no need to bother with buying meat. Someone can hunt in the woods, which would be quicker. Shui Jintang envied his acute hearing, standing there completely unaware of what his father had said. Subsequently agreeing, Shui Jintang replied. That works. Go ahead and judge the situation and bring back some game. Just make sure to be safe. Knowing these individuals were all skilled, Shui Jintang wasn't overly worried but reminded them out of routine. Responding with a yes, Xiao Wei moved away from Shui Jintang, instructing a subordinate briefly, leaving a few behind, while the rest went up the mountain with him. Shu's house was close to the foot of the mountain, making it conveniently accessible for their hunting trip. Watching Xiao Wei leave, Shui Jintang stopped his father. Father, there's no need to buy meat. Xiao Wei and his team are going hunting up the mountain. Prepare other dishes accordingly. Shu father felt somewhat uneasy. Inviting the guards to dine, yet also having them go out and hunt wild game seemed improper. After a few words of persuasion from Shui Jintang, he no longer focused on this and turned his attention to other preparations. There was no need to worry about the meat, but more effort should be put into other areas. A few boards of tofu needed to be bought later, several steamer pots of mantou also had to be prepared. Some noodles could be cut as well, the dough had to be kneaded first. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Shui Jintang stood in the courtyard, feeling idle for a moment. Looking around, seeing there was nothing to do, he decided to go to the kitchen and see if he could help out. None of Xiao Wei's group had any culinary skills. They were merely capable of roasting food until it was cooked, taste couldn't be guaranteed. For the first few days, they ate fresh food brought from the mansion. Later on, unless they encountered towns where they could buy supplies, most of the time they hunted in the wild to feed themselves. Shui Jintang didn't like hiding inside the carriage eating space-grown food by himself. He usually ate with them. Disliking what they roasted, Shui Jintang couldn't resist doing it himself. With the spices he prepared before leaving, the food tasted much better than when Xiao Wei and the others roasted it. The group hadn't treated their stomachs poorly throughout the journey. Tian Shi was busy washing vegetables in the kitchen. Hearing some movement, she looked up and saw Shui Jintang standing at the door of the kitchen. She immediately stood up and smiled while asking. Little uncle, are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. There's too much dust in the kitchen that might dirty your clothes, don't come in. Seeing the clothes on Shui Jintang made of obviously high-quality material, Tian Shi instinctively stopped him from entering. No problem, I'll be careful. You carry on. Shui Jintang smiled without concern, rolled up his sleeves slightly and asked Tian Shi. What dishes are you planning for lunch today? Is there anything I can help with? Tian Shi immediately refused, no. I haven't decided yet what dishes to prepare. We'll decide once mother returns. For now, I'm just preparing some washed vegetables. In matters of the kitchen, Tian Shi always followed the orders of her mother-in-law Jiang Shi. When it came to such a major event requiring preparation for 20 or so guests, she dared not make any decisions alone. Just then, speaking voices were heard from the entrance to the yard. It was Jiang Shi returning with a few familiar women. Mother. Shui Jintang called, and then smiled at those who came with Jiangshi, informing them of Shou Wei taking people into the mountain to hunt and asked Jiangshi what needed to be done. Jiangshi already had her apron tied, and after cleaning her hands, she wiped them on her apron and began thinking while saying, "For the meat dishes, we will wait for Shou brothers to return. For the other dishes, I'll make a wild vegetable salad. We have goosefoot, asparagus, green beans, and cabbage. How would you like to eat them? I'll make them according to your preference." Shui Jintang laughed, "I'm fine with anything. I'll leave it to you, mother." Smiling, Jiangshi tapped Shui Jintang's forehead, since there's nothing special you want to eat, I'll make things casually." Then she started ushering him out, "It's hot in here. Go out quickly." As she said this, she pushed Shui Jintang out gently. Helplessly going along with her movements, Shui Jintang left the room. He found a corner near the wall in the courtyard, sitting down to enjoy the breeze while absent-mindedly drawing patterns on the ground with a branch. Just as he was comparing the differences between this courtyard and his original memories, a shadow fell over him. Looking up, Shui Jintang saw Gao Shi smiling at him. "Little uncle." Shui Jintang patted his robes clean, stood up, and greeted her with a polite smile. "Sister-in-law, is there something you need?" Gao Shi's smile froze momentarily at the direct tone, then forced herself to laugh again. "What kind of talk is this? Sister-in-law can't visit you without reason. I just wanted to say hello, having missed it earlier." After spotting Shui Jintang, Gao Shi pondered for a while by her doorway, then observed her father-in-law and mother-in-law bringing things indoors box after box. While many items were concealed within boxes, she did notice one thing, many bolts of fabric. Her eyes nearly stuck to them, they were clearly good quality. And all of them had been piled right into the Shui family's rooms. Gao Shi was deeply grieved and regretful. Who would have guessed that Shui Jintang would actually come back? At the time he was escorted back, Gao Shi was also an onlooker. That person remained completely silent, never shedding a tear, nor showing any particular reluctance to leave. Even as the carriage drove far away, the old couple continued to stand there until it disappeared. Yet there wasn't even a glance back from Shui Jintang. The people from the Marquis residence merely gave them 100 taels and barely exchanged a few words. It was due to Shui Jintang's and the people who came to fetch him at that time, Gao Shi firmly believed he would never return. Not only did Gao Shi think so, but also others in the Shui family shared a similar opinion. Who would have thought that just a few months later, this Shui Jintang not only returned but also brought so many things. Chapter 40, Build a New House. Originally, Shui Jintang returning wasn't anything unusual for the Shui family, it was even a good thing, but just then, Gao Shi secretly gritted her teeth. They had just split the family yesterday. Before Shui Jintang was taken back to the Marquis' mansion, under the instructions of Shui father and Shui mother, the two daughters-in-law didn't know that Shui Jintang was their adoptive son, they assumed he was their biological son. The original personality was rather gloomy, usually silent, plus Shui father and mother always took special care of the feelings of this adopted youngest son. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among selfish and petty people like Gao Shi. Naturally, her impression and attitude towards the original self were not good. Being aware of how she treated Shui Jintang before, Gao Shi now dare not show any hint of dissatisfaction. She still harbored hopes, although the family had split, if she treated this younger brother-in-law well, it wouldn't be impossible to gain benefits from him later. Thus, taking advantage when everyone else was busy with their own tasks, she hurriedly approached to try and curry favor with Shui Jintang. Hearing all the flattering words from Gao Shi, Shui Jintang maintained an expressionless face, entirely unaffected. Just out of consideration for Shui father and mother, he didn't want to argue with her and thus let her stay without driving her away. Until Shui Mao finished his work and came out, seeing Gao Shi pestering his younger son, he immediately became angry and coldly said, "What are you doing here?" Gao Shi was startled, subconsciously straightening her body. Meeting her father-in-law's icy gaze, she awkwardly smiled. "Father, I'm not doing anything, just coming to greet Jintang since he's back." Shui father gave her a faint look, "Do you have a bad memory? You forgot we just split the family yesterday? Go back to your own place." Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang was slightly surprised, had the family already split up? Reminded by Shui Mao about the split, Gao Shi was filled with hatred yet couldn't object as she herself had insisted on the split. Now, it turned out poorly, hindering even the senior house from having reasonable reasons to interact with Shui Jintang. Glancing at Shui Jintang again, Gao Shi wanted to say more, but Shui Mao was standing nearby, so she could only leave temporarily, planning to make contact once the opportunity arose. After Gao Shi left, Shui Jintang curiously looked at Shui Mao. "Father, did you just say that the family has split? What happened?" Only then did Shui father remember that he hadn't told his son about the split. He slapped his forehead. "Oops, I intended to tell you, but got so busy that I forgot." Then he sighed. "The family split just yesterday. The elder house and the second house no longer live together now. Your mother, me, and the second son's family reside together. As for the reason..." Shui father sighed again, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Your elder sister-in-law has always been short-sighted, and it's also my fault. When your mother picked a wife for your eldest brother, she mentioned someone we favored. Your eldest brother instantly decided on her, ignoring other girls. We had checked into your sister-in-law's family before, saying she was hardworking and efficient, so we agreed. Who would have guessed what kind of character she turned out to be? Alas. He sighed again, continuing. When you left, didn't your parents give us 100 taels of silver? Your sister-in-law started fixating on it, probably daydreaming every day about how to get her hands on the money. So yesterday, she went to invite the village chief, demanding a split of the family. Shui Jintang listened attentively, eyes unwavering. Shui Mao continued. All your sister-in-law did was talk endlessly. In short, she insisted on splitting the family, and your eldest brother actually agreed with her. Naturally, your mother and I were angry and tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, your sister-in-law remained obstinately determined, refusing to listen. Your eldest brother also allowed her to speak freely, so in frustration, I just went ahead and split the family. With things being that way, life probably wouldn't have been peaceful without the split. After Shui father recounted the events of yesterday, Shui Jintang nodded, agreeing. Father, you did the right thing. Given the situation yesterday, splitting the family is better. It'll be more tranquil, and each family can manage their own affairs. That's good. In fact, he didn't like this elder sister-in-law either. His elder brother, though not as openly unpleasant towards him as Gao Shi, was lukewarm in attitude. On the contrary, the second elder brother had always treated him quite well. Now that the family had split, Jintang didn't have to worry about how to deal with whatever Gao Shi wanted to do. After all, they were no longer a single household. He wasn't their biological son either, technically, he had no ties to Gao Shi anymore. Not bad at all. While thinking this, Shui Jintang listened attentively as his father described the situation and details of the family division. Finally, Shui father said. Yesterday was rushed, the wall hasn't even been built yet. After dinner, I'll build the wall with my second son to separate our areas. It'll be more convenient for us when speaking or doing things. Shui Jintang stroked his chin as he inspected the location Shui father pointed to. When the yard was first built, it was intended for one family to live in, so every room wasn't separated by much distance. Even after the wall would be constructed, the first house and second house would still be quite close. If Gao Shi really wanted to do anything, she could easily come over just by climbing the wall. Turning to Shui Mao, he asked, Father, have you considered building the wall higher and thicker? Shui Mao thought for a moment. Taller might work, but making it thicker is difficult since there's only so much space here. There's a limit to how thick it can get. Shui Jintang smiled. There's a way though, tear down the adjacent room and build the wall there too. Shui Mao blinked in surprise as Shui Jintang continued. I think the current house is already too small. Just now, stacking those items inside the house was problematic. Let's expand it, or maybe build a new house altogether. What do you think, father? Shui father replied with a wry smile. I did consider renovating the courtyard at first, but who would have guessed we'd suddenly divide the family. And Lin is also studying in school now, which means there will be considerable annual expenses. So, I decided to save some money. If Lin succeeds and becomes a scholar, then we can reconsider renovating the house. Shui Jintang nodded understandingly and replied. Father, this matter is up to me. I have money right now, so we don't need to worry about the cost. We can start the renovation immediately. While we're at it, let's make the wall thicker to fully separate both sides. Alternatively, father, you could choose another plot of land to build the house, leaving this area for other uses, such as a storage room. Shui father shook his head in refusal. No, we can't use all your money. You've already spent a lot by sending us so many gifts. Keep the money your parents gave you. If something unexpected happens later on, it'll give you peace of mind. You shouldn't spend it carelessly like this. Shui Jintang laughed. This isn't spending recklessly, father. You raised me for 17 years, so it's only natural for me to repay you. Building a house won't cost much. Please don't refuse, think of it as a token of my gratitude. Although smiling, Shui Jintang's expression and tone remained firm. Still uneasy using his son's money, Shui father replied. Our parents have given us 100 taels already. In the countryside, food and clothing don't cost much. This 100 taels should cover the expenses of raising you, so no, it's not acceptable. Shui Jintang immediately responded. How can that be the same? They are they, and I my father and mother took me in and raised me to 17 years old, the money they give is what they owe. It's also natural for me to return the favor. Father, please don't decline further. The current house is clearly cramped. A larger house would prevent overcrowding, plus, once it's built, it'll be more convenient for me to stay whenever I visit in the future, wouldn't you agree? Shui father was moved by Shui Jintang's last sentence. That's true, Jintang was currently a young master in the Marquis mansion, and staying in such a small place each time he visited seemed inadequate. Continuing his earnest persuasion, Shui Jintang eventually persuaded Shui father, who finally made a decision, gritting his teeth and saying. Alright, let's build it then. For future convenience, we'll construct a large one directly. Then, turning to Shui Jintang again, he said. I can't just let you foot the entire bill. Once our lives improve in a few years, rest assured, father will definitely pay you back. Hearing this, Shui Jintang deliberately furrowed his brow. Father, I've already said this is a gesture from my heart. Why are you still thinking about paying me back? Have you stopped considering me as part of the Shui family? Shui father quickly retorted, of course not. As long as you wish, you will always be our child, and you can come home anytime you want. A smile reappeared on Shui Jintang's face. Since you haven't treated me as an outsider, father, stop worrying about repaying me. This is my heartfelt intention as a son. And I'll be coming back to live here occasionally anyway. How could this possibly be considered a loss for me? What do you think, father? With a mix of helplessness and comfort on his face, Shui Mao affectionately patted Shui Jintang's head. Our Jintang has truly become more sensible. Even after being welcomed into the Marquis mansion, you still remember your father and mother. Such a filial child, we haven't raised you in vain. As the two were talking, early in the morning Shou Qingli, who had gone to the town, finally returned. Chapter 41, Envy. After returning the ox cart to the village chief and holding the items he had bought, he rushed all the way back to his house. There, he saw his old father and younger brother chatting cheerfully. Unable to resist, he called out. Dad, I'm back. Then, looking at Shui Jintang, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Jintang, you really came back. As soon as I returned to the village, someone told me you had come back. I thought they might have made a mistake. When Shou Qingli was driving the ox cart back, a woman stopped him to say that his brother from the Marquis residence had returned. Shou Qingli originally didn't believe it fully, thinking it might be a case of mistaken identity. After all, his younger brother had been away for months. The capital city was so far from their village, how could he possibly return? However, as the details given seemed plausible, Shou Qingli couldn't help but harbor a bit of hope. He quickly returned the ox cart to the village chief's family and ran home without delay. Seeing the good-looking young boy with a joyful expression on his face, Shou Qingli couldn't help hugging him tightly before letting go immediately. Patting his shoulder affectionately, his face lit up with obvious delight. Good lad, you still remembered to come back and see us. Nice job, nice job. Shui Jintang didn't evade the touch and greeted him warmly. Big brother too. From the memories of his previous life, Shou Qingli, this second brother, had always treated him well. Although Shui Jintang was an adopted child of the Shui family, he had never used that against him. Perhaps because he had been left in the wilderness for a long time, when Shou's parents found the original body, it took a lot of effort to nurse him back to health. A considerable amount of money had been spent on medication alone. When the original body grew older, he became less prone to illness than in his childhood, yet his body and stature were still weaker than those of other children of the same age. Shou's parents worried about his health and did not let him do heavy work. By the time Shou Qingji and Shou Qingli were of similar age, they had already begun helping with household chores. But Shou Qingli understood his parents' concerns and took very good care of this younger brother, never complaining about it. He always treated him like his own blood sibling. When the original body found his real parents, Shou Qingli, just like Shou's parents, genuinely felt happy for him. Due to the lack of information in the original text, Shui Jintang wasn't sure if the original body had ever returned to visit the Shui family. Yet, purely speaking for himself, Shui Jintang had a rather good impression of this second brother. It was precisely due to these memories that led Shui Jintang to think of coming back to take a look. If the Shui family truly cared for him like they had in the original body's memories, then apart from simply repaying them, having such family would also be a good thing, wouldn't it? In modern times, Shui Jintang had never experienced the love of his parents, and when he saw other families enjoying harmony between parents and children, he too felt envious. Without giving the brothers time to reminisce, Shou Mao soon approached Shou Qingli and explained the current situation, tidying up the items they had purchased. At this moment, Xiao Wei and a few others who had gone up the mountain to hunt returned. Each carried something in their hands, none empty. Initially, they had planned to catch a wild boar, but due to limited time, they weren't successful. Nonetheless, they caught quite a few wild chickens and rabbits, enough for a big feast. Additionally, 2 of them stumbled upon a nest of wild chicken eggs, which they brought back. Seeing this, Shui's father and Shou Qingli also put aside their conversation, hastily taking over the game, allowing everyone to rest while they handled the processing of the animals. Shui Jintang remained where he was, listening as Xiao Wei reported on the situation from the mountain. Xiao Wei's report was concise. After hearing it, Shui Jintang asked. Did you stay on the outskirts or venture deeper into the mountain? We went a little further in. The deeper parts contain more wild animals, making it easier to hunt. How dangerous is it? Can the group handle it? Xiao Wei didn't know Shui Jintang's intention behind the question, merely answering honestly. As long as we are well prepared and don't go all the way into the depths, there should be no problem for our group. The danger level in ancient forests far surpassed that of modern times, especially with animals like wild boars and wolves, whose populations were much higher. Deeper into the mountains, there were even tigers and bears. In times of food shortage, these wild beasts living deep in the forest sometimes attacked villages. Particularly, wild boars would descend during the night to damage crops. Therefore, unless necessary or one had exceptional skills, ordinary villagers rarely ventured deep into the mountains. At most, they gathered vegetables and mushrooms near the edges, and if lucky, managed to catch a wild chicken or rabbit, or even pick some eggs. Sometimes, despite staying at the periphery, one might encounter a wild boar by accident. Because of this, the villagers always went up the mountain in small groups, and there was basically no situation where someone went alone. However, what seemed very dangerous to the villagers, for those like Shou who had martial arts skills and were well equipped, as long as they were a little careful, their lives would still be safe. Shui Jintang nodded thoughtfully. He was thinking of taking a trip up the mountain for a look. Because he needed to find a reason for the seeds in his space, he had already formed the idea of going up the mountain when he was wandering in the Western Market in the capital city. The first time he was browsing at the Hu merchant stalls in the Western Market, he discovered tomatoes. After a few more visits, he managed to take out pumpkin seeds too. Now there were only two main ones left, potatoes and chili peppers, that he hadn't taken out yet. At the Hu merchant stalls, they haven't been found so far, thus Shui Jintang thought of looking for them on the mountain. After all, the Great Gan dynasty where he was now located wasn't a historical dynasty, and the growth patterns of species naturally differed as well. There was no rule that these two must be overseas, perhaps they could be found on the local mountains. This time coming to Lanqi village, apart from seeing the Shui family, Shui Jintang also wanted to use this opportunity to have a look on the mountain. Originally, because he had his space, he planned to go alone. But upon second thought, he didn't know the danger level of the mountain forests at this time, and unlike Shou and others who had martial arts skills, if real danger occurred, with his small physique, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Although he had the space, there was no guarantee that he could enter it in time when danger approached. If his reaction was even slightly slower. Shui Jintang cherished his life very much. So after considering, he decided not to go alone just yet. Once he had gone a few times and become more familiar with the mountain forest, he could reconsider going alone. Currently, he said to Shou. In that case, I should stay here for a few more days. Once there is time, you can bring me along to look around the mountain. Chapter 42, Why is it so fragrant? Upon hearing this, Shou instinctively tried to dissuade him. My lady, it's dangerous in the forest. Shui Jintang waved a hand to cut off his words, smiling. I know it's dangerous in the mountains, which is why I want you all to accompany me. I just want to take a look inside the mountain. I've never been to the mountains before and I'm really curious. Don't worry, I won't run around everywhere. I'll definitely stay close to you guys, since I treasure my life too. Being the master of Shou, whatever the master said, it wasn't the subordinate's place to interject. Shui Jintang didn't harshly order them to do anything. Through the journey together, Shou already understood that the young man in front of him wasn't an unreasonable person. Seeing the firm attitude of the other side, Shou stopped persuading and simply agreed. My lady, once in the mountains, please stay close to your subordinates. Shui Jintang, seeing that he stopped opposing, smiled amiably. Rest assured, I won't do anything stupid. Leader Shou, after finishing the meal, check what we need to bring for the mountain trip, prepare everything, and once I clear my schedule, I'll go up the mountain with you. It was impossible today, Shui Jintang planned to see if he could go tomorrow or the day after. Understood, my lady. Shui Jintang frowned, I almost forgot again, don't call me, my lady, here. Though my parents are busy now and didn't hear it, to be safe, it's best not to call me that. Remember, until we return to the capital, you must call me, young master, don't make any mistakes again. Shou heard Shui Jintang talk about going into the mountain and momentarily got anxious. Upon hearing the instruction, he immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Yes, I swear I will not repeat this mistake. Shui Jintang had no intention to punish him. Seeing his active recognition of the error and good attitude, he simply nodded and moved on without further discussion. Just after they finished talking, Shui Mao and Shui Qinli also walked into the kitchen carrying the processed chickens and rabbits. Shui Jintang heard him discussing with his mother what dishes to cook. Looking around, everyone was helping out, and every time he offered help, they hastily refused him, so Shui Jintang did not go over anymore. He stepped outside the yard to enjoy the scenery. The sun in the sky grew stronger, nearing noon. The people working in the fields in Lanqi village gradually returned home. As they approached their homes, one by one, they began to smell a fragrance. This fragrance became stronger and stronger, directly entering their noses. Everyone, having worked hard and feeling hungry already, instantly felt hungrier. Some stomachs started rumbling. Some couldn't help but look around. Whose house cooked so fast? Why does it smell so fragrant? I think it's a household roasting meat. Only vegetables couldn't possibly smell this good. It smells so good, let's go home quick and have dinner. This smell is making me hungrier. I haven't heard of any celebration in anyone's family. Smell this meat scent, so strong, who is that generous? Lanqi village was just an ordinary small village in the Great Gan dynasty. In this era, it wasn't easy for common people to eat meat. Usually, only when there was a joyous event at home or during the new year would they spend more money to let the family eat well. They couldn't eat meat all year round. The few times they could were not enough to indulge, they would cut some meat to stir-fry with vegetables, which already gave a nice taste. This sudden aroma of concentrated meat made everyone quite curious, prompting them to talk about it. By this time, those closer to the fields had reached their doorsteps, learning the reason from their family members. Soon after, people were even more shocked. What? The younger son of the Shou family has returned? You're not fooling me. I heard he was recognized by his real parents in the capital and taken back. How come he's back? Some with bad intentions whispered. Perhaps he was abandoned by his parents, who sent him away again. It's not impossible. After living in our village for so many years, his official parents might feel ashamed. Fortunately, most people were reasonable, and immediately argued back. Why are you, Li, so unable to see others doing well? Can't he have simply come back to visit his parents? That's right. The Shou family raised him for over 10 years. If the young master is filial, it's possible he'd come to visit. This makes sense. If this really is a visit to their adoptive parents, of course, they must welcome him warmly. If it is like this, Master Shou must be very happy now. To be honest, when Shou Jintang left, I truly thought he wouldn't return. Hey, don't say it, but I also thought so, I just didn't dare to talk openly, just whispering privately. Some cautious or rational ones advised. Shou, you guys lower your voices. Don't forget, Shou family's little son isn't just a villager anymore, he's a young master now. If he hears, you might find trouble. You're right. His real parents are supposed to be officials. Oh, yes, Marquis. So the young son of the Shou family is a Marquis estate master. TSK, we'd better not gossip much. Who knows what he'll do if he hears. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Let's not meddle in their family affairs. Yes. We're just curious. There's rarely a new story in the village. Those who were eager had already rushed home. I'm not talking with you guys anymore, I'm starving. Hurry up and go home to eat. Aren't you hungry too? Everyone looked at each other, losing the desire to talk. They quietly hurried home. Of course they were hungry. Starving. Many people ate dry hard cakes or steamed buns at home while savoring wild vegetable soup and pickles, enjoying them more than usual thanks to the lingering fragrance. Chapter 43, Abundant. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Shou family. Because there were quite a number of people, mostly young robust boys, it wasn't convenient for all of them to sit inside the main dining room of the Shou house. Besides, there wasn't enough space, so 2 tables were set up in the empty area of the yard, specially arranged for Shou Wei and his group. Inside the main hall, 2 separate tables were laid out as well, one for Shou father, Shou Qingli, Shou Jintang, guard commander Shou Wei, and 4 shadow guards, another table for Shou mother Tian Shi and Shuya. Shou Jintang initially wanted Shou mother and her companions to join them, but they refused, claiming it didn't adhere to proper conduct. There are outsiders here. Besides, your table full of men discussing matters, how should we fit into that? Let's stay here, it's more relaxed this way. Shou Jintang helplessly accepted that since it wasn't the modern era. Historically in ancient times, the rule was no commingling of male and female over 7 years old, and although it wasn't enforced here strictly, this aspect was still given importance. Then, he remembered that to celebrate his return, Shou father specifically sent Shou Qingli to buy wine back, and soon there would be drinking involved. Thinking about it, it did seem inconvenient, so Shou Jintang stopped persuading, allowing Shou mother and her group to dine separately on a table placed deeper inside. To celebrate Shou Jintang's return and express gratitude to Shou Wei and his escort team, along with the abundance of ingredients, Shou mother and her team had gone all out. Today's lunch was extraordinarily abundant. There were several types of main dishes alone, including fragrant rice, entirely white glutinous rice steamed, which Shou Jintang especially instructed a guard to purchase from the town. Ordinary villagers rarely ate polished rice or white flour. The rice and wheat harvested in autumn were mainly processed and waited for buyers to collect them, then the silver coins obtained would be used to buy other necessary things. Polished rice and white flour were expensive. It was fine to eat them occasionally, but the villagers absolutely wouldn't afford it for every meal. The Shou family had received 100 taels of silver from the Marquis estate but hadn't spent it, instead saving while their 2 children attended school, always living frugally. So they hadn't eaten white rice for a long time either. After understanding this, Shou Jintang simply let his subordinates buy more white rice and flour at once so that everyone could have a good meal today. The rest should also be stored by Shou father and mother for their future use. In addition to white rice, there were large steamed buns, each as big as a fist. Biting into one filled your mouth with the rich aroma of wheat, slightly sweet. There were also noodles made by Shou mother, which were boiled and then mixed with oil after being fished out of the pot, making them less likely to stick together, ready for eating anytime. There was no need to make special broth since the dishes of the day were perfect accompaniments. Besides a few stir-fried vegetables, there were tofu, eggs, and various meat dishes. Part of the pheasant was used to make soup, another part red braised. Wild rabbits were partially roasted over an open fire. Although the guards weren't skilled in cooking, under Shui Jintang's guidance along the way, their barbecue skills improved greatly. After taking the roasted rabbit meat off the branches, they sliced it with a knife, placing it on plates, sprinkling seasonings prepared by Shui Jintang, releasing an enticing aroma. Another portion was handled by Shui mother. Although there were no chili peppers, there were many ingredients that provided spiciness, such as Sichuan peppercorns. With Shui mother's excellent culinary skills, the rabbit meat was well seasoned. Even the cured meat was stir-fried with bean curd. Each dish was generously seasoned, and the people who cooked had excellent skills, allowing Commander Shou Wei and others to indulge in feasting. Shui Jintang ate a piece of red braised chicken, praising it while thinking that if there were potatoes, it would be even better. Potatoes paired perfectly with chicken. Then he picked up a piece of roasted rabbit and thought about how much tastier it would be with chili peppers, especially cold rabbit or numbing spicy rabbit bits. These were dishes that couldn't be stopped once started. Thinking of this, Shui Jintang suddenly became even more eager to go into the mountains. After the meal, he scooped up a bowl of steaming hot chicken soup, took a sip, and found it extraordinarily flavorful, feeling even more satisfied. Then he picked up the wine jar to pour himself a glass. Someone sighed contentedly, their expression clearly showing satisfaction. With plenty of wine and meat, the meal lasted nearly an hour before finally ending. Everyone was so full they slumped in their chairs, unwilling to move. Shui mother and a few others who didn't drink finished earlier and began helping clear up. A few who weren't drunk also pitched in. Shui father and Qingli were the most intoxicated, and Shui Jintang was also caught up in the festive atmosphere, unable to resist drinking a few cups himself. By now, he felt somewhat dizzy. He told Shou Wei to let everyone rest here until they sobered up before heading back to town. Shui Jintang refused the assistance offered by others and wobbled back to his old room by himself. When the original person left, perhaps as a memorial or still hoping for their return, Shui father and mother never allowed anyone to tamper with the room. It was cleaned periodically, and the bedding aired regularly, so there wasn't much dust in the room. Locking the door securely, Shui Jintang removed his shoes and lazily lay down on the bed, instantly not wanting to get up. In his past life, Shui Jintang had decent alcohol tolerance, but judging from this body's reaction, its tolerance must be rather low. Just a few small cups, and he already felt a bit dizzy, though the alcohol strength back then was relatively mild. Unable to resist massaging his temples, Shui Jintang glanced around the room, making sure the door was locked properly before vanishing into the space. Scooping water by the stream to wash his face and drinking a few sips of spring water at the spirit spring, he immediately felt significantly refreshed. Then he walked to the peach tree at the edge of the field and picked a peach to eat. This peach tree originally grew from the kernel of a peach he ate in the prince's mansion. At that time, he just wanted to try, unexpectedly resulting in the successful growth of the peach tree, which now bore fruit quickly enough for him to enjoy peaches. Having eaten one peach, Shui Jintang licked his lips, satisfied as he closed his eyes. Peaches grown in the space tasted even better than those he had eaten in the prince's mansion, with abundant juice and plump flesh, easily rivaling modern peaches. Unfortunately, this result could only be achieved using space soil combined with spirit spring water. Planting elsewhere, even with the same watering, wouldn't yield the same results. The space truly was a wonderful thing. Shui Jintang couldn't help but marvel at it. But the land area was still insufficient, and there were so many crops he wanted to plant, so fruit trees couldn't occupy too much space. If these fruits and vegetables grown in the space were taken out, they would undoubtedly be highly sought after. Shui Jintang had repeatedly exclaimed about this. Space was indeed a great asset. It was just too eye-catching. If he didn't sell the things from the space, then he would water the ordinary crops with spiritual spring water. The taste and effects wouldn't be far off. Shui Jintang planned that when he left Ninkan one day, he would use the money he had saved to open a shop or buy an estate in the countryside. Planting some fruits and vegetables and watering them with spiritual spring water, then selling these fruits and vegetables would surely make him earn quite a lot of silver. Even if it wasn't as good as now, life certainly wouldn't be bad. It was really good business. Shui Jintang secretly thought. After taking a lap around the space and checking all the plants, Shui Jintang became fully sober. He stepped out of the space again. When he walked out of the room, Shou Wei was right there bidding farewell, preparing to take his subordinates to look for a suitable inn in town. It would not be convenient to work in the dark. Shui Jintang had nothing special to instruct them today. Hearing this, he nodded. You go ahead. There's nothing else to do today. I'll see when it's convenient for us to head into the mountains. Anyway, before I leave, you stop by here every morning. If you can't come, send others over. In any case, send a few people each day. If I need something, I can find you. Chapter 44, Yearning. Shou Wei left with a group of guards. They left one carriage behind for Shui Jintang's convenience, while taking the remaining 2 carriages directly to the town. Leaving them here would take up too much space and attract unnecessary attention, so Shui Jintang let them take the carriages away. Watching Shou Wei and his group leave, at this time, Mother Shui had already led everyone to clean up the yard. Shui father, Shui Qingli, had woken up from drinking after having some sober-up soup. Shui Jintang then joined them in clearing up the things they had brought. This was the first time the Shou family members could examine what Shou Jintang had brought for them. Shou Jintang introduced each item to them. Mother Shou and Aunt Tian opened a jewelry box, and seeing the various exquisitely crafted pieces of jewelry inside, they were momentarily stunned. Mother Shou moved her lips but no sound came out. So many pieces of jewelry must cost a great deal of silver. Jintang, this is too precious. Shou Jintang selected a jade bracelet from the box and placed it on Mother Shui's wrist, admiring it satisfactorily and nodding. He replied, "Mother, I feared that anything more expensive might make you uncomfortable to accept, so these are specifically chosen, and compared to those used in Wang Fu, they are rather simple and understated. You may confidently wear them. I don't know what style you prefer, but all these were chosen considering your age and preferences." While saying this, he indicated for everyone to see the bracelet on Mother Shui's hand. "See, doesn't Mother look beautiful wearing this? The second sister-in-law also has her share, choose whatever she likes and wear accordingly. You can even change daily, which is pretty good." Originally, Shou Jintang prepared items not only for Mother Shui but also for the two sisters-in-law. But now since their family split, giving or not giving to the other side became irrelevant. Anyway, Shou Jintang handed the jewelry directly to Mother Shui, letting her decide how to use them. Then pointing at the fabrics, he said, "These materials are all of good quality and come in nice colors. You can make yourselves multiple sets of clothes or quilts out of these. It's entirely up to you." Mother Shui finally managed to recover from the shock of so many exquisite pieces of jewelry. The subsequent fabrics dazzled her eyes once again. After another round of persuasion from Shou Jintang, they realized that it was impossible for him to take back these gifts. So the entire family tried to adapt. Fabric was after all more practical than jewelry and thus easier for Mother Shui to accept. She quickly touched a bolt of fine cotton and began talking about her plans. "There's enough to make a set of clothes for both father and Qingli, with some left over for making something else." Seeing so much fabric, Aunt Tian's face lit up with joy as well. Han Chenye could get a few new dresses as well. Then Shou Jintang took out some fruit preserves and immediately received a warm welcome from Shuya. The young girl's eyes sparkled. Shou Jintang laughed, handing her a piece of fruit preserve and patting the little girl's head. His gaze fell on two small pottery jars. He slapped his head, picked up a jar, opened it, and showed them its contents. "Almost forgot a good thing. Father, Mother, guess what this is?" Seeing the white granules inside, Shui parents were a bit puzzled. "Is this flour?" "Doesn't seem like it, the particles are a bit coarse." However, anything given by Shou Jintang wouldn't be useless to them, so everyone guessed enthusiastically. Shou Jintang smiled watching them. A while later, he revealed the answer: "This is sweet potato starch made from sweet potatoes, using it in cooking will make meals even more delicious." Shou Jintang briefly explained the usage of sweet potato starch to them. Shui Mao and a few others looked at the white powder in front of them with some surprise. Who would have thought sweet potatoes could be made into this? It's somewhat like grinding wheat into white flour. Meanwhile, Mother Shui was eager to try it out, pondering how to use it in tomorrow's meal. After introducing all the items he had brought, Shou Jintang no longer had anything else to do, leaving it up to the Shui family to decide how to arrange and handle these things. Organizing these items took a good deal of time. They enjoyed a quite sumptuous lunch, so the whole family only ate lightly for dinner. After washing up and returning to his room, Shou Jintang let out a long sigh as he lay down on the bed. Finally able to rest after being busy the whole day. Looking at the ceiling, Gu Qixiao's figure flashed across Shou Jintang's mind. After more than half a month apart, he found himself actually missing Gu Qixiao. Shou Jintang turned over in irritation. It was all because Gu Qixiao was just too handsome. Smelling the scent of sunlight on his bedding, Shou Jintang gradually fell asleep. At this moment, in Ninkan, the Ningqin king who was mentioned earlier was handling official duties. His hands suddenly paused, touched his ear, and felt a little heat. Confirming that he had no symptoms of discomfort, he continued to pick up his pen. Though calm on the surface, memories of the ever-smiling youth involuntarily arose. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Qixiao's face, revealing a faint smile in his eyes. The next morning, Shou Jintang woke up feeling refreshed, tidied himself up, and walked out of his room. Seeing him, Mother Shui immediately called out smilingly. "Come quickly and wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. You can eat in a while." Shou Jintang happily responded with a slight bend of his eyebrows. "All right, understood." This scene reminded him of the days he used to live with his grandparents. Back then, he lived with the two elders in the countryside. It was always the same: every morning when he got up, his grandmother would kindly call him to have breakfast. His grandfather who worked in the fields would return home before breakfast. After enjoying breakfast together amidst laughter and talk, each would go about their own business. Even though life back then was poor, it was peaceful, quiet, and easygoing. After his grandparents passed away, Shou Jintang hadn't felt that kind of happiness again. Now here, Shou Jintang once again experienced that familiar feeling. A gentle warmth welled up in his heart. After breakfast, Father Shui and Shui Qingli shouldered their hoes and headed to the field to work. Though it wasn't harvest season, that didn't mean the farmland required no attention. On the contrary, there were plenty of miscellaneous tasks such as weeding to take care of. This was what the lives of farmers were like, rarely did they not visit their land. Even if there was nothing specific to do, they still went just to feel reassured. Mother Shou and Aunt Tian stayed at home, picking out a piece of fabric from the one Shou Jintang had brought the previous day to make clothes. There was nothing Shou Jintang could do to help with this. He wandered around the house for a bit, finding no particular thing to do. He decided he might as well take the opportunity to go for a walk up the mountain. However, before going up the mountain, he had to tell the Shou family first. Unsurprisingly, Mother Shou opposed the idea. Go up the mountain? No, that mountain is too dangerous. Jintang, if you're bored, I'll let Qingli take you for a stroll in town. There's no need to go up the mountain, right? Chapter 45, Mountain Excursion. Shou Jintang had anticipated this reaction from Mother Shou and calmly replied to her. Mother, I know the mountain is dangerous, but do you think I would joke around with my own life? I won't go up the mountain alone. I'll go with Sha Wei and the others. They are all skilled martial artists. If you consider that they've safely escorted me from the capital city all the way here, you'd understand how capable they are. So you really don't have to worry too much about going up the mountain. After hearing this, Mother Shui's worried heart relaxed slightly, but she was still hesitant. But Shou Jintang pressed his advantage. Come on, Mother, stop saying, but. Your son isn't stupid. If I go up the mountain, I won't wander around recklessly, I'll follow Sha Wei and the others. I really want to go and take a look at the mountain. Isn't it better if I go with them than by myself? Then, he looked at her sincerely with his big eyes. Seeing this, Mother Shui hesitated for a moment. Unable to resist her son's request, she finally consented. All right then, but you mustn't deceive your mother. You must stick with Brother Sha and the others, and absolutely mustn't run off on your own, otherwise if something happens to you, what would Mother do? Before Shou Jintang could comfort her, Mother Shui snapped back to her usual self. TSK, everything I said just now was nonsense. Our Jintang definitely won't encounter any problems. He will come down from the mountain safely and soundly. After that, Mother Shui asked. Jintang, when do you plan to go into the mountain? How long will you stay there? And how many people are going with you? Shou Jintang, knowing the other party's concern, answered each question in turn. Once Sha Wei comes later, we'll enter the mountain. How long we'll stay is uncertain for now, but we'll definitely be back before dark. As for how many people, we'll decide after Sha Wei arrives, but there should be no fewer than 5. At this point, Mother Shui stopped handling the fabric and stood up to leave. Shou Jintang hurriedly asked, Hey, where are you going, Mother? To the kitchen, Mother Shui replied while walking away. You may not return for lunch, so I'd better prepare some food. Besides, climbing the mountain requires a lot of energy, so it's best to prepare extra food. Shou Jintang tried to say that they shouldn't bother, as Sha Wei and his group could hunt while in the mountain, but he couldn't dissuade Mother Shui and had no choice but to follow her reluctantly. Because Shou Jintang had given orders the previous day, Sha Wei arrived at Lancy village today with several people. Shou Jintang informed him about today's mountain expedition, to which Sha Wei responded. Since we weren't sure when Master would enter the mountain, I brought along everything needed for preparation, so we can depart anytime. Hearing this, Shou Jintang was pleased. That's great then, we don't need to waste time preparing things anymore. I'll change clothes, and you can tell me anything else we need to pay attention to while in the mountain. Sha Wei shook his head. Master only needs to change clothes, there's no need to worry about anything else. Once in the mountain, my responsibility is to ensure Master's safety. He then carefully explained what Shou Jintang should be mindful of when changing clothes. Shou Jintang attentively listened and returned to his room to change. It was fortunate that he had already been contemplating a trip to the mountain, and had prepared several sets of suitable clothing beforehand specifically for mountain expeditions. Now he picked one set to change into. In fact, there wasn't much special attention required, just avoid wearing loose robes with wide sleeves and ensure that cuffs and pant legs are tightly bound. This is done to prevent venomous insects from crawling inside and biting you. Additionally, strong cloth straps should be used to bind the lower legs. This serves 2 purposes, it prevents mosquito bites and reduces leg soreness, effectively preventing discomfort caused by prolonged walking or standing. Furthermore, these leg bindings can serve as ropes in emergencies and can also be used for stabilizing injuries. There are quite a few benefits. However, leg bindings aren't haphazard. Shou Jintang wasn't very proficient at it, so after getting dressed, he asked Sha Wei to help him tie them properly. Including Shou Jintang, the group entering the mountain numbered 8, Sha Wei leading 5 guards, plus Shou Jintang's secret bodyguards. Initially, all 4 bodyguards were supposed to join, but Shou Jintang left Xueqing and Xuanbai, 2 female agents, behind to protect the safety of Shui father and others. Thus, he only allowed Mushin and Qingming to accompany him into the mountain, making a total of 8 people, quite an adequate number. Once everything was prepared, Mother Shui finished packing the food she had made for them to take into the mountain, handed the items over to Shou Jintang, and earnestly reminded him. Be sure to prioritize your safety, and come back early. Shui Jintang carried a backpack and smiled in response. I understand, mother. You've said it several times already. We'll set off now. Under Mother Shui's watchful eyes, the group walked further and further away until their figures were no longer visible. Only then did Mother Shui turn back to continue working on the fabrics with her second daughter-in-law. The mountain near Lancy village where the Shui family lived was called Daqing Mountain. Technically speaking, it was a range composed of various mountains of different heights, and all the villagers around here referred to it as Daqing Mountain. Since the Shui family was close to the foot of the mountain, Shui Jintang started his ascent directly from the mountain base nearest to his home. Taking Shui Jintang's condition into account, and because there was nothing particularly urgent for this trip into the mountain, the group proceeded rather slowly. As they traveled inward from the outer perimeter, Shui Jintang discovered that there wasn't much edible produce on the outskirts. Likely, the villagers had already gathered most of the wild vegetables. Though originally covered in grass with no path, frequent human activity had gradually trodden out a small trail. Due to the lack of edibles on the periphery, the group did not linger there but continued further inside. The more they moved inward, the more lush the vegetation became around them, and the small trail that had been stepped out gradually disappeared from view. A variety of edible plants and fruits gradually appeared. Given that the main purpose of the group was to protect Shui Jintang, naturally they walked alongside him, pausing wherever he paused. Shui Jintang strolled along, collecting familiar wild vegetables into the wicker basket hanging behind him. Midway through, he stumbled upon a thicket. Small, either pink or red fruits peeked out from amidst the green leaves, looking extremely inviting. Shui Jintang immediately instructed Xiao Wei and his men to pick all the berries. These berries were scientifically known as raspberries, though they were called by various names across different regions. In Shui Jintang's childhood, when he lived in the village with his grandparents, the locals called this fruit cimo. There was also another fruit called shipao, which looked very similar to cimo. As a child, his grandparents had warned him that shipao couldn't be eaten because snakes would crawl and spit on it, making it poisonous. Anyway, Shui Jintang hadn't dared to try it. After picking all the cimo, they continued moving forward. Occasionally, he popped some cimo into his mouth. The sour and sweet taste made him feel quite happy. Several wild chickens were startled by the group and flew out from the grass, only to be caught by Xiao Wei and his men, who bound their wings and claws and placed them in the baskets behind them. Everyone carried a basket on their back. As they ventured further in, the group encountered several mulberry trees and thus picked plenty of mulberries. Shui Jintang's main purpose was to find peppers and potatoes, but he wouldn't pass up other delicious things. If he couldn't find those, these fruits were still good harvests. He wouldn't come down the mountain empty-handed, or it would be like going through the mountain for nothing. There were still quite a few wild fruit trees in this mountain. Continuing inward, Shui Jintang saw more fruit trees, loquats, apricots, peaches. They even encountered a tree bearing yellow-skinned fruit. Shui Jintang hadn't tasted such fruit before, and it was Xiao Wei and others who told him about it. Thus, they didn't miss the opportunity to pick the right fruit. However, they still hadn't found any peppers or potatoes. The sun kept climbing higher and it was already close to noon, so the group decided to stop and rest. Chapter 46, A Stimulating Taste. Xiao Wei and his men quickly cleared a spot ahead, laid out a cloth on the ground, and then said to Shui Jintang. Master, take a seat here and rest for a bit. Let's eat something first. The chosen place was a relatively flat patch of grass with short blades and not many shrubs, making it easier to spot any snakes or insects. Shui Jintang walked over, sat down, massaged his legs, and sighed in relief. Seeing that Xiao Wei and the others appeared unaffected by fatigue, he couldn't help but feel somewhat envious. Although he drank spiritual spring water every day, his physical condition couldn't compare with these martial artists. However, one shouldn't force things. As long as his body stayed healthy, that was enough. At least during the months he'd been drinking the spiritual spring water, he could clearly feel his health improving. Compared to when he first arrived, his physical strength had at least doubled. The previous owner of his body wasn't in great shape, and in the early days after his arrival, even walking a few extra steps left him panting. Now, it was early summer, and the food wasn't cooling down too fast. The food Mrs. Shui had prepared for everyone earlier still had a bit of warmth. So, at noon, they didn't bother lighting a fire and simply ate using cool boiled water they'd filled before leaving. To make it easy to carry and save time, Mrs. Shui didn't prepare anything too complicated, just simple pancakes. But the pancakes contained eggs and were brushed with her homemade sauce, wrapped around blanched shredded Chinese cabbage and young bamboo shoots, making them both nutritious and tasty. Shui Jintang had eaten 2 pancakes before stopping. He peeled a few loquats to eat, sipped water from a bamboo tube, and then contentedly patted his stomach. While digesting, he took the basket beside him and began examining their morning harvest. He had gathered a lot of wild vegetables, all of which would be taken home for Mrs. Shui to process. He was also lucky enough to have found a few clusters of milk mushrooms. These mushrooms had a very fresh taste, just boiling them into a soup would make an excellent drink. When he was little, he used to often go with his grandparents to collect this type of mushroom, always collecting a lot each time. Unfortunately, since there were more people gathering them later, he hadn't collected many as he grew older. It was unexpected to see this kind of mushroom here again, which made Shui Jintang rather pleased. Counting them, there were almost 20 altogether. This stuff was fragile and couldn't withstand knocks or bumps, so Shui Jintang carefully wrapped them and set them aside before continuing checking the remaining items. The captured wild chickens and eggs were being managed by Shou and the others. What was left were mainly various fruits. There were quite a number of fruits, and Shui Jintang planned to take some of them back to make jam for tasting. After resting for half an hour, the group continued on their journey. This time, seemingly their luck had come. They hadn't walked far when Shui Jintang saw a few plants up ahead covered with greenish-red fruits that looked much like chili peppers. Excitedly shining his eyes, Shui Jintang couldn't help running forward until Shou reminded him. "Master, be careful, there are many dangers in the woods." Shui Jintang slowed down his steps but went straight toward the plants in front of him with excitement. All the guards closely followed their master. Upon getting closer, after observing for a moment, seeing the conical-shaped fruits growing upwards, he exclaimed silently inside. "Isn't this exactly the toward-the-sky chili?" Shou and his men also turned their gaze to these few plants, but no one recognized them. "Master, I don't know this kind of fruit. It's better not to eat it recklessly." As soon as Shou finished speaking, Shui Jintang plucked a red one and bit into it so quickly that Shou didn't have time to react. His face immediately changed. "Master, spit it out quickly. What if it's poisonous?" Feeling the pain on his tongue and the long-missed spiciness, Shui Jintang became even more certain. This was exactly the toward-the-sky chili. Smiling brightly, he waved at everyone with worried expressions. "Don't worry, this fruit can be eaten. It can serve as a seasoning." Then he picked another one and handed it to Shou. "Do you want to try?" Shou took the little red fruit offered to him, smelled it, nearly sneezing, but seeing Master Shui's firm assurance, he still ate it and bit off half of it. The others were also curious, seeing the leader and their prince's consort had eaten it, many of them curiously picked one to taste as well. Instantly, their faces visibly turned red. Many couldn't help coughing, and Shou's neck was even red, coughing until there seemed to be moisture in his eyes. Others were fine, but Shou acted too hastily, swallowing half of it directly without giving Shui Jintang a chance to stop him. At this point, Shui Jintang hurriedly said, "Drink some water, it'll make you feel better." Everyone pulled out bamboo tubes and drank several large gulps of water, then felt slightly better. A few people immediately looked frightened and threw away the chili in their hands, staring at it as though it were poison. "What is this strange taste? It's too terrifying. I almost felt like it was about to take me." After recovering, some focused on observing the chili in their hands while looking at companions who appeared desperate to avoid it. "Is it really that terrible? I don't feel that bad, actually feeling quite comfortable after calming down." Two of them bit again, prompting astonished looks from the people around. "You're actually eating it again? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" "It's alright, I think it's quite delicious. The first bite just felt a little harsh. Don't you find it becomes more desirable the more you eat?" That person shook his head quickly, "Not at all. I will never touch it again." By now Shou had recovered too. Seeing his flushed face gradually calm down, Shui Jintang smiled and said, "I was planning to remind you before. This is something many people aren't used to trying for the first time. You should have only nibbled a small piece. Who would have known you'd bite off half at once?" Mu Shan and Qingming also tried a little. They were more cautious than Shou, so Mu Shan managed to suppress his laughter and patted Shou on the shoulder. Shou also felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he'd been a little careless. Who would have known this fruit was so small yet tasted, so stimulating? He couldn't help but glance up at Shui Jintang, noticing that the latter appeared normal. He couldn't help admiring this ability. Seeing his expression, Shui Jintang explained with a smile. "I actually quite like this taste. Don't you think this spicy flavor feels refreshing? It enhances appetite remarkably." "Spicy?" Shou and his team looked at the red fruit in their hands. It did resemble the taste of xanthoxylum. Mu Shan and Qingming both adapted unexpectedly well to this flavor. Mu Shan asked curiously, "Master, what do you call this fruit?" Shui Jintang pointed at those plants. "I call this kind of fruit chili. Isn't it very spicy? It's quite nice when cooking." "Chili." The group looked at the fruit in their hands and nodded in agreement. But they were all curious how their prince's consort came to recognize this plant called chili. Yesterday when they ate at the Shui family residence, there was no such chili among the dishes. Several careful-minded individuals had some doubts but smartly refrained from asking. Master's affairs are less interfered with by subordinates. And this wasn't related to them anyway. Maybe their prince's consort was knowledgeable beyond expectations. Learning about a few more plants wouldn't mean anything extraordinary. Perhaps it just highlighted how limited their own exposure was. Shui Jintang saw the reactions of everyone, smiled, and didn't say much or answer their questions. What he knew wasn't anything like plotting against the country or harming their prince, it was merely knowing a few kinds of plants they hadn't encountered yet. No one would inquire further. If Gu Xiaoxiao ever asks, he could easily make up a reason. Anyway, it was impossible for anyone to delve deeply into this matter. He instructed someone to carefully dig out the chili plants and especially reminded them to keep some soil wrapped around the roots. After going back down the mountain, Shui Jintang planned to plant these chili plants either in the courtyard or the fields at the Shui family estate. Some of the chilies on these plants were still green and unripe. The mature ones he would pick to save the seeds, letting the green ones continue to grow. Sprinkling some spirit spring water should allow them to survive. Now that they had found the chili peppers, all they needed were potatoes. It would be great if they could find them right here. After carefully gathering the chilies, Shui Jintang and the group of guards continued to venture deeper into the forest. Indeed, the deeper they went, the more diverse the species became. They saw many edible plants along the way, much more than on the outskirts. Shui Jintang also carefully dug up some medicinal herbs he recognized and placed them in his wicker basket. Fortunately, the basket was large enough, otherwise, Xiao Wei had prepared several animal skin bags for storing things. The deeper they went, the more vigilant everyone became, gripping their long knives tightly and carrying bows and arrows on their backs. Even Shui Jintang held a knife for self-defense. By now, they were deep within the mountain forest. Xiao Wei looked at the sky and reminded them. Your Highness, we must return after another incense stick's worth of time. It's too dangerous to stay on the mountain at night. Chapter 47, Harvest. Shui Jintang wasn't unreasonable and nodded upon hearing this. Let's do as you say. Seeing that Shui Jintang showed no opposition, Xiao Wei sighed in relief. Thankfully, their consort princess was easy to talk to. Potatoes weren't like chili peppers, whose fruits grow above ground, making them harder to spot. However, Shui Jintang had seen what potato plants looked like and had been carefully scanning the surroundings for similar-looking vegetation. Because the area around them was green and densely vegetated, it was easy to overlook something. Thus, Shui Jintang walked slowly, eyes quickly sweeping over every nearby plant. Xiao Wei and the others were primarily there to protect Shui Jintang, so they naturally followed his pace. The group's speed was not very fast. Walking for some time, Shui Jintang's eyes felt almost weary from all the searching. He inwardly marveled that it was fortunate this place lacked the harm of electronic devices, the original body still had good eyesight. Combined with the help of spirit spring water, his current vision was certainly 5.2, which significantly aided in finding things. Hard work pays off. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Shui Jintang finally found the potatoes. Rushing to the remembered location of the plant, Shui Jintang closely inspected its stems and leaves. They were already slightly withered and yellowed, but if he hadn't made a mistake, there should be potatoes below. Kneeling down, Shui Jintang carefully began digging up the soil around the plant. The others stood nearby, both keeping watch and observing Shui Jintang's actions. Since none of them knew exactly what their master intended to do, no one moved yet. After digging for a while, several light yellow tubers rolled out. Shui Jintang's eyes lit up as he picked one up and examined it closely. There was no mistake. These were indeed potatoes. Looking around, he realized there was more than just one plant, so he immediately instructed Xiao Wei and the others. Come on, did you see what I just did? Now dig here like I did and find these tubers. He also added a caution. Be careful not to damage the tubers. The group immediately responded affirmatively, imitating Shui Jintang's movements, splitting up into smaller groups to dig further. There were quite a few potato plants in this area, around a dozen or so. As they were gradually unearthed, some bore a few tubers, while others had over a dozen. Once all the tubers were dug up, Shui Jintang roughly counted them, it was about 80 or 90. However, they weren't particularly large. Still, given that they couldn't compete with modern farming techniques involving fertilizers and such, having this much was already decent. Their size didn't need to be too demanding. Curious about another unfamiliar plant, the group grew even more interested. Mu Shan couldn't help but ask. Master, what is this? Shui Jintang picked up a potato, glanced at it, then put it back, his lips curving slightly. This fruit grows underground, so let's call it potato. What do you think? Is it easy to remember? Everyone silently glanced at the light yellow tubers, nodding collectively. Easy to remember, whatever master said was true. With the potatoes located, Shui Jintang considered his mission on this mountain complete. He brushed the dirt off his hands and stood up. Let's go. Time is running out, and we should head down the mountain. Naturally, no one objected, and the group turned back toward the trail they came from. With plenty of harvests already, Shui Jintang no longer thought about searching for other useful things, simply following the guards as they returned along the same path. Fortunately, the journey back was relatively smooth without encountering any large wild beasts. A snake lying across the path startled Shui Jintang, but Xiao Wei and the others acted swiftly, decapitating it before it could attack. Looking at the severed snake head still wriggling on the ground, Shui Jintang shuddered and patted his chest in relief. Snakes are truly terrifying. Why does such a creature exist in the world? This limbless, boneless creature that feels cold and slimy was precisely Shui Jintang's greatest fear. Xiao Wei picked up the snake and tied it with grass rope, holding it in his hand. Master, it's a non-venomous snake. Shui Jintang hummed twice, you take care of it. Shui Jintang had eaten snake meat once during modern times, it tasted delicious, but that didn't mean he wasn't still scared of snakes. The rest of their journey back was uneventful except for catching a few rabbits along the way. Everyone returned to the Shui family estate with their hands full. They arrived at the base of the mountain before the sun set and returned to the Shui family compound. Shui mother had been waiting anxiously outside the courtyard gate. When she saw Shui Jintang return with the group, she rushed forward to examine him closely. You're finally back. Did you get injured? With a grin, Shui Jintang allowed Shui mother to fuss over his clothes as he replied. No, Mama, none of us got hurt. With so many of us together, we were quite safe, right? And here we are back before dark. Shui mother shot him a glare. Good that you're back. If you hadn't, I would have sent your father to look for you. The mountains are dangerous, how could I not worry about my child? Shui Jintang chuckled softly and offered some comforting words. As everyone walked toward the courtyard, Shui mother finally paid attention to the things everyone carried in their baskets. What did you all gather? It looks like everyone had a good harvest. In the empty space of the yard, everyone unloaded their wicker baskets and carefully emptied their contents onto the ground. It was only then that Shui mother noticed the snake Shou held in his hand, almost screaming out loud. Shui Jintang hurriedly consoled her. The snake is already dead, it's harmless. Don't worry, Mama. Later, we'll prepare it into a dish. Snake meat tastes wonderful. Shui mother backed away from Shou a little and responded. This thing should be left to your father to handle. I don't dare touch such stuff. Unable to resist, Shui Jintang slightly curved his lips and pointed out their day's harvest to Shui mother. Mama, these wild vegetables are what I gathered. And this is pine milk mushroom. These things cannot sit long, so they need to be processed quickly. The wild vegetables were crushed at the bottom, already slightly wilted. Shui mother nodded, yes, they must be dealt with soon. Did you pick all these fruits too? Yes, there were quite a number of fruit trees in the mountains. We'll keep some of the fruits for eating, and another part one planned to turn into jam. Jam? Shui mother was puzzled. Can fruits really make a jam? Shui Jintang gave a smile, sure can. When I start making it, Mama can watch beside me and learn too. Fruit jam tastes great. Shui mother nodded, then suddenly added. Still, my son is clever. I've never seen you do this before, are you learning at the Marquis residence? Startled, Shui Jintang maintained an unperturbed expression. Yes, I used to tinker around with cooking during my free time in the estate. My culinary skills aren't bad now. Mama, I'll slowly demonstrate them to you when the opportunity comes. While talking, he glanced around. Shou Wei and the others had already started processing the various meats they brought back. Good, it seemed they hadn't heard. After all, those foods he made in the prince's residence were explained by saying he liked studying cuisine from an early age. If it leaked out, that wouldn't be ideal. He'd just have to come up with more excuses, which exhausted brain cells. Jintang, what are these two types of fruits? Why haven't I ever seen them? Shui mother's words interrupted Shui Jintang's train of thought. He looked at the items she pointed to. These ones, the red one is chili, and the yellow one is potato. They're both edible. I'll teach you how to use them later. Shui mother had an aha expression on her face. So these are also things you learned at the residence. The capital really has a lot of things Mama hasn't seen. Shui Jintang smiled naturally. That's true, the capital has many interesting and delicious things that we don't have here. I'll tell you more about them gradually. At this point, Shui father and Shui Qingli returned too, marveling anew. Eventually, Shou Wei and the guards dined there again. Shui father stewed soup with the snake, allowing each person to drink a bowl. Everyone in the Shui family praised it continuously. The snake meat soup was indeed fresh. After the meal, the group rode horses back to their inn while Shui Jintang stayed behind with Shui father and others to process the remaining items. Chapter 48, A House Still Needs Building. All the pine milk mushrooms had already been consumed, and not much of the wild vegetables remained. The main things left were chilies, potatoes, and various fruits. While handling chicken meat, Shui mother said. The kids are truly polite. They said there's no need, yet they insisted on giving us a chicken anyway. Jintang, you should thank them for me later. The children Shui mother referred to were none other than Shou Wei and the guards, most of whom were in their early 20s, with the oldest being just over 30. To Shui mother and Shui father, they were still nothing but a group of kids. Shui Jintang responded helplessly. I know, mother. Didn't they say it was to thank you for the meal? Besides, they aren't short of these chickens or rabbits, if they wanted to eat, they could just hunt in the woods anytime. Still, Shui mother persisted. It's not the same thing. One thing is one thing. Just because they aren't short of something doesn't mean we can accept it as a matter of course. How about this, we don't have much silver, so I'll take care of their meals while they're here. As long as they stay, I will cook for them. When you leave, I'll prepare some well-storable food for your journey. Shui Jintang gave her a gentle smile. That's great, I think Shou and the others really like the food you make. I've even heard them secretly complimenting it. Shui mother immediately beamed upon hearing this. Really? They like it that much? Then I will surely do my best and make sure every meal satisfies them. Yes, they really like it, mother. You're a great cook, so just go ahead and do what you do best. As Shui father and Shui Qingli followed Shui Jintang's request to plant several chili plants in the backyard where they'd cleared out a small patch of land. This plant isn't familiar to anyone, and planting it in the fields might risk it getting accidentally damaged by other children. So, planting it in our backyard works better, plus we can always keep an eye on it. Shui Jintang naturally had no objections and continued as he handled the chilies and potatoes. Father, I think we should start building the new house earlier. Look at how many things are now piling up in the yard, it's starting to get messy. In the morning, Shui father and Shui Qingli had constructed a wall between their home and the main branch of the family, but it wasn't too high. If someone really wanted to spy on anything, they could easily climb over. Shui Jintang harbored many secrets, and Gao Shi, known for prying into others' affairs and gossiping endlessly, was exactly the kind of person he didn't want learning about his life and then spreading it throughout the village. Moreover, these past few days, villagers kept loitering near their courtyard, probably having heard the news of his return and wanting to see what he was up to. Fortunately, Shui father and Shui Qingli managed to handle everything, sparing Shui Jintang from needing to step out and face them directly. This was the drawback of living in the countryside. Most houses were ordinary straw cottages or mud brick homes, often without any real barriers around them. Whatever one did at home was entirely transparent to everyone else, leaving no privacy whatsoever. Fortunately, when the Shui family built their house near the foot of the mountain for safety reasons, they specially spent more money constructing a fence, partially shielding themselves from the villagers' eyes. Otherwise, given the commotion at the Shui residence recently, other villagers would undoubtedly crowd around their doorstep every day. But since the Shui family had officially separated from the main branch, the fence could only block the villagers, not the main family members. Thus, building a new house was necessary. Shui father understood the logic. Though he still didn't want Shui Jintang to spend money, after pondering for a moment, he agreed. Alright. Let's build it then, I'll find people tomorrow. In this village, nobody called professional builders to construct houses. Instead, neighbors helped each other. Because the scale of the houses was small, all it took was treating the helpers to a meal, and no additional expenses were required. Following this ancestral practice, every household knew something about construction, though differences lay in whose craftsmanship was better and who worked more diligently. When someone invited help, they preferred inviting those who worked hard. Shui Jintang naturally had no objection. His idea was to finish the new house as soon as possible, because his stay wouldn't last very long anyway. During his stay, there was bound to be a lot of attention, and it was better to quickly build a new house to avoid constant questioning from others. Hearing his father talk about the rules regarding building houses in the village, Shui Jintang suggested. Father, our house will be larger, taking longer to complete, not finishing in a day or two. If we hire help, we should formally pay them, instead of relying on random favors. This way, everyone will work more conscientiously. Shui father thought about it for a moment before nodding. Alright, we'll follow your suggestion. So, what do you think is an appropriate wage? Shui Jintang smiled. Father, this decision lies with you. I'm not clear on how much labor costs are around here. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, Shui father finally spoke. Normally, villagers working as temporary laborers in town earn only about 10 coins per day if they manage to find decent work, this is if they're lucky. The less skilled earn even less, only a few coins. I think if we ask for help, giving each person about a dozen coins should be enough. Isn't this better than finding work in the town? Shui Qingli also chimed in. Indeed, we don't need to toil by going to town and can still earn a dozen coins daily. Where else can we find such a good deal? If I had heard the news, I would have surely come. Chapter 49, Where else can you find such good work? Shui Jintang was originally worried that it might be a bit too little, but seeing how sure the two were, he didn't dwell on it anymore. He immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do as father says. I will cover the costs, but the hiring part must be handled well by both parents. Shui father nodded. Rest assured, I'll make sure to choose those who work hard. We don't want slackers. Shui Jintang agreed. We'd rather spend more money than hire someone of poor character, because having troublemakers around during the work could cause unnecessary problems. They then discussed the exact amount of wages for a while and finally decided on 15 coins per day with lunch provided. Wages would be settled daily. Since the house being built was quite large and time was tight, they wanted it finished as soon as possible. After discussion, they decided to recruit workers from the entire village. I'll go talk to the village head early tomorrow morning so he can notify everyone more conveniently, said Shui father. Shui mother reminded them. Surely, many people will want to work, so you need to carefully select the right people, don't put Jintang in an awkward position. Shui father nodded, of course. After perfecting the details, it was getting late, and everyone went back to rest. When Shui Jintang returned to his room, he planted a few kinds of medicinal herbs he found in the mountain into the soil in his space before washing up and going to bed. He slept soundly. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Shui father went to find the village head. At that moment, the village head's family had just finished eating too. Seeing Shui father come in, village head Zhao Qingstone smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Shui, have you eaten?" Shui father waved his hand. "Yes, village head, I came to discuss something with you." Zhao Qingstone was curious. "Go ahead, what is it?" It couldn't possibly be another quarrel with the elder branch, could it? However, what Shui father said next made Zhao Qingstone widen his eyes, prompting him to ask. "Are you serious? Really recruiting villagers to work and paying them 15 coins plus meals daily?" Yesterday, it had already been decided, and Shui father now kept his calm demeanor. "Naturally, it's true. Jintang is filial. Since we felt a bit cramped, she wanted to build us a new house, and all the expenses are covered by her." Shui Mao couldn't resist boasting about his son to Zhao Qingstone, praising him endlessly. If Shui Jintang had been there, he might have blushed listening to it. Zhao Qingstone felt his teeth grind, yet he had to admit that what the other party was saying was factual. This son truly wasn't raised in vain. Even upon returning to the home of his biological parents in the capital city, he didn't forget to visit his adoptive parents in the countryside and brought so much, now even helping the Shui family build a house. When Shui Mao finished speaking, Zhao Qingstone praised. "Truly a fine child. Brother Shui, I envy you." Shui Mao became even prouder, but thankfully didn't forget the main matter. "Village head, this matter is entrusted to you to inform everyone." Zhao Qingstone immediately responded, "No problem, you can rest assured. I will explain everything clearly to the villagers." His attitude was highly enthusiastic. How could he not be enthusiastic? After all, this would benefit Zhao Qingstone's own family. As long as they were selected, they could earn 15 coins a day. Zhao Qingstone estimated that it would take at least a month to build the house, 15 coins a day, making 450 coins in a month. You know, even working as temporary laborers in town usually only yields about 200 to 300 coins, and one must search for jobs slowly. It's not guaranteed to find this kind of work. Now it was simply building a house for the Shui family, which only required some effort and didn't require traveling far, yet paid more than working in town. Where else can you find such good work? While Zhao Qingstone calculated in his mind, his son worked pretty diligently. Leaving one son with him to handle the fields, there were 2 other sons who could try applying to work for the Shui family. His sons weren't bad either, they should all be selected. With 2 of them working together, that would be 900 coins. Even though he was the village head, with a large family to support, earning more money was undoubtedly beneficial. With this thought, Zhao Qingstone's smile grew wider, and his words towards Shui father became warmer. Seeing this, Shui father knew that everything was clear, so he no longer lingered. Accompanying Shui father all the way to the door, Zhao Qingstone returned home and told his wife and children about the matter. Naturally, they were also very pleased. After finishing speaking at his own home, Zhao Qingstone took up the bronze gong and walked from the beginning to the end of the village, notifying each household one by one. Whenever there was news in the village, it was communicated this way, carrying a gong and walking through the entire village while knocking on it to announce the message. He notified all the villagers to gather in front of his house before heading back home, putting away the gong. Generally, such opportunities for using the gong were rare since major events in the village happened infrequently. At this moment, every household, upon hearing Zhao Qingstone's announcement, couldn't help but gather in front of his house, curious to know what was going on. When Zhao Qingstone appeared, everyone stopped chatting out of curiosity and stared at him. Chapter 50, You are his eldest brother. Listen everyone, I have some good news. Zhao Qingstone then told the crowd about the Shui family hiring workers to build a new house. The villagers' first reaction was much like Zhao Qingstone's own initial skepticism, half believing, half doubting. An impatient one spoke without thinking. Village head, are you telling the truth or not? How could building a house offer such a high wage? Isn't this just fooling us? Zhao Qingstone glared at him, have you even listened to what you're saying? As your village head, would I joke around with something like this? The man realized that his words weren't appropriate and laughed nervously, falling silent. Zhao Qingstone then reiterated to everyone. I'm repeating this again, if you want this job, go now and inquire with the Shui family. Once you miss this chance, finding work as good as this will be difficult. Besides, if you're hired to work, you'd better be diligent. Lazy people should stay away, don't cause trouble for no reason. Remember, there are plenty of others willing to take the job if you aren't interested. The Shui family is only employing you because you're neighbors. If they wished, they could easily hire craftsmen from the county or town instead. Hopefully, everyone understands their kindness. Someone muttered under their breath. Isn't hiring people from the town more expensive? Of course, they'd choose us. Before Zhao Qingstone could reply, he retorted angrily. You clearly show no gratitude. Their younger son is now a lord's heir. Do you think money is an issue for him? That's right. They remember we are from the same village and want to let all of us earn more. People like you really. People like you should keep their distance, you act like their help is natural. The man's face turned pale red, unable to retort against the chorus of voices, so he stayed quiet. Zhao Qingstone glanced at him and mentally noted his name, thinking to later inform Shui Mao that hiring someone like this would undoubtedly cause trouble. Then, he casually leaned against a tree and let the crowd discuss among themselves. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Hey, do you think the Shui family will really hire us to build their house? Don't they feel bad spending so much money? The Shui family isn't the same as before. Their adopted son is now a noble young master in the capital city, this sum of money means nothing to him. But still, nobody's wealth comes easily. Just because he has money doesn't mean he'll hand it over freely. Enough talking nonsense. Shouldn't our focus be on whether to join them or not? I won't argue with you. I'm going to check at the Shui family. If it's real, count me in. Some had already set off briskly towards the Shui family. Those left behind exchanged looks hesitantly, bombarding Zhao Qingstone with questions once more. In any case, no one paid attention to anything else but waited anxiously to see what others would do. The entire morning was exceptionally lively in Lanxi village. Especially outside the Shui residence and the village head's house. Shui Jintang had anticipated such a scene. After being reminded by Shui father and others, he slipped out early, allowing Xiao Wei to take him on his regular trip to the town. Shui father and Shui Qingli stayed home to answer the villagers' various inquiries. Next door, at the Shui family main branch's residence. With so many people asking around, they surely couldn't miss the news that Shui father planned to build a house. Lady Gao immediately said to Shui Qingji. Dear, you must go too. You're also father's son, how could he refuse you? Shui Qingji paused silently for a moment before replying. But the money is coming from Shui Jintang. Father probably can't make the decision alone. Lady Gao was very confident. Even if the money comes from him, what difference does it make? Go talk to father, how could he not let you participate? You are his eldest son. Chapter 51, Regret. Shui Qingji was somewhat tempted. Honestly, since Shui Jintang returned, Shui Qingji had been feeling subtly regretful. Initially persuaded by Lady Gao, he had firmly decided to split the family. This was originally because Shui Jintang had been taken back by his biological parents and would not return again. Who knew that things would turn out so unexpectedly? At the beginning, Shui Qingji had harbored resentment toward Shui Jintang, who had been picked up by his parents in the wilderness. His resentment stemmed from the significant expenses due to his illness. Shui Qingji believed that his parents were too kind to someone with no blood ties to their family. Why should they treat this outsider so well? He thought it was all right to bring him home, but why put in such effort caring for him? All that money spent on medicine came from the hard work of his own family. Every extra penny spent on the boy meant less for the family savings. Thus, Shui Qingji never formed a good impression of his younger brother. However, outwardly, he always appeared honest and quiet. Seeing that neither his parents nor his second younger brother had objections, he realized showing opposition alone would make him seem selfish. Cleverly, he chose not to express this openly but simply avoided speaking much with the adopted younger brother. When Lady Gao subtly ridiculed his younger brother, Shui Qingji turned a blind eye. Things changed only after Shui Jintang was found by his biological parents and given 100 taels of silver. It was then that the hidden resentment in Shui Qingji's heart gradually faded away. In his mind, those 100 taels certainly belonged to their family, naturally including his share. Therefore, when Lady Gao mentioned splitting the family, Shui Qingji was easily convinced. Now, he deeply regretted that decision. They already had an indifferent relationship with this younger brother, and the division further distanced their bond. Shui Qingji had heard from Lady Gao about all the gifts Shui Jintang brought. If the family hadn't split, being the elder brother, he could have claimed quite a portion. Now, he got nothing. Shui Qingji clung to the hope that his younger brother might still give him something out of respect as the elder brother. Yet, as days passed without any indication from Shui Jintang, his last shred of hope vanished. Even news about building a house reached him only through other villagers. Comparing the few rooms his branch family received to the new house the second branch was planning, Shui Qingji felt profoundly uneasy and unfair. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Shui Jintang was now a young master of the Marquis residence, what could he possibly do against him? Lady Gao continued to talk incessantly at his ear, swaying Shui Qingji's resolve. 15 coins a day, plus lunch, it stirred his heart without question. Standing up, Shui Qingji frowned, interrupting Lady Gao. I'll go find father. Hearing this, Lady Gao beamed, head of our family, you should have gone to father long ago. This money should also belong to you. How can outsiders earn it all? Without responding, Shui Qingji stepped out of the room and headed towards the second branch of the Shui household. By then, the entrance to the second branch was already surrounded by villagers, leaving no room for Shui Qingji to squeeze through. He could only wait outside. A villager noticed Shui Qingji approaching and called out. Hey, Mr. Shui from the big family, is there anything you need from your father? Not wishing to reveal his true intentions, Shui Qingji gave a simple smile. After waiting for roughly half an hour, the crowd of villagers finally dispersed, allowing Shui Qingji to step forward. Greeting Shui Mao and Shui Qingli, he said, "Father, second brother." The two had exhausted themselves answering everyone's questions and just wanted to drink some water before noticing Shui Qingji standing before them. Shui Mao couldn't help asking, "Older brother, why are you here?" Shui Qingji chuckled bitterly and replied, "Father, I am also here to ask about the recruitment for the house construction. Surely, I can join in." Shui Qingji looked hopefully at Shui Mao. Unfortunately, Shui Mao didn't immediately agree, instead exchanging glances with Shui Qingli before replying. "This isn't my decision to make. I'll discuss it with Jin Tang first." Though Shui Qingji anticipated such a response, he still insisted. "Father, I'm a member of the family. If I can't help build the house for myself, how strange would that be?" Shui Qingli glanced at him without saying a word, thinking he remembered being part of the family now. Meanwhile, Shui Mao frowned and responded, "I must confirm with Jin Tang first, even if you're involved. Go back for now. Jin Tang is busy today, but I'll inform you tomorrow." Shui Qingji felt frustrated but dared not say more, following Shui Mao's advice. While Shui Qingji discussed with Shui Mao and others, Shui Jintang had escaped to town accompanied by Shou Wei to enjoy some tranquility. They began strolling around the market. The town was clearly much busier than the village, but having seen the markets in the capital city, Shui Jintang naturally didn't feel amazed. The scale of this town paled in comparison to the capital. There were far fewer shops. Unlike the capital where every kind of store could be found, some types of shops were missing in the town, such as the Gem Tower. There wasn't a single grand restaurant, and instead most food sellers operated small stalls on the streets or modest eateries. Inns and taverns were also relatively scarce. Shui Jintang surveyed his surroundings and noticed there were quite a few vendors selling food, although the variety wasn't large, primarily consisting of items like buns, dumplings, noodles, and large pancakes. The food options were less diverse compared to the capital. Shui Jintang rubbed his chin. His mother cooked exceptionally well, and he believed that if she set up a stall here, it would likely earn them money. This thought had occurred to him during the few days he'd been staying there. The Shui family's current situation wasn't great, and one of his nephews was still studying at school, which wasn't easy to support for a scholar. Shui Jintang could have directly given them money, but both Shui father and mother insisted they wouldn't accept his help without working for it. They argued that what he had already provided was enough, including the money for building the house. It seemed inappropriate to continuously rely on his financial support. "We didn't raise you to depend on your wealth." Shui Jintang had tried to persuade them, but his parents remained very firm in their stance, insisting on earning their own living and refusing any more financial assistance from him. "It was hard raising you before, and we managed to get through it. Now with improved conditions, Lin just started schooling not long ago, surely we can still afford his education. We have fields, and during our free time, we look for casual labor in the town. Life isn't impossible to live. If you keep giving us money, let alone whether your parents would agree, I definitely won't either. I don't want our Shui children becoming lazy freeloaders who wait around for others to provide for them. With hands and feet, we will work for our own earnings." This was what Shui father said seriously and solemnly, leaving Shui Jintang no choice but to reluctantly agree. Over these 2 days, he pondered ways to help the Shui family better. If they didn't want his money, was there another way to help them earn more? Just farming and finding odd jobs in the town wouldn't generate much income. After much deliberation, Shui Jintang felt that perhaps getting the Shui family involved in a food business might be good. Chapter 52, Is it worth a try? This wasn't Shui Jintang's impulsive thought. First, his mother did indeed have excellent culinary skills, and he possessed knowledge of many cuisines unavailable here. He had observed the situation in the town. The range of foods available was limited. As long as they put effort into creating tasty dishes unavailable in the town, there was sure to be demand. With this idea in mind, Shui Jintang examined the food stalls more closely, gaining further insights into their operations. He also bought some pastries, meat, and other necessary items, estimating that by now most people must have dispersed. He then decided to head back. Shou Wei, concerned about Shui Jintang returning alone, accompanied him back to the village on horseback before heading back to the town. Upon returning to the Shui residence, Shui Jintang saw Shui father and Shui Qingli resting in the hall. Smiling, he greeted them, "Father, second brother, are you done with work?" As he spoke, he lifted the pastries and meat in his hand. "I bought some food back. Everyone can try some later." Shui father looked at the oiled paper package in Shui Jintang's hand and instinctively said, How did you buy so many things again? These are for yourself to eat. Don't waste money buying for us." Shui Jintang blinked. "How is this wasting money? You don't want my money anyway, nor do you allow me to buy things for you." Shui father pointed at him, his face filled with both helplessness and warmth. You. The three chatted casually for a while. Then, Shui father composed himself and said to Shui Jintang, "Jintang, your older brother came to see me today. He heard you're recruiting people to build the house and wants to join. So I came to ask you. Rest assured, if you don't want him, I definitely won't let him join. You don't need to consider my feelings." Shui Jintang laughed. "Father, since elder brother also wants to participate, as long as he doesn't slack off, let him do it. I have no objections." Although they had separated households, Shui Qingji was still a member of the Shui family, the eldest son of Shui father, and it was impossible for Shui father not to feel affection towards him. Now that their lives were better, wanting to help his own son was certainly understandable. Although Shui father didn't say it, Shui Jintang could more or less guess his thoughts. If they outright rejected Shui Qingji, Shui father would likely feel uncomfortable inside even if he didn't express it. Since the families had already separated, there was no need to be so decisive. He decided to treat Shui Qingji like any other villager, hire him if he worked hard and dismiss him if he slacked off during house construction. Upon hearing this, Shui father smiled. "You're right, Jintang knows how to care for others. I'll go tell your elder brother. Don't worry, if he doesn't work diligently, I'll send him back without needing your words." After finishing this matter, Shui Jintang asked, "Father, where are mother and Xiaoya?" Shui father replied, "Xiaoya is still young and went out to play with her friends. Your mother is in the kitchen. Tell mother not to keep busy. I have something to discuss with all of you." Shui father seemed puzzled but nodded. "All right, I'll call her out." Before he finished speaking, Shui mother poked her head out from the kitchen and shouted at them, "Dinner's ready. Stop chatting and come eat first." Seeing this, Shui Jintang immediately said, "Let's eat first, we can talk afterward just the same." Hearing this from their younger son, Shui father assumed it wasn't urgent and nodded before going into the kitchen to bring out dishes. Shui Jintang noticed that Shuya hadn't returned yet, and hurriedly asked, "Father, shouldn't we call Xiaoya back for dinner?" Shui father waved his hand, "No need. She ate something before heading out. She'll come back herself when she gets tired." "Oh, okay." Lunch came a bit late today, and Shui mother didn't prepare anything too complicated. She added eggs to make some pancakes and stir-fried some sauce, allowing everyone to roll up the sauce in the pancakes to eat. After finishing one pancake, Shui Jintang gave his mother a thumbs up. "Mother, your cooking skills are truly amazing." Hearing this, Shui mother squinted with joy. "It's good if you like eating it. Mother doesn't have many talents besides making food well." After the family finished eating, Shui father questioned, "Jintang, what was it you wanted to say earlier?" Upon hearing this, Shui mother also looked at him curiously. Smiling, Shui Jintang said, "Father, mother, since neither of you want my money, we must figure out ways to earn more. Finding odd jobs in town isn't stable and isn't always possible. Have you thought about setting up a stall to do business?" "Doing business?" Shui father exchanged looks with the two others. Unable to contain himself, Shui Qingli asked, "What kind of business?" Shui Jintang glanced at Shui mother, smiling broadly, "Food business. Mother has excellent culinary skills, setting up a stall to sell food in the town would surely make money." All three were startled. Shui mother hesitated. "Selling food? I only cook for our family. Can I really sell food to others? Who'd be willing to spend money on that?" With unwavering certainty, Shui Jintang replied, "Mother, don't underestimate yourself. Your cooking skills are genuinely excellent. It's not flattery, I've eaten quite a lot of fine foods in the capital city, and the taste of your dishes is indeed remarkable. At least in this small town, they're among the best." Sighing deeply, Shui father interjected, "This sounds easier said than done, Jintang. To make good food and actually earn money isn't as simple as you think. The town already has many food stalls. Why would people choose to buy from us? Even though having good skills isn't easy, many food stalls in town probably have decent cooks as well. If we don't have anything unique enough to attract customers, even if someone buys occasionally, we won't make much money. We'd be better off finding short-term work in town." Shui Qingli also nodded. Father makes a valid point. Moreover, doing a food business isn't something mother alone can handle. There needs to be someone else to assist, right? We still have the fields to look after. If we start selling food, we won't have enough manpower. Knowing their concerns, Shui Jintang didn't expect them to agree immediately but continued explaining his ideas. "Father, mother, second brother, I know what you're worried about, but this isn't something I'm bringing up impulsively. I've considered this carefully before proposing it. What you're most concerned about is whether it will generate income while also pulling everyone from fieldwork, leaving no one to take care of the land, right?" They looked at each other and nodded. "In essence, what you're really worried about is failure. However, if it does make money, then you wouldn't oppose it, right? Today, I observed in town. Even though there are many food stalls, the majority offer similar food. If there's a stall that serves great tasting dishes, which are things you haven't tried before, but are also affordable, wouldn't you buy from it?" They looked at each other again, and Shui Qingli said, "If I were you, I would choose to buy it and try. If it's as fresh, affordable, and tasty as you say, then I would be happy to buy regularly." Shui father frowned. "The problem is, these dishes that everyone hasn't tasted or seen before, how easy is it to create new and delicious food? And where would we learn such skills?" Shui Jintang smiled with a slight curve at the corner of his lips. "You don't know how to do it, but I do. I have many unique and delicious recipes in my possession, and the ingredients aren't difficult to find. I can teach mother. Once she learns, she can try selling these items in town, and people will definitely buy them." If you're not sure, we could try making them once, what do you think? Chapter 53, Teaching you how to make liangpi, cold rice noodle, and youtiao, fried dough. Upon hearing this from Shui Jintang, the three couldn't help but feel somewhat tempted. Shui Qingli's eyes lit up as he looked at his father. Father, if what Jintang says is true, I think we should give it a try. If they could indeed earn money this way, wouldn't it be better than working short-term jobs in town? Liner had already started attending school, and for him to have a good learning environment, they needed to earn more money. Shui Qingli was more open-minded and willing to try new things. Shui mother also looked toward Shui father. Dear, I think what Jintang said isn't unreasonable. I can give it a try first. Shui father, however, thought more deeply. Jintang, are all those food recipes you mentioned really obtainable so easily? Recipes like these aren't so simple to get, are they? Shui Jintang maintained his smile and casually fabricated an excuse. Father, you're mistaken here. While food recipes are hard to come by, it depends on the situation. As a young master of a marquis mansion now, it's quite convenient for me to acquire recipes while ordinary people might find it difficult. One reason is that I don't need to worry about lacking funds, and secondly, if I truly want something, most people would sell it to me. Isn't that logical? After listening to Shui Jintang, Shui father looked at his youngest son hesitantly. You didn't force anyone, did you? Shui Jintang chuckled. Father, do you really think I am the kind of person who would do such a thing? All the recipes were willingly sold to me. And not only that, I've also developed a few dishes on my own. I've told you before, there's nothing much to do in the marquis house, so I tried cooking myself and gradually became interested. Seeing the boy speak with such confidence, his tone natural and casual, the three were slightly surprised but didn't doubt his words. Thus, they began considering the matter of setting up a stall. Unable to hold back, Shui Qingli asked. Little brother, you mentioned having many unique recipes, so what exactly are you going to teach us to make? Shui father and Shui mother also curiously looked at him, which was precisely what they wanted to ask. Shui Jintang had already considered this carefully and replied upon being asked. To catch the attention of the townsfolk and earn more money, the food must be something they haven't encountered before. Isn't it starting to get hotter now? When it's hot, people tend to lose their appetites, so let's make some refreshing and cooling items that are bound to be popular. Listening to Shui Jintang's analysis, the three nodded in agreement. Shui father said, indeed, that makes sense. But there aren't many cooling foods available. During my visits to the county town, I heard that the inn in the county city actually has fresh items like you described. They grind fruits into juice, add milk and chill it with ice, sprinkling crushed ice and nut pieces on top, which is very popular among guests. Despite being just a shallow layer, one serving costs several taels of silver, yet there are enough rich people in the county who don't mind buying it. Hearing this, Shui Jintang realized, isn't that fruit milk? It seemed that they even added toppings, confirming that the ancients were indeed clever, creating such beverages long ago. Shui father, unaware of Shui Jintang's thoughts, sighed and continued. These kinds of items may be desirable, but we simply don't have the conditions to produce them. Without mentioning anything else, the main reason these drinks were popular was their chilled temperature. To achieve this, ice was required, but where would he get ice? Shui Jintang suddenly understood, this was why. Ice was reportedly achievable using saltpeter, and when he had time later, he could certainly try it out. However, whether or not it was possible at the moment made no difference to him. He smiled and said to the three. What I'm going to teach isn't about those chilled drinks. Instead, I'm preparing to teach you how to make gluten, cold rice noodles, jelly-like desserts, mulberry leaf tofu, and immortal tofu. These are perfect summer foods that taste refreshing and cool, stimulating the appetite while relieving the heat. Stunned, the three listened to Shui Jintang list out these foods, only to realize that none of the items he mentioned were familiar to them. What? What are these foods? Shui mother asked curiously. Shouldn't this gluten be made from flour? Can mulberry leaves really be made into tofu? And what about the immortal tofu? Shui Jintang's eyes and brows crinkled, the last three require materials to be found first. I've seen them around, so tomorrow elder brother Qingli can help gather these ingredients with me before I teach you. The first two don't need extra materials, so I can teach you how to make gluten and cold rice noodles now. Shui mother couldn't help but say, there's nothing urgent going on right now, and there's no need to wait until tomorrow. Jintang, just teach us now, and I'll give it a try. In modern times, many culinary tutorials are available as videos, and when Shui Jintang had free time, he would also learn things from them. That's how he learned to make gluten and liangpi, cold rice noodles. These two dishes could actually be made together, though it was quite labor-intensive. The most crucial part of making gluten is having flour. Essentially, almost all kinds of flour can be used for making gluten, they just differ in taste and quantity. To achieve a better texture and produce more gluten, high-gluten flour is the best choice. Of course, there wasn't any high-gluten flour here, but it could be made at home by mixing ordinary flour with egg whites at a ratio of 10:1. Since this was the first time teaching the Shui family members, Shui Jintang aimed for the best results and started by preparing the high-gluten flour with everyone before moving on to the next step. The first step was kneading the dough by adding water and salt to the flour and letting it rest. This step was familiar enough to Shou mother, who felt completely confident about it without needing any instruction. Even Shou father, Shou Qingli, and their aunt Tian were learning alongside. Originally, only Shou mother needed to learn, but after some discussion, they all decided they wanted to give it a shot as well. If they learned, they might be able to lend a hand later if the family ever planned to start producing these items regularly. Who would sell them at the stall could be decided after everyone finished learning. After the dough rested, came the most important step, adding water and needing to wash out the gluten. As Shou Jintang washed, he kept reminding everyone. It must be washed thoroughly until the water becomes clear. If it isn't clean, the gluten won't taste as good. The learners nodded attentively. Once the water stopped looking milky white, they poured it into another bucket. Shou Jintang pointed to the leftover clumpy mass with many holes. This is the gluten, but it isn't fully done yet. It needs to rest for a while longer. Then Shou Jintang gestured toward the water that had been separated earlier. Don't pour this water away either. Let it settle for about 2 hours. There are a few more steps after this before we get liangpi, cold rice noodles. Looking curiously at the bucket of water, Shou Qingli exclaimed, this water will eventually turn into the noodle-like liangpi, hard to imagine, isn't it? Shou mother remarked, 2 hours. So we'll have to continue making the liangpi in the evening. Shou Jintang nodded, yes, it's not difficult, just time-consuming and labor-intensive. We'll start with the gluten first. While waiting for the gluten to rest, none of them would sit idly around. They each went off to do their own tasks and came back once the time was up for the next step. By this point, the gluten is basically ready. You just need to spread it out evenly, cut it into pieces. This can be added to the cold rice noodles or sold as a separate food item. Shou Jintang picked up a pair of chopsticks, winding the gluten around them in circles, then pulling out the chopsticks. You see, this is how it should look. The spectators couldn't help but pick up chopsticks to mimic his method. After rolling all the gluten, they boiled it in hot water. To check if it's ready, press down with chopsticks and feel for hardness. Shou Jintang carefully instructed every step. After fishing out the cooked gluten, he simply prepared a sweet bean sauce and used a small brush to evenly spread it on the gluten. He handed the first piece to Shou mother, mother, take a bite and see how it tastes. Without waiting for Shou Jintang's offer, the others took their own gluten, brushed on the sauce, and ate it. How does it taste? Shou Jintang looked at them with a pair of sparkling amber eyes. Shou Qingli answered, it's sweet, and the flavor is not bad. Shou Jintang smiled, the sauce is sweet, hence it has a sweet taste. But isn't the texture of the gluten pretty good too? Shou father and Shou mother also took a few bites, feeling carefully. It's neither too hard nor too soft. It's hard for me to describe, but overall, the taste is pretty good. But won't it seem a bit bland? Would anyone buy just this gluten alone? Shou Jintang replied. In fact, we can improve its flavor further. Adding chili would make it even tastier, but our supply of chili is a bit scarce right now, so we'll save some seeds. I'll prepare a spicy version of the seasoning later, and you can taste it tonight once the liangpi, cold rice noodles, is ready. The gluten inside the liangpi will have a different taste. Moreover, this gluten can be further processed by grilling it with a steel plate or charcoal fire, which would make its texture and taste even better. Now that we don't have those ready, let's prepare them in the afternoon and try all these methods tonight. Chapter 54, Confidence in Oneself. None of them had any objections. Alright, we'll follow your plan. Time flew quickly during the afternoon. When the sun was about to set, the water left over from washing the gluten had been properly settled. Shou Jintang filtered out the clear water on top, leaving only the flour slurry at the bottom. After the water in the pot boiled, he found a suitable plate, scooped a spoonful of the remaining flour slurry, evenly spread it on the plate, and then steamed it. Once the time was up, Shou Jintang lifted the lid, revealing the originally white flour slurry transformed into a thin, almost transparent layer. So this is liangpi. Shou Qingli observed curiously, as did Shou mother and the others, all feeling amazed. Jintang, did you come up with this yourself? If I hadn't followed along while you were doing it, I would have never imagined that one dough ball could be kneaded and turned into two completely different things. Shou father sounded proud, worthy of being my son, truly smarter than others. No one else would have thought of this. Shou Qingli and Tian joined in with praise. Shou Jintang's face turned red, quickly changing the subject. The liangpi isn't ready yet to eat like this, seasoning needs to be added to make it more delicious. Watch carefully how I do it, mother. Upon hearing this, Shou mother's expression grew serious. You do it, we'll all keep a close eye and remember every step. Shou Jintang felt relieved inside, as the excessive praise made him somewhat embarrassed. After all, none of these foods were invented by him, so he didn't feel entirely comfortable about being praised so much. Cutting the liangpi into strips, Shou Jintang prepared a seasoning sauce. In the afternoon, he and Shou father worked hard to grind the peppers into powder. Now he took out some, mixed it with sesame seeds, and poured a ladle of hot oil over it. The aroma instantly wafted out. Shou Qingli, standing too close, couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose and looked at the oil. Why does it smell so strong? Shui father, however, clearly liked the scent. This smell is quite fragrant. So the pepper you brought back has this kind of flavor. Tian's face flushed slightly due to the spiciness. I think it's a bit overwhelming, though it does smell pretty good. Shui mother said nothing, continuing watching her younger son add other ingredients, making sure to memorize each step. Sichuan pepper powder, cumin powder, sugar, salt, and a little warm water, everything was thoroughly mixed and blended with the pepper oil. Thus, a bowl of homemade seasoning sauce was ready. Shui Jintang distributed the liangpi into 5 bowls, pouring the sauce into each one. Mother, stir well with chopsticks before eating. He also picked up a bowl for himself, stirred the sauce, ate a bite, and nodded. It was alright, with a moderate amount of saltiness. As Shui father and the rest were tasting chili for the first time, he hadn't added too much crushed pepper, so the sauce only reached a mild level of spiciness. For him, it wasn't spicy enough, but for Shui mother and the others, it should be just about right. Indeed, their reactions were all positive. Shui Qingli complimented, the taste of this pepper is different from what mother usually uses to make spiciness, how to put it, it's tastier. Tian wasn't too fond of spiciness but still sweat dripped from her nose after one bite, it's indeed spicy, perfect for opening the appetite on summer days. Shui father and Shui mother adjusted well. Nice, fragrant and spicy. In summer, a bowl of this should find buyers. This liangpi has a pleasant texture, and I quite like it. It tastes better than the gluten. Shui Qingli remarked, is that so? I think the gluten is pretty tasty. They argued for a while over which tasted better between the gluten and the liangpi. But it didn't last long, and they turned their attention back to Shui Jintang. Since Shui Jintang mentioned earlier that he would try each cooking method, he now demonstrated all the techniques. He deep-fried the gluten he had already made and also grilled it in 2 ways. Grilling the gluten over charcoal fire or an iron plate would make it even tastier, but because the preparations were rushed today, they didn't manage to get those tools ready, so they simply grilled it briefly above the fire pile. He also separated a portion of the gluten, mixing it with sliced liangpi, vegetable strips, and bean sprouts, seasoned with a non-spicy sauce, and tossed another bowl together. Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, all of you try. Do you prefer these methods? After everyone sampled, they respectively gave their opinions. Tian said, I think uncle's various creations taste good. I think, father and mother, the gluten and liangpi taste really good. I've never seen them in town. If we sell them at a stall, perhaps they could make us money. Shui Qingli was eager to give it a try. Shui mother, on the other hand, said, these methods aren't difficult indeed. If we decide to set up a stall, I should be able to handle it. Shui father then spoke, the food made by these methods tastes good, but Jintang, I believe we shouldn't fry the gluten for now. It wastes too much oil, with such high initial capital required just to start selling, what happens if they don't sell? Jintang smiled and nodded. Father is right, and that's exactly what I was thinking. I was mainly showing different ways to cook. But for the first time selling, we shouldn't prepare all of them. It would take too much time and energy. Besides, we're also building a house, and there are not enough hands. Thus, my idea is to demonstrate these few foods I mentioned to you all. After that, we can discuss and choose the most suitable options for selling. For instance, frying can be skipped at the beginning when setting up the stall. Once we earn some money, we'll decide later if we need to add it back in. Everyone listened attentively and agreed. Let's do it your way. There are still 3 kinds of foods left unmade. Second brother, you and I will look for ingredients tomorrow. When everything is ready, I'll make them for you. Also, aside from putting the gluten into the liangpi, grilling it is very delicious too. I'm planning to order a wire mesh and iron plate for grilling the gluten. Grilled this way, it tastes even better. Later on, we can decide which method to use together. When they heard that before setting up the stall, money would have to be spent ordering items, everyone felt a bit reluctant. The iron stuff isn't cheap, costing quite a bit of silver coins. Perhaps we should cancel these 2 methods for now. Shui Jintang consoled them, father, mother, don't worry too much about money. Since we've decided to do business, let's do it boldly. This amount of money isn't much. I'll cover it. It's my support, so please don't refuse. If it fails, the loss won't be significant either. In the worst case, we'll keep these things to eat ourselves. Anyway, eventually we'll need them anyway. We might as well prepare everything once. You should have confidence in yourselves. Chapter 55, more interesting, isn't it? Hearing Shui Jintang's words, thinking about how far they had already come, Shui father and Shui mother gritted their teeth. That's fine. Let's follow what you said, place the orders. Anyway, we've already decided to try out setting up the stall, so let's do it well. Shui Jintang grinned, that's more like it. After they discussed the ingredients and materials needed for setting up the stall a little more, everyone dispersed. Shui Jintang returned to his room and, as usual, entered the space to take a look. This had become his habit, having to enter the space every day to check once. Otherwise, he always felt like something was undone. Seeing the herbs he brought down from the mountain the other day, they'd grown a bit after only a few days, looking vibrant and healthy. Shui Jintang approved with a nod. Planting herbs here was indeed a good decision. With shorter time, one could obtain herbs with better medicinal effects. Once he found the time, he must go up the mountain again, find more commonly used herbs to plant, so that in the future, if anyone gets a cold or fever, these herbs could be picked and used readily. Besides, he could also search for rare and precious herbs, like ginseng. On this land, watered with spirit spring water, the ginseng should grow pretty well. Shui Jintang silently noted down searching for herbs, so as not to forget. The vegetables and fruit trees grew well too. The fruit trees were laden with fruits closely packed, each full and clearly of high quality. The vegetables looked fresh and juicy as well. Tomatoes had already covered the branches densely. Shui Jintang plucked one and bit into it directly, tasting sour and sweet with a sandy texture, making it perfectly edible as a fruit by itself. Thinking of the tomato he planted in the courtyard of the prince's mansion, he wondered how it was growing, whether it had borne fruit yet. He hoped it would work hard so that he could indulge himself in tomatoes freely while staying at the prince's mansion. After all, many delicious meals could be made with tomatoes. There were also potatoes and peppers. He would return here to plant them at the prince's mansion, allowing him to make many new delicious dishes. Gu Qixiao should like that too. Thinking of Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang's thoughts unconsciously drifted away. Inside Ningxing Prince's mansion, it was still brightly lit. In the spacious and comfortable bedroom, the person Shui Jintang was missing was leaning on the bed, eyes tightly closed, thick eyebrows furrowed as he endured the recurring pain in his head. Lin Mufeng sat by the bedside, hand placed on his wrist for a moment before moving away. Frowning slightly in puzzlement, he whispered. Wasn't he doing well just a few days ago? Why is the headache back again? As he spoke, he raised his eyes to glance at Gu Qixiao. The handsome man's face was still pale and bloodless, looking worse than it had been recently. He quickly wrote another prescription, instructing Ji Sen to unbutton Gu Qixiao's shirt. I'll try acupuncture on him again, it might alleviate some of the pain. Handing the prescription to one of the servants standing by, the person took it and swiftly left to collect the medicine as instructed by Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng then opened his medical box, taking out silver needles, observing Gu Qixiao's complexion while contemplating where to apply the needles. He told him. Perhaps the previous medicine can only last for a certain period. I've improved the prescription this time to see if it can be more effective in sustaining its effects. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unfortunately, his medical skills weren't yet refined enough to completely eliminate the remaining toxins, and the medicine he prescribed could only relieve the symptoms. At least it could ease the suffering Gu Qixiao experienced during the poison attacks and extend his life for a few more years. Gu Qixiao's tightly closed eyes fluttered open, revealing a gaze dark like ink. Though puzzled about what Lin Mufeng said regarding his condition, Gu Qixiao already understood the root cause within himself. Most of his previous recovery probably wasn't due to Lin Mufeng's treatment but rather from eating the food prepared by the young boy. Initially, he wasn't entirely sure, but after the young boy left the mansion to visit his adoptive parents, Gu Qixiao grew even more convinced that the food made by the boy did contain an ingredient that counteracted the poison inside his body. When the boy was present, preparing meals daily, his headaches became less frequent and less painful during their occurrences. Since the boy's departure and the inability to eat food made by his hands, Gu Qixiao's health began deteriorating again. Although the cooking techniques provided by the young boy were handed down to the chefs in the mansion, even though the taste was similar, the soothing sensation was absent. Gu Qixiao believed that the young boy must have added something special to the food, which although he didn't know what it was, appeared to effectively detoxify his body. And why wouldn't the boy have medical knowledge? Judging by his various actions, it seemed implausible. It remained uncertain whether the boy added that ingredient deliberately or not. If intentional, did the boy know he was poisoned? Thinking about the youthful, lively face, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. If truly so, then the boy was trying to save him. Regardless, the fact that he alleviated his suffering remained undeniable. Gu Qixiao didn't intend to force any investigation into the secrets hidden within the boy. So long as the boy stayed in the mansion, Gu Qixiao believed he would eventually uncover everything. What originally surprised Gu Qixiao was realizing that the young lord who'd grown up neglected in the countryside differed significantly from everyone's impressions. Isn't this more interesting? Early in the morning, Shui Jintang was woken up from bed by Shui Qingli. Little brother, let's go. Where are we going to find the materials? The earlier we start, the sooner we finish. Seeing the excitement on his second brother's face, Shui Jintang helplessly replied. There's no rush. Some materials are in the mountains, and for us two to go there alone would be dangerous. We'll wait for Shou Wei to come and take some people with us. Waking me up now won't do much good. Go ahead and prepare for the trip into the mountain. Materials in the mountain too. Shui Qingli hadn't expected this, so he reined in his eager thoughts, saying as he walked out. You keep sleeping then. I'll go make preparations first. Shui Jintang rubbed his face and resigned himself to getting up. No more sleep, since I'm awake anyway, what's the point of sleeping more? I'll get up. Due to his light sleep, once awake, it was hard for him to fall back asleep easily. So, he decided to rise early as well. Luckily, his habit of early to bed and early to rise meant a little less sleep wouldn't affect his energy. After dressing quickly, Shui Jintang squatted in front of his house, holding a bamboo cup to rinse his mouth. This method involved using willow branches dipped in salt. Actually, toothbrushes made of wood and horsehair existed in the mansion along with special toothpaste concocted from herbs like poria. When at the mansion, Shui Jintang used these. However, common villagers obviously lacked such conditions. Such items were costly and not readily available everywhere. Having forgotten to bring these along, Shui Jintang simply used the willow branch method here like others did. While brushing his teeth, he thought that next time when he came back, he could bring his parents some toothbrushes and toothpaste. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Shui Jintang found a nice spot in the courtyard to sit down since Xiao Wei hadn't arrived yet. Looking up at the sky and breathing in the fresh air felt pretty good. He thought silently about what they needed today. The ice jelly was made from seeds of false balsam weed, which wasn't hard to find, there were plenty by the fields and roadsides. Mulberry leaves used for mulberry tofu could also be found around the outer perimeter of the mountain. However, to make wild green leaf tofu, he would need Chinese banana shrubs, which grew inside the mountain. Luckily, he'd spotted some during his last trip into the mountain, but back then, he hadn't needed them because he had been busy looking for potatoes and peppers instead. Shui Jintang considered whether this time, while entering the mountain, he might dig up a few bushes to plant in the yard. After all, this kind of shrub only grew deep within the inner perimeter, so if his parents wanted to frequently make this type of tofu in the future, it wouldn't be practical to keep climbing into the mountain to gather it. Although the location of the shrubs wasn't exactly at the deepest part of the mountain, it still required going some distance inside, presenting significant danger for ordinary people who didn't have martial arts skills. Chapter 56, Ice Jelly and Wild Green Leaf Tofu. After breakfast, Xiao Wei came to the village as usual and heard that Shui Jintang was heading into the mountains. Calling on a few others, they set off toward the mountain together. Shui Qingli had ventured once into the inner perimeter of the mountain before, when he was young and brash. He'd originally planned to try catching pheasants outside the perimeter but, excited, ventured deeper than intended. Fortunately, he quickly regained his senses and ran out without encountering any real danger. Later, his father had scolded him severely for the recklessness. At that moment, accompanying Xiao Wei and the highly skilled guards, there was a rare excitement coursing through him. With a bamboo basket strapped to his back and walking beside Shui Jintang, he couldn't help but look around everywhere, finding everything fresh. Jintang, where is the bush you mentioned, the one for making tofu? Following his memory, Shui Jintang walked deeper inside. No rush, we have some way to go. You can take note of the route. It's beneficial to learn more about the mountain. Walking with stops along the way, it wasn't their first trip, so everyone's mood was lighter this time compared to last. On the way, they encountered edible wild greens and fruits as well as herbs Shui Jintang deemed useful, and paused to pick those. After about 15 minutes, they reached their destination. Shui Jintang observed the group of shrubs, whose leaves matched the features he remembered. Picking a leaf and rubbing it, the smell reminded him of the stench associated with the plant. He turned to Shui Qingli. This is the shrub we're searching for today. Its name is Doufu Cha. Shui Qingli approached and inspected the shrub his little brother pointed to, feeling it lacked anything special. Yet, it was capable of producing tofu, something difficult to imagine. So, should we start picking now? Shui Jintang nodded, already setting down the basket. Yes, let's pick some more. Later, when leaving, we'll dig up a few plants to see if they will grow. Xiao Wei and others also helped. Working together, it wasn't long before they filled the entire basket. They carefully dug up a few plants, then returned without wasting time, retracing their original path. Shui Jintang did want to look for ginseng, but as this trip had a specific purpose, and Shui Qingli was also along, it wasn't convenient. He resolved to try next time. Before leaving, they gathered mulberry leaves around the mountain perimeter and brought those home as well. When they returned to the courtyard of the Shui family home, many visitors asking about house construction workers yesterday came again today. After discussing with his wife, Shui father had determined the candidates, and went door to door notifying each family. They had just returned as well. Seeing them return, Shui Jintang asked. Father, mother, did you confirm when the work would begin? Shui father replied. It's decided. We'll start building in 3 days. In these 2 days, teach us the remaining few dishes. Your mother and I plan to try them 2 days from now. Shui mother agreed beside him. Your father is right. We need to test the market demand first. If we can make money, we'll later delegate a few people to trial run it. Since hiring people to build the house, not all family members could leave town to run a stall. At least 2 must stay home to keep an eye on things. Therefore, after consultation, the couple decided to pause construction temporarily and try out selling food stalls first. Shui Jintang nodded in agreement, that sounds fine. Besides, we found the ingredients for making tofu. Oh yes, there's also ice jelly. Let's go with Brother Qingli one more time. The main ingredient for ice jelly is the seeds of the false balsam weed. This plant isn't rare, it can be found by the side of roads, in wastelands, and near residential areas. Taking one quick trip outside, Shui Jintang and Shui Qingli gathered quite a lot of seeds. Looking at the things the pair brought back, both Shui father and Shui mother were amazed. There are loads of these things by the roadside. The flower of the false balsam weed is light blue, and its fruit is yellow, round in shape, while the seeds are pale brown. Shui Jintang responded. There's plenty, so these ingredients aren't hard to find, nor are they precious. That's why I said father and mother can try it out. Anyway, it doesn't cost much. If it makes money, there's no need to worry about materials. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Shui mother said, then let's start now, Jintang, teach us how to do it. Shui Jintang nodded and called out to Shou Wei and the others who were preparing to leave. You don't rush off just yet, you might as well taste the new food we make and give some feedback. Shou Wei and the others glanced at each other. Yes, young master. Making the remaining few dishes was relatively simple, and Shui Jintang taught while explaining. Ice jelly involves rubbing ice jelly seeds, which are the seeds of the false balsam weed, vigorously in clear water until no more bubbles appear. Then continuously stir while adding the prepared wood ash water until there's noticeable resistance before stopping. The wood ash water must be filtered once. Alright, that's it, then set it aside like making cold skin for a while, wait until it solidifies, then add some seasonings to eat. If refrigerated, it would solidify faster, but unfortunately, they lacked such conditions, so they had to let it solidify naturally. The process of making wild green leaf tofu wasn't very different. Wash and dry the gathered Chinese banana shrub leaves, then place them in a basin and scald with boiling water to soften. Next, repeatedly rub by hand until the leaves are crushed as much as possible into a mushy state, filter it into the basin, then cool it down, resulting in tofu. This kind of wild green leaf tofu is a traditional specialty snack in some regions. Shui Jintang had accidentally discovered this amazing tofu online and decided to try it out himself. The finished product is green, smooth and cool when eaten, with a slight bitterness. However, this slight bitterness isn't an issue because after adding seasoning, it becomes much more delicious. The method of making mulberry tofu is similar to this one. After teaching all of these, the remaining time was just waiting. Shui Jintang said, now we just need to wait for them to solidify and cool down. What do you think? Not difficult, right? They shook their heads, and Shui mother said. Jintang really has a way. The methods for these items are indeed very simple. Why did no one think of it before? Shui Jintang smiled, I happened upon it. You two didn't have time to try such things. Back at the estate, I had nothing better to do, so I came up with some odd ideas. All this stemmed from ancient wisdom, and Shui Jintang didn't think he was particularly brilliant. Chapter 57, Tasting. The others naturally thought Shui Jintang was being modest. Not only did Shui's father feel proud, but everyone shared the same thought, truly worthy as his son/his younger brother is really smart. The guards who had observed the entire process were both surprised and curious, gaining a greater respect for their future princess. Their princess mind was incredibly sharp, how could they ever come up with so many delicious and novel foods? Since the food required time to set, none of it was wasted. The Shui family gathered together to discuss the various preparations needed for setting up a stall, trying not to overlook any detail. The guards also ran errands and returned to the mountain to hunt some game. Due to the lack of refrigeration and the hot weather, what should have taken an hour or two stretched into half a day. Fortunately, everything succeeded without failure. After reviewing all the finished products, Shui Jintang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Although the possibility of failure was small, given the lack of conditions here and that it was his first time doing it, he was still a little nervous. In the end, the results were good. Shui Jintang first brought out the successfully set ice jelly, dividing it into bowls and adding red beans, brown sugar water, and the fruits found in the mountain. The fruits were already cut into small pieces, the ingredients scattered over it, signaling everyone they could begin eating. Just stir it yourself and you're ready to go. Looking at the translucent object in their bowls, everyone felt somewhat amazed. Mushin quietly whispered to Qingming. I wouldn't have thought that the seed of that plant could make such a beautiful food, just from some vigorous rubbing. Tell me, how does the princess come up with something like this, truly remarkable? Qingming, as always, spoke little. Following Shui Jintang's words, he stirred the ice jelly evenly in the bowl and scooped up a spoonful into his mouth. It had a slightly cool texture, no particular taste on its own, but combined with the other ingredients, surprisingly quenched thirst and was refreshing. Their movements to serve the ice jelly naturally quickened. Mushin was already accustomed to this silent person, and it didn't matter if Qingming didn't speak. After mumbling, Mushin also began to taste it. His eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the ice jelly in his hand. What a delightful thing. Having a bowl in summer would be absolutely perfect. As he ate, an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face, sighing with satisfaction. He discovered that serving by the side of the princess was indeed quite good because there were always delicious things to eat. The reactions from others were more or less the same. The brown sugar water added a hint of sweetness to the ice jelly, while red beans and various fruits improved the texture and flavor profile. Combined with the slightly cool sensation of the ice jelly itself, it couldn't help but make one's appetite increase greatly. A bowl of ice jelly was soon finished. Shui Jintang also ate very happily. Truly, good food brought joy at any time. Lifting his eyes to look at everyone who had finished eating, he smiled and asked, "How about it? The taste isn't bad, right?" Everyone nodded, affirming the taste. Shui Qingli patted his younger brother's shoulder. "It's very tasty, perfect for hot days." Shui mother, as expected from her excellent culinary skills, paid more attention to how to make the food even tastier. "The ice jelly doesn't have much flavor, so we can prepare more other toppings, offering a richer variety, which will attract more buyers." Shui Jintang gave her a thumbs up. "Mother is absolutely right. There are many toppings that could be added, not just these few kinds I used. We could also add osmanthus, peanuts, hawthorn, sesame seeds, etc. Mainly focus on maintaining the appropriate ratio, and the flavor won't be wrong, satisfying people's tastes." Shui mother, listening to this, her eyes softened slightly. She couldn't help thinking about other pairings for the ice jelly in her mind. However, she had some doubts about her son's gesture. "What does this mean?" Shui Jintang once again raised his thumb and explained with a smile. "This means you're really great and smart. It's praise for how clever mother is." Shui mother's smile lines deepened at the corner of her mouth. "I'm nowhere near as smart as you are." After the mother-son duo exchanged compliments, they continued to move on to the next dish. Both types of tofu were already prepared. They looked somewhat similar in color, both green, and appeared to be somewhat translucent. Shui Qingli looked at the solidified tofu blocks and couldn't help but admire them. They look quite nice too, resembling jadeite. "Let's all try them and see what differences there are." Shui Jintang cut the tofu several times with a knife, dividing it into blocks of approximately the same size, inviting everyone to serve themselves. He also held a bowl, scooping a piece of each type of tofu. After tasting it, Shui Jintang carefully distinguished the flavors of both, noting that they were somewhat similar yet not exactly the same, but both were quite good. He stopped everyone before they started eating. "This, like the ice jelly, becomes tastier with additional seasonings. I've prepared 3 types of seasonings for you, sweet, salty, and spicy. Add whichever you prefer." Everyone followed suit. Unlike simply tasting the flavors as Shou Wei and the others did, Shui father and his companions compared them. The 2 flavors don't differ much, but the mulberry tofu requires more steps. More ingredients need to be added. "I think if we want to sell it, we should only sell one type of tofu, just the wild green leaf tofu." "I agree. With all the other foods we plan to make, it would be hard to handle too many. Let's just make one type of tofu, what do you think, Jintang?" Shui Jintang also agreed with their views. "Just make the wild green leaf tofu, it's easier to succeed. Only wood ash water is needed to make it, whereas the mulberry tofu required starch in addition, otherwise it probably would have failed. This starch, as of now, has only been made by me for the whole family, and it's not available elsewhere, so it has to be self-made. The cost is too high, it's not worthwhile." At first, he thought that the mulberry tofu and wild green leaf tofu were alike, both requiring only wood ash water, but when he inspected it in the middle, he realized that wasn't the case. He then tried adding some starch, finally achieving solidification. Taking all aspects into account, making wild green leaf tofu was better, lower cost and easier to produce. Shui father nodded in agreement. "You're right, let's make the wild green leaf tofu." Shui mother had no objections either, but said, "It's just that the name, wild green leaf tofu, might seem a bit excessive, and it might not be easy to explain to others if they ask about it." Shui Qingli scratched his head. "I think it's fine. Isn't this name more likely to attract people?" Shui mother hesitated. "I still think it's not entirely appropriate. Wild green leaf tofu, the taste may be good, but calling it this seems a bit presumptuous. What if someone comes to buy it because of the name, only to find the taste isn't as good as they imagined? Won't they be disappointed?" Shui Jintang thought for a moment. "Mother is right, so let's change the name. As long as the guests don't know what material it's made of, it can be called something else. Follow your thoughts, mother, and all of you, since later on, you'll be manning the stall and I'll just provide the recipe." Shui Qingli asked, "Then, what should we change it to?" "I think it shouldn't be too ordinary, it should sound better." Shui father looked at the green tofu in the bowl and suggested, "How about calling it emerald tofu? That sounds quite nice." Shui mother approved. "I think it works. Look at this color, it's like emerald, indeed. It's not an arbitrary name." Shui Qingli spread his hands. "I have no objections, follow dad and mom." Shui Jintang smiled. "I have no problem with that either. Emerald tofu is also good, the name suits it well." Shui father said cheerfully, "That's decided then, it will be called emerald tofu." Chapter 58, Preparations before opening the stall. No one had any objections. After tasting the new dishes, Shou Wei and others took their leave from Shui Jintang and returned to town. Only Mushin and Qingming insisted on staying behind to guard. After such a long time together, Shou Wei had gained some understanding of Princess Shui Jintang. When idle, she didn't like having many people around. Based on their judgment, this place was currently relatively safe, so leaving 2 people to guard personally would suffice, and returning to town would be better. Otherwise, too many people could easily attract the villagers' attention, which might make their master unhappy. Xue Jintang had no issues with it, nodding to indicate understanding, allowing Xiao Wei and the others to return early as nightfall makes the road difficult to traverse. After the guards left, the Xue family gathered together to continue discussing matters regarding setting up the stall. I think we might try tomorrow. Xue Qingli excitedly proposed, believing that operating this food stall might indeed earn money. Xue father shook his head, tomorrow is too rushed. He looked at his second son with a tone of reproach. Don't be too impetuous, doing business requires patience. It's nearly dark already. If we want to set up the stall, we need to get there early, otherwise, we won't secure a good spot. But have you thought through how many foods we are going to prepare? Are all the ingredients ready? Can you manage these in one night? Think carefully. And he somewhat regretfully added, look at your younger brother, much steadier than you. Unexpectedly being scolded by his father, Xue Qingli glanced at Xue Jintang with some resentment. Xue Jintang innocently returned his look, blinking her amber eyes to signal it wasn't her responsibility. Cough cough. Xue father tapped on the table, signaling for the 2 to pay more attention. Decide the foods we want to prepare today. Tomorrow will be spent preparing, and we will open the stall the day after. Xue mother nodded, the day after tomorrow, the villagers will come to help build the house, so trying out one day earlier would allow us to test its effectiveness. Xue Qingli asked, Princess Jintang has taught us 5 types of foods. Should we do all of them on the first day or just focus on one? Xue Jintang reminded everyone. Mulberry tofu doesn't count, it's only 4 kinds. I think we might have mother try 1 or 2 kinds first to test the waters. Doing everything will take too much time. Xue mother agreed, I also feel the same way. Making all would result in waste if customers don't buy them or only purchase a little. Xue father spoke up, then we can make less. Why not start with emerald tofu and ice jelly? Xue Qingli had a differing opinion. I think both are cold dishes, presenting them together might not be ideal the first time. How about adding noodles or lianpi alongside emerald tofu? Making the first 2 as meals may lead to higher sales. Xue Jintang understood his meaning, main dishes paired with desserts. No, main dishes paired with snacks, as these aren't exclusively sweet. Xue father and mother exchanged glances, lowering their heads to ponder. Finally, Xue father still shook his head, both noodles and lianpi can be made together, but if you do one without the other, won't the remaining materials go to waste? But making both would be tiring, and adding another tofu dish would overburden mother. Xue mother found her husband's concern very touching and couldn't help but smile. Earning more money is worth some extra effort. Seeing this, Xue Jintang couldn't help but grin, unexpectedly eating dog food again. Xue Qingli looked around without saying anything, then smiled at his wife. Lady Tian, feeling embarrassed by his gaze, glared at him, why are you looking at me? We're discussing important things here. It was Xue Jintang who refocused everyone's attention. Father, mother, second brother and second sister-in-law, I think you should stop hesitating. If not, let's just start with emerald tofu tomorrow, it has the lowest cost and is easiest to make. If it sells well, we can gradually add more varieties later. If we really earn money, in the future, we won't just be selling these few items, I have many more recipes here. Let's start by setting up a stall. Later, when there are more varieties, we'll rent a shop and open a small restaurant, that would be even more convenient. Ah. Mrs. Xue couldn't quite imagine it, opening a restaurant too. This. I never thought about it. She would already be content if they could set up a stall to sell food and make more silver coins. Xue Qingli was already looking forward to it, younger brother must be right, mother. We'll surely make money. Mr. Xue also felt somewhat drawn to what Xue Jintang had suggested. If they could truly earn enough for renting a shop, then they would really be very capable. The Xues were all ordinary villagers, so who would have dared dream of making so much money? But seeing Xue Jintang's expression and thinking about the food she taught them, they felt it might actually be possible. That night, everyone returned to their rooms excitedly, filled with anticipation for the future. At the break of dawn the next day, they got up early to begin preparing for the next day's stall setup. It would be best to have a cart. Xue Jintang sighed regretfully, I completely forgot before. Father, did you make the cart? Mr. Xue's expression showed some relief, a few days ago, I had your brother talk to Mr. Chen the carpenter. Thankfully, we made preparations earlier. Otherwise, they would have had to wait a few more days. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingli rushed out, it should be ready by now, I'll go take a look. Mrs. Xue regretfully commented, these last few days were too busy, otherwise we could have saved some money by letting your father make it himself. Xue Jintang curiously looked at her father, did he know how to do carpentry? Seeing his younger son's questioning expression, Mr. Xue proudly said. In my youth, I learned a bit from an old carpenter. I may not be the best craftsman, but making a simple cart is enough. He then added with some reflection, but recently it's been too busy, no time to make it myself. Otherwise, I'd have had your second brother help, and we wouldn't have needed to go to Mr. Chen. However, influenced by Shui Jintang's actions and words these past days, Mr. Shui had indeed changed his thoughts. He no longer thought only about saving money by doing everything himself. Some expenses should be spent when necessary. Mr. Shui had considered clearly. Anyway, he was spending a lot of his younger son's money already, so there was no need to fret over the extra expense of the cart. What mattered most now was earning money and not disappointing their children's expectations. Only by earning money would they not always need Jintang's financial support in the future. Shui Jintang couldn't help but smile. It's great that it's already made. Father really thinks things through carefully. I've been focused solely on the food and haven't considered other aspects much. Mrs. Shui replied, but it's your ideas that matter most. Without you teaching us about these foods, thinking too much about anything else would be useless. The three exchanged another round of compliments. Shui Jintang said, with the cart ready, the rest of the preparations won't be difficult. Father and mother, you both need to get plenty of rest and conserve your energy. Mrs. Shui shook her head. I'm full of energy. Tomorrow we'll be selling. I'll practice today to see if I can make the tofu taste better and become more skilled at it. Although Shui Jintang thought it wasn't necessary to worry so much, he could understand their concerns after putting himself in their shoes. Faced with her mother's persistence, Shui Jintang could only nod helplessly. As a result, they ended up practicing and making so much emerald tofu that they ate nothing but tofu all day. Shui Jintang held his full stomach as he watched the leftover tofu. That's it, I can't eat anymore. Let's give some away to others. And so, Shou Wei and the others ended up eating a lot of emerald tofu too. In response, Shui Jintang stated that good things should be shared. Chapter 59, the first day setting up the stall. For their first outing to set up a stall, the Shui family took it very seriously. Considering the hot weather, they feared that food prepared too far ahead might spoil easily, so Mrs. Shui got up in the middle of the night to make emerald tofu. The rest of the family also got up to help, too excited about selling things for the first time to sleep anyway, so it was better to rise early. Ms. Tian helped Mrs. Shui in the kitchen while Mr. Shui and Shui Qingli checked the items to bring. Shui Jintang usually slept lightly, and though Mr. Shui and the others moved cautiously, they still unavoidably made noise. Shui Jintang was woken by the kitchen noises, rubbed his eyes, shook his head to clear his mind, listened to the sounds outside, and decided not to sleep anymore. Yawning, he got up to dress. After quickly getting ready, he stepped out of the house. Mr. Shui's sharp eyes immediately spotted Shui Jintang, and he felt a bit guilty. Did we wake you up? Shui Jintang rubbed his face and smiled. No, I woke up on my own. Anyway, I planned to follow along today. If I didn't get up now, I'd still have to later. At first, Mr. Shui and the others had told Shui Jintang not to come, suggesting that he stay home while they went instead. It was a half-hour trip to town, pushing the cart back and forth, it would be exhausting. Given Shui Jintang's poor health as a child, the whole family worried about him getting tired. But Shui Jintang persuaded them, Father, Mother, my body is much better now than before, don't you see how good I've been these days? And if you're going for the first time without me at home, wouldn't I just worry about you anyway? It might be better if I go. In truth, everyone was nervous about their first day of vending. Deep down, they all wanted Shui Jintang to join them but were hesitant because of his health. Since Shui Jintang insisted, after hesitating for a while, they finally agreed. However, they firmly refused to let him help, telling him to sleep in longer. Now that Shui Jintang was already awake, they kept him from helping and instead asked him to entertain himself on the side. Helplessly, Shui Jintang could only watch as they bustled about while he washed up. Then he examined the things they were taking with him to ensure nothing was left behind. With everyone working together, they quickly finished everything. Once the emerald tofu was completely set, they were ready to depart. Mr. Shui and Shui Qingli pushed the cart from both sides, Tian Shi and Mrs. Shui carefully guarded on either side to make sure nothing fell off the cart. Shui Jintang also walked alongside them. The entire family set out in grand style. Initially, it was planned for only 2 people to go to buy tofu, but since it was their first time doing business, no one felt comfortable leaving Shui Jintang behind. So, they decided to all go together. The mountain road wasn't flat, making it harder to walk compared to level ground. But everyone in the Shui family was used to hard labor, so their physical condition was good. They were accustomed to this kind of road due to their daily work in the fields, but they were still somewhat concerned about Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang looked up at them and smiled, Father, Mother, just focus on moving forward. I'll keep up. Don't worry about me, my health is really much better. Due to his past health issues, Shui Jintang was often cared for meticulously by his parents and rarely ventured outside, likely being unaccustomed to the mountain road. However, Shui Jintang had spent several years living with his grandparents in the countryside when he was younger and endured many hardships. Now, he was capable of keeping up. When they started, it was still a little dark outside. By the time they arrived at the town, the sky was already fully lit. Pingyuan town wasn't very large, but it was busier than their village. Although it was early, there were already people coming and going, mainly those who came to set up stalls or open shops like Mr. Shui's group. There were also crowds of people rising early to work. The rules in the town weren't strict, and the stalls were not fixed. The earlier one came, the better the stall location one could claim. The Shues arrived fairly early and quickly secured a good spot, stopping the cart and starting to unload their items. Besides wooden basins and buckets for holding the tofu, there was also a chopping board and knife for cutting tofu, as well as sweet and salty condiments. Even though Shou Jintang had visited the town before, this was his first time joining the family in setting up their stall, which made it somewhat novel. He curiously looked around. While the Shou family unloaded their items and prepared, several other vendors arrived. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and more people gathered in the town, various sounds gradually increasing. Their area was filled with small merchants, some carried baskets, others held goods in their hands, finding a spot and simply placing their wares on the ground. The position they claimed had neighbors on both sides. To Shou Jintang's glance, the vendor to the left sold vegetables, with eggs placed beside the basket, while the vendor to the right sold hairpins and jewelry. There was no significant competition between them. After everything was ready, Shou Qingli asked, "Can we start now?" Looking at the crowd bustling around, the Shou family felt a little nervous. Mr. Shou nodded, "Let's begin." All the tofu was placed in wooden buckets on the cart, with a block of sliced emerald tofu displayed on a clean wooden board nearby. This was for sampling, an idea proposed by Shou Jintang and approved by the Shou family after careful consideration. Mrs. Shou had neatly divided the emerald tofu into equal portions, each about the size of an adult's palm. A piece was taken and cut into smaller cubes, and wooden skewers were provided for easy tasting. Standing by the cart, the Shou family watched the crowd go by. Their fresh emerald tofu was a new sight, drawing some curious onlookers once it was displayed, but no one made a purchase at first. Sch Qingli wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Are we just going to wait here for someone to buy? Shouldn't we do something? What if no one buys anything?" The items had been laid out for a while now. Although some people came over to take a look, there were no buyers yet, which made them all anxious. Shou Jintang returned from another stall with some pastries and buns, handing them out to Mr. Shou and the others. They had left home too early and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Seeing the situation at their stall and noticing how tense Mr. Shou and the others looked standing there, Shou Jintang spoke up. "Father, you can't just stand here doing nothing. Waiting silently for customers is way too slow. You need to call out actively." How should we call out?" Chapter 60, Opening for Business. In response, Mr. Shou asked somewhat awkwardly. Shou Jintang thought for a moment and suggested. "Emerald tofu for sale. Never tasted before emerald tofu. Refreshing and cooling, cheap yet delicious. 2 coins for a big block, free samples available." Mr. Shou, Mrs. Shou, and Mr. and Mrs. Sch Qingli were all taken aback. They had never imagined tofu could be sold in such a manner, but upon hearing it, they found it quite appealing. Mr. Sch Qingli gave him a thumbs up, having learned this trick from Shou Jintang. Younger brother really knows his stuff. However, Tian Shi and Mrs. Shou felt a bit embarrassed since it was their first time selling anything, and they were shy to shout. Mr. Sch Qingli slapped his chest, "Let me give it a try." Shou Jintang had already provided the words for them so they didn't have to come up with anything themselves. Mr. Sch Qingli took a deep breath and shouted loudly as he'd just heard. "Selling emerald tofu. Never tasted before emerald tofu." After shouting, Mr. Sch Qingli couldn't help but take a relieved breath. This was also his first time doing this. Sure enough, the loud voice and catchy content attracted many passers-by. Hearing Mr. Sch Qingli's announcement, someone immediately couldn't resist asking. "Are you serious? Free tasting?" The nearby crowd had already noticed the green food prominently displayed but weren't sure what it was or that it was for sampling. Once Mr. Sch Qingli mentioned it, those curious about the novelty approached. The first to ask was an older woman holding a basket. Judging by her clothing, she wasn't particularly poor. Mr. Sch Qingli grinned widely and responded enthusiastically. "Yes, auntie, this is for free tasting. Try a small piece without any cost. If you like it, you can buy more." Hearing Mr. Sch Qingli's explanation, the woman became interested. With the heat of summer, people naturally wanted something refreshing, and the color of this emerald tofu seemed cool. She immediately picked up a skewer, pierced a small piece of tofu, and placed it in her mouth. Tasting it carefully, her eyes lit up slightly as she commented. "It's cool and smooth, but a little bitter." Mr. Sch Qingli smiled and replied, "Adding sugar water will eliminate the bitterness. This emerald tofu can be prepared sweet or savory at home. You can enjoy it as a snack or as part of a meal." Mr. Shou added beside him, "For sweetness, add some sugar or honey. For a savory taste, mix it with salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and scallions. It's quite delicious either way. If you like spice, you can add some spicy seasonings." Although chili peppers hadn't arrived yet, there were spices like Sichuan peppercorn and prickly ash that could create a spicy flavor. As for the few chili plants Shou Jintang brought down from the mountain, there weren't many, and they still needed seeds reserved. The remaining edible ones wouldn't be enough if sold outright. Selling them wouldn't last long, so keeping them for family consumption was better. Mr. Chinli quickly added, if you find it troublesome, we've prepared simple seasonings here. You can try them first. At home, you can adjust according to your own taste. Being the first customer, everyone was careful and attentive, striving to make her satisfied. The woman nodded after hearing this, then I'll give it a try, sweet please. Everyone's eyes brightened slightly. Mr. Chinli hurriedly replied, all right. He swiftly scooped a spoonful of sugar water, poured it over a small piece of tofu, and gestured with his hand. Try it. The woman used a skewer to pick up the piece of tofu and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but nod approvingly. It does taste much better. You said it can also be made salty, right? Seeing an opportunity, Mr. Chinli tried to suppress his excitement and immediately replied. That's correct, Auntie. Emerald tofu can be both sweet and salty. Eating it helps cool down during these hot days and brings a refreshing sensation. The woman paused for a moment before speaking. All right then, it's 2 coins for a block, right? Give me 1 block, no, make that 2 blocks. I'll take them home for my grandchildren to taste as well. With the first sale made, everyone in the Shou family was delighted. Chinli happily replied. All right. I'll wrap them up for you right away. Mr. Shou had already handed over an oiled paper, and Chinli deftly opened the wooden bucket, scooping out 2 blocks with a large spoon. He quickly wrapped them neatly in the oiled paper, tied it securely with a grass rope, and handed it to the waiting woman. 2 blocks of emerald tofu for 4 coins, please take care with them. The woman took 4 copper coins from her purse, handed them to Chinli, and placed the tofu into the basket she was carrying, leaving contentedly. Finally, they were in business for the day, and all 4 members of the Shou family were excited, beaming with joy. Shui Jintang, watching on the side, also felt happy, patting Chinli on the shoulder. Great job, second brother. Chinli returned the pat, still smiling, thanks to your well-thought-out callouts. After successfully closing their first sale, Chinli's confidence soared. Without needing further encouragement from Shui Jintang, he immediately began shouting loudly. Selling emerald tofu, cooling and refreshing emerald tofu, free tasting without cost. Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang realized, oh, he'd even slightly modified what she had originally thought of on his own. Looks like second brother has some talent for business after all. When the previous woman bought her tofu, quite a few people nearby were watching attentively. Seeing her response, now several others were starting to feel interested. A man dressed as a villager asked. Can I try a piece? Give me 1 block. Chinli laughed, sure thing, brother. Do you prefer sweet or salty? Would you like some seasonings I've prepared? I'll go with salty, said the man. Hearing this, Chinli scooped some salty sauce that Mrs. Shui had prepared from another jar, sprinkling a little onto a block of tofu. As the man had been watching closely, he now knew exactly what to do. He used a skewer to pick up the seasoned block of tofu and put it into his mouth. Chinli smiled and asked, how does it taste, brother? The man nodded approvingly, not bad. Go ahead and give me 1 block then. Seeing the second deal completed so quickly, Chinli shouted even louder, excitement clear in his voice. Got it. Let me package it for you. Quickly, he carefully placed a block of tofu into oiled paper, wrapped it securely, and handed it to the man. 2 coins, please take care. The man pulled out 2 coins from his pocket, paid without any more words, and left with it. Once they'd broken the ice, things progressed smoothly from there. As soon as the man left, several others gathered around asking questions, none wanting to skip the free trial. Big brother, come back if you enjoy it again. Sending off yet another customer, Chinli and Mr. Shui were obviously very pleased, grinning from ear to ear. In just this short while, an entire block had already been sold. Chinli counted the money gleefully again, an entire block cut into 16 pieces, and we've earned 32 coins already. Mr. Shui nodded, his lips curved into a smile. There are 3 large blocks left. If we can sell them all, we'll earn more than 100 coins today. Mrs. Shui was ecstatic, her mouth unable to close in happiness. If only we could sell 1 more block, making 100 coins on the first day feels almost impossible. Tianshi couldn't help but nod too, exactly, earning so much on the first day is satisfying enough. The daily wages for temporary work in town are just about this amount. Chinli held the copper coins affectionately, where else can you earn so much? You'd normally make only 10 odd coins a day, sometimes at most 20 or 30. Selling a single block of tofu earns us that much already. Mr. Shui agreed, after deducting costs, we will still make quite a bit, certainly not less than what we'd get doing temporary labor jobs. But it's uncertain whether we can maintain such a pace every day. The main material for the emerald tofu was simply leaves, which didn't cost anything. The only expenses were from other items. Chinli grinned, father, perhaps we'll do even better tomorrow, younger brother, don't you think? Shui Jintang also smiled and nodded, correct, this is just the first day. This emerald tofu is a new snack, and with the weather being hot, selling this is just right. It should last for at least some time, right? Father, mother, you must have faith. Mr. Shue's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. You're absolutely right. Even if we earn only during these hotter months, it's already a substantial amount of money. Thinking of the other few types of food his youngest son had taught them to make and that he still had many more ideas, Mr. Shue became even more excited. Perhaps they could really earn quite a bit of money by selling food. Chapter 61, A Bustling Scene. The group quietly discussed their situation in hushed tones, their excitement barely contained. While Jin Tang wasn't as excited as Mr. Shue and the others, hearing the joy and anticipation in their voices still brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Thanks to the weather, and since the emerald tofu was a fresh treat, after the first sale, customers kept trickling in one after another. Though people only bought a block or two at a time, at this rate, it seemed likely that the 4 slabs of emerald tofu they'd prepared would sell at least half of it. Seeing the situation at the Shue family's stall, both neighboring vendors felt envious. On the left was a young-looking lad selling vegetables, presumably sent out by his family, and on the right was a woman about Mrs. Shue's age selling head flowers. Both were now intently watching the green tofu displayed on the Shue family's stall. Noticing this, Mr. Shue smiled and asked, "Would you like to try a block? You can sample it first." Actually, when Qingli had announced free sampling earlier, both of them had been tempted but didn't ask due to being too close. They felt it might be awkward not to buy afterward. Now hearing Mr. Shue offer again, the young man on the left hesitated no longer and shyly said, "Then I'll have a block. I prefer sweet." Qingli was already adept at the process, quickly using a skewer to grab a piece and handed it over with a cheerful smile. "Go ahead and taste it. Free sampling doesn't cost anything." The young man took the skewer and popped the emerald tofu into his mouth. Its sweet and cool flavor lit up his eyes, clearly indicating how much he liked it. After feeling his coin purse for a moment, he finally spoke up. "I'll buy a block." He wanted to take some home for his family to try. This tofu tasted great and helped cool down on hot days. His parents probably wouldn't blame him for spending on this, right? Qingli happily replied, wrapping up the emerald tofu swiftly and handing it over. "Little brother, if you enjoy it, come back for more." The young man gave a simple nod, suppressing a shy grin. He enjoyed eating it, so if his parents liked it too, there would be chances to buy again. Seeing this, the woman selling head flowers on the right also mustered her courage, biting her lip and asking for a block. She figured she could bring it home and mix it with some sauce or vinegar for a dish. In no time, 2 more blocks were sold, leaving Qingli beaming with joy the entire time. The others felt similarly delighted. As the sun rose higher, the town grew busier with more people around. The lively atmosphere at the Shue family's stall drew much attention. A sedan chair stopped by the roadside, where a young woman peeked out and asked her maid, "What are they selling over there? Why is it so lively?" The maid carefully listened to the commotion nearby before answering her mistress. "Miss, it seems they're selling some new snack." The young lady, dressed in pink robes, showed interest and ordered, "Chunhong, go check for me. If it's a new snack we haven't seen, then buy some to let me try." Chunhong bowed politely and promptly responded, "Yes, Mississippi. I'll go immediately." With that, she briskly jogged toward the Shue family's stall. When Chunhong arrived, she looked inside and noticed the green block-shaped snacks laid out, something she'd never seen before. She also observed that the vendor worked neatly and looked relatively clean. Satisfied with what she saw, she opened with, "How much do these cost?" Hearing this, Qingli turned and found a young girl looking at him, her chin tilted upward. Judging by her attire, she was undoubtedly someone's maid. His heart leapt with delight. This maid coming to inquire meant her mistress was interested, and those who could afford maids were certainly wealthy. If she liked it, she might just buy quite a bit at once. Qingli warmly greeted her, enthusiastically saying, "Young miss, our snack is called emerald tofu. Each large block costs 2 coins. It has a cooling effect, and you can add your own ingredients. We offer both sweet and salty options, and free sampling too." Curious upon learning about the free sampling, a rare practice among shops, Chunhong said, "In that case, let me try 1 block, please. 1 sweet and 1 salty." Qingli's smile remained as bright as ever. "Sure thing." Efficiently, he scooped a small portion of seasoning onto each piece of tofu and gestured for Chunhong to help herself with the skewer. "Just spear it and eat directly." Chunhong noticed the small jars with the seasonings, each accompanied by a tiny spoon, and couldn't help but silently nod in approval. She tasted both tofu samples, her eyes brightening as she realized that this seemingly ordinary stall actually produced some surprisingly good-tasting tofu. Her young lady would surely like to eat it. With that thought in mind, she spoke up. "I'll take 2 blocks of emerald tofu." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Since you offer these seasonings, why don't you slice it and mix it for me? I'll take it home and let my young lady try." Upon hearing this, Qingli's eyes sparkled even more brightly, his smile broadening. Even though the Shou family had prepared 2 kinds of seasonings to prevent situations like this, none of the customers so far had asked him to mix their tofu. Sampling for free wouldn't consume much seasoning, but if an entire block of emerald tofu were seasoned beforehand, quite a lot of seasoning would be needed. This meant charging accordingly. After all, neither sugar nor salt came cheap, especially sugar. Most people chose to purchase the tofu and add the seasonings themselves at home. Chunhong was the first to ask Shou Qingli to season it for her. Shou Qingli sighed inwardly, confirming that wealthy families truly were different from commoners and never minded spending extra. Nevertheless, he reminded her. These seasonings also cost money, 3 coins for the sweet and 2 coins for the salty. It sounded expensive since the seasoning cost almost as much as a whole block of emerald tofu, but the Shou family indeed wasn't overcharging. Both sugar and salt weren't inexpensive items, especially sugar, which was quite rare. The emerald tofu, made from leaves, had a very low production cost and could not compare to sugar or salt. This might be true for common folk, but for rich families, it wasn't much to consider. After listening, Chunhong didn't even flinch. Just go ahead and mix it. I won't shortchange you on the money. As she purchased things for her young lady, naturally she didn't have to pay herself. An item costing just a few coins didn't need special approval from her young lady, it fell within her own authority to decide. Shou Qingli had already given his reminder, so he had no hesitation in serving her, wearing an even warmer smile. Alright then, I'll mix it for you. Fortunately, they had anticipated such situations before setting up the stall and were prepared. While Shou Qingli was cutting and seasoning the emerald tofu, Shou father retrieved 2 oil paper boxes from below. These oil paper box designs had been taught to the Shou family by Shou Jintang, considering that some customers might want the emerald tofu pre-seasoned and mixed. Wrapping it directly in oil paper afterward wouldn't be convenient. Moreover, people typically bought food to take home, it was unrealistic to expect them to use the Shou family's bowls for transport. If customers brought their own containers, that was fine, but otherwise, the Shou family would have to provide either wooden bowls or wooden boxes, both of which were time-consuming to make. Naturally, those couldn't be given away for free, they had to charge. Because of the limited time they planned to operate the stall, the Shou family eventually opted for paper boxes upon Shou Jintang's suggestion. At the time, the Shou family watched in astonishment as Shou Jintang simply fiddled with a piece of oil paper and quickly formed a proper paper box. They marveled at how ingenious it was. Shou mother praised Shou Jintang's intelligence, saying, "Look at this paper box, only your son could come up with such a great idea." Shou Qingli worked efficiently, cutting and seasoning the emerald tofu before placing it into the 2 paper boxes. He then wrapped the boxes together with another sheet of oil paper, tied it with a grass string, and handed it over to Chunhong. This way, it became easier to carry. Chunhong accepted it curiously, examining it closely. She had never seen oil paper folded like this before, but it immediately struck her as being quite convenient. Chapter 62, Happiness. As she pulled out her purse to pay, she asked, "How much?" While Shou Qingli was busy attending to other matters, Shou father quickly calculated the price nearby. 2 tofu blocks came to 4 coins, plus 2 servings of seasoning, one costing 3 coins and the other 2 coins, for a total of 9 coins. Smiling instantly, he replied, 9 coins in total. Chunhong nodded, counting out 9 coins and handing them to Shou Qingli. If my young lady is satisfied, she might come back for more. Shou Qingli quickly accepted the money and responded with a grin. All right. Have a safe trip back. As the next customer approached, Shou Qingli continued enthusiastically inviting them over. The carriage was parked not far from the stall along the street, and Chunhong walked over with the purchased goods in hand. At the curtain edge, she respectfully reported. "Young lady, the items have been bought." The pink-robed young lady lifted the curtain and glanced at what Chunhong was holding. "What are they?" Chunhong lowered her head, respectfully replying. "This snack is called emerald tofu, the stall owner also prepared some kind of tasting sample. I tried a small piece, it feels cool and smooth, perfect for summer eating. There are 2 flavors, sweet and salty. I bought one of each, they're all here. Would Miss like to try them now?" The young lady expressed her interest with. "Emerald tofu? Is it made from tofu?" Spring Red replied, "It doesn't taste like tofu made from soybeans, but the color is quite attractive, green and transparent." Upon hearing this, the young lady glanced at the oil paper package. "That sounds intriguing, then let's try it. There are both sweet and salty options, right? Let's start with the sweet one first." Spring Red confirmed, then untied the parcel to reveal the 2 emerald tofus in paper boxes. She had been carefully watching when the stall owner was packing them and remembered which one was sweet and which was salty. Pointing to the left box, she said. "Miss, this one is sweet. The stall owner provided chopsticks, use these to eat it." The pink-robed young lady looked curiously at the 2 paper boxes and commented. "The stall owner seems quite skillful to come up with folding oil paper like this." Her eyes focused on the emerald tofu in the box, examining it for a while before nodding. "This green looks really pleasant indeed. No wonder it's called emerald tofu, but I wonder what it's made of." She continued talking to herself, not expecting her maid to answer. After observing, she picked up a wooden stick, skewered a piece, and put it into her mouth. The first impression was the sweetness of the sugar water, followed by the refreshing and slightly cold texture of the emerald tofu. She couldn't help but praise it. Cool and refreshing, this is indeed great for hot weather. My mother always loses her appetite during such times, perhaps she would eat more if she tried this. Thinking of her mother, the young lady immediately said. You go back to that stall and buy 2 more pieces, 1 sweet and 1 salty for my mother to try. After a brief pause, she thought about her father and siblings and added to Spring Red. No, buy several more portions. Let's see, 3 more servings, both sweet and salty ones, please hurry. Saying this, she placed a silver coin into Spring Red's hands. Go quickly. Spring Red accepted the silver carefully and promptly responded, yes, I'll be there immediately. With that, she turned around and hurried toward the stall. Before she reached the stall, she was called out again, oh wait, add 1 plain serving without any seasoning. Spring Red immediately answered, understood. I will remember. With the hem of her skirt lifted, she ran all the way back to the stall, taking a deep breath once she arrived. Seeing the servant returning, Shou didn't wait for him to ask questions as Spring Red directly asked. Are there still emerald tofus available? Shou immediately responded, of course, how many do you need? Spring Red replied, for more servings, 1 plain and the rest both sweet and salty flavors included. Upon hearing this, the Shou family members exchanged glances and their eyes were filled with joy. This customer wanted so many at once. Shou was momentarily stunned, then his lips nearly stretched to his ears, though he controlled himself not to look foolish, he loudly promised. Alright, coming right up. Then he asked another question, do you want 1 block or 2 blocks for the unseasoned one? Spring Red thought about it briefly and responded, 2 blocks, please. If the miss intends to mix ingredients on her own, 1 might be too little. Each other serving has 2 blocks, she continued, don't make any mistakes. Shou confirmed, that's 8 blocks altogether, don't worry, there won't be any errors, I'll prepare them right in front of you. Spring Red nodded approvingly, urging, quickly, my miss is waiting. Shou immediately agreed and swiftly scooped out 8 tofu blocks from the wooden bucket, and proceeded to season them with rapid efficiency. Mr. Shou also worked quickly, retrieving 8 paper boxes, and rapidly calculating the total price in his mind. 1 block costs 2 coins, so 8 blocks cost 16 coins, plus 6 portions of seasoning, adding 15 coins, for a total of 31 coins. A joyful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, they earned over 30 coins in just 1 transaction. As Shou finished wrapping the items and handed them over to the waiting Spring Red, Mr. Shou spoke up in a timely manner. Here you go, the total is 31 coins. Do come back if they're tasty next time. Spring Red counted out 31 coins and gave an extra 9 coins. Placing the copper coins on the cart, she picked up the 8 tofu blocks and said. No need for change, consider the remainder as your reward. With that, she turned around and left, quickening her steps. Seeing the extra 9 coins, all the members of the Shou family beamed with joy. Shou remarked, it's still the rich people who are willing to spend money. They tipped 9 coins just like that, if it were me, even losing 1 coin would break my heart. Shou Jintang watched the whole process and gave her second brother an approving pat on the shoulder. Second brother, there's no need to be envious. Soon, we will also earn money, and we won't have to feel reluctant about spending even a single coin. People's mentality adjusts with their situation and surroundings over time. After enduring hardship for long, every coin counts dearly. But once they begin earning more, their thinking changes. At least, spending 1 coin won't make them feel the pain anymore. Shou Jintang herself had lived through hard times, so she understood this mindset very well. Seeing the increasing income made her genuinely happy for the improving conditions of the Shou family. Chapter 63, First Day's End. Shou Jintang looked at the sky, the sun was already high up. It must not be early anymore. Still, he only knew roughly, and wasn't skilled at judging time by the sun, so he asked. Father, does the time look close to noon? Mr. Shou raised his head to check the sunlight and nodded. It is lunchtime now. We've been busy all morning. After being reminded by Shou Jintang, the Shou family, still exhilarated from their sales, finally realized they hadn't eaten lunch yet. Shou touched his stomach, it felt fine until he noticed how hungry he actually was. After walking along mountain paths for so long and working tirelessly in the morning, everyone felt hungry. Shou Jintang asked. Father, should we go home now? The group shook their heads, none wanted to return. In just half a day, we've sold a good deal already. There's another half day left to sell. If we go back now, we'll lose out on how many coins? Mrs. Shou couldn't help but feel heartbroken just imagining it. Mr. Shou added, let's not return at noon today. We can buy some food nearby and eat. When we go back tonight, we'll have a nice meal. Earning money came first, so no one was eager to leave. Then I'll go buy some things. Shou Jintang volunteered. This entire morning had been the easiest on him, he'd done the least work, so fetching food fell to him naturally. Mrs. Shue advised, Jean Tang, the steamed buns and flatbreads we bought in the morning are fine. Don't get too much stuff. They just earned some money, and town food cost more than what they made themselves, which made Mrs. Shue hesitant to spend. Shue Jean Tang argued. Mother, after working hard for half a day, shouldn't we treat ourselves? Working needs energy, and we need balanced nutrition. Anyway, I'm going to eat, so why don't we eat together? You wouldn't want to see me eat alone, right? This statement successfully stopped any further protests from the Shue family. Alright then, let Jean Tang buy what he wants. Mr. Shue decided, and the others agreed as well. Since they had eaten buns and pancakes in the morning, Shue Jean Tang didn't want the same for lunch. He wanted something other than pure carbohydrates and planned to buy some vegetables. Glancing around, there weren't any stalls on the roadside selling full meals, so Shue Jean Tang informed the family and prepared to visit a small restaurant. Mr. Shue worriedly asked, can you handle this alone? Or should your brother come with you? With a smile, Shue Jean Tang waved his hand, Father, how old am I now? What could possibly go wrong with me buying food? Second brother should stay here and help you watch the stall, otherwise, it'll be overwhelming when customers arrive. Just as someone approached to buy emerald tofu, seeing the family occupied, Shue Jean Tang bid farewell and quickly left, sighing helplessly. Though everything else about the Shue family was perfect, they sometimes overprotected him, worrying whenever he did a little more tiring work or went farther alone. Mainly because the former body had poor health as a child. Now, although his current health was fine, their protective habits had set in deeply. Shue Jean Tang thought silently that changing this habit right away was impossible, it could only be adjusted gradually. While pondering, he arrived at the entrance of a small restaurant. Looking inside, the place wasn't large, barely able to fit 2 tables. A woman saw Shue Jean Tang and warmly welcomed him. Guest, what would you like to eat? Not seeing any servers, there were no partitions in the shop. A middle-aged man stood by the stove, cooking amidst steam. It seemed he must be the chef, leading Shue Jean Tang to speculate that this was probably a husband and wife team. Following the woman's gesture, he saw several small wooden plaques hanging ahead, indicating they were likely the menu. Out of curiosity, he walked over. The characters on the signs were all traditional, but fortunately Shue Jean Tang had developed an interest in traditional characters during his modern times and taught himself a lot. Now he could recognize them all. The restaurant was small with a limited number of dishes. After carefully looking over each item, Shue Jean Tang ordered a stir-fried vegetable dish, then added tofu with meat. Upon further thought, he doubled each order. Since there were 5 people to eat, it would be better to buy more so that they wouldn't go hungry. Seeing Shue Jean Tang order so much food, the woman's eyes crinkled happily as she smiled and responded. Alright, I'll cook these for you. As Shue Jean Tang waited for the dishes, he inspected the layout of the small restaurant again. Thinking that the Shue family might use some of the money earned to purchase a restaurant themselves, this visit allowed him to gain familiarity ahead of time. He observed carefully so that future operations would have a reference point. The chef worked swiftly and soon delivered several dishes into Shue Jean Tang's hands. Carrying a large pile of food, Shue Jean Tang returned to the Shue family's stall. Mr. Shue noticed what Shue Jean Tang was carrying and remarked instinctively. You bought so much. Shue Jean Tang placed the items on the cart and rubbed his wrist, they were surprisingly heavy. Father, there are many of us eating, so this amount is not excessive, he replied, opening the dishes as he spoke. This is what I bought from a small restaurant. You should all try it, see how well it's prepared. We're planning to open our own restaurant in the future, so we need to understand what the competition offers. The others hadn't planned that far ahead, just making money by selling emerald tofu made them happy enough today. Hearing Shue Jean Tang's words, they felt a mix of distance yet also couldn't help but feel excited. They paid attention to the taste as they ate. Showing a piece of meat, Shue Chunli commented to Mrs. Shue. Mother, this tastes worse than what you make. Mrs. Shue smiled faintly, you're just flattering me. It's still pretty good. Shue Jean Tang nodded in agreement, it really doesn't taste as good as what Mother cooks. If Mother opened a restaurant, her skill would surely attract many customers, bringing us great business. Mrs. Shue couldn't stop smiling at their compliments. Even Mr. Shue and Lady Tian were laughing, yet deep inside, they began to feel more confident about the prospect of opening a restaurant. This meal clearly wasn't as tasty as the one made by either the wife or mother-in-law. After quickly finishing lunch, the group stood in front of their stall, continuing enthusiastically to welcome the next customer. Not until late afternoon, around Shan hour, did the Shue family begin packing up, preparing to head home. It would take nearly half an hour to walk back and night travel was dangerous, so going home before sunset seemed best. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to leave at all. Looking at the emerald tofu left in the wooden bucket, there were originally 4 slabs, 3 of which were sold entirely except for half a slab remaining, Shue Jean Tang said cheerfully. Not bad. There's only a little left. We can take the leftovers home for ourselves. Shue Chunli also wore a full smile, not bad at all. I didn't expect us to sell out so fast. The others nodded with agreement too. Selling so much on the first day was completely beyond their expectations. Just a few pieces left, but it's a pity it's getting late. Mrs. Shue looked at the tofu in the bucket, muttering briefly with regret. Yet quickly, her face lit up again. It was already quite impressive, no reason to be greedy, tomorrow would certainly be even better. Chapter 64, The Joy of Counting Money. Laughing and talking along the way home, the Shue family didn't rush to eat, instead gathering together to count their money. Emptying the copper coins from the box onto the table, they all listened to the clinking sound and involuntarily laughed, eyes brightening. Come on, let's count. Actually, it wasn't necessary to do so meticulously, since calculating based on the number of tofu pieces would reveal their income for the day. But seeing everyone's excitement counting the coins, Shue Jintang understood their psychology well. He knew the joy of counting money well. The room grew quiet, filled only with the sound of coins colliding and quiet counting. After a while, everyone stopped their actions. Shue Qingli lifted his head and announced. I have 50 coins. Mrs. Shue said, I have 21 wen. Lady Tian continued, and I have 13 wen. Then all eyes turned toward Mr. Shue, who smiled and said. I have 37 wen. So altogether that makes. Shue Qingli began calculating on his fingers. Shue Jintang spoke out directly, it's 121 wen. All heads turned to look at him in amazement. Shue Qingli said. Little brother, you're amazing, you calculated that so fast. Mr. Shue silently recomputed the total and nodded, that's correct, it is 121 wen. Jintang hasn't made any mistakes. Then with a look of relief, he said, my son is smart. Mrs. Shue then said, it seems Jintang's biological parents treated him well and taught him math. They probably also taught him to read characters, right? She turned her head to ask, looking inquiringly at Shue Jintang. It was natural for Mrs. Shue to think this way. Because of the health issues of the original body, from childhood his parents always feared that he would get injured and never let him go far away or study for imperial exams. Imperial exams weren't easy, lasting several days through multiple sessions while being cooped up in an examination hall, a good physical condition was crucial. The family all worried that given the original body's frailty, he might even collapse during the exam. Although no one had hoped the original body would take the imperial exams, being able to recognize some characters would still be helpful. So when the original was about 10 years old, Shue's father and mother sent him to school. At that time, their family had already spent quite a bit on the original's medications. The money for schooling was painstakingly scraped together by Mr. and Mrs. Shue. But because of the original body's frail health, his academic performance wasn't good. His quiet disposition caused him to drop out after only a couple of months. Naturally, he didn't learn much. When Shue Jintang could calculate the money so quickly now, Mrs. Shue believed it must have been due to his biological parents sending him back to school. Shue Jintang didn't know how to explain better and just smiled silently. This attitude naturally seemed like an acknowledgement to Mrs. Shue, who said with satisfaction. Good, learning more things is better. I hope our Liner will recognize more words in the future. If he could pass as a Shiozai candidate, it would greatly bring glory to our ancestors. Mr. Shue also smiled, we don't force it. If he can learn more from the teacher and find a lighter job in town later, it'll be better than us farming our entire lives. As they were talking, Lady Tian clapped her hands, oh dear, Yar is still at Daju's house. I'll go pick Yar up. Lady Tian's comment interrupted the topic of the imperial examination, prompting everyone to immediately react. Shue Qingli immediately stood up, I'll go and pick him up, you can keep counting. Go quickly. Mrs. Shue asked her son to hurry while slapping herself lightly, it really is too exciting earning money, I almost forgot about Yar. Since the Shue family wanted to set up their stall today, they left Xiaoye with a close acquaintance not far from their courtyard, which took less than the time for a cup of tea to walk there. Everyone awkwardly smiled and shifted their attention back to the money. Didn't Jintang say what it was earlier? Oh yes, 121 wen coins. Not bad, we earned over 100 wen on the first day. Mr. Shue had a radiant face, clearly very happy. Mrs. Shue and Lady Tian felt the same way. Oh my, this amount wouldn't have been imaginable yesterday. If we could earn this much tomorrow as well, that would be great. Shue Jintang chuckled, tomorrow should only increase, not decrease. Today was our first sale of emerald tofu. Many people probably still don't know about it yet. Once people taste it and talk about it, surely more people will know we sell a fresh and delicious new snack. More people will come to buy it for sure. Mrs. Shue's face was filled with happiness, Jintang is right. We'll definitely earn even more money tomorrow. Lady Tian asked, should we make more tomorrow? Mrs. Shue nodded immediately, we should make more. I think we should make another slab tomorrow. Mr. Shue agreed, that's possible. Only half a slab remained unsold today, and if more people come tomorrow, making another slab should be about right. Shue Jintang also nodded in agreement. Adding one more slab should still be manageable and won't overly exhaust them. Let's see the situation tomorrow. If sales are good, mother can make at most one more slab but not more, it's too tiring and bad for the body. Mrs. Shue waved her hand, I'm not tired. Once I think of earning so much every day, my body suddenly feels so much better. Moreover, your second sister-in-law helps me. Lady Tian quickly supported her mother-in-law. Exactly, younger uncle, this is far easier than working in the fields. If many people want to buy, and we don't make more, we'd feel so regretful inside. Shui Jintang shook his head. One reason is for mother and the second sister-in-law's health, but another point is that selling goods isn't necessarily better the more you sell. You can't make as much as people demand. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. This emerald tofu is now a novel treat, and the recipe is hard for others to figure out. But if we make a pile every day and everyone can buy it, then even the best thing becomes common. Afterward, once everyone has tasted it, they won't come every day to buy. Rarity increases value, Mr. Shui muttered, pondering over Shui Jintang's words before opening his mouth. Jintang is right. If we make too much, people might not cherish it anymore. We still shouldn't overproduce. After Shui Jintang's reasoning, Mrs. Shui and Lady Tian seemed to catch on. Then I'll listen to you, first making one extra slab and seeing how things go tomorrow. Grandpa, Grandma, Mama, I'm back. The clear voice of the little girl interrupted their conversation. Mrs. Shui quickly responded, don't run so fast, be careful not to fall. Before she had finished speaking, Shuya came running in, giving her mother a quick hug. Then she went over to Lady Tian and pouted for affection. Lady Tian gently patted her daughter's head with a smile on her face. Hungry already? Dinner will be ready soon. Hearing this, Mrs. Shui stood up as well. Yes, time to start cooking. The sooner we finish eating, the sooner we can rest for getting up early to make emerald tofu tomorrow. Shui Qingli entered shortly after, adding. There's still half a slab of tofu left. That could be stir-fried into a dish. Mrs. Shui walked toward the kitchen. Let's prepare another dish, then steam some rice so we can eat. Lady Tian followed closely behind. Mama, let me help you. Mr. Shui also got up. Younger son, help me put all these things away. They would need to clean the empty buckets and jars from today's sales, among other tasks. Shui Jintang stayed momentarily where he was, looking both ways before deciding to assist his father and followed. Chapter 65, Excitement. Due to the heat, the Shui family decided to set up a table in the courtyard and have dinner outside together. There were no strict rules like, don't talk during meals in the Shui household, so while they ate, they continued discussing today's stall business. Shuya held her small bowl close, listening with great interest. As they chatted, the topic shifted to costs. I'll figure out the cost. Leaves are all plucked from the mountain, meaning the only expense is firewood money, really just more labor. These are manageable issues, but the big expenses come from elsewhere, like sugar and salt for seasoning or oil paper for wrapping the tofu. Plus the cart rental fee. When viewed this way, even though we sell emerald tofu, the tofu itself isn't the big cost item. Other families likely spend most of their money on ingredients. That's true, our case is somewhat different from others. Sugar costs 60 won per catty, salt 40 won per catty, but the amount used in seasonings is limited, totaling several won, less than 10 won. The cart rental cost 500 won. Calculating that way, we haven't even recovered the production cost yet. Initially, everyone thought they had made a good profit, but realized it wasn't enough to cover the costs, causing some disappointment in the family. It seems we'll need to keep selling for a while longer to pay Jintang back. Shui Jintang said, Father, Mother, I've already mentioned that buying the cart and those tools counts as my contribution to helping you two run your business. There's no need to repay me. I don't lack food or drink anyway, and you don't need my money. What you should do is earn money to buy yourselves more things. Mr. Shui responded, that won't do. You already paid for the house construction, how can everything be solely covered by you? Shui Jintang countered, you've raised me for years. Now that I've found my biological parents, isn't spending money on building a new house for you the right thing to do? Otherwise, wouldn't I be seen as ungrateful? Mrs. Shui spat at him playfully, then hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. Why would you say such things about yourself? Our Jintang is obedient and thoughtful, others in the village envy me every day. Mr. Shui chimed in, your mother is correct. Now, when we walk around the village, everyone compliments how well-behaved and respectful you are, saying what an impressive person you brought home. Shui Jintang shrugged, then that settles it, father and mother should stop mentioning repaying me, otherwise, it feels like you're treating me as an outsider. All of this is merely what I should do to express gratitude for your raising me, it's already less than it should be. Adding further, he remarked, and please stop bringing up the matter of the 100 liang silver coins, that money was theirs, not mine, and this decision truly represents my sincere intentions. His remarks effectively closed off any chance for response, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Shui feeling quite helpless. Shui Jintang glanced around at everyone, then grinned mischievously. So it's settled, father and mother won't talk about repaying me. Just focus on making money peacefully and stop refusing additional funds from me, because whatever I gave earlier should already belong to you. If not, I'd feel guilty. With a mix of coaxing and persuasion, Mr. and Mrs. Shui finally stopped bringing up the repayment subject. Then we should concentrate on making more money. If every day we could earn over 100 won like today, surely our lives will improve in the future. Exactly. Shui Jintang agreed. Alright, let's all get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we must wake up early. Mr. Shou gave his instructions. Mrs. Shou asked, when you're managing things, don't forget about the house construction. The villagers will be here tomorrow, surely our whole family can't go to town, and someone needs to stay home. In my view, let Qingli and Xiaoyan go, while we two old folks stay here and watch over. Since the villagers were helping the Shou family build their house, it was definite that Mr. Shou would have to stay behind to supervise, and Mrs. Shou would cook for everyone. It had been agreed that each person would earn 15 won per day and get one free midday meal, so this promise naturally could not be broken. Lady Tian said hastily, Mother, I should stay and help you as well, there are so many people to feed, how can you handle it alone? Mrs. Shou waved her hand dismissively, no need, earning money is more important. You and Qingli just go sell emerald tofu in town. Villagers always help each other when building houses. And I'm not alone in cooking. Aunt Quifua and others will also come help, I'll manage fine. Quifua Aunt. Shui Jintang couldn't help but repeat the name. That's Daju's mother. You went to Daju's house today. Daju has a younger sister named Chuanmiao who's about Ya's age, and they play together very well. Oh. Shui Jintang nodded, indicating he understood. He thought to himself that if he got the chance, he needed to walk around the village more, or ask his parents about it. He didn't recognize most of the villagers. The original master of this body rarely went out either, and with only part of his memory, Shui Jintang wasn't really familiar with the interpersonal relationships or people in this village. He worried that when someone who knew the previous him greeted him, he might not recognize them, which would be awkward. Especially for families close to the Shues or on good terms, he thought he should know about them because if their business grew later, they might need to hire people or form partnerships, and these families would be the first choices. Hearing Mrs. Shui say this, Lady Tian no longer insisted. After chatting a bit more, everyone dispersed to take care of their own tasks. Shui Jintang helped his father and second brother prepare everything needed for tomorrow before returning to bed for a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, Shui Jintang was awoken by the sounds of the Shui family preparing to work. He'd already grown accustomed to it. Even though he had developed a habit of going to bed early and waking up early here, he still didn't wake up this early. There wasn't any alarm clock here, so he either had to keep an eye on the time himself or rely on others to wake him. It was clear the Shui family wouldn't call on him to help, so after sitting on his bed for a moment to fully awaken, Shui Jintang calmly got up and started his morning routine. According to what they had discussed yesterday, today there was one extra slab of emerald tofu made. Qingli stood by the cart doing a final check to make sure nothing was forgotten. Today, it would just be him and Lady Tian, the couple going into town. Shui Jintang was somewhat uneasy. Big brother, I will still go with you today. Qingli tousled his hair affectionately. What do you want to do? Yesterday was the first day, and everyone wanted to join. But today, you don't need to go. How come? Isn't the mountain path difficult to traverse? Jintang fixed the disheveled hair, responding. Today is just the second day, and the amount of emerald tofu we're selling has increased by one slab. With only 2 of you, you might struggle to handle everything. If I go, I can give a hand. I won't feel at ease staying home either. Anyway, in town, we'll have Xiaowei and others watching our backs, our safety definitely isn't an issue. Times weren't as peaceful as modern days back then, and dangers could exist everywhere. All paths were mountainous. If unlucky, encountering wild animals or robbers was not uncommon, although fortunately such situations happened rarely. Shui Jintang mainly worried that someone might bully them due to envy. After all, emerald tofu was exclusive to their family, and once the profit became too high, it was possible that someone would grow jealous. Thankfully, during this period, Xiaowei and others were here to help keep an eye on things, so security wasn't much of a concern. But eventually, Xiaowei and his team would leave. They were sent by Gu Qishao and couldn't stay indefinitely as personal guards. Before they left, Shui Jintang decided he would buy several servants and guards for the Shui family, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. He thought that he would visit the local brokers and have Xiaowei and Muzhen assist him in deciding. They had more experience in this and were definitely better judges of character. Chapter 66, Groundbreaking for the New House. You've convinced me, fine, you can follow along. But if you're tired, speak up. Sch Qingli sighed, unable to resist, and again ruffled his younger brother's hair. Shui Jintang swatted his hand away, glaring at him. Big brother, you messed up my hair. Qingli laughed softly twice before walking back to the cart for another check. Shui Jintang shook his head. His second brother already had 2 children, so why was he still so immature? Look at Gu Qishao, he's only a few years older but is much more steady. This thought startled Shui Jintang momentarily. Why did he have to think about him all of a sudden? But recalling the handsome face of that man, Shui Jintang admitted he did miss him a little. However, he couldn't go back yet. He at least had to wait until the new house for the Shui family was built before he could return with peace of mind. Alas, he didn't expect it would take such a long time when he returned. He wondered if Gu Qishao was eating properly. After all, he had taught the kitchen chef quite a number of new dishes. His appetite should be better than before, right? And does he miss me? Jintang, let's go. What are you spacing out for? A hand waved in front of the young man, breaking Shui Jintang's reverie. When he snapped back to reality, he saw Shou Qingli standing before him, looking curious. What are you thinking about? So serious? Shou Jintang gave a casual reply and hurriedly pushed Shou Qingli to turn around. Didn't you say we were leaving? Let's go, hurry up, and grab a good spot earlier. Hearing this, Shou Qingli stopped teasing his younger brother, as matters at hand were important. Shou's father and mother stood at the door of the yard, reminding them anxiously. Come back early after selling everything. You must return before dark. I know, father. Your son knows the limit. Shou's father glared at him, waving his hand. Well, go then. Jintang, just follow your second brother and don't run around. Alright, father, mother, let's go. Shou Jintang waved goodbye to the elders, and the three left, pushing the cart. Shou's father and mother stood by the gate, watching their retreating backs until they disappeared, then turned back toward the wife saying. Let's go prepare ourselves. Finish breakfast quickly. The workers will probably arrive soon. The site for the new house was some distance away from the current courtyard where the Shou family lived. Initially, they had considered expanding this house, but considering that the first family now only separated by a wall, if they were to expand, the two families would end up too close. Since the families had split, they thought it best to live apart. Both Shou Jintang and Shou Qingli's couple agreed to look for another plot of land, and after brief hesitation, Shou's father and mother also agreed. The present courtyard of the Shou family was near the foot of the mountain, but still somewhat far away. After discussion, the new house's location was selected on the plot of land adjacent to the base of the mountain. For one thing, the envisioned house was large and required a wide area, and there were no other households near the mountain foot, making construction convenient. Secondly, since it was near the mountain foot, during winter, wild animals might come down for food, although the probability was low, villagers wouldn't risk their safety. Thus, the price of land at the mountain foot was cheaper compared to other areas in the village, reducing the cost of building the house. However, this wasn't an issue thanks to Shou Jintang. They agreed to build on this plot because they were constructing a blue brick, big tile house instead of the thatched cottages or adobe houses common in the village. Naturally, good quality materials were chosen for the construction, along with a high wall surrounding the entire structure, ensuring it would be strong and secure. After considering this, the Shou family chose the site at the mountain foot. In Shou Jintang's opinion, the most important reason was that he would teach various new culinary recipes to the Shou family. With the house farther from other households, it would attract less attention from the villagers. Not everyone in the village was simple-hearted, especially if originally all families had similar living standards. Once your family suddenly became prosperous, there would definitely be jealousy. Building a blue brick, big tile house at the mountain foot and enclosing it with a sturdy wall meant, on one hand, others couldn't see what the Shou family was doing, thus reducing unwanted attention, and on the other hand, provided maximum personal safety protection, both against wild animals and malicious people. Additionally, since Shou Jintang taught various new recipes, many foods and techniques were likely unique here. Preparing these in the own courtyard would prevent others from peeking. Otherwise, encountering a chatterbox who spreads gossip might bring too much attention, causing issues. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Shou family chose the current new address. After finishing breakfast, Shou's father immediately went out, he had to get to the site early. Shou's mother stayed home to cook, and some familiar women would help out. After the meal was prepared, they'd send it over there. In light of this, Shou Jintang even suggested paying the aunties who came to help cook. After all, this time they were building a house that was very different from the simple grass huts and adobe houses in the village. The process would be more difficult, take longer, and require more hard work. People came daily to help prepare food. While they might not care now, as time went on, who knew if resentment might form? Since everyone who helped with the construction received proper wages, cooking should be treated the same way, as it was also tiring work. So, Shou Jintang suggested paying the women who came to help cook. That way it would be fair, and others wouldn't have anything to say afterward. As for the blue bricks, these weren't available in the village and had to be bought. Although Shou Jintang wasn't well versed in this area and didn't get involved, he handed over the money directly to Shou's father. Anyway, Shou's father definitely knew much more about this than he did. With dawn breaking, workers began arriving. Shou's father explained the points of attention clearly to them, and soon, everyone started working enthusiastically. On the other hand, the three members of the Shou family had already arrived in town, finding their spot from yesterday still unoccupied. They naturally chose the same place again. Contrary to the indifference they faced at the start yesterday, this time people approached them immediately after they parked the cart, before they'd even unpacked everything. Ah, you're finally here. My kids loved the jade tofu we bought yesterday. They kept asking me to buy more. My family isn't just the kids, everyone enjoyed it. I prepared it according to what this young man instructed yesterday, adding some salt, sauce, and vinegar. It was perfect for hot weather. My little grandson ate an extra bowl of rice. I was worried before, but now it's resolved. Chapter 67, How could one tell the secret of cooking skills? Men and women gathered around Shou Qingli's cart. Having spent a day yesterday manning the stall, Shou Qingli now had some experience with such situations. He smiled and said, "Thanks for your support. I've come earlier today because I noticed some missed out yesterday. While talking, his hands didn't pause for a moment. With Tian Shi, they quickly unpacked and set up the stall. Seeing this, the crowd spoke up. There it is. Come on, give me another piece of tofu. I want to make this dish again today. I'll take 2 pieces. My grandchildren like it. Young sir, you are really skilled. Your tofu not only tastes great but also looks nice, so fresh green, anyone would love it. That's right. When I brought it home yesterday, my children marveled at it for a while. It's translucent and green, something they hadn't seen before. I thought only soybeans could make tofu. Owner, how is this jade tofu made? Isn't it made from soybeans? Shui Qingli smiled slightly and was about to answer when someone else jumped in. This is how the boss makes a living. Why would he tell you? You shouldn't have asked that question. You shouldn't care about the recipe. As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters. Exactly, you need to use your brain before speaking. Would anyone reveal their special recipes easily? The person asking the question indeed had a curious mind. After hearing others' comments, they sheepishly closed their mouth. Shui Qingli thanked those who spoke up for him and then replied. Don't worry, everyone. This jade tofu, although different from regular tofu, is still a fine dish. It is refreshing and cooling in hot weather, comparable to regular tofu. We eat it often ourselves, so please rest assured. Everyone laughed. More and more people gathered around the stall. Shui Qingli worked busily and happily. Tian Shi collected the money, while Shui Jintang stood nearby, ready to lend a hand wherever needed. Their bustling caught the attention of Li Fu. Li Fu was the steward of the wealthy Li family in the town, following his master's surname which showed how valued he was. Thus, Li Fu usually lived a comfortable life, but today, there was undeniable distress on his face. The reason was matriarch Li, who was the mother of Master Li. Due to the heat, she had recently lost her appetite and become noticeably thinner. Master Li was very filial to his mother, seeing her condition caused him great anxiety. He wanted to try every method to make his mother eat more. Every kind of ingredient had been tried in the mansion, but Madame Li, being old and somewhat picky herself, still didn't eat much despite the chef's efforts. Therefore, Master Li entrusted Li Fu, the steward, to find new dishes outside. If he succeeded in improving the old lady's appetite, Li Fu would surely earn a reward. Since it was the master's command, Li Fu naturally followed it, knowing that doing well would earn him a reward. Therefore, in addition to managing the affairs of his stewardship, he would often venture out. He had already brought back quite a few foods that weren't made in the mansion, but from the look on Li Fu's face now, the results were obviously unsatisfactory. However, as it was a task given by the master, Li Fu would try his best whenever he had free time, searching for new delicacies. Today, while walking on the street where Shui Qingli set up his stall, he noticed a crowd gathered not far ahead, bustling with excitement, so he naturally approached. Hearing other people talking about the items being sold there, Li Fu felt a surge of joy within him. Once again, he had discovered a new snack, one which customers said was perfect for cooling down in hot weather. He hoped this would be effective. Walking briskly up to the stall, he addressed the vendor. 2 pieces, please. Shui Qingli looked up and seeing Li Fu's attire, his smile widened, perhaps another big customer was coming their way. With quick response, he asked. Alright, sir, do you need seasoning with the 2 blocks of tofu? Li Fu, no, I'll prepare my own when I bring it back home. Naturally, Shui Qingli didn't question further, mixing sugar water or honey water with it works well, or you could cook the emerald tofu into a dish. Li Fu nodded, acknowledging the advice. By the time the conversation ended, Shui Qingli had swiftly cut and wrapped the tofu. He handed the oiled paper package to Li Fu with a smile and said. Come again if you like it, sir. As Li Fu left, Shui Qingli turned his attention to the next customer. The lunch meal was once again bought by Shui Jintang from a small inn. After another busy day, when it was time to close shop as it had been the previous day, all the jade tofu they had brought along had been sold. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Shui Qingli grinned broadly, pleased. Business was much better today than yesterday. My parents will surely be delighted when they hear. Shui Jintang also stretched his shoulders, he had helped out quite a bit too. Let's go home then. When the 3 returned home, Shui father had just arrived too. They happened to meet. You're back. The crew working on our house has just left. Father, business today was even better than yesterday. We sold all of the extra board of jade tofu we prepared. Upon hearing this, Shui father couldn't help but smile. Good. Come inside quickly and tell me how things went today. Thus, the jade tofu business continued to flourish, while progress on the construction of the new house kept increasing steadily. That night, the Shui family gathered together again. Shui Qingli expressed his concern, the jade tofu is too popular. The leaves on the mountain are almost all plucked by us. In a couple more days, we might have none left to sell. Tian Shi also nodded, especially the manager of the Li family who comes daily to buy some, saying that their elder lady loves it very much. If it runs out, the business will come to an end. The entire area of beet fruit plants on the mountain had been mostly picked clean by the Shui family. Some plants were sown in their backyard, but with the current yard size limited due to the unfinished new house, only a few could be planted. Not only did they plant beetroot, but they also grew peppers and other plants, so the amount wasn't significant. Their backyard was now packed full. Upon hearing this, Shou Jintang remarked, "It's fine without it. We can switch to selling other snacks. Next, we'll make ice jelly. It's similar to the jade tofu, I believe many will still enjoy buying it." Making jade tofu temporarily became impossible since the beetroot needed time to grow new leaves, but there were plenty of balsam available for making ice jelly. The jade tofu has been sold for about half a month, it's a good time to change tastes. As for the Li family's manager, the ice jelly is also refreshing and suitable for relieving summer heat. Their elder lady should also like it. Shou father nodded, "There's nothing else to be done. Little brother, when you go to town tomorrow, let everyone know beforehand." Shou Qingli leaned back against the chair, his expression relaxing somewhat. "There's no other choice but that. I hope the ice jelly sells as well as the jade tofu." Shou Jintang, "Don't worry, it won't sell badly either. When the ice jelly is gone, we can rent a shop. After all, the cold skin noodles haven't started yet. Operating a stall every day is tiring. Besides, a stall isn't suitable for selling a wide variety of food since it's inconvenient. Once a shop is rented, many different types of food can be sold there. Do we already have enough money to buy a shop?" At first hearing this, Shou Qingli was surprised. "I'll calculate. These days, we haven't earned less than 100 coins each day. Adding the 300 coins from today, we have a total of." Chapter 68, A Long Stay. Taking out the silver coins they had earned over these days, the whole family calculated together. After calculating, everyone was somewhat incredulous. "Is it really more than 2 taels of silver already? How long has it been? Less than half a month, right?" After the astonishment came joy, they never would have imagined that their family could truly earn so much money from selling food, something they wouldn't have dared to dream about before. To think it's all thanks to Jintang's efforts. If it weren't for Jintang teaching us these recipes for foods, how could our Shou family ever be so lucky? That's true. Little brother is amazing, he knows so much. I bet even the people in the capital city don't know as many recipes as little brother does. Who's as smart as my younger brother, figuring out so many kinds of food on his own? Shou Qingli started to show a tendency toward being overly protective of his younger brother. Seeing that the entire family's conversation was going to revolve around praising him, Shou Jintang quickly interrupted. "Mother, your contribution isn't small either. If it weren't for mother's excellent cooking skills, then knowing even more recipes wouldn't help me. And big brother, selling food in town has largely been big brother's hard work. I've done very little, and father and second sister-in-law have worked very hard too. If it weren't for the whole family's efforts, we couldn't have made so much money just by having recipes. Right?" Those who were praised became somewhat embarrassed, hastily shaking their hands to deny. "What's there to it, we are only able to put in effort. Isn't every kind of fieldwork tiring? Selling food can make us some good money, much better than before. Right, compared with the past, this really isn't hard. Whenever I think about earning so much money daily, I feel energized." Everyone reminisced about the past, and Shou Jintang let out a sigh of relief, just as long as they weren't praising him anymore. He felt quite awkward being praised day after day. Just after reflecting for a moment, the group returned to the original topic. "Even though we've earned more than 2 taels of silver during this period, won't the shops in town be quite expensive? Will we be able to afford one after selling the ice jelly? We'll rent a small shop, which should cost only a few taels of silver per month, right? What if we don't have enough money later on?" Shou Jintang said, "Don't worry, Dad and Mom, regardless of how long the ice jelly sells, you must rent a shop in town before the new house is fully constructed. If the money is insufficient, I'll provide it." Upon hearing that Shou Jintang would spend money again, Shou father and mother were ready to refuse immediately. Before they could speak, Shou Jintang interjected. "Don't rush to refuse. Let me explain why. Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, I've stayed here for quite a while. After the new house is completed, I will have to return. Now you go to set up stalls in town, waking up before dawn each day, and rushing back home before dark. It's not just exhausting, but primarily, I'm not at ease with your safety. While I'm here, with Zhao Wei watching over you, I naturally have no worries. But when I leave, Zhao Wei and the others will also have to leave. Then you'll be heading to town by yourselves carrying so many items, and it will be easy to encounter danger if someone covets your goods or you run into wild beasts on the road. Renting a shop in town with a backyard where you can stay means you won't need to travel back and forth to the village daily when preparing food. Firstly, it minimizes drawing attention from others in the village, allowing you to avoid being constantly questioned. Secondly, it ensures safety, and you won't have to rush back home every evening. You can return to the village periodically, and making various kinds of food will be much more convenient than traveling between the town and the village every day. Therefore, parents, please don't refuse. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even when I return to the capital city. Could you bear seeing me worry daily from afar?" After listening to Shui Jintang's explanation, the members of the Shui family lowered their heads and thought about it carefully. After a while, Shui father looked up and said, "You're right. Then once again, your parents owe you, but the money for renting the shop must be repaid by us." The others also echoed in agreement. Shui Qingli said, "You're my younger brother. It doesn't sound right for an older brother to always use his younger brother's money, does it?" Shui father and the others had firm expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Shui Jintang didn't persuade them further this time. If they insisted on giving the money back, his parents would probably get angry. He helplessly smiled and said, "All right, but don't worry about rushing. We'll wait until the business stabilizes and everyone lives a good life before returning the money." Satisfied, Shui father and the rest accepted this. Shui Jintang suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. Speaking of renting a shop, Dad, Mom, I think you should buy a few servants or bodyguards too, ensuring your safety to the fullest extent possible." The Shui family had previously been honest farmers tilling the land, and upon hearing this, they were even more shocked than when discussing renting the shop. "What? Buy people? There's no need for that, is there? Renting a shop in town and staying there would be safe enough, how could there be so many dangers? Jintang, buying people is really..." Just the thought of having to buy servants to serve them later made the Shou family, who were common folk, feel quite uncomfortable. They weren't those high-ranking officials who needed people to serve them, were they? Shou Jintang smiled sweetly. "Father, Mother, all the wealthy families in town have maids and errand boys. With the money we've earned, isn't it fitting for you to live as masters and mistresses? Besides, when the business grows larger, the current shop might seem small, and we'll need to rent a bigger one and sell more food. If we make all that food by ourselves, how exhausting would it be? We earn money for a better life. If earning money makes us even more tired, then what's the point of making money at all? The most important thing is safety, so, Father and Mother, on this point you must listen to me." Shou Jintang spoke with determination. He knew the Shou family wasn't used to it yet, but it was the same everywhere in this era. When one earns more money and gains higher status, they inevitably had to buy servants. Otherwise, with so many businesses and so many things to do, one person simply couldn't handle everything. Since they will eventually need to buy servants anyway, now was the time to get accustomed to it. At the same time we look at the shop, we'll take care of this matter of buying people. I'll have Zhao Wei help choose some advisors. At least, guards are definitely necessary. Shou Jintang, who was usually very agreeable and easygoing, was firm this time around. Everyone in the Shou family looked at each other but dared not oppose him further. Seeing this, Shou Jintang's eyes crinkled into smiles. "This is right, Father and Mother, second brother and second sister-in-law. You'll have to adapt sooner or later, so don't worry about it so much." What else could Shou father and the others say? Originally, they already spoiled Shou Jintang immensely. Seeing his resolution, they could only reluctantly agree with his decision. "You really are." But in their hearts, they were deeply pleased. Look, how filial their son/little brother was, it was clearly all for their sake. Chapter 69, Is that ginseng? Early the next morning, Shui Qingli and his wife Tian arrived as usual to sell emerald tofu at the market in town. By coincidence, their first customer of the day was Li Fu, the manager of the Li residence. For 10 days now, Li Fu had come daily to buy fresh emerald tofu from this stall, and he had become somewhat familiar with Shui Qingli. Moreover, Shui Qingli seemed naturally gifted at handling interpersonal relationships. So during these past few days, Li Fu began treating him like a little brother with whom he could chat freely. His impression of Shui Qingli was pretty good. Upon seeing Li Fu, Shui Qingli greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Li. Today you've arrived a bit earlier." Li Fu patted his slightly round stomach, and his small eyes narrowed into slits from smiling. "Yes, I came a bit early today. Ever since eating your emerald tofu, the old madam can't eat without it each meal. Actually, yesterday she urged me to buy more today, so I specially came earlier." Shui Qingli smiled broadly. "Today, you're the first customer. How much would you like? I'll cut it for you right away." Li Fu replied, "Let's go for 8 pieces today. The master also wants some." "All right." Shui Qingli quickly responded, skillfully fishing out and slicing the requested emerald tofu for Li Fu. As he cut, he said, "It's also good that you came early today. I just wanted to tell you something. The ingredients for emerald tofu have run out. After selling what we have these 2 days, we won't be selling it for a while. We'll be selling a new kind of food." Startled, Li Fu hurriedly asked, "Gone? When will it be available again? Our madam likes it so much." Shui Qingli explained with a smile. "Because it takes a lot of effort to make, if it comes back, it will be at least 1 or 2 months. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but the ingredient has really run out." He continued. "But rest assured, the upcoming new dish will be just like the emerald tofu, a refreshing summer treat. It's called ice jelly. You can try it and give it to madam. Perhaps she'll like it even more." After hearing Shui Qingli's words, Li Fu didn't know what to say, and he certainly couldn't directly pressure Shui Qingli into revealing the recipe for emerald tofu. After all, although the Li household had servants, they were merely a wealthy family in the town. Among all the rich households, their wealth and status weren't particularly high, and none of their family members held official positions. Therefore, usually, the Li family wouldn't dare to recklessly misuse their wealth to behave badly in the town, let alone brazenly snatch recipes. As long as one's mind isn't broken, nobody would do such a lose-lose thing. Moreover, this emerald tofu has been quite popular in the town during this period, everyone has been watching it closely. The people who like it aren't just from your Li estate. In response to Xue Qingli's words, Li Fu could only sigh. That's really a pity. Young brother Xue, you need to work harder and produce a new batch of emerald tofu sooner. Xue Qingli smiled and said. Of course, as soon as we have the materials, we will definitely start selling it again. There's no need for the steward to worry too much, our new delicacy will be very tasty. What could Li Fu do? He looked helplessly and said. I hope it is as you say. If the old lady likes the new delicacy, I wouldn't need to keep worrying. So when will your new delicacy start selling? Xue Qingli replied. In about 2 days. Based on the current situation, these 2 days should be enough to sell all the emerald tofu. While talking, Li Fu's order of emerald tofu had already been packed up. Handing over the oiled paper package to the other party, Xue Qingli smiled and said. Please hold on to it well. 2 days. Li Fu muttered, accepting the oil paper wrapped package, teasingly saying. Your fresh emerald tofu tastes best. Because of the hot weather, it doesn't keep long, otherwise I would buy everything at your stall at once. Xue Qingli revealed a hearty smile. That would be great. After seeing off Li Fu, other customers gradually came. Xue Qingli cleared his throat and continued to welcome the next customer. Remembering what his family had discussed yesterday, Xue Qingli told every person coming to buy tofu that they were almost out of emerald tofu and would soon sell ice jelly. Everyone's first reaction was a sense of regret, but they weren't like Madame Li who wanted to eat it daily, so there wasn't much disappointment. Upon hearing that Xue Qingli was going to sell a new snack, they all expressed curiosity and anticipation. More people, while buying emerald tofu, also chose to buy an extra piece, making the stall busier than ever. Today, Xu Jintang did not come along with Xue Qingli and his wife. Actually, after following them for a few days and seeing they could manage on their own and were familiar with the market business, he decided not to accompany them anymore. But he instructed Zhao Wei and others to pay attention and take care of them when they were in town. There was no need to worry about safety. Then, every few days, he would go up the mountain himself, naturally taking some guards with him. During this time, he found a lot of herbs and favorite plant fruits, and transplanted several of them into his space, where his plant species became extremely diverse. Today, under the protection of Zhao Wei and others, he went into the mountain again. By noon, looking at a certain area ahead, joy appeared on the faces of all of them. Xu Jintang pointed at some clustered flowers and leaves with a special shape in front of him, excited yet somewhat uncertain. Look, isn't that ginseng? It shouldn't be wrong, right? Xu Jintang always remembered to find a few ginseng plants to dig into his space, so he carefully searched each time he entered the mountain. But ginseng was really not easy to find. After entering the mountain many times without encountering any, he once luckily found one. However, it seemed to have grown for only a few years. Xu Jintang hesitated for a while but decided not to dig it up, it was too small, let it continue to grow there. Since it was so small, it was better not to bring it into the space yet. Still, he made a mark and planned that if it was still there in a few years, he would take that ginseng into his space. That day, finally finding traces of ginseng, Xu Jintang naturally felt happy. Because he was interested in ginseng, he had specially researched its introduction before, and still remembered some of its growth characteristics. According to his judgment, the few plants in front of him were definitely older than the one he previously encountered. Zhao Wei and the others were also somewhat excited. It's ginseng. Master, shall we dig it out? Xu Jintang clapped his hands lightly, with a slight bend at the corners of his mouth. Of course, we mustn't miss such a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Jintang saw something dark rushing towards him rapidly out of the corner of his eye. Before he reacted, Mu Shan cut it down with a knife, and it fell to the ground. Only then did Xu Jintang see clearly what it was. It was a long black snake, probably poisonous judging by its head, and it seemed to be guarding the ginseng. Xu Jintang couldn't help but exhale deeply. Close call. He nearly got bitten. Looks like he needs to be more careful next time, and besides, he really gets goosebumps whenever he sees a snake. Yet, such creatures are hard to avoid in the woods. He looked around, are there any more snakes? Find this thing quickly, being bitten by it is not fun at all. Without Xu Jintang's instruction, Zhao Wei and Mu Shan were already searching carefully. Chapter 70, Ice Jelly. Looking around sharply, all of them were skilled in martial arts with very keen senses. The area wasn't large, so they quickly found 3 more venomous snakes hidden nearby. Before the snakes could attack, they directly slashed them down with their swords and then turned to Xu Jintang who was standing somewhat tense. Master, we've got them all. Xu Jintang glanced at the dead snakes on the ground still twitching and quickly averted his eyes, unwilling to further strain his vision. Then we can go over and dig it up, right? Zhao Wei and the others nodded. Since Xu Jintang wasn't an expert, he didn't know much about digging ginseng, nor did anyone in the village really understand this process well. He could only rely on what little knowledge he had gained by himself. He tied a red string around each ginseng plant. Some say if you don't tie red strings, the ginseng will run away. Although nobody knew if that was true, because of its mysterious aura and ritualistic feel, most people tended to follow the custom. Xu Jintang was no exception. Fortunately, the excavation went smoothly. They dug out 5 roots of ginseng, which according to both Xu Jintang and Zhao Wei's judgment, were all several decades old. Though none of them reached a century in age, Xu Jintang was quite satisfied. After returning home, he would plant some in his space, where the soil had the effect of promoting plant growth and speeding up the growth rate. Watering with more spirit spring water should increase its efficacy even more. The years might also add up a bit. Originally, Xu Jintang wanted to give 1 root to Zhao Wei and his team, but they refused, claiming it belonged to him and that guarding him was their duty. After pondering for a moment, Xu Jintang decided not to give it away. Distributing a single root among them would have been problematic anyway. Nonetheless, he noted it mentally and planned to give them more silver or other rewards once they returned to the mansion. After all, these people had guarded him conscientiously for over a month. Gu Qixia would likely reward them, but Xu Jintang had prepared his own rewards as well. There must be some fine items in the dowry that the Marquis' mansion had prepared for him. When he returns, he would search through it. Having successfully found the ginseng, the group descended the mountain. With the sun still high, Zhao Wei and the others returned to town as usual, while Xu Jintang slowly strolled back home. At home, only Mother Shui and Sister Shuya were there. Elder brother and elder sister-in-law had yet to return. Father Shui was at the new house by the foot of the mountain. Xu Jintang first went to his own room. Entering his space, he planted 4 roots of ginseng and watered them with spirit spring water before exiting the space again. He picked up the remaining ginseng root, went to find Mother Shui, and briefly explained how he had obtained it. He then said, "Mother, keep this root safe. It is a life-saving treasure in times of need." He left just 1 root because ginseng was indeed a valuable thing in this ancient academy. One saying goes that a commoner holding a jade has no crime. Keeping 2 ginseng roots in the Shui household might bring unnecessary trouble. Of course, Xu Jintang instructed the Shui family to preserve them properly, and they weren't foolish enough to divulge it publicly, but it's always better to guard against unforeseen circumstances, isn't it? Besides, if both roots had been kept here, Xu Jintang felt his parents would worry to the point of losing sleep. With just 1 root of ginseng, Mother Shui was already incredibly shocked. Her immediate reaction was to refuse. "No, this thing is too precious to leave with me. You should keep it. As you said, this thing saves lives, so it's best if you keep it." "Mother, didn't I say I have more? We didn't just dig out 1 root. Ginseng is hard to find, and I'm safe in the capital. You need it more than I do. Keep it well, and my mind will be at peace. Consider it as putting my heart at ease. And there are many uses for this ginseng. Aside from that, when elder sister-in-law becomes pregnant again, having a piece of ginseng in her mouth is good, isn't it? In any case, store it properly and don't tell anyone." Speaking about Tianshi being pregnant, Mother Shui originally intended to decline but didn't speak since everything Xu Jintang said was true. In the end, she accepted the ginseng with utmost care. "Alright, I'll listen to you and keep it safely." She then lamented as usual, "It's our Jintang who is truly filial." Xu Jintang smiled, having grown accustomed to it. Time passed quickly. After running out of emerald tofu temporarily, the Shui family officially started selling ice jelly. The recipe for ice jelly had already been taught by Xu Jintang, so making it was easy for the Shui family members, though rubbing the ice jelly seeds was a tiring task. The difficulty level is about the same as making emerald tofu. Before setting up the stall, the Shui family made another batch of ice jelly, and everyone gathered around. Shui Qingli shook his wrist and said, "This thing is indeed similar to emerald tofu, neither requires much technical skill, so all of us can make it. However, Mother Shui's craftsmanship is the best, so when we buy from the town, it's usually her who makes it. Ice jelly has one difference from emerald tofu, it can have a wide variety of toppings. We should prepare some of every kind. Just like with selling emerald tofu, people can buy the ice jelly and mix it themselves at home, or they can add toppings right here. The most important thing is to set the prices for each topping clearly." Shui Jintang analyzed the situation for everyone. The next morning, Shui Qingli and his wife pushed the freshly made ice jelly to the town. When regular customers saw them arrive, they gathered curiously. They remembered Shui Qingli's mention a few days ago about having a new delicacy. "Where is the new delicacy? Let us take a look." Shui Qingli took everything out, smiling as he said, "Here it is, this is the ice jelly." People surrounding the stall couldn't help but crane their necks to look, instantly marveling. "So this is ice jelly. Crystal clear and translucent, it truly lives up to its name. The color is really nice, even more attractive than that of emerald tofu. It's white and semi-transparent. Quickly, boss, give me a portion, I'm quite curious about its flavor." How do you eat it? Is it mixed with seasonings like emerald tofu? Shui Qingli opened the prepared toppings one by one, explaining to the crowd with a smile. Yes, it's eaten mixed with seasonings, but there are far more options. You can add whatever you like. All the people looked toward the displayed toppings in unison. Someone immediately exclaimed. Wow, there are so many ingredients this time. There are a variety of kinds. No salt or soy sauce though. Hawthorn candy, dried fruits, peanuts. Can you really add all these things? Shui Qingli said, this food isn't suitable to be made salty, but all these ingredients can be added, offering rich flavors. 2 coins per portion, and the price for additional toppings will vary. If you're afraid it might not taste good, you can first try one without toppings and mix it yourself at home. Chapter 71, The New Delicacy Gains Popularity. Most of the people gathered around the stall were loyal old customers of the emerald tofu, trusting Shui Qingli. Many chose to buy a portion to try. Young man, give me a portion. Boss, give me one too. I trust your recommendation, let me try this ice jelly. Shui Qingli smiled, alright, esteemed guests, please don't rush, tell me how many portions you'd like. I've prepared plenty today, definitely enough for everyone. Most people chose to buy one portion to take home and mix their own toppings, while those from wealthier families had Shui Qingli prepare theirs on the spot. It was inconvenient to bring the toppings back home to add them, especially since this was the first time eating the ice jelly. Buying it ready to eat here was very convenient. Shui Qingli added brown sugar water to a customer's bowl, sprinkled it with crushed peanuts and dried fruit, and handed over a spoon before passing it to the customer. Please hold on to it carefully. The little spoons were specially prepared by Shui Qingli the day before, though considering most people would take it home to eat, he didn't prepare many, naturally needing to charge a small fee. However, those willing to let Shui Qingli directly mix their toppings wouldn't hesitate to spend a few coins on a spoon either, as watching the ice jelly, now even more colorful after mixing various ingredients, looked incredibly appetizing. Immediately upon receiving it, the customer dug a spoonful into their mouth. The sweetness of the syrup and the mild sourness of the dried fruit hit the tongue first, followed by the slightly cool texture of the ice jelly, which was quite similar yet different from emerald tofu. It wasn't as chewy as the emerald tofu, providing a distinct sensation, but equally delicious. The crushed peanuts added granular texture, enriching the overall experience. In short, it was very tasty, a perfect summer dessert. After tasting the ice jelly, the customers couldn't help but praise it. Delicious. Eating a bowl in the summer heat is just wonderful. This color is truly stunning, crystal clear and translucent. Indeed, I've never seen such a beautiful delicacy before. With all these ingredients available, I could change my toppings every day. Imagine being able to try a new flavor every day. This is better than emerald tofu. Ice jelly received unanimous praise from everyone. After not long, Li Mansion's steward, Mr. Li, arrived. Seeing him, Shui Qingli greeted with a smile. Mr. Li, you've finally come, we've been waiting for you. Mr. Li Fu, patting his slightly paunchy belly with a smile, said, of course I must come early, I've been looking forward to your new product. Quickly, give me a bowl so I can try it and see how it tastes. Alright, just the plain ice jelly costs 2 coins per portion, you can add any seasoning freely, the price will be calculated separately. What would you like? Mr. Li Fu glanced at the selection of toppings, there were quite a few, appearing diverse and plentiful. He pointed to a few items, and Shui Qingli swiftly added them. 23 coins in total. Please check everything carefully. Shui Qingli's face lit up happily, earning 23 coins for just one bowl of ice jelly proved once again that rich customers were indeed different. Mr. Li Fu had chosen a large number of toppings, opting for the more expensive options, making the bill even higher. However, what was over 20 coins to an ordinary person didn't mean much to someone managing the household of Li Mansion. After taking a few bites of the ice jelly fully loaded with toppings, Mr. Li Fu couldn't help but nod approvingly. It was indeed as cool and refreshing as the stall owner had promised. Perhaps the old madam would like it too. He then spoke, I'll take 2 more bowls, leave one plain and put all these toppings on the other, brown sugar water, crushed peanuts. A moment later, satisfied with his purchase, Mr. Li Fu left carrying the bowls. Seeing dozens of coins earned in just moments made Shui Qingli smile even wider, and he continued to call out enthusiastically. Ice jelly for sale. Cool, refreshing, and delicious. Chapter 72, The New House is almost ready. The villagers helping build the Shui family's new house by the foot of the mountain were very pleased with their treatment. Not only did they earn 15 coins daily, which were paid every day without fail, but the midday meal was also excellent, there would always be a dish with meat. In this village, most households built thatched cottages or mud brick houses, often relying on friends or acquaintances who would help for just a few days. It was rare for someone to pay workers, though food might sometimes be provided, yet the quality would never match what the Shui family offered. How many families here could afford meals with actual meat or even just a bit of grease? Even adding a couple of slices of meat already counted as generous. As such, the workers gave their full effort, raising efficiency significantly. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the Shui family's new home was finally nearing completion. After the new house was ready, Jintang would leave, so buying a shop and hiring servants for the Shue family became an urgent task. That day, Mr. Shue Qingli and his wife did not go to sell ice jelly in town. Instead, along with Mr. Shue Qingli's parents, they followed Jintang to town to look for a shop. Ice jelly, much like emerald tofu, was extremely popular and sold quickly. At this point, the supply of mock sour seeds around the village was almost exhausted due to their constant harvests. Fortunately, it was time to find a shop, and after purchasing one, the Shue family could start selling gluten and cold noodles alongside the other products, which would bring in even more income. Today, instead of walking, they rented the village chief Xiao Qingshir's ox cart. Primarily because they planned to use the free day to buy supplies they needed while inspecting shops. Since the new house was much larger than the original one, they naturally intended to move in soon and reprovision everything. Given the small size of the old house, there hadn't been many items inside, and over time many things had become damaged. Most of these wouldn't be taken to the new house. This was actually a request from Jintang. Some items were too old and worn out, long overdue for replacement. Scholar Shue's family used to have no conditions to upgrade, but now that Jintang was here, those issues needn't concern them. Naturally, the best option for moving into the new house would be replacing all the contents with new ones. Mr. Shue and the others weren't willing, given their thrifty habits. But after persistent persuasion from Jintang, they finally agreed to abandon the old items and replace them. So today, when coming to town, they decided to get new ones together. Using the ox cart greatly sped up their travel. Upon arriving in town, Jintang led the group directly to the broker's office. Here, the brokers basically managed the trading market where real estate leasing, population sales, and livestock trading took place. Mixed smells filled the air. It was truly not pleasant, but as people accustomed to hardship, none of them reacted. Upon finding the broker, Jintang explained their requirements right away. The broker surnamed Jin had been doing this job for years and was familiar with various types of requests. After hearing about Jintang wanting to buy a shop, he smiled and asked, "May I ask what kind of shop this young man wants to buy? Let me know the specifics so I can select suitable ones for you to view." Jintang responded, "We are looking to rent a shop to sell food. The location should not be too remote, there needs to be a small courtyard behind it for living, and the shop's area shouldn't be too small either." The broker noted down Shue Jintang's requirements and, after guiding everyone to sit in the hall for a brief rest, left. Shue Jintang guessed that he probably went to fetch the relevant records. Thus, he said to his father and the others, "Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, let's take a rest now. It probably won't take long." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shue and the others couldn't help but nod their heads. To tell the truth, they had never been to this brokerage market before and were inevitably somewhat nervous. Sure enough, not long after, broker Jin came back, smiling as he spoke to Shue Jintang and the group. "Dear customers, I just checked the shops that haven't been rented out yet. In accordance with your criteria, there are 4 shops that meet your needs. I wonder if you would like to go see them now." The shops that met Shue Jintang's or rather the Shue family's requirements were all not far from here, so everyone decided to check them out immediately. The closest one was on the nearest street just outside the brokerage market. Broker Jin led the group to the shop entrance and introduced it as follows. "This shop has a courtyard at the back, located at the street's exit point where there is a lot of traffic. If you want to open a shop, it will be very suitable. However, the size of the shop is a bit smaller, and being close to the brokerage market, the smell and noise might have some impact." The members of the Shue family exchanged glances, and Shue Jintang said, "Could you please take us inside to take a look?" Since several shops met his conditions, he decided to examine each one, compare them, and then choose the most suitable one. Broker Jin understood, unlocked the door with the key, and took everyone inside. As soon as they entered, Shue Jintang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It was indeed quite small, perhaps only about 10 square meters. Although the items the Shue family planned to make at first were limited, mainly gluten and cold noodles, this area was still a bit too cramped. Moreover, these products were just temporary, and they planned to expand later. Rather than having to change shops again in the future, it would be better to choose an appropriate one right now. Mr. Shue and the others also felt the space was a bit tight, with not much room left after setting up a stove. If customers wanted to eat in the shop, there wouldn't be sufficient space. Seeing that none of the 5 seemed fully satisfied, broker Jin still maintained his smile without any significant change in expression. In situations like house or shop viewings, unless someone is truly short on funds, looking at multiple options is very common. After locking the shop door again, broker Jin led the group to the second option. This second shop was on the neighboring street and used to be a small tea house with 2 floors. Everyone went inside for a quick look. The size was fairly large, and it had a second floor, but its only disadvantage was the lack of a backyard. Considering their prior discussions, once they bought a shop in town, they wouldn't often return to the village. Without a yard, things would be inconvenient. After exchanging looks, Shue Jintang said, "Where's the next one? Let's keep looking." The third shop was also on this street. While the second shop was near the street corner, the third was further inside, meaning the number of passers-by would definitely be fewer than at the corner. Everyone didn't rush to decide and instead carefully examined each shop. The third shop did come with a backyard, and though it was only 1 story high, its size was acceptable. After observing thoroughly, they quietly deliberated. I think this one isn't bad currently. It's just a bit farther from the town's entrance, so we'll need to walk some distance after entering the town. I actually feel the distance issue isn't that big of a problem because since you will be living in the shop once in town and won't need to go back to the village daily, this greater distance might not matter much. Don't rush. We've got one more shop left to check. Let's see all of them before making a decision. Maybe the next one is even better. That makes sense. No need to rush. Let's finish viewing all the shops first. After finishing their discussion, the group straightened up and asked broker Jean to continue showing them the fourth one. This final shop was a little far from the brokerage office but relatively closer to the town's exit. After arriving at the destination, everyone felt somewhat satisfied mentally. If the interior layout also met their requirements, this would still be the best choice. Broker Jean unlocked the door with his key and led everyone inside. Shou Jintang carefully looked around the shop and nodded contentedly. This shop's area wasn't small either. There was also a yard at the back. They went into the yard, and found a well which would make water use convenient, and the space was ample. Turning his head, Shou Jintang asked Mr. Shue and the others. Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, what do you think? I think this one is pretty good, shall we just take it? Considering all 4 options, this one is the closest to the town's entrance. Although it's not the largest, the area isn't small either. Even if we plan to sell some other items in the future, there should still be enough room. I also think it's good. Shou Jintang nodded and asked, so, do you want to buy it or rent it? Shue father and the rest were momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Of course, we'll rent it. Can you imagine how much money buying it would cost? Yes, that's true, renting it would be better. We are only planning to sell food, right? This shop is big enough, there's no need to spend so much money to buy it outright. Mainly, it costs too much money. I estimate such a shop would require at least hundreds of taels of silver, perhaps even thousands. Not possible. Definitely not possible. With the amount of money we have now, spending hundreds of taels at once would break us. Mother might die of heartache, Jintang, let's not buy it, okay? Seeing everyone was against buying the shop directly, Shou Jintang didn't press further. Alright then, let's just rent for now. If we earn more money in the future and find living here comfortable, we can consider buying it later. Judging by their expressions, if he really bought the shop immediately, they would certainly feel uneasy about it, and there was no need to force them. Step by step would be fine, steady progress. After discussing a bit more and making up their minds, Shou Jintang turned to Jean Yaran nearby and said. This one then. How does the rent work? Annual or monthly rent? How much? Seeing the deal was about to go through, Jean Yaran's face lit up with a pleased smile, and he answered warmly. This shop can be rented by the month, at a rate of 300 won per month. 300 won. Shue father and the others all sucked in a sharp breath. This reaction wasn't their fault. Although selling jade tofu and ice powder had brought in some money, they were still commoners after all. Even though they knew things in town would definitely be more expensive than in the village, hearing such a high price still startled them. Shou Jintang was conversing with Jean Yaran while Shue father stood slightly away from the group muttering softly to himself. So this is how expensive renting a shop in the town is. He had previously felt proud about the money he made selling his jade tofu and ice powder, but now realized it was far from enough. 300 won a month, spending at this rate, the silver he earned wouldn't last long at all. After Shou Jintang finished speaking with Jean Yaran, the group gathered together without prior agreement. How about it? Jintang, are we sure about this one? How much silver? Will we stay here for good? With a smile, Shou Jintang answered everyone's questions. This is the one, 300 won a month is reasonable. I think we can try renting first, what do you think? Shue father spoke up, we'll follow your decision. Let's rent this one. Having come to an agreement, Shou Jintang explained everything clearly to Jean Yaran. Both parties signed the contract they needed to, finalizing the matter. Jean Yaran handed over the keys to Shou Jintang and left satisfied. Holding the keys in his hand, Shou Jintang asked the group. Should we tidy up the house first or go shopping in town first? The group exchanged glances, and Shue father shook his head. I won't go, I'll stay here and clean. You guys go ahead. Tian also spoke up, then I won't go either. The shop isn't small, so cleaning will likely take some time. Shue mother suggested, you and your younger brother should follow Jintang to buy the supplies. Your father and I will handle the cleaning. Shue father also agreed with this suggestion. Upon seeing this, Shue Qingli spoke. Then, father and mother, we will go with brother Jintang to buy things first. Afterward, we'll return to help you. Yes, go on then. Shue mother urged them to leave quickly so everything could be handled sooner as the shop still needed tidying. Sighing, Shue Jintang and the others exited the shop, with Shue mother watching them almost like they were causing trouble. Let's go, second brother and second sister-in-law. Let's buy the things we need. Shui Qingli and Tian nodded, and the three of them set off towards the market. Apart from buying items unavailable in their village yard, they also needed to purchase necessities for setting up the shop, quite a few things altogether. Once everything was bought, they returned to the shop carrying many packages of various sizes. They temporarily placed the items inside the shop and rolled up their sleeves, starting to clean it up along with the rest of the family. By the time the sun began to set, they had cleaned the shop thoroughly. The shop had been vacant for a period before being rented out, collecting quite a bit of dust. Now every inch was wiped clean by the Shui family, making it look fresher and more hygienic than ever before. In just half a day, the shop could be cleaned, not much more could be done, other trivial tasks would need a few more trips. Shui Jintang said. Shall we call it a day here? We won't have time today to move the remaining tables and chairs inside. Let's go back, discuss how to arrange our new shop, then handle these items afterward. What do you think? Let's follow what Jintang suggests, this place does indeed need some thought on its arrangement. Shui father and the others had no objections. After taking out the things they bought in the afternoon, the group locked the door. Placing the items on the ox cart, the Shui family returned to Lanxi village before dark. It was also a benefit that it was getting darker, most villagers had returned home from the fields to eat at this time, so their arrival with the cart didn't draw too much attention. Otherwise, the heap of goods on the cart might have made many curious. Once they arrived back at their own courtyard, unloading everything, Shui Qingli went to return the ox cart to the village chief. The next day, Shui father and others didn't head to the town but gathered to discuss the layout of the shop. After collecting everyone's opinions and confirming the final layout, they started tidying up the shop again. The old items in the shop were either moved away or relocated, and after several days of hectic work, everyone was busily engaged in the process. After a flurry of activity, the Shui family's newly rented shop was finally arranged, and the construction of the new house neared completion. Chapter 73, Buying Help. On this day, the Shui family once again all came to their newly purchased shop. After the hustle of these past few days, the entire shop was thoroughly organized, and all furnishings and decorations had been completed. The shop was quite spacious, with the upper left corner designated as the kitchen. There was a curtain on the door, allowing ventilation, though the kitchen wasn't an open-style one. Teaching the Shui family new recipes for food was key to making money, and naturally, they wouldn't let outsiders see. Inside the kitchen, there were a lot of supplies. Besides a few large pots, there were also iron plates and wire grids crafted by Shui Jintang earlier in the town. The wire grid was used to roast gluten, while the iron plate could make other snacks like tofu and grilled skewers. Apart from the kitchen, the rest of the space was used for placing tables and chairs. The entrance had a cash register table set on the right side for handling transactions later. The middle section featured neatly arranged tables and chairs, giving a pleasant aesthetic impression. Both the counter and the customer-facing wall of the kitchen displayed menus. Shui Jintang designed the menu himself, not only clearly listing each dish's name and price but also adding pictorial representations of the dishes at the back. This way, even people who couldn't read would still know what the dish was. Of course, for those who chose not to look at the menu, asking the waiters was also an option. Since the shop had just opened, selling too many items at once was feared to overwhelm Shui mother and others, so after discussing, they decided to sell cold noodles and gluten during the summer when the weather was hot. When the ingredients for emerald tofu and ice powder grew enough for another harvest, they would continue adding them. In addition, they would sell a few other dishes every day, such as grilled skewers and stir-fried dishes. What to sell would be decided by Shui mother the night before and written on a signboard, with limited quantities sold until they ran out. This idea was proposed by Shui Jintang and Shui mother, currently focusing on cold noodles and gluten as the main offerings with Shui mother primarily responsible for cooking. Having too many options might exceed their capacity to prepare. Cold noodles and gluten would be prepared early every morning, and they would only make as much as they planned to sell, complemented by other side dishes, likely attracting customers more effectively. With the changing daily specials, customers would stay curious, eagerly anticipating the dishes of the next day, helping to attract business in a certain sense. Everyone stood in the shop and carefully inspected the already organized area. Then they sat around a table, discussing individual responsibilities. Shui mother, then I will mainly focus on cooking, I may not be able to handle other things, so I'll leave that to all of you. Shui Qingli, then I'll temporarily take charge of the cash register. Later, when we earn enough money and find a suitable manager, I can hand over the responsibility. Shui father, Qingli is smarter than me, definitely better at calculating. So, I will assist in the dining hall. Tian, if there are many customers, mother might not be able to handle it alone. I will help her in the kitchen. Shui father frowned, in this case, we probably won't be able to fully manage the crops in the field. No, 2 of you should remain in the village. Shui mother nodded, we can just work harder individually. As long as we can earn money, being tired isn't a problem. Shui Jintang shook his head upon hearing the words. You don't need to worry about the fields, father and mother, have you forgotten that I mentioned buying help? After we buy help, we won't have to be concerned about being too busy. The 4 people suddenly understood. Then Shui father asked somewhat hesitantly, Jin Tang, do we really need to buy someone? We can handle things ourselves, we truly don't need to buy anyone. Of course, we need to buy help, father, mother, I wouldn't want either of you to overwork your bodies. Earning money is meant for spending it, the more we spend, the more we earn. Shui mother couldn't help but laugh, you're always saying silly things. Don't worry, father and mother definitely won't overexert ourselves. Shui Jintang smiled faintly, tomorrow we'll go to the employment agency and buy help. It's necessary to have more hands on deck, so please don't refuse anymore, father and mother. Seeing Shui Jintang's serious expression, Shui father and Shui mother immediately closed their mouths and stopped resisting. If they kept this up, their son would likely get angry with them. After touring the shop, they returned to the village. The new house was almost finished, and they needed to keep an eye on its construction carefully. As they returned to the foot of the mountain, a house made of green bricks with large tiles came into view. All of them couldn't help feeling excited when they saw their new house. This big, bright house belonged to them, and soon they would be moving in. The next day, Shui Jintang took Shui father and others to the employment agency to buy help. Coincidentally, the person who greeted them was the same one who had shown them the shop last time. Upon seeing them, the man named Jin immediately greeted them with a smile. Respected guests, are you here to buy something again? Shui Jintang also responded with a few friendly sentences, then said, we're here today to buy help. The agent asked, could you please tell me your requirements? Then I will find suitable candidates for you. This was quite normal, everyone coming to buy help must specify their requirements. Otherwise, how could one look at every single candidate? Our main purpose is to buy several people to help in the shop. We prefer those with honest natures, overly cunning ones with too many ulterior motives aren't suitable. He then explained more thoroughly to the agent. After understanding, the agent immediately grinned. Please rest a moment, dear guests. I'll go select some people now and return quickly. Shui Jintang and the others all nodded. Not long after, the agent returned, with a line of men and women following behind him. The agent opened his mouth, these are all in line with your requirements, you can see which ones you like. Shui Jintang turned his head to Shui father and the others. Father, mother, let's pick the helpers together. Since he wouldn't be staying here permanently, these servants were mainly to assist Shui father and the others, so letting them choose was perfectly fine. It would be best to let them start adapting now. Otherwise, when dealing with the servants in the future, the masters might end up being uncomfortable everywhere, and that wouldn't be good. Having already heard the reasons from their son, Shui father and Shui mother, along with Shui Qingli and his wife, didn't refuse, though they felt slightly uneasy. They still carefully examined the faces of the lineup of people. Shui Jintang also joined in looking, there were 10 people in total in the line, including teenagers and middle-aged individuals, both male and female. Each person's facial expressions were different, some were nervous, some calm, and some numb, as if weary of their current lives but unable to escape it. Although Shui Jintang sympathized with their situations, he could only feel pity. This era was just like that, he couldn't possibly buy everyone to free them from life as servants. Discarding the brief thought that arose in his mind, Shui Jintang seriously examined the men and women in front of him. Today he had intentionally brought Xiao Wei and Mu Shan, but he hadn't yet allowed them to speak. He planned to select first himself to test his own discernment. Shui Jintang also had some personal thoughts on selecting people. They were buying people to help with work, so naturally, they couldn't hire dishonest or cunning people. Since they couldn't read minds, the only way to judge was by physical features. For instance, they could examine each person's hands. If the hands were soft and uncalloused, it indicated that the individual was previously pampered, becoming a slave due to some mishap or cause. Such a person would undoubtedly cause trouble when brought back and wouldn't easily listen to orders. Then, observing their expressions was crucial. As the saying goes, appearance reflects one's character, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. If a glance left a bad impression, although not completely certain, most likely buying such a person wouldn't bring benefits, and they certainly wouldn't meet Shui Jintang's standards. Eyes could indeed reveal something. During the short period of standing here, every individual's expression could already disclose some insights. Some people's eyes darted around recklessly, boldly scrutinizing the Shui family, who might soon become their masters. Such individuals would most likely not be docile when bought back. There were also those with an appearance of fragility, gazing at them with pitiable eyes. These people certainly wouldn't be submissive either. Based on some light knowledge he had gained, Shui Jintang finally chose 2 people, both young teenagers. Their appearances were relatively refined, and their expressions didn't seem to offend anyone. Currently, they gave him a good impression, these were the types who could do honest work. After making his selection, Shui Jintang looked back at Xiao Wei and Mu Shan. In response to their master's inquiring gaze, both nodded slightly, indicating that they found no issues. Shui Jintang couldn't help but curve his lips faintly, he was quite capable at selecting people, it seemed. A while later, the 4 others including Shui father had also finished picking. Shui father chose a middle-aged man with a dark complexion whose hands were covered with calluses, who appeared quiet. Shui mother selected a middle-aged woman who also looked rather honest. Shui Qingli picked a clever and handsome youth. Mrs. Tian chose a young woman, with a pretty face looking gentle and pitiable. Shui Jintang continued to direct a questioning gaze toward Xiao Wei and Mu Shan. Mu Shan approached Shui Jintang and whispered something quietly before stepping back again. Shui Jintang focused his attention on the young woman chosen by Mrs. Tian and inwardly sighed. It was as he had said, this kind of look indicated someone who wouldn't settle down easily. After everyone made their selections, Shui father and the rest were still somewhat uncomfortable and turned to consult Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang gathered everyone together quietly and asked, does anyone know about the background of the woman chosen by second sister-in-law? Mrs. Tian was startled for a moment and answered nervously. I just heard her say earlier that her hometown isn't nearby, it flooded, and she fled here and, due to hardship, sold herself into servitude. What's wrong? Is there any issue? Then how old is she? Who are the members of her family? What did she do before? Did second sister-in-law ask these questions? Shui Jintang didn't answer right away but continued asking. Mrs. Tian hesitated and shook her head. I didn't ask thoroughly. Since they sell themselves as slaves, they must all be unfortunate souls. I didn't want to pry and make her sad. She looked very pitiful, so. The remaining words went unspoken, but Shui Jintang understood. Out of pity for her situation and sympathy, she had chosen her. Shui Jintang examined the young woman selected by Mrs. Tian again carefully, then softly told her. When second sister-in-law chose her, did you observe her physical traits? Look at her hands, her skin is smooth, there's not even a trace of calluses. If she really fled from her hometown because of flooding and wandered all the way to our Lanshi village, she should have endured great hardship, so why are her hands so smooth? Mrs. Tian froze for a moment and then said anxiously, now that you mention it, it does seem like that, so she lied. Why would she lie? Since they've been sold here to be servants, they naturally hope to find a better family sooner, rather than stay here at the agency to undergo training. She probably saw that we are all decent or perhaps realized that second sister-in-law is easygoing, so she thought our household would be a good choice. If you bring her home, once she sees that the story she fabricated fooled you, she might act more boldly in the future and oppose you secretly. With such an explanation, Shui Jintang enlightened those in the group who were unfamiliar with the intricacies of choosing servants. They all nodded in sudden understanding. Now it became clear why Shui Jintang wasn't favorable towards that woman. It seems there's so much to learn about selecting people, we'll need to study carefully in the future. We can't always depend on Jintang. Shui father voiced his thoughts, and others also agreed enthusiastically. Listening to Shui Jintang explaining the logic behind choosing people, Shui Qingli also caught on. No wonder you let us choose people ourselves, you were testing our ability to evaluate people, weren't you? Shui Jintang responded with an agreeable smile. Removing the young woman from the list, the group reselect another one. Neither Xiao Wei nor Mu Shan had anything to add, so the decision on purchasing the servants was finalized. There were 6 people in total. Shui Jintang pointed them out and then asked Mr. Jin. How are we calculating the prices? Mr. Jin rubbed his hands together and grinned. Sir, these may all be servants, but the price naturally varies according to their conditions. The price for the elderly and children is the lowest, usually ranging from a few coins to 100 coins. On the other hand, young adults cost more, generally between several hundred coins and a few taels of silver. Judging by the people you've chosen, I'll calculate 1 tael of silver per person. That makes 6 taels in total. Does that seem fair to you? Shui Jintang glanced at the ones they had chosen. There were no old people or children among them, the youngest was 15 years old. At this age, they weren't considered children here but counted as laborers instead. Thus, none of them would come cheap. With an average price of 1 tael of silver per person, it didn't seem too expensive, did it? While pondering silently, Shui Jintang looked at Xiao Wei and Mu Shan, who remained silent. No objections meant that the price was likely reasonable. As he mused over this, Shui Jintang paid Mr. Jin promptly. After 2 such smooth transactions, Mr. Jin became increasingly enthusiastic towards them, his face lighting up like a flower. If you need anything else next time, please do come back. I guarantee a fair price. Shui Jintang responded with a polite smile. Certainly, certainly. After exchanging some courteous words, Mr. Jin escorted them out. Shui Jintang and the others then prepared to return to Lanshi village with the newly purchased 6 servants. Chapter 74, The completion of the new house and inviting guests. On this trip to buy people, the Shui family hadn't borrowed the village chief's ox cart. With 6 extra servants, if they returned by ox cart and were seen by others, various rumors would inevitably start flying around. Hence, they walked back with these 6 servants, deliberately taking a longer route so that by the time they reached the village, the sun had already set, and there were few people on the road. Thus, the 6 of them hadn't been noticed by anyone else in the village yet. Since the new house still needed another day to finish construction, the 6 servants were temporarily housed in the original courtyard. Shui father and the others worked together, making sure to clear out a room specifically for these 6 servants. Though conditions weren't ideal right now, they'd have to temporarily squeeze into one space until everything was ready. Things would improve once the new house was completed. After settling the servants into the spare room upon arriving home, Shou Jintang briefly explained the situation to them and instructed them carefully. We will be moving to the new house soon. For these couple of days, bear with the tight quarters. Unless necessary, avoid wandering outside, stay inside the room for now. All 6 nodded nervously in agreement. Slightly reassured, Shou Jintang stepped out of the room. Although a wall separated them from the main residence, it was still prudent not to let these servants roam freely. Otherwise, his sister-in-law would undoubtedly stir up trouble throughout the entire village. The new house would be completed tomorrow, and since there was no issue with residual odors from the new construction, the house could be occupied immediately after completion. Shue's father and mother had already decided to invite everyone who helped with the construction to a meal at noon the next day, and they would move in afterward. At that time, the servants would directly move into the new house. Once the doors were shut and the thick walls provided a barrier, they wouldn't need to worry about being constantly watched anymore, offering greater convenience. Contemplating these matters, Shou Jintang turned back to enter the house and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the main household, Lady Gao and Shou Qingji were lying in bed discussing Shou Jintang's family. Lady Gao glanced around while whispering. Household manager, something seems off about second brother's household lately, don't you think? Shou Qingji had labored in the fields all day and was already half asleep. He replied drowsily. What's wrong? Haven't you noticed that we rarely hear any sounds from them during the daytime? We only hear them talk in the evening, and recently we haven't encountered father and mother either. Don't you find that odd? Lady Gao muttered beside him. Irritated by her chatter, Shou Qingji rolled over. What's so strange? Everyone has work to do during the day, isn't it normal that they're not inside? Father and mother never liked you much anyway. They likely avoid this side intentionally, which is why you seldom see them. With those words, Shou Qingji closed his eyes completely. Startled by her husband's statement, Lady Gao's smile froze momentarily. What does he mean they never liked her? Everything she'd done was for the sake of this family, wasn't it? Then she brought up the topic again. It's not what you said. During the day, I listen here, and their house is always quiet. Even if they go out during the day to do things, wouldn't they come back for lunch? Most importantly, one night a while ago, I happened to see your parents and second brother all coming back from outside the village. They seemed to be pushing a cart, and we didn't know what was on it. Do you think there could be something they're hiding from us by involving everyone? Shou Qingji thought for a few seconds, opening his eyes more, showing some doubt. You say you saw father, mother, and are all come back from outside? Lady Gao quickly responded, yes, it's true. I definitely didn't see wrong. Tell me, are they secretly earning money without telling us? The sleepiness in Shou Qingji faded a bit. He had asked his father last time to let him join in the construction of the new house, and he'd been working hard every day for the past month. Recalling it, his father was often present during the early stages when the new house started being built, but in recent weeks, he did show up less. Although Shou Qingji was Shue's father's biological son, during the construction of the new house, his treatment was the same as other villagers. He had to work hard, and no special privileges were granted due to his status. Although Shou Qingji didn't dare express this discontent outwardly, deep inside he had long harbored dissatisfaction. Now hearing Lady Gao's suspicions, a sense of unfairness rose even stronger in his heart. Why did all the benefits belong only to the second family? Why couldn't he have any? Building a new house was one thing, even though Shou Jintang helped the elders build it, Shou Qingji couldn't say much since the second family would reside with the elders. But if this involved making money, why couldn't he participate? If it were true as his wife said and his parents regularly went out because they found a way to earn money, why did they bring only the second family? Shouldn't they also tell him? Physical fatigue made the growing resentment and uneasiness within Shou Qingji grow, and he spoke with a heavy tone. I will still work at the new house tomorrow. You carefully watch our second brother's side, and see exactly what they're doing. Lady Gao was glad her husband listened to her thoughts, and immediately promised. Alright, I'll make sure to watch them closely tomorrow. If I see them go out, I'll quietly follow them. Shou Qingji stayed silent, not voicing any opposition. The next day arrived amidst differing moods among everyone. Today, Mr. Shui and the others did not intend to leave. The new house would be completed today, and there would be a lunch gathering. Being busy like this, leaving now would easily draw attention. After a morning's effort, at the foot of the mountain, the Shui family's newly built brick-tiled house was finally fully completed. Mr. Shui and Mrs. Shui, along with the couple Shou Qingli, immediately moved most of their belongings into the new house. Then Mrs. Shui and Lady Tian began preparing lunch, while Mr. Shui and Shou Qingli continued moving the remaining bits and pieces from the old house. Shou Jintang did not help, not because he wasn't willing, but because Mr. Shui and others wouldn't allow it. With idle time, Shou Jintang took it upon himself to find tasks. First, he instructed the 6 servants bought yesterday to stay honestly inside the house and not go out. He would certainly inform them when they could leave. He then asked Xiao Wei, who routinely patrols the village, to send a guard to watch over the old house and another to the new house. Even though most people in the village were rather simple-hearted, not that simplicity guaranteed purity, they generally wouldn't commit petty thievery or similar acts. However, one must still take precautions, as some harbored ill intentions or were uneducated. With today's chaos, Shou Jintang worried someone might sneak into either the old or new house to steal things or cause damage. He also asked Xiao Wei to lead a few people up the mountain to hunt some pheasants, rabbits, and such. Part of it would serve as ingredients for lunch, and another part could be eaten in the evening or preserved. In a few days, he would have to leave, as the new shop was set to open in 2 days. After observing the situation in the store for 2 more days, Shou Jintang would have to depart. Having been away for about 2 months already, it would take another half-month to return, making his journey quite lengthy. His current identity was Princess Consort Ning, and even if Gu Qixiao had not requested his return, he could not use this point as justification to stay away from the prince's mansion for an extended period. Regardless of his purpose for entering the palace or the attitude of Gu Qixiao toward him, he couldn't act so disrespectfully toward Gu Qixiao. Since he wouldn't be able to or find it inconvenient to return to Lanxi village in the near future, he naturally needed to make arrangements before leaving. With the new house built and servants purchased, Shou Jintang could also leave behind more supplies for the Shou family. Wild game wasn't easy to come by, so Shou Jintang thought of instructing Xiao Wei to hunt more animals for the Shou family before his return. The preserved meat would last a fair amount of time. If his parents didn't want to spend money on buying meat, eating wild game was an option too. Of course, before leaving, Shou Jintang also planned to educate his family, telling them not to be overly frugal. After giving these instructions, Shou Jintang couldn't think of anything else that needed attention, so he let Xiao Wei go and handle his tasks. What Shou Jintang didn't know was that his orders had thwarted Lady Gao's plans. She had originally intended to start watching the second family's movements today. However, now both houses had additional guards. Lady Gao knew these were her late husband's guards and didn't dare offend them. She couldn't get close to the second family side and could only try to spy from a distance. She ended up spying secretly all day without seeing any member of the second family leave for somewhere else. The midday meal was lively. The Shou family invited the villagers who had helped build the house, the village chief's family, and a few other friendly households. People coming to eat brought various gifts, some brought a few eggs, others brought some homegrown vegetables or homemade food items. Although most weren't valuable, it showed good intentions and celebrated the Shu's moving into their new house. As lunch unfolded, the guests realized they hadn't brought anything in vain, every dish served was more expensive than what they contributed. Due to the large crowd, the gathering took place in the courtyard of the new house with several tables set up. Each table had dishes with meat, not just one plate but several. There were purely meat dishes, as well as vegetable dishes cooked with meat. Every course was abundant, nothing stingy about it. They served salted pork slices, town-bought 5-flavored pork, and even wild chicken and rabbit meat hunted from the mountain. Seeing such luxurious meals, the villagers praised the generosity of the Shou family extensively. Mr. Shou chuckled and encouraged everyone to enjoy the food fully. After exchanging pleasantries and drinking a few rounds, the crowd eagerly dug into the feast. Ordinarily, villagers wouldn't often eat meat at home, let alone in such generous amounts. Everyone indulged heartily. Shou Qingji was among them, and upon seeing the delicious dishes served, his discontent and jealousy deepened further. His younger brother's family ate so well and yet gave him, the elder brother, no thought, nor did his parents consider sharing any portion with him. Though he felt this way inside, he still stuffed himself like everyone else, shoveling all the good food onto his plate. All the plates on the table were emptied, shiny and clean after being wiped spotless. Fully fed and drink-sated, the crowd slumped against the chairs, bellies rounded. Too stuffed to walk, they cradled their stomachs while digesting, finally getting up with satisfaction once full digestion set in. Only after all the guests left did the Shou family begin cleaning up. While tidying up, they chatted casually. Let's sort through everything we've just moved in today. We'll take a break tomorrow, and then the day after, we need to prepare ingredients for the store's opening. The people we bought yesterday won't easily make it over during the day, so I'll have them come over when it gets dark later. Oh yes, and we should give them some food. There's still some leftover food in the kitchen. Let's send it to them later. We can use the rest day tomorrow to allocate tasks for those 6 people, and let a few of them help out at the shop. Chatting and discussing, the Shou family quickly cleaned up the mess in the yard. In the afternoon, they stayed in the new house organizing the items moved from the old house. This new tile brick house occupied significantly more space than the previous old house. It contained more than a dozen rooms, including 8 bedrooms. One for Mr. Shou and Mrs. Shou, one for Shou Qingli and his wife, one reserved for Shou Jintang, one each for Shou Lin and Shui Ya of the second family. 2 rooms were kept as backup. Since Shou Qingli and Tianshi were still young, they might have another child or son-in-law down the road, so having extra rooms was useful. Alternatively, if Shui mother's eldest daughter, Shui Lan, came to visit and decided to stay overnight, there would be space. In any case, the rooms could be reserved for future needs. Additionally, there was a study, storeroom, kitchen, living room, bathing area, and toilet. Many of these ideas came from Shou Jintang. For example, the study, Shui Lin attended school and previously, due to housing constraints at home, he studied in his sleeping room. Now that they had money, naturally they could designate a separate room for his study. The bathing area and toilet were also separated. After all, given the conditions here were not comparable to modern times, the toilet was definitely located far away from other rooms. Both the bathing area and toilet were spacious, so no one would feel cramped. Additionally, both the front and back courtyards had substantial areas, enough to grow scallions, garlic, chives, and more for their own consumption. There were also plans to plant false indigo and some tofu bushes. Shui Jintang took a turn looking around both inside and outside and expressed satisfaction. Although this tile brick house couldn't compare with his courtyard back at the Wang's mansion. In the countryside, its size was already significant. Both the front and back courtyards were large enough for planting many things and for drying clothes or other necessities. The high and thick walls were very sturdy, perfectly isolating prying eyes while ensuring their safety. Mr. Shui and the others were even more satisfied, they never imagined they would someday live in such a good house. The entire afternoon was spent packing luggage, tidying up the rooms, and getting familiar with the new house. It wasn't until dusk that Shui Jintang went to the old house to bring the 6 people who had been purchased over to the new house. Chapter 75, Assigning Servants. The 6 people followed Shui Jintang from the old house to the new one and lined up in the living room, all of them feeling somewhat nervous. Last night, they had arrived late, and Shui Jintang had simply arranged for them to stay in a certain room without further interaction. Today, after being busy all day, he finally had time. Mr. Shui and others were also present. Since these people would mainly serve them, it was only natural that they needed to have a certain understanding of their background. Since Mr. Shui and the others were still unfamiliar with this arrangement, Shui Jintang took charge of questioning the servants while the family observed from the side. Shui Jintang glanced at the 6 people in front of him and said, "Introduce yourselves first. What are your names? How old are you? Why did you end up at the broker's?" Pointing at the boy on the left, he continued, one by one. "Start with you." The 2 on the left happened to be the ones chosen by Shui Jintang yesterday. The first young man slightly lifted his head and nervously replied, "I am called Li Zhu. I am 15 years old." Shui Jintang nodded slightly, continue. "Why were you at the broker's?" Li Zhu bowed his head and said, "My family has too many children, I have 5 older brothers and 2 older sisters. My parents can't afford to raise us all, so they sold me to the broker." Mr. Shui and the others involuntarily showed expressions of sympathy, but Shui Jintang's expression didn't change as he turned to the second person. "Next. Continue." "I am called Wang Sheng. I am 19 years old," the next person answered. "I also come from a large family, but I wasn't sold by my parents, I sold myself." He lowered his head, "I have a younger brother with poor health who frequently falls ill. The medical expenses cost quite a lot. There are also other younger siblings in the family, so the spending is enormous. My parents work tirelessly. Once, I accidentally overheard a broker visiting our village say that a boy of my age, if sold as a servant, could fetch 700 coins. So, I sold myself." The faces of Mr. Shui, Mrs. Shui, and Mr. and Mrs. Shui Qingli changed from sympathy to admiration as they silently praised Wang Sheng in their hearts. Shui Jintang raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Sheng. "You are 19 years old, and likely the main labor force in your family. Could your parents bear to sell you?" Wang Sheng replied, "2 of my younger brothers are 17 and 16 respectively. They are capable of working, so losing me doesn't matter much. And we could get several hundred coins from it." Shui Jintang nodded, continuing. "You've shown filial piety and gratitude by selling yourself for your younger siblings. However, you should know the rules. Now that I've bought you, you should do your best as a servant and avoid any trouble involving your family." Wang Sheng responded, "Yes, master. Rest assured, I understand. I will cut off ties with my family." Shui Jintang nodded again, stopping further conversation before turning to the next person. "Go ahead." The third person was a young man selected by Mr. Shui Qingli. He, too, seemed nervous as he answered. "My name is Fang He. I am 17 years old. My hometown suffered a flood disaster, and I, along with my family, fled to this place. However, my family didn't survive. They, all passed away. Only I remain." Speaking of this, Fang He became saddened, lowering his head with red-rimmed eyes. Next to Fang He was the middle-aged man chosen by Mr. Shui. After Fang He finished speaking, there was no need for Shui Jintang to prompt him as he voluntarily introduced himself. "My name is Chen Dazhu. There was a disaster in my hometown, and I fled here with my wife and children. My wife and son were frail and couldn't endure the journey. Now only I remain, having lost everything during the escape. With nothing left, I sold myself to a broker just to have something to eat. I am 36 years old." After Chandaju finished, the middle-aged woman next to him began to speak. She was selected by Mrs. Shui. "I am called Fang Xiu. I am 37 years old. Originally, I was a servant at the Qian family residence in town, but over the years, the Qian family has gradually fallen on hard times and has sold off several batches of servants, including me." Qian family? Shui Jintang pondered over the information in his mind, but there was too little information about the town available. Just then, Xue Qingli leaned over and explained to his younger brother. The Qian family was originally one of the wealthy families in this town, but they've inexplicably declined these past few years. Judging from their condition, it must have deteriorated significantly, otherwise they wouldn't have sold off so many servants. Xue Jintang nodded thoughtfully, then turned his attention to the last person, whom he and second sister-in-law had reselected. The final individual was a young woman who voluntarily spoke up when her turn came. Replying to master, this servant's name is Yang Chunmei. I am 15 years old. There are too many children in my family, and I was sold to a broker by my parents. After everyone had introduced themselves, Xue Jintang did not immediately speak but instead lowered his head slightly, seemingly deep in thought. The 6 people standing in the room noticed this and all kept their heads down respectfully, waiting for their master's orders. Mr. Xue, Mrs. Xue, and others didn't interrupt Xue Jintang either. After some contemplation, Xue Jintang addressed the group. Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, my thought is to assign a few people to help at our shop in the town and leave a few here to attend to the house. What do you think? Both Mr. Xue and Mrs. Xue shook their heads, indicating that they had no objection. Thinking it through, they believed the shop might not immediately require all 6 people. Xue Qingli asked, so, Jintang, who do you think should help at the shop and who should stay here in the yard? Xue Jintang smiled and said, let me ask a few more questions. Turning back to the 6 people standing in front of him, he asked. Among you, who can read characters? What skills do you possess? We'll start from the left, each one responding in turn. Yes, master, they all bowed their heads in unison. The first was Li Zhu. He said. I cannot read or write. I know how to farm, hoe, and catch insects. Wang Sheng, neither can I read. I also know farming, tending cattle, and. Wang Sheng scratched his head and then somewhat dejectedly lowered his head. It seemed he didn't have many other talents. Fang He, I don't know how to read either, but I can cook, farm, and mend clothes. Chen Dazhu, I cannot read either, and apart from farming and manual labor, I have nothing else. Fang Xiu, I know a bit of reading, though not much. I'm skilled with needlework and cooking. Xue Jintang slightly nodded. Yang Chunmei, I cannot read, but I can farm and do some sewing. My stitching isn't very good, but I know how to cook as well. After everyone had spoken, Xue Jintang pointed to Wang Sheng, Li Zhu, and Chen Dazhu, turning back to Mr. Xue and the others. These 3 will help at the shop. They can work as assistants. Then he pointed to Fang He. The shop needs to be looked after, and it's best if we leave a few people at home as well. Fang He, you will stay here to manage the house for now. Mr. Xue and Mrs. Xue exchanged glances but did not oppose, agreeing with their son's suggestion. Since the servants had already been purchased, they would need to adapt and get accustomed starting now. Then Xue Jintang pointed at the remaining 2 women. The 4 men had been arranged, and now there were still 2 women left. Fang Xiu and Yang Chunmei, one of you will help at the shop while the other stays here to serve father and mother. Fang Xiu, you go to the shop, and Yang Chunmei, you stay behind. Xue Jintang had considered this carefully. The 4 men could provide protection, having them both at home and the shop ensured safety. Women were naturally more meticulous and also knew how to cook. Assigning one to each place made sense. Since Fang Xiu could recognize some words, her position at the shop would prove more beneficial. Therefore, Yang Chunmei would remain at home first. They could decide later if further purchases would be necessary. Everyone agreed with this arrangement. Oh, right, Xue Jintang remembered something and addressed the 6 individuals still standing in place. Since you're now part of our family, there are certain rules that need to be followed, which I will explain to you gradually. First thing, please change your way of addressing us. He continued. Don't use master, as it might create confusion. Also, the specific titles shouldn't be mixed up. He had the 6 of them identify everyone, starting with Mr. Xue. This is my father, my mother. You will call them master and mistress in the future. This is my second brother, second sister-in-law, from now on, address them as second young master and second young mistress. I am the third young master. I have an elder brother and sister-in-law above me, but they've separated households and won't be living with us, so you don't need to worry about them. Since I've purchased you, remember who your true masters are. Second young master and second young mistress have 2 children, who you will address as young master and young miss. And there's my elder sister who's married, when you see her, call her elder miss, and for her husband, address him as Lord Groom. Have you all remembered? The little ones / we have memorized it, third young master. The 6 immediately responded. Xue Jintang nodded, thinking that typically many families buying servants would rename them entirely, so he looked at the 6 and asked. Normally, your names would be set by the main family, but here, I'm not one for too many formalities. Whether you wish to keep your original names or take new ones, it is up to your decision. Upon hearing this, each of their faces couldn't help but display a flicker of joy. They were aware that once a servant joined a new household, it was common practice for the master to assign a new name. Afterward, their own names would no longer be usable, replaced entirely by the name bestowed by their master. They had already steeled themselves mentally. To their surprise, their new master showed such kindness, allowing them to retain their original names. Wang Xing couldn't resist speaking up first. Master, third young master, this humble one wishes to keep his original name. Wang Sheng had sold himself to ease the burden on his family, and naturally, his ties with them were strong. Though he understood becoming a servant meant he couldn't maintain casual contact with home, he didn't want to change the name his parents had given him, even if keeping it served only as a memento. Shui Jintang nodded, certainly, since I've stated you may follow your own desires, my word stands firm. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Xing bent down slightly, thank you, third young master. Seeing this, those who had initially hesitated, fearing Shui Jintang might have said it casually, found their resolve. Chen Dazhu spoke next, third young master, this one also wishes to retain the original name. Fang He followed suit shortly after, third young master, so does this lowly one. Shui Jintang agreed, then looked toward the others. What about you three? Do you wish to keep your current names or do you desire new ones? The remaining three exchanged glances, and Yang Chunmei stepped forward, lowering her head. Third young master, my parents sold me. I don't wish to keep this name. Can I? Yang Chunmei lowered her head even further, can I perhaps let myself pick a new name? After finishing, Yang Chunmei dared not look up at Shui Jintang, feeling extremely uneasy inside. Shui Jintang wasn't bothered by her request, instead, he smiled faintly and said. You wanting to choose your own name is natural, and it's perfectly acceptable. Then, he glanced toward the remaining two. It's the same for you both. There's no need for me to name you unless you truly prefer it, feel free to decide on what you'd like to be called. Actually, Shui Jintang preferred them choosing their own names, assigning 6 names himself would give him a headache, naming things was something he hated doing. Their eyes lit up simultaneously, and in unison, they responded. Thank you, third young master. Shui Jintang nodded affirmatively and proceeded. Alright, that's enough for today. Go back to your quarters for now, clean yourselves up, and if any of you want to think about your new names, decide tonight and tell me tomorrow. You'll rest tonight and begin work tomorrow. After all, Shui Jintang had purchased them specifically for labor, and it was certainly not within his nature to simply support them idly. In unison, the 6 replied yes. Mr. Shui, Mrs. Shui, and the couple, Shui Qingli, acquainted themselves with the 6, getting familiar mutually before Mr. Shui and the others returned indoors. Shui Jintang remained behind to settle the living arrangements for the 6. Since the 6 included men and women, it wouldn't do to house them all in one room. So, Shui Jintang directly instructed the men and women to stay separately, for males together in one room. The other bedrooms contained double beds suitable for 2 people comfortably, for 4, there would be some squeezing. If it got too crowded, someone could temporarily sleep on the floor mat. When the store opens, a few of them would assist there and wouldn't reside here anymore, staying directly in the store's rear courtyard instead. The back courtyard at the store housed a special row of rooms intended for servants and young helpers to stay in, so there was no concern over accommodation once they began working at the store. When the Shui family originally decided to purchase this house, they'd taken this into consideration. Having settled the 6, Shui Jintang returned to his room for the night. The sky had darkened, and anything else could wait until tomorrow. After returning to his room, Shui Jintang did not sleep immediately. Instead, he took out a self-made planning notebook and wrote down the things he needed to do the next day. He hadn't thought things through beforehand, and now that he'd impulsively purchased 6 people, there were still many items that needed to be bought. For instance, clothing and bedding. Luckily, there were 2 extra sets of bedding at home that could temporarily suffice for the 6, 1 set per room. Thankfully, the weather was hot now, so they didn't need too much bedding, simply covering themselves with clothes would prevent them from catching a chill. As for clothing, the 6 were still wearing the outfits they had worn in the brokerage where they were sold. They didn't have much luggage either, and their wardrobes consisted of only a few items. But naturally, since they had sold themselves into servitude, their living conditions were sure to be poor. Shui Jintang planned to visit the cloth shop the next day and buy each of them a ready-to-wear outfit, as well as some fabric. 2 or 3 of them knew how to sew, so the remaining clothing could be made by them. After pondering over the things that needed to be added, he noted everything down on his notebook before changing his clothes, washing up, and heading to bed. He slept soundly throughout the night. The next morning, the sun rose again, marking another good day. Wang Sheng and the other 5 had risen early. Just after being purchased, they hadn't been assigned specific tasks yet, which left them feeling somewhat uneasy. Being servants, they didn't dare to oversleep. Without specific chores assigned, they began looking for work on their own initiative. Chapter 76, New Shop Opens. Wang Sheng and Chen Dazhu swept the courtyard and cleaned the dust, while Li Zhu and Fang He wiped every nook and cranny of the yard clean. They didn't dare enter other rooms, but they thoroughly cleaned the yard and the outside areas of the rooms. Fang Xiu and Yang Chunmei, upon seeing this, discussed making breakfast in the kitchen. Thus, when Mrs. Shui stepped out of her room as the first to rise, she saw everyone already working and noticed how immaculately clean the courtyard looked. Seeing Mrs. Shui, the 6 immediately greeted her. Madam. Mrs. Shui was still startled by what she saw. Hearing their titles, she felt slightly uncomfortable nodding and proceeded toward the kitchen. This sudden elevation to madam was unfamiliar to her. Just as she reached the kitchen entrance, she smelled the aroma of cooking wafting from inside. Feng Xiu and Yang Chunmei happened to be walking out and also quickly greeted her. Madam. Mrs. Shue awkwardly asked. Have you prepared breakfast? Feng Xiu and Yang Chunmei exchanged glances and replied together. Yes. Feng Xiu continued, we don't know what dishes master and mistress, along with young master and young mistress prefer, nor did we dare touch anything. So we just cooked some simple dishes using the ingredients available in the kitchen. Mrs. Shue entered the kitchen and found quite a variety of dishes prepared. There was rice porridge, steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables, cold dishes, and boiled eggs, but no meat dishes. Because of the hot weather, meat spoiled easily. The fresh meat used for yesterday's village feast was all finished, and the rest had been preserved. Given these circumstances, Feng Xiu and Yang Chunmei didn't dare prepare any meat dishes. You've worked hard. Mrs. Shue instinctively said this, causing Feng Xiu and Yang Chunmei to immediately become flustered. Not at all, madam, it is our duty as servants to serve you. Realizing her comment was inappropriate, Mrs. Shue found nothing more to say and decided to let them go. The plain vegetable-based breakfast wouldn't provide sufficient nutrition, so she planned to cook some meat dishes herself. This idea came from her youngest son's suggestion. Although some of his nutritional advice went over her head, she understood the importance of eating meats, eggs, vegetables, and grains daily. Drinking milk occasionally was beneficial too, but milk cows weren't readily available here. This wasn't Ningqing Mansion, and with Xue Jintang's current means, finding a milk cow proved difficult. Thus, this plan was put aside for now. Even if they could find a cow, the family's current situation made raising one inconvenient. Hence, the idea was abandoned. Instead, Xue Jintang contemplated getting a sheep someday. If a milk cow wasn't feasible, perhaps having his parents raise a sheep and drink its milk might work. Taking down a cured fish from the hanging cured goods, Mrs. Shue washed and cut it into pieces to fry alongside porridge for breakfast. Since the cured fish was very salty, any leftovers could be stored until the next meal without worry. Now that their financial condition had improved, influenced by her youngest son, Mrs. Shue's cooking habits were no longer as frugal as before. Unlike the past, when they rarely tasted meat even once a month, they ate it frequently now. With enough oil and meat in their diet, everyone's health and spirits improved noticeably. They looked significantly different compared to before, with more color in their cheeks. After Mrs. Shue woke up, Mr. Shue, Mrs. Shue Qingli, her daughter-in-law, and Xue Jintang also gradually got up. Seeing the yard swept extremely clean, Mr. Shue, Mrs. Shue Qingli, and Xue Jintang were all very surprised. While Jintang silently nodded in approval, becoming even more satisfied with the people they had purchased. It was good that these six knew to look for work on their own initiative. This at least showed they weren't lazy. Based on what they'd seen so far, the group's sense of self-discipline seemed acceptable. During the mealtime, Xue mother also mentioned how these six had taken it upon themselves to prepare breakfast. This impressed Xue Jintang further, while Xue father and others were quite amazed, finding it hard to adjust as quickly as Mrs. Shue had. They are too diligent. Indeed, having suddenly acquired several servants is something we haven't adjusted to yet. Xue Jintang calmly sipped his porridge and reassured his parents and siblings. You'll get used to it gradually. As our business grows bigger in the future, we're definitely going to need help. Compared to hiring workers from outside, our own bought servants will always be safer and more trustworthy. At this time, the hierarchy was strict. Once someone became a servant, the bill of sale would be in the hands of the master, who controlled life and death. How the servant fared depended entirely on the master's decisions. Thus, servants dared not betray easily. They were much more secure and reliable than hired help. You're right. Upon hearing this, Xue father slowly nodded. Although Wang Sheng's and the others' experiences were worth sympathy, there was little they could do to change the situation. With the bill of sale firmly in the master's possession, when there was a real need for extra help, buying servants naturally made more sense to them. What they could do was to avoid being cruel masters, treat their servants well, and maintain their conscience. Seeing that everyone felt touched by the topic, Xue Jintang changed the subject. Father, I'm planning to visit the fabric shop today to check out some clothing. Wang Sheng and the other six don't have many belongings after we purchase them. Clothes and bedding all need to be replenished. Mrs. Shue agreed wholeheartedly, we must indeed get them those things. I'll go along with you, you probably don't know which fabrics are sturdier and cheaper. Sure, Xue Jintang laughed, I know very little about this. With your expertise, we could save some silver. I can't haggle well anyway. In response to her youngest son's words, Mrs. Shue found them highly satisfying. That's right. If I choose the fabrics, I can ensure we won't overpay. Everyone chuckled together. Tian Shi suggested, then I'll stay home and practice the dishes we'll serve at the shop. My culinary skills still aren't as good as yours. Xue father added, I'll go check the fields, I've been so busy recently that I haven't taken care of the farming work. Xue Qingli hurriedly said, if that's the case, I'll go help father in the fields too. After all, there's nothing pressing for me to do today. No, Shui Jintang reminded them all, someone needs to stay at home to watch over things. The 6 people we purchased are still here, and they can't be left unattended. Oh, right, we almost forgot. Someone should remain behind. Shui Qingli then turned to Shui father, Dad, let me go to the fields, you rest at home. There's still a lot to prepare for the shop's opening. Hearing this, Shui father didn't refuse, alright, then the fieldwork will be entrusted to you. Tell me about the conditions there later. Shui Qingli grinned, don't worry, Dad. As he spoke, Shui Jintang said. Father and second brother reminded me. The family farm, once we get busier at the shop, might not receive enough attention. Balancing both is too exhausting. We might as well let Fong He and the others help with it. But villagers seeing them working in the fields will surely ask questions. It doesn't matter. People in the village will eventually know about our business anyway, whether earlier or later, it's impossible to keep it a secret forever. Mrs. Shui chimed in, now that our lives are better, we can lend a helping hand to elder sister. She often brought things back when visiting us in the past. Now that we're making money, shouldn't we find ways to help elder sister earn more? Shui Qingli suggested, rather than hiring others, why don't we ask elder sister to help at the store? Hiring her and her family makes more sense. As the discussion continued among them, Shui Jintang was also reminded of certain memories. In his previous life's memory, elder sister Shui Lan was an industrious person. She married a hunter from the neighboring village, his current brother-in-law Luo Changfeng, and bore 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Luo Changfeng treated sister Shui Lan well, and as a hunter, they ate meat more frequently than Shui Jintang's family did in the past. Whenever they visited, they always brought gifts. Though they weren't rich either, their lives could be described as happy and fulfilling. Mr. and Mrs. Shui loved their eldest daughter very much and were always delighted whenever she came to visit. The only annoying thing was that whenever she arrived, her mother-in-law would inevitably start gossiping. Though Lady Gao wasn't foolish enough to directly say that Sister Shui Lan shouldn't come back, every time Sister Shui Lan returned, there was always an undertone of sarcasm in her expressions and words. So, as the number of visits increased, Sister Shui Lan came back less often. To tell the truth, the Shui family hadn't seen Sister Shui Lan for several months. Later, I'll look for more suitable ways for elder sister to earn money, the store doesn't need too many people right now. And rather than helping us, it would be better if they had their own methods to make money. Mrs. Shui nodded repeatedly, Jintang is right. Although your elder sister eats meat more often with her husband than we do, being a hunter is dangerous after all. If possible, it's better to find something safer yet profitable to do. Experienced hunters with good skills indeed lived better than ordinary villagers, but hunters have to go into the mountains, which poses risks. High returns often come with high risks. With Sister Shui Lan on their minds, the group discussed other topics. After finishing breakfast, everyone separated to do their respective tasks. Scholar Jintang took his mother to the town's cloth shop to buy clothes. Not far from leaving the yard, Scholar Jintang suddenly turned around. Lady Gao, who was secretly peeking, was startled and quickly withdrew her head. Mrs. Shui also followed Scholar Jintang's gaze and saw a glimpse of clothing, asking Scholar Jintang curiously. Who was that just now? Scholar Jintang smiled, it's elder sister. Mrs. Shui's smile faded slightly, patted Scholar Jintang's hand, and spoke. Don't bother with your elder sister, she's the same old way. Scholar Jintang laughed, I'm not paying attention to her. Let's go, mother. The mother and son went to the cloth shop, spending more than half an hour picking out 6 ready-made outfits and some fabric. The materials selected were durable and wear-resistant, suitable for working. While the mother and son were choosing the materials, Lady Gao returned to her room. Coincidentally, Mr. Shui Qingji was there, and Lady Gao hurriedly approached her husband. I just saw them go out again, this time, mother and uncle went together. I wonder what they're up to. Mr. Shui Qingji questioned. Why didn't you follow them? Lady Gao muttered resentfully, my uncle seemed to be quite alert. As soon as I looked, he noticed me. I'll try again next time. Mr. Shui Qingji said nothing more. After purchasing the items, Scholar Jintang and his mother returned home. Mrs. Shui went to the kitchen to practice cooking with Lady Tian, while Scholar Jintang took the ready-made outfits and fabrics to the servants. The outfits were chosen by my mother. You should change into them later and see if they fit. The remaining fabric is also for you. I remember some of you know how to sew, make a few more sets yourselves. As he spoke, he picked up one of the ready-made outfits. These outfits I bought are similar in color and style. When you help at the shop, it looks better when the clothing is uniform. When making your own clothes, try to make another set with the same style using the same material. Yes, third young master. The 6 nodded, all unable to take their eyes off the clothes bought for them. They couldn't believe that shortly after being purchased, they received new clothes. Truly, their master was very kind. After handing over the clothes, Scholar Jintang left, leaving the 6 excitedly looking at the clothes and fabric in their hands. Early in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, Scholar Jintang and his group brought Wang Sheng and 3 others to the town. Once inside the shop, they had Wang Sheng and the others quickly familiarize themselves with the environment. The store was going to officially open tomorrow, and the assistants needed to be comfortable with the surroundings. Meanwhile, Shui Qingli and Mrs. Shui continued practicing the dishes they would serve the next day. After spending all day at the store, the following day, the new shop finally opened. Firecrackers popped loudly at the entrance of the shop, attracting the attention of many passers-by. What's happening here? Oh, seems like a new store has opened. Let me check. Shui Family Eatery, never heard of it. I wonder if it tastes good. Just go in and try, can't we? What are they selling? Let me see, gluten, cold noodles. What are these foods? I've never heard of them. Why think so much? Just go in and see. Mr. and Mrs. Shui quickly started preparing. After serving the first bowl of cold noodles, the customer eagerly started eating. This was a regular customer who used to frequently buy emerald tofu and jelly from the stand. Knowing that the Shui family was opening a shop, he came without hesitation. Placing a piece of white, translucent noodle into his mouth, many around him were watching. They all stared at him curiously at this moment. After swallowing the cold noodles, the regular customer spoke. Cool and slippery, with a good chewiness. Slightly spicy and refreshing, there are many ingredients in it, and the texture is quite nice too. Those who like it should definitely give it a try. With that, he started eating heartily. At this point, the dishes ordered by others were also made one after another, and everyone began to taste them. Delicious, this cold noodles are indeed cool. I like its texture. The shredded cucumbers inside are very tasty, and this thing with many small holes, I don't know what it is, but it's also delicious. I heard the boss say this thing is called gluten. Gluten? If this is gluten, then what's this in my hand? It also seems to be called gluten. Someone had ordered a skewer of grilled gluten. Oh, really? They're both gluten but look so different. The customers couldn't help discussing. The novel and flavorful dishes of Shui Family Eatery quickly drew everyone's attention. The opening of Shui Family Eatery was a tremendous success, with a steady stream of people entering the shop, keeping everyone extremely busy. Fortunately, they hired several servants to help, otherwise, things would have been completely chaotic. Even though there was some disorder now, it was still under control. The entire half-morning was bustling in the store until lunchtime when everyone finally paused to rest. Scholar Shui's family had cool noodles and gluten for their own lunch since they were too busy to prepare anything else. The three assistants, Wang Sheng and the others, tasted the food from the shop for the first time. Out of curiosity and respect, they cautiously took a bite of the food. Then they exchanged glances. It was indeed very delicious. No wonder so many people came to buy it. Chapter 77, Busy Times. It was hot, and eating cold noodles was not only refreshing but also cooling in the summer heat, plus it tasted excellent. People continued coming even in the late afternoon. It wasn't until twilight that the number of visitors began to taper off. Now, the Shui family began cleaning up the shop. Since it was a new opening, everyone was on high alert, wanting to help out. However, someone needed to stay back at the courtyard by the foot of the mountain to watch the house, so Scholar Jintang didn't come today. As the family cleaned up, they chatted together. I wonder if Jintang feels bored being alone at home. Maybe one of us should go back. We can't all sleep here at the shop and leave Jintang alone at home, that wouldn't be right. Qingli, you go back. Father and mother will stay here, and you can come back to help tomorrow. Xiaoyan, you should stay here as well. We need to get up early tomorrow to prepare ingredients, and it's inconvenient for you to go home and come back again. Alright, I'll follow mother's advice. After clearing the mess on the table, Scholar Shui told Wang Sheng and the other three to return to their rooms and rest. Wang Sheng and the other three knew the main family had their own tasks to do and didn't insist on staying. So, they returned to their rooms together. Scholar Shui and his family stayed behind to count the money. Unlike emerald tofu and jelly, which could be bought and mixed at home, these dishes weren't as easy to preserve or flavor properly once made. In hot weather, they wouldn't stay fresh long. Thus, after making the noodles, Mrs. Shui mixed them thoroughly with the seasonings before serving the customers. Besides basic oil, salt, vinegar, and soy sauce, she added ground chili powder made from chilies. The few chili plants Scholar Jintang dug up grew well, and this was just the season for eating chilies, with each plant producing harvest after harvest. Though the quantity wasn't much, the ground chili powder prepared by Mrs. Shui sufficed. She didn't use too much either, just a pinch per serving of cold noodles. A jar of chili powder would last a good while. Even though it was just a tiny amount, it gave the cold noodles a distinct taste, one that even those who don't eat spiced foods could easily accept. Taking various costs into consideration, cold noodles were priced at 7 cash coins per bowl. Gluten cost 2 coins per skewer, with optional sauce brushing or spice sprinkling. 700, 800, 820 cash coins. Is that true? Did we count wrong? There's actually 820 coins. We didn't count wrong. We've counted it several times. Amazingly, we earned nearly an ounce of silver in one day. Father, are cold noodles and gluten so profitable? It seems more profitable than emerald tofu and jelly. Not necessarily. You must also consider the cost. Emerald tofu and jelly don't cost much in production, and running a small stand doesn't require rent for a shop. But the ingredients for cold noodles and gluten, as well as the shop rent, are much higher than those for emerald tofu and jelly. Just the monthly rent for the shop is 300 coins, or 10 coins a day. And we also need raw materials, white flour, which is expensive. Unlike the almost non-existent material costs for emerald tofu and jelly. Also, the seasonings used in cold noodles and gluten need to be factored into the costs. Considering all this, 800 coins isn't that much. However, even if it's just a little bit, it does make the cold noodles flavor different, and those who can't tolerate spiciness can also enjoy it well. Considering various costs, the price of cold noodles was set at 7 coins per bowl. Gluten was priced at 2 coins per stick, and then brushed with sauce or sprinkled with powder. However, it was already pretty good. After all, where could they earn this much money before? And that was just for one day. Jean Tang said that since the shop just opened, there were usually the most customers during the initial days, so we can't expect every day to be like this. After some time, when the novelty has passed, the customer flow will stabilize, and at that point, we can roughly estimate how much we might earn in a year. The family enthusiastically discussed this. Having made so much money on the opening day filled the ordinary people of the Shou family with excitement they could hardly contain. Scholar Jean Tang had to stay home to watch the house today, so he didn't go anywhere and stayed indoors all day. As it grew dark, he went out to the courtyard to wait. Finally, when he saw Scholar Qingli return, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Second brother, how did business go today? Everything went smoothly. Scholar Qingli grinned, ruffling his younger brother's hair. Business was great, there were many customers at the shop who loved eating cold noodles and gluten. Everything went very smoothly without any issues. Upon hearing this, Scholar Jean Tang's eyes lit up. That's great then. Go in and rest quickly. Is it just you who has come back? Yes, father, mother, and your sister-in-law are still there, as they don't want to leave early. They said they need to prepare new batches of cold noodles and gluten tomorrow morning, so staying at the shop is more convenient. The next morning, Scholar Qingli got up early and rushed to the town, while Scholar Jean Tang didn't follow immediately. When General Shou arrived with his team to make their usual rounds through the village, Scholar Jean Tang asked one of the guards to stay behind and watch the house, as well as keep an eye on the newly hired servants. Li Zhu, Fang Xiu, and Yang Chunmei informed Scholar Jean Tang of their new names the following morning. Now, they were respectively called Qingzhu, Huaxin, and Muxiang. Scholar Jean Tang reminded the three of them to stay at home and not go out, and then set off for the town with General Shou. By the time he arrived, the restaurant was bustling with customers coming and going. Standing at the entrance, Scholar Jean Tang observed each table and found them all fully occupied. His lips curled into a slight smile, evidently, business was thriving. Telling General Shou to manage his own affairs, Scholar Jean Tang walked inside the shop. Mr. Shue, Mrs. Shue, and Scholar Qingli's wife were all working hard. Upon noticing Scholar Jean Tang from the corner of her eye, Mrs. Shue immediately called out. Jean Tang, why have you come here? It's too crowded with lots of people in the shop. Go play somewhere else, don't let the crowd squeeze you. With swift movements, Scholar Jean Tang rolled up his sleeves and smiled as he approached the stove. Mother, I've come to help. After taking a quick look around, Scholar Jean Tang promptly took over the task his second sister-in-law was handling. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of grilling the gluten. You go help mother with other tasks. Even though Ms. Tian initially didn't want him to help, seeing that he'd already begun assisting and the shop was indeed chaotic, she dried her hands on the apron and immediately moved on to another task. This busyness continued throughout the entire day. It was only then that the Shue family members finally sat down to rest. Scholar Qingli wiped his sweat. It's no good for business to be too good either. We're overwhelmed by the workload. Although 3 extra helpers were employed, being new to the job, they were still unfamiliar with everything and thus moved slower whenever they had time. Primarily, Mrs. Shue hadn't yet taught them how to make gluten and cold noodles. Hence, their duties were mainly limited to assisting with miscellaneous chores, while the most important parts were still managed solely by Mrs. Shue and Ms. Tian. Mr. Shue remarked, we'll probably get better in a few days. Since we're still not very proficient with our new operation after just opening, once we've worked for a few days, we'll get the hang of it. They all nodded in agreement. After resting for a bit, Scholar Qingli excitedly suggested, come, let's count the money. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, but they were genuinely curious about today's earnings as well. The result shocked everyone, it exceeded yesterday's profits, with over 900 coins earned, nearly equivalent to 1 liang of silver. Joyful smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Although tired, they were happy with the substantial income, and even the sense of fatigue seemed lessened. Tomorrow should still bring good numbers. The first few days after opening are generally busier. Mainly because the food at our store is more novel and tastes better than elsewhere. Who wants to go back tonight? I need someone to stay and guard the shop. Scholar Qingli patted the chest containing the copper coins, feeling reluctant to part with it due to his glee. After all, money did bring the greatest pleasure. Looking at each other, none of them really wanted to go back. They had waited long for the shop to open and simply wished to remain there and keep watch. Moreover, they could start earlier in the morning to help instead of wasting half an hour traveling back and forth if they returned to the village. Seeing their hesitation, Scholar Jintang spoke up. If no one wants to go back, it's fine. I'll send 2 of the guards to stay at our courtyard for a few nights, and they can also ensure its safety. Since our house has plenty of bedrooms, we have space for everyone to sleep comfortably. Upon hearing this, Scholar Qingli immediately smiled and said, "That's great. Then none of us will go back today. Jintang, those guards have worked hard." Scholar Shue's parents also expressed their agreement. "Alright, then all of you get some rest early. I'll go back first." Scholar Jintang stood up, and Mrs. Shue hurriedly said, "Go back quickly. There's no need for you to help in the store. It's not safe to go back when it gets too dark." Scholar Jintang smiled and waved goodbye before heading back. The walk back was taking too long, so he directly let General Xiaowei take him back on horseback. On the way back to the village, he thought that they really needed to buy a cart or donkey cart. Otherwise, the daily travel would be too time-consuming and tiring. They had already been busy at the store all day, and it took another half an hour climbing the mountain path to go back home, which was exhausting. Tomorrow, he must remember to mention this matter to his father and mother and make sure they buy one soon. He should also consider what else they might need. Otherwise, once he went back, his parents wouldn't waste money and would not prepare much more for the business. When he reached home, Scholar Jintang got off the horse, watched as General Xiaowei rode away into the distance, and slowly walked into the courtyard. The next day, Scholar Jintang took the opportunity to discuss buying transportation with Mr. Shue and Mrs. Shue. As expected, the couple immediately thought about the cost. "Are we buying again? Do we really need a carriage or donkey cart? I don't find the road from the village to the town difficult." "Yes, and we don't come back to the village every day. We only return occasionally, so there is no need for it. A cow cart will cost a lot of money." Scholar Jintang explained calmly. "Father, mother, this vehicle must be purchased. The round trip between the town and the village takes over an hour. Buying a cart will save a lot of time. This saved time could be used for something else entirely. Moreover, if anything urgent happens, having a cart would make things much easier. It's also convenient when purchasing goods in the town since we wouldn't always have to borrow carts from the village leader. There are many advantages. If we don't buy it now, we definitely will in the future. Just think of it as giving me peace of mind before I leave. Please don't hesitate, father and mother." A series of reasons were presented, and ultimately, it was Scholar Jintang's last sentence that convinced the elders. They exchanged a glance, hesitated, and then Mr. Shue waved his hand decisively. "Let's buy it. What you said makes sense. With a cart, it will be much more convenient, and you won't worry after you leave." Scholar Jintang's eyes lit up. "Hee, I knew you both care about me the most." Since they had decided to buy, no time was wasted. Mr. Shue followed Scholar Jintang directly to the livestock dealer to purchase the cart. Whether buying a bull or a donkey, Scholar Jintang wasn't familiar with such things, but Mr. Shue had ample experience in this regard. At the livestock dealer, they were greeted by the same golden-toothed person who broke into a wide smile upon seeing them again. Of course, they welcomed him warmly. After all, these were big customers returning for more business. Scholar Jintang didn't waste words, asking the man to directly lead them to the livestock selling area. He planned to choose the animal for pulling the cart first, which was crucial. Selecting healthy and powerful beasts of burden was paramount. After some discussion within the family, they chose a cattle-drawn cart over a donkey cart. Primarily because owning a bull would provide more convenience for farming purposes when necessary. Donkeys weren't as practical as bulls. Mr. Shue paid close attention while selecting the oxen, carefully examining each one's teeth, coat, and eyes. As he picked, he explained to Scholar Jintang how to select good oxen. Scholar Jintang listened attentively and learned a great deal. In the end, Mr. Shue selected an adult ox with shiny smooth fur, bright eyes, and a moist nose. The cart body could either be custom-made or ready-made, and there were many pre-assembled cart bodies available at the dealership. After purchase, the golden-toothed man could arrange for someone to assemble it immediately. For convenience and time saving, the father and son opted for a pre-assembled cart. Once installed swiftly, they drove the newly acquired cart straight back. Buying the cart cost 10 taels of silver, leaving the golden-toothed man beaming as he saw them off. Guiding the ox cart to the restaurant's backyard, father and son dismounted from the cart and began inspecting their new acquisition closely. Despite the sting over the silver spent, Mr. Shue couldn't hide his excitement, stroking the ox's head affectionately. If it weren't for their concerns about the shop's business, they probably wouldn't want to leave the ox behind just yet. With the ox cart purchased, another major issue was resolved, lifting a great weight off Scholar Jintang's heart. The better the living conditions became here for the Shue family, the more reassured Scholar Jintang felt about returning. As the evening approached and the family finished their tasks, they gathered around the newly purchased ox with much admiration. For peasant households, owning an ox was probably the aspiration of every family. Unfortunately, only a few families could afford one. In the entire Lanshi village, only the village head's family and another relatively affluent household owned an ox. Now, there was also the Shou family. Because buying an ox wasn't easy, generally speaking, those who owned one in the village were among the wealthiest. After admiring it for a while, the family finally reluctantly went to rest. Shou Jintang still returned to the village to sleep. Meanwhile, in the main house of the Shou family, Shou Qingji frowned slightly as he asked his wife. "Didn't you say last time that you were going to inquire if they had found some way to make money? It's been several days now. Have you figured it out?" Gao Shi gave an embarrassed laugh. "Not yet. They're hiding it too well. I've been keeping an eye on them whenever I have time, from morning till night. Oddly enough, I haven't seen your parents or your second brother go out these few days. I'm puzzled by this." Speaking here, Gao Shi felt both confused and unwilling. "I wonder why they don't go out at all. Or maybe I just didn't see them. It can't be possible, I've been watching every day." Shou Qingji, disappointed and slightly impatient, said. "How could they not go out every day? They must have gone out at some point. You probably weren't paying attention when you should have been. They might have gone out when you weren't watching. With so many people, your parents, second brother, you didn't catch a single moment when they slipped out." Gao Shi complained quietly, "I did notice something, but every time I saw him, it was your younger uncle. There's always someone following him. The way the guards look at me makes my skin crawl. Last time, I snuck a peek and they caught me right away. I don't dare look anymore. Besides, I haven't been able to watch anyone else either. I don't know what times they come and go because the wall blocks everything, so I can't see anything happening inside their yard. You talked and talked, but ultimately found nothing. You were so sure of yourself before. Forget it, stop watching them. Since you're not getting any useful information anyway, you might as well focus more on work. There's plenty of farming to do. Don't waste your time." Though Gao Shi softly agreed, she privately believed her suspicions were correct. Her in-laws and the second household must have discovered some method of making money, otherwise, why would they rarely show up? Chapter 78, Return to the Capital. The next morning. Awakened early by his internal clock, Shou Jintang waited as usual for General Shou to arrive. The three people left behind at home, Qingzhu and others, had already prepared breakfast, sparing Shou Jintang any effort. In a pleasant mood after finishing breakfast, Shou Jintang had General Shou take him into the mountains again. This would be the last trip into the mountain. The situation at the shop was currently stable, so after observing for 2 more days, if everything went smoothly, he would need to return. He wanted to explore the mountains one last time and see what items he could leave behind for the Shou family, herbs, fruits, wild vegetables, and other wild produce that could be processed and preserved. There wasn't much he could offer as gifts, so he decided to use these as farewell presents. When he had free time, he also arranged for one of the bodyguards to stay in the courtyard to guide Qingzhu and the others in martial arts practice. Although none of the bought servants knew martial arts, they all had good constitutions. Learning even basic self-defense skills, whether one move or a few, would help them better protect his parents later on. Originally, he intended to buy some servants who knew martial arts, but realized such individuals seemed hard to find. The royal guard obviously couldn't stay here. Thus, he settled for purchasing healthier bodies and training them. After a period of training, their strength in combat would increase somewhat. Once again sweeping through the mountains, Shou Jintang descended with a full load of harvests, spreading all the items in the courtyard. What needed to be dried was dried, what needed washing was washed, and what required pickling was pickled. Busy work occupied another full day. Over the next 2 days, Shou Jintang also helped at the family shop in town while observing. Finding everything running smoothly, he finally put his mind at ease. It was finally time to prepare for his departure. On this day, hearing that Shou Jintang was leaving, everyone in the Shou family was greatly surprised. Surprisingly, they also became deeply reluctant to let him go. They understood that Shou Jintang could not remain in the village with them forever, but emotionally, they were overwhelmed with sorrow. Shou Jintang planned to set off early the next morning, walking as far as possible each day to shorten the journey back. Understanding Shou Jintang's plans, a few of the Shues, including the father, did not stay in town but rushed back from the shop that night to help prepare luggage for Shou Jintang's return. Before deciding what to bring for Shou Jintang, he handed them a pile of things instead. Shou Jintang stood in the kitchen, introducing all the items he had prepared for his family one by one. "These fruits, I've made some into jam and others into dried fruit. With the hot weather, they'll stay fresher this way, giving you more variety to eat." There were peaches, loquats, strawberries. Shou Jintang found strawberries here, but at this time of year, they were very small and extremely sour, far from sweet. They weren't pleasant to eat raw, so making them into jam was a better choice. He also dug up a few plants to take to his personal space, planning to nurture them with spirit spring water, hoping to improve their quality. It would be great if they could become as sweet as modern-day strawberries. Besides the fruits, there are also wild chickens and rabbits. I've salted and preserved them all, so mother and father can eat them whenever they want. There's also this. When Shou Jintang finished explaining, Mr. and Mrs. Shou, along with Shou Qingli and his wife, were deeply moved and delighted. Shui Qingli ruffled his younger brother's hair. Since you've given us so many gifts, then you must accept what we have prepared for you. Don't refuse because it might be hard to carry far. Shui Jintang nodded happily. He would cherish everything his parents and older brother and sister-in-law had given him. These items were rare delicacies, why wouldn't he accept them? The Shui family stuffed quite a lot of things into Shui Jintang's luggage. Soft and comfortable clothes were handmade by Shui's mother and Lady Tian. The stitching was tight and meticulous. Vegetables grown in their own fields were packed too, along with potatoes and peppers that Shui Jintang had dug up from the mountain. Shui Jintang didn't decline, even though he already had these in his personal space. He still thought he should take some back for Gu Qi Shou to see, so later they could grow potatoes and peppers in the courtyard of the mansion. They also packed some homemade cured pork. Shui's mother especially baked several dozen pancakes for Shui Jintang. She cooked them dry without moisture, so they would last several days on the road. There was also meat sauce made by Shui's mother. After mentioning it a few times, she created it and then tried different variations of sauces. In total, they packed quite a lot of things for Shui Jintang. It wasn't until dark that everyone finally went back inside to sleep. The next morning, Shui's mother woke up early again and prepared a steaming hot meal for Shui Jintang to eat before he left. Shui Jintang ate the breakfast his mother had prepared for him with both helplessness and happiness. General Shou was already waiting outside the gate with the carriage ready. Shui Jintang bid farewell to everyone who was reluctant to let him go and slowly climbed onto the carriage. The carriage rumbled away toward the distance. Mr. and Mrs. Shui, along with Shui Qingli and his wife, stood at the gate watching the carriage disappear until it was completely out of sight. Only then did they quietly return to the yard. No one spoke, feeling heavy-hearted. Let's go back inside, get a bit more sleep. We still need to head to the shop later, so we'd better rest well. Finally, Shui's father broke the silence and led his wife back to the room. Mrs. Shui wiped her eyes. Now that Jintang has left, I don't know when he'll come back. My heart feels a little uneasy. Shui Qingli felt uncomfortable too, but he still comforted them. Mother, didn't Jintang say he'll come visit us if he has time? When the shop's business stabilizes, we can write letters to him. If our business gets better and we earn more silver, we can even visit him in the capital. Mrs. Shui nodded repeatedly. You're right, we can write letters, and we may even get the chance to visit the capital. We need to work hard and earn more silver. Shui's father also smiled. That's true. It's not like we won't see him anymore. We can exchange letters, and we can even visit Jintang in the capital ourselves someday. It doesn't necessarily have to be Jintang coming back. Thinking about this, the heaviness in their hearts lessened somewhat. They tried to tidy up their emotions and prepare to go back inside for more rest. They had gone to bed late the previous night and woken up early this morning, so they needed to take care of their health since they would still be working in the store. As before, General Shou led the guards on either side of the carriage while Shui Jintang sat inside the carriage. The carriage traveled smoothly and had already left the boundary of Lanxi village. Shui Jintang pondered for a moment and poked his head out the window to call General Shou. Master. Shou quickly rode over, looking at Shui Jintang expectantly. Shui Jintang said, let's detour to the county town first. Come to think of it, I haven't met the magistrate yet. I should visit before leaving. Shui Jintang wasn't being impulsive but rather thinking ahead. Since he had helped establish the businesses for his father and mother, they might eventually expand to the county town as their operations grew. After all, a mere town was small, only slightly more prosperous than the village. It couldn't compare to the bustle of a county. If the business grew bigger, the Shui family, being just ordinary folks, would inevitably draw jealousy and trouble from envious eyes. Moreover, he was in the capital now. Although the entire village knew his biological parents were of high rank, they weren't by his adoptive parents' side, so there were things he wouldn't be able to manage timely. The magistrate was a local official who could protect his adoptive parents. A visit to seek this protection would reduce his worries more. Whether as the son of a marquis or as a prince consort, with Shou and others being guards of the royal household, no magistrate who wasn't a fool would ignore the care for the family of a prince consort. Shui Jintang did not force the magistrate to shower excessive kindness on his adoptive family. He only sought some protection. If anyone tried to harm his family, it would suffice for the magistrate to know how to handle it. Shou understood what Shui Jintang meant, and thus the group turned toward the county office first. After an exchange of pleasantries, Shui Jintang felt fairly satisfied after leaving the magistrate's chambers and then proceeded unhurriedly back toward the capital. It had been early summer when he left the royal estate, but now it was deep into the sweltering heat of midsummer. The blazing sun made travel difficult, unlike the way there. They had to stop frequently to rest and hydrate, making the return journey slower than before. Still, their progress was largely uneventful, and time wasn't overly wasted. With day traveling and night resting, it took over 20 days for Shui Jintang's group to finally reach the capital. Arriving at the city, they didn't linger but went straight to the mansion until entering, where Shui Jintang finally disembarked from the carriage. As soon as he stepped down, Shui Jintang stretched his legs, walking back and forth in place to alleviate the numbness in his buttocks and soreness in his legs after sitting for so long. Aware that Shui Jintang had returned, the staff hurriedly came to greet him. He instructed the quick-arriving estate manager to unload all items from the carriage and bring them to his courtyard for sorting later. Then, Shui Jintang headed toward the quarters where Gu Qishao resided. Having left the mansion for 3 months now, it was fitting for him to explain matters to his husband, Gu Qishao, especially since feelings ran deep. Additionally, he genuinely missed him. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered Ji Sen heading rapidly towards him. Shui Jintang recognized him as Gu Qixiao's personal bodyguard. Halt, Ji Sen. I've returned. Where is His Highness right now? I want to see him. Ji Sen had just received news of Shui Jintang's arrival and immediately saluted, replying. His Highness is currently in his bedroom. The bedroom? Shui Jintang paused, confused. It was mid-morning, why would Gu Qishao be in the bedroom, and not at a time for sleep? He asked anxiously. Why is His Highness in the bedroom? Is he unwell? Ji Sen replied, yes, His Highness has a headache. I am about to go fetch Dr. Lin to check on him. Hearing this, Shui Jintang became increasingly worried. Though Gu Qishao had seemed unwell lately, there had been no signs of serious discomfort before Shui Jintang left. His primary issue was a poor appetite. Now this sudden headache necessitating a doctor must mean the headache was severe. In fact, while Shui Jintang had been at the mansion, Gu Qishao had experienced headaches several times, though Shui Jintang had not always been present during these episodes. Furthermore, Gu Qishao was highly resilient, showing no obvious pain on his face even when Shui Jintang was present for 2 of those attacks. Recently, due to the meals mixed with spirit spring water given by Shui Jintang, Gu Qixiao's headaches had gradually lessened. So, Shui Jintang had failed to notice anything unusual before returning. Upon hearing that Gu Qishao had a headache this time, Shui Jintang also recalled the rumors circulating around the capital of poison affecting him. This might very well be related to the current headaches. Without delay, Shui Jintang allowed Ji Sen to continue and swiftly head out for the doctor. Ji Sen gave another salute and quickly departed. Shui Jintang immediately set off fast towards Gu Qixiao's bedroom. No one guarded the entrance to Gu Qixiao's bedroom. Knowing that Gu Qishao preferred solitude, Shui Jintang found it unsurprising. Quietly pushing the door open, he walked in. Gu Qishao heard the door opening but remained lying down. The only ones permitted inside his room were loyal trusted subordinates like Ji Sen and Dr. Lin Mufeng, and no one else without explicit permission dared come near. Shui Jintang had informed Ji Sen earlier of his return and had not been stopped from entering the bedroom. Though he was in pain, his hearing as a martial artist was sharp. Shui Jintang hadn't made any special effort to be quiet, and just by the sound of footsteps, Gu Qishao could guess that someone had entered. Shui Jintang walked to the bedside and saw the man half lying, half reclining on the bed, with his usually pitch-black, deep eyes tightly closed, his face pale. Upon closer inspection, there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Shui Jintang immediately guessed these were cold sweats brought on by pain. Gu Qishao didn't open his eyes, and his voice sounded hoarse when he spoke. Are you back? I'm back. Shui Jintang responded right away and then asked with concern. How's your body feeling, Your Highness? Is the headache very severe? Just as Gu Qishao was about to answer, he suddenly furrowed his brows, raising his hand to cover his chest, his breathing becoming involuntarily more rapid. The poison from Nanzhong that he had been afflicted with was indeed tyrannical. The toxins had never been completely expelled, and every time it flared up, it would torment him. When Shui Jintang was often in the mansion preparing food for him during those times, the frequency of the toxin flare-ups decreased, and the symptoms were milder. But as long as the toxin wasn't entirely cleared, there was always a possibility of a flare-up. Recently, due to being busy, Gu Qixiao's physical condition had deteriorated, making it easier for the toxin to flare up. With sharp, piercing pain in his head and a feeling of dull pressure in his chest, even though Gu Qishao had a strong tolerance, sweat was streaming down his face. At this sight, Shui Jintang's expression became even more filled with worry and urgency. How are you holding up, Your Highness? Are you alright? Gu Qishao slowly opened his mouth, his voice low. I'm fine. I was poisoned earlier, and the toxins haven't been fully cleansed. This is what happens when it flares up, it will subside after a while. Ji Sen has already gone to fetch Dr. Lin Mufeng. By directly revealing his poisoning, Gu Qishao chose not to conceal the truth from Shui Jintang. Since Shui Jintang's arrival at the mansion, Gu Qishao had felt some improvement in his health, and he suspected it was due to the young man's culinary efforts. Whether or not Shui Jintang was aware of his poisoning, these actions had indeed been helpful. He also sensed that the young man harbored no ill intentions towards him, so now that Shui Jintang had inquired, Gu Qishao decided not to keep it hidden. Hearing Gu Qixiao's words, Shui Jintang's first reaction was that the news circulating in the capital was true, Gu Qixiao had indeed been poisoned, and the antidote hadn't been successful. His suspicion was correct. After pondering for a moment, Shui Jintang asked. Your Highness, are you thirsty? Shall I pour you a cup of water? Chapter 79, I'll feed you some more water, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao slightly opened his eyes and glanced at him, muttering softly. Yes. Shui Jintang walked over to the table where tea sets were arranged. He took a larger cup, poured half a cup of cold water, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, added another half cup of spiritual spring water into the cup. He then handed the cup of water to Gu Qishao. Sitting beside the bed, Shui Jintang looked at Gu Qishao's pale complexion and extended the cup to his lips. "Your Highness, drink some water." Gu Qishao opened his eyes, intending to take the cup himself, but upon seeing the boy bring the cup close to his lips, he glanced at him again. Shui Jintang offered a smile. "You must be in great discomfort right now, Your Highness, let me hold it for you." Gu Qishao did not refuse, slightly lowering his head to drink all the water through the youth's hands. The tea entering his mouth carried a faint sweetness, and although Gu Qishao hesitated momentarily, there was no change on his face. Leaning back against the bed and closing his eyes, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but it seemed as if the pain in his body lessened a little. However, the throbbing in his chest and head still remained intense. With his eyes closed, Gu Qishao kept one hand pressed against his chest. Seeing Gu Qishao's ashen face and a look of unprecedented weakness, a tinge of pity arose in Shui Jintang's heart. Turning around, he picked up the teapot and poured spiritual spring water into it, standing with his back to Gu Qishao. Holding the teapot and cup, Shui Jintang said, "I'll feed you some more water, Your Highness, drinking more water will help you feel better." Gu Qishao once again raised his gaze to meet his, and the youth gave him a pleasant smile without averting his eyes. Without asking further questions, Gu Qishao accepted the cups of water fed to him by the young man one by one. After several consecutive cups, the pain in his head subsided a bit more, and the chest pain was no longer suffocating as it had been before. Gu Qixiao's frown relaxed somewhat. Seeing this, Shui Jintang also felt relieved. It appeared that the spiritual spring water indeed had some effect on the toxins, though he was unsure if it could thoroughly eradicate them. However, this wouldn't be known immediately, so he could only provide Gu Qishao with more spiritual spring water daily. Looking at the man's pale but still handsome face, Shui Jintang couldn't resist reaching out to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Gu Qishao opened his eyes and then closed them again, speaking in a low voice. "Thank you." It was unclear whether he was thanking the other for wiping his sweat or for giving him water. Shui Jintang's eyes curved slightly at the corners. "No need to thank me." Neither of them said much more, one didn't offer an explanation, and the other didn't ask questions. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached, followed by the curtain being pushed aside. Shui Jintang turned to see a young man dressed in white with an appealing appearance walk in. The young man's face bore signs of anxiety and worry. He did not bother exchanging pleasantries with Shui Jintang and immediately placed a hand on Gu Qixiao's wrist that lay on the bed. Seeing this, Shui Jintang quietly surmised that this must be Dr. Lin, whom Ji Sen had gone to fetch earlier. He remained silent, sitting quietly on the side as the man took Gu Qixiao's pulse. Subsequently, Ji Sen also entered by lifting the curtain. He quietly greeted Shui Jintang and then stood silently next to the others, his eyes focused on Dr. Lin Mufeng as he examined the prince. After a while, Lin Mufeng withdrew his hand and sighed in relief. "It's fortunate that it's not too serious. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to take along with your regular treatments. How do you feel now?" A faint smile curved Gu Qixiao's lips. "Fine, I won't die." "Ah," Lin Mufeng sighed. This wasn't the first time the toxins had flared up for Gu Qixiao. There had been a period where things were better, but recently, it seemed to have regressed to how it used to be. But Lin Mufeng could do nothing about it. If the poison were so easy to cure, he would have resolved it long ago. He could only write prescriptions for Gu Qixiao to try and ease his suffering, prolonging his life as much as possible. He quickly jotted down a prescription on the table, asking Ji Sen to get the medicine. After checking Gu Qixiao's condition and seeing that it seemed stable, Lin Mufeng finally had the time to look around. Naturally, his eyes landed on Shui Jintang, who sat quietly nearby. Lin Mufeng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but greet Shui Jintang with a broad smile. "So this is Her Royal Highness. I am Lin Mufeng, the royal physician. We haven't had the chance to meet before, but today we finally cross paths." Since Gu Qixiao was out of immediate danger, Lin Mufeng's usual suave demeanor re-emerged as he eyed Shui Jintang with a grin. He had long been curious about the male consort married into Gu Qixiao's family. Shui Jintang offered a polite smile. "Dr. Lin, greetings." Shui Jintang's observational skills were quite good. Lin Mufeng clearly shared a close relationship with Gu Qixiao. He was more than just a doctor in the mansion. So far, Gu Qixiao had been very kind to him, and Shui Jintang trusted Gu Qixiao. If Lin Mufeng was Gu Qixiao's friend, he likely wouldn't be harmful. Therefore, Shui Jintang willingly decided to familiarize himself more with the doctor. They exchanged a few sentences, and observing Shui Jintang's poised manner, Lin Mufeng was both inwardly surprised and formed a favorable impression. It was rumored that this new consort of Gu Qixiao's was a child found after many years of wandering, brought back by the house of Pingchang Ho. From the attitudes of the household members, it was clear that the boy wasn't favored. Originally, Lin Mufeng imagined such a consort would have a timid or gloomy disposition. Though he had heard Gu Qixiao mention a few things about the person, he hadn't actually met Shui Jintang. Even though he knew from Gu Qixiao that Shui Jintang differed from the rumors, he hadn't expected the differences to be so pronounced. From his speech and conduct, it was hard to imagine he was someone raised by an ordinary farmer and abandoned for years. Lin Mufeng inwardly marveled at how accurately the person matched Gu Qizhao's description and wondered why there was no resemblance to the stories circulating. But it was also rumored that when Shui Jintang was at the Marquis house, he had been solely intent on gaining recognition from his biological parents, always trying to please them. Based on the personality Shui Jintang was showing now, it made little sense that he would have acted that way. Lin Mufeng was indeed highly curious, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Of course, Shui Jintang knew his behavior had drawn attention from Gu Qizhao and perhaps others, but he didn't mind. If anyone asked, he could simply say that the years under the Ho family's influence had left him disheartened and thus changed his nature, which was perfectly reasonable. As long as he didn't do anything shocking or constantly make strange remarks that others couldn't comprehend. No matter how deeply they investigated, how could they guess that this body had already housed a different soul? Moreover, his behavior wasn't overly eccentric, he had been mindful of his words and actions. So there was no reason to worry. His nature inherently differed from the original person in many aspects, and sooner or later, the differences would surface. Unless he planned to impersonate the original person forever, which was obviously impossible. So far, based on his observations, everyone in the mansion was decent. More importantly, Gu Qizhao had been very kind to him, so Shui Jintang gradually stopped being as guarded and furtive as he had been at the start. He instead chose to reveal his true character little by little. Hence, regarding Lin Mufeng's curiosity, Shui Jintang handled it with composure. After exchanging a few words, Lin Mufeng checked on Gu Qizhao's condition once more, wrote out the prescription, and then left. Shui Jintang stayed behind. He had just arrived at the residence when Gu Qizhao's toxins flared up. While feeding the prince some spirit spring water had alleviated some of his pain earlier. He didn't dare to give too much yet, as Gu Qizhao still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Furthermore, from his observation, even if the spirit spring water could detoxify, it would likely take months of continuous consumption to have any effect. If it worked immediately, wouldn't that make it divine medicine? If it were truly divine medicine, there should have been an obvious change the first time Gu Qizhao drank it. Thus, those claims of instant cures for all poisons after consuming a drink simply didn't hold true here. Although the spirit spring water in his possession now had various effects, it seemed they needed to be used over time before benefits would gradually show. Once Lin Mufeng had gone, Ji Sen exited the room upon Gu Qizhao's gesture. Ji Sen knew his master disliked too many people attending to him. Moreover, seeing that Shui Jintang was still there, he obediently withdrew. When everyone had left, only Shui Jintang and Gu Qizhao remained in the bedroom. For a while, no one spoke in the quiet chamber. Gu Qizhao closed his eyes, resting to regain energy. The previous episode of toxin-induced pain lingered but had lessened significantly. In the past, once the toxins erupted, paired with the medicine prescribed and treatment provided by Lin Mufeng, it usually took about half an hour for the symptoms to subside. This time, though Shui Jintang fed Gu Qizhao some spirit spring water, which lessened his suffering, the pain wouldn't vanish instantly. However, the recovery time was shorter. As long as the poison within wasn't entirely eliminated, episodes could occur anytime, irregularly. Shui Jintang moved a chair next to the bed and asked softly. "How are you feeling, Your Highness? Are you feeling better?" Gu Qizhao's lips remained pale, but his condition was significantly better than before. Though the physical and mental pain hadn't vanished, this level of discomfort was something Gu Qizhao could fully endure. Closing his eyes, his voice sounded gentle. "There's no big issue. I'll feel fine soon." Shui Jintang glanced around the room. It was late morning when he returned, and after the recent commotion, it was probably close to lunchtime. Therefore, he turned to Gu Qizhao. "Are you hungry, Your Highness? Shall I prepare some food for you? What would you like to eat?" All the food he prepared secretly included spirit spring water, helping Gu Qizhao recover faster. Gu Qizhao opened his pitch-black eyes and looked at him. "I'm not picky, anything is fine. How was your trip to Lanxi village? How are your adoptive parents doing?" Shui Jintang's lips slightly curved upward. "Then I'll cook whatever comes to mind. The trip went pretty smoothly, we encountered no issues on the way. My foster parents are well." Shui Jintang didn't rush off to the kitchen. Instead, sitting on the chair, he slowly recounted the details of his journey to Gu Qizhao. This included the splitting of the Shui family, building new houses, and teaching them some business methods. There was nothing worth hiding, even if he didn't say it, Gu Qizhao could always send someone to find out. After all, Xiao Wei and other royal guards had been accompanying them the whole time. If Gu Qizhao asked, Xiao Wei certainly wouldn't leave anything out in his report. Since there was nothing inappropriate to disclose, Shui Jintang decided against keeping secrets. Finally, he laughed. "The mountains are indeed a treasure trove. Each time I climb them, I can find plenty of good stuff, wild vegetables, fruits, I gathered lots, harvested some medicinal herbs, and also hunted quite a bit of game. Oh, my parents packed tons of food for me to bring back. I'll let you try them later. Many dishes are things you haven't tasted yet." Gu Qizhao's lips curled slightly upward. "That sounds impressive, I'm getting curious." Standing up, Shui Jintang chuckled. "Alright, I'll go and get started in the kitchen. You rest a bit more, and I'll check on you later. Go ahead. Gu Qishao continued to rest. Shui Jintang left the bedroom and headed to the kitchen, pondering what dishes to prepare. The potatoes and peppers discovered this time in Lanxi village could make a nice dish. Let's do spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes. For now, we'll avoid overly spicy dishes since Gu Qishao might not be able to eat them yet. We can also make a potato omelet pancake. The tomatoes and pumpkins he grew in his courtyard also bore fruit, so he decided to make a dish of stir-fried pumpkin and scrambled eggs with tomato. He also prepared a tomato and egg soup. For now, he would skip making any dessert since it was too time-consuming. He could do that later if there was nothing in the afternoon. While cooking, Shui Jintang didn't forget to instruct his personal maidservants and young attendants, including Luying and Nanxing, to quickly plant the potato and pepper seeds he had brought back in the courtyard. The kitchen steward greeted Shui Jintang with joy upon seeing him. It had been a long time since he last saw the prince's consort. Though the prince's consort had taught them many things before leaving, and the prince's appetite had indeed improved somewhat, the steward heard that the prince still ate less than when his consort was around. Amidst his joy, the steward felt a bit of loss and became more devoted to researching food preparation. Naturally, they couldn't help but feel a bit excited when Shui Jintang returned. Once the meal was ready, Shui Jintang carried it to Gu Qishao's courtyard. At the sound of footsteps, Gu Qishao opened his eyes and turned his head toward the youth carrying the tray. Shui Jintang's face lit up with a smile as he said, "Your Highness, come try this. Half of the ingredients are from what I brought back, and the other half grew in our courtyard." Gu Qishao truly felt curious and smiled faintly. "Then let me taste it." Supporting himself with his elbow, Gu Qishao sat up in bed. Shui Jintang placed a small table on the bed and put all the dishes from the tray on it. He then handed a pair of chopsticks to Gu Qishao. "Your Highness, give it a try." Looking at the various dishes with different colors in front of him, none of which he usually ate or saw, Gu Qishao asked, "What are these?" Shui Jintang introduced each dish one by one. "These two dishes are stir-fried pumpkin and scrambled eggs with tomato, which are grown in my own courtyard. These two plates here are shredded potatoes and potato omelet pancake. The potatoes are what I found on the mountain in Lanxi village. They are edible and non-toxic. This red one is chili pepper. Worried Your Highness cannot eat too much spiciness, I didn't add too much. This is also what I found there. The soup is tomato and egg soup. Your Highness can start with the dishes that are not spicy, and then eat the spicy ones after having something in your stomach." Following Shui Jintang's introduction, Gu Qishao tried each dish one by one. All 4 dishes tasted very good. Each dish had a different flavor and texture. It was quite lucky that these ingredients were accidentally discovered by the youth and could be eaten. Chapter 80, Coexistence. All of them taste very nice. After trying everything, Gu Qishao praised them. Hearing this, Shui Jintang smiled, "If Your Highness likes it, have some more. All of them contain spirit spring water, eating more would be beneficial for health." After finishing the meal, Ji Sin came over, holding a tray as well. "Your Highness, this is the medicine Lin Mu Feng prescribed for you. He told you to drink it while it's hot." Shui Jintang looked at the dark liquid and smelled a complex odor even from afar, recalling the taste of traditional Chinese medicine, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Gu Qishao. Gu Qishao took the bowl, drinking it all down in one breath without changing expression, and then handed it back. Shui Jintang blinked in surprise, showing admiration. He wouldn't have been able to drink it so smoothly himself. The bitter memory of his own experience with Chinese medicine lingered. After drinking the medicine, Ji Sin left again, taking away their empty bowls and chopsticks. After drinking the medicine, Gu Qishao leaned back onto the bed. After toxins flared up, he usually had no energy. Plus, he just drank the medicine. Lin Mu Feng's prescription also had a side effect of drowsiness. At this moment, Gu Qishao felt somewhat sleepy. Noticing this, Shui Jintang wanted to leave. "Your Highness must be tired. Then I won't disturb you to rest." Just as he was about to turn around, someone grabbed his wrist. Surprised, Shui Jintang looked back. "Your Highness." Gu Qixiao's deep, dark eyes glanced at him and said, "Stay with me for a while." Shui Jintang was stunned for a moment and did not immediately refuse. He had a pretty good impression of Gu Qishao. When Gu Qishao made this request, he did not feel repulsed. Seeing the current state of Gu Qishao, Shui Jintang couldn't bear to refuse. "All right, I'll stay here. You should go to sleep." Saying that, Shui Jintang sat back down on the chair, intending to keep vigil beside the bed. "Come up here and sleep with me for a while. You just got back, so you need some rest too, right? Sleep together." Shui Jintang couldn't help but look at Gu Qishao again and the large bed. Since their wedding night, they hadn't actually slept together. Shui Jintang wasn't accustomed to sleeping in the same bed as others. Even during modern times, he had only ever shared a bed with his grandparents as a child. Even with close friends, Shui Jintang had never shared a bed. On their wedding night, Gu Qishao had been a complete stranger to Shui Jintang, making it extremely uncomfortable to share a bed. But now, this prince had become something of a friend to Shui Jintang. Besides, as the prince's consort, being asked by him to stay and rest was natural. Shui Jintang also had positive feelings toward Gu Qishao. After pondering for a moment, he didn't refuse. He took off his outer garment and placed it on the nearby rack, then climbed onto the bed in his innerwear. The bed was large, and Shui Jintang grabbed another blanket before entering, avoiding sharing one with Gu Qishao. Firstly, Gu Qishao needed to rest. Secondly, sharing a blanket all of a sudden felt a bit too intimate for Shui Jintang. He still wasn't completely used to it. Covering himself with the quilt, Shui Jintang whispered. "I'm here, Prince, you can go to sleep." Witnessing Shui Jintang's series of actions, Gu Qishao didn't force him to share the same blanket, feeling rather exhausted himself at that moment. He let out a low and then closed his eyes. Lying on the bed, Shui Jintang initially had no intention of falling asleep. To avoid disturbing Gu Qishao's rest, he lay still, looking at the top of the mosquito net above. A short while later, a slow breathing sound could be heard from beside him. Worn down by the torment of toxin flare-ups and having just consumed medicine without getting proper rest over these days, Gu Qishao succumbed to deep slumber due to extreme fatigue. As Gu Qishao fell asleep, Shui Jintang's tension and discomfort gradually decreased. Facing the other side, Shui Jintang quietly turned over, propping his head up on one hand, and silently observed him. Previously, his guess about the source of the man's poisoning was merely conjecture. Now that the other party confirmed it orally, it proved true that he was indeed poisoned and not fully healed. Seeing the consistently pale face of the other due to the poison, Shui Jintang couldn't help but gently touch his cheek. Despite being poisoned and currently in deep slumber, it didn't diminish Gu Qishao's imposing aura one bit. His sharp eyebrows, slightly upward tilted corners of his eyes, a straight nose bridge, and thin light-colored lips, all made the man's face strikingly handsome and impressive. While gazing at Gu Qishao's sleeping face, Shui Jintang quietly reflected. From Lin Mufeng's and Ji Sen's earlier words, along with his own judgment, he knew that the spirit spring water must be beneficial for Gu Qishao. However, to avoid drawing attention, Shui Jintang only added it while cooking for the other party occasionally. He did not take charge of every meal, nor every single dish within each meal, meaning the amount of spirit spring water Gu Qishao drank daily was rather limited. After leaving home for 3 months, calculating his time staying at home, it should have only been about a month or a little less than 2 months. And not drinking it every day meant the effect of the spirit spring water, though effective, was progressing slowly. Recalling the tragic death of Gu Qishao mentioned in the original story and the way the toxins flared up in the previous scene, Shui Jintang thought to himself that increasing the dosage of the spirit spring water administered daily seemed necessary. Directly drinking it would likely yield better results. But how to give it to him? Otherwise, he could simply claim it was a concoction he prepared. After all, from their earlier conversation, Shui Jintang realized Gu Qishao might already suspect the food he made. However, the other party hadn't questioned him further and had not asked anything directly. This indicated that Gu Qishao respected his privacy. Shui Jintang carried secrets, and since coming to marry, various changes inconsistent with rumors were known to Gu Qishao. Gu Qishao's attitude toward this brought a certain level of comfort to Shui Jintang. Therefore, he was willing to give Gu Qishao the spirit spring water and hoped that his body would recover completely. Since Gu Qishao already knew about his secrets, introducing a new, medicinal preparation wouldn't lead to questioning. So, that's what he'd do. Shui Jintang clapped in approval mentally, knowing the constant effort to conceal his secrets was too burdensome. Since Gu Qishao didn't ask, he could appropriately reveal more. After all, many of the new crops he found would raise suspicion if closely examined anyway. Just trust Gu Qishao then. Lost in thought, Shui Jintang gradually drifted off to sleep. After traveling back to the capital for several days, as soon as he returned and hadn't rested properly, Gu Qishao's toxin flared up again. This made Shui Jintang sleep longer than expected. When he woke up, it was almost evening. The curtains in the room had been drawn down, blocking out the sunlight. When Shui Jintang opened his eyes, everything around him was dim. He rubbed his eyes, cleared his mind a little, turned his head, and saw that the person next to him hadn't woken up yet. Moving quietly, he got off the bed, dressed well, then left the bedroom first. He spoke a few words with Ji Sen in the yard, then Shui Jintang returned to his own courtyard. Lu Ying and the other 4 rushed forward immediately. "Your Highness, we've placed all the things you brought here in the yard as per your instructions. Afraid there might be some valuables inside, we didn't dare to touch them, so they are still there." Shui Jintang smiled and said, "There's no problem keeping them like that, I will organize them now." Letting Lu Ying guide the way, Shui Jintang walked towards where the items were placed, while Nan Xing and the others also quickly followed. The items he brought back were mainly prepared by his adoptive parents. There were various pickled meats, mountain fungi, wild vegetables, dried fruits, homemade snacks, and such. Among these items were also some private goods of Shui Jintang's. He could take advantage of this moment to take out some things he grew in his space. His adoptive parents wouldn't overly inquire about his affairs, neither would Shou Wei from the town know exactly how many things he had collected since most of his time was spent on business in town. For instance, the herbs and various fruits he cultivated in his space, no one would question or know precisely unless disclosed by him. Since the things grown in the space were watered with spirit spring water, their texture, flavor, and inherent efficacy were significantly enhanced. Take herbal medicine for example, because of its boosted potency, an ordinary prescription for wind cold would have much better effects if made with herbs from the space. After arranging the things he brought back properly, preserving those that could be stored and consuming the rest quickly, Shou entered the kitchen once more. As long as he was in the residence, it would be better for Shou to eat meals cooked by him, especially because he added spirit spring water to the dishes, which he had mentioned before as a way of thanking Shou for his protection. Seeing that Shou liked eating what he made, Shou was quite pleased. However, always coming to the large kitchen in this royal palace wasn't too convenient, so Shou thought about asking Shou to build a small kitchen in his courtyard later. In his courtyard, the people serving him directly could be commanded not to come in during cooking times, making it easier to add the spirit spring water. Compared to the large kitchen where none of the servants belonged specifically to him, it was less convenient, easier to attract attention, and required constant monitoring. With his own small kitchen, adding spirit spring water would be simpler, and he could prepare whatever he wished to eat within his courtyard at any time. Otherwise, he'd need to run back and forth to the main kitchen, which would be quite tiring. The kitchen steward and several master chefs were still accustomed to crowding around him whenever Shou cooked to ask questions. He didn't mind sharing his knowledge with them. Better chef skills meant better tasting food for the entire estate. The more the household chefs learned, the fewer times Shou would need to personally cook every meal. After instructing them briefly, Shou carried the evening meal to Shou's residence as usual. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw Shou sitting up on the bed, looking just awoken. Shou cheerfully announced. "Prince is awake. Great, it's dinner time. I've prepared it for you." Shou rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy after sleeping for too long. He responded faintly and began getting dressed. Though Shou was a prince, having spent years leading armies abroad, unlike the average nobleman, he generally didn't allow attendants to assist him in dressing or washing up. Only when preparing for grand court banquets or important ceremonies did he wear robes so complicated that assistance was necessary. After tidying himself, Shou sat at the table as Shou had already set out the meal. They ate together, talking casually. Shou didn't follow rigid table manners, and Shou wasn't particularly concerned about propriety in this aspect either. Taking the opportunity, Shou directly raised the issue of wanting to build a small kitchen in his courtyard. Considering Shou's attitude toward him, he believed this request shouldn't be rejected. Indeed, without even asking why, Shou simply nodded and agreed. "After we finish eating, I'll send someone to start building it in your courtyard." Smiling broadly, Shou thanked him. "Thank you, Prince." After dinner, the two parted ways. Shou ordered someone to build a small kitchen for Shou and then went to his study. The sky was not yet fully dark at this time. Having nothing much to do, Shou thought about it, returned to his own courtyard, locked the door of the bedroom, and entered his space. This space no longer looked barren like when he had first acquired it, instead, it was filled with all sorts of vegetables and fruits. A glance revealed colorful varieties as far as the eye could see. Shou wasn't sure how this space had formed, but its temperature was different from the outside world. It didn't fluctuate with the seasons like spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Instead, it remained consistently comfortable, never varying. Though there was no visible sun inside the space, it was always bright without any night. At least so far, Shou hadn't seen the space grow dark. Despite being unsure where this brightness came from or why it maintained such a state, Shou didn't bother to investigate further. Even if he did, it wouldn't lead to much knowledge since he didn't know where the space itself had come from in the first place. Having access to such a space that brought him so much convenience should make him feel content. Still, knowing that the space had appeared mysteriously, who was to say it mightn't disappear just as suddenly? Thus, Shou hadn't pinned all his future hopes on the space alone. He needed to prepare for the possibility that it might vanish one day. While the space still existed, every inch of land must be utilized and planted with crops. Wasting even a single bit of space would be unacceptable. The quality and appearance of what grew in the space were excellent. Shou planned to experiment by planting the seeds produced in the space in the outside world. He wanted to check whether seeds grown inside the space, when planted in regular soil without spirit spring water irrigation, would still outperform current crops. If they did, that would be incredible. He'd need to keep more seeds and expand cultivation areas. Even if he left the prince's residence in the future, selling these unique fruits and vegetables could generate income. Though the crops in the space grew faster than those outside, they still required care and tending to. Shou worked diligently in the space for a while before exiting. As soon as he opened the tightly closed bedroom door, Lu Ying quickly approached and said, "Lady, His Highness sent word asking you to rest with him tonight." Huh? Shou paused, surprised. In the afternoon, he assumed that Shou's request for company stemmed from weakness after an illness. He understood that sickness made people vulnerable and needing care. Now, after drinking spirit spring water, the toxin outbreak had passed, and the prince looked much more energetic than before. Why was he still asking Shui Jintang to sleep with him? Would this become a regular occurrence? Unsure of Gu Qizhao's thoughts, Shui Jintang couldn't ask now. Since the message had been specifically delivered, he could only go along for the moment. Chapter 81, Sleep Together. Upon arriving at Gu Qizhao's courtyard, Ji Sen standing guard outside gave a bow to Shui Jintang and said, "Lady, His Highness said you can enter directly upon arrival." "Alright," Shui Jintang responded and stepped toward the room. Inside the bedroom, Gu Qizhao wasn't lying down but was instead reclining on a couch, holding a book. Shui Jintang glanced at the title briefly. It was unfamiliar to him. "This is a travelogue," explained Gu Qizhao. Surprised, Shui Jintang looked up at the man who had spoken. Gu Qizhao handed over the book. "There are also some travelogues and miscellaneous books in my study. If you find yourself bored staying in the estate, you may read them to pass the time." Pausing briefly, Gu Qizhao added, "Tomorrow, I'll have some books sent to your courtyard." Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang instantly smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll read them when I have free time." It was considerate of Gu Qizhao to send travelogues and leisure books to prevent boredom. Shui Jintang genuinely felt warmth towards his thoughtfulness. "Why did you call me here?" Gu Qizhao raised his eyes to meet his gaze. "Didn't Luing tell you? You'll be resting with me tonight." Shui Jintang replied, "She mentioned it, but I'm quite surprised. Why does Your Highness suddenly want me to sleep together?" Lowering his eyes momentarily, Gu Qizhao then lifted his gaze again. "You know I've been poisoned. Eating food made by you makes me feel very comfortable. Sleeping beside you tonight has helped me rest easier. So I hope you can accompany me while we sleep." Shui Jintang carried certain secrets, which Gu Qizhao had uncovered. The latter wasn't entirely concealing them either, or perhaps couldn't perfectly mask their presence. The water he drank during the toxin outbreak earlier today and the subsequent relief indicated that Shui Jintang possessed something effective against the poison in his body. Whether it was the water or the food provided by the other party, after consuming them, he always felt more comfortable. It wasn't a misconception. Judging from the current situation, although the young man had secrets, compared to the initial cautiousness, he was now concealing them less strictly. The young man's actions made Gu Qizhao realize that the youth trusted him more and more. His impression of the youth was also improving continuously, evolving from an initial desire for peaceful coexistence to becoming intrigued by the differences between the youth and the rumors about him. Now, his interest was even stronger, accompanied by care. He wanted to get closer to the youth and understand him better. To understand the other party, he needed to interact with them more. He was mostly busy during the day, so their time together was limited. At night, they slept in separate rooms, which was not conducive to fostering emotions between them. Moreover, the youth indeed did not give him any sense of threat, and Gu Qizhao trusted his judgment that the youth would not harm him. After careful consideration, he decided to invite the youth to sleep with him. Since he couldn't increase their interaction time during the day, then increasing their interaction time at night would be beneficial. Sleeping together would certainly be most effective for enhancing emotional bonds. Upon hearing Gu Qizhao's explanation, Shui Jintang fell silent for a moment. It seemed Gu Qizhao was indeed astute. He had already noticed that his food was different from others. However, when he initially decided to act this way, he had considered this possibility. He also believed Gu Qizhao wouldn't harm him, so he wasn't too surprised now. Still, would sleeping beside me truly make Your Highness feel more relaxed? Gu Qizhao maintained his composure. "Yes, your presence makes me feel very comfortable. I don't sense any danger from you, and I don't reject it either." This could be considered truthful. Shui Jintang asked with a somewhat helpless smile. "So, does Your Highness hope that I'll sleep with you from now on?" Gu Qizhao nodded. "Alright, that was fine too." Shui Jintang sighed inwardly. Actually, he no longer rejected the idea of sleeping with the other party. He now regarded Gu Qizhao as a friend, and there was nothing wrong with friends sleeping together. With such a clear invitation, he found it hard to refuse. Just one downside, entering the space at night wouldn't be as convenient anymore. On the bright side, he could still enter the space during the day, and since he had nothing much else to do around the mansion, he had ample time. "Alright, I'll come over for rest at night, but I'll still return to my courtyard during the day. There are still so many things planted there." Gu Qizhao smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. "Do as you like, as long as you come over to rest at night." He then rose from the bed. "It's getting late. Time to wash up and rest." Okay. Naturally, there was no modern convenience here. Even in the princely mansion, bathing took place in wooden tubs. Shui Jintang hadn't washed up yet when he came over. However, Gu Qizhao's room was large enough. The two could bathe separately, screened off by partitions so that they could bathe simultaneously in wooden tubs without waiting for each other. Sitting in the tub, Shui Jintang half closed his eyes and leaned back, sighing in comfort. It had been an exhausting day, and now soaking in hot water made his body feel significantly more relaxed. Apart from the wedding night, this was the second time he was bathing in Gu Qizhao's quarters. It was likely to happen more often in the future. At this realization, Shui Jintang hesitated briefly before accepting it. Since they were washing separately anyway, changing locations wasn't a big deal. He didn't mind too much. Yet, despite the comforts of the wooden tub, it still wasn't as comfortable as being in his space. In the space, the stream allowed him to directly step in and cleanse without worrying about any dangers lurking within the water there. Primarily, the air and climate inside the space were comfortable, and just entering it made one feel more refreshed than outside. Especially during summer, bathing in the space was far more enjoyable. While musing over various thoughts, after soaking for a while, Shou got out, dried himself off, and put on new undergarments before stepping out. Chapter 82, Definitely Warm. Shou had already finished washing and was leaning against the bedhead reading a book. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw the youth approaching, exuding moisture and warmth from having just bathed. His face was slightly flushed, his amber eyes glistened with dampness from the water, adding more allure to his usually plain features. Some strands of wet hair clung to his cheeks, accentuating the youth's pallor even more. Shou's gaze darkened momentarily. As Shou approached, he greeted Shou who was already sitting on the bed. Shou then spoke. "Come here, let me dry your hair. Sleeping with wet hair can easily cause a headache." Shou instinctively refused upon hearing this. "No need, I've already dried it, the rest will dry on its own." It was hot, and hair would dry rather quickly. Shou had dried half of it and then left it be. If you asked him what he found most uncomfortable here, besides the toilet, it was definitely his long hair. The ancients believed that the body, including the hair, was a gift from one's parents, thus, he couldn't cut his hair without reason. He did take care of it properly, otherwise, everyone's hair might have grown down to their ankles by now. But even if taken care of, wanting a short haircut was absolutely impossible. Summer was bearable, but in winter, wearing such long hair without a hairdryer after washing made it difficult to wait for it to dry. During the process, having wet hair draped over his shoulders wasn't comfortable either. However, there was nothing Shou could really do about this. He could only complain inwardly. There was indeed a hairdryer in his space, but without electricity, it wouldn't work. He had tried the electricity in the courtyard before, and it was unusable. Shou insisted, "Come over, let me dry it some more." Shou could only helplessly walk over. Letting Shou sit at the edge of the bed, Shou picked up a clean large towel, gently grasped a bunch of hair with one hand, and started drying it. Feeling the gentle force behind him, Shou became uneasy while also starting to think aimlessly. It was his first time being helped with drying his hair. In modern times, he had short hair that could be casually dried quickly, naturally no need for assistance. Wasn't drying someone's hair too intimate an action? Shouldn't it only be done by someone close? What did Shou mean by this? Could he have fallen in love with him? Judging from the attitude Shou showed towards him when he entered the estate compared to now, it wasn't impossible. At the thought of Shou possibly liking him, Shou didn't feel any aversion in his heart, instead, there was a faint joy hard to notice. Realizing this, Shou hurriedly cursed himself twice in his mind. What kind of random thoughts were these? It wasn't certain that Shou liked him. Maybe he was just curious about the secrets he sensed and wanted to get closer to him. Even though he said this to himself, if Shou really did like him, Shou thought that he should probably like him a little as well. Dried. As he was lost in thought, Shou's voice suddenly broke through his musings. "Is it done?" Shou subconsciously turned around. Shou reached out and tapped his cheek. "Why is your face a little red?" Shou immediately touched his face. "Is it?" He scolded himself mentally. Why was he thinking all sorts of nonsense? A hint of amusement flashed in Shou's eyes. Yes. Shou jumped off the bed. It must be because of the heat. He walked forward in confusion, turning his back to Shou. Shou called out to him, "Where are you running off to? It's time to sleep." Shou stopped, turned around, and calmly walked towards the side where he slept. Curling up in the quilt, Shou faced away from Shou and closed his eyes. Sleeping, I'm feeling sleepy anyway. Originally, he had thought he'd definitely feel uneasy, but after doing all these actions, his uneasiness faded unknowingly. What dominated his feelings right now was more embarrassment and confusion. Looking at the youth who was facing away from him, Shou's eyes held deeper amusement. How come he never noticed how cute he was before? Then I'll put out the lamp. Okay. After blowing out the candle, Shou lay down in bed as well. The room plunged into darkness, becoming quieter instantly, making even the breathing of the person beside him audible. Lying on his side, Shou mind still hadn't completely calmed down. It seemed as if he could still feel the gentle touch on his cheeks when the man poked him earlier, causing more shame to rise within him. Apart from his grandparents, Shou had never been so close with anyone from childhood till now. Thinking carefully about the man's earlier actions, every single move radiated intimacy. Definitely not something two strangers could pull off. Considering Shou's character, he wouldn't even acknowledge those he disliked, not to mention performing those actions earlier. So, Shou should probably like him a little, right? After thinking for a long while and getting nowhere, Shui Jintang simply gave up. Forget it, no point overthinking it, as thinking more won't help, let's see what happens next. As his spirit relaxed, Shui Jintang's breathing became longer, soon falling into a deep sleep. Gu Qishao quietly listened to the breathing of the person next to him. He wasn't asleep yet. Turning around, he looked at the youth's back, now asleep. Reaching out to grab a smooth lock of long hair, various complex emotions flickered in his eyes. After encountering the youth, it seemed like his emotions had enriched significantly. With his status, before the rumors about his poisoning spread in the capital, there were countless admirers of him, men and women alike. There were even those bold enough to directly stop him to declare their feelings, yet Gu Qishao never felt a thing for them, nor was moved an iota by those people. But this youth was different from all those he'd encountered. Since moving into the mansion, the youth had always been quiet and well-behaved, showing no fear toward him because of his fame. His face always carried a smile when they spoke. Gu Qishao never saw any signs of calculation, flattery, or fear on his face, these were exactly the emotions he despised and disliked. The youth's smiles were always bright, pure, and sincere. Not long after entering the mansion, the youth started cooking for him. Upon realizing the benefits of those meals, Gu Qishao understood clearly that the youth wasn't flattering or pleasing him, rather, he truly cared for him and was trying to save him. A heart that had remained still for over 20 years began to ripple. Gu Qishao moved closer to the youth, stretching out his hands from behind and placing them lightly around his waist, then closed his eyes. Dawn broke. Shui Jintang woke up from his sleep, groggily wanting to turn over but finding something obstructing his waist. Frowning slightly, he looked down and saw a hand resting on his waist, with pale, graceful fingers and distinct knuckles. This woke Shui Jintang up substantially. Not daring to move recklessly, he quietly turned his head and saw the pale, handsome man facing him, sound asleep. Shui Jintang's mind raced quickly. How did they end up so close? He clearly remembered that last night they had some distance between them. It couldn't possibly be that he had rolled into his arms, could it? Although he hadn't slept with others before, he thought his sleeping posture should be fine, right? Shui Jintang glanced again at the hand on his waist and boldly guessed. Could it be that Gu Qishao placed his hand there on his own? Recalling all the decisions Gu Qishao made yesterday, Shui Jintang felt that it was not impossible. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to directly ask about it. Though both were in separate quilts, the hot weather made them cover only parts of their bodies with the blankets instead of fully enveloping themselves. Through a thin layer of the blanket, Shui Jintang could feel clearly the heat transmitted by the arm of the man around his waist. After thinking through everything from last night, Shui Jintang wasn't as shy today as he had been. Glancing secretly at Gu Qishao once more, his eyes were still closed, he should still be asleep. No matter whether he had unconsciously rolled into his embrace or if the other had drawn him in, since the other was still asleep, he didn't know. Shui Jintang carefully shifted the arm from his waist, rolled to the edge of the bed, and gently got off it. Looking back at the man, good, still asleep. Relieved involuntarily, he took a deep breath. Then, light-footed, he left the room. The sound of the door closing softly made the man originally pretending to sleep open his eyes. He stared in the direction of the door, his pitch-black eyes flickering with several strands of laughter. Chapter 83, Niter Ice Production. The weather grew hotter, fully entering the peak of summer. Once the heat hit, people easily lost energy, and appetites weren't as strong. In Ning Qin Wang's estate, the small kitchen within Shui Jintang's own courtyard had already been completed. At that moment, he was busy working in the kitchen. Because of the heat, he wanted to make something cold and refreshing to eat. The simplest method was to boil a pot of mung bean soup. Cook the mung beans until they split apart, add sugar and stir, cool the mixture down, and pour it into pre-made molds. Next, put the filled molds into the ice cellar to freeze. By the next day, one would get cool, sweet mung bean popsicles. In the past, when Shui Jintang couldn't afford to buy popsicles, he often made these at home, and despite their simple ingredients and method, the taste was actually pretty good. The frozen mung bean soup mixed with chunks of mung beans not only stayed icy but added texture. To improve the flavor further, milk could also be added. Shui Jintang had prepared a big pot of this the previous day, and today he simply instructed someone to take it out from the ice cellar. Seeing the mung bean popsicles firmly frozen, Shui Jintang took one and bit into it. It tasted just like it did in his memories. He called over the already curious Flowing Shadow and the rest, all of you try some. Yesterday, while pouring the mixture into molds, Shui Jintang had specially inserted bamboo sticks into each one as handles, making them easy to retrieve now. Thank you, Princess. Flowing Shadow and the others were delighted, each taking one and eating it. Chuyue was the first to call out, this is delicious. It looks so simple, but it tastes really good. Yunsheng also nodded repeatedly, taking another bite of the green bean popsicle in his hand. To freeze sweetened mung bean soup with milk would yield a tasty mung bean popsicle, so why had no one thought of this before? None of the Flowing Shadow attendants had ever seen such treats made by the cooks in the mansion. They were also overjoyed inside. Since the princess entered the mansion, aside from other things, they'd gained many more fresh and delicious dishes. They, who served close to the princess, not only didn't have to worry about being punished for the slightest misstep, but also always got to eat plenty of great food. Their respect and gratitude toward Shui Jintang grew day by day. After finishing one popsicle, Shui Jintang picked up the others and headed towards Gu Qizhao's courtyard, intending to bring them for him to try as well. The conditions here weren't sufficient, nor were the ingredients, so many types of ice cream couldn't be made for now. Shui Jintang was conducting research, trying to come up with new dessert and drink recipes. Complicated ones were difficult to make, but there were a few simple ideas that Shui Jintang wanted to experiment with. Walking along the way, he thought about trying to research shaved ice next. The mansion wasn't short on milk or fresh fruit, so if clean ice cubes could be obtained, they could certainly prepare some delectable fruit shaved ice. For commoners in summer, eating something icy was incredibly difficult, but for the wealthy and noble aristocracy, it wasn't much of an issue. Families that had the means typically had ice cellars where they stored ice blocks during winter. These blocks came from relatively clean rivers, chiseled out when frozen and then preserved in the ice cellar. That way, there was ice available for use in the summer. However, since these blocks came from rivers, despite efforts to locate clearer waterways, no one dared consume the ice directly due to safety concerns. If someone wanted to eat shaved ice, Shui Jintang thought it might be worth studying niter-based ice production. He wasn't sure if he could succeed, but he could try. Should he manage it, accessing ice would become far easier going forward. As he reached Gu Qizhao's yard, upon hearing Gu Qizhao was in the study, Shui Jintang halted. I won't go further. You can just tell His Highness, if he isn't busy, please let him come out for some snacks. I'll wait for him in the main hall. Yes. The servant bowed deeply, then swiftly left. Shui Jintang arrived to find maids immediately presenting an ice-filled basin, which they placed inside the main hall. The atmosphere instantly became cooler, and Shui Jintang exhaled contentedly. Heat was his biggest weakness. There was no air conditioning or electric fans here like in modern times, so the only ways to cool down were through ice basins and sprinkling water. Shui Jintang could only feel grateful for his current status. Ordinary people didn't even have access to ice basins, and at this time, ice was very expensive. After sitting in the main hall for a while, Gu Qizhao came over. Seeing the man approaching, Shui Jintang subconsciously smiled. Your Highness, come try my new creation. The green bean popsicles rested in a bowl of cold water, covered with cloth to prevent them from melting easily. Upon seeing Shui Jintang, Gu Qizhao's usually stern expression softened immediately, his lips curling into a gentle smile. What have you made this time? Green bean popsicles, made with green beans. After explaining, Shui Jintang grinned expectantly. Try it quickly, with this hot weather, a little ice feels better. Without hesitation, Gu Qizhao picked one up and bit into it. Ever since Gu Qizhao experienced a bout of toxin flare-ups last time, Shui Jintang daily provided him with spirit spring water, not just what was added to meals, but also mixed in the water he drank. Half a month later, Gu Qizhao's physical condition improved noticeably compared to before. He no longer looked so pale, regaining some blood color. Dietary restrictions weren't as stringent either. While he still needed to avoid too much spicy, stimulating, or greasy foods, a small amount wouldn't harm him, and icy foods were fine as well. A whole popsicle downed, the chill in his stomach brought significant comfort to Gu Qizhao. As a general accustomed to fighting battles outside, naturally Gu Qizhao endured heat better than ordinary people. However, being able to endure did not mean it was comfortable, especially after suffering poisoning, leaving his health much diminished. Fortunately, thanks to the spirit spring water Shui Jintang regularly provided, Gu Qizhao's body was slowly improving. The poison hadn't flared up since that day. Though headaches still occurred occasionally, severe reactions like those from the previous incident had not reappeared thus far. Supporting himself on his elbow as he watched Gu Qizhao eat, Shui Jintang said gently. The weather is hot, and your highness' body hasn't fully recovered yet. Please take some rest and don't stay in the study all the time. After spending the night together that evening, Shui Jintang's sleeping place changed from his own bedroom to Gu Qizhao's room. After sharing a bed for half a month, Shui Jintang also overcame the initial awkwardness and gradually got used to it. The relationship between the two of them became noticeably closer than before. Regarding the relationship with Shui Jintang, Gu Qizhao felt very happy inside. Though his expression didn't change much, there was an undeniable twinkle of joy in his eyes. I understand, I'll be careful. Shui Jintang didn't inquire about what kept Gu Qizhao busy. As a prince, and a seasoned military commander who had fought countless battles far from home, even now after returning to the capital, he could not afford to have idle days. Even without needing to return to the frontier for battle, daily affairs wouldn't be any less. The two talked for a while. Gu Qizhao then went back to his study, while Shui Jintang returned to his own courtyard. While researching desserts, Shui Jintang also pondered niter-based ice production in his mind. He remembered the main component of niter was likely potassium nitrate. In such an ancient society, obtaining it would only be possible from salt lakes, saline alkali soil, or toilet mud walls. The first two places were harder to find, and at present, Shui Jintang could not simply rush off to those areas, so the easiest way to obtain it was through the toilet mud walls. He would check later. But he couldn't make a big deal out of it. Shui Jintang planned to look by himself first since this matter wasn't something easy to discuss openly. After finishing the dessert in hand, Shui Jintang asked Luing to bring it to the ice cellar for preservation and said he wanted to stroll around the mansion alone, telling a few people not to follow. Shui Jintang sneaked quietly to the side of the latrine by himself, occasionally looking around to ensure no one noticed, while his eyes quickly scanned the dirt walls of the latrine. After quite some time, Shui Jintang found something resembling niter in a corner of the wall, carefully prying it loose with the tool he brought along. Carrying it back to his own courtyard, Shui Jintang began his experiment. He placed the soil block that looked like it contained niter, crushed it, put it into a bucket, added water to soak, stirred it evenly with a stick, and then filtered it. He filtered several times, allowing the filtrate to clarify for a bit more, and then heated it again. While working on it, Shui Jintang recalled the process of obtaining niter crystals that he had read about. Fortunately, after a few trials, he successfully obtained some niter crystals. Next was the ice-making experiment. Shui Jintang fetched 2 basins, placing the smaller basin inside the larger one, both filled with water, and then adding niter into the larger basin. After finishing all this, Shui Jintang wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood up. Whether he could successfully produce ice or not now depended on luck. Anyway, he had done everything within his power. Considering that producing ice might not show results immediately, Shui Jintang placed the 2 basins in the corner of his bedroom and then left. He'd check the results later tonight. By evening after dinner, Shui Jintang hurriedly ran back to his room to see the outcome, discovering the water in the basin had turned chilly but still lacked ice. Disappointed momentarily, Shui Jintang assumed it might be due to insufficient time and decided to wait until tomorrow to see. He then ran back to Gu Qizhao's courtyard. Nowadays, he always slept in Gu Qizhao's room. Gu Qizhao saw his princess consort dash out and immediately asked curiously upon her return. "What were you doing just now?" Shui Jintang chuckled a couple of times. "It's a secret. I'm conducting an experiment. If it succeeds, I'll tell your highness." Gu Qizhao couldn't help but pat him on the head, and did not further press the question. Although the young prince enjoyed freedom around the mansion, his daily routine typically consisted of preparing delicious food and reading books, mostly leisure books. Apart from these activities, Shui Jintang rarely did anything else. Knowing that the result needed to be kept confidential temporarily made Gu Qizhao even more curious. After putting out the lamp, the two fell asleep in the same bed. The next morning, Shui Jintang woke up to find a hand encircling his waist once again, calmly moving the hand away. After sharing a bed for half a month, as their relationship grew increasingly intimate, many things no longer bothered Shui Jintang. He no longer bothered to analyze whether the hands on his waist every morning were caused by his sleep posture or Gu Qizhao deliberately doing so. So far, apart from sleeping together, Gu Qizhao hadn't done anything more to him. After getting up, Shui Jintang washed up and then returned to his little kitchen to prepare breakfast. Now, whenever he had nothing particular to do, Shui Jintang would prepare food for Gu Qizhao for all 3 meals of the day, although not entirely. Some dishes were prepared by the mansion cooks. Thus, Shui Jintang would not feel overly tired. This morning, he prepared egg pancakes, rice porridge, boiled eggs, and some pickled vegetables he had made himself. None of these dishes were greasy, making them ideal for a summer breakfast. Gu Qizhao thoroughly enjoyed the food Shui Jintang prepared, always cleaning his plate down to the last bit. There were 2 reasons for this. One was that the spring water used in the cooking was beneficial, and the other was Shui Jintang's culinary skills were genuinely superb. Although Gu Qizhao still did not know the truth about the spring water, he understood that Shui Jintang's meals were good for him and quietly finished every meal. After having breakfast with Gu Qizhao, Shui Jintang returned to his own courtyard, keeping his experiment with niter-based ice production in mind. Once inside his room, Shui Jintang looked at the 2 basins he'd placed there yesterday. Immediately, his face lit up with joy as he crouched down, noticing the ice blocks had indeed been formed successfully. Unable to contain his delight, Shui Jintang's lips curled into a broad smile. It seemed his luck had been pretty good, the experiment had really succeeded. With this, using ice would become far more convenient for him going forward, allowing him to finally make the shaved ice desserts he craved. Without wasting time, Shui Jintang immediately rushed to the kitchen and prepared 2 bowls of shaved ice topped with jam and fresh fruit. He had long ago begun producing jams within the household, which even Gu Qizhao had come to enjoy immensely. Carrying the 2 bowls of freshly prepared fruit jam shaved ice to Gu Qizhao, Shui Jintang beamed happily. Would the prince care for a taste? Gu Qizhao observed the novel dish before him. The fruit was sliced into small pieces and its juice mixed with the ice, giving it an appealing color. Naturally, shaved ice shouldn't consist of entire blocks of ice, and Shui Jintang had already enlisted several helpers, including Luing, to crush the ice finely. As Gu Qizhao eyed the dish seemingly emanating a cool mist, he did not initially realize it was made from ice. After 2 spoonfuls, he remarked, somewhat surprised. "There is ice in this?" Shui Jintang grinned, nodding. "Yes, this is called jam-flavored shaved ice. How does it taste?" "Enjoyable, right? Jam-flavored shaved ice." Gu Qizhao agreed. "It tastes great, but I never expected ice could be turned directly into food." Shui Jintang smiled broader. And yet, I didn't use ice from the cellar. Surprised, Gu Qishao couldn't help but ask. If not from the cellar, where did you get the ice? It was summer now, after all, when ice wasn't nearly as easy to obtain as during winter. Let me show you something, said Shui Jintang as he set the two basins before Gu Qishao. Gu Qishao glanced at the ice in the basins, then back at Shui Jintang, perplexed. Shui Jintang wasted no time explaining. In private, he confided in Gu Qishao. This ice, I made it myself. Hearing this, Gu Qishao paused briefly, astonishment evident in his eyes. You made it yourself? How? He thought perhaps he hadn't understood correctly. How could ice be manufactured on one's own? Weren't summer icicles stored from the previous winter? Chuckling mischievously, Shui Jintang explained. It goes like this, I came up with the idea yesterday. Chapter 84, Only Telling You. Despite Shui Jintang's explanation, Gu Qishao harbored doubts, though as usual, he refrained from probing further. Upon deeper reflection, there were countless puzzling points about the person sitting opposite him. A child who had been separated from home since childhood and grown up in a rural area should, by rights, have been ordinary, completely unable to compare with nobles born into prestigious families. Yet this individual possessed an exceptional air and behavior not typically associated with someone from the countryside. Moreover, he excelled in creating many dishes unheard of by the royal kitchens and had now mastered self-produced ice making. This couldn't help but spark suspicions in Gu Qishao. When considering the vastly different rumors he had heard concerning this person's character and speech, Gu Qishao couldn't help but wonder, was the man before him truly the lost young master of the Pingchang Marquis residence? Subduing his curiosity, Gu Qishao redirected his attention to the matter of ice production. Season Senho stood outside waiting. Upon seeing Gu Qishao emerge, he promptly bowed deeply, addressing him as, Your Highness. Gu Qishao nodded affirmatively, stating, There's something I need you to do, purchase some items for me. After issuing instructions, Gu Qishao re-entered the room, turning to Shui Jintang. I'll have Season Sen procure more niter for you. When it arrives, recreate the process in front of me. If it works, we might earn some profits from this method. Only after conversing with Gu Qishao did Shui Jintang learn that niter existed here, albeit without people realizing it could be used for making ice. Currently, niter was only utilized medicinally, hence available in herbal shops. Shui Jintang beamed as he said. Now that we've mastered niter-based ice production, at least using ice will become more convenient for us in the future. We won't have to go through all the trouble of fetching it from rivers every winter. Gu Qishao nodded and reminded him. Don't tell anyone else about the method of making ice with niter. Shui Jintang immediately responded, Of course, I've only told you, and no one else will know from me. Then he continued cheerfully, I had previously thought about opening a tavern. Selling icy treats during summer in the tavern would definitely attract many customers, but until now the cost was too high. Now we can use niter to make ice, the cost will be reduced significantly. Seeing his delighted expression, Gu Qixiao's demeanor softened further. If you want to open a tavern, then do so. You don't need to worry about people causing trouble, there aren't many who dare cause problems for me. Shui Jintang nodded repeatedly, Yeah, I've had this plan since returning from Lanxi village, I just haven't acted on it yet. In the meantime, I'll properly strategize. I'll draw up the designs for the tavern myself and choose the location carefully, ensuring the tavern will make money. Though I don't own any taverns, I have numerous shops under my name. Choosing a good location for opening a tavern is crucial. This afternoon, I'll have my steward prepare a list for you. Choose a location if any seems suitable to you, pick the ones you like, and they're yours. Touched, Shui Jintang declined nonetheless, No, I can afford to buy them myself. The shops you have are likely useful to you as well. With my dowry, building a tavern should be manageable. Gu Qishao gently ruffled his hair, opening a tavern in the capital isn't as simple as you think. All prime locations are already owned by either officials or nobles. If you go searching yourself, finding an appropriate location will take considerable time, let alone how much silver it will cost to purchase it. After listening to Gu Qixiao's explanation, Shui Jintang suddenly understood while reflecting inwardly. He had underestimated the complexity involved. The capital was different from other places. To successfully run a profitable tavern here, having a background or connections was essential. In the capital, land was worth its weight in gold. If Shui Jintang intended to open a tavern, naturally, he couldn't choose some out-of-the-way place. Locations near bustling centers were not only expensive but also hard to acquire due to existing powerful owners unwilling to yield their positions easily. To secure an excellent site for his tavern while reducing potential conflicts down the road, borrowing Gu Qixiao's prestige was the best option. As the prince with significant power, though feared by the emperor and rumored to have been poisoned, even now, few in the capital dared to offend him. Having understood this fact, Shui Jintang accepted without refusal and thanked Gu Qixiao directly. Thank you, Your Highness. Once my tavern opens and makes profit, I'll give you a share of it. Amused, Gu Qixiao ruffled his hair again, Good, then I'll look forward to it. Shui Jintang tidied his disheveled hair, already accustomed to it. Internally, he realized there was still much for him to learn. When Ji Sen returned, Shou Jintang demonstrated once more the niter-based ice production process in front of Gu Shou. The method itself was very straightforward, the key lied in having niter. Perhaps due to the larger quantity of niter used, the waiting period this time wasn't as long as before. Within half a day, Gu Shou personally witnessed water turning into ice. Ji Sen, as Gu Shou's trusted confidant and close subordinate, was present during the demonstration and thus did not miss the scene where water froze. His eyes widened in surprise. Never had he imagined niter could have such an effect, or that ice could be made in this manner. Surprised, Ji Sen glanced at Shou Jintang with increased admiration and curiosity in his eyes. What exactly was the origin of their royal consort? How did they possess knowledge beyond what he had ever known? Those novel and delicious dishes, various newly discovered plants, behaviors and speech-contradicting rumors, the technique of making ice with niter. Since the royal consort came into the household, the prince's health seemed to improve significantly. Could the reason really be the effect of the wedding as a charm against bad luck? Thinking this way, Ji Sen silently felt grateful for the imperial edict of marriage issued by the emperor. At the same time, Ji Sen held a slight sympathy and mockery toward the people of the Pingchang Marquis estate. Pingchang Marquis, if he knew that his own child, whom he disliked and even felt somewhat disdainful towards due to their experiences, actually knew so much and could do so many things, would he regret it? Leaving aside his capable biological child for a foster son who falls short in every way, that was truly old foolishness. Although the news that Chiziyu was not the biological son of Pingchang Marquis had been kept secret within the Pingchang Marquis mansion, it was impossible to hide this fact from powerful forces like the Gangning Imperial Prince's residence. Whether it be the guards or undercover agents, even the maidservants and footmen of the Imperial Prince's mansion, their capabilities far surpassed those in the Marquis household. It's not just any person who can enter the Prince's mansion, everyone there has undergone strict selection, especially the guards and undercover agents. Ji Sen originally looked down on the fake master Chu Zhiyu. Now with Shou Jintang becoming the princess consort, Ji Sen, having witnessed the other's various abilities, held him in even higher regard. In Ji Sen's opinion, except for an attractive appearance, whether it be character, knowledge, speech and behavior, quality, etc., all aspects of the false master fell short when compared to their princess consort. If only for his innocent and pure-looking face which easily evoked sympathy and pity. There were no famous skills attributed to him either, yet there were still quite a number of people in the capital city who liked him, something Ji Sen couldn't quite understand. After witnessing the scene of niter ice production, Gu Shou once again reminded Shou Jintang. Only you should be aware of this method. Do not casually disclose it to others as that may bring trouble. Shou Jintang nodded, he certainly understood. Also fortunate that his current identity was that of princess consort to Gu Shou, not a commoner. Otherwise, even if he had mastered the method of making ice with niter, he wouldn't have dared to speak about it. Let alone use it as a business. Because doing so would definitely attract covetous glances from many sides. A powerless ordinary person like himself could not protect such a secret. And if mishandled, it could lead to life-threatening danger. After all, possessing the method to make ice with niter, one can imagine how great the profits might be. But now things are different. The authority and position of Gu Shou are sufficient. Even if others know that Gu Shou possesses the method to make ice, they cannot do anything about it. Gu Shou can openly earn money using the method of niter ice production without too many concerns. Having mentioned this matter to Gu Shou, Shou Jintang left it at that. Whatever profit Gu Shou wanted to make using this method was entirely up to him. Shou Jintang also hoped that Gu Shou could earn more money. Regardless, being the princess consort to Ning, they are bound together now. The well-being of one benefits the other. Not to mention that besides his title as prince, Gu Shou is also a general commanding a large army, requiring funds to maintain the soldiers under his command. Relying on the military salary issued by the court, well, the late emperor, during his final years, governed poorly, leading to chaos in the imperial court and hardship for the common folk. Though the current emperor isn't incompetent and can be considered a decent ruler, it's impossible to compensate for years of fiscal deficits overnight. The treasury isn't filled up yet. Adding the occurrence of floods, snowstorms, and other natural disasters each time, which require significant financial resources for disaster relief, where does the money come from? It must surely come from the national treasury. Each time there is a need for funding, the Minister of Revenue would complain about poverty. There are quite a few wealthy aristocratic families and princely nobles, but can the emperor command them to act? Especially some old established families, deeply rooted in the capital city for many years with very solid foundations, even the emperor can hardly move against them without adequate justification. Once these established families are touched, it would undoubtedly trigger criticism and discontent among many officials. High-ranking officials usually originate from these influential families. If the emperor acts against one family, will he not someday act against theirs as well? For their own interests, these officials will unite to resist. Throughout history, a subtle balance has existed between emperors and these established families. Moving against such massive powerhouses is not simple, it is even extremely difficult. And Gu Rui isn't the type of emperor with immense influence, trying to weaken these families would be even harder. In summary, even if the court were to issue military salaries, it wouldn't be enough. Still, relying on Gu Qizhao's personal wealth ensured that the soldiers received certain guarantees regarding living conditions. Though the conditions remained arduous, they managed to survive, which is one of the main reasons why Gu Qizhao enjoys high esteem in the military. Supporting several 100,000 troops costs astronomical amounts, so naturally, for Gu Qizhao, the more money the better. With an empty national treasury and insufficient military salaries, adding Gu Qizhao's efforts, improving the soldiers' living conditions thoroughly remains beyond reach. In the end, the only way forward is for the whole doggone dynasty to prosper, for the treasury to be filled so the soldiers' living conditions and environments continue to improve. While Shui Jintang understood this clearly, there was currently nothing much he could do about it. He wasn't even fully secure in his own life or safety. At the moment, all he could do was earn more money himself, thereby relieving some pressure from Gu Qizhao. Beyond that, there was nothing left to do but wait. After demonstrating niter ice production to Gu Qizhao, Shui Jintang returned to his courtyard. Since he had decided to open a tavern, preparations needed to start now. He took paper and pen into his room to draw out the design plans for the tavern. The first floor would be the hall, where ordinary people would eat. The second floor would have private rooms, each named with beautiful names, complete with distinct decor and layouts. The third floor would feature suites, containing dining areas, beds, and bathing facilities. These would exclusively cater to the wealthy who could enjoy separate food service delivery and spend their nights right at the inn itself. Due to space constraints and high prices, there wouldn't be too many of these suites. Shui Jintang planned for no more than 10 rooms, which would satisfy the superiority complex of the powerful and wealthy patrons. But if he wanted to sell these suites, to attract high-ranking officials and nobility to both dine and stay overnight, he needed to create something appealing to them. A significant factor was the various delicious cuisines not yet available in this dynasty. But mere food might not be enough. Alongside eating and drinking, entertainment was also necessary. He needed to devise additional forms of amusement. What kind of game was so addictive once started, it was hard to stop. Shui Jintang immediately thought of card games, poker, mahjong. With a flash of inspiration, his face soon fell again as disappointment washed over him, because he didn't know how to play mahjong. So it seemed only playing cards would work. Fortunately, there were plenty of ways to play poker, plus he could add Chinese chess, xiangqi. This seemed like a good plan. After several days spent refining the details and improving the design, Shui Jintang showed the completed design drawings to Gu Qizhao. Gu Qizhao carefully examined the design diagrams and explanations handed to him by the young man. Interest flickered across his face as he reviewed them. After a moment, he handed the papers back. I think it's worth trying. I'm quite interested as well. For now, you'll need to look for a location. Once it's chosen, construction can begin. Shui Jintang carefully stored away the design drawings, his eyes curving into crescents. Your agreement has given me more confidence. I'll head out to find a place tomorrow. I'll send some men with you to check the properties under my name, and they can also ensure your safety. Shui Jintang did not refuse the thoughtful offer. Thank you, Your Highness. Being aware of his current identity, traveling outside with guards was definitely safer, and Shui Jintang cherished his own life greatly. Thus, during the following few days, Shui Jintang accompanied the men sent by Gu Qizhao around looking for potential shops, searching for the ideal spot to open the tavern. They eventually settled on a spot on Helen Street in the East Market, neither at the beginning nor the end of the street but rather in the middle section. Once the location was confirmed, Shui Jintang informed Gu Qizhao, who promptly assigned a team of craftsmen to construct the building according to the design plans provided. Chapter 85, Preliminary Preparations for Opening the Tavern. Construction of the tavern would take some time. In the meantime, Shui Jintang began considering from where to select the staff members for the tavern. He would need one tavern manager, cooks, waiters, and bodyguards. Bodyguards were especially essential to prevent disturbances and trouble, so the total number of staff required was significant. Thus, over the next period, Shui Jintang went everywhere searching for the necessary individuals. The manager would oversee the tavern's operations, and this choice of person was obviously crucial. Given that he intended to introduce many new dishes not yet found here, chefs were equally important. Teaching someone and then having them leave soon after was undesirable and not cost-effective. Therefore, Shui Jintang considered that finding such people through an employment bureau would be the best approach, looking for those bound by dead contracts or indentured contracts. Those whose lives are completely controlled by their master are the least likely to betray. As for the bodyguards and waiters, hiring them could be more straightforward, either by contract or through purchase from the same employment bureau. The selection of bodyguards saw some assistance from Gu Qizhao. Shui Jintang bought a few people and hired a few others who were veterans from Gu Qizhao's troops who had been forced to retire due to injury. Shui Jintang was quite pleased with this development because those who had served as soldiers for many years under Gu Qizhao were undoubtedly trustworthy in character. Moreover, in terms of martial skill, even though they had sustained injuries, their fighting abilities remained strong, making them perfectly suited for the role of tavern bodyguards. Shui Jintang happily welcomed those men into his tavern enterprise, and Gu Qizhao was also pleased since the most concerning issue regarding injured soldiers retiring was their future livelihoods. After spending many years in the army, a lot of soldiers returned home only to find their parents had already passed away or their relationships with family members had grown distant. These situations were common, and with most having spent all their lives in the military, they felt very lost when it came to deciding what kind of livelihood they should pursue once retired. Because of injuries, some soldiers were not met by their families with joy and open arms upon returning home but rather with resentment and estrangement. Many soldiers who fought bravely on the battlefield, yet forced to retire due to personal reasons, did not enjoy much glory or comfort back home. Instead, they had to worry about how to make ends meet and live difficult lives. Gu Qishao was not unaware of these circumstances, but he couldn't resolve them completely. The best he could do was to try his best to arrange for veterans who were no longer fit for the battlefield to work under him. There were already quite a few such veterans in his own residence. On one hand, their loyalty ensured protection for the mansion, on the other hand, their livelihoods were now secure. Upon learning this, Shui Jintang gained even more respect for Gu Qishao, recognizing that he was an exceptionally responsible general. How many people in this era could treat their soldiers as well as Gu Qishao? Other generals certainly didn't match up to Gu Qishao's efforts. Conversely, it was the norm for many disabled veterans returning home to live hard and impoverished lives. But out of hundreds of thousands of troops, there were still many who couldn't be accommodated despite Gu Qixiao's best efforts to take in as many veterans as possible. A large number of them still struggled in their hometowns. Now that Shui Jintang was willing to take on part of the responsibility, showing no discrimination, but openly employing them, things seemed to be turning for the better. This act also deepened Gu Qixiao's appreciation for Shui Jintang, improving his image in his eyes even further. When Shui Jintang's actions became known, Ji Sen and other subordinates held the princess in even higher regard. The disabled soldiers coming back from war received far less respect and honor than they deserved, often facing discrimination and contempt. However, in Shui Jintang's demeanor and words, there was absolutely no trace of discrimination but rather a genuine sense of respect. This made him incomparably better than most. Gu Qixiao's subordinates naturally felt even greater respect and recognition for the princess. Although recruiting bodyguards solved the survival issues for some retired veterans, there were still many struggling to survive. Shui Jintang planned that whenever he opened any new businesses in the future, he would hire as many of these people as possible to help, contributing his bit. He wanted to observe how the tavern's revenue performed first. If successful, he would definitely plan for other businesses. For instance, specialty tea shops, dessert stores, etc., were all possibilities if conditions permitted, provided his finances supported it. Who hasn't dreamt of owning their own shop? Back in modern times, he even considered opening a small store after saving enough money from working hard. It didn't have to be too big, a place where guests could be greeted warmly, where he could sit by the door and bask in the sun, read books, drink tea in peace, how leisurely. Unfortunately, a hospital notification shattered all his plans for the future, forcing him to return to the small rural house where he grew up with his grandparents to spend his final days. Instead, fate took another turn, and he found himself transported into a novel set in the fictitious Deqian dynasty, which never existed in history. Though reincarnated as a minor character destined to meet an ignominious end, Shui Jintang still felt grateful to heaven because, in a way, he had been given another chance at life. As long as he stayed cautious, kept a distance from the protagonist, there might be a chance to change his unfortunate fate. Reflecting briefly on his destiny, Shui Jintang turned his focus back to the present tasks. Buying who needed to be bought, hiring those necessary, though these matters could not be resolved in a day or two. Whether purchasing slaves or hiring employees, both processes required meticulous screening. Only through this careful selection could the safety and reliability of these individuals be guaranteed, ensuring his own safety while minimizing unnecessary trouble. Regarding the tavern, Shui Jintang wasn't in a rush to immediately open it, especially considering the construction still required time, so selecting personnel could proceed at a relaxed pace. He occasionally went out to recruit a few people while maintaining his daily routines, enjoying an easygoing lifestyle. However, this day brought an unexpected event. Ning Qin Wang's palace received a visiting card. Just as the two were eating lunch as usual in the dining hall, the estate manager arrived with a visiting card in hand. Curious, Shui Jintang glanced over, and the manager promptly handed the card over to him. Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess, has sent this invitation. Shui Jintang asked in some surprise, who? The Grand Princess? She sent an invitation to me. He wanted to ask why the Grand Princess sent him an invitation. Gu Qishao remained calm and said while eating, if it's addressed to you, just open it and see. All right. Shui Jintang obediently replied, taking the invitation. After reading it, Shui Jintang proactively informed Gu Qishao, the Grand Princess is hosting a flower appreciation banquet and has invited me to join her for flower viewing. With a hint of worry, he asked, I've never met the Grand Princess before. Do you think I should go? Gu Qishao didn't answer immediately but waved his hand instead. The estate manager immediately retreated after delivering the invitation. He had only come to pass it along. Shui Jintang didn't like having people around while he ate or continuously watching him. Over time, Gu Qishao came to understand this better about him. So now every time they ate, the servants would leave them alone, allowing the two of them to eat peacefully. At this moment, Gu Qishao explained to Shui Jintang. The Grand Princess is my royal aunt, and there is only one Grand Princess in our dynasty. My elder brother respects her greatly. My royal aunt is kind to people and shares a good relationship with her husband. She never actively involves herself in state affairs and lives a leisurely life within the mansion. She loves various rare flowers and exotic plants. Now that she's older, she often tends to flowers and plants in her residence, frequently organizing events such as flower appreciation banquets. The flower appreciation banquet invites people to her home to enjoy the flowers together. Since my royal aunt loves flowers, many who attend also bring rare and valuable blooms to present to her. She arranges the flowers presented by others in her garden so everyone can admire them. Shou Jintang understood somewhat. The grand princess was quite amiable, not someone capricious and mean-spirited who likes making trouble for others. The main purpose of the flower appreciation banquet was merely to share the pleasure of flower viewing with no ulterior motives, right? So does that mean I can attend the flower appreciation banquet? Gu Qishao nodded. You are my consort, so receiving the invitation is normal, but you don't necessarily have to go, it's entirely up to you. If you don't want to go, just find an excuse to decline, no one will say anything. The royal aunt won't be particular about such matters. Upon hearing this, Shou Jintang felt much more relaxed. As long as it wasn't a dangerous setup, frankly speaking, he truly disliked being involved in scheming among a group of people. After considering, Shou Jintang decided to go. I might as well take a look. After all, the royal aunt is now one of my elders, and since she extended the invitation, it would be impolite to refuse on my first occasion. As you said, she treats people kindly, so she wouldn't make things difficult for me. Therefore, I should go to the banquet to meet her, especially because we haven't seen each other yet. After hearing this, Gu Qishao nodded approvingly. That sounds reasonable. Go ahead. Bring along Lu Ying and a few others. If you don't know something, just ask them. Given your current position, you will inevitably attend many banquets in the future. Not talking about other feasts, the imperial banquets alone happen more than once a year. Although most could be skipped based on your status, there are always unavoidable ones. It might be better to take this opportunity to attend the royal aunt's flower appreciation banquet and familiarize yourself with these occasions early on. That's not a bad idea. After listening to Gu Qishao, Shou Jintang became even more determined and firmly stated. Alright, then I'll go this time and gain some experience for participating in future banquets. Gaining experience? Gu Qishao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. That makes sense. When did the royal aunt invite you to the banquet? Shou Jintang waved the invitation. Tomorrow at the beginning of the hour of C. Gu Qishao nodded. Then you can head over after breakfast tomorrow. Pausing for a moment, he teased with a question. Aren't you scared? Shall I accompany you tomorrow? Shou Jintang gave him a bold glance, then curiously inquired. The royal aunt only invited me, would it be convenient for you to come? Gu Qishao faintly smiled. It will certainly be convenient. The royal aunt didn't invite me because she knows I dislike attending such gatherings, but if I truly wish to go, naturally I can. In my position, there's currently no feast I cannot attend, it depends solely on whether I choose to do so. Many people will be invited to the flower appreciation banquet, mostly female attendees, though there will be some men as well, since it's organized by my royal aunt, and most won't decline. Some use these opportunities to socialize with others under the pretext of enjoying flowers. The royal aunt understands this situation too. As long as there are no incidents, she won't overly interfere, although no one dares to create chaos at a banquet hosted by the royal aunt. Shou Jintang, after hearing all this, also appeared to be in agreement. Indeed, who exactly was the grand princess? Anyone daring to cause trouble at her banquet must have water in their brain. Though Shou Jintang also hoped that Gu Qishao could go with him, he eventually shook his head. No, you do your own thing. I'll bring Lu Ying and the others along, there shouldn't be any problems. I'll return as soon as the banquet is over. A faint smile crept up on Gu Qixiao's lips as he reached out to ruffle the young man's hair, instructing him. Then go. Though it should be fine and no one will dare to stir up trouble, still, be cautious about everything. All right. Shou Jintang nodded heavily. Then he thought of something. So should I send a gift tomorrow? Didn't you say many people present rare flowers and exotic plants? Gu Qishao again ruffled the youth's hair, offering reassurance. Don't worry about it. There's no need for that. The majority of them are bringing gifts either for flattery or seeking favors, neither applies to you. Besides, Aunt enjoys rare flowers and exotic plants, but our estate doesn't have such rarities either. And even if you wanted to give a gift, you wouldn't know what to give. That's true, Shou Jintang said with an air of sudden understanding, nodding his head while continuing to eat. He mused as he ate, though he didn't have any rare flowers, neither did Gu Qishao show much interest in those things. Thus, the mansion had no one who particularly went out to find them. In his personal space, he had indeed planted some flowers, but most were common wildflowers he found aesthetically pleasing and had dug up to put inside his private space. There were a few orchids as well, plants he had encountered in the wild, found appealing, and moved into his space. If he really needed to give a gift, perhaps these orchids would suffice. While eating, Shou Jintang suddenly came up with an idea. Since rare flowers were mentioned, what if he gave his orchids more spirit spring water? Could they mutate? With this notion in mind, Shou Jintang finished his meal absent-mindedly and immediately returned to his courtyard, locking himself inside his room before shrinking into his personal space. The orchids were planted at the edge of his personal space's soil. They were mainly there for aesthetic purposes and hadn't received much care or special attention from the spirit spring water. At this moment, he carefully filled a small bucket with the spring water and began pouring it onto the orchids. To the naked eye, the orchids appeared to perk up slightly. He continued watering them. They looked even more vibrant. Pouring more. Until all the water in the small bucket was poured, Shou Jintang observed closely and found that besides blooming more beautifully, the orchids showed no other special changes. Shou Jintang felt somewhat disappointed, but quickly recovered. Having the personal space and the spirit spring was already something for which he was very grateful. The spirit spring had certainly brought him many benefits. It simply wasn't meant to make plants mutate, that's all. He wouldn't lose anything by accepting this reality, thus, there was no point in demanding too much. As night fell, the two of them continued to sleep on the same bed as usual. Shou Jintang had grown quite accustomed to this, and it wasn't long before he fell asleep. Gu Qishao wrapped his arms around the figure through the thin quilt and closed his eyes. The next day, after having breakfast together, both tidying themselves up, Shou Jintang took off with Lu Ying and 3 others in the carriage toward the Grand Princess residence for the feast. Chapter 86, Flower Appreciation Banquet. Sitting inside the carriage, Shou Jintang felt a bit nervous. Since coming over, apart from visiting his adoptive parents in Lanyu village, this was the first time he was going to someone else's home, especially to the home of his current royal aunt. Both Mingchang Mansion and the Grand Princess estate were close to the palace, and the distance between the two residences wasn't far. After approximately half an hour in the carriage, they stopped. Shou Jintang lifted the curtain and stepped down with Lu Ying's assistance. Even when traveling, one still needed to pay attention to etiquette. For instance, he could directly jump down from the carriage without slowly being supported and stepping down carefully, but doing so might invite ridicule from others for lack of manners. Lu Ying and others respectfully followed behind Shou Jintang. To clarify, although within the mansion, Shou Jintang followed fewer rules and was lenient toward Lu Ying and others. This was a different occasion where Lu Ying and the rest had to earnestly fulfill their duties as maids. Every action and expression during this visit carried importance, not only for Shou Jintang's face but also significantly for Lu Ying and others' benefit. Although Shou Jintang was kind-hearted, it didn't mean everyone here shared the same nature. Therefore, outside the mansion, Lu Ying and others couldn't act as casually as they would at home. If seen by outsiders, they'd simply say the servants lacked discipline. In case of criticism, Shou Jintang would always be deemed faultless, since others wouldn't dare accuse him of misconduct. But then blame would inevitably fall on the staff. Should the master make a mistake, it would be the subordinates punished. So Shou Jintang knew better than to let Lu Ying and the others behave exactly as they did within the mansion, it would do them more harm than good. After stepping out of the carriage, Shou Jintang glanced around. In front of the Grand Princess's residence, numerous carriages were already parked. It seemed that many people had arrived. Looking at the gilded characters on the plaque above the gate reading, Grand Princess Residence, Shou Jintang withdrew his gaze and led his group towards the inside of the estate. At the entrance, he handed the visiting card to the guard standing on both sides of the gates for verification. After confirming everything was correct, Shou Jintang continued walking inwards. The banquet held today at the Grand Princess's estate was merely an ordinary one, not a grand event of significant importance. Yet, there were quite a number of attendees. Naturally, the Grand Princess's estate had dispatched additional personnel to maintain order while ensuring the security of the entire compound. Upon entering the estate, a servant immediately came forward to guide them. Shou Jintang led Lu Ying and the other 3, following the servant further inside. On the way, they passed by a pond where, during the height of summer, lotus flowers bloomed luxuriantly and the leaves were a vibrant green. Glancing over, it presented an overwhelming scenic beauty. The weather was also good that day, with the wind blowing gently across the lotus pond. Alongside carrying the subtle fragrance of lotus flowers, the breeze brought droplets of water vapor that refreshed everyone. Walking past the pond, various kinds of flowers and plants appeared sequentially along the path. Shou Jintang observed and marveled that the Grand Princess truly lived up to her reputation as someone who loved flora. The quantity of flowers and plants on this route was indeed substantial. The guiding servant did not pause until leading Shou Jintang into a smaller hall within the premises. There, the servant stopped, bowed respectfully, and spoke politely to Shou Jintang. Your Highness, please rest here for a moment. The flower appreciation banquet has not yet begun. Once it starts, I will immediately come to inform you. Shou Jintang understood, not all guests had arrived yet. Once the gathering was complete, the event would begin. Naturally, Shou Jintang wouldn't cause any inconvenience for the servant, so he smiled and replied. All right, I am aware. You may go now. Yes, I shall take my leave. After bowing again, the servant promptly stepped back and left. Watching him depart, Shou Jintang felt somewhat ill at ease with the title used for himself just moments ago. Your Highness, he found it extremely awkward for a man like himself to call himself such a formal title, but it was unavoidable. This was not modern society, especially not a city like the capital, where rules among nobles were even stricter. There was no possibility for casual self-addresses in public. To address himself casually would be a loss of face, not only for himself but also for Ningqing Mansion. As Gu Qizhao's consort, by principle, referring to himself as Your Highness was entirely appropriate. Lu Ying poured tea from the pot on the table and softly said, Your Highness, we need to wait for a bit longer. Please have some tea to refresh your throat. Shui Jintang took it, glancing around the small hall he currently occupied. This particular hall wasn't small, with many tables arranged inside. At present, he wasn't the only guest who had arrived, many people were seated at different tables. Some sat alone at a table, just like him, while others were grouped together conversing in clusters, their servants standing nearby to attend to their needs. Each table was provided with tea and snacks, and ice basins were scattered around the room, clearly showing the thoughtful service from the Grand Princess's residence. When Shui Jintang entered the hall with the servant, the conversations quieted slightly as everyone turned their attention to him. When the servant led Shui Jintang into the hall, there was no specific announcement about his identity. Those who had never seen Shui Jintang didn't recognize him. However, the term Highness was heard clearly by many, prompting them to glance over quickly before voluntarily averting their eyes. Nevertheless, several couldn't resist whispering curiously. This person looks unfamiliar, I've never seen him before. I think I heard one of the servants address him as Highness. Which royal consort is he? Could it be anyone else? We don't have too many princes in our dynasty. From the information I've gathered, he might be the royal consort who married Prince Ning recently. You mean, Prince Ning? Hush, speak quieter. If he hears you, he'll surely make trouble. What are you afraid of? He's not even here, and as usual, he doesn't attend such banquets. Why would you fear his new wife? I heard the Ning royal consort is the son of Lord Pingchang. The son of Lord Pingchang? No, that can't be right. I know his sons personally, and none of them look like him. Maybe you've been away from the capital. Yeah, I left the city for several months to handle some affairs. I just returned not long ago. What major events occurred here in the capital? To talk about something significant. Recently, His Majesty issued an imperial decree to arrange a marriage for Prince Ning. As it turns out, this match concerns the child of Lord Pingchang. Well, what's so special about that? The amusing part is, they say this son was lost somewhere far away and was only found recently, just shortly before the arranged marriage. There's a son who has been lost all this time. How have I never heard that he lost a son? Why does one suddenly appear now? I do know something about it, the third son of Lord and Lady Pingchang was indeed missing for a while, but I remember they found him later. Now another one pops up. This is quite thought-provoking. Could it be an illegitimate child? Who knows? The Pingchang Marquis residence hasn't said anything. It seems to me either this found child is an unloved illegitimate son or isn't their biological child at all. Why do you say that? If they truly cherished him, would they have agreed to marry him off to bring fortune to the prince? Would they allow a man to become someone else's wife? That may not be entirely correct. An imperial decree can't be disobeyed, right? How could Lord Pingchang dare defy an order from the emperor? Humph, though they may not dare defy an imperial decree, it's certain that this princess consort doesn't receive much favor in the Marquis household. Clearly stated on the imperial decree was the third son of the Marquis family, my memory isn't wrong, it refers to Chu Zayer. To put it that way, then this marriage must have been arranged instead. Looks like it's a pity for this person. I know some inside information, Chu Zayer is actually an adopted son, not a real blood relation of Lord Pingchang. The newly found child is his true offspring. Is that true? Where did you hear it from? If it's true, that makes even less sense, why would he choose to marry off an adopted son rather than his own flesh and blood? Though the adopted one has been raised by them since childhood, and the other is a long-lost child of theirs, the Marquis decision might still make sense. Even if we don't know whether it's true or false, if I were him, naturally my own child would come first. No matter how dear an adopted child is, he's not of our bloodline, who knows what he'll think or do later. If he behaves well after the return of my own child, I won't mistreat the adopted one, I'll ensure his life will go on without worry. But asking me to set aside my own bloodline and continue to treat the adopted child as if he's my true offspring? That, I cannot do. Didn't you mention knowing some insider information earlier? If it's true, how did the child of Lord Pingchang get lost? I haven't heard a single bit of this news, it's been kept tightly concealed. I only learned this from others too, I don't really know the exact details, I'm no so powerful as to uncover these secrets. I also heard that Lord Pingchang originally intended to disclose the adopted status of Chu Zayer, but strangely, nothing's happened yet. Wait, let me sort through this. So the current situation means, Lord Pingchang suddenly has another son, bringing the count up to 5. The originally third-ranked young master becomes the fourth now, and the third is this new one. My view is different from all of yours. To me, it's not that Lord Pingchang doesn't care about his children, he has many kids after all, and with the imperial decree already in place, one had to go. Him choosing to send his own biological child, if this person could really captivate the heart of the prince. Then the future of the house of Lord Pingchang. You're right. One way, the biological child is always more reassuring than an adopted one and can plan better for his own family. Secondly, this child has been outside all along, having the shallowest bond with them. Sending him over causes less sorrow. T.S., with your explanation, Lord Pingchang really made a good calculation. Shou, lower your voice, keep quiet. This is just our private speculation. We shouldn't cause any trouble if we're overheard. Inside the side hall, people conversed with those they knew, discussions never stopping. Since the banquet hadn't begun yet, everyone couldn't just sit around waiting idly. Chatting among themselves was normal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many people quietly talked about matters related to the house of Lord Pingchang. They assumed Shui Jintang couldn't hear them, but in fact, having been drinking divine spring water all along, Shui Jintang's senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people, and he had heard much of what they said. Or perhaps they simply didn't fear Shui Jintang hearing them, because after all, he was merely the princess consort given to the Ning prince through an imperial decree to bring him luck. Whether the prince favored him was still unknown. Besides, though he was a child of Lord Pingchang, having been lost for years before being sent into the mansion, who knew whether his relatives cared about him or would stand up for him? In short, although everyone had some awe towards the Ning prince, for various reasons outlined above, they weren't very fearful of consort Shui Jintang and some even looked down upon him. This is why even though Shui Jintang sat clearly visible in the side hall, they dared to whisper comments. Had Gu Qixiao been present here, absolutely no one would have dared talk behind his back, not even in low voices. Many of the comments about Shui Jintang in the side hall were heard by Shui Jintang himself, but he didn't react to them at all. He certainly wouldn't feel shame, panic, or anger as some people assumed he would. After all, he wasn't the original owner of this body and thus lacked the complex feelings towards the Pingchang Marquis residence that the original person might have had. No matter what others said, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Besides, his marriage to Gu Qixiao for good fortune was already well known, and he had only just been found and brought back to the Pingchang mansion. Since no one had seen him before, naturally there would be much speculation when they met him for the first time, nothing unusual about that. Anyway, let them say whatever they wanted. It's not like he would lose a piece of flesh. As long as his mentality remained strong, those words couldn't impact him. Didn't you notice how even though these people could only gossip quietly behind his back instead of outright discussing him in front? While their fear mainly stemmed from Gu Qixiao's presence, Shui Jintang still felt rather amused by this situation. If anyone dared insult him directly in his face, Shui Jintang wouldn't back down either. After all, he was now a prince consort with unmatched prestige and status. The current Dagon dynasty only had one prince as prestigious as Gu Qixiao. His position as Ning prince consort was also incomparably high. So unless someone was foolish or of higher rank than him, they generally wouldn't dare offend him directly. Shui Jintang leisurely sat there, sipping tea while continuing to listen attentively to other people's conversations using his excellent hearing. He automatically filtered out those discussions about him and enjoyed listening to others' gossips. Although these gossips weren't necessarily true, listening to them more wouldn't hurt, as they did help him better understand the influential families involved. He knew next to nothing about the grievances and disputes among these noble families of the capital city. Though he disliked scheming and wouldn't willingly get involved, it was still important for him to know at least a bit about them. Just as he was listening, suddenly someone whispered. Hey, stop talking, people from the Pingchang Marquis residence are here. Those who had been gossiping about the Pingchang Marquis paused for a moment, then all turned to look at the entrance. Shui Jintang couldn't help but glance outside curiously. Although he had guessed whether the Pingchang Marquis would attend this flower appreciation banquet, this type of event wasn't mandatory for attendance. Moreover, according to what he heard from Lu Ying, the Pingchang Marquis residents didn't always participate in such events. Last year, they hadn't attended at all. Thus, he thought it unlikely they would show up this year. Who would have thought that they ended up coming after all? The last time he casually walked through the street, he ran into Chu Zayer, and now attending this flower appreciation banquet, he met with the Pingchang family again. Shui Jintang sighed in resignation. What kind of luck was this? Why couldn't he have a relaxing outing? Chapter 87, Too Disappointing. The people from the Pingchang Marquis residence who came were Mrs. Pingchang, his biological mother, and his two younger brothers, Chu Zayer and Chu Zishuan. Chu Zayer wore a pure smile, holding Mrs. Fang's arm in an obedient manner, while Chu Zishuan walked on her other side, exuding arrogance. As the three entered the side hall, acquaintances greeted them warmly, and Mrs. Fang responded cheerfully. Shui Jintang turned his head back immediately and continued to enjoy his tea and snacks leisurely. Since he currently had no ties to the Pingchang Marquis residence, he didn't want any relations with these people. Moreover, even if they were to greet each other, with his current position, it should be them who initiated greetings. There was no need for him to take the lead. Unfortunately, despite Shui Jintang's desire for quietness, there were those who refused to leave him alone. Because Shui Jintang was facing away from the door, Mrs. Fang and her sons initially didn't notice him. But there were always nosy and talkative people around. Not long after they took their seats, someone started chatting with them, which inevitably led the conversation to Shui Jintang. Thus, the three became aware that Shui Jintang was also attending today's flower appreciation banquet. Just as Shui Jintang took a bite of a snack, he heard a voice from behind. "Brother, are you also attending the flower appreciation banquet?" Shui Jintang inwardly sighed, as expected. Chu Zayer never left things peaceful. Turning around, Shui Jintang looked at the young man across from him. Chu Zayer was dressed in white. When Shui Jintang turned, he immediately displayed a clever smile, a kind that no one could dislike. "Brother." Ever since Chu Zayer stood up and approached Shui Jintang, everyone in the side hall shifted their attention to the two of them. Those who knew something about their relationship waited expectantly for a drama, while those unaware received quick updates from enthusiastic informants. At this point, seeing Chu Zayer approaching Shui Jintang to speak, curiosity and excitement were undoubtedly brimming within everyone. Based on the information they had heard, the relationship between these two should not be good. The next moment, Shui Jintang confirmed everyone's guess. Although he himself wanted to stay away from the main character, when it was truly unavoidable, Shui Jintang wouldn't feel afraid, he would simply act as usual. At this point, he no longer bothered to hide his impression of Chu Zayer or the nature of their relationship. Why hide? It brought him no benefit and only made him easily irritated. An old saying goes something like this: if you tolerate someone for a moment, they'll start to push their limits; if you step back, they'll take advantage further. Amber eyes gazed at Chu Zayer, who appeared innocent with his smile. Shui Jintang then gave a polite smile in return but did not hesitate to say sharply. "If I knew you were coming, I wouldn't have come." Upon hearing this, gasps of surprise immediately rose around them. Chu Zayer's smile froze instantly, and annoyance quickly flickered across his face before being suppressed, though some sharp-eyed people still caught it. After a brief pause of stiffness, Chu Zayer's almond-shaped eyes blinked a couple of times before he donned an expression full of grievance. "Brother, what are you talking about? Ever since you married into the prince's mansion, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and my father, mother, and brothers all miss you. For you to say such things is just too heartbreaking." Regardless of the timing, people tend to sympathize more with the weaker side. With this statement, combined with Chu Zayer's appearance of helplessness, it immediately stirred up sympathy from some of those present. These individuals now looked at Shui Jintang with a hint of disapproval. Was there any need for such harsh words between brothers? Couldn't matters be resolved peacefully? Shui Jintang paid no heed to these gazes and continued addressing Chu Zayer directly. "You know very well why I married into the prince's mansion, especially you. There's no need to feign innocence and seek sympathy here. I came to enjoy flowers at the flower appreciation banquet, not to squabble here. If you all showed up, that's fine, we could leave each other alone without interfering. But knowing I don't want to see you, you deliberately appear in front of me, even demanding my attention. Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Shui Jintang truly couldn't understand the antics of the original protagonist. No matter where he was or what occasion it was, as long as he saw Shui Jintang, he insisted on asserting his presence. Hearing Shui Jintang's speech, everyone's expressions shifted again, realizing that the consort princess of Ning must have had another reason behind marrying into the palace. It seemed that the Pingchang Marquis family, particularly the younger brother of consort Princess Ning, might have wronged her. Chu Zayer almost failed to maintain his fake smile again. This time, he tried harder to retain a look of purity and express profound grievances. "Brother, I merely came to greet you. After you got married to the prince, I haven't seen you in a long while. Please don't blame father and mother. They're also very sad, all this is truly a misunderstanding." Shui Jintang slightly curled his lips, his tone mocking. "Haven't seen me in a long while? Are you sure your memory hasn't failed you? Haven't we bumped into each other recently on the street? Also, I'm in the palace compound, if you really missed me, why haven't you written me a letter or delivered a note? Or even sent a message through someone?" Chu Zayer's expression paused momentarily, then he lowered his head, biting his lip as he said. "I do miss you, brother, but I feared you didn't want to see me, so." Shui Jintang replied with complete agreement in his tone yet laced with mockery. "To avoid coming to my place because you're scared I won't see you, how come now you dare approach me? Oh, I get it, because you know going to the prince's mansion, you certainly won't be allowed inside. So seeing me out here, you decided to block me. Is this how you think you can bully me because I'm all alone now?" Though not directly stated, Shui Jintang's meaning was clear. Chu Zayer dared not go to the Ning prince's mansion due to the presence of Gu Qixiao. Now, with Gu Qixiao absent, Chu Zayer took the opportunity to confront him. Chu Zayer's complexion couldn't help but change somewhat. He hesitated over whether he should continue to wear that artificial smile. Shui Jintang was correct about one thing, he indeed didn't dare visit the Ning prince consort personally. Considering Gu Qixiao's aura and rumored cold, severe temperament, naturally Chu Zayer felt apprehensive. Even though he had firmly decided to find ways to gradually diminish Shui Jintang's favor in the eyes of the Marquis and Marchioness of Pingchang, making them hate their own biological child. At the same time, without leaving obvious traces, tarnish Shui Jintang's reputation so that in the eyes of all prestigious families in the capital city, she'd be viewed unfavorably. Chu Zayer always had a well-thought-out plan. Whenever he spoke with Shui Jintang, Chu made sure to act innocent and meek while Shui was always straightforward, unyielding. Over time, no matter what mistakes Shou may have actually committed, others would naturally feel sympathy for him, thereby disliking Shou slightly more. This brother of his had always been away outside, simply put, not much different from the mud-legged peasants in the countryside, entirely clueless about feigning helplessness or selling innocence to gain pity or sympathy from others. Having grown up within the noble residence from a young age, Shou believed that whether in knowledge or insight, he far surpassed this so-called brother. How could the other possibly compete against him? However, when Shui Jintang was with Gu Qixiao, out of fear for Gu Qixiao, Chu Zayer genuinely didn't dare to directly confront them. The various gazes from the surrounding crowd made Chu Zayer grind his teeth inwardly as he pondered how to respond. Just as his lips began to move, a servant entered to relay a message. All guests had arrived. The Grand Princess also appeared alongside her prince consort, signaling that the flower appreciation banquet could commence. Upon hearing this, no one remained seated in the side room, everyone stood up and headed toward the main hall where they were supposed to meet the host. This action interrupted Chu Zayer's planned retort, forcing him to swallow back his words. Chu Zayer gritted his teeth again but internally sighed in relief. He hadn't anticipated the previous scene where Shui Jintang would humiliate him publicly before such a large audience. Previously, inside the manor, things were never like this. Although the servant's announcement cut off his potential counterarguments, it shifted the attention of the majority to something else, and most people no longer focused on their exchange. Because of this, Chu Zayer felt somewhat relieved. Just as he wanted to say something else to Shui Jintang, he looked around and found that Shui was already gone. Shui Jintang couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Chu Zayer. As everyone was heading out, he immediately got up and left, moving extremely fast. It seemed as if he was afraid of being entangled by anyone. Some guests who hadn't yet left caught sight of this demeanor and found it amusing, holding back their laughter while others couldn't help but glance at Chu Zayer with odd expressions. Though no one knew exactly what was going on between these two, it was apparent that the consort Princess Ning truly detested this younger brother of hers. Her every action clearly showed her unwillingness to associate with the other party. Seeing this, Chu Zayer became annoyed once more but managed to suppress his anger from showing on his face. He needed to endure, or else his image in front of outsiders wouldn't look good. Turning back toward Lady Fong and Chu Zishuan, Chu Zayer adopted an expression filled with sorrow and forbearance. Mother, my brother still refuses to forgive me. I truly don't want our relationship to deteriorate to this extent. Chu Zishuan had already lost patience long ago, and if Lady Fong hadn't stopped him, Chu Zishuan would have interjected during the conversation between Shui Jintang and Chu Zayer. Now that all those in the side room had left, only the three of them remained. Chu Zishuan could no longer hold back, angrily questioning. Why are you being so polite to him, brother? I've said it before, he's not my real brother. You shouldn't even bother trying to mend relations. If he doesn't want to see us, then I certainly don't wish to see him either. Saying this, he looked at Lady Fong with some complaint. Why did you stop me earlier? If you'd let me scold him, I'm nowhere near as tolerant as my brother. Lady Fong's expression was complicated. Regarding her son who had been lost since childhood, she always felt some guilt deep down. Although when they failed to find that child, she redirected all her affection towards Chu Zayer. Years passed, and Lady Fong had long regarded Chu Zayer as her own child, slowly erasing the pain and sadness brought by losing her original child thanks to Chu Zayer's constant companionship. A few months ago, when she suddenly learned that the long-lost child wasn't dead and had been found again, Lady Fong was momentarily dazed. At first, she wasn't sure whether she should be happy, sad, or bewildered. Though this was her own flesh-and-blood child whom she had lost, given that the child disappeared shortly after birth, and now over a decade had passed, she felt nothing but unfamiliarity toward him. Moreover, having already treated Chu Zayer as her biological child, and considering Chu Zayer's consistent compliance and understanding nature, honestly speaking, Lady Fong favored the ever-present Chu Zayer more. Regarding the lost child, she merely thought that upon bringing him back into the family, they could arrange a suitable marriage for him as a form of compensation. Once he married, she'd provide him with a house, separate him from the main residence, and grant him a substantial amount of silver so that he and his future wife and children could live comfortably in the capital city. Beyond that, Lady Fong gave it no further thought. She couldn't offer her motherly love to him anymore. However, an imperial decree disrupted everything. This disrupted Lady Fong's arrangements for the child's future, putting Ziyu at risk of having to marry Ning Prince as his wife. Thus, when Pingchang Marquis suggested making the news of that child public and arranging the marriage, Lady Fong agreed. Compared to the strange child, Lady Fong was more unwilling for Ziyu, whom she had raised since childhood, to be unhappy. Knowing well that marrying into the royal household was not a good choice, Lady Fong still made that decision. Though on the surface the child is now the third son of the Chu family and should be the one marrying into the royal household, fundamentally, it was their fault toward him. Due to this sense of guilt, Lady Fong prevented her younger son from intervening in the earlier dispute between the two boys. But Chu Zishuan clearly couldn't understand his mother's feelings. In his eyes, Chu Ziyu, who had grown up with him since childhood, was his brother. Suddenly, an unknown older brother appeared out of nowhere. Not only has he never met this person, but upon hearing this might jeopardize Chu Ziyu's position, Chu Zishuan immediately developed resentment towards this so-called older brother. Despite being told by his parents that the older brother had been lost since childhood, thereby explaining why he hadn't seen him, simply because this individual posed a threat to Chu Ziyu's standing, Chu Zishuan could hardly bear any fondness for him. Sometimes deep down, Chu Zishuan couldn't help but wish, if he was lost, then just stay lost forever. But now, finding him again disrupted their perfectly good lives. Seeing her youngest son's expression, Lady Fong felt some sorrow within her heart. Jin Tang, after all, is your brother. Even if you don't like him, you shouldn't scold him. It's ultimately our fault. If we hadn't been careless back then, Jin Tang wouldn't have been lost, and none of this would have happened today. As she spoke, Lady Fong's feeling of guilt rose once more, causing her eyes to redden slightly. Upon seeing her this way, Chu Zishuan reined in his initial anger, softening his tone somewhat. All right, I won't say anything else, okay? Mother, you also needn't grieve. At first, losing him wasn't intentional on your part or father's. None of us wanted this. Now that he's been found again, and judging by his condition, life in the palace seems fine too. You and father needn't feel guilty anymore. You didn't lose him intentionally either. Who knew such an accident would occur? So please stop torturing yourself over this. He's already here in the capital, where you can see him whenever you want. If you feel like visiting, send an invitation to the mansion. Parents wanting to see their children, how can they deny that? And if you truly feel guilty, then give him more things, perhaps that would be enough compensation. Chu Zishuan grabbed Chu Ziyu by the arm. Moreover, mother, always acting like this will make my brother sad too. Can you bear to keep watching him be unhappy? Chu Ziyu stumbled under the force, harboring slight annoyance in his heart, yet displaying an appropriately sorrowful demeanor when facing Lady Fong. As she looked over, he effortfully managed a smile. Mother, your concern stems from worrying about us. What you said makes sense. You and father needn't blame yourselves constantly. Now that the elder brother is back, there's plenty of time to make up for what's been lacking. And I, too, will join you in making amends. Even if, like today, he continuously refuses to forgive us, I can understand and won't hold a grudge. Had Xue Jintang been present to hear these words from Chu Ziyu, he would have undoubtedly applauded. It was evident Chu Ziyu seized every opportunity to defame him before others while showcasing his own magnanimity. Listen to what he was saying. After all their efforts, his continued unforgiveness labeled him as cold-blooded and unfeeling towards family ties. By stating he understood, Chu Ziyu further ingrained guilt within Pingchang's couple regarding the adoptive son while slowly erasing any remorse they held towards him, even hinting he was unreasonable, unable to comprehend the difficulty faced by their parents. Chapter 88, Someone Falls into the Water. Initially intending to intensify Lady Fong's ill perception of Xue Jintang, her unexpected reply left Chu Ziyu startled. All she did was lower her head in silence before speaking to Chu Ziyu. If your brother indeed cannot forgive us, then it is justified, as it is our fault, for losing him years ago and forcing him into this marriage today. It is entirely the mistake of me and your father. Chu Ziyu stared in shock. Was his mother alright? Didn't she feel his brother acted overly extreme? He recalled the past and wondered since when had her attitude shifted. After trying hard to recollect, it began after Xue Jintang married into the royal household. Unseen by others, Chu Ziyu's face darkened, and Lady Fong's attitude towards Xue Jintang brought him a trace of unease. His plan was to make his parents thoroughly detest their long-lost son and sever all ties. This emotion of guilt couldn't exist. It seemed he still had some work to do. Alright, everyone else has left. We should go over as well, it wouldn't be good if we're late. Lady Fong, after feeling sorrowful for a while, remembered they were still at the flower-viewing banquet in the Grand Princess's residence. Quickly wiping her tears, she reminded her two sons. Chu Ziyu immediately showed a smile and stepped forward, supporting Lady Fong's arm. Then let us go, mother. Chu Zishuan also followed suit. After everyone left the side hall, they arrived in the courtyard of the Grand Princess's residence, with Xue Jintang naturally following the crowd. The Grand Princess and her prince consort were smiling and conversing with everyone, mainly saying polite words appropriate for such occasions, essentially the opening remarks for the banquet, as summarized by Xue Jintang. Xue Jintang thus met this royal aunt. She was indeed as Gu Qi Shou had described, kind to people, though older in age, but very well preserved. Looking at her face, she appeared no more than 40 despite being over 50. This made Xue Jintang unable to view her as an elderly person. After all, 50-something wasn't old by modern standards. After exchanging some simple pleasantries, the Grand Princess stopped talking, and everyone could move freely. Some ladies-in-waiting and their wives followed behind the Grand Princess to admire flowers together and exchange thoughts and feelings. They exchanged feelings, those who wanted to present flowers did so. The remaining attendees dispersed throughout the estate to enjoy themselves. Xue Jintang was a bit surprised, this flower-viewing banquet really seemed quite relaxing and carefree. He also noticed that those following behind the Grand Princess were all ladies-in-waiting, mostly married women from various households. Those dispersing and enjoying free activities were mainly young men and women, each showing smiles on their faces. Although men and women intentionally avoided being directly together, many exchanged glances, engaging in flirtatious looks. Shui Jintang watched with some curiosity. Lu Ying noticed his confusion and took a step forward to explain quietly to Shui Jintang. Princess consort, the primary purpose of this flower banquet was indeed flower viewing, but through repeated celebrations, somehow, another layer of meaning has emerged. Curious, Shui Jintang looked at Lu Ying and then observed the young men and women, hesitantly speaking out. Could this additional layer mean matchmaking? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying nodded and continued. Perhaps due to the status and position of the Grand Princess, from an unknown point onward, the wives attending these flower-viewing banquets began bringing along unmarried young descendants they favored. If two people catch each other's eyes, a marriage might be successfully arranged. More importantly, the ladies can select ideal daughters-in-law or son-in-laws for their families through observing the younger generation of others at the banquet. Particularly for those of lower ranks, the opportunities to meet powerful nobles are scarce, making such a flower-viewing banquet an excellent opportunity. Additionally, many high-ranking officials' wives come here. If their children are favored by the others' children, that is certainly the best outcome possible. Lu Ying meticulously explained the inner workings of the flower-viewing banquet to Shui Jintang, who suddenly understood while trying hard not to suppress a laugh. The Grand Princess's elegant flower-viewing event has inadvertently become a matchmaking gathering for some. However, observing the Grand Princess's expression, it was clear she was aware yet chose not to speak against it, thereby implicitly accepting such behavior. She was truly a kind and amiable elder. Looking at those men and women dispersing, clustering in small groups, Shui Jintang glanced again towards the direction of the Grand Princess. Reasonably speaking, as princess consort to Guqi Shou, he should have been among the wives accompanying the Grand Princess to admire flowers and chat. Thinking it over, Shui Jintang decided to first follow the group quietly to familiarize himself with more people before moving around freely later. Not wanting to make too much noise and draw attention, Shui Jintang remained silent behind the group of wives, absorbing useful information from their conversations. Listening for a while, taking advantage of no one noticing him and not drawing the topic towards him, he quickly and stealthily slipped away. The Grand Princess's residence was vast, and after sneaking away, Shui Jintang wandered leisurely around the estate, where many places were adorned with a variety of flowers, each competing for beauty. Shui Jintang strolled while appreciating, the sun gradually climbing higher in the sky. After walking for some time and feeling somewhat tired, Shui Jintang planned to stop and rest. Just ahead was a pavilion, and Shui Jintang hurriedly walked over, with Lu Ying and others faithfully following behind him. Seating himself in the pavilion, shielded from the somewhat oppressive sunlight, a cool breeze greeted him. Shui Jintang motioned for Lu Ying and the others. Don't stand outside, come over and take a rest. It seems that there is no one around here. Lu Ying and the others quickly thanked Shui Jintang and then stepped into the pavilion. However, they still stood even though there was no one around. Although it wasn't their estate, they remained cautious. Shui Jintang asked, when will this flower-viewing banquet end? Can we leave now? Lu Ying replied, after the banquet starts, the Grand Princess usually admires flowers with various ladies of the court. Once this phase is finished, one may leave. However, before leaving, one must inform the Grand Princess's residence first. Shui Jintang nodded understandingly. They had come because of the invitation from the Grand Princess, and as guests, it would naturally be courteous to inform the host when leaving. How long will the Grand Princess and those ladies spend on flower appreciation? Actually, flower appreciation wasn't solely for admiring flowers. There were other purposes as well, forming connections with the Grand Princess, learning news unknown to them, paying attention to potential marriages within their families or among grandchildren. It typically lasts an hour. Which meant 2 hours in today's terms. Shui Jintang looked at the sky, estimating that more than an hour had likely passed. He decided to take a bit longer rest. One Fei, if you're tired, you can take a break in the side hall. Lu Ying mentioned that during these flower-viewing banquets, several rest areas were set up throughout the residence for the guests' convenience. These spots were either indoors or outdoors but always provided tea and snacks. Guests who were tired could find the nearest rest area to relax, have tea, eat snacks, and continue enjoying the event. Thus, it wouldn't become too tiring. Shui Jintang couldn't help but marvel at how thoughtful the services of the Grand Princess's residence were. The pavilion where he was resting now might be slightly out of the way since there weren't any foods on the table and not many people around. He wondered where he had wandered off to, but he was certain that the Grand Princess's residence had ample guards. If there were places forbidden to enter, there might be guards watching. Therefore, Shui Jintang wasn't worried about entering restricted areas. Getting lost was also not an issue since the Grand Princess's residence would surely send someone to look for missing guests. After all, the elderly Grand Princess would never let a guest encounter trouble on her property. Let's rest here a while longer. It's cool here, and there aren't many people. It's quiet. In those places where tea and snacks are laid out, there must be a lot of people taking breaks. The more people, the higher the chances of troubles. It'd be annoying if anyone involved me in disputes, so I'm lazy to join them. Shui Jintang scanned the surroundings and beckoned Lu Ying and the others. There's no one nearby, stop standing foolishly. Standing for a long time can be exhausting. Find stools and sit down for a moment. Also, help me keep an eye on the time. When there is about the time of one incense stick left until the end of the banquet, we'll leave. This way, we won't constantly run into those who love to stir up trouble. This pavilion had multiple stools, providing ample seating space. Lu Ying and the others hesitated for a moment, thinking this might not adhere strictly to protocol. However, after being persuaded by Shui Jintang a few more times, they relaxed a little and each found a place to sit, ensuring they didn't move too far away from Shui Jintang, staying close to him. At heart, they were just young teenagers. Shui Jintang was usually gentle in his manner and not overly concerned with strict rules. Initially, Lu Ying and the other four were somewhat constrained, but gradually, they loosened up. They even began examining the surrounding scenery curiously. Occasionally whispering comparisons between the layout of the Ning and the Grand Princess's mansion, pointing out differences between the two. While cooling off, Shui Jintang listened attentively to their conversation with great interest. The Ning also covered an extensive area, and he had only briefly strolled through it after arriving. Since then, he mostly moved back and forth between his own quarters and Gu Qizhao's courtyard. Many places indeed weren't as familiar to him as they were to Lu Ying and the others. Hearing them mention that within the Wangfu was a specific courtyard devoted to appreciating plum blossoms with several different varieties of plum trees, red plums, white plums, and wax plums, piqued his interest. He thought that during winter when plum blossoms bloom, the view inside that courtyard would definitely be exceptionally beautiful. Then, he and Gu Qizhao could go there together to admire the plum blossoms. He wondered whether there were fruit-bearing plum trees. If there were plenty of plums, he could try making sour plum, black plum, dried plum, plum vinegar, and plum wine. Moreover, plums could also be used in cooking, like plum red braised pork and steamed spare ribs with sour plum sauce. They both tasted fantastic. He planned to give these recipes a try someday. Just as they were chatting, Shui Jintang's ears twitched slightly, detecting faint sounds. He immediately interrupted Lu Ying and the others. Wait a moment, do you hear any sound? It feels like I heard someone talking. Lu Ying and the others immediately became silent, also straining their ears to listen carefully. Thanks to the effect of the spiritual spring water, Shui Jintang's 5 senses were rather sharp. At this moment, he discovered something unusual faster than Lu Ying and the others. Pointing to the left front, he said to them. It seems to be coming from that direction. Do you hear it? Yunsheng hesitantly spoke, judging by the sound, the other party seems very urgent. Is something wrong? They looked at each other. Just at this time, that voice came closer and closer, and Shui Jintang could hear it more clearly. Someone. Help. Not only did Shui Jintang hear it, but Lu Ying and the others also heard it. They exchanged glances, and Shu Yue hesitated to look at Shui Jintang. Princess, should we go check? Shui Jintang frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then the distant sound came clearer. His expression turned solemn. It seems like someone has fallen into the water. Let's go take a look. If someone falls in and isn't careful enough, it can cost lives. Although Shui Jintang was also a little worried about getting into trouble, there was no way he could ignore this after hearing it. Regardless, he still decided to take a look. If he heard it and didn't go, he would probably keep thinking about it if something really happened. Seeing that Shui Jintang had made up his mind, Lu Ying and the others didn't say anything else. They were servants, so naturally they followed whatever Shu Jintang wanted to do. As for trying to dissuade him, after serving beside Shui Jintang for so long, they knew their princess was kind-hearted, not a selfish and cold person. Plus, considering this was the Grand Princess's residence, nothing too serious should happen here. Thus, they didn't persuade and all stood up, following Shui Jintang toward the direction where the sound came from. Fortunately, the place wasn't too far away. The group quickened their pace and almost ran all the way, reaching the destination soon. The accident happened by the lake, and now a circle of people had already gathered on the open ground by the lake, with various speaking and shouting voices making quite a clamor. Listening to what everyone was saying, Shui Jintang figured out that the person who fell into the water seemed to have been saved already. Those around were surrounding the victim. Seeing this, Shui Jintang frowned even deeper. After someone drowns, they should be moved to a safe place with good air circulation. Such a large crowd gathering around would only worsen the situation of the drowning victim. He quickly surveyed the area and found someone who appeared to be a guard of the Grand Princess's residence, giving him instructions. Make the crowd disperse, don't let everyone gather around the drowning victim as poor air circulation will make the victim even more dangerous. The detained guard hesitated for a moment, not executing the command immediately but instead sizing up Shui Jintang, trying to identify his identity. Lu Ying interjected quickly, this is the Ning Princess, what the princess says is definitely correct. You should just follow her instruction. Hearing it was the Ning Princess, the guard subconsciously wanted to bow in respect. However, Shui Jintang stopped him and repeated again. Don't waste time, quickly disperse the crowd. Given the tense situation, the guard was also somewhat flustered. Seeing Shui Jintang's determined demeanor, he suddenly snapped back into action and immediately agreed, organizing manpower to disperse the crowd. The surrounding noise continued, and Shui Jintang overheard someone saying that there was already someone administering first aid, so he felt slightly relieved. Just as the guard left, a louder sound came from afar, and someone shouted. The Grand Princess is coming. Shui Jintang raised his gaze and saw the Grand Princess rushing hurriedly, seemingly running all the way, her face filled with anxiety. Without paying any attention to those who bowed respectfully around her, she quickly looked at the spot where a few people were still surrounded and urgently asked, "How is my grandson?" It turned out that the one who fell into the water was the Grand Princess's grandson. Before Shui Jintang could get to the front, he heard a panicking voice. Master seems not to be breathing anymore." The Grand Princess seemed to waver a bit, then immediately rushed forward, shaking her grandson's shoulder, her face full of panic. Yu, wake up, grandmother is here. Yu, wake up quickly. Chapter 89 Saving. Shui Jintang pushed through to the front with great effort and saw that the Grand Princess was holding a boy of about 6 or 7 years old in her arms, continuously shaking his shoulders. Some people around had already started shaking their heads in sighs, feeling that the child might not be salvaged. In life and death situations, Shui Jintang couldn't spare much thought and quickly ran to the Grand Princess, saying fast, "Aunt, let me take a look. The child may still be salvageable." The Grand Princess sharply turned her head towards him, grabbing onto his hand like a lifeline, her excitement clear. "Really? Can Yu really be saved? Then please save him quickly." The nearby court physician, upon hearing Shui Jintang's words, furrowed his brows tightly. He had initially intended to say that the young master couldn't be saved anymore. After all, there was no breathing already, so how could he possibly be saved? But deep in his heart, he wished the young master could live. After all, if the young master were to die, it was estimated that a group of people would be punished for negligence, and the doctor himself might not escape punishment. Therefore, he remained silent for a moment without uttering a word. Shui Jintang had already quickly instructed the Grand Princess to lay the child down, then moved forward swiftly to check whether there were any foreign objects in the boy's mouth. Fortunately, there wasn't any. He then pinched the boy's chin, pressing on his chest to perform CPR and artificial respiration. Although Shui Jintang didn't have complete confidence in reviving him, according to the surrounding accounts, from the time the child fell into the water until now, it should have been about 5 minutes. Fortunately, it hadn't exceeded 10 minutes, so there was still a 50% chance that the child could be revived. Once over 10 minutes, the possibility of recovery would be extremely low. Since there was still hope, Shui Jintang naturally didn't want to give up. So far, the elder Grand Princess had given him a fairly good impression, and he naturally didn't wish to see her grandson die like this. After all, the boy was only 6 or 7 years old, just a child with a long life ahead of him. If he died like this, it would truly be regrettable and pitiful. As he happened to know a bit about first aid and had encountered this situation, he figured he must at least try it out. The onlookers had never seen such a method of rescue before, so they were shocked for a moment. Someone muttered under their breath, "What is this Ning consort doing? Isn't she supposed to save someone? This behavior is just too strange." Another voice chimed in jealously, "I think he doesn't even know how to save anyone. Perhaps he's just trying to draw attention from the Grand Princess so that she will remember him kindly." Another one joined maliciously, "Perhaps, because clearly that child has no hope of survival. His actions might earn him gratitude from the Grand Princess even if the child doesn't survive." Some couldn't stand these remarks and retorted back. "How can some people have such dirty minds? Maybe the consort really can save the child." "Yes, some people simply can't stand to see others do well. Are they really hoping that the child does not survive? I believe that the Ning consort is genuinely trying to save the child. Given her status, there's no need for her to gain favor through this way." Exactly, if she fails to save the child, what if the Grand Princess blames instead of appreciating? She's the Ning consort, she doesn't need this reputation-building tactic. That's right, if it turns bad, it might bring troubles. Only those who lack intelligence would make such comments. But what exactly is the Ning consort doing? Can it really work? Everyone around stared curiously at Shui Jintang, while the Grand Princess was also surprised by Shui Jintang's actions, but she hoped Shui Jintang could save her grandson, so she did not stop him. Instead, along with others, she watched anxiously yet hopefully as he performed emergency treatment on the child. 1 second passed, then another, yet there was no response from the child. Many of the spectators felt in their hearts that the child had likely perished. The glow in the eyes of the Grand Princess also began to dim, and an increasingly sorrowful air surrounded her. However, Shui Jintang still did not give up. If it weren't for the respect for the Grand Princess, many would have wanted to tell Shui Jintang to stop performing the useless act, letting the child pass away peacefully. Just when the Grand Princess was almost giving up as well, the motionless child suddenly started coughing. The crowd was once again shocked, several faces filled with disbelief. Someone shouted, "Could it be that he has actually been saved?" The Grand Princess also stood dumbfounded for a moment, then immediately became agitated, her face full of joy as tears flowed anew. Yo-Yo has woken up. Watching her precious grandson, the Grand Princess both laughed and cried, hesitant to touch him immediately, observing tensely from the side. The boy coughed for a while, spitting out several gulps of water. At this moment, it seemed like he had regained consciousness. The fear of drowning hit him belatedly, and seeing his grandmother beside him, he couldn't help crying and shedding tears. "Wah! Grandma! Seeing that the child had finally awakened, Shui Jintang sighed in relief. Beads of sweat had already broken out on his forehead. Wiping them off with his sleeve, he reminded. Your Highness, since the child has woken up, let him change his clothes and drink some hot water. I'm not very skilled in medical arts, so it would be better to ask another court physician to examine him. Only at this moment did the Grand Princess, hugging her grandson tightly and weeping, come back to reality. Yes, you're right, he needs to change clothes quickly, Ningxiang. Ningxiang was the personal maid of the Grand Princess, having served her for many years. With just a word from her mistress, Ningxiang knew exactly what to do, responding immediately. Your servant will see to it right away, my princess. Please rest assured. The group of servants and guards sprang into action at once, with the child being carried by the guards as the Grand Princess hurried towards her quarters. At this moment, all the Grand Princess's attention was on her grandson, leaving no time for Shou Jintang. Shou Jintang understood her sentiments and held no grudge against it. Seeing that most people had moved forward, he slowly rose to his feet after maintaining one posture for too long, swaying slightly upon standing up. Fortunately, Yunqing caught him in time, looking worriedly and asking. My lady, are you all right? Shou Jintang shook his head gently. I'm fine, just squatted for too long causing numbness in my legs. It'll be fine after a brief rest. Looking around, he noticed that almost everyone had left, and then spoke. My aunt must now care for her grandson, so she won't have much time to attend to this banquet anymore. We should leave first, surely aunt will not have the heart to entertain us today. Having witnessed the entire episode where Shou Jintang saved the child, the four ladies-in-waiting including Luing were utterly astonished by their lady's actions and full of questions they wanted to ask, much like the others. But they all understood their roles and kept silent, obeying Shou Jintang's orders without question. Seeing Shou Jintang heading back home, they naturally followed suit. As Shou Jintang predicted, the flower appreciation feast hosted by the Grand Princess could no longer proceed. Someone already came to notify that the banquet would conclude here. Those who attended also knew their place well. Given the event of today, it was clearly impossible for the host to continue the banquet. Despite any hidden thoughts, everyone put on a smile expressing understanding while conveying concern for the child before finally dispersing. After informing those from the mansion, Shou Jintang followed behind the crowd, heading out as well. After the prince's sedan chair departed, Chu Ziyu and his party also stepped out from the Grand Princess's residence, catching the sight of the princely convoy just leaving. The trio was fraught with complex emotions. Chu Zishuan's disdain and dislike seemed somewhat lessened, though there was still a trace of surprise in his voice. I didn't expect him to actually save someone, reviving the Grand Princess's grandson. He appears to not be completely evil after all. Though Chu Zishuan disliked this brother who suddenly emerged and threatened Chu Ziyu's position, he still judged good and evil fairly in other matters. Just based on Shou Jintang saving a life, it enhanced Chu Zishuan's impression of him somewhat. Chu Ziyu's thoughts, however, were quite mixed. He was shocked at how Shou Jintang learned such a rescue method which even the Grand Princess's household physicians did not know. Jealousy arose at how this event drew so much attention, making him stand out greatly. Even Chu Zishuan, his ever-protective younger brother, changed his perception of him. Certainly, their mother would also grow to favor him more. Thinking about all these, Chu Ziyu could hardly suppress the growing panic in his heart. He was the legitimate young master of the Pingchang Marquis residence, his parents' son. He absolutely would not allow Shou Jintang to take up more space in their hearts. Nor would he permit anyone else's focus to be drawn to him, stealing his limelight. In terms of appearance and learning, how could Shou Jintang compare to him? He was the one who deserved admiration and affection. Perhaps Shou Jintang just got lucky rescuing the Grand Princess's grandson. Yes, it must have been luck. Chu Ziyu continuously reassured himself inside. A mudfoot grown up in the countryside, how could he possess medical skills? How could he possibly be better than the doctors of the Grand Princess's household? He probably picked up some basics from a certain doctor, merely performing the rescue act to draw attention and make a good impression on the Grand Princess. Yet coincidentally, the person survived. That's correct, that must be it. Shou Jintang had merely this extent of ability. Don't think that changing this would change his status in his parents' eyes. He would always be the legitimate young master of the Pingchang Marquis family. His rights, status, and wealth belonged exclusively to him. Given that today's scene affected Chu Ziyu rather significantly, thoughts continued swirling through his mind, preventing him momentarily from perfect control of his emotions. A distorted look briefly flickered across his normally innocent and naive face. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Brother, what are you thinking about? Chu Ziyu instantly snapped back, quickly putting on a smile, but his earlier expression was subtly noticed by Chu Zishuan. Chu Zishuan froze for a moment, then decided he must have been mistaken. His brother had always been pure and kind-hearted. How could he ever show such an expression? It must be from staying at the Grand Princess's residence for so long and being exhausted by recent events that led to this hallucination. Seeing Chu Zishuan's stunned expression, Chu Ziyu felt an inexplicable unease and immediately tapped his shoulder, speaking up. Xian. Ah. Chu Zishuan subconsciously responded, raising his eyes toward him. Chu Ziyu kept his smile unchanged and continued asking. Why did you call me? Why are you zoning out? Interrupted by Chu Zishuan dismissed the fleeting thoughts he'd just had, responding as usual. It's nothing, I just noticed you weren't speaking and thought the earlier incident might have scared you. Looking back, Chu Zishuan added. Mother was talking with someone earlier, and I noticed you standing silently there, assuming you were shaken by the previous event. Seeing Chu Zishuan's expression return to normal, Chu Ziyu's unease subsided, putting on a sunny demeanor. I'm not that timid. I was just thinking about what you said earlier at the Grand Princess's house, which made me feel a little down. Hearing this, Chu Zishuan stopped dwelling on the earlier matter, instinctively comforting his brother. You didn't do anything wrong. He is already married anyway, no longer part of our Marquis household, so don't focus on him or be saddened by what he says. Chu Ziyu raised a smile, seemingly consoled. Yes, you're right. I shouldn't pay too much attention to him. I'll try to change that. As they were speaking, Lady Fang, who had just been conversing with a madam, approached. Seeing both sons standing in front of the princess's mansion, she smiled gently. Someone spoke with me earlier. Let's go now, we should head back. Chu Ziyu and Chu Zishuan both responded affirmatively. The three walked toward their sedan chairs. Before boarding, Lady Fang turned around again to glance at the princess's mansion, her eyes reflecting complex emotions as she thought about her child's actions today. Xue Jintang returned directly to the mansion by sedan chair. In the front hall, Gu Qixiao was already waiting. Seeing Xue Jintang come in, he gave a slight smirk. You're back. Xue Jintang nodded, plopping down into a chair and gulping down a large amount of water. At the Grand Princess's residence, he had started eating some tea and snacks, but later on, he hadn't managed to drink a single drop of water after all the commotion. Having worked through it under the hot weather, Xue Jintang really did feel thirsty. After setting down the cup, Xue Jintang began speaking to Gu Qixiao. My lord, let me tell you, something happened at the Grand Princess's mansion today. The banquet wasn't over yet when trouble arose, and the Empress Dowager lost interest in continuing. Everyone left early. Gu Qixiao nodded, his face showing no sign of surprise. I've already received news. Qingyu fell into the water, and it was you who saved him. Xue Jintang had intended to recount the day's events at the princess's mansion, but hearing this, was surprised. You already know. Is the information spreading so quickly? It hasn't been long since the incident until my return. Gu Qixiao stroked his hair. Our mansion doesn't harbor idle people. Each person has their own expertise and abilities, including gathering intelligence and passing messages. He continued, besides, this is the capital city. If nothing is deliberately obstructing it, any major incidents will spread even faster. Xue Jintang nodded and couldn't help but look at him. Knowing I was the one who saved him, don't you have anything you want to ask? Xue Jintang thought perhaps questions like where he learned the rescue method, or from whom, would surely spark curiosity among those who witnessed him save someone. Why isn't Gu Qixiao curious or amazed? Hearing this, Gu Qixiao's smile deepened, his voice carrying a trace of tenderness. Anything you wish to tell me, you'll say willingly. Anything you don't, asking won't serve any purpose, right? Chapter 90, Trust Him. Upon hearing this, Xue Jintang was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily looking up at him. Gu Qixiao's eyes also brimmed with amusement as he went on. The water you give me isn't ordinary either, is it? Though Xue Jintang had always given Gu Qixiao this spirit spring water without providing detailed explanations, they tacitly understood each other. When suddenly brought up, Xue Jintang didn't know how to respond for a moment. After a short while, he muttered lowly. The water I gave you to drink is a medicine I concocted, and the method I used to save someone today, I learned both of these from an old man with white beard when I was young. Meeting that old man was pure luck. He liked me, so he taught me everything he knew before leaving the Lancy village without a trace. I don't know where he is now, whether he's wandering somewhere else or... This was the prepared explanation Xue Jintang had in mind, but Gu Qixiao never asked about the strange aspects of his abilities, so Xue Jintang never explained it either. Since the topic was brought up today, Xue Jintang provided the explanation as originally intended. Xue Jintang didn't know whether Gu Qixiao believed him or not, but this seemed like the most reasonable explanation for now. Naturally, Gu Qixiao did not believe it. Although the explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, according to Gu Qixiao's intuition and judgment, there were still many gaps. However, since the youth said this, Gu Qixiao also realized the whole truth couldn't be easily coaxed out at the moment. Indeed, judging by the youth's demeanor, the secret he hid must be extremely significant, extremely shocking. His unwillingness to speak indicated that the sense of security Gu Qixiao provided wasn't enough yet, it would take more time. With time, he believed the youth would eventually tell him the truth willingly. Therefore, at this moment, he nodded lightly, accepting the youth's explanation and asked. What was the method you used to save Qingyu? Seeing Gu Qixiao's reaction, Xue Jintang was unsure if the other person believed him or not. However, since the other party didn't continue questioning, Xue Jintang felt relieved. Never mind, since the other side hadn't said much, Xue Jintang assumed the matter was over. With some relief in his heart, Xue Jintang still responded to the man's question. I call those two methods artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Shui Jintang roughly explained what artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation are, their effects, how they're used, etc. As Gu Qixiao listened to Shui Jintang's narration, his eyes became increasingly profound. When well used, these two methods could save several lives. Thus, Gu Qixiao asked, "Would you mind teaching these two methods to Lin Mufeng?" Shui Jintang shook his head and smiled. "Not at all. These two methods are originally for saving people in critical moments. The more people who know them, the better. At least, during emergencies, they can provide oneself and one's family with a greater chance of survival. I alone can't possibly save everyone. In fact, even ordinary people can learn these methods, which, once mastered, will offer more means to protect themselves." At this point, doctors valued their medical techniques highly. If another person had been speaking instead of Shui Jintang, they wouldn't have so readily agreed to teach these methods. They would surely keep such knowledge for personal gain rather than spreading it. Gu Qixiao's gaze towards the youth grew softer. Soon, Lin Mufeng arrived, and Gu Qixiao briefly outlined the situation. As expected, Lin Mufeng was also very interested in these two methods. Shui Jintang demonstrated again in front of Lin Mufeng and told him, "That's all I know. It's up to Dr. Lin to teach others these methods. I'd rather stay out of sight." Shui Jintang didn't want to repeatedly teach others, because he dreaded trouble, and after all, he wasn't a doctor, just someone proficient in first aid methods. There was no way he could compare with someone like Lin Mufeng in other aspects, so it was best to let Lin Mufeng teach these methods to the common folk. Lin Mufeng bowed deeply, clasping his fists tightly. The princess has acted nobly. Anyone who knows methods to heal and save life often keeps them secret, passing on only within the family. Even though apprentices might be taken, the process wasn't simple at all. Becoming a disciple involved a grand ceremony, requiring a series of rituals. Once apprenticed, disciples needed to work for their master, not necessarily related only to what they were learning. They would practically become free labor, doing all sorts of odd jobs for the master's household, and nobody could stop the master from scolding or beating them. Moreover, masters usually didn't pass on all their knowledge to their apprentices, fearing that teaching the apprentice starves the master. In short, anyone skilled in ancient times, whether in medicine or something else, would never teach others easily. That Shui Jintang was willing to impart this knowledge freely, not only to Lin Mufeng but also to all the commoners of Daqian, made Lin Mufeng incredibly respectful. Shui Jintang didn't expect Lin Mufeng to make such a gesture and quickly wanted to evade, but Gu Qixiao firmly held him back. "You deserve this bow." After all, Shui Jintang was a modern person. Although he had some understanding of the ancient traditions of apprenticeship and mentorship, since he wasn't from that time, he could never place the same importance on them as an ancient person would. Naturally, he didn't wish to keep the knowledge of first aid methods solely in his hands either. Instead, he chose to teach them to the common people of Daqian. Hearing Gu Qixiao speak like this, despite feeling slightly uneasy about Lin Mufeng bowing so deeply, Shui Jintang still managed to refrain from dodging it. Once Lin Mufeng rose, Shui Jintang hurriedly said, "That's enough with the bowing already. Dr. Lin, if you teach these first aid methods to everyone, you'll be doing me a big favor." Lin Mufeng's face regained its usual smile upon seeing this. "Your Highness, don't worry. I will take care of this task properly for your Highness." Shui Jintang's lips curved slightly. "I trust you, Dr. Lin." With the main matter settled, Gu Qixiao waved to dismiss them. "Since there's nothing else, go back to your duties quickly. This task is certainly no easy job." Silently criticizing a certain prince under his breath for discarding him once he'd been used, Lin Mufeng truly was eager to return home and continue studying. Therefore, without staying longer, he rushed off. In the hall, only Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang were left alone. Gu Qixiao turned back toward the youth. "Within a few days, someone from the Empress Dowager's residence should come looking for you. Just stick to what we just discussed earlier." Shui Jintang nodded. "All right. Since we've decided to share these first aid methods, if the Empress Dowager needs them tomorrow, I can also teach her house physicians." Speaking of which, Shui Jintang continued. "In fact, apart from these two, there are many other first aid methods. It's hard for me to recall them all at once, and verbal explanation alone may not be entirely accurate. I'll write them down later. After finishing, I'll hand over the notebook to your Highness. How it's going to be used is up to you. I don't need to worry about these things anymore." Today was an unexpected situation where someone drowned, prompting Shui Jintang to try those two methods. In reality, there were many other techniques he hadn't yet demonstrated here. For instance, if food got stuck in someone's throat, one could use the Heimlich maneuver, another highly effective method. There were also ways to handle other emergencies, such as heatstroke, twisted ankles, or bleeding wounds. While specifics must be taught by doctors, Shui Jintang could write down everything he knew. If someone encountered these situations and couldn't see a doctor right away, at least they could do basic handling themselves, increasing their chances of survival. Gu Qixiao looked at him gently, his tone soft with a touch of laughter. "Just do what you want to do, and leave the rest to me." Seeing the incredibly handsome expression on Gu Qixiao's face, Shui Jintang couldn't help but feel a slight flush creeping onto his cheeks. He glanced away, unable to continue looking. Being so good-looking really breaks the rules. He felt that if this continued, he was truly going to fall completely in love. At first, he had thought that living peacefully with Gu Qixiao until the latter passed away due to illness and then leaving the mansion was all he wanted. Later, he grew uneasy about Gu Qixiao's tragic end, wanting to use the spirit spring water to alleviate his suffering, allowing him to live a few more years. Not long ago, after discovering Gu Qixiao was indeed poisoned, and finding out that the spirit spring water could actually combat the poison, Shui Jintang decided to stay at the mansion until he cured Gu Qixiao. But as their time together stretched longer, and especially due to recent shared nights, Shui Jintang found himself increasingly reluctant to leave the mansion. Yet, if he stayed, did he really intend to spend his entire life together with Gu Qixiao? Shui Jintang felt lost, but thinking about spending more time with Gu Qixiao, he didn't seem entirely against the idea and instead felt a faint sense of anticipation. But then again, Shui Jintang couldn't help but ponder, what if one day someone else entered Gu Qixiao's life? What if he fell in love with another person? Given Gu Qixiao's status and position, even if some remained wary of him due to rumors of his cold-hearted nature, plenty would still like him once his ailment was healed. The number of those who wished to offer beauties to curry favor with him would surely not be small. Confronted with so many beauties, would Gu Qixiao maintain his resolve, resisting temptation from any one of them? Although Shui Jintang felt their current relationship hadn't reached such an intimate level, those thoughts seemed somewhat excessive. However, their present interactions made it clear what each of them felt for the other, leading Shui Jintang to overthink things. Due to his past life experiences, Shui Jintang harbored a subtle lack of love within. He yearned for someone to love him wholeheartedly but simultaneously always maintained vigilance towards romantic relationships, doubting whether such pure, beautiful love could truly exist. Desiring to have someone genuinely love him while doubting his own luck to meet someone who could truly do so filled his mind. Despite craving a deep connection, he doubted the existence of such sincere affection. A flurry of chaotic thoughts darted around in Shui Jintang's mind. Thinking about his current relationship with Gu Qixiao and its future development, Shui Jintang felt complicated emotions. He had no idea what their future relationship might turn into. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a hand lifted his chin, stopping Shui Jintang's wandering thoughts. Coming back to the present, Shui Jintang saw Gu Qixiao looking at him intently, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The presence of the hand on his chin was prominent. Feeling uncomfortable, Shui Jintang turned his head away, freeing himself from the grip, and said softly. I got distracted. The next second, a rumbling sound came, and both of them looked over. Shui Jintang quickly covered his stomach, and his earlobes turned red. Gu Qixiao humorously ruffled the youth's hair. It's really time for lunch. Let's go eat. The redness hadn't faded from Shui Jintang's face, but he nodded shyly in agreement. After returning from the Grand Princess residence, they had been busy, and he'd completely forgotten that he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Being heard growling like that was truly embarrassing. Just as Gu Qixiao had predicted, someone from the Grand Princess residence came on the third day. Actually, it was the Grand Princess herself who arrived. Shui Jintang was a bit surprised, but Gu Qixiao remained calm and composed. He instructed someone to entertain the guest while they would be ready shortly. Both usually dressed casually in everyday attire at home without much attention to appearance. Gu Qixiao, having fought in battles for many years, endured countless hardships and tough conditions. Unlike other nobles who preferred extravagant clothes, he didn't care too much as long as his clothing was suitable. His outfits mostly consisted of darker colors with hardly any bright hues. Shui Jintang, having lived through hard times as well, wasn't particularly concerned with fashion due to his personality, often opting for practical clothing that met his needs. It didn't matter whether the fabric was silk or brocade, comfort mattered most. However, with a guest arriving, and being an elder of their family, their casual wear was inappropriate. They instructed someone to welcome the visitor first, and then both hurried to change their clothes. While changing, Shui Jintang commented, I didn't expect the Empress Dowager to come personally. I thought she'd merely send someone to deliver gifts to express her gratitude. As Gu Qixiao put on his outer garment, Cheng Yu is the Empress Dowager's youngest grandson, always favored. You saved him, so her coming here isn't too surprising. After tidying the youth's collar, Gu Qixiao reached out and took his wrist. Let's go together. Don't be nervous. Shui Jintang couldn't help glancing at the hand gripping his wrist, and a faint smile curled the corner of his lips. I'm not nervous. Although the two now slept together at night, their intimate actions during the day were still relatively restrained. Holding hands mainly involved grasping the wrist. Shui Jintang felt shy and, coupled with some timidity despite longing for love, he hadn't taken much initiative. Gu Qixiao, though already fond of the youth, feared frightening him off and thus avoided overly bold gestures. Neither had ever experienced love before, so now they moved forward tentatively, gradually inching closer to each other step by step. Despite his timidity, Shui Jintang also harbored anticipation and desire. Holding hands with Gu Qixiao made his heart involuntarily brim with joy. Hand in hand, the two arrived at the front hall, where the Grand Princess sat on a chair drinking tea, attended by maidservants. Beside her sat a child. Shui Jintang recognized the child as the one who fell into the water a few days ago, Mandate Princess' direct grandson, Yin Qingyu. Gu Qixiao had already asked, "Why did you bring Qingyu along, your highness?" Grand Princess Mandate, named Gu Shiha, addressed Gu Qixiao without any airs of an elder, her exceptionally well-preserved face filled with kindness. "His health has improved somewhat, so I brought him to express our gratitude." Then she looked toward Xue Jintang, her expression even warmer. "The incident that day, we owe our thanks to my niece-in-law. You're called Jintang, right? Such a good child. That day, I originally intended to talk with Jintang later, but then something unexpected happened. Luckily, we have come to thank you, so I brought Qingyu along." Chapter 91, Visiting to Express Gratitude. The Grand Princess maintained a very gentle attitude, which made Xue Jintang feel more relaxed. In response, he smiled and said, "Your Highness doesn't need to thank me. I believe everyone would prefer if nothing happened to Qingyu. I just happen to know some life-saving techniques, so naturally, I couldn't stand there doing nothing." The Grand Princess smiled more tenderly, saying, "Still, your kindness touches me. If not for you, Qingyu might have truly." She trailed off, showing a hint of sadness. Xue Jintang immediately said, "As the saying goes, one who survives a great calamity is sure to receive blessings afterward. Since Qingyu has already made it through, his days ahead will surely be smooth and trouble-free." "That's a good omen then." The Grand Princess lovingly patted her grandson's head. "You, come here, this is your cousin-in-law. You owe him for saving you from drowning, quickly thank him." Xue Jintang looked at Qingyu, a child of 7 or 8 years old. He wasn't fat but somewhat thin, with white cheeks that revealed he had been well taken care of. His pair of pitch-black eyes shone like grapes, round and bright, extremely beautiful. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, the boy, who had been secretly glancing at Gu Qixiao and Xue Jintang all along, raised his head and softly said, "Thank you, cousin aunt." Afterward, he quickly retreated behind his grandmother, showing a bit of shyness. Xue Jintang smiled brightly and gently ruffled the boy's hair. "No need to thank me." Qingyu blushed. The Grand Princess, looking at her grandson's behavior, also laughed and playfully ruffled his head. The child was in poor health when he was younger, so we couldn't help but raise him with special care, avoiding letting too many outsiders approach him. Perhaps because of that, he's somewhat shy. He's unfamiliar with you now since it's his first time meeting, but once he gets used to you, it'll be fine. Once he becomes familiar, he talks a lot. Then she pointed to Gu Qixiao and introduced him to her grandson. "This is your cousin-uncle." Qingyu softly called out again, "Cousin-uncle." Gu Qixiao nodded, responding as gently as possible, "Mm." After the polite exchange ended, the Grand Princess patted her grandson's head and earnestly asked Xue Jintang. "Jintang, the method you used to save Qingyu that day was quite novel, something even the doctors in my residence have never seen before. Could you tell me about it again?" She was frightened by the incident of her grandson drowning and thought that if she could learn Xue Jintang's method, then if any of the children in her mansion fell into water again in the future, they wouldn't be left helpless. Xue Jintang had already discussed this with Gu Qixiao. If the Empress Dowager asked, they would directly tell her, especially since he planned to teach these methods to the common people anyway. "Your Highness, I consider myself fortunate, the method is actually something I learned from." Xue Jintang repeated what he had previously told Gu Qixiao to the Grand Princess. As the Grand Princess listened, she nodded occasionally, expressing some sentiment. So it seems there truly was destiny involved, but more importantly, Jintang learning these methods from that elder ensured Qingyu's safety. Xue Jintang smiled and then said, "Your Highness, this method has already been taught to the doctors in His Royal Highness's mansion. You can send your doctors over later to learn it directly." The Grand Princess didn't refuse, she genuinely needed it. "Regardless of how you obtained this method, once you've mastered it, it's yours. Your aunt cannot take it without offering something in return. Is there anything you want? Tell auntie, and I'll do my best to get it for you." Xue Jintang shook his head. "No need, auntie. It's just 2 emergency techniques, and I hope everyone learns them so more lives can be saved. That alone is sufficient. I've already discussed with His Royal Highness and decided to teach these techniques free of charge to the common folk, doing our part for the people of our Deqian dynasty." The Grand Princess glanced at him in surprise. "You intend to teach this method to the common people for free? Have you thought it through?" "Certainly," Xue Jintang laughed, "I'm not a doctor, nor have I done in-depth research on medicine, I just happen to know a few life-saving methods. Being able to teach these methods to the common folk allows more people to have a chance to survive situations like drowning until the doctors arrive. I'm glad for that." The Grand Princess deeply looked at him, her eyes becoming even gentler. "You've done well, and the people of Deqian will thank you for it." Xue Jintang's lips curved even wider. Since Xue Jintang had made up his mind, the Grand Princess no longer tried to dissuade him. "Once I return home, I'll send the doctors from my mansion over. After they learn, I'll arrange for their cooperation with the doctors from His Royal Highness's mansion, ensuring as many commoners as possible can learn the methods." Xue Jintang smiled with a slight bend at the corners of his eyes. "That's wonderful. Thank you, auntie." The Grand Princess chuckled, shaking her head. "Don't thank me, thank you is more appropriate." The 3 of them discussed further about how to instruct the common people. Before long, the sun rose close to its zenith, indicating it was lunchtime. The Grand Princess prepared to leave. She stood up, beckoning her grandson sitting beside her. Qingyu, say goodbye to your cousin uncle and cousin aunt. It's time for us to go back. During their conversation earlier, fearing that Qingyu might get bored, Shui Jintang had instructed Lu Ying to bring him some snacks. As long as everything was fine, Shui Jintang now basically prepared food for Gu Qixiao every day, including meals and snacks. He didn't solely make it for Gu Qixiao. Whenever he was free, Shui Jintang also ate a few pieces. Anyway, he really enjoyed figuring out different dishes. Back in modern times, he neither had the time nor the conditions, but now at the prince's mansion, with these resources available, he naturally indulged himself fully. All sorts of things he knew how to make, the dishes he liked eating, ones he hadn't tried before, or even sudden new ideas, Shui Jintang would attempt them all. He also didn't mind if the chefs at the mansion learned from him. They showed great enthusiasm toward various unfamiliar delicacies. Because of this, after Shui Jintang came to Ning, there was never a lack of daily pastries in the kitchen. Not only that, every day, there were not just one kind but multiple varieties of pastries. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang couldn't possibly finish all these pastries by themselves, so they wouldn't let them go to waste and instead distributed them among the kitchen staff and other servants. Especially those directly serving Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang, Lu Ying, Ji Sen who were close attendants, as well as Mu Shan and a group of hidden guards, all felt their recent days were rather comfortable. Every day, they got to eat various delicious pastries which changed constantly. Where else could they have such treatment in the past? All of them thought in their hearts, their princess was truly a perfect choice, they must make sure she doesn't leave. When bringing pastries for Qingyu, Lu Ying gave him a bit of each type of pastry. Many were new to Qingyu. Out of curiosity, he tried them one by one and found each one to be exceptionally delicious. During the time when the others were talking, Qingyu quietly sat aside enjoying the pastries, unknowingly eating quite a lot. By the time his grandmother called him, most of the pastries on the plate were already gone, and he still held half a piece of cake, hesitantly bidding farewell to Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang. The three had noticed the almost empty plate, and the Grand Princess asked somewhat surprisedly. Did you eat all of these? Qingyu nodded. The pastries at Uncle's mansion are really delicious, Grandma, I've never tasted many of these before. The Grand Princess smiled and patted his nose. Little glutton, why don't we see this level of appetite from you back home? When I encourage you to eat more, you always refuse. Then, she turned to look at Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao and said helplessly. This child had poor health as a young child, but now, he has gotten better. However, he is a picky eater and refuses to eat certain things. I have to think of all sorts of ways to persuade him to eat more during meals, otherwise, he wouldn't grow up like he has now, thinner than most children his age. Unexpectedly, today he has a pretty good appetite and ate so many pastries. After saying this, the Grand Princess joked. It seems like the dishes at your mansion taste better than those at ours. Next time, I'll send our chefs over to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao subtly smirked with a hint of pride. The flavors at my mansion are indeed better. They weren't this good in the past, but since Jintang likes researching food, a lot of the dishes are his creations that he teaches the chefs. Ever since he came here, the living conditions at the Wangfu have improved another level. The cake in Qingyu's hand is also something Jintang came up with. Shui Jintang felt embarrassed by Gu Qixiao praising him like this in front of their elders, nudging him with his hand, signaling him to stop. It was enough. The Grand Princess, having much experience herself in getting along well with her son-in-law, immediately understood Gu Qixiao's intention to boast, finding it amusing. She didn't expect her usually cold nephew to have such thoughts, clearly indicating that the princess had quite an impact on him. Chapter 92, Gratitude of the People. The Grand Princess smiled and spoke. Jintang is truly very capable, knowing so much, even Qingyu eats them without wanting to leave. Shui Jintang slightly blushed, smiling humbly and said. If there are some pastries that Qingyu likes, your highness can send the chefs over from your mansion, I can teach them the recipes. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's eyes sparkled. The Grand Princess saw this, nodding with a smile. Then I won't hesitate to take advantage of your offer. We'll end here for today. If you have time, Jintang can also come visit my mansion. Shui Jintang hurriedly responded, of course, your highness, please walk safely. Gu Qixiao also added, please take care going home, your highness. The Grand Princess smiled again, nodding, then turned to her grandson. Qingyu, let's go. Qingyu obediently nodded, holding onto his grandmother's sleeve as they walked out together. As he walked, Qingyu couldn't help but look back at Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao once more. He liked this place, the food was delicious, his cousin and cousin's wife were also kind, his cousin's wife was gentle and could make a lot of tasty treats. If only he could come again sometime. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang stood side by side at the entrance of the mansion, watching as the Grand Princess and Qingyu got onto their carriage and left. After the carriage had gone far away, Gu Qixiao turned to Shui Jintang with a smile. Let's go back. Shui Jintang nodded, and Gu Qixiao took his wrist as they walked back together. In the afternoon, the Grand Princess immediately sent her own physician over, and Shui Jintang directly handed him off to Lin Mufeng to instruct them. Naturally taking on the task, Lin Mufeng pulled in the newcomers and left with just one sentence, "I'll be busy." A few days later, Lin Mufeng collaborated with the physicians from the Grand Princess's mansion to teach the drowning emergency methods in front of Jishir Hall, a reputable pharmacy in the capital city. Jishir Hall belonged to the Grand Princess, and since Gu Qixiao didn't have a pharmacy under his name, the two discussed and decided to hold the teaching session there. This move drew considerable attention and discussion. The commoners naturally applauded and greatly appreciated Shui Jintang and the doctors for sharing such techniques with them, learning very earnestly while listening to the doctor's teachings. On the other hand, the nobles and prestigious families harbored different thoughts, most maintained an attitude of amusement, silently waiting without taking action. A small group believed that these techniques shouldn't be so freely shared, envying and resenting Shui Jintang for gaining all the attention. However, Shui Jintang paid no attention to them. He focused on doing what he wanted, confident that Gu Qixiao would handle everything else. Gu Qixiao assured him, "These people can't bother you, I'll deal with it." For the first time, Shui Jintang felt a deep sense of security with someone besides his grandparents. They conducted demonstrations for several days at Jishir Hall's entrance before Lin Mufeng led others around different places to further spread the knowledge, ensuring as many citizens in the capital learned it as possible. Yet this knowledge only reached those within the capital. Hence, Gu Qixiao mentioned this during a court session to the emperor, proposing his idea. Ultimately, the emperor adopted Gu Qixiao's suggestion and instructed each province and region to send their doctors to learn about emergency care techniques. After mastering these skills, they were expected to spread this knowledge within their respective regions. In this way, the majority of Dakian's population would be trained in life-saving techniques. At the same time, the emperor praised Shui Jintang for generously sharing the emergency techniques, bestowing numerous valuable rewards upon him. To express gratitude for saving Yin Qingyu, the Grand Princess's mansion also sent a large amount of items to the Wanfu, which made Shui Jintang incredibly pleased. How could the gifts from the emperor and the Grand Princess's mansion not be of the finest quality? After reviewing them briefly, Shui Jintang instructed Niuing to carefully store them. He couldn't examine everything at once, so he planned to review them when he found more free time. Besides these rewards, the emperor also bestowed a great deal of fertile land to Shui Jintang, making him even happier. Land is good. With land, he could cultivate more things. He could plant crops or medicinal herbs that he liked. If he ever wished to conduct experiments, like improving seeds, he'd have plenty of space available. With so much land now in his possession, he jokingly considered himself a small landlord. Currently, he mainly taught emergency measures related to drowning. For other situations' emergency procedures, Shui Jintang was still writing them down as they came to mind. Once everything was completed, he intended to teach all the emergency methods he knew. Though it couldn't be done quickly, Shui Jintang wasn't impatient. It just meant spending more time in order to offer common people more chances for survival, a cause he both wanted and aimed for. Shui Jintang was delighted with the abundance of rewards he received. Meanwhile, hearing these pieces of news made Chu Ziyu feel extremely upset. In frustration, he smashed a vase in his room. Unfortunately for him, all he could do was secretly vent his anger, powerless to change anything. Even if Shui Jintang found out, all he would do is sneer. Chapter 93, Pride. Ningqin Mansion. In Shui Jintang's courtyard, Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao were standing side by side. Several servants waited nearby holding hoes and farming tools. After so long, the potatoes and other things that Shui Jintang planted finally matured. Previously, there had only been occasional harvesting. But today, as a batch of crops had ripened, Shui Jintang summoned people to help him gather the harvest. The plots in the yard, which were once used for growing flowers, were not particularly small. It would take too much time and effort if Shui Jintang had to dig them up by himself. Gu Qixiao did not want Shui Jintang to be that hardworking, so after hearing about this task from the young man, he directly prevented Shui Jintang from working alone and called the servants to help. Now the two stood in the courtyard, looking at the scene of abundance before them. While Gu Qixiao was not as shocked, Shui Jintang, who harbored great expectations for these crops, had eyes gleaming with excitement. After explaining the precautions carefully, Shui Jintang wasted no time and immediately instructed them to start digging. Meanwhile, he and Gu Qixiao waited on the side, also observing carefully in case anything unexpected happened. The reason Shui Jintang was so delighted was because the crops in front of him held immense importance. There was no need to mention chili peppers, having them could add countless delicious dishes to the menu. And given that Shui Jintang loved spicy food, he had developed a deep fondness for dried chilies. Tomatoes were just as valuable, functioning both as fruits and vegetables, and they were every bit as significant as chilies. Potatoes and pumpkins, however, were even more crucial. In this era, these could serve as staples for eating and were considered precious grains. Currently, there were no signs of potatoes or pumpkins in the Dakian dynasty. The one Shui Jintang had grown here marked the very first batch. Shui Jintang had taken meticulous care of these plants, checking their condition almost daily, all in order to ensure they grew healthily. Standing there now, Shui Jintang wanted to check how the per acre yield of potatoes and pumpkins was. If it turned out good, it meant more grain options for the common folk. Gu Qixiao was equally curious about the crops Xue Jintang brought back. He already knew what they tasted like since Xue Jintang had used them when preparing meals for him. However, Gu Qixiao had never seen what they looked like when harvested. It all felt quite novel. Seeing multiple potatoes underneath one plant rather than just one amazed Gu Qixiao. Is this really how this thing called potato grows? One plant can produce so many tubers. Xue Jintang's eyes crinkled into crescent moons at the sight of the round, bountiful potatoes. His joy over the successful harvest made his gaze glow. Yes, I didn't expect them to grow this well either, Your Highness. Among the potatoes we've harvested, we'll keep some for ourselves to eat, but I'll reserve the rest for planting. Gu Qixiao nodded. You found these things, so you decide what to do with them. As they spoke, all the potatoes were dug up. After roughly weighing them on the scale, the total came to over 100 caddies. With merely 20 or so plants, Gu Qixiao, upon hearing this figure and estimating the planting area of the potatoes mentally calculated quickly. If each time the potatoes yielded the same output as today, then the per acre production of potatoes could reach over 1,000 caddies. Amazement couldn't be concealed in Gu Qixiao's eyes. Although he had never planted crops, he had knowledge of agriculture. Take wheat, for instance. Under perfect weather and top-quality farmland conditions, the average per acre wheat production is between 200 and 400 caddies. A better yield might achieve 500 caddies per acre, though such instances were rare. Rice production per acre was similar to wheat but slightly higher, while sweet potatoes fared a little better, yet the highest still capped at 600 caddies per acre. But the crop called potato that the young man discovered could potentially produce over 1,000 caddies per acre. In this way, wouldn't the commoners of the Dacian dynasty have another source of grain? And such a high-yielding grain. Gu Qixiao's heart swelled with both astonishment and pride. Such an excellent young man belonged to him. Chapter 94, All You're Doing. After estimating the per acre production in his mind, Xue Jintang was quite satisfied. After all, this wasn't modern times where chemical fertilizers like urea and other nutrients were available, nor were the growing conditions nearly as good. Achieving 1,000 caddy yield per acre was already an excellent result. However, reaching such a yield was partly due to the constant watering of these crops with spiritual spring water. If ordinary farmers cultivated these potatoes without spiritual spring water, the yield wouldn't reach this much. Xue Jintang thought that, although ordinary farmers wouldn't have spiritual spring water, he could use his spiritually irrigated plants as seeds. By using the spiritually irrigated crops as seeds distributed among the commoners, perhaps this method could somewhat increase the production. Yes, regarding the seeds to distribute, he could first soak them in spiritual spring water for a period. That should enhance the effects even further. However, as to whether these methods would truly be effective, it was currently just Xue Jintang's speculation. Experiments still needed to be conducted to confirm it. He possessed several hundred acres of land granted by the emperor, which could be used for experimentation. Gu Qixiao should also have some farmland under his name. He could have Gu Qixiao plant these potatoes on his land as well, firstly for better experimentation since more data would lead to more accurate results. Secondly, these crops were likely to yield benefits as he speculated, meaning Gu Qixiao planting them would definitely result in a bountiful harvest and not lead to any losses. But the crops were yet to be fully harvested, so he discussed this with Gu Qixiao later. After digging up all the potatoes, there were still pumpkins, peppers, and tomatoes. Quite a lot had grown, and the servants were busily picking them following Xue Jintang's instructions. The final yields were also substantial. Naturally, Xue Jintang was very pleased, while Gu Qixiao felt both happy and amazed. He couldn't believe that every type of crop the young man had brought back yielded such high production, and they all tasted good when properly prepared. Suddenly having several new types of crops, especially potatoes and pumpkins which had such high yields, would greatly benefit the common people. With higher crop yields, after paying taxes, the commoners would have more left over. The more surplus grain they retained, the better their lives would become. Thinking about these things, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but feel excited. As a prince of Dacian, who had guarded the borders for many years, Gu Qixiao was naturally not an indifferent noble. When the people lived prosperous lives, Gu Qixiao would only be glad. And all these crops came from the young man. As for why the young man knew these crops were edible and why he seemed to always find new ones during his mountain trips, Gu Qixiao didn't ask. The young man had many secrets, and Gu Qixiao was mentally prepared. He believed that one day the young man would reveal everything himself. At this moment, feeling a nudge on his arm, Gu Qixiao looked over and heard the young man speak. Your Highness, except for pumpkins, I've already cooked all these other crops for you to taste. You should already have some understanding of them. Pumpkin is a crop with a large yield, easy to grow, drought-resistant, and extremely nutritious. For the common folk, it is an absolutely essential crop, useful even in emergencies as food. Potatoes are similarly high yield and easy to grow, similar to pumpkins. If famine strikes, both can replace staple grains. So I thought that perhaps we could distribute these seeds to the people, allowing them to plant them. It would be beneficial for the people's future livelihoods. Gu Qixiao nodded. I will bring this matter up with His Majesty tomorrow. All of this is your achievement. I absolutely won't let anyone else steal it, everyone must know the contribution you've made. Chapter 95, Are you interested? Gu Qixiao's words filled Shui Jintang with warmth. Smiling and thanking him, Shui Jintang continued. Your Highness, this time the yield of these crops was quite high, but there might have been a bit of luck involved. I want to plant more on the land granted by His Majesty. This way, we can obtain more accurate average per acre yields. I think it would be better to talk to His Majesty at that point. If anyone questions us, we'll have sufficient evidence to prove it. If your Highness has farmland under your name, you could allocate part of it to grow these crops as well. Hearing this, Gu Qixiao considered for a moment and then agreed. What you said makes sense. Let's wait a bit longer and plant another batch. When the quantity of these crops is sufficient, we'll announce it to everyone. Having tangible results will make us more convincing. Shui Jintang's eyes curved into crescent moons, yes. From the first harvest, Shui Jintang reserved a small portion of each crop, planning to keep the rest for seeding. After all, these crops could currently only be found here. Some of these items were discovered among the merchants, others in the mountains. This suggested that Dakian should also be able to find such plants. But finding them at such a pace was too slow. Hence, if the seeds were to be distributed to the commoners, they would naturally come from his supply. That evening, after the harvest, Shui Jintang prepared a meal with these ingredients, sharing the joy of the harvest with Gu Qixiao. Both feasted heartily. In the following days, Shui Jintang was busy processing the remaining crops. For the portion reserved for seeds, they had to be soaked in spiritual spring water. And since no one understood these crops better than Shui Jintang, he had to handle them personally. Each crop required different handling methods, and Shui Jintang had to do it all by himself. By the time he finished treating them and planting the seeds, it took many days. Finally, after finishing the work, Shui Jintang could finally breathe a sigh of relief, lounging back in a chair and exhaling deeply. The most important step is done, now we just wait for the second harvest. Luckily, it's not too late to plant another batch now. Gu Qixiao poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. While you were planting in the courtyard, Ying and the others saw how it was done and they got some idea of what needs to be done after planting. Write down the precautions, and the rest of the work can be handed over to the others. You just need to go check on them from time to time. We pay these servants to do more than eat their meals. Not everything must be done personally by you, the master. Shui Jintang took the cup of water and drank it all in one breath before putting the cup back. That works. This time we've planted much more than last time. I really can't handle everything alone, especially since if we're going to distribute these seeds to the common people, we'll need to inform them of the planting methods as well. We can't have me explaining everything later, so it's good to train a few people now. They can teach those who don't understand. Gu Qixiao took the cup again and refilled it for Shui Jintang, approvingly saying. That's right. You are my consort, the mistress of this mansion. You can't handle every little task yourself, it would easily harm your authority. Hand over what should be taught to the servants and let them handle it while you oversee the bigger picture. Shui Jintang smiled at him, dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Gu Qixiao's gaze softened, and he said gently. You've been busy these past days, and now that you're done, let me take you out to relax. Don't you like entering the mountains? What about a hunting trip? Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang's eyes lit up. Go into the mountains to hunt. Sure, I'm interested, Your Highness, when will we go? Gu Qixiao tousled the youth's soft hair and smiled. We can go whenever you want. Shui Jintang started to get excited but still asked. Will it interfere with your official duties, my lord? Just a day's worth of time, which I still have to spare. Even if I didn't, I'd still find some time unless there's urgent business to attend to. But such urgent matters wouldn't come often anyway. Gu Qixiao looked at the sparkling amber eyes of the young man and couldn't help but reach out to brush the corner of his eye. Shui Jintang instinctively shrank back, his ears turning slightly red. This action from Gu Qixiao felt rather intimate, making Shui Jintang feel somewhat bashful. Unwilling to look directly into his eyes now, Shui Jintang averted his gaze. What preparations are needed for a mountain hunting trip? I'm not very familiar with this. Let's go once everything's ready. Gu Qixiao tapped his fingers gently, looking at him with amusement. I'll make sure all necessary preparations are done, you just need to show up. However, riding a horse will be required during the mountain hunt. Are you thinking of riding your own or sharing a ride with me? At the mention of horse riding, Shui Jintang's eyes lit up again. In modern times, he only had the chance to sit on a horse once during a trip with classmates. But even then, it was merely being led around on a horse, with no real riding experience. He neither had the money nor the conditions to practice riding. Even so, he was quite happy about that, because after all, it meant getting up close to a horse, didn't it? Studying history and reading novels made Shui Jintang endlessly envious of ancient people galloping freely on horses. Now, with this opportunity in front of him, Shui Jintang was simply ecstatic. He immediately said, I want to try riding my own horse, I haven't ridden yet and would love to give it a shot. Then he frowned, does that mean I'll need a long time to practice? It sounds like the mountain hunting trip might have to be postponed then, but I really want to go hunting. Seeing Shui Jintang's conflicted expression, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but chuckle. Some training is indeed needed, but I'll choose a gentle little horse for you. With a few days of practice, you'll be fine for the mountain hunt. And I'll stay by your side during the trip. However, mastering horsemanship completely will take some time. Once the hunt is over, I'll continue teaching you. After hearing what Gu Qixiao said, Shui Jintang instantly resolved his conflict, his eyes curving into crescent moons as he happily responded. That's great. Thank you, my lord. Then let's start with riding lessons tomorrow, I'll definitely put in the effort. Gu Qixiao's lips curled slightly upward. Alright, but the horse you ride should be one you like. There are horses in the stable in the backyard of the mansion. You can see if any of them catch your fancy. If not, I'll find another one for you. Do you want to take a look? Hearing that he could choose a horse right now, Shui Jintang immediately lost patience, sitting still and stood up. Of course, shall we go now? Gu Qixiao laughed at the eager young man. If you want to go now, then I'll take you now. Shui Jintang looked at Gu Qixiao with anticipation. I want to go, your highness, let's go now. Gu Qixiao responded and took the young man's hand as they headed toward the stable in the back courtyard. His strong fingers completely enveloped the smaller hand within his own. Shui Jintang was too excited to notice this gesture, otherwise, his ears would have surely turned red again. As they walked, holding hands, some of the servants who noticed quickly averted their eyes, not daring to look further. Inside, they were amazed that their usually aloof prince had such affection for his consort, walking while holding hands. It was truly unbelievable. When they finally reached the stable, Gu Qixiao reluctantly let go of the young man's hand, finding it soft, a stark contrast to his calloused ones. Though Shui Jintang worked hard caring for plants in his courtyard and spent time cooking daily, his hands remained smooth, supple, and free of calluses, much unlike Gu Qixiao's. This difference made Shui Jintang's hands even more irresistible to Gu Qixiao. Unaware of when Gu Qixiao had released his hand, Shui Jintang's attention was fully captivated by the horses inside the stable. Each one had unique coats, different breeds, but all exuded lively spirits. His eyes lit up with fondness. Gu Qixiao watched the joy on the young man's face and smiled softly, pointing to a horse on the left. This is my horse, its name is Juefeng. Following Gu Qixiao's direction, Shui Jintang saw an entirely glossy jet black horse, with bright, spirited eyes. Realizing both men were focused on him, Juefeng let out a loud snort. Seeing Juefeng, Shui Jintang found him not only handsome but imbued with a wild spirit that immediately caught his attention. Involuntarily stepping closer, he turned to Gu Qixiao. Juefeng looks so beautiful, your highness, may I touch it? Gu Qixiao stroked Juefeng's back gently. Juefeng has a fiery temperament and dislikes being touched by outsiders. Only those recognized by him can get close, and very few have earned his trust or affection. However, since I'm here watching, it should be safe. You can try touching him, if he likes you, he won't refuse. Juefeng was once untamed and difficult to control, requiring Gu Qixiao days to train him. Later, this horse accompanied him through countless battles, sustaining various injuries over the years. Through each battle, a deep bond formed between man and horse. To Gu Qixiao, Juefeng wasn't just a horse but a loyal combat partner. Understanding Gu Qixiao's words, Shui Jintang realized Juefeng was indeed a fine steed, having character was normal, and such excellent horses were rarely easily tamed. Gazing into Juefeng's vibrant eyes, Shui Jintang cautiously approached. Seeing no signs of rejection from the horse, he lightly touched its back. Juefeng flicked his tail and snorted, but did not break away from Shui Jintang's touch. Observing from the side, Gu Qixiao chuckled. It seems Juefeng likes you. Unable to suppress a smile, Shui Jintang's amber eyes sparkled. He tentatively patted Juefeng's head. Juefeng turned his head, sniffed around Shui Jintang's body, and gently nudged his hand with his nose. Overwhelmed by delight, Shui Jintang glanced at Gu Qixiao, his eyes brimming with affection. I feel like Juefeng has such a vivid spirit. Gu Qixiao replied with a hint of amusement, Juefeng understands humans well. He's intelligent and to me, he's a great companion in battle. Chapter 96, Choosing a Horse. Shui Jintang fully understood Gu Qixiao's sentiment. Both he and Juefeng fought fiercely on the battlefield, experiencing life and death together countless times. It was natural to see Juefeng as a partner. After giving Juefeng another pat, Shui Jintang turned his focus back to selecting his own horse. Each horse was equally stunning and lively, leaving Shui Jintang momentarily overwhelmed. Gu Qixiao didn't rush him, patiently waiting on the side as the young man chose. After much deliberation, Shui Jintang pointed to a pure white horse and said to Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, I'll take this one. Gu Qixiao observed, noting the horse's similarly shiny and sleek coat. The white horse quietly ate its hay, appearing docile in nature. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Qixiao teased. Are you sure about this one? Shui Jintang nodded affirmatively. I think it looks the most beautiful and spirited, I like it the most. There was a sentence that Shui Jintang didn't say. Another reason he chose this horse was because it happened to be pure white, while Gu Qixiao's horse was jet black. The two horses were one black and one white, looking quite harmonious together. He thought it was pretty good. Shui Jintang didn't have the heart to tell Gu Qixiao this. But upon seeing that horse, Gu Qixiao also thought of the same thing. Their two horses, one black and one white, were quite well matched. However, Gu Qixiao wouldn't flatter the young man just for this. Instead, he reminded him. This one is also a 1000-li colt. Don't look at how obedient it seems now, it's only on the surface. It's actually as difficult to tame as Shuifeng. Xue Jintang's eyes slightly widened in disbelief as he glanced at the white horse, finding it hard to imagine that such a docile-looking horse could be pretending. It was incredibly deceptive. Gu Qixiao then pointed at a chestnut-colored horse. This one has a gentler disposition and is also a fine horse. Would you like to choose this one? Xue Jintang looked at the horse Gu Qixiao pointed to, then back at the pure white horse he had chosen. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. I still like this one more. I want to try it out. If I can tame it, I'll take this one. Seeing Xue Jintang refusing, Gu Qixiao did not push any further to make him switch but said. You can give it a try first. If it doesn't work, ride this one for now. Gu Qixiao gently touched the chestnut-colored horse, and Xue Jintang nodded. Alright, I'll try first. If it doesn't work, I won't insist, I won't force myself. Hearing the youth say this, Gu Qixiao breathed a sigh of relief. Taming a horse wasn't that easy, and if the young man insisted on riding the white one, it would indeed cause some trouble. You can first try getting close to it to become familiar. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the racetrack where there's more space, suitable for horse racing. Xue Jintang listened attentively, stepping closer cautiously. When the horse made no movement, Xue Jintang's eyes lit up, taking another step forward. Slowly, he approached the white horse. The horse glanced at Xue Jintang once but continued to eat grass quietly. Then, Xue Jintang slowly extended his hand toward the horse's head. The horse finally reacted by blowing its nose loudly at Xue Jintang and shifting its hooves. Seeing him retract his hand, it resumed eating its hay. Xue Jintang gazed at the horse before him, looking somewhat troubled, but since he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he wasn't overly worried. Afterward, Xue Jintang tried touching the white horse from different directions and areas, but the horse always avoided his touch. The other party simply refused to let him get near. At this point, Xue Jintang started to feel genuinely troubled. Was it really that difficult to tame? He truly liked this horse. After staring at the pure white horse for a while, the hay seemed very attractive to it as it ate leisurely. As he watched, an idea suddenly came to Xue Jintang's mind. He certainly lacked Gu Qixiao's ability to tame a horse with such strong character within a short period of time, so why not try luring it with food? Looking at Gu Qixiao briefly, Xue Jintang felt around his body, then pretended to pull an apple out from inside his clothes, though in reality, it came from the spatial pocket. The apples of this era were not the common kind seen in modern times and were called nay fruit. Whether in taste or size, they could not compare to modern apples. However, Xue Jintang's apple had grown from a nay fruit seed casually tossed onto the soil in the space pocket. Since Xue Jintang didn't know much about planting apples, it was merely an experiment. To his surprise, the space pocket proved to be extremely effective, and even the casually discarded seed sprouted and grew well. At the time, Xue Jintang had delightedly observed the young sprout for a while. Since it had sprouted, Xue Jintang did not leave it to die naturally but treated it equally with the other plants in the space pocket by watering it with spiritual spring water. Now, the sapling had grown and bore fruit, and the fruit currently in Xue Jintang's hands was the one produced by this sapling. The apple wasn't very large yet, and Xue Jintang thought it could grow bigger. But compared to what was available here, it wasn't small and wouldn't attract too much attention when taken out. Xue Jintang held the apple in his hand and grinned as he looked at the horse who seemed so fond of eating. The horse loved to eat, and this apple, which had been grown in the space pocket and irrigated with spiritual spring water, surely couldn't fail to tempt it. Gu Qixiao, who had partially focused his attention on Xue Jintang all along, noticed that after a thorough rummaging, the young man pulled out a nay fruit that looked remarkably good, causing him to raise his eyebrows. The manor certainly didn't lack for fruit, and naturally included nay fruit. All the supplies delivered to the prince's manor, whether it was fruit or anything else, were of impeccable quality. Though the apple in the young man's hand appeared somewhat superior, Gu Qixiao wasn't overly suspicious. He was just thinking that he didn't recall seeing the youth conceal anything, so when had he slipped this fruit into his robes? How had he not noticed? While pondering, Gu Qixiao watched as Xue Jintang extended his hand and placed the nay fruit in front of the white horse. The white horse, which had only been interested in hay and paid no attention to Xue Jintang before, twitched its nose, lifted its head, and looked at the fruit in front of it. It leaned forward with a stretch of its neck, opened its mouth, and tried to bite it. But it missed. Xue Jintang quickly pulled his hand back and seeing the horse lifting its head to look at him, mischievous glints filled his large eyes as he chuckled at the horse. If you let me touch you, I'll give you this fruit to eat, how about that? The horse just gazed at him silently, unable to speak anyway. Uncertain of its meaning, Xue Jintang dangled the apple in front of it again. The white horse's eyes involuntarily followed its movement. It was definitely still interested. So he cautiously stretched out his hand again to touch the horse's head. This time, the white horse glanced at him and snorted through its nostrils but didn't avoid his touch. Xue Jintang's eyes lit up immediately, and his smile widened. Apparently, this method worked on this horse. Not dodging, Shui Jintang quickly patted the horse's head a few times, confirming that the feeling was indeed good. Desiring to pet it more, the horse turned its head away instead, staring at Shui Jintang with those big eyes as if to say, "You've touched me already, where's my fruit?" Shui Jintang made a light sound of disapproval, realizing it was a very astute horse after all. Without resorting to any tricks, he placed the apple flat in his palm and offered it to the horse. The white horse sniffed it again, then plucked it from Shui Jintang's hand with its teeth and started chewing. Gu Qixiao observed the entire scene with an unconsciously curled lip, watching the youth with a warm gaze mixed with natural indulgence. Direct taming wouldn't work, he hadn't expected the youth to devise such a method. At the same time, he also felt some surprise, looking at the white horse now munching the fruit, whose eyes seemed almost to squint in satisfaction. Why couldn't he remember this horse being so greedy before? Could one single fruit really buy off this creature? Even the servants who fed these horses daily, beyond finishing their assigned tasks of feeding and brushing them, were not welcomed closer much longer than necessary. Approaching was fine, but they were not permitted to touch the horses freely. Yet here, for the youth, the horse had willingly compromised with just a single fruit. How could this fail to astonish Gu Qixiao? Was the fruit in the youth's hands especially delicious? Having such thoughts, Gu Qixiao did nothing, leaning against Juefeng while continuing to observe the interaction between the youth and the horse. After finishing the fruit, the white horse appeared to still want more and turned its big eyes toward Shui Jintang again. Shui Jintang blinked but stayed still, staring back. Seeing the human didn't grasp its intentions, the white horse stomped its hooves on the ground, even taking the initiative to rub its head against Shui Jintang. Watching this action, Shui Jintang's eyes crinkled in pleasure, seemingly just understanding what the horse wanted, pulling another apple from his robes like a magician. He wagged it in front of the horse and looked at its pair of eyes fixated hungrily on the fruit, grinning mischievously. "You want more? Then we continue exchanging. Here's a deal, if you let me touch you any time I want, I'll provide you this kind of fruit every day, how about that?" Shui Jintang felt inwardly satisfied. Clearly, animals also recognized the benefits of spiritual spring water. The look on the horse's face told how much it liked it. The white horse tilted its head slightly as it gazed at Shui Jintang, ears twitching, as if contemplating Shui Jintang's words. Shui Jintang also continued to look steadily back at it, patiently waiting. He didn't demand immediate consent from the horse to let him climb onto its back. Progress should be gradual, step by step. In front of him was, after all, a 1,000-li colt. Judging from appearances, it was as intelligent and discerning as Juefeng, not easily tamed. That today he managed to make the horse allow him to pet it freely was already a significant step toward success. In the coming days, as he came daily to feed it and foster feelings between them, he'd gradually bring out more Space Pocket products to feed it. He doubted the horse could resist. Now, while it was technically possible to propose riding it in exchange for a single fruit, Shui Jintang thought this would be too excessive for the horse. Even if the horse agreed, it would purely be for tasting the fruits irrigated by spiritual spring water, and the horse wouldn't yet be familiar with him personally. Since he had decided to pick a horse, Shui Jintang wasn't going to do it half-heartedly. Once the horse was picked, he would ensure that it was well taken care of and not just be regarded as a mount. This was the same principle as raising a cat. Seeing the horse still seemed to be thinking, Shui Jintang took 2 more fruits from each sleeve, placing them in front of the horse while looking at it sincerely and asking, "How about it? Let me touch you freely, and you'll get such fruit every day from now on." The fresh and fragrant smell of the apple wafted through the air, and the white horse sniffed strongly, moving forward voluntarily a few steps and lowering its head to rub against Shui Jintang's waist. Instantly, Shui Jintang's lips curled into a grin, unable to hide his happiness. From this, it was clear that the horse agreed. Without delay, he offered all 3 fruits right by the horse's mouth. Watching the horse eat them with great relish, Shui Jintang looked on with satisfaction. The fruits were quickly consumed, and Shui Jintang eagerly reached out and touched the horse's back several times. This time, the horse didn't dodge, letting Shui Jintang pet it. Only with big eyes did it gaze at him, sniffing around his body as if it hadn't had enough yet. After stroking it thoroughly from top to bottom and having his fill, Shui Jintang spread his hands out apologetically. "No more left. I only brought these few fruits with me. If you want more, you'll have to wait for me to bring some later. But as you can see, the quality of these fruits is quite excellent, right? The better things are, the harder they are to come by. The number I can obtain daily is limited. So I can only give you 10 per day. Is that okay?" Shui Jintang spread his hands wide and gestured a 10 with his fingers. The white horse stared at him with large eyes and snorted. Shui Jintang grinned, "Then I'll take your silence as agreement." Although Shui Jintang hadn't grown too many apple trees in his space, only a few small ones, which were entirely sufficient for the horse, he couldn't offer unlimited supply. What if the horse got used to eating these special fruits and then refused all other feeds later? That would be disastrous. After all, he couldn't guarantee being constantly by the horse's side. There would be times when he was absent, and if the horse became accustomed to only eating the space produce, it would soon require a significant amount each day. He grew these plants in his space for other purposes as well, he couldn't let the horse eat them all up. Moreover, carrying too much stuff from the space daily would also be inconvenient. Therefore, considering everything, the amount of food supplied from his space to the horse must be controlled each day. With matters settled, Shui Jintang gently patted the horse's back again and said to it. It wouldn't be good to keep calling you horse. We should give you a name, don't you think? What would be a good name? While Shui Jintang pondered, a deep and magnetic voice came from nearby. Let's call it Zhu Yun, chasing clouds. Lifting his eyes, Shui Jintang saw Gu Qixiao smiling at him while caressing his own horse. It's called Zhuifeng, chasing wind, and yours is called Zhu Yun, chasing clouds. Don't they match beautifully? Hearing this, Shui Jintang immediately agreed, they do match, and it sounds nice too, Zhuifeng, Zhu Yun. It's settled. Then he patted his horse, starting today, your name will be Zhu Yun. You have your own name now. Aren't you happy? Zhu Yun, the white horse, turned its head and nudged Shui Jintang's hand, then let out a snort. Seeing this, Shui Jintang's eyes curved into a smile, looks like you like the name too. That's wonderful. Taking another glance at Zhuifeng, Shui Jintang happily remarked. Zhuifeng, Zhu Yun, they're perfectly black and white. Very nice. Their future foals will definitely be beautiful and healthy. At this point, Gu Qixiao, suppressing a chuckle, reminded him. Both Zhu Yun and Zhuifeng are male horses. They cannot have foals. Startled, Shui Jintang couldn't help but look at Zhu Yun again. Really a male? Scratching his head, Shui Jintang chuckled, Zhu Yun was so pretty, so he thought it might be a mare. Of course, he wasn't implying that male horses weren't handsome, both were extremely good-looking. It was just that though Zhu Yun and Zhuifeng both had smooth and graceful forms with glossy coats indicating their fine quality, compared to Zhuifeng's more robust build, Zhu Yun's frame was relatively slimmer. That's why Shui Jintang instinctively thought Zhu Yun was a filly. Even if they're both males, that's fine too. Even if they can't become a couple, they can still be brothers. I'm sure they'll get along splendidly in the future. Chapter 97, could it be that tasty? Upon hearing Shui Jintang's words, Gu Qixiao teasingly ruffled his hair. You're absolutely right. Then shifting his gaze to Shui Jintang's hand, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but ask. When exactly did you manage to stash so many apples on yourself? Shui Jintang chuckled, just when I came over, I thought I'd come to pick a horse, so I brought some knife fruits along. Looks like Zhu Yun is also a foodie. By the way, I still need to go back and get 6 more for him to eat, he only ate 4 just now. The increasingly familiar relationship between Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao made Shui Jintang more at ease with him, as if earlier, knowing full well that taking apples out from his bosom would draw Gu Qixiao's attention. Although Gu Qixiao might not guess that he had a space, the more times this happened, the more suspicious it would become. But after brief thinking, Shui Jintang still did it. Perhaps subconsciously, Shui Jintang believed that Gu Qixiao wouldn't harm him. At this moment, when Gu Qixiao asked, Shui Jintang tried his best to make his behavior seem reasonable, but in reality, if carefully scrutinized, there were always loopholes in his words. However, Gu Qixiao didn't ask anything further, as if believing this explanation, and only showed interest in the apples on Shui Jintang's hand. I remember Zhu Yun isn't the type to be greedy for food, are these knife fruits really that tasty? Shui Jintang's eyes curved with joy, knife fruits are very delicious, sour yet sweet, especially ones that look so good. Your Highness probably just didn't notice them before. Go ahead and try one when we return, you might end up liking it. Gu Qixiao's gaze was profound, but he just smiled and patted Shui Jintang's head. Alright, then I'll give it a proper taste when I return. Shui Jintang responded affirmatively a couple of times. He rarely took things from his space to eat himself, only indulging while inside the space. By now, many plants within the space had matured, and all kinds of fruits and vegetables were available. Shui Jintang couldn't finish eating them alone. Although previously, he had consistently given Gu Qixiao spiritual spring water to drink, he hadn't given him too much of what was produced in the space. The quality of the items from the space wasn't comparable to ordinary fruits and vegetables, making the contrast quite obvious, and it also wasn't convenient to take them out at the time. Now that Shui Jintang had his own small kitchen, it was much more convenient to take things from the space during cooking, plus the increasing trust he placed in Gu Qixiao. Shui Jintang didn't worry as much anymore. As expected, Gu Qixiao didn't ask any questions, knowing well that Shui Jintang had secrets but silently keeping them confidential, which made Shui Jintang feel very at ease. At this moment, the sleeve was suddenly bitten, and Shui Jintang turned around to see Zhuifeng looking at him with a pair of large, glossy eyes. For a moment, Shui Jintang didn't understand what it meant, petting Zhuifeng's head to comfort him. Then raising his eyes toward Gu Qixiao, he curiously asked. What does Zhuifeng mean by biting my sleeve? Why? Gu Qixiao had been with Zhuifeng for many years and understood him perfectly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smirk and explain. It should be because it got hungry, also wanting to eat the fruit you took out. When you fed Zhu Yun just now, it was already trying to move but I restrained it. Shui Jintang looked at Zhuifeng curiously and in surprise. When he was feeding Zhu Yun, there was still some distance between him and Juefeng. Juefeng had somehow noticed the difference in the fruit. He guessed that watering them with spiritual spring water might have given them a different flavor, hence why Juefeng could detect the difference. Nevertheless, it seemed Juefeng had an excellent sense of smell. Again, he reached out to touch the smooth fur on Juefeng's back and laughed. Does Juefeng want to eat too? But I don't have any left right now. You saw that, didn't you? I'll go back and fetch some more later and give our Juefeng some. Juefeng rubbed against his hand, its ears moving happily. Shui Jintang smiled and raised his eyes toward Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, let's go. I'll go and fetch the knife fruits to feed them. Gu Qixiao nodded. You've already chosen your horse and have become preliminarily acquainted with it. Let's call it a day for today. In the next 2 days, cultivate more feelings with Zhu Yun. In a few days, I will take you to the horse stable for riding practice. Shui Jintang's eyes sparkled brightly. Good, I will surely build a good rapport with Zhu Yun. Hopefully, before going to the stable, it will agree to carry me, then I can directly practice riding it. Gu Qixiao ruffled his hair and took his hand, saying. Let's go back. Shui Jintang cheerfully allowed him to hold his hand, which he had gotten used to, following Gu Qixiao slowly walking back to the yard. After returning, Shui Jintang entered the small kitchen in his courtyard and took out a dozen or so apples from his space, placing 12 on a plate. Keeping 12 for himself and putting the rest on another plate for Lu Ying, he instructed her. I'm going to visit the stables again. Take this tray of knife fruits to His Highness first, I will return shortly. Lu Ying hurriedly took it, yes. Shui Jintang then carried the remaining 12 apples back to the stables. Shui Jintang first walked over to Zhu Yun. Smelling the fresh fruit aroma, Zhu Yun couldn't help but move its hooves anxiously. Shui Jintang stroked its fur. Don't rush, I said 10 and you'll get 10, so go ahead and eat. He placed down 6 fruits and then brought the remaining 6 in front of Juefeng. Juefeng had been waiting for a long time, its large eyes fixed tightly on Shui Jintang. As soon as Shui Jintang set the fruits down, it rubbed against his hand and immediately bent its head to eat. Shui Jintang couldn't help but laugh while petting its head. Juefeng is such a good boy. Shui Jintang also took a great liking to Juefeng. It took much temptation for Zhu Yun to let him touch it, whereas Juefeng was friendly to him from the start. How could he not like it? Shui Jintang wondered if Juefeng's gentle attitude toward him might have something to do with Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao was Juefeng's master, so did Juefeng become close to him because Gu Qixiao liked him too? Of course, it could also be that Juefeng just naturally liked him. After all, Juefeng was very perceptive. Looking left and right, the guards were some distance away from here, which Shui Jintang had instructed, simply saying he didn't like too many people around nearby. Thus, Shui Jintang quietly added some spiritual spring water to the fodder of both horses, which were smart enough to sniff it and immediately eat happily. Watching them eat contentedly, Shui Jintang patted his hands, stood up, and felt happy as well. Both horses understood human emotions and served as mounts for both him and Gu Qixiao, so naturally he wanted to give them better food. Especially Juefeng, who had accompanied Gu Qixiao through so many battles and suffered several injuries, even more deserving of some spiritual spring water for nourishment. Spiritual spring water promotes plant growth. He wondered if it had any effect on animals, perhaps increasing their perception. Shui Jintang thought it was very likely, often feeding it to Juefeng and Zhu Yun, seeing if it made them more perceptive. He looked forward to finding out. After watching them eat for a while, Shui Jintang left and headed towards Gu Qixiao's courtyard. Upon entering, Shui Jintang asked Gu Qixiao with a smile. Your Highness, are the knife fruits delicious? Gu Qixiao, who had already eaten one, nodded, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. The taste is excellent, the fruits the princess sent seem even more delicious. The knife fruits were washed clean, still dripping with water, looking extremely fresh. Each one was well formed, with smooth skin without a single wound. Bringing it to his nose, a clear fruity fragrance could be smelled. Taking a bite, it was refreshingly sour yet sweet, juicy and undeniably tasty. It wasn't as if Gu Qixiao hadn't tasted knife fruits before. The ones delivered to the manor were all carefully selected premium quality, but Gu Qixiao still thought the ones Shui Jintang sent were better tasting. As for the young man's claim that these were just from the manor's orchards, Gu Qixiao didn't believe it, but given the numerous secrets surrounding the young man, this was one more thing he didn't care about. If the other party didn't say, he wouldn't ask. Wasn't the fact that the other party was willing to take these things out proof of trust in him? Since the other party trusted him, Gu Qixiao wouldn't betray this trust either. Sitting next to Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang smiled and looked at him. Your Highness likes them? Then I will send some every day from now on. Pairing spiritual spring water with food produced in a space should allow Gu Qixiao's body to recover faster, right? Has the poison in your Highness's body flared up recently? Gu Qixiao didn't hide it from him. Occasionally, there is still some headache, but nothing as bad as last time has happened again. Hearing this, Shui Jintang felt somewhat reassured. That's good, Dr. Lin is highly skilled, I believe the poison in your Highness's body can be completely removed. Dr. Lin also gave Gu Qixiao some medicine, although it couldn't entirely remove the poison within his body, it was beneficial to Gu Qixiao's health. Now, giving Gu Qixiao spiritual spring water daily had significantly reduced the frequency of toxin outbreaks. I believe it won't be long before Gu Qixiao's internal toxins are thoroughly cleared. Gu Qixiao looked deeply at Shui Jintang. Under Shui Jintang's persistent efforts, a few days later, Zhu Yun finally agreed to let Shui Jintang ride it. Shui Jintang's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, we can go to the horse ranch. Gu Qixiao looked at the joyful expression on the youth's face, a trace of a smile emerging in his eyes. I'll take you there tomorrow. The next day, as promised, Gu Qixiao took Shui Jintang to the horse ranch. There were multiple horse ranches in the capital city, but the one they visited was relatively high-end, accessible only by royalty and nobility. It was common for those noble families to enjoy horse riding as entertainment, hence people often came to play at this horse ranch. However, today Gu Qixiao was going to teach Shui Jintang how to ride a horse at the horse ranch, and naturally didn't want outsiders to interrupt. Who knew if some people with no sense of eyesight would barge in? It was rare for him to come out and play with the youth once, so he didn't want their fun to be ruined by irrelevant people. Therefore, he sent someone to notify the horse ranch in advance. Who was Gu Qixiao? In the capital city, there were few people who dared to offend him. Those who did either held equally high ranks or had no brains. Clearly, the chief manager of the horse ranch wasn't one of those without brains. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Gu Qixiao. After receiving Gu Qixiao's notice, he immediately had his staff thoroughly clean the entire horse ranch and gave them all a good warning. Otherwise, if anyone acted stupidly, it wouldn't matter if they themselves died, but what if it got him into trouble? Therefore, when Gu Qixiao arrived with Shui Jintang that day, everyone worked diligently, and no one came to disturb them. Each holding their own horse by the reins, they looked at the wide-open racecourse before them, and Shui Jintang was eager to start. Your Highness, shall we begin? Gu Qixiao smiled and said, then go ahead, don't rush to ride fast just yet, slowly walk around the horse ranch first. Shui Jintang's eyes crinkled at the corners, At this moment, both Zhu Yun and Zhu Weifeng had saddles on their backs, specially made for comfort at Gu Qixiao's request, since the young man didn't need to ride into battle. Though elegant, all necessary equipment was still present, and everything was prepared meticulously. Gu Qixiao didn't hurry to ride his own horse but stood beside Zhu Yun with the youth, teaching him the most effective way to mount. Shui Jintang listened carefully. It was still somewhat nervous being his first time riding, as he held onto Gu Qixiao's hand and sat on the horse's back, the view instantly becoming higher. Seeing the youth sit steadily on the horse's back, Gu Qixiao began to teach him the next steps, how to hold the reins, how to. Once the youth remembered everything, Gu Qixiao stepped back a bit, smiling at him. Alright, now try it yourself. First, let Zhu Yun take you for a slow stroll, then gradually increase the speed. I'll watch from the side. Don't worry about falling off, if you do, I'll catch you. Don't be afraid. He easily leapt onto the back of Zhu Weifeng, not galloping but sitting on the horse watching over him. Shui Jintang was tense yet excited. Following Gu Qixiao's instructions, he lightly squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, letting Zhu Yun slowly lead him around the arena. After a few days of interaction and feeding Zhu Yun, the horse had also become familiar and more affectionate with Shui Jintang. Its hooves began to move, slowly wandering around the field. As Shui Jintang's body swayed with Zhu Yun's movements, he quickly gripped the reins tightly to steady himself, and then his gaze moved to the distance, filling him with a surge of curiosity and joy. Although he had ridden a horse once in modern times, it really didn't count as true riding, just sitting on a horse while a staff member led it around for a brief period. There was barely any enjoyment before it ended. How could it compare to now? The vast expanse of the horse ranch, the fresh air, the pure natural greenery, the stunning scenery, and the majestic and humane horses. And the gentle, patient person. Sitting on the horse, feeling the cool breeze blowing toward him, Shui Jintang's mood was exceedingly pleasant. Not far away, Gu Qixiao watched this scene from atop his horse, his pitch-black deep eyes filled with laughter. As Zhu Yun walked on, its pace gradually increased. After initial adaptation, Shui Jintang relaxed significantly and stopped worrying about falling at any moment. Leaning forward, he still held the reins tightly in his hands, feeling the increasingly strong wind, finding it refreshingly invigorating. Suddenly, Zhu Yun broke into a gallop, taking Shui Jintang by surprise, causing him to exclaim, "Ah!" But soon he quickly recovered, smiling broadly as he sat on Zhu Yun's back, savoring the pleasure of galloping freely. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the handsome and refined young man rode a pure white horse, laughing as he dashed across the open plain. This scene fell into Gu Qixiao's eyes, beautiful like a painting, extremely pleasing to the eye. His heartbeat accelerated as if a horse were galloping inside his chest cavity. With the youth's figure reflected in his eyes, it seemed as though there was no one else in the world. His heart thudded even faster, and Gu Qixiao placed his hand over his chest, thinking, is this what falling in love feels like? Chapter 98, Heart Flutter. Shui Jintang ran happily for a full lap before stopping. Stepping down from Zhu Yun, the excitement on Shui Jintang's face hadn't faded yet. Walking up to Gu Qixiao, he said joyfully, "Your Highness, riding a horse truly feels great." Shui Jintang's eyes shone brightly, while Gu Qixiao's gaze was deep as he extended a hand to touch the youth's cheek, causing Shui Jintang to startle slightly. Then that hand wiped gently across his cheek and retreated. Gu Qixiao maintained a calm expression. There was some dust on your face. Shui Jintang instinctively rubbed his face. It's already clean now. Gu Qixiao's eyes held a trace of laughter. Shui Jintang revealed a smile. That's good then. Gu Qixiao said, you seem to ride quite well. With more practice, we'll soon be able to go hunting in the mountains. Shui Jintang's brows curved with joy. It's mainly because Zhu Yun is smart and cooperates well. If it were another horse, I might not have been able to gallop so quickly. As he spoke, he patted Zhu Yun's head, and Zhu Yun tilted its head to nuzzle his hand. Still got time, I'll practice a little longer. After resting for a while, Shui Jintang glanced at the sky, noticing not much time had passed, so he decisively mounted the horse again and started circling the ranch. Gu Qixiao also rode Juefeng and slowly moved alongside Shui Jintang. Watching the young man practice for quite some time, Gu Qixiao finally asked. Are you tired? Do you want me to take you for a ride? Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang looked at Juefeng, then at Gu Qixiao. The handsome and elegant man sat astride his tall horse, with a gentle expression, his long and strong arm extended out invitingly toward him. Shui Jintang shamefully felt his heart flutter. Yes. The corner of Gu Qixiao's mouth curled up into a deeper smile as he extended his hand once more toward Shui Jintang. Then come up. Shui Jintang grasped the clearly outlined knuckles of that hand, and with Gu Qixiao giving a light pull, brought him onto the horse. Sitting in front of Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang felt the man's broad chest pressing against his back, and involuntarily, his earlobes grew warm. Gu Qixiao, holding the reins in one hand, encircled Shui Jintang protectively, creating a position that effectively pulled the entire youth into an embrace, filling him with a sense of pleasure and satisfaction. Sit tight, Gu Qixiao reminded softly. Shui Jintang gazed forward, too shy to turn around. With Gu Qixiao's command, Juefeng immediately began galloping faster than when Shui Jintang was riding Zhu Yun. Shui Jintang sat in front of Gu Qixiao, feeling the wind rushing past, and behind him, the firm chest of the man who filled his heart with involuntary joy. After all these years, Juefeng and Gu Qixiao had established perfect rapport. Each time Gu Qixiao made a slight gesture or gave a command, Juefeng would act instantly. Shui Jintang and Zhu Yun had just become familiar with each other in recent days. Although Zhu Yun was intelligent, their rapport was nowhere near as synchronized as that between Gu Qixiao and Juefeng. The sensation of being carried by Gu Qixiao on Juefeng naturally far surpassed his own experience riding Zhu Yun. After a few laps, Gu Qixiao reluctantly stopped Juefeng and dismounted before reaching out a hand to help Shui Jintang down from the horse. Shui Jintang stood steady with a grip on Gu Qixiao's hand, their proximity incredibly close. They stared into each other's eyes. Gu Qixiao's gaze lingered on the face only inches away, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving. He wanted to kiss him. But Gu Qixiao worried about frightening the young man. After wrestling internally for a moment, he eventually decided not to proceed with his actions and instead shifted his eyes away as if to disguise his thoughts. Shui Jintang's face also flushed red. Though fleeting, the fiery intensity in Gu Qixiao's eyes wasn't missed by Shui Jintang. Gu Qixiao liked him as well. Shui Jintang was utterly confident of this point, but since he had no prior experience in love, he still harbored some uncertainties about their feelings. Towards Gu Qixiao's approach, he was simultaneously joyful and anxious, quite torn. Finally, Gu Qixiao patted the boy's head lightly, speaking with tenderness. Are you tired? Let's head back if you're done playing. Shui Jintang nodded repeatedly. Today they were going hunting, and Shui Jintang ate dinner together with Gu Qixiao in high spirits. After tidying up their things and changing into clothes suitable for hunting, Shui Jintang followed Gu Qixiao under the cover of darkness towards their destination for today, the Shiyuan Mountain. Shiyuan Mountain is located outside the capital city. The mountain is lush with vegetation and not far from one of Gu Qixiao's private villas. Gu Qixiao chose to bring Shui Jintang to hunt at Shiyuan Mountain mainly because, due to its geographical location, there were fewer people here for recreation and hunting. They wouldn't likely run into others, providing them a quieter, freer experience. Another reason was that Shiyuan Mountain wasn't too far from his villa. In case something happened and they couldn't return to the capital immediately, they could first rest at the villa. Neither of them wanted to make a big fuss, and since the lodge was not far from Shiyuan Mountain, their plan was to leave the city at night and rest for a night at the lodge first. Then they would go hunting on Shiyuan Mountain the next day, with no set plan for how long they intended to stay. It all depended on the situation. Considering these factors, both brought along necessities such as extra clothes, then took a carriage out of the capital city. They didn't bring too many guards, just over 10. They were all men who had been following Gu Qixiao for many years, either personal or covert guards, Ji Sin among them. The loyalty of these people was unquestionable, and their skills were top-notch. Also accompanying them were 2 covert guards who always followed Shui Jintang, Mu Shan and Qin Ming. As for Shui Qing and Shuang Bai, because the hunting party consisted entirely of men, it would have been inconvenient for them to join, so they were left behind to watch the mansion. The carriage exited the city, and only then did Gu Qixiao and Xue Jintang dismount from the carriage and mount their horses. Zhuifeng and Zhu Yun were smart and understood human emotions, needing no subordinates to lead them. They ran behind the carriage themselves, never falling behind. The carriage wasn't the one specifically used by the prince's residence to display identity but rather a much more inconspicuous vehicle. However, though it looked unremarkable on the outside, inside it had all kinds of arrangements prepared to ensure comfort. The guards who followed also made some disguises, their clothing devoid of any marks indicating the prince's residence. This trip could be said to be very low profile. Xue Jintang didn't know the way to the lodge, so Gu Qixiao rode Zhuifeng in front to lead the way while Xue Jintang followed behind riding Zhu Yun. The group moved quietly yet swiftly towards the lodge. It wasn't until they reached the gate of the lodge that Gu Qixiao stopped and turned his head to look at Xue Jintang. "We're here. We'll rest here tonight." Xue Jintang curiously looked at the lodge before him. By now it was already dark, so many places weren't very clear, but he could see that the lights were still on inside the lodge. Ji-san went up to knock on the door, and almost immediately, someone opened the door from the inside and came out to respectfully bow to Gu Qixiao. "Little servant Jiang Lin pays his respects to your highness and her royal highness." Gu Qixiao nodded, then turned around and called to Xue Jintang. "Let's go inside." Xue Jintang responded, stepping after Gu Qixiao into the courtyard while observing the layout of the lodge. This particular lodge was built in a rather elegant manner, with lush flowers and trees, staggered rockeries. Although it wasn't daytime, and the light was somewhat dim, the beauty of the lodge could still be seen through the lamplight. The lodge belonged to Gu Qixiao. Although Gu Qixiao usually stayed in the army for years and rarely returned to the capital, even when he did, he was too lazy to put in the effort. He usually rested at the royal residence, hardly ever visiting this lodge. But since it was his property, there were always people taking care of it. Since he had decided to come to the lodge this time, Gu Qixiao sent someone ahead several days earlier to notify the caretaker of the lodge, who naturally dared not neglect the task, and everything that needed preparation had been taken care of. The two had already eaten dinner back at the residence, so they didn't ask for any meals upon arrival. Moreover, it was already late, so after washing up, they rested. Xue Jintang once again slept in the same bed as Gu Qixiao. He had gotten used to it, having Gu Qixiao beside him gave him peace of mind, and he quickly fell asleep after getting on the bed. Gu Qixiao gazed at his sleeping face, reaching out a hand to pull him into his embrace, planting a kiss on the top of his head before closing his eyes. The next day. After a good night's rest, Xue Jintang woke up early. His movement woke Gu Qixiao as well. Xue Jintang blinked looking at the man who embraced him again. "Did I wake you up, your highness?" Gu Qixiao tightened his arm around the young man's waist slightly, curling his lips at the corners. "No, I've slept enough too. Aren't we going hunting today? Let's go early then." Xue Jintang responded and gently pushed him. "Your highness, let me go, I'm getting up." Gu Qixiao reluctantly loosened his grip and got up from the bed as well. Both dressed up, and as soon as they stepped out, people immediately delivered toiletries. After washing up, they ate breakfast, then set out equipped for hunting. Since they were heading to hunt, they would spend the time in the mountain, which was a physically demanding activity. Therefore, both had a hearty breakfast. Given the hot weather, food could spoil easily, so they didn't carry too much, deciding instead to rely on what they could procure locally, eating whatever they hunted. In case they couldn't hunt anything, Gu Qixiao assured that with his capabilities, that wouldn't happen, and Xue Jintang had great trust in Gu Qixiao's abilities. Shiyuan Mountain had abundant resources, and with few visitors, the animals there weren't particularly afraid of humans. Especially some small animals would often dart around. As long as one had some skill, one wouldn't come back empty-handed, especially with those guards assisting as well. None of them were idle eaters. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Shiyuan Mountain's forest, Gu Qixiao reminded Xue Jintang. "In a moment, just stay by my side. We'll primarily be hunting around the outer perimeter of the mountain today, we won't go too deep. The large wild animals mostly stay deep within and rarely come out here." Xue Jintang smiled and nodded. "Prince, don't worry. I definitely won't wander off recklessly. I will follow you closely, I wouldn't risk my own life foolishly." Gu Qixiao chuckled and ruffled the young man's hair. Although the youth was young, his temperament was truly admirable. He was thoughtful and always considered others' situations. Everything he did would take others into account, and he would never act rashly. He also had none of those bad habits, never overstepping boundaries because of his status or causing trouble for others. He wasn't capricious, arrogant, or artificial in any way. Those acts of disobeying advice and acting out of self-will to create trouble for others were things that could never appear on this young man. In every respect, there was not a single shortcoming. Such an obedient youth, how could Gu Qixiao not like him? It was predictable that he inevitably felt drawn to him. After checking again what they'd brought and confirming nothing was missing, the group rode their horses into the woods. The environment was originally much better in ancient times. The air in these wild areas was especially fresh. After entering the mountain, even the heat subsided slightly, instantly feeling much cooler. Riding slowly on the mountain terrain, Xue Jintang's mood was very pleasant. As expected, there were many wild animals in Shiyuan Mountain. As the group went further in, one could spot numerous small creatures darting about in the forest. Gu Qixiao drew his bow and arrow, and in the next moment, a wild rabbit was precisely hit. A guard quickly stepped forward, picked up the wild rabbit, and handed it to Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao removed the arrow from the rabbit and showed it to the curious young man. Shui Jintang glanced at it and said with a smile, "This rabbit is quite plump." Gu Qixiao laughed, tied the fat rabbit to the horse, and said, "There are plenty of wild chickens and rabbits in this forest. If you like, I can shoot more." Shui Jintang immediately nodded, showing 2 clear dimples on his cheeks. "I do. Rabbits are delicious. Come to think of it, haven't I ever cooked a rabbit for your highness? When we return, I'll cook one for you, cold-eaten rabbit dishes are so delicious." Gu Qixiao's eyes lit up even more as he smiled, "Then I'll look forward to it." "Okay." Saying that, Shui Jintang eagerly picked up the bow, bright-eyed, "Let me try." The bow that Shui Jintang held was specially made by Gu Qixiao for Shui Jintang. It was perfectly sized for him, lightweight, and not overly cumbersome. It was more than enough for hunting. Back when Shui Jintang was in Lanxi village, although he entered the mountains several times, he didn't have the proper tools, nor did he possess martial skills, so the wild game was always hunted by the guards. This was the first time he had the bow himself. With Gu Qixiao by his side, Shui Jintang didn't need to worry about safety issues, and if he didn't know how to use it, Gu Qixiao could teach him. It was much more enjoyable than being in the mountains of Lanxi village. Following Gu Qixiao's guidance on how to use the bow and arrows, Shui Jintang aimed at a colorful wild chicken ahead and shot an arrow. But he missed. Shui Jintang didn't become disheartened. It was his first time shooting, and he wasn't some extraordinary martial arts prodigy, so missing was normal. Gu Qixiao encouraged from the side, "It's okay, keep practicing, and eventually, you'll hit it." The group leisurely rode their horses through the woods without rushing. This outing was mainly for enjoyment, and there weren't any urgent matters anyway. Gu Qixiao continued to guide Shui Jintang while occasionally releasing a few arrows, each one hitting its mark without fail. Most were small animals like wild chickens and rabbits. That was mainly what was available in the outer region. The guards all rode their horses surrounding the two, vigilant while also hunting some wild animals themselves. Gu Qixiao didn't stop them. They were his loyal subordinates who followed him through countless battles. Gu Qixiao had always been generous toward them. As long as they fulfilled their duties, he wouldn't intervene too much in other matters. For hunting outings, there was no strict rule that all subordinates must only be on alert and forbidden from doing anything else. Hunting themselves was allowed. If something was done well, other actions were arbitrary. Therefore, the atmosphere among the group was relaxed, not overly tense or suffocating. Chapter 99, Entering the Mountain to Hunt. After a few practice attempts, Shui Jintang finally managed to hit a wild chicken, making him beam with delight. A servant promptly approached, picked up the wild chicken, and handed it to Shui Jintang. Examining the bird, Shui Jintang noticed the long, vibrant tail feathers, making it particularly beautiful. Shui Jintang managed to hunt his first prey, although there was a bit of luck involved, he was still very happy. He held the wild chicken and looked at it for a long time, then looked up and smiled at Gu Qixiao. "Your Highness, let's keep the feathers of this wild chicken, we can make a shuttlecock out of them to play with." Gu Qixiao smiled and patted his head, "All right. But I'm not sure if the feathers from one wild chicken's tail will be enough. If you like, we'll hunt a few more. We'll pick the brightest ones for your shuttlecock." "Yes, yes." Shui Jintang's smile was radiant, "I'll see if I can hit a few more, and if I do, I'll use the ones I've hunted." "Good." Shui Jintang continued practicing with his bow and arrow as the group gradually moved further in. The place they were at earlier was on the outermost edge where one could only see wild chickens and rabbits. To hunt slightly larger game, they needed to move deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the more trees there were, and indeed, the variety of plants and animals also increased. There were many snakes and insects in the woods, but the group had already taken precautions beforehand. Their wrists and ankles were all wrapped with cloth, so bugs couldn't get in. As for snakes, perhaps because of the hot weather or because they lived deeper within, during their journey, they barely saw any. The only 2 snakes they encountered were quickly shot down by the vigilant guards before they could get close. Even though Shui Jintang was still afraid of snakes, since he was surrounded by everyone and had Gu Qixiao protecting him, he remained calm throughout the trip. With a whoosh, an arrow flew forward, followed by the sound of something hitting the ground. Shui Jintang put down his bow and arrow excitedly, "I've hit another one." The guard swiftly brought over the wild chicken, and Shui Jintang happily took it and tied it onto the horse, following the other's example. Gu Qixiao smiled, "You just learned archery, yet within such a short time, you've already managed to hit 2 prey items. That's really quite good." Shui Jintang's amber-colored large eyes curved into crescent shapes. He thought he was doing pretty well too. Having hit 2 targets, Shui Jintang felt even more invigorated and energetically continued to practice archery. Gu Qixiao and the guards each had some successes as well. Before long, Gu Qixiao hunted a curious deer that happened to run into them. Shui Jintang had only seen deer on his phone in modern times, it was the first time he'd seen one in person. He stared at the deer for a while with curiosity. The deer had large ears and eyes, a slender neck, a short tail, no long fangs near its mouth, 2 horns on its head, and a grass-yellow coat with a tuft of white hair beneath its tail. After observing carefully for a moment, Shou Jintang suddenly realized, so this is what a deer looks like. Well, it does look kind of foolish. Gu Qixiao's lips curled upward in amusement. Not all deer look like this one. This is a male deer have horns, whereas females don't. Hearing this, Shou Jintang nodded. I see, got it. If I ever see a deer again, who knows, maybe I can hunt one, hee. They say stupid deer, and apparently, deer can actually run very fast. Hunters can't chase after them. However, they have a flaw. When hunters pursue them, they always stop to look back during their escape, providing hunters with an opportunity to capture them, which is why they are called stupid deer. The deer that Gu Qixiao shot earlier had wandered into them on its own, so Shou Jintang could only conclude that this deer truly earned the title of being stupid. They bound the deer to the horse. By now, all the horses they were riding carried various prey bound by ropes. Gu Qixiao's horse had the most, forming a long string trailing behind the horse's rear. Glancing at the sky, Gu Qixiao said to Shou Jintang, who was still full of energy. It's almost noon. Let's ride a little further and find a place to rest and eat lunch. Shou Jintang responded, looking toward the sun. It's almost noon already. Time seems to have passed pretty quickly. After exploring for a while, they found a flat, open area to stop and cook lunch. Besides animals, the forest was rich in other resources. The group also found purslane, several nests of wild chicken eggs, and picked some wild fruits. Some of the guards cleared away shrubs and stones from the designated resting area, others collected firewood, some fetched water, while others cleaned the prey. Everyone performed their respective duties. Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang stayed in the same spot without wandering off, but they weren't idle either. They lit the fire and searched for suitable branches, stripping off the bark and sharpening them so they could later roast the meat conveniently. They started another fire nearby, placed a pot on it, and boiled water in preparation. For everyone, eating and spending the night in the wilderness was as commonplace as a daily meal. So, things were quickly prepared. All ingredients had been neatly processed and cleaned. The guards took charge of roasting the meat while Shou Jintang handled the purslane he found. Purslane is one of the rare wild vegetables that grow in summer, rich in nutrition, and both edible and medicinal. In short, purslane is an excellent wild vegetable. Before coming here, when he was a child, he used to live with his grandparents in the countryside. Every summer, he would often go to the fields to pick purslane to bring home. Purslane has strong vitality, it could be seen almost everywhere in the countryside when he was little. But after he went to university, there seemed to be fewer people eating it, and it was hard to buy even when he wanted some. There was plenty of it here, where they found the purslane, there was a large patch growing. Shou Jintang liked eating purslane quite a bit. There are many ways to prepare it, like cold mixing, boiling porridge, stir-frying with eggs, making soup, pancakes, etc. Shou Jintang's favorite way was cold mixed purslane. Due to its high oxalic acid content, it needs to be blanched in water. When blanching, you add oil and salt, then pass it through cool water afterward. No overly complex preparation is needed. After blanching, you simply add a little sesame oil, garlic, and chili for a very tasty dish. Fresh purslane naturally carries a slight sour taste, so there's no need to specifically add vinegar, though if someone likes more sourness, they can certainly add a bit. After being cold mixed, the purslane is refreshingly crisp, tangy, and slightly spicy, perfect for the summer appetite. Besides the cold mixed purslane, Shou Jintang also boiled a big pot of meat slice egg soup. In the soup, he intentionally added mineral spring water, ensuring that all the guards could drink it. These people followed Gu Qixiao through wind and rain, and their number of battles great and small could not be counted. Even though they look healthy now, they undoubtedly have many hidden injuries. They are all trusted confidants of Gu Qixiao. Naturally, Shou Jintang hopes for their well-being, which makes incorporating the mineral spring water this way much more convenient. The roe deer they hunted wasn't too big, but they roasted several wild chickens and rabbits. Everyone except Shou Jintang had martial arts skills. Practitioners of martial arts typically have larger appetites than average people. They were also all young men. Their appetites were even greater, and insufficient preparation might lead to food shortages. Though Gu Qixiao's appetite couldn't compare with the past due to poisoning, under Shou Jintang's daily nourishment with the mineral spring water, his appetite improved considerably. He was able to eat many things again, unlike before when he had dietary restrictions. Although these individuals couldn't cook well, their grilling skills were pretty good after practicing from frequent stays in the wild. So, Shou Jintang did not need to get involved. He just handed over the seasonings he prepared beforehand, instructing them to sprinkle it on the meat during roasting. Each skewered piece of game sizzled and oozed oil under the flame, and the aroma of the meat began to spread. As the responsible guard added Shou Jintang's specially made barbecue seasoning, a much richer and irresistible fragrance immediately dispersed. Everyone involuntarily fixated on the roasting meat without tearing their eyes away. Shou Jintang sat beside Gu Qixiao and passed him the water-filled pouch. "Your Highness, have some water." Gu Qixiao's water pouch was prepared by Shui Jintang, naturally filled with mineral spring water. He smiled and took a sip, feeling its refreshing sweetness. Much of the irritation brought about by the scorching summer heat faded significantly. The gaze in Gu Qixiao's eyes became increasingly gentle. Tender, juicy, and flavorful grilled meat paired with the refreshing and invigorating porcelain provided immense satisfaction for the group. The various guards didn't forget to heap praise on the seasonings given by Shui Jintang, making his eyes curve delightfully. After enjoying the grilled meat and wild vegetables, each person savored a bowl of delicious egg and meat slice soup. The dry throat caused by eating too much meat was instantly refreshed. With the slightly warm soup going down, their stomachs felt warm and cozy. Although the heat caused beads of sweat to form on everyone's foreheads, they all felt immensely joyful. This soup is really good. At first, because of the heat, I didn't want to drink the soup, but it's getting better and better the more I drink. A guard chuckled at this comment, gaining numerous affirmations. Many remarked that today's soup seemed even better than before. They only thought it was due to Shui Jintang's skillful preparation, thus giving him another round of praise. Shui Jintang listened with a smile, accepting everyone's compliments silently. Of course, it tasted better because of the addition of the high-quality mineral spring water. After finishing their lively lunch, they rested at the spot for a while, digesting their food while closing their eyes to meditate. Once the hottest part of the day had passed, they got up to clean up. After the meal, they tidied up the pots and pans, extinguished the fire, buried what needed to be buried, cleaned up where necessary, and remounted their horses to continue hunting. This time, they ventured further in. There were more wild animals, but naturally, the dangers increased as well. Fortunately, Gu Qixiao and his group of guards were all exceptionally skilled. Ordinary hunters would not dare to venture this deep, but for Gu Qixiao's team, the current level of difficulty was still manageable. Shui Jintang continued practicing archery, making noticeable progress by the end of the afternoon. By mid-afternoon, the group decided not to go any deeper. The danger in the forest at night was several times greater than during the day. Continuing deeper would mean they wouldn't be able to leave the forest before dark, which wasn't ideal. Although neither Gu Qixiao nor his guards feared such risks, they had no intention of staying in the forest overnight unless necessary, especially in such remote areas deep within the forest. With Shui Jintang also present, Gu Qixiao was even less inclined to take risks. Although everyone's skills were remarkable, none could guarantee that no accidents would occur. If anything happened to Shui Jintang, Gu Qixiao would surely regret it deeply, so he wasn't going to take unnecessary risks despite his superior martial arts abilities. The hot weather made everyone especially thirsty. Given that Gu Qixiao's body had yet to completely rid itself of toxins, Shui Jintang remained somewhat concerned. Noticing that his lips looked slightly dry, she immediately opened her water pouch and handed it to Gu Qixiao. "Your Highness, drink more water. Your lips are dry. In this hot weather, you need to drink plenty of water." Gu Qixiao smiled, responded with a nod, and took the water pouch from Shui Jintang, drinking several big gulps. He drank a bit too hastily, causing some water to trickle down his chin. Some dripped onto his clothes, slightly wetting the collar, while others seeped directly into the ground. A plant growing on the ground unknowingly came into contact with some of the mineral spring water that had dripped. Its leaves, which had drooped due to the heat, seemed to perk up, extending outward slightly. After drinking, the group resumed their journey back. As they left, the sky grew darker. In the place where Gu Qixiao had just drunk water, a movement occurred in the distance among the bushes. After a moment, a shadow clad in black emerged from behind a tree and drew closer. The darkness deepened, and the shadow finally reached the spot where Gu Qixiao had been drinking. The plant there, accidentally nurtured by the mineral spring water, flourished with vitality. The shadow leaned down to sniff it, then extended its tongue to taste the water on the leaves. Seemingly detecting a unique flavor, after a brief pause, it bit off and swallowed the leaves touched by the mineral spring water. Then raising its head, it sniffed the air carefully. After thorough sniffing, the shadow locked onto a direction and slowly moved forward. After returning down the mountain, Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang returned to the Jade Spring Pavilion. By now, night had fully fallen. But inside the pavilion, the lights were blazing brightly. Having spent nearly the entire day in the woods, the group returned triumphantly loaded with game and other treasures. Shui Jintang didn't feel tired at all, instead, she enthusiastically rolled up her sleeves and helped the group process the bounty they had brought back. On the way back, they also picked quite a lot of porcelain. Anyway, those mountains rarely saw human visitors, and that large patch of porcelain would simply stay there if not picked, waiting until it became old and seeded and thus inedible. Because Shui Jintang liked eating it, Gu Qixiao had instructed the guards to pick a substantial amount. They wouldn't finish it all in one day, but that was fine since dried porcelain was just as tasty, offering a different texture and flavor compared to fresh. On the return trip, they unexpectedly discovered a cluster of mushrooms. Shui Jintang didn't recognize the species, but Gu Qixiao's team did. They said it was edible, so naturally, Shui Jintang was delighted to bring them back. Mushrooms were wonderful. Whether cooked in a dish, used in soups, turned into sauces, or dried and ground into powder as seasoning, they were delicious. Many dishes improved significantly in taste when mushrooms were added. These were merely supplementary finds. The main hall consisted of various kinds of hunted animals. The roe deer from lunch was consumed by the group, but in the afternoon, they had fortuitously hunted another sika deer along with numerous wild chickens and rabbits. Animals like the sika deer and roe deer were something Shou Jintang had never tasted in the modern era. These were all protected species there, and consuming them would land one in trouble. Here, however, her previous incarnation hadn't lived long enough in the countryside to ever have tried these delicacies either. Hearing Gu Qixiao say the sika deer tasted good, Shou Jintang couldn't help but crave it. At the same time, she thought silently to herself, coming to the ancient times has other benefits aside from these wild animals being available for consumption as long as one has the ability to hunt them, right? Neutral face. Chapter 100, A Feast of Pork, Bountiful Harvest. So at dinner time, everyone roasted the deer again. The deer was a bit larger than the previous roe deer, but there were more people in the yard, so after dividing the meat, it was just about right. There was no need to worry about not finishing the dishes. Shou Jintang also got to taste the flavor of the deer meat. The texture was quite delicate, with a refreshing aroma when eaten. Besides the meat, Shou Jintang also saw the musk, and only then did he realize that this historically valuable musk was harvested from male deer. Even though musk was very precious and its scent reportedly pleasant, Shou Jintang had little interest in such fragrances. He still preferred the natural woody fragrance. That evening, Shou Jintang once again cooked a large pot of soup. Everyone enjoyed another hearty meal before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Perhaps because of the high physical exertion during the day, Shou Jintang fell asleep not long after his head hit the pillow. Gu Qixiao looked at the person who was already snoring deeply, resisting the urge to scratch his nose before closing his eyes to lie down as well. The next day was another fine and clear day. As usual, after breakfast, everyone entered Shouyuan Mountain again for hunting. It wasn't easy to come out for a trip like this. Gu Qixiao, being the prince, had many soldiers under him. Even without military conflicts, various matters within the army required his attention. Thus, coming out to play every single day was impossible. It was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. During this period, he happened to be relatively idle, so he decided to take Shou Jintang out for some proper leisure time. Between the carriage, guards, and luggage, they brought out quite a lot of things, making it impossible to return after just one day's play. Of course, they needed to stay longer and have fun until they were thoroughly satisfied before heading back. Moreover, Shou Jintang had just started practicing archery and found hunting very interesting, so even the scorching weather couldn't dampen his enthusiasm. Gu Qixiao naturally went along with him. After all, he initially brought him out just to prevent the young man from getting bored while staying at the mansion. Since the youth took a great interest in hunting, he was willing to accompany him. On the first day, the group had ventured deep into the mountain. Continuing further would increase the danger, so taking the youth's safety into consideration, Gu Qixiao did not venture any deeper. Therefore, on the second day, instead of following yesterday's route, they chose a different path. Shou Jintang had absolutely no objections to this change. Changing the route was fine too. The resources in the forest were rich. The distribution of plants and animals varied across regions, so switching routes might allow them to find new types of food. Still, wild pheasants and rabbits were abundant, suggesting that these two species existed in significant numbers in the woods. Along the way, other small animals darted by frequently, like squirrels with chestnut-brown fur, yellow weasels, and Shou Jintang even spotted 2 foxes. They were 2 red little foxes that bolted away upon seeing people. Shou Jintang didn't ask anyone to chase after them, they were so tiny, and chasing them wouldn't yield anything useful anyway. Killing them would feel a bit cruel, as they were so small. Raising them wouldn't work either since Shou Jintang was afraid he wouldn't be able to tame them properly. Foxes, unlike other creatures, were known for their cleverness and cunning. Naturally, if a fox came near on its own, Shou Jintang might consider raising it since foxes were undeniably cute and beautiful, especially silver-white ones. In the morning, they didn't encounter any roe deer or deer, and by noon, everyone followed yesterday's routine, finding an appropriate place to start a fire and cook meals. Shou Jintang once again made a pot of soup enriched with spring water. As they were returning in the afternoon, the group came across a huge wild boar that looked to weigh around 200 to 300 catties. Normally, someone would immediately turn tail and run upon encountering it, even hunters might struggle with handling such beasts. However, what it faced now were Gu Qixiao and his team. With collective efforts, the big wild boar was quickly dealt with. To avoid attracting danger with the heavy blood smell, they stopped going further into the mountain. The group swiftly carried the wild boar down the mountain and returned to Yuchuan Villa. With such a large wild boar, it couldn't be left in the heat for too long. Shou Jintang inspected it once, rolled up his sleeves, and with a smiling face, said to Gu Qixiao, "This wild boar is too big, and with the hot weather, it's hard to preserve. Let's prepare a pork dish feast tonight and have a full pig banquet." A full pig banquet? Gu Qixiao chuckled and nodded, "All right, let's do it your way. Just give direct instructions on how to proceed." Shou Jintang's lips curved slightly, and he couldn't help but talk to Gu Qixiao about the idea of the kill pig dish. Shou Jintang's cooking skills were excellent, and hearing his description, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The term kill pig dish often evokes associations with northeast China, but it's not exclusive to the region. In the south, where Shou Jintang hailed from, many rural areas prepared this dish during pig slaughtering occasions or festive banquets as well. Therefore, what Shou Jintang planned to prepare was essentially in line with modern rural practices. When talking about the kill pig dish, Shou Jintang immediately thought of the dish made with fermented cabbage, braised pork belly, and blood sausage. At this time, people consuming pig's blood or internal organs such as intestines was not common. Families only ate these parts if they were extremely poor. People like Gu Qixiao and his group of guards, who held high statuses and mostly came from good backgrounds, had never eaten pig's blood or internal organs. Shou Jintang specifically instructed that the pig's blood and internal organs be set aside and taught the servants how to process them. Hearing that these items would be used for cooking soon, everyone was very confused. A guard couldn't help but voice his doubt, especially regarding the smell of the intestines. The others may be okay, but does the large intestine taste good when cooked? I tried it once before, and its flavor, it's hard to even recall. As he said this, his face displayed a look of discomfort at the memory. Shou Jintang smiled and explained, the entire pig is precious. As long as prepared well, the large intestine has a great flavor too. Maybe after trying this once, you'll all fall in love with it. You find it unpleasant because the method wasn't right, probably because the cleaning wasn't thorough enough either, so disliking the taste is understandable. Although not fully convinced, given Shou Jintang's usually excellent cooking skills, the group still looked forward to it a bit. Besides the sour cabbage, braised pork belly with blood sausage, another essential dish was pork stewed with vermicelli. Vermicelli didn't exist at this point, but thanks to Shou Jintang previously teaching the making of sweet potato vermicelli at the mansion, it was always stocked there, and he had brought some along for their outing. Sweet potato vermicelli was convenient for times when one didn't want to prepare numerous dishes. Just add any ingredients to a pot, cook it together, and with skillful hands, nothing would go wrong. Other appetizing dishes included gobeira, sweet and sour crispy pork, stir-fried meat slices, sautéed kidney slices, garlic-infused pork, potato stewed with spare ribs, braised pig trotters, and a pig liver soup. The most suitable pairing for pig liver soup would have been spinach, but it was out of season. Fortunately, tomatoes were available, making tomato and pig liver soup also a delightful option, with its fresh and tangy taste stimulating appetite. The remaining parts such as pig head meat and pig ears, Shou Jintang planned to braise them overnight for tomorrow's consumption. As for the pig intestines, he decided to prepare a dry braised fatty intestine and use the rest for braised large intestine. Once the menu was decided, Shou Jintang began working on it, handling the more challenging ones himself, while the simpler dishes were guided by him to the cooks of Yuchuan Villa. With multiple dishes and substantial portions, everyone in the villa got involved. Working together made things swift. Within an hour, all the dishes were completed. Gu Qixiao and his group of guards finally tasted the kill pig dish Shou Jintang spoke of. The table was full of meat, vegetables, and soup. Each dish was rich in aroma, color, and flavor. Everyone looked at the abundance of food and couldn't decide which one to try first. Shou Jintang warmly invited them. Come on, try this dry braised fatty intestine first, then you'll see I'm not lying. Hearing this, everyone focused their attention on the beautifully red, shiny, and lustrous dish of dry braised fatty intestine. It certainly looked promising. Everyone thought inwardly. Gu Qixiao took the lead, picking up a piece of the fatty intestine and taking a bite. After chewing and swallowing, he praised. The taste is truly excellent, spicy, tender, perfect with rice. Seeing that Gu Qixiao started eating, the guards quickly followed suit, trying the dry braised fatty intestine. After tasting it, they all expressed astonishment and admiration. How can there be no foul smell at all? What I had before doesn't even compare, this isn't even from the same thing. So tender, fresh, and fragrant, perfectly balanced spiciness, delicious. The princess's cooking skills are truly exceptional. It feels like any dish goes through her hands turns instantly delectable. The group kept praising while enjoying, not just the dry braised fatty intestine but all other dishes on the table equally earned their applause. The fermented cabbage with braised pork belly and blood sausage had a salty and refreshing flavor, the acid level of the cabbage being moderate, the taste of the blood sausage strong and rich without being greasy. The pork belly was already tender and tasted amazing. Pork stewed with vermicelli absorbed all the broth, carrying the aroma of the meat, making it irresistible to keep eating. The golden crispy gobeira, tender inside and crunchy outside, offered a sour-sweet mouthfeel with garnishes adding charm to its appearance. Compared to the sweet-sour taste of gobeira, liurujuan was a savory variant, similarly featuring crispness outside and tenderness inside, a flavorful blend of saltiness and aroma, offering a fresh start. These two dishes together catered to both those favoring the sweet-sour and savory preferences. The quick stir-fried kidney slices retained a fresh crisp texture with deep flavors and not a trace of gamey smell. The garlic-infused pork paired with refreshing cucumber threads had a strong garlic flavor, the meat slices perfectly marbled and tender without being greasy. A slightly spicy dipping sauce made the dish even more savory and flavorful. Stewed potatoes with spare ribs was another delicious homestyle dish, where the potatoes were soft and smooth while the ribs were fully cooked and flavorful. Braised pig trotters shone with a red hue, tasting soft, sticky, and wonderfully aromatic. The tomato and pig liver soup was equally fresh tasting, with the pig liver having a delicate, silky texture, no trace of any fishy odor. Whether savoring it before or after the meal, the sourness of the soup provided relief from the richness of other dishes. The entire table was cleaned off by everyone enjoying the feast heartily, burying their heads and eating until all the dishes were finished. Even the leftover juices were used to mix with rice, leaving every bowl immaculately clean. After the meal, the guards voluntarily cleaned up the table, satisfied memories lingering as they left their seats. Shou Jintang had also eaten quite a bit, almost too much so that he ended up overeating. Leaning back on his chair, he let his food digest. Due to not being fully recovered yet, Gu Qixiao had to restrain himself a little more than others. Despite this, he ate more than usual but still avoided overindulging. Seeing Shou Jintang's condition, there was a twinkle of humor in his eyes as he placed a hand on the young man's stomach. "Let me rub your belly." Shou Jintang made a muffled sound but didn't refuse. The strong hand slowly massaged his abdomen, bringing instant relief from the full feeling. He couldn't help closing his eyes in comfort. A little while later, Shou Jintang sat up, his eyes crinkling as he said to Gu Qixiao. "Thank you, Prince, I feel better now." Gu Qixiao stopped the rubbing and stood up. "If you're feeling fine, take a walk around the courtyard first. You ate too much tonight, let's digest the food before sleeping." Shou Jintang nodded twice and followed Gu Qixiao outside. By now, the sky had turned dark, with a crescent moon hanging on the horizon, casting a cool silvery glow on the ground, giving all objects a faint, hazy outline under the moonlight. The two walked side by side, strolling leisurely through the villa, the atmosphere peaceful and quiet. Neither spoke for a moment, yet neither felt awkward, both silently enjoying the present moment. After walking for some time, Gu Qixiao finally asked. "Where do you want to go tomorrow? Shall we continue hunting?" Shou Jintang thought for a moment, raising his gaze to meet Gu Qixiao's. "Let's go hunting again. We might as well enjoy ourselves to the fullest. With tomorrow included, it'll just be 3 days, which isn't long. Mount Shiyuan is vast, and there are many places yet unexplored within it. Even if we play for 3 days, there would still be many spots left to explore. But hunting day after day could get monotonous, so we'll leave the other areas for next time when we come here again." Gu Qixiao agreed. It made no difference to him where they went, as long as the boy was happy. "Alright, then tomorrow we'll spend a day in the mountain. Do you have any other places in mind that you'd like to visit?" Shou Jintang pondered again, shaking his head. "I can't think of any. Are there other interesting places nearby? I'm unfamiliar with this area. Moreover, including tomorrow, we've been out for 4 days." He looked at Gu Qixiao. "Is it okay for you to be away for so many days? Will it affect your military duties?" Gu Qixiao gave the youth's glossy, fine hair a gentle rub, replying kindly. "Don't worry about that. It's not often that I go out like this, and this period is not particularly busy. A trip out won't delay anything. If something urgent comes up, it's not far from here to the capital city. We can always make it back in time." Hearing Gu Qixiao say this, Shou Jintang nodded. "That's good. As long as it doesn't interfere with your affairs." Gu Qixiao's eyes carried a growing warmth. Such considerate and thoughtful actions from the boy could only make him like him more each day. "Since we've come out, we may as well have a great time before going back. Anywhere you'd like to visit, I'll accompany you." Warmth welled up inside Shou Jintang, though he admitted to himself he wasn't exactly an adventurous traveler and tended to get lost easily. He also wasn't overly enthusiastic about exploring nearby sites around the capital. "Do you know about these places, Your Highness? If you think somewhere is fun, I'll follow you there." Shou Jintang looked up at him expectantly with clear, amber-colored eyes. Gu Qixiao paused for a rare moment. To tell the truth, because he usually stayed stationed in border areas and mostly resided in a mansion when back in the capital, he wasn't much into entertainment either. In terms of knowledge about food, drink, or amusement, Gu Qixiao might even lag behind Shou Jintang, who at least had some expertise in culinary matters. Chapter 101, Sheltering from the Rain, Dark Shadows. Shou Jintang blinked. His Highness doesn't know either. It's understandable. His Highness is always busy with military affairs and stays at the border, so it's normal not to be familiar with the places in the capital suitable for amusement. Although this was true, when the young man asked him a question and he didn't know the answer, Gu Qixiao still felt that it affected his image in the young man's heart. After a moment of silence, Gu Qixiao said, "I really don't know much about it. Someone under my command should be familiar with such places. I'll ask them and let you know tomorrow." Hearing this, Shou Jintang found it both amusing and pleasing. The thought of Gu Qixiao asking his subordinates where the fun places were made her eyes curve into crescent moons. Anyway, there's no rush. I'll wait for His Highness to tell me." After walking around the villa for a while, feeling that digestion was almost complete, Shou Jintang and Gu Qixiao returned to their room to wash up and sleep. The next morning, the biological clock had awakened Shou Jintang as scheduled. Gu Qixiao also woke up at the same time. After washing up, they ate breakfast and headed toward the Shiyuan mountain like experienced travelers. This time they took a different route than the previous 2 days, but the flora and fauna along the way were equally abundant. Shou Jintang saw quite a few mushrooms. They were all good stuff, and upon returning, they would take these things back. Everyone continued to walk leisurely inside. Shui Jintang's archery skills, after 2 days of practice, had greatly improved. Every day during the last 2 days, she could capture several animals to take home. She expressed that she was already satisfied with this. In the morning, without hunting any large beasts like the wild boar yesterday, they caught only some small animals. However, the group didn't feel disappointed, because hunting itself is unpredictable. Their luck was pretty good, they gained something every day, and not a little bit either. As usual, at noon, they found a suitable place to boil water and cook food. After eating, they rested for a while to avoid the hottest part of the afternoon. After resting, the group continued riding deeper into the forest. They hadn't walked long when the sky suddenly grew darker, prompting Shui Jintang to uncertainly ask, "Won't it rain?" Feeling the slight moisture in the air, Gu Qixiao decisively issued an order. "Let's find a place to shelter from the rain." Since they had already ventured deep into the mountain forest, the rain looked likely to fall soon. If they turned back, they might not even be out of the Shiyuan mountain before it started raining. Even though it was midsummer, it's better not to get drenched if possible. Shui Jintang agreed to find a place to take shelter first since medical conditions were relatively backward at this time, far behind modern standards. If they caught a cold or fever from getting soaked, it would mean quite a hassle. Fortunately, on the path they learned today, there were numerous caves nearby, so everyone spread out together to search for a suitable cave for shelter. The sky gradually became gloomy, as if massive clouds weighed heavily overhead. The air had become very humid. Thankfully, due to their swift cooperation, they successfully found a proper cave just before the rain started, immediately leading the group over. One by one, more than 10 people entered the cave. Just as the last person went in, the raindrops began falling like large beans. The rain fell like beads breaking free from a string, pitter-pattering loudly onto the ground. Standing at the mouth of the cave and looking out, outside had turned into a sheet of rain. Shui Jintang sighed, "What a heavy rain, lucky we have good fortune, otherwise we'd probably be drenched." Gu Qixiao stood beside her, watching the heavy downpour outside the cave together. The rain came suddenly. Based on past experience, it probably won't last too long. As soon as the rain stops, we will return to the villa. Shui Jintang nodded in agreement. We do need to go back. Otherwise, if it rains again, we may be trapped here. It's a pity that our hunting today lasted only half a day and had to end prematurely. Gu Qixiao gently ruffled her hair. If you like, we can continue. This trip was mainly for accompanying you for fun. We follow your preferences. Anyway, there's no rush to go back temporarily, and we still have ample time. Shui Jintang shook her head, never mind, never mind. If there's a chance next time, let's come again. Hunting in the mountains every day is boring, and it has rained anyway. Speaking of the rain, Shui Jintang clapped her hands, that's right, don't mushrooms grow abundantly in the forest after the rain? We could come to pick them. Gu Qixiao chuckled, it will definitely be wet on the ground after today's rain, and since it's also afternoon now, to prevent it raining later, we still need to return early. If you want to come again, we can do so if it doesn't rain tomorrow. Shui Jintang, however, said, though fungi tend to grow after the rain, they still need time to sprout. Especially since the last few days have been all clear skies. The soil hasn't been moist enough, it will take more time for mushrooms to grow. Coming back in 2 or 3 days would be better, she explained. Gu Qixiao readily agreed with her, alright, then we'll come back in 2 or 3 days to gather mushrooms with you. A bright smile lit up Shui Jintang's face, showing her good mood. She turned and looked at the rain curtain outside the cave. I don't know how long this rain will last. If I want to pick mushrooms, I hope it rains a bit longer, otherwise, the ground might dry out soon. But for now, I don't want the rain to last too long. We still need to go back, as the evening rain would be great, she continued, laughing herself afterward. I'm talking nonsense again. After all, this rain isn't under my control, it's up to nature. Gu Qixiao slightly curled his lips at her words. Lifting his eyes toward the sky, he added. Looking at it right now, this summer seems to have less rainfall than previous years. I hope there will be more rain later on. Hearing Gu Qixiao's remark, Shui Jintang recalled some memories from her original self and realized that this was indeed the case. By this time last year, there had already been several downpours, occurring every few days. However, since the start of this summer, it seemed like there hadn't been many rainy days. Most of the time, it had been sunny or overcast, with little time spent raining. It seemed that the situation was similar both in the capital and in Lanxi village, but whether other places were the same remained uncertain. Still, it wasn't definitive because the climate and geographical environment varied greatly between regions. As long as extreme weather doesn't occur, it would be fine. Both prolonged droughts and heavy rains are harmful, especially in ancient times. Ordinary farming households rely on crops for sustenance, and if prolonged drought or floods occurred, it could lead to poor harvests and worse, no harvest at all. At that point, it would easily result in displaced people who couldn't survive in their hometowns and had to leave seeking a living elsewhere. This is why natural disasters often come with human-made calamities. With all these thoughts swirling through her mind, Shui Jintang shook her head to rid herself of such worries. She didn't want to be worrying about something far beyond her control so early in the season. After all, summer had barely passed halfway. Perhaps the delay was just because the rain schedule had shifted, and the latter part of the season might see more frequent rainfall. Deep inside, Shui Jintang hoped that Great Gan and its people would do well. A prosperous Great Gan meant fewer wars and better lives for its citizens. If war broke out, it was the common folk who would suffer the most. And Gu Qixiao? Gu Qixiao might also have to fight on the battlefield. Shui Jintang sincerely hoped that there would be fewer wars, preferably none at all. Telling herself not to think too much, Shui Jintang found a spot to sit and drink water. Still, the thoughts that had surfaced earlier left some traces in her mind. Initially thinking the rain would end quickly since it came suddenly, nearly an incense stick's worth of time had passed, yet the rain outside continued pouring. The group stopped standing around idly, cleaned the floor of the cave, built a fire, and gathered around it to rest while waiting for the rain to stop. They had just eaten a while ago, so they weren't hungry, but they were a bit thirsty. It was hot, making thirst set in faster than usual. Though the water flasks still had water, nobody drank from them. Instead, they placed a pot over the fire to boil some water. It was roughly 2 in the afternoon, so there was no telling how long they'd stay here. It was best to save the water in the flasks. After all, it was raining, wasn't it? There's nothing better than fresh rainwater for drinking. Several guards went directly to the cave entrance, collected a pot of rainwater, placed it over the fire, and boiled the rainwater to drink. Seeing this, Shui Jintang paused silently for a moment and inwardly sighed, choosing not to interfere. In ancient times, the air was clean, and the environment pristine, without the pollution present in modern times. Rainwater and snowmelt were actually relatively clean compared to today. Hadn't famous people from ancient times enjoyed drinking rainwater? Some even thought rainwater was superior and preferred using it to brew tea. Nevertheless, when the people around weren't paying attention, Shui Jintang took advantage of checking if the water had boiled to add some spiritual spring water into it. She was growing increasingly familiar with her spatial abilities. Through trial and error, she discovered that she didn't need a container to transfer the water. Simply by willing it, the spiritual spring water from her space could appear directly in her hands without needing any vessel. From the perspective of someone unaware, it would seem like the water magically appeared from her fingertips. Well, it did look exactly like that. All Shui Jintang needed to do was to keep her palm downward toward the pot of water. Once the spiritual spring water emerged, without a container to hold it, it naturally flowed down into the pot. Naturally, the guards wouldn't be watching her every moment unless it involved life and death situations or special cases. Didn't they know it was disrespectful to stare directly into the eyes of their master's people? By now, Gu Qixiao's impression of Shui Jintang had naturally changed from what it was initially. Previously, Mu Shan and Qingming were responsible for surveillance and would regularly report the princess's movements back to Gu Qixiao. As the bond between the two deepened, Gu Qixiao revoked that order, making Mu Shan and Qingming henceforth loyal only to Shui Jintang. Unless Shui Jintang was in danger, there was no need to report anything to him. Her commands took precedence, and they were expected to follow her instructions. When the master's attitude changed, so did the subordinates. This was especially true for those closest and most knowledgeable about their master, Gu Qixiao's personal bodyguards and secret guards. This is why Shui Jintang's habit of adding spiritual spring water into food and drinks has remained undetected by her subordinates until now. Even if any strange behavior of Shui Jintang were truly discovered, unless Gu Qixiao mentioned it, they were clever enough not to ask. Underneath the firewood being heated, the water's temperature gradually increased as steam dispersed into the rain curtain. After a while, bubbles began to form in the pot, and Ji Sun announced. "The water has boiled, you can drink." Everyone responded but didn't immediately scoop the water since it was too hot. They decided to wait a bit for it to cool down. The rain outside hadn't stopped yet, but it had lessened somewhat. Shui Jintang looked out at the rain and told Gu Qixiao. "It has decreased a little, it should stop soon." Gu Qixiao nodded, "Let's rest a bit more. We'll definitely make it home before dark." Shui Jintang agreed, leaning against the cave wall, lazily watching the curtain of rain outside. Sitting beside her, Gu Qixiao stayed a bit further away, while Ji Sun and other guards chatted softly among themselves. There wasn't much else to do but chat, or perhaps sleep. But having rested earlier, none of them felt particularly drowsy. With such a warm day and rainy weather creating humid conditions, it was difficult to fall asleep. It wasn't an unusual time either, and Gu Qixiao wouldn't restrict his subordinates from chatting. Listening to the sound of the rain, Shui Jintang edged closer to Gu Qixiao, and the two started idle conversation. Despite the heavy rain outside, the atmosphere inside the cave remained relaxed. Suddenly, the low murmur of conversation ceased, and the air became quiet. All the guards stood up one after another, their gaze cautious. At this moment, she refrained from questioning. There was no use anyway, without martial skills, even if danger struck, there was little she could do. And although she had her spatial abilities, unless it came down to life or death, she naturally couldn't expose herself in front of others. Especially not now, surrounded by so many people. Thus, the best she could do at the moment was to stand aside and not interfere. However, Shui Jintang's gaze upon seeing the demeanor of Gu Qixiao and the group of guards did not suggest the arrival of an assassin or an enemy. Despite their alertness, she noticed no murderous intent in their demeanor. Then, what could be out there? Curiosity sparked within Shui Jintang's mind. She didn't have to wait long as her curiosity was quickly satisfied. From outside the cave, through the transparent curtain of rainwater, a shadowy figure emerged, slowly moving toward the direction of the cave. Shui Jintang involuntarily widened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on the black figure drawing nearer. The rain was still intense, with mist saturating the air. For a moment, under the cover of rain, it was hard to discern exactly what the shadow ahead really was. The expressions of Gu Qixiao and his team grew increasingly vigilant. As the black silhouette drew closer to the cave, they finally managed to identify its true identity. Shui Jintang was genuinely surprised, her bright eyes flickering with a sense of admiration. The approaching black figure turned out to be a black panther, more precisely, a sleek, glossy-furred, extremely attractive black panther. Shui Jintang discreetly observed this impressive animal, noting its large size. The estimated length was over 1.5 meters, with a strong, pitch-black tail that stretched almost two-thirds the length of its body. Its head bore a pair of soft triangular ears, and its eyes glimmered gold. Its paws were substantial, leaving the ground silent with each step. Raindrops slid effortlessly off its smooth fur without dampening its majestic aura in the slightest. Every movement exuded grace and agility, silent and fluid, like a ghost of the night. Chapter 102, Unexpected Encounter with a Black Panther. Shui Jintang was shocked inside. There's actually a black panther in this mountain. What does the black panther want to do? Why does it come to find them? The powerful legs of the black panther moved, seemingly ignoring Gu Qixiao and others' alertness, continuing to walk towards the direction of the cave, looking very leisurely. Gu Qixiao frowned slightly, but he did not feel any intention of attacking from the black panther in front of him, so he did not order his subordinates to take action. Instead, everyone gathered together to form a surround. Gu Qixiao stood in front of Shui Jintang, firmly protecting the young man behind him, and answered softly upon hearing this. I don't know either, but it has no intention of attacking anyone. Judging by its current actions, it is very clearly coming towards us. It's likely something in this cave or on us that has attracted it. Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang couldn't help but glance at the large pot of water placed at the entrance of the cave to cool down. It had spiritual spring water added to it. If there's anything attracting it, Shui Jintang's first thought was the spiritual spring water. After all, the things produced in his space were liked by both Zhueyun and Zhuefeng. But he didn't want to say it out loud, so he could only watch the movements of the Black Panther along with everyone else. As the Black Panther got closer and closer, Gu Qixiao and his men gradually retreated into the cave following its behavior. Although this Black Panther is large and looks like a formidable beast, Gu Qixiao and his men are not afraid. With so many skilled martial artists, how could they possibly fear a single Black Panther? As long as Gu Qixiao gives the command, everyone can take immediate action. The reason Gu Qixiao hasn't ordered an attack is that he wants to see what the Black Panther intends to do by coming close to them and entering the cave. Under the watchful yet curious gaze of everyone, the Black Panther walked into the cave, approached the large iron pot near the entrance, sniffed it, and then started licking the water. Seeing their water being drunk by it, the subordinates involuntarily exchanged puzzled glances, feeling strange. Could it be that this Black Panther came just to drink water? That sounds too unbelievable. It probably wouldn't, would it? Running over here just for a sip of their water sounds absurd, doesn't it? Gu Qixiao narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the Black Panther focused on drinking water. Only Shui Jintang silently observed this scene and thought to himself. Judging by this, the Black Panther might really have come just to drink water. A full pot of water, and the Black Panther drank it all. Everyone watched it drink, various thoughts coming to mind. After finishing the water, the Black Panther seemed to notice them again, raising its head to scan around, then moving toward Shui Jintang's direction. Gu Qixiao immediately became serious, protecting Shui Jintang behind him, preventing the Black Panther from approaching. The Black Panther growled lowly. Shui Jintang tugged on Gu Qixiao's sleeve, "Your Highness, it seems harmless." Despite this, Gu Qixiao's frown deepened, although he felt that this Black Panther harbored no malice. Naturally, he didn't want to allow such a large wild animal to approach the youth. The Black Panther looked increasingly impatient at the humans blocking its path and growled lowly. Shui Jintang tugged Gu Qixiao's sleeve again, "Your Highness, why don't we let it come closer? Let's see what it wants to do." Gu Qixiao was still somewhat worried. What if it suddenly attacks? No, it cannot get close to you. Shui Jintang smiled to reassure him, "Don't worry, this Black Panther seems very smart. If it wanted to hurt us, it would have done so already. There won't be any problem." Privately, Shui Jintang was quite surprised. Could the Black Panther be targeting him because it smelled the spiritual spring water on him? That would be too amazing. But logically, it shouldn't be possible. The spiritual spring water was in his space, how could the Black Panther smell it? Shui Jintang was temporarily confused. Since Shui Jintang spoke up, Gu Qixiao, though still worried, stepped aside but stayed nearby, staring intently at the approaching Black Panther. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Black Panther slowly approached Shui Jintang, leaned its head forward to sniff, seemingly identifying his scent. Shui Jintang seemed to see a flicker of confusion in its golden eyes, then it lowered its head under his palm, rubbing against his hand. Faced with the large, furry creature, Shou Jintang had been yearning for a touch, and now that it was willingly presenting itself, how could Shou Jintang let it go? Unable to resist, the hand that had been rubbed gently lifted and stroked the Black Panther's furry head. Although it was slightly damp from the rain, its fur was very thick and pleasant to touch. Gu Qixiao watched anxiously as Shou Jintang placed his hand on the Black Panther's head. However, contrary to his concerns, the Black Panther remained calm, allowing Shou Jintang to stroke its head while keeping its golden eyes fixed intently on him. Shou Jintang seemed to read an unspoken message in its expression. "I've let you pet me, what about my reward?" Shou Jintang wasn't sure why this strange thought came to mind, but facing this big cat that clearly caused no harm, he found himself liking it more and more. With those big eyes staring at him, how could Shou Jintang not feed it something? But Black Panthers eat meat, don't they? There was no meat in his space, so all he could offer were plants and fruits. The Black Panther probably came for the spiritual spring water. Then surely it would also eat fruits grown with the spiritual spring water. Shou Jintang decided to give it a try. Pretending to pull out a few strawberries from his robes, these strawberries came from seeds he bought in the modern world, they weren't the wild varieties of this place. He initially thought he didn't buy them, but one day, while checking seeds in the courtyard, he discovered them and felt quite pleased. He planted the seeds following what he remembered as the proper methods and regularly watered them with spiritual spring water, beyond which Shou Jintang didn't manage them much. But due to the fertile land in his space and the efficacy of the spiritual spring water, none of the things he grew there had ever failed to thrive. The strawberries grew wonderfully, each was red, full-bodied, and beautifully shaped without being misshapen. They tasted sweet and sour, juicy and delicious. They were far better than the wild strawberries here. After all, the plants and crops of this era were first-generation types, unimproved by the subsequent cultivation processes of later generations. Their taste naturally couldn't compare with the strawberries of the modern era. Shou Jintang had never seen anyone cultivate this kind of fruit intentionally, they were all wild ones. Typically, only children or impoverished families picked and ate them. Shou Jintang had tried eating them too, their flavor was overly sour, small in size, and paled in comparison to the strawberries grown in his space. It made sense that not many people cared to eat them. Placing several bright, plump strawberries in front of the Black Panther, Shou Jintang took a step back and watched curiously. Would the Black Panther eat them? Seeing that this human hadn't produced the delicious water from before, the Black Panther voiced its dissatisfaction with a low growl, but still approached to sniff the strawberries on the ground. They smelled pretty good too. It extended its tongue and effortlessly flicked the strawberry into its mouth. Watching the Black Panther actually eat one, Shou Jintang's eyes lit up with joy, it obviously liked things watered with spiritual spring water. After swallowing the strawberry, the Black Panther seemed to savor its deliciousness, and its tongue flicked out again, quickly gulping down the remaining strawberries. Seeing that it enjoyed them, Shou Jintang's smile widened further, raising his eyes toward Gu Qixiao. "Your Highness, see. It means us no harm." At this moment, Gu Qixiao began to understand some things. Everything in the young man's possession was extraordinary, be it food or water, it tasted better than ordinary fare and brought benefits to health. But the youth hadn't taken out other foods during these past few days in the mountains, he should have only retrieved water. Still, they had been hunting in the mountain stream area recently, and this Black Panther must have somehow discovered the special nature of the water and followed them discreetly ever since. While Gu Qixiao managed to guess part of the reason, Ji Sen and the rest of the guards were entirely bewildered, merely watching from the sidelines. Especially after seeing the Black Panther eat the strawberries with composure, their hearts filled with various mutterings. Could they blame themselves for muttering? When had they ever seen a leopard eat fruits? No one would believe such a thing if told. Leopards were supposed to eat meat, weren't they? This was their first time seeing a leopard enjoy fruits so much, even drinking their water. This leopard was truly exceptional. Seeing the Black Panther getting along well with Shou Jintang, everyone was astonished, but they soon thought perhaps it was because their princess inherently possessed great charisma. As the Black Panther appeared non-violent, they watched Shou Jintang interact closely with it, causing the group of guards to become somewhat envious. Such a majestic and beautiful wild beast, which didn't hurt humans, who wouldn't want to touch it? Ji Sen was the first to speak up, looking eagerly at Gu Qixiao. "Your Highness, may I also pet it?" Gu Qixiao glanced at him, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. "That isn't something I can decide. You can try to see if it allows you." Ji Sen rubbed his hands together and watched the Black Panther eating strawberries. Shou Jintang brought out several more strawberries, cheerfully feeding the big cat. The Black Panther bent its head to eat the strawberries from the youth's hand, looking very docile. Ji Sen's eyes sparkled as he cautiously approached the Black Panther. The Black Panther tilted its head to glance at him once, then coldly turned away. Seeing that it didn't attack, Ji Sen's eyes shone brighter, stretching out a hand slowly toward the Black Panther. When his hand was about to touch the soft back of the Black Panther, the panther quickly turned its head, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Roar! Ji Sen immediately pulled his hand back, his previously excited expression wilting significantly. Apparently, the Black Panther wouldn't let him touch. Hadn't he thought he could pet it too? Was it only allowing the princess to touch it? He considered himself fairly approachable, so why not? But then again, as Gu Qixiao's personal guard, having fought in numerous battles, how could his body lack the stench of blood and killing aura? Black panthers were naturally solitary creatures, anyway, most people rarely got near them. They weren't exactly domesticated animals who liked being touched, so why would anyone expect they could just casually touch one? Let alone someone like Ji Sen with stronger martial skills and an even more intimidating presence. The reason Xue Jintang could pet it mainly came down to the fact that the Black Panther had been attracted by the spirit spring water, it could keenly sense it was something special. Besides, Xue Jintang's personality and demeanor were gentle, his looks handsome yet warm, radiating no hint of aggression and possessing excellent natural charm. Back in the modern era, small animals were already drawn to him, and Xue Jintang had even thought about keeping a little kitten as a pet. But due to his family conditions and living circumstances, not to mention being too busy, he feared neglecting any pet, so he never adopted one. Unwilling to give up, Ji Sen tried again. Every time his hand neared the Black Panther, it growled loudly. After repeating this a few times, the Black Panther grew impatient and nearly bit him. Finally, Ji Sen stopped, sullenly withdrawing. Other subordinates watching this also felt somewhat envious. Gu Qixiao did nothing to stop them, what was there to stop? Whether or not the Black Panther would let itself be touched was entirely up to the Black Panther. If someone really could touch it, that would be on their own merit. Unfortunately, none of the guards succeeded, all retreating disappointed. While the guards were trying, Xue Jintang watched amusingly from the side. With so many people wanting to pet it, the Black Panther must have gotten quite annoyed. When the last guard stepped forward, he almost got hit by its tail. Fortunately, the guard dodged fast, this wasn't a regular cat after all. Its long tail clearly packed immense strength, and getting slapped by it would have hurt badly. Even though the Black Panther hadn't done anything more than growl after that, it coldly glanced at everyone, then moved to Xue Jintang's side, lay down, and closed its eyes to rest. After eating quite a lot from the pot of water and fruits fed by Xue Jintang, seeing the Black Panther now lying still beside him, he scratched his head curiously and turned toward Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, what do you think it means? Did it come here just to drink water and avoid the rain, planning to leave shortly? Because they intended to go downhill once the rain stopped. Gu Qixiao looked at the large Black Panther resting next to the youth, gently ruffled the youth's hair, and said. I don't know. Let's see if it follows us when we leave. It should have been dwelling deep within Shiyuan Mountain. It might not necessarily follow us back. Hearing this, Xue Jintang momentarily felt a little disheartened at not being able to keep petting the big cat, but he understood well enough, Black Panthers were inherently solitary and not inclined to seek human companionship. Judging from the sleekness of its fur, it obviously lived comfortably in the forest, and despite the appeal of spirit spring water, it didn't guarantee it'd choose to return with them. Saddened for a brief moment, Xue Jintang soon recovered. Though he loved the majestic feline deeply, he also knew forcing it to accompany them back was unreasonable. Its happiness independent of humans was most important. As the rain continued, the group waited a little longer before the drizzle finally ceased. By then, it was probably around 5 p.m., and it would soon become dark. No sooner did the rain stop, everyone wasted no time in mounting their horses, preparing to ride out of the forest. Xue Jintang sat atop Zhu Yun's back and glanced back at the cave entrance where the Black Panther stood, gazing at them. Gu Qixiao rode Zhao Feng next to him and similarly glanced at the Black Panther, then spoke to Xue Jintang. Let's go, it's not early anymore. If it starts raining again, it will get unpleasant. Let's see if it decides to follow us. It is intelligent and has stealthily followed us through these mountains. If it truly wishes to return with us, surely it would catch up. Your Highness is right, Xue Jintang said, casting a reluctant glance at the furry Black Panther. Then let's go. Gu Qixiao immediately issued the order, let's move. The horses instantly galloped, their hooves thundering as they raced through the forest. Xue Jintang turned back from his seat on the galloping horse, but he couldn't see the silhouette of the Black Panther. It seemed like the animal had still not decided to follow them. For a moment, Xue Jintang felt regretful, but quickly turned forward again, focusing on riding toward the exit of Shiyuan Mountain. Chapter 103, The Black Panther's Return Gift. Before dusk fell, the group returned to the Yulan Villa. The Black Panther still hadn't caught up, and Xue Jintang finally gave up all hope of seeing the big kitty. It seemed unlikely she'd see it again. After feeling a bit sorry for a moment, Xue Jintang gathered her spirits and focused on processing today's harvest. It rained continuously for the entire afternoon. After tidying up, Xue Jintang and Gu Qixiao went to bed early. Before sleeping, Gu Qixiao held Xue Jintang and consoled her. Isn't it just 2 or 3 days until we go mushroom picking? By then, you might see that Black Panther again. If you like it, you can prepare some meat for it. Xue Jintang nodded, yes, I'll prepare some meat in advance to feed it. We also need to prepare some spiritual spring water. Xue Jintang thought silently. After a while of conversation, their voices became quieter and quieter as they gradually drifted off to sleep. In the morning, at the first light of dawn, Yulan Villa remained peaceful, with most people still asleep. A sudden scream broke the tranquility. In their bedroom, Gu Qixiao instantly opened his eyes, and Xue Jintang was awakened by the commotion. Still half asleep, Xue Jintang mumbled. What happened? I think I heard a scream nearby. Loosening his hands from around the youth's waist, Gu Qixiao got up and dressed. You sleep, I'll check outside. Shui Jintang rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. I'm not going back to sleep. We went to bed pretty early last night. Now I've had enough sleep anyway, and probably wouldn't be able to fall back asleep either. Let me check what's going on. Seeing the youth wasn't going back to bed, Gu Qixiao quickly prepared himself and helped the youth dress as well. Still somewhat sleepy, Shui Jintang didn't refuse Gu Qixiao's assistance but let him adjust her collar and tie the sash. Then the two left the bedroom together. Walking into the yard, Ji Sen and other guards were already up, gathered at the gate, unsure what they were looking at. Gu Qixiao called out to Ji Sen. Ji Sen turned immediately, my lord. Without any nonsense, Gu Qixiao asked directly, what's going on? Ji Sen scratched his head and replied. There's a wild ox outside, already dead. From the wounds, it appears to have been bitten to death by a beast. This morning, one of the servants opened the door and saw the dead ox, getting quite frightened. By this point, both of them understood that the shout earlier came from the servant outside the courtyard. Shui Jintang said. That explains why I thought I heard something. Guess I didn't imagine it. Curious, she added. Are you saying that ox is right outside our gate? Ji Sen nodded. Yes, my lady. The wild ox lies outside, with no other marks except for its wounds. It seems as if it was deliberately placed there. Shui Jintang was puzzled, who would intentionally place an ox outside our gate? And you say it was bitten to death by a beast. Surely no one would do such a thing. Gu Qixiao responded, no one would do something like this unless they want to lose their lives. Shui Jintang stroked her chin, I also think no one is that foolish. Surely placing a dead ox isn't just to scare us. If it's not done by a human, could it be done by a wild animal? But why would a wild animal do that? At this point, both Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao thought of something simultaneously, exchanged glances, and Shui Jintang said. Could it be that the Black Panther from yesterday did it? Upon reflection, it really seemed possible. Gu Qixiao commented, yesterday, it drank all the water from our pot, and you fed it quite a lot of things. That wild ox is likely its way of repaying us. Hearing both of them say so, Ji Sen couldn't help nodding in agreement. Indeed, it's very likely. Otherwise, how could a perfectly normal ox appear outside the yard so early in the morning? It's highly possible that after they left, the Black Panther hunted it and then followed the scent trail to find where they live, quietly leaving it at their doorstep under the cover of darkness. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang exchanged glances, and Shui Jintang couldn't help but smile slightly. That Black Panther has good manners. The cat is so cute. Did you see the Black Panther? Gu Qixiao looked at Ji Sen, who shook his head. My lord, I didn't see it nearby. Perhaps it left once it finished delivering the gift. Although the three suspected that the wild ox was very likely sent by the Black Panther, out of caution, Gu Qixiao still instructed Ji Sen to investigate the area for anything unusual. Ji Sen accepted the order and departed. Shui Jintang had now completely woken up and was enthusiastically heading out of the yard. I'll go take a look at the ox. Naturally, Gu Qixiao followed the youth. The servants had already dispersed, and Shui Jintang approached closer, only to see a wild ox with brownish hair lying on the ground, its neck having a fatal wound. Its pair of horns were long and bent, their tips very sharp. It was clear that their potential for damage was immense. If one weren't careful and got impaled by the horns, 2 additional holes would likely appear instantly. This ox probably weighs around 300 to 400 jin, doesn't it? Shui Jintang walked around the ox and sighed. Gu Qixiao nodded, that Black Panther appears larger than the average leopard. Hunting an animal of this weight should not be too difficult for it. Shui Jintang recalled the completely black large cat. Indeed, it looked different from the regular leopards, being particularly intelligent. It could not only discover spiritual spring water but also knew how to return gifts after eating what he fed it yesterday. Its size was indeed quite large, it was a very good-looking and likable big cat. It felt just like Zhui Feng and Zhu Yun, much more in tune with human nature than ordinary animals. I hope it hasn't been injured. I don't know if it will come again. We didn't bring many things earlier when we were on the mountain. If it comes again, I will definitely give it more tasty food. Gu Qixiao held her hand and started walking back into the yard. It might come again. Let's go inside, and wash up first. As her hand was held, Shui Jintang instinctively tried to pull back but couldn't break free. She obediently let him lead her without resistance. Regardless of how the wild ox arrived, leaving it at the gate wasn't a solution, so Gu Qixiao instructed someone to move it into the yard. A little while later, Ji Sen returned from his investigation outside and reported that no unusual circumstances were found in the vicinity. That wild ox is undoubtedly a present from the Black Panther. Shui Jintang, who was eating breakfast, opened her mouth to speak upon hearing this. Gu Qixiao nodded, saying to Ji Sen. Leave then. Since there's no problem detected, have someone immediately process the ox now. We'll eat beef today at noon and evening. The weather was hot and they feared the meat wouldn't stay fresh long, so as long as there were no issues, it must be processed immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Ji Sen promptly left, feeling delighted as well. Another chance to improve their diet. Wild beef wasn't something easily obtainable every day. Shou Jintang was happy too. Since coming here, it seemed he'd never eaten beef before. Thinking about those dishes made from dried beef, Shou Jintang couldn't help but swallow saliva in secret. He was craving it. In the Qian dynasty, much like many historical dynasties, since cattle were important sources of labor, eating beef wasn't something casually done. In the Qian, only cows that died of illness or old age could be consumed. One had to report such cases to the authorities beforehand, after which they could be used either for personal consumption or sale. Anyone caught stealing cattle, slaughtering cattle, or secretly eating beef would face punishment depending on the severity of the offense, including imprisonment, caning, exile, and other penalties. Although princes and nobles like Gu Qixiao could certainly find ways to get beef, unlike commoners who struggled greatly to do so. Gu Qixiao differed from general princes and nobles. He spent most of his time living and eating with the soldiers in the army, refusing special treatment. Most of Gu Qixiao's money was also spent on nurturing his soldiers. Furthermore, he himself wasn't overly concerned with gourmandizing. So as a close prince, Gu Qixiao was similar to commoners in that he hadn't really eaten much beef. Since Gu Qixiao rarely ate beef, naturally his loyal subordinates ate less as well. This unexpected bounty of wild beef, which didn't infringe on any laws, brought joy to people like Ji Sen. With great enthusiasm, they began processing the beef. At noon, Shou Jintang personally took charge of cooking a delicious beef feast. Spicy boiled beef, garlic-flavored beef cubes, tomato-stewed brisket, potatoes stewed with beef, radish beef soup. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and everyone was enjoying them heartily without lifting their heads. Shou Jintang felt extremely satisfied. The beef was truly very tasty. It tasted completely different from pork. The quality of the beef gifted by the Black Panther was excellent, offering another taste of delicacy. The remaining beef, I'll brine some of it. Let's have a hot pot tonight, and freeze the parts we can't finish, aiming to consume it all soon. Ever since Gu Qixiao learned from Shou Jintang how to make ice using niter, among other things, their use of ice became much more convenient. They no longer had to overly worry about running out of ice, thus saving constantly. Nor did they have to wait until winter to collect ice from frozen lakes. This greatly benefited Gu Qixiao and his team. Upon hearing Shou Jintang's words, Ji Sen standing beside Gu Qixiao lit up his eyes. Brined beef sounded fantastic. The princess's brining of pig intestines, pig ears, and pig head meat yesterday was incredibly tasty, full of rich flavors. Brining beef would definitely taste even better. Even Ji Sen, who hadn't heard about hot pot before, couldn't help but ask curiously. Princess, what is a hot pot? Gu Qixiao was lenient towards his subordinates, and Shou Jintang also had a very good temper. As such, the core subordinates like Ji Sen weren't too tense when they were around these two. On days like today, asking questions if something was unclear was a very normal occurrence. Shou Jintang smiled as she explained. A hot pot is a new way of eating. Simply put, it involves putting various dishes into the pot to scald them until they're cooked and then dipping them in condiments. I know you can't really imagine this from my words now, but once you taste it tonight, you'll understand. Ji Sen did indeed look somewhat puzzled, placing the vegetables in a pot to cook and dipping them to eat. It felt pretty ordinary. But why did Princess seem so excited about how delicious the hot pot was? However, since Princess said they'd find out tonight, Ji Sen trusted her cooking skills and managed to hold back further inquiries for the moment. At noon, the black leopard didn't show up. Though Shou Jintang had been hoping for it, she wasn't overly disappointed, as she already had a rough prediction in mind. Thus, she focused on preparing the evening meal. That's how everyone got to see what a hot pot was. Since there were many people, one pot would definitely not be enough. So, according to the number of people, Shou Jintang prepared several pots. Once the base ingredients for the hot pot were stir-fried, it was actually quite fast to prepare. And the preparation of those vegetables didn't require him to take care of everything himself, the kitchen staff could handle most of it. His main task was creating the hot pot base ingredients. Considering that everyone's tastes might differ and due to the spontaneous idea, custom pots, which combine both spicy and non-spicy sections, couldn't be ordered in time, Shou Jintang prepared more than one pot for each kind of flavor. In total, 3 kinds of flavors were prepared: delicious bone broth, slightly sour and appetizing tomato soup, and the essential spicy soup. By dinner time, everyone finally got a clear view of what a hot pot looked like. The soup waters of the 3 different flavored pots continuously bubbled on the table: the white, rich, and fragrant bone broth, the red, slightly sour tomato soup, and the fiery red spicy soup that smelled pungent yet extremely attractive. Surrounding these few pots was a full table of ingredients. There were thinly sliced meat pieces of all kinds, freshly cleaned vegetables that still dripped with water, tofu, and various soy products, some of which even the group couldn't recognize. Also handmade snow-white fish balls and pink meatballs, as well as potatoes, noodles, and other types of food that fill the stomach. The varieties of ingredients were abundant. The guests, looking at the variety-packed table, had their expectations built sky-high even before taking the first bite. On a side-long table, there were also small plates filled with oil, scallions, garlic, chili, and all sorts of seasonings. Ji-sen opened his mouth again. Princess, how do we eat this? Shui Jintang laughed, saying, hot pot must be accompanied by dipping sauces. All these are materials for seasoning your dip, and the flavor has no fixed rules, allowing free mixing. You may freely adjust the flavor according to your own preferences. However, as it's your first time eating it, I will mix some basic dipping sauces and place them here. While observing how I adjust these dips, feel free to try them first. But remember, the amount is insufficient for all of you, so after trying mine, please start adjusting your own. Try a few combinations, and next time you eat hot pot, you can mix according to your individual liking. Everyone nodded seriously, carefully watching as Shui Jintang mixed the dipping sauces. After adjusting a few classic dipping sauces and gesturing for Ji-sen and others to take over, Shui Jintang picked up her and Gu Qixiao's sauce bowls and returned to sit at their table. Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao sat alone at a separate table, where 3 small pots were currently placed, each featuring a different flavor. Placing the small bowl in front of Gu Qixiao, she said, Prince, this is the dipping sauce specially adjusted for you, as I worry you cannot handle too much spice, so I've made yours non-spicy. If you want to eat spicier, Prince can directly place the dish in the spicy pot. If it gets too spicy, you can dab it in this sauce, it cools down the heat and relieves spiciness. Gu Qixiao smiled, replying. Good, I'll try every type. Whatever you've made must be delicious. Shui Jintang found herself unable to stop smiling as she enthusiastically taught Gu Qixiao how to use the hot pot. Though all ingredients are cooked in a pot, each dish should be blanched for an appropriate amount of time. For instance, this meat slice, because it's very thin, needs only a short while before changing color, and you should immediately scoop it out and coat it with the dipping sauce just like this. Shui Jintang was quite knowledgeable about the art of eating and spoke with clarity and interest. Gu Qixiao listened attentively, doing exactly as the youth instructed. The boy's voice was pure and crisp, like a mountain spring gurgling through his heart, feeling fresh and comfortable, as if capable of smoothing away any inner disturbances. It left him feeling calm and refreshed, causing an irresistible desire to get lost within. Chapter 104, The Kiss. A hot pot dinner once again left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Ji-sen and the others were becoming increasingly admiring of Shui Jintang's culinary skills. Every dish that passed through their princess's hands turned out delectable. Take tonight's hot pot, for example, merely placing raw ingredients into the pot to cook, yet it had endless variations, making one feel they could eat it daily without tiring. And those pig offal parts like intestines. After braising, they exuded not a trace of unpleasant odor but were instead richly fragrant and hearty. Everyone ate until their stomachs were round as spheres, secretly loosening their belts before finally leaving with satisfaction. Gu Qixiao was also delighted by the meal. His lips, which were usually pale from years of restraint, became redder under the influence of the spicy oil, adding allure to his already handsome and noble face. Gazing at such a face, Shui Jintang embarrassingly swallowed her saliva. She couldn't blame herself, for he truly looked exceptionally good. In both the modern era and in the Qian, so far she hadn't met anyone more beautiful than Gu Qixiao. Be it appearance, physique, or aura, he excelled in every aspect. As for character, knowledge, and competence, he was extraordinarily gifted. He held a high rank, wielded great power, and radiated immense authority. A man without any flaws, near perfect in all aspects, who also treated her so well, how could Shui Jintang not be smitten? It was utterly normal. Seeing the young man gazing at him with evident admiration, a sense of joy and pride rose within Gu Qixiao's heart. Unable to resist, he drew closer, smiling as he murmured softly. What? Stunned? The low, magnetic voice echoed in her ears, causing Shui Jintang's cheeks to flush red almost immediately. She instinctively distanced herself slightly, muttering. Who wouldn't be dazzled by a prince as good-looking as you? Unaware herself, over time, Shui Jintang occasionally behaved subconsciously coy in front of Gu Qixiao, despite her usually reserved nature. Listening to her soft tone, Gu Qixiao's lips curved involuntarily. If I'm good-looking, then look your fill. You can gaze for as long as you wish. Startled, Shui Jintang raised her head, her amber eyes wide open, completely unable to imagine such flirtatious words coming out of Gu Qixiao's mouth. Gu Qixiao smiled wider as he observed her surprised expression. Looking into those clear, pure amber eyes, Gu Qixiao was seemingly enchanted and leaned in, brushing gently against her face before quickly withdrawing. Feeling the soft touch grazing her cheek, Shui Jintang's large eyes grew even wider, standing there dumbfounded, momentarily unsure how to react. Coming back to her senses after a moment, she hurriedly lowered her head, her ears turning crimson. They had been together for quite some time now, holding hands and sleeping in the same bed. But this was their first kiss, on the cheek though it was, Shui Jintang still felt quite embarrassed and uneasy, awkwardly turning away while saying, I'll go back to my room first. Watching her rush off almost as if fleeing, Gu Qixiao's smile widened further, practically splitting his face. If Ji-sen were present and witnessed his master's expression, he'd surely be shocked speechless. Their master was always cold. He'd never seen much expression on that handsome but icy face. While the expressions around the princess would be slightly richer, often carrying a smile, this foolish grin Ji-sen had never imagined before. After laughing alone for a bit, Gu Qixiao composed himself, then took steps toward their bedroom. Yet there was still an intense smile in his eyes. Upon returning to the room, the bed was empty. Glancing, Gu Qixiao noticed faint water sounds behind the folding screen. He raised an eyebrow and sat leisurely on the adjacent lounge. It seemed the youth was bathing, so he chose not to intrude. Blushing at just a mere kiss on the cheek, what if he spoke with her during her bath? That might lead her to blush even more. Subsequently, he picked up a book and reclined lazily on the bed, waiting for the young one to emerge. After a while, a head cautiously peeked out from behind the folding screen. With heightened sensitivity, Gu Qixiao immediately spotted Shui Jintang revealing half her face. Seeing the girl hide behind the screen, he arched a brow. What is it? Her damp hair clung to her cheeks as Shui Jintang flushed. Prince, could you pass me some clothes please? I forgot to bring clean ones earlier. Thrown into a flurry of disarray by a single kiss, her mind muddled with confusion. She entered the bathroom in a hurry and realized only after nearly finishing that she had forgotten to take in a change of clothes. She distinctly remembered placing fresh garments beside the bed, yet somehow she had forgotten to bring them inside. Indeed, love makes even the wisest act foolishly / omega / / Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao paused for a moment before finding it irresistible to glance at the youth again. The boy only peeked out with his head, hiding the rest of his body behind the folding screen. His handsome and fair face was still tinged with redness from the bath. His big eyes glistened in the damp air while his pink lips looked all the more moist. This made him seem even more kissable. Gu Qixiao's throat moved as he forced himself to look away, but his voice dropped a little as he said. Where are they? I'll fetch them for you. Shui Jintang immediately pointed the location out to him. Taking the clean clothes, Gu Qixiao walked a few steps forward, then approached the folding screen and handed the garments to the young one. Hurry up and get dressed, don't catch a chill. The allure of the freshly bathed youth was simply too overwhelming. Shui Jintang quickly extended a hand to take the clothes. Thank you, my lord. That same hand was white and lustrous, its smooth, fine skin tempting enough to make anyone want to nibble on it. Gu Qixiao's gaze darkened as he retreated back to the bedside and continued reading, yet he could not focus on the book regardless. A short while later, the young man stepped out from behind the folding screen, dressed in clean undergarments, his blush still not entirely gone. I'm done, my lord. You can bathe now. After sizing up the youth, Gu Qixiao replied in a slightly husky tone. There's no rush. Not drying your hair properly might give you a headache. Come here, I'll help dry your hair. Shui Jintang quickly shook his head. Don't trouble yourself, my lord. I can do it myself, it'll dry soon in the summer heat. Then he draped a large towel over his head and vigorously rubbed away. Seeing such an awkward method of drying his hair, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but laugh. Who dries their hair like that? Do it gently, slowly. After teaching the boy the proper way to dry his hair, Gu Qixiao picked up his clothes and headed behind the folding screen. The attendants had already deftly replaced the water, filling the wooden tub with fresh hot water. With the weather being warm, the water didn't need to be scalding, just warm would suffice. Once his hair was mostly dry, Shui Jintang retreated to the bed. Without much sleepiness, he picked up a travelogue and leaned against the headboard to read. While reading, he involuntarily recalled the soft sensation of the kiss on his cheek. For a long time, the pages remained unturned. Not long after, Gu Qixiao emerged wearing nothing but his underclothes. Shui Jintang raised her eyes to him, noticing how his face, soaked by the water, appeared deeper and sharper, his features chiseled. But when he looked at Shui Jintang, all that aloof sharpness melted into warmth and tenderness. Her fingers holding the book instinctively clenched in shyness. Just looking at the youth brightened Gu Qixiao's mood naturally, causing his lips to curve upward as he climbed into bed from the other side. Not sleeping yet? Not sleepy. Shui Jintang lowered her gaze, not daring to look at him. Hearing this, she quickly placed the book aside, grabbing the thin silk blanket to cover her stomach. She turned her back toward Gu Qixiao, muttering. Sleeping, I'm going to sleep. Though her face burned with heat, Shui Jintang closed her eyes and found no trace of sleepiness. Even though they had slept in the same bed countless times before, today felt particularly uneasy. She couldn't shake the strong presence of the man behind her. Perhaps the response during their kiss earlier had given Gu Qixiao unprecedented confidence and courage. As the saying goes, once someone has tasted meat, it's hard for them to stick to vegetables alone. Gu Qixiao felt exactly this way now. Before, they had merely held hands. But now that there had been a kiss, he began to feel somewhat unsatisfied, yearning for something closer. Eyeing the youth's back, Gu Qixiao couldn't resist moving closer. He reached out, encircling the youth's waist. It was the first time Gu Qixiao embraced him while the young man was fully awake and alert. Feeling arms wrapping around him from behind, Shui Jintang grew somewhat flustered. The warmth of the chest pressing from behind muddled his thoughts completely, his ears burning. Yet, he did not push Gu Qixiao away. Gu Qixiao waited for a while. Seeing the youth not pushing him off, joy filled his heart, giving him more boldness. He pressed even closer to the boy, placing his chin on the youth's shoulder. Nuzzling against the boy's long, pale neck, his voice gentle and deep, he asked. Tang Tang, may I call you that? Shui Jintang had always addressed Gu Qixiao as, my lord, but Gu Qixiao never had a specific name for Shui Jintang. At first, it was always, princess, but later, he only called her, princess, when teasing or mocking her. More often than not, there wasn't any definite term used between them. Instead, they communicated like familiar friends, speaking directly without bringing up each other's names frequently. Tang Tang. Shui Jintang was slightly dazed upon hearing this intimate name. It had been a long time since he'd heard someone call him by such an affectionate title. In modern times, his loving grandparents called him Ah Tang, and the few friends he had addressed him as Little Jean or Little Tang. His biological parents never called his name and rarely interacted or spoke with him. Here, his adoptive parents and older brother called him Jean Tang. The name Tang Tang, as intimate as Ah Tang, was the first time he'd ever heard it. He liked it very much. A muffled voice from in front of him said, you may. Gu Qixiao's expression softened as he called out Tang Tang again, more gently than before. Shui Jintang's ears turned red but he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up, two small dimples barely visible. Even though still shy, he liked this name, he cherished the affection and tenderness that Gu Qixiao conveyed through it. Gu Qixiao also smiled, his arm around the youth's waist tightening slightly as he drew the boy completely into his embrace. His voice deepened enticingly, Tang Tang, I want to kiss you again. Pleased at watching the red from the boy's ears spread down to his neck, Gu Qixiao continued with a smirk. All right. Shui Jintang felt so hot he thought smoke would rise from his face. Opening his mouth to speak, he didn't know how to reply. Since there was no answer from the youth, Gu Qixiao's eyes sparkled with deeper amusement. If there wasn't a refusal, then he took it as consent. With gentle movements, he turned the youth over, who offered little resistance, merely following his motions and facing him. Eye to eye, Gu Qixiao showed only soft smiles, while Shui Jintang quickly looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Grabbing the young man's chin, Gu Qixiao brought his nose close enough to touch, teasing with a voice full of laughter. Don't be shy. I'm not shy. Shui Jintang instinctively countered, but his voice gradually weakened, losing all confidence. Gu Qixiao chuckled softly. Moving the hand from the boy's chin upward, his thumb lightly stroked the soft lips below, his eyes darkening further. The cheeks of the youth were tender and smooth, were they even softer here? A slight tickling sensation came from his lips, causing Shui Jintang to unconsciously pull back a bit, then drawing closer under Gu Qixiao's guidance. Tang Tang. Gripping the pale chin of the youth firmly, Gu Qixiao slowly approached, eyes black like ink. As he got nearer, Shui Jintang's eyelashes trembled involuntarily. Seeing no signs of rejection or discomfort from the youth, Gu Qixiao restrained his excitement and gently pressed his lips forward. His immediate reaction was simple, it was soft, just as he imagined, warm and supple. On the other hand, Shui Jintang felt a faint coolness. Gu Qixiao's lips, like his body affected by poison, were always a little cold. Ever since Shui Jintang entered the mansion, he hadn't sensed any warmth from his body. Even during the sweltering summer, Gu Qixiao's hands always carried a chill. The subtle coolness was comfortable during summer, yet Shui Jintang subconsciously hoped Gu Qixiao's health would improve soon. He did not wish to see Gu Qixiao suffer any longer due to the toxins. The contrasting sensations of cool and warm lips slowly embraced each other, moving tentatively against one another. Both being new to kissing, their actions were inexperienced. At first, it was just lips meeting lips. Gradually, Gu Qixiao experimentally probed the youth's lip seam with his tongue. Sensing Gu Qixiao's intention, Shui Jintang's face flushed even more, but he slightly parted his lips anyway. Gu Qixiao delighted, swiftly taking advantage of the moment before the youth could withdraw, sliding inside the slightly opened mouth. Lightly brushing against the youth's tongue, his lower jaw. An unfamiliar tingling sensation rose within, prompting Shui Jintang to unwittingly let out a low, contented moan. The clear sound entered Gu Qixiao's ears, making his already profound gaze deepen further. One hand held the youth around the waist while the other supported the nape of his neck, pressing the boy tightly against him. The kiss grew increasingly gentle and fervent. The temperature in the room began to rise, and their breathing quickened. After a long while, Gu Qixiao reluctantly released Shui Jintang. After the kiss ended, Shui Jintang couldn't help but take deep breaths, feeling utterly weak all over. Chuckling softly, Gu Qixiao kissed his lips once more, his voice impossibly gentle. You need to learn to breathe properly during this. Shui Jintang's peach-shaped eyes were glossy with moisture, their edges slightly pink due to the earlier kiss. Irritated, he glared at him without speaking. Inside, he resisted admitting defeat. Though it was their first kiss for both of them, why did Gu Qixiao seem so skilled? Making him appear foolish and... Chapter 105, The Black Panther arrived. Seeing the teenager's clean, transparent amber eyes wide open, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but lean over again and kiss his eyes. Shui Jintang quickly closed his eyes, then withdrew from Gu Qixiao's embrace. Gu Qixiao pulled him back again, still smiling in his eyes and brows. It's my fault. Tang Tang, stop running. It's time to rest. Shui Jintang was held tightly in Gu Qixiao's arms, closely pressed against the other's solid chest, his face heating up before finally calming down. What followed was a sense of full security. It was already bedtime, the two had played around for a while. Now that they were quiet, Shui Jintang's sleepiness gradually increased, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Gu Qixiao patted his back and spoke gently, "Go to sleep." Shui Jintang mumbled a response while rubbing against Gu Qixiao, then fell asleep. Hearing the steady breathing of the youth, Gu Qixiao held the young man tighter, his heart full of happiness. It was the first time he knew that liking someone could be such a delightful experience. The next morning, they were woken up again by the sound outside. There was another dead wild animal outside the yard, this time it was a deer. After yesterday's incident, the servants were somewhat prepared and did not scream again. What shocked everyone was that the black panther was in the yard today. It was just outside the courtyard where Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang lived. When Ji Sun received the message, he was also shocked. Upon rushing over, he saw that in his master's courtyard, there lay a sleek black panther. Its golden eyes were closed, looking as if it was taking a nap. Everyone was amazed by the sudden appearance of the black panther in the yard. Especially those servants who hadn't gone into the mountains to hunt, each one was scared pale. That wasn't some little animal like a fox, it was a big black panther. Though Ji Sun had calmed them, people were still somewhat apprehensive when they saw the black panther. No one dared approach even a little. So Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang were once again successfully awakened by these noises. Gu Qixiao gave him a kiss on the forehead, "Tang Tang, good morning." Shui Jintang instantly woke up a bit more, subconsciously covering his forehead with his hand, and quickly climbing out of bed. "Good morning." Gu Qixiao smiled as he let him go, not teasing too much. They'd only just grown intimate yesterday, he shouldn't rush things, or else he might scare him off, making all his efforts futile. What happened again today? Shui Jintang got dressed, curiously opening the door. Before he could hear any report, he caught sight of the black figure appearing in the courtyard. Shui Jintang widened his eyes in surprise. What had he seen? The black panther was actually in their yard. So it finally decided to come. It would be amazing if it really stayed here. Gu Qixiao came out a step later, and also immediately saw the big black panther, raising an eyebrow. Shui Jintang turned around happily and said to Gu Qixiao, "My lord, the black panther is still here. Perhaps it wants to stay." Gu Qixiao's gaze softened, ruffling the youth's hair as he smiled and said, "It's naturally good if it stays. You'll get to see it every day from now on." Feeling the two of them come out, the black panther opened its eyes which had been resting, walked to Shui Jintang, and gently rubbed itself against him with a low growl. Shui Jintang couldn't help but raised his hand to pet its furry head, his eyes crinkling. "Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll go get something for you to eat. It'll be ready soon." Since the black panther came on its own, this time he had to give it more spiritual spring water. Shui Jintang ran joyfully toward the small kitchen in the yard, while Gu Qixiao couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't follow but went to the front courtyard to deal with the deer first. Before Shui Jintang reached the kitchen, he learned along the way that the black panther had brought another hunted prey, increasing his fondness for the black panther. Look how polite this big cat was. Just after eating once from him, every time it came, it brought so many things. A huge wild bull plus a deer, together the meat weighed about 700 or 800 pounds. Even if they couldn't eat all of it, it could be frozen and preserved for a long time. Wild game wasn't something that could be eaten anytime, and both beef and venison were excellent prey, especially wild beef. There were already people preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Shui Jintang come, they all greeted him with respect. After staying at the villa for a few days, Shui Jintang had always been cooking personally. The people in the kitchen had become familiar with Shui Jintang, and they even had the good fortune of tasting dishes made by the hands of the princess. Every time Shui Jintang cooked, he would deliberately prepare more food and set aside a portion to share with the servants of the villa, letting them taste it as well. Gu Qixiao treated his subordinates kindly, and even though these were not his personal guards or secret agents, he never treated the servants harshly. Don't be fooled by rumors of Gu Qixiao's cold and ruthless demeanor outside. As long as one doesn't betray or lose loyalty, serving under the Ning Prince Gu Qixiao is far better than serving elsewhere. You don't have to worry about losing your head if something minor goes wrong, you don't need to fulfill your master's unreasonable requests, you won't be treated as a scapegoat and beaten or scolded without cause at your master's whim. If you quietly do your duties and stay loyal, the treatment is actually quite good. Although working under Gu Qixiao offered good benefits, who could have imagined before that Princess Ning would offer homemade delicacies so frequently? Who dared to dream such a thing? Thus, after only a few days at the villa, Shui Jintang successfully won the hearts of all the servants. Everyone respected and admired Princess Shui Jintang, and many also truly liked her. When they saw Shui Jintang come over, no one was afraid, instead greeting him politely. In their hearts, they happily guessed that the princess might be coming again to cook, giving them another opportunity to try her exquisite skills and the delicious foods they'd never tasted before. The princess knew how to make so many wonderful delicacies. And her skills were extraordinary. Even though some of the same recipes existed among them, none could match the taste of what the princess prepared. All praised Shui Jintang's culinary talent highly. Especially those in the kitchen, who had personally watched Shui Jintang prepare food, were thoroughly convinced of their princess's skills. Facing the servants' greetings, Shui Jintang smiled and responded graciously. Today I've acquired a deer, so a bit later, please process the meat. We can save it for lunch or dinner. No point eating it in the morning. I'm going to get some food from the kitchen. You carry on with your work, no need to help me. Everyone agreed readily, knowing Shui Jintang meant what he said. He didn't expect assistance just for show or else blame others when they weren't around. So everyone went back to their previous tasks and dispersed. The Black Panther had brought such a huge deer. Who knows if it had managed to hunt enough to fill its own stomach. In the early morning heat, he didn't want to prepare anything too greasy either. Therefore, he decided to first prepare last night's braised meat and spiritual spring water for the Black Panther. By midday, he would then cook something nice specifically for it. Last night's braised meat had been newly prepared, and considering there were many people, he had made plenty. He left aside a small portion for everyone and gave most of it to the Black Panther. The others had eaten the braised flavors 2 days ago, so skipping one day wouldn't matter much. With all the fresh game from their hunts and the offerings of the Black Panther, the quantity of meat was abundant. If anyone wanted more, they could just braise it again. Shui Jintang also prepared a large basin of spiritual spring water for the Black Panther. The spirit spring in his space still looked exactly the same, neither increasing nor decreasing. Shui Jintang used it more boldly now. Nowadays, any food or drinks he prepared would include some of it. He added it into the brine used for the braised meat as well, so there was no worry about the panther disliking it. Placing a large basin of braised meat and a large basin of spiritual spring water in front of the Black Panther, he watched as the big cat sniffed and immediately lowered its head to drink the water. Shui Jintang squatted down beside it, smiling brightly while observing. After gulping down half a basin of water, the Black Panther paused and turned its head to eat the braised meat. Does it taste good? Big Mimi. Since panthers are felines, whether big or small, they can all be called Mimi, omega. The Black Panther purred contentedly in its throat, turning its head to rub against Shui Jintang's hand, then continued eating. Shui Jintang's smile became even brighter. After admiring the large cat enjoying its meal, Shui Jintang stood up. There you go, take your time. This is breakfast. I'll prepare more delicious food for you at lunch and dinner. As long as you don't leave, there will always be tasty meals every day. You can think about it. I'll have my breakfast first and come back later to play with you. Whether the Black Panther could understand his words or not was unknown, but it didn't matter. He was tempting at first, hee. The Black Panther glanced at him with its golden eyes before continuing to eat. Shui Jintang left cheerfully. Gu Qixiao was already waiting in the dining hall. Seeing Shui Jintang come in, he chuckled helplessly. Why so long? Shui Jintang still had 2 dimples on his lips as he replied cheerfully. I watched Big Mimi eat for a while, then went to tidy up a bit. Your Highness, let's start eating. Big Mimi? Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow. Shui Jintang nodded twice. The Black Panther is just a big kitty, so that's Big Mimi. Small cats are small kitties, how cute. Sitting down at the table, Shui Jintang picked up a big steamed bun stuffed with spicy eggplant filling and took a bite, the flavor being soft yet fresh and hot. With the delicious taste entering his mouth, Shui Jintang's mood improved even more. I don't know whether the big Black Panther will leave this time it comes. I'm conflicted now. I hope it doesn't leave, but I also worry about it not being free after leaving here. The mansion may be big, but it can't compare to the freedom of the mountains and forests. However, Gu Qixiao said, if it agrees to stay, it won't feel restricted either. It's just no longer going to stay here at the Shiyuan mountain, but there are plenty of hills around the capital city, and we'll pick one closest to the princely mansion. We won't stop the panther from moving around either. The Black Panther can go up the mountain whenever it wants. Its behavior shows it's very smart, ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch it. We'll take extra precautions anyway. So it can stay at the princely mansion when it wants to, or go to the mountain whenever it feels like it would be pretty good. Hearing this, Shui Jintang's eyes brightened. That's right. It could play in the mountains near the princely mansion, and it doesn't necessarily have to always stay in the manor. Why didn't I think of that? But we still have to see if it actually wants to stay. If the Black Panther stayed, he'd always have a big cat to pet. While others pet little kittens, he'd directly pet a large cat. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Gu Qixiao looked at him, amused by his cheerful expression, and asked. You really like that Black Panther? Shui Jintang finished off the steamed bun, picked up a spoon, and sipped some thick millet porridge. Yeah, isn't the big cat adorable? Covered in soft fur, extremely pleasant to touch, and so smart, who wouldn't like it? Gu Qixiao thought to himself, it turned out the young master liked fluffy things. In the past, the mansion hadn't kept any pets, so he never knew the young master's preference for such. Now knowing this, he might start paying attention in the future. Since there was already a big fluffy creature, perhaps if he gifted the young master a small furry animal, the young master would be very happy. After finishing their meal, Shui Jintang ran off to see the Black Panther, and Gu Qixiao followed along. He came out originally to spend more time with the young master, and since the young master wanted to see the Black Panther, he naturally should accompany him. Besides, their close relationship had just taken a step forward, and Gu Qixiao wanted even less to leave the young master's side. When the two arrived at the courtyard, the Black Panther had already finished all the braised meat and drank up the spirit spring water, now leisurely lying on the ground licking its fur. Its demeanor and posture clearly showed a highly content mood. Shou Jintang approached with a smiling face, stretching out his hand to gently stroke the Black Panther's head. The panther closed its eyes slightly and emitted a comfortable purring sound from its throat. Shou Jintang smiled even brighter as he started stroking from the panther's head down to its back, enjoying the extremely good feeling of its soft and thick fur. Looking at the panther's big, fluffy tail, Shou Jintang felt a strong urge to touch it. But animals usually dislike having their tails or backsides touched, though they were familiar now, the panther hadn't agreed to stay yet. Once it agreed, he would keep feeding it, making the panther more accustomed to him, and there was no need to worry about not touching the tail later, right? He decided against touching it now, otherwise, if it got annoyed, that would ruin the atmosphere. Shou Jintang reluctantly withdrew his hand. Squatting down, he negotiated with it. Big Mimi, are you planning to stay this time you've come? The panther looked at Shou Jintang, its ears twitching, and tilted its head slightly. Shou Jintang wasn't sure if it understood or not, continuing. We will return to the princely mansion in half a month at most. If you agree to stay, why not follow us back to the mansion? There are mountains near the mansion where you can run freely, just like on the Shiyuan mountain, and we won't confine you. You can stay at the mansion if you want, or go to the mountain if you prefer. As long as you don't randomly scare or harm people, you're free to act as you wish. How does that sound? The panther looked at him with its golden eyes, emitting a low growl. Shou Jintang patted its head gently, smiling. Let's say you've understood. We'll judge based on your actions. If you follow us when we leave, that means you agree to stay. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you, and your meals will definitely not be worse than what you have now on the mountain. Of course, you can also hunt on your own and bring the prey back. I'll process it for you, and it will be cleaner, healthier, and more nutritious. Gu Qixiao stood nearby, smiling as he listened to Shou Jintang talking to the Black Panther without interrupting, just gazing at him tenderly. Chapter 106, Picking Mushrooms. Although indulged in petting her cats, Shou Jintang did not forget about the mushrooms after the rain. After 2 days, Shou Jintang and Gu Qixiao went into Shiyuan Mountain again. This time, it was mainly for picking mushrooms, hunting was just a side activity. The Black Panther also followed the two of them into the mountain. For these 2 days, the Black Panther stayed in the villa and did not return to the mountain. This made Shou Jintang feel delighted as it seemed that the possibility of the Black Panther staying here was quite high. For convenience in calling it, Shou Jintang and Gu Qixiao even gave the Black Panther a name, Mo. Originally, Shou Jintang wanted to call it some cute names, such as Coca, Coal Ball, or Mo Bao. Unfortunately, this big cat clearly didn't care much for those names, there was no response when Shou Jintang called them. Calling each name one by one, only when Mo was called did the Black Panther let out an Ao Wu, thus deciding the name for the Black Panther. Shou Jintang chuckled and said to Gu Qixiao. It seems Big M still likes more dominant-sounding names. After entering the mountain, Shou Jintang wasn't disappointed, although there weren't many mushrooms on the outer perimeter, but moving inward, plenty of places had grown clusters of mushrooms. They came in various colors and shapes, with many types that Shou Jintang didn't recognize. Regardless, anything unfamiliar wasn't picked, especially those that were very brightly colored. Generally, the brighter the color, the stronger the toxicity. Everyone got into action, only harvesting the mushrooms they knew. In half the morning, they picked several baskets full. Back at the courtyard, Shou Jintang had the mushrooms spread out to dry under the sun since fresh mushrooms spoiled easily. The ones they couldn't eat immediately were dried for preservation. At noon, they prepared a mushroom feast with all kinds of mushrooms. Each type of mushroom had its unique texture and flavor, but without exception, they were all extremely fresh. Fresh enough to make your eyebrows fly off. Shou Jintang couldn't resist drinking several bowls of mushroom soup, ultimately stuffing herself full. Gu Qixiao leaned over and started rubbing her belly, taking advantage of the moment to flirt. Finally, Shou Jintang blushed red and swatted his hand away. After continuously picking mushrooms for several days, the yard of the villa was almost filled up. Only then did everyone stop this mushroom-picking adventure. Maybe because few people came, the soil was fertile, and the environment was suitable for mushroom growth, there really were a lot of mushrooms in Shiyuan Mountain. He hadn't seen so many mushrooms on the mountains around Lanxi village. Naturally, all the mushrooms were dried and preserved, wasting them was absolutely impossible. Shou Jintang also collected a lot of black fungus and ground ear fungus. Black fungus naturally continued to be dried. Ground ear fungus, also known as ground jelly, earth ear, or ground steppe vegetable, etc., back in modern times, many people in rural areas referred to ground ear fungus as thunderweed. It was rumored that this thing grew out after the thunderstorm. Similar to fungi, they were generally seen more frequently after rain, or rather, the quantity increased significantly after rain, making them easier to find and pick. Its shape somewhat resembled black fungus, only much smaller and easy to overlook if you weren't paying attention. Shou Jintang remembered, when he first followed his grandmother to collect ground ear fungus as a child, he stared at the spot pointed out by his grandmother for a long time, thinking it was just an ordinary moss or weed. Ground ear fungus had a semi-transparent dark green color, and when eaten, it had a crisp, tender, smooth taste, which was very delicious. Only, although ground ear fungus was tasty, it wasn't easy to wash, so eating it required a bit of effort. However, small though it was and difficult to clean, ground ear fungus was highly nutritious and flavorful, hence Shui Jintang loved eating it. Gu Qixiao and others didn't know about ground ear fungus beforehand. Although they sometimes saw it, they never thought it was an edible item. Since this thing was too easy to overlook, one might just assume it was a patch of uneven dark ground. Cleaning it indeed took a lot of time. But the taste was truly good. Once cleaned, even simply stir-fried with chili, it could become a very appetizing side dish. It could also be used for scrambled eggs, buns, soups, etc. There were many ways to cook it, and it all tasted exceptionally delicious. Gu Qixiao and other subordinates like Jisun also enjoyed it, devouring all the dishes made from ground ear fungus. Of course, the guests were actually highly enthusiastic about every dish made by Shui Jintang. Shui Jintang was naturally very satisfied with this. Isn't the chef happy to see their dishes completely finished? That's also the best confirmation for the person cooking. When they were collecting mushrooms on the mountain, they incidentally hunted some game, filling up the open space of the villa with their spoils from these trips into the mountain. Truly, for the time being, there was no need to go back into the mountain. Not entering the mountain, just staying idly in the villa was boring, so Gu Qixiao turned and asked Shui Jintang's opinion. Tang, where do you still want to go for fun? Gu Qixiao's nickname for Shui Jintang had become familiar over the past few days. After hearing his question, Shui Jintang pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't have any other places in mind. Let's just stay here at the villa for a few more days and then we should go back. We've been out long enough already. While saying this, Shui Jintang remembered something and smiled as she looked at Gu Qixiao. Prince, didn't you say last time that you'd ask your subordinates about some interesting places to visit? Did you find out anything? Gu Qixiao fell silent momentarily. He had indeed asked around. The problem was, his group of subordinates, much like himself, were stationed at the border all year round. As for knowing about fun places, their knowledge wasn't much greater than his own. A few who were married did have some experience, but their wives being women, most of their interests weren't suitable for Shui Jintang. For instance, going to shops to buy cosmetics or visiting cloth shops to purchase clothing, based on what Gu Qixiao knew about Shui Jintang, she wouldn't be interested in such things. Facing the curious gaze and upturned corners of the eyes from the young man beside him, Gu Qixiao looked somewhat helplessly. They spend most of their time in military camps, so they aren't much better off than I am. Pausing briefly, Gu Qixiao continued. In fact, the towns near the frontier, although not as prosperous as the capital city, possess different local customs and cuisine from those in Beijing. I imagine you would be interested, but since I've already returned to the capital, it wouldn't be appropriate to casually go back to the frontier unless there's war or unless my elder brother, the emperor, gives an order. Moreover, the frontier was quite far from the capital. Unlike coming to the villa for a playtime outing, if they planned to visit the towns near the frontier, the travel alone would take too much time. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang had been away for some time now, obviously, they couldn't travel so far again. Hearing Gu Qixiao's words, Shui Jintang silently agreed. The frontier was constantly swept by sandstorms, with geographic conditions and climate vastly different from those in the capital, naturally leading to significant differences in customs and developed culinary cultures. There might be an opportunity to visit someday. However, it was clearly inconvenient now. Despite Gu Qixiao's high rank and authority, he wasn't someone who abused his power, let alone leave the capital just for personal desires, mobilizing a large force to go to the frontier. As a general, when war broke out, it was only natural to engage in battle at the frontier, but during peacetime, the emperor would undoubtedly prefer that such a powerful figure remain within the city, under close watch. Especially someone with Gu Qixiao's identity and status. If he stayed at the frontier for extended periods, the emperor probably wouldn't sleep soundly. Therefore, even for calming the emperor's heart and for the stability of Deqian, while going out for entertainment could be fine, the frontier mustn't be visited casually. Shui Jintang understood this point very well. Immediately responding. I understand, the frontier isn't a place to visit lightly. If there's an opportunity in the future, Prince, you can take me to see it then, but not now. There are many fun places anyway, there's no need to go so far. I actually think Lanxi village has a pretty nice scenery. The next time I go back, if it's convenient for you, you could come along. After living in the capital, a big city, for a long time, occasionally experiencing rural life is also quite enjoyable. Upon hearing Shui Jintang's words, Gu Qixiao noticed a point. Given his current relationship with Tang and the obvious affection Tang held for his adoptive parents, he really should go together with her. Thus, he seriously nodded, alright, next time you go back, if there's nothing else, I'll accompany you. Shui Jintang had merely mentioned this in passing, unexpectedly taking Gu Qixiao seriously. She was momentarily startled. Gu Qixiao's lips curled slightly, and he looked at her, smiling. Tang's elders are also my elders, and it's only right that I pay them a visit. Realizing Gu Qixiao's implication, Shui Jintang's ears turned red instantly. She had been talking purely about traveling, why had it led to this? Though feeling embarrassed, regarding Gu Qixiao's words and the attitude implied within them, Xue Jintang felt genuinely happy, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Willing to go with her to visit adoptive parents certainly showed Gu Qixiao's kind of emphasis and respect towards her. Looking at the red earlobes of the young woman, Gu Qixiao's 2 fingers involuntarily twitched with the urge to pinch. Really pinching would make her embarrassed again, so Gu Qixiao refrained from pinching and instead chose to gently rub her hair, continuing to suggest. How about going to watch an opera performance? Xue Jintang thought about it, that's not bad. How far is the theater from here? Not far, if we go in a carriage, it'll take about half an hour. This villa belonged to Gu Qixiao. Being a prince's territory, ordinary people naturally wouldn't and shouldn't dare to cause trouble easily within the prince's domain. In order not to disturb Prince Gu Qixiao's rest at the villa, the surrounding environment was naturally kept peaceful and quiet. Thus, those various shops and teahouses were a bit of a walk from the villa. A journey of about an hour meant they weren't too far from the villa yet. Alright, let's go listen to an opera performance. He hadn't listened to any opera here either. He wondered how much Daqian's opera art had developed, it would be good for him to experience something new. Seeing the young man's interest, Gu Qixiao nodded, then tomorrow we'll go. Xue Jintang eagerly agreed, looking up at Gu Qixiao. Prince, after listening to the opera, we'll go back then. My tavern should almost be built by now. Once we return, there will probably be more things to busy ourselves with. Even though Gu Qixiao hoped that the young man could have some more fun, upon seeing that the young man seemed like he'd had enough already, he no longer suggested prolonging the amusement. His goal for this trip was to ensure the young man had fun, and since the young man's happiness made him happy as well, everything was done according to the young man's preference. Alright, then after listening to the opera tomorrow, we'll pack up and head back. Xue Jintang, nodding with a curved smile in his eyes. Alright, I wonder if Mo Ying will return with us. We'll soon know its decision. Perhaps due to the rain earlier, these days temperatures were lower than before. A breeze blew through the evening, even making one feel a slight chill. Gu Qixiao felt the young man's hand, thankfully, it was still warm. Would you like to soak in a hot spring this afternoon? Xue Jintang was momentarily surprised, but his eyes lit up immediately. That would be great. Where are we going to soak? The weather wasn't too hot these few days, so soaking in a hot spring would be quite pleasant. If it was too hot, he wouldn't really want to do it. Gu Qixiao patted his head gently again, it's right here at the villa. Initially, it was chosen because there's a hot spring here, so the villa was built incorporating the hot spring. This villa is called Yuchuan Villa, and that's why. Xue Jintang knew this villa was called Yuchuan Villa, originally assuming it was just for the name's elegance. He didn't expect that it was actually named because of the hot spring. Now feeling pleasantly surprised. With a hot spring, we can come here in winter for soaking, which must feel amazing by then. During the stay at the villa, Xue Jintang was always relaxed. Though the mansion was also large, the environment of the villa was better, quieter. It was more like a private space only for him and Gu Qixiao, undisturbed by others, allowing them to do whatever they pleased leisurely. Gu Qixiao said with a smile, if you like it, we'll find time to come here in winter as well. Xue Jintang's brows and eyes curved in joy, good. Deciding to enjoy the hot spring, the two prepared accordingly. In the afternoon, Gu Qixiao brought Xue Jintang over. Xue Jintang specially prepared some snacks to eat while enjoying the hot spring bath, such as boiling eggs in the hot spring. He hadn't tried boiling eggs in a hot spring before, but since they were already planning to soak, why not give it a try? Mostly, it would be fun. If it failed, the eggs wouldn't be wasted, just cooked properly later and eaten. Besides eggs, there were also some dim sum and small dishes placed on plates floating on the water surface, perfect for taking a bite when hungry. It sounded incredibly relaxing. When they arrived at the hot spring, they first took off their outer robes. Once left in only their undergarments, Xue Jintang hesitated somewhat. Although his relationship with Gu Qixiao had grown closer, completely stripping down to soak together might still be a little too fast. He decided it might be better to wear a thinner garment while soaking. While Xue Jintang was conflicted, Gu Qixiao had no such qualms, calmly removing all his underclothes and stepping into the hot spring naked. Xue Jintang tried not to look in that direction, but accidentally caught a glimpse. Instantly, he averted his gaze, his face flushing red. Despite being easygoing, Xue Jintang was male, and like any male, he couldn't help but make comparisons in certain aspects. Xue Jintang screamed inside. Why is it so big? And comparing himself. Xue Jintang started feeling inferior. But then he cheered himself up internally. It's not my problem, it's normal size, it's just Gu Qixiao has an unusually long one. As Gu Qixiao disrobed and settled into the hot spring, noticing the young man struggling to untie the sash of his clothes, a flicker of amusement passed across his eyes. With an intention to tease, he deliberately asked. Tang Tang, why aren't you getting in? Chapter 107, Soaking in the Hot Spring. Xue Jintang instinctively looked up, her ears turning red along with her cheeks. I'm coming down. Slowly untangling the knots of her clothing, Xue Jintang was still debating whether she should wear something before going down. Gu Qixiao, observing her conflicted expression, could guess what she was thinking about and almost burst out laughing. He wasn't in a hurry and just leisurely sat there watching the young woman move as slowly as a turtle. Why hadn't he noticed this cute side of her before? Her shy demeanor was truly entertaining. The longer he stayed with the young woman, the more he discovered her endearing qualities. At that moment, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but feel somewhat smug, suggesting to come here for a hot spring bath today was indeed a good decision. After admiring her for a while, Gu Qixiao smiled and said, "Tang Tang, soaking in the hot spring fully clothed isn't very comfortable." Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang's ears turned even redder. After internal deliberation, she finally bit her lip and resolved to just do it. They were both men, what she had, he had too. It was only a matter of taking off clothes, why be so shy? Even though she told herself this, Shui Jintang couldn't bring herself to ask Gu Qixiao not to watch her. She turned around, facing away from him, quickly stripping off her clothes and rushing toward the hot spring pool. When her body was completely submerged in the warm water, Shui Jintang let out a sigh of relief. Despite how fast Shui Jintang undressed, Gu Qixiao still managed to catch a glimpse. Her pale, slim shoulders, an elegant backline, lean yet flexible waist, prominent hips, and a pair of long, straight legs, all imprinted themselves vividly into Gu Qixiao's mind. This made his dark eyes deepen further. Suppressing the stirrings within, Gu Qixiao gazed at the young woman sitting opposite him. Almost entirely submerged in the hot spring water, her rounded, white shoulders were still slightly exposed above the surface. Her face glowed red due to the heat of the steam. Through the misty fog, her appearance took on an additional layer of mysterious beauty. Gu Qixiao's throat convulsed, and he refrained from speaking, struggling to steady his breath. Once Shui Jintang entered the hot spring and soaked for a while, her initial shyness faded gradually, allowing her to take a proper look at her surroundings. With mountains encircling them, it felt all the more secluded. Steam wafted around them, cloaking everything in a mystical aura. The normally handsome and cold face of the man sitting opposite her also softened under the effect of the mist. Now leaning back against the edge of the pool with his eyes closed, unmoving. Thinking Gu Qixiao might be resting after being tired, Shui Jintang didn't bother him and instead started handling the food he had brought over. After the earlier anxiety over the clothes issue, now calmer, she found herself interested in tasting the snacks again. Playfully placing 2 freshly washed raw eggs to boil in the warm water, then arranging other pastries and small dishes nearby. Shui Jintang reached for a piece of cake from the tray and indulged in eating it happily. It was indeed fascinating and enjoyable to eat things while soaking in the hot spring. After having several pastries and seeing Gu Qixiao still hadn't awakened, Shui Jintang called out to him. "Your Highness, please try these pastries, they're delicious." The experience feels different when enjoyed in a hot spring. Gu Qixiao finally opened his eyes, calm once again, mimicking the young woman by grabbing a pastry and slowly eating it. His gaze shifted to the eggs floating on the water's surface. Shui Jintang played with the egg on the water surface with her hands and smiled to Gu Qixiao. "I heard someone say that eggs cooked in a hot spring have an excellent texture and taste, they aren't fully cooked but have a runny yolk. Since we're soaking in the hot spring today, I thought I'd bring a couple of eggs and try it out." Looking at the spirited look on the young woman's face, Gu Qixiao indulgently chuckled. "Go ahead, I'm curious too." For a while, they both stared at the eggs without noticing much change. Shifting her focus elsewhere, Shui Jintang subconsciously glanced back at Gu Qixiao. Seeing his handsome face once more, Shui Jintang sighed inwardly. This scene resembled nothing less than a painting of a beautiful person bathing. An outright seduction. Neither spoke, leaving the atmosphere quiet. While sharing the hot spring together, Shui Jintang felt somewhat uneasy. On the contrary, Gu Qixiao remained perfectly at ease. Just watching the expressions changing on the young woman's face improved his mood considerably. He never lost his amused smile. Seeing the young woman poking at the eggs with her head down, Gu Qixiao presumed she was shy again and proposed. "The scenery is so good, it's a pity not to have some wine. I remember this place also brews wine. Would you like to have some wine, Tang Tang?" When the two started talking, Shui Jintang was no longer awkward. Hearing the suggestion, she looked up, her amber eyes gazing at the other person, and asked curiously. "Your Highness wishes to drink alcohol? Then let's drink, I'll have a little too." In modern times, Shui Jintang rarely drank alcohol, focusing all her energy on studying and working, going out with friends infrequently, thus having few chances to drink. Her limited experiences were with beer, which had a low alcohol content and a taste that Shui Jintang didn't particularly enjoy. She hadn't tasted any other types of alcohol either. Moreover, the original body's adoptive parents lived in poor conditions, rarely even eating meat, let alone buying alcohol. Alcohol was considered a rarity for country people, and even lower quality alcohol came at a relatively high price, certainly not something an ordinary family could afford easily. After being claimed by the noble household, the original body never touched alcohol either. Now Gu Qixiao suddenly mentioned it, sparking rare interest in Shui Jintang. She wondered about the brewing technology here. Was the alcohol good? He planned to open a tavern, so alcohol would definitely be needed. If he didn't produce his own, he'd have to buy from elsewhere. He'd previously considered making grape wine but wasn't sure if grapes were available here. If not, he'd have one more skill that could earn him money. Although not very interested in general alcohol like beer or distilled liquor, Shou Jintang did have some interest in fruit wines. As a foodie who enjoyed researching delicious meals, while browsing videos online or cookbooks, he had indeed come across recipes for homemade wines. They were homebrewing methods, which caught his interest back then, though he never attempted them due to some reasons. Now that he had been transported here, he wasn't as busy as in modern times, and the free time was perfect for trying these winemaking techniques. Yes, after returning to the mansion, he would try the winemaking methods he had seen before. Shou Jintang didn't refuse, so naturally, Gu Qixiao sent someone to bring over the wine. Soon, a dark guard arrived, bringing both the wine and glasses. Smiling, Gu Qixiao lifted the wine jar. I suppose you haven't drunk much before, right? This is fruit wine, it doesn't have a strong alcohol flavor, and you should be able to accept it better. While speaking, Gu Qixiao poured a cup of wine for each of them and handed one to Shou Jintang. Drink slowly. Curious, Shou Jintang took the glass and looked at the liquid inside, noticing that this wine wasn't transparent. Is this wine pink? Nodding and lifting his glass, Gu Qixiao smiled. Yes, this wine is made from peaches, hence its slight pink hue. Try it and see if you like it. Peach wine. Shou Jintang became even more curious. Peaches were a fruit she loved, so she sniffed the cup and detected a hint of peach aroma. She took a sip lightly, her eyes brightening slightly. The alcohol flavor wasn't strong. It was sweet with just a trace of sourness, resembling a fruity beverage. She could smell faint peach fragrance at her nose tip. It was much better than beer. Unable to resist, Shou Jintang took another sip. The cups were quite small, so the amount in one cup wasn't much and was finished in 2 or 3 sips. Does it taste good? Smiling, Gu Qixiao asked. With a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth, Shou Jintang replied, good, mainly fruit-scented, without much alcohol flavor, I like it. Then holding the empty cup, she walked to the wine jar, I want to drink a few more cups. Amused, Gu Qixiao reminded her. This wine may look mild, but since you haven't drunk much before, it's better to drink less so as not to get drunk. This peach wine was brewed by the people at the villa. The servants tried experimenting with leftover peaches from the nearby peach orchard, where many peaches grew every year, most of which went to waste. A servant decided to try fermenting the peaches into wine, and by chance managed to make it work after several trials. Gu Qixiao learned about it from the manager of the villa earlier. Since tonight was suitable for drinking, he recalled what the manager had mentioned. Even Gu Qixiao hadn't tasted it before, this time was a good opportunity. Shou Jintang agreed a couple of times and poured herself another cup, savoring it carefully as she drank and quickly finished it again. The peach wine had low alcohol content and a pleasant sweet and sour flavor. Unable to stop herself, she drank several more cups before reluctantly stopping. Taking the wine jar from her hands, Gu Qixiao looked at her with a smile full of helpless affection. You greedy little cat, don't drink anymore, or you'll end up drunk. Shou Jintang couldn't help but lick the wine off her lips and smiled with her eyes curving. This wine mainly tastes of fruit, so the alcohol content shouldn't be too high. After finishing the wine, Shou Jintang soaked in the pool looking up at the moon. It had been evening just a while ago, but now the moon was already out, casting a soft silver glow. It looked very beautiful. Shou Jintang stared blankly for a moment, rubbing her cheeks. Why did her face feel increasingly warm? It must be from drinking, it should pass soon. Rubbing her cheeks again, Shou Jintang focused on the eggs, reaching out as she murmured. I wonder if the eggs are done. Your Highness, let's open one to see. The clear, pure voice seemed somewhat soft and tender at this moment. Gu Qixiao raised his eyes to look at the young person's red face, large eyes moist and seemingly absent-minded. He couldn't help but ask. Tang Tang, are you drunk? Ah. Shou Jintang shook her head, smiling faintly. Not drunk, just feeling a bit sleepy, probably because I'm not used to drinking for the first time. I think it will pass soon. Your Highness, let's check the eggs. Seeing the youth now focusing on the eggs, Gu Qixiao could only shake his head helplessly and look at the eggs together with her. Shou Jintang blinked her eyes, trying hard to suppress the drowsiness creeping over her mind. She didn't want to sleep yet, the hot spring egg wasn't eaten, and she hadn't finished soaking in the hot spring either. She didn't want to leave so quickly. Despite being quite sleepy, she carefully peeled the shell off the egg, examining its state, then bent her lips into a curve. Your Highness, it seems like we've succeeded in making hot spring eggs. Then she handed the hot spring egg to Gu Qixiao. Would your Highness like to taste it? One for each of us. Her large eyes became even more moist due to the drowsiness. Gu Qixiao accepted the hot spring egg handed by the young person, smiling gently. All right, I'll taste it. Half for each of us. Shou Jintang waved her hand, no thanks, your Highness can eat it all. There is another one, I'll peel it and check how it turns out. Taking another egg and beginning to peel it, she added. All right, then we'll have one each. Inspecting the hot spring egg mentioned by the youth, the egg white was semi-solidified, but the yolk inside wasn't yet solidified. It looked extremely tender. Gu Qixiao took a bite. The texture and flavor were different from ordinary boiled eggs and somewhat similar to sunny-side-up eggs. However, he still preferred fully cooked eggs. But since it was the youth who had cooked them, Gu Qixiao still ate the whole egg. The other egg was also successful. Shui Jintang finished eating it mouthful by mouthful, then furrowed her brow, muttering. The texture is very unique, but it's not what I like. I can't really enjoy such half-cooked things, I prefer well-cooked ones. Gu Qixiao couldn't help but laugh, my feelings align with yours, I still prefer fully cooked eggs. After finishing the eggs, Shui Jintang leaned against the side of the pool, feeling the drowsiness growing stronger. Her face was still hot, and it didn't seem to subside at all. Seeing that the youth's eyelids started drooping, Gu Qixiao spoke slowly. Tang Tang, are you sleepy? Should we stop soaking today? Let's go back to sleep. Shui Jintang shook her head, originally intending to say she was fine and wouldn't be sleepy after a while, but her eyes wouldn't obey her, almost impossible to keep open. Thus, she replied lazily, all right, then we'll go back and sleep. I still want to come soak tomorrow, your highness. Gu Qixiao gently tousled her hair. Come, whenever you want to come, you can come. It doesn't matter even if you return a few days later. Shui Jintang responded lazily, rubbing her eyes and starting to walk towards the shore. The heavy drowsiness made Shui Jintang completely ignore the fact that Gu Qixiao was watching her. She stepped onto the shore and began slowly dressing herself. Gu Qixiao enjoyed another glimpse of the youth's body, his dark gaze deep and mysterious. Seeing how truly tired the youth looked, he pressed down any rising heat within him and quickly dressed himself on the shore. Changing into clean undergarments swiftly, seeing Shui Jintang had already put on the pants and was attempting to wear the shirt when her body swayed slightly. Quickly supporting the youth's arm, he spoke up. Be careful, don't fall. So sleepy, Shui Jintang closed her eyes as she slipped on the undergarment, muttering softly. I only had a few cups of wine, I shouldn't be drunk. Even if I were drunk, why would I be so sleepy? Gu Qixiao chuckled, and you said you weren't drunk. This is being drunk. Everyone reacts differently when they're drunk. Feeling sleepy after drinking is a normal reaction. As he spoke, he draped the outer robe over the youth's shoulders and took the youth's hand, leading him towards the bedroom. Let's go. I'll lead you, in your current state, I'm afraid you might fall if you walk alone. Chapter 108, The Kiss After Being Drunk. Shui Jintang half opened her eyes, being led by Gu Qixiao to their bedroom. Upon reaching the room, Gu Qixiao let go of the youth's hand only after guiding him to the bedside. Sleep now. Shui Jintang lay down on the bed directly, rolled around a few times, rubbed her eyes, and closed them while hugging a pillow. Gu Qixiao did not lie down immediately, instead, he walked to the door and instructed a servant to prepare a bowl of sobering soup. Returning to the bedside, seeing that the youth had no movement as if already asleep, he gently touched his face. It takes some time to cook the sobering soup. So, Gu Qixiao also climbed onto the bed and leaned against the headboard to rest with his eyes closed. After a while, a servant knocked on the door and whispered. Your Highness, the sobering soup is ready. Only then did Gu Qixiao open his eyes, get off the bed, and retrieve the soup. Upon receiving the bowl, dismissing the servant, Gu Qixiao closed the door and placed the soup on the small table beside the bed. He looked at the young man's face and softly called out. Tang Tang, are you asleep? Shui Jintang was very sleepy in the hot spring, almost unable to keep her eyes open, but after lying down and closing her eyes for a brief rest, the drowsiness lessened slightly. At least she didn't fall into a deep sleep immediately. Hearing Gu Qixiao call her, she groggily opened her eyes and looked at him with a confused expression. Gu Qixiao's face was gentle, drink this bowl of sobering soup before sleeping. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have a headache tomorrow. Blinking her big eyes, Shui Jintang reacted for a few seconds, sat up, and drank the entire bowl handed to her by Gu Qixiao in one gulp. Then furrowed her brow, it's so sour. Smiling, Gu Qixiao poured her a glass of water. Rinse your mouth. Shui Jintang followed the instruction. Feeling a bit thirsty, she drank more water, and then lay back down. Gu Qixiao also got into bed, pulling the young man into his arms and patting her back. Weren't you tired? Sleep now. With her eyes closed, Shui Jintang snuggled closer to Gu Qixiao and gave a sound of agreement. Soon, the youth's breathing became light and long. Gu Qixiao's hand rested on the young man's waist, and he too closed his eyes. The moonlight outside the window was beautiful, shimmering like flowing water. Sleeping halfway through the night, Shui Jintang felt hot, murmured a few times, and blindly tugged at her collar, exposing her white clavicle. She herself hadn't noticed, but this action partially woke her up. She opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon Gu Qixiao's handsome and noble face. One hand still resting on her waist, his thick eyelashes drooped, casting a shadow over his eyelids that looked like butterfly wings. Shui Jintang was somewhat disoriented from sleep, coupled with the effects of drinking too much, making her mind unclear. She stared at the man's lashes for a moment, then let her gaze drift downward to his nose, then to his lips. They looked so soft. This thought crossed her mind, sparking an impulse, and Shui Jintang impulsively kissed him, rubbing her lips against his. Gu Qixiao, who had already fallen asleep, woke up to the sensation on his lips. Opening his eyes, he saw the youth kissing him aimlessly with closed eyes, even licking him with her tongue. Somehow, her collar had been undone, revealing a smooth shoulder and delicate clavicle. In an instant, Gu Qixiao's sleepiness dissipated greatly, and his eyes darkened. Apparently, the after-effects of the wine were strong, and the youth's intoxication had clearly not completely dissipated yet. Under fully conscious conditions, the youth wouldn't do such things. However, since the youth had initiated it on her own, how could he possibly pass up the opportunity? Immediately, he tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her close, holding her firmly with one hand at the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss. A low moan escaped from Shui Jintang's throat. Rather than avoiding it, she leaned into him instinctively, lifting her hands to hug his broad and sturdy back. Gu Qixiao's eyes were pitch black, his grip on the young woman tightening as if wanting to melt her completely into his embrace. This kiss was not as gentle as the first one, but far more dominant. His hand tenderly stroked her hair while Gu Qixiao pried open her mouth, exploring every corner, forcefully claiming her essence. Shui Jintang became weak all over from the kiss, feeling dizzy, leaning even more helplessly against Gu Qixiao's body. Their bodies pressed tightly together, each breath becoming hotter, and Gu Qixiao's hands on her waist couldn't help but move up and down. Shui Jintang let out another whimper, her mind going blank. It wasn't until they were just about to cross the line that Gu Qixiao finally released her. Shui Jintang's bright, large eyes were now filled with misty water, her eyelids tinged with a light red as she leaned heavily on the man's chest, breathing deeply and rapidly. Her appearance had become even more alluring compared to usual. The neckline of the young man's clothing had been loosened further during their earlier movements, revealing his entire collarbone and a significant portion of his shoulder. Seeing this, Gu Qixiao's already uneven breaths became increasingly rapid, and he couldn't resist leaning closer to press kisses against the youth's neck, shoulders, and clavicle. Facing such an enticing figure, Gu Qixiao restrained himself with great willpower from going further. He was worried about frightening the boy if things moved too quickly. After struggling to steady his breath, Shui Jintang's mind remained hazy, feeling dizzier than before. Hot, dizzy, and exhausted all at once. Unable to help herself, her hand grabbed onto the edge of her collar, tugging again. Before more could be revealed, Gu Qixiao stopped her movement in time. His voice deep and hoarse, "Tang Tang, stop moving recklessly. If you keep moving, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." At that moment, Shui Jintang's thoughts were scattered and unclear. Hearing this, she let out a somewhat perplexed, "Ah." Then said unhappily, "I'm not moving recklessly, it's just so hot." Gu Qixiao looked at the young man, whose foggy eyes hadn't fully cleared yet, his face seemed slightly flushed. The color deepened in Gu Qixiao's own eyes. It appeared the young one had completely gotten drunk and might not remember anything that would happen tonight tomorrow morning. It seems like the formula for the sobering soup from the kitchen needed adjustment. Since it hasn't taken effect yet. Restraining the young man tightly in his embrace so he wouldn't move around carelessly, Gu Qixiao gently soothed him. "Be good, don't move, you'll cool down soon." His body constrained, hands held firmly by the man, Shui Jintang tried wiggling a couple times but failed, feeling a little wronged as she leaned into the man's embrace. Taking a few deep breaths, Gu Qixiao strived to calm the agitation within, holding the young man with one arm while soothingly stroking his back with the other hand. This gentle caress made Shui Jintang's feelings of grievance fade away gradually. She quietly leaned against Gu Qixiao, ceasing any further movement. Sleepiness crept up again. After a while, her breathing grew longer and steadier. Hearing the changes in the young man's breathing, Gu Qixiao lowered his head and kissed the top of his hair, closing his eyes again to continue sleeping. Scholar Jintang didn't wake up again until dawn broke. Another fine day followed. Finding herself lying in Gu Qixiao's arms didn't surprise her, as every morning was spent waking up in his embrace. It had become routine for her. She shifted lightly, causing the man who held her to wake up as well. A little embarrassed, Shui Jintang said, "Did I disturb your highness?" The corners of Gu Qixiao's mouth lifted instinctively. "No, I've nearly finished my sleep too." Pausing briefly, Gu Qixiao looked at the young man with a smile and asked, "Tang Tang, do you remember what happened last night?" Just as Shui Jintang was about to get up from Gu Qixiao's embrace, she heard this and paused, instinctively answering, "What thing?" Recalling yesterday's events, she hesitated, then replied, "I remember we went to the hot spring yesterday, later drank a few glasses of wine. I felt very sleepy, then we came out and directly entered the room to sleep." "Is it right, that's how it happened?" Sighing internally, Gu Qixiao knew she doesn't remember. It was somewhat regrettable, but since long ago Gu Qixiao had anticipated this possibility, he wasn't overly disheartened. It didn't matter that the young man didn't remember, as long as he remembered it was enough. Then he deliberately slowed down and said, "It seems Tang Tang doesn't remember." Shui Jintang's eyes widened instantly, immediately looking up at Gu Qixiao, her heart filled with tension. "Did something happen last night?" Recalling having consumed alcohol, Shui Jintang uncertainly suggested. "Could it be I got drunk and acted crazy?" Shouldn't have been the case though. He hadn't consumed much alcohol. Besides, despite not being familiar with drunkenness, according to his understanding of himself, getting intoxicated shouldn't involve shouting and acting unruly. Gu Qixiao grinned towards him without speaking. Unable to hold back, Shui Jintang called out, "Your Highness." Enjoying the expression on the youth's face for a moment longer, Gu Qixiao stopped teasing and smiled. It wasn't really a drunken rampage. Just last night, halfway through your sleep, you woke up calling hot and started kissing me spontaneously. As he spoke, he lowered his head, rubbing his nose against the youth's forehead, his voice filled with rich laughter. I didn't expect Tang Tang to be so cute when drunk. Shui Jintang's pair of amber-colored eyes widened further as she looked at Gu Qixiao's smiling face, shouting in her mind, is this true? Did she take the initiative to get close to him while drunk? Could she really have been that bold when drunk? Her face reddened despite her attempt to control it. Gu Qixiao continued, with Tang Tang being so proactive, I naturally had to play along. Hearing this, Shui Jintang blushed even more. Alright, stop saying that. Afterward, I surely didn't do anything else, right? Gu Qixiao teased her by tapping on her nose. After feeling hot and messing around a bit more, you went to sleep. Relieved, Shui Jintang sighed, that's good. As long as nothing else happened, it's fine. Gu Qixiao, holding her in his arms, said somewhat aggrievedly, last night's kiss is something only I remember now, Tang Tang, shouldn't you make up for it? Shui Jintang didn't respond, just blushing furiously as she pushed away his hands and moved out from his embrace. The sun has already risen high, I need to get up. Gu Qixiao couldn't help but let his lips curl into a smile, no longer teasing her as he sat up and began dressing himself. After washing up, they proceeded to the dining hall to eat. While eating, they conversed casually. Yesterday you said we'd go watch a play, are we still going, Tang Tang? Shui Jintang took a sip of porridge, yes, we agreed to go, of course we should. By this time, Shui Jintang was already rid of the uneasiness she had felt earlier in the morning. Fine, then after we finish eating, we can head over there. If we don't return by noon, we'll eat there. Shui Jintang had no objections, sure. After finishing their meal, the two of them rode in a carriage to watch the play. About half an hour later, they reached their destination. Entering the theater, a server guided them to a private booth, immediately providing them with fruits and tea before withdrawing with a smile. Sitting down on the chair, Shui Jintang commented, the service is pretty considerate. She then looked down. Their location was quite advantageous, the private booth was directly above the stage. Standing by the railing, one could see directly onto the center of the stage. It was incredibly clear to view everything. After eating some snacks, the opera on the stage began. Shui Jintang munched on food as she listened attentively. However, she soon lost interest. The performers on the stage sang continuously, repeating the same lines over and over again. She definitely wasn't interested. On the contrary, the audience below seemed captivated. Gu Qixiao had been observing Shui Jintang closely all the while, able to tell from her expression that she didn't enjoy it. You don't like listening to this play? Shui Jintang chuckled, if you listen too long, it gets boring. Clearly, I lack artistic talent for this. Artistic talent? Gu Qixiao repeated this unfamiliar term. Yeah, meaning I lack the ability to appreciate this kind of opera, I'm not good at it. Shui Jintang tried explaining as plainly as possible. And regarding the phrase that had slipped out unintentionally, she wasn't overly worried. This phrase itself didn't reveal much. Moreover, maybe it was due to Gu Qixiao's actions and attitude that made her feel very at ease. She didn't feel anxious after having said that. After hearing Shui Jintang's explanation, Gu Qixiao nodded, so that's how it is. It sounds pretty interesting, did Tang Tang come up with this word? Shui Jintang laughed twice, you can say that. It just suddenly popped into my mind. Even though she had started to get bored, Shui Jintang didn't leave halfway through. Instead, she stayed and listened to the entire performance alongside Gu Qixiao. Leaving the theater, Shui Jintang looked back, a thought spontaneously arising. Turning her head, she told Gu Qixiao. It's not that this opera isn't entertaining, Your Highness. I remember I've also heard another opera, called Liang Shanbua and Zhuang Tai, that one was quite good. An idea struck Shui Jintang. She found yet another way to make money. Operas. So many operas from her previous life were quite famous. Apart from Liang Shanbua and Zhuang Tai, there were others like Farewell My Concubine and Mu Guiying Takes Command. Though these may belong to different opera genres, it doesn't matter. Whatever she remembered, she would write them down. These works that became classics in her past life showed that they were undoubtedly popular. They should similarly attract fans here. It seems like operas in this place aren't too varied either. What she provided might even catch on slightly. A new idea emerged frequently in her mind. Riding back in the carriage, she mentioned this to Gu Qixiao. Although this came out of the spur of the moment, she might lose interest in it afterward. Back at the estate, Shui Jintang no longer continued the earlier topic, shifting her attention back to daily meals. After watching the play, they spent another 2 or 3 days at the villa, enjoying hot springs several times, and taking care of what needed to be handled. In the evening, the group returned low-key to Ning Prince's mansion, carrying luggage and a pile of food. However, unlike the trip here, this time there was an additional MOing. Chapter 109, Return to the Mansion. Shui Jintang was thrilled that MOing had agreed to go back with them. This meant MOing had agreed to stay. Gu Qiaoxiao was also a bit surprised. The young master had told it earlier that if it agreed to stay, it would follow them back to the mansion, and now it really did return with them. It seemed like it could really understand what they were saying, it was truly too smart. On the way, Shui Jintang happily chatted with Gu Xiaoxiao about Mo Ying. When they arrived at the entrance of the mansion, both Gu Xiaoxiao and Shui Jintang got off the carriage and walked into the courtyard, with Mo Ying following closely behind. The massive black panther startled the guards at the gate so much that they almost wanted to call for an attack. Fortunately, their mental composure held steady as they saw no reaction from their prince and princess. That black panther followed silently, suppressing any questions or exclamations. As the couple strolled toward the courtyard, the servants along the path were equally amazed by the sight of Mo Ying, but everyone maintained their poise, refraining from shouting or jumping around. Even those particularly timid only turned pale in fear but didn't scream in panic, merely looking like they might faint. After greeting formally, they quickly stepped away, so fast that it wasn't a walk, it was more like a run. Shui Jintang secretly sympathized with them. To suddenly see such a large wild animal that should have been living in the forest, most people would feel scared. Their reactions were already quite commendable, understandable given the circumstances. Naturally, Gu Xiaoxiao and Shui Jintang couldn't individually explain the situation to every servant. They had already instructed Ji Sen to inform the other guards and the housekeeper. Then they would pass the message down to all the staff of the mansion. Within a few days, once everyone in the mansion got used to it, situations like this wouldn't happen anymore. After tidying up upon returning to the yard, Shui Jintang squatted happily before Mo Ying, stroking its furry head, and said joyfully. Mo Ying, since you've come back to the mansion with us, that means you agree to stay, right? Mo Ying gracefully laid on the ground, allowing Shui Jintang to stroke its head, and let out a low growl. I don't know what you mean when you do this. Shui Jintang continued stroking from its head down to Mo Ying's back, slightly troubled, then curiously asked. Mo Ying, can you understand what we are saying? Mo Ying's golden eyes stared back at him. With a curved smile, Shui Jintang suggested, if you can understand, give 2 sounds, okay? Mo Ying gave 2, ow, sounds. Shui Jintang's eyes lit up, 1 sound. Ow. Mo Ying responded with 1 sound. 2 sounds. Ow ow. 2 more sounds. Through repeated trials, Shui Jintang finally confirmed that Mo Ying indeed understood their words. As long as it wasn't too complicated, Mo Ying could understand, leaving Shui Jintang both amazed and delighted, heaping praise upon the Black Panther. Mo Ying, you're really smart. Mo Ying glanced at him and lazily lay there, closing his eyes without moving. That look clearly conveyed not wanting to pay attention to him anymore. Gu Xiaoxiao nearby couldn't help but laugh, Mo Ying is tired. Shui Jintang scratched his head, hee chuckling a few times. Since he just wanted to test whether Mo Ying could understand him, he had inadvertently made it rather difficult for the cat. Next time, he would be more careful. He petted the big cat's ears, Mo Ying, thank you for your cooperation. Then, he ran to the kitchen, grabbed a big basin filled with spiritual spring water, and placed it in front of Mo Ying. The journey must have been tiring. Here, drink some water, after drinking, rest well. We'll go rest as well. Once the basin of spiritual spring water was brought over, the big cat immediately opened its eyes and began drinking. See you tomorrow, Mo Ying. Shui Jintang patted its head again before departing with Gu Xiaoxiao. Night had fallen, and they needed to sleep. Back in the room, after bathing and washing up, Shui Jintang and Gu Xiaoxiao went to bed. Ever since the incident where Gu Xiaoxiao's toxins acted up and Shui Jintang stayed to accompany him during the night, he hadn't returned to his own room to sleep. Now that their relationship had grown closer, each understanding the other's affection, Shui Jintang naturally wouldn't move back to his original bedroom. His previous quarters remained intact, and he only returned there when tending to the various plants in the courtyard or cooking. Gu Xiaoxiao originally proposed building a small kitchen within his own quarters, but Shui Jintang declined. If one were built, he'd end up doing all his cooking here, which wouldn't be as convenient as using the spiritual spring water as it is now. Although Gu Xiaoxiao now knew that there were secrets about him, as it had not been revealed outright, he naturally could not expose himself so easily. As for whether or not to tell Gu Xiaoxiao the secret of the space, Shui Jintang did not know at the moment. Let things take their own course, he decided. Besides, his own courtyard was not far from Gu Xiaoxiao's. Running errands back and forth wouldn't be too exhausting, which could even serve as a workout, so it wasn't worth going through the trouble to build another small kitchen in his own quarters. Just as he got into bed, Gu Xiaoxiao pulled Shui Jintang into his arms and planted 2 kisses on his forehead with a smile. Tang Tang, I want to kiss you. When Gu Xiaoxiao said this, Shui Jintang immediately recalled the words Gu Xiaoxiao had spoken at the villa the morning they discussed compensation. Although he realized Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to seize the chance to steal a kiss, the truth was that Shui Jintang couldn't remember that particular conversation. For something only Gu Xiaoxiao remembered while Shui Jintang didn't, he still felt a little embarrassed. Hence, over these past couple of days, Shui Jintang never refused whenever Gu Xiaoxiao kissed him. This time was no different. Even though he instinctively shrank slightly closer to Gu Xiaoxiao out of embarrassment, he didn't reject it. A twinkle of satisfaction lit up Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes as he gripped the chin of the young man and leaned in to claim a kiss. After the kiss ended, Gu Xiaoxiao pulled the youth close and peppered light kisses along his neck. Shui Jintang panted softly in his embrace, feeling the ticklish sensation spreading down his neck, turning his face slightly red. Gu Xiaoxiao's voice deepened with a touch of hoarseness. Tang Tang, we talked about taking breaks to breathe, yet why haven't you learned yet? Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang's ears heated up. Wasn't it his fault for not knowing how to breathe? Clearly, it was because Gu Xiaoxiao's kisses lasted too long. How could someone have such a high lung capacity? Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao still buried in his neck, feeling the coolness and moisture seeping through, Shui Jintang blushed furiously as he pushed lightly against him. Let go, I want to sleep. Gu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, inhaling the delicate scent lingering at the young man's neck, suppressing his urges. Wait a bit more. The young man has just begun to adjust, rushing things would scare him off. Alright, Tang Tang, good night. Good night. Shui Jintang snuggled against his chest before quietly closing his eyes to fall asleep. Gu Xiaoxiao held the boy close as he gradually drifted into slumber. Near the youth, his frequent headaches lessened significantly, and his quality of sleep also drastically improved. Previously, during his headache episodes, Gu Xiaoxiao often had to stay awake until the early hours of the morning before the pain abated enough for him to catch a few winks. Even when there were no headaches, nightmares frequently disrupted his sleep, leaving him unrested. Ever since sleeping alongside the youth, Gu Xiaoxiao experienced fewer bouts of insomnia, resulting in much better rest, often dreaming peacefully till dawn. The next day, both woke up holding each other closely. Still half asleep, Shui Jintang instinctively rubbed against Gu Xiaoxiao who then tightened his hold, his voice gravelly with sleep. Tang Tang, don't move around. Huh? Confused, Shui Jintang lifted his head and saw that Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were dark, his breathing quickened as if he was holding back some strong urge. Before he could comprehend fully, an accidental movement of his leg enlightened him all too well. Instantly freezing, his whole body went stiff as his ears turned crimson red. Why hadn't he noticed this every morning before? Recalling those days at the villa filled with nothing but meat cooked in countless varieties, yesterday's, and the day before that with venison. He must have had excessive internal heat build-up. Embarrassed, Shui Jintang silently decided to prepare a cooling broth for Gu Xiaoxiao later. Fortunately, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly regained his composure and let go. Relieved, Shui Jintang hopped off the bed, cheeks flushed as he dressed. Though their relationship had become clear, involving physical intimacies was a step neither had crossed yet. In fact, Gu Xiaoxiao found nothing embarrassing about it and even thought things were progressing too slowly. Shui Jintang, however, was still getting used to it. Having spent most of his previous life solely focused on study and work, he never had any experience dealing with relationships, let alone finding his partner to be male. He needed time to gradually adapt. The red-faced palpitations persisted right through breakfast, after which, mindful of Mo-ing, Shui Jintang finished eating and hurried off to see it. Since Mo-ing had decided to stay, the two naturally could not neglect it. Yesterday, Gu Xiaoxiao had already instructed arrangements to be made for Mo Ying's resting place. Initially, they planned to find a spot near their courtyards to create a comfortable nest suited for Mo Ying. However, after thoroughly exploring the prince's residence, Mo Ying selected its own resting area, inside the courtyard where Shui Jintang previously resided. Since the black leopard wanted to settle there, Gu Xiaoxiao and Shui Jintang had no objections and specifically sent someone to build a nest for it. By this time, Shui Jintang had already run all the way back to his own courtyard, where the black leopard's sleeping nest was. The big cat was still resting, its furry ears twitching now and then. Shui Jintang looked at it affectionately without disturbing it. Gu Xiaoxiao also stood beside him, and Shui Jintang stood up with a smile. It seems Mo-ing rested pretty well last night. Gu Xiaoxiao rubbed his head gently. Seeing that Mo-ing was still asleep, Shui Jintang got up and said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Your Highness, the tavern I chose before should be completed by now. I'll go check it out later. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Go ahead, remember to take people with you. Yes. Shui Jintang agreed with a smile, always remembering not to neglect his own safety. After being out for several days, even though Gu Xiaoxiao could leave due to being less busy these days, there were still some things to handle every day. Because they weren't urgent, he had been putting them off until now. With Gu Xiaoxiao back, naturally, it was time to deal with the accumulated tasks. On the other hand, Shui Jintang took the dark guards to the location he had chosen earlier, on Lin Street in the East Market. The tavern was almost finished. Built according to Shui Jintang's heart's desire, it had 3 floors and ample space. Tables and chairs had already been arranged according to Shui Jintang's prior requests. There was a stage opposite the entrance on the first floor. Shui Jintang planned to hire a storyteller who would narrate stories in the tavern. There was no need to worry about the content, just using classic novels or tales from his memories. For instance, Journey to the West and such. Any elements inconsistent with the present could be altered before handing them over to the storyteller. Shui Jintang believed that these classic plots from another life would be equally popular here. If the storyteller performed well, commoners would be willing to come listen, but they might feel embarrassed coming to the tavern empty-handed every day, so they would buy 1 or 2 items. Purchases would increase the tavern's revenue. In summary, it could promote consumer spending, both sides mutually beneficial. After inspecting the entire tavern thoroughly, inside and out, top to bottom, Shou Jintang gave a satisfied nod. Overall, it was fine, just adjust a few details. People had also been hired, and after some training, they would be ready to start working. As for ingredients needed by the tavern, crops grown on Gu Xiaoxiao's estates and Shou Jintang's fields would suffice. The menu had been prepared beforehand, and cooks who had signed indenture contracts wouldn't easily divulge secrets. These next days could be used for chefs to practice, which Shou Jintang intended to supervise personally. He estimated that in no more than half a month, the tavern could officially open for business. Calculating mentally as he finished viewing the tavern, Shou Jintang returned home with his entourage. When they arrived, Gu Xiaoxiao was still in the study. Shou Jintang took a turn around the yard, teased Mo Ying who had woken up, and then headed straight into the kitchen. Having eaten regular meals too often, he suddenly wanted snacks. Although the food ingredients here were very healthy, even more delicious with the addition of spiritual spring water, snacks were something that would make you miss them after a while. Chips, popcorn, saffron cakes, spicy strips. Modern snacks were plentiful and varied, but here there weren't many snacks available. Though various pastries existed, they were still different from snacks like chips. To sum it up, Shou Jintang was feeling peckish. So, he decided to make some homemade snacks. While having a barbecue a few days ago, he suddenly remembered starch sausage, something definitely unavailable here. Shou Jintang decided to try making it himself. Starch had been obtained already, making it convenient for producing starch sausages. Called starch sausage, it was impossible to be entirely starch, adding meat made it taste better. Before, he had seen some videos online demonstrating how to make homemade starch sausages, most of which used chicken breast meat, so Shou Jintang prepared chicken breast meat as well. The chicken breast had already been frozen for a period of time, and now it was perfect. Shou Jintang took out the chicken breast, slicing it first and setting it aside. It would have worked unfrozen as well, but without freezing, the texture would lean toward a powder-like consistency, not as good as those previously frozen, more closely resembling the texture of true starch sausages. After cutting the chicken, he diced some pork fat to add, improving the flavor further. Once both meats were prepared, they were mixed together, chopped finely into mincemeat, the finer the better. Then came seasoning, salt, sugar, pepper, homemade 5-spice powder. Without chicken bouillon, Shou Jintang added some mushroom powder from the villa he'd previously made, which enhanced the flavor quite nicely. Normally, he should have added some red yeast rice powder for coloring, but since it wasn't available here, Shou Jintang decided not to add it. After all, the red yeast rice powder was mainly for color enhancement, and omitting it wouldn't make much of a difference. He set the meat aside for marination while fetching sweet potato starch. He added cold water and stirred it evenly before pouring it into the prepared meat mixture. Shou Jintang didn't bother with precise measurements, roughly estimating was sufficient for him. Having spent so much time in the kitchen, he naturally developed a sense of how much seasoning to use. He no longer weighed ingredients every time he cooked, instead, he estimated the amounts, which generally turned out just right. The taste might vary slightly each time, but it never became unpalatable. Rarely would it end up too salty or too bland. It's hard to explain, cooking often is like practicing until you develop a feel for language through reading, after doing it repeatedly, one simply hones their hand feel for cooking. Chapter 110, Homemade Starch Sausage. After pouring the well-adjusted starch water into the meat filling, continue stirring until the meat filling becomes sticky and can hang on a spoon without falling off. That's when it is ready. By this point, the filling for the starch sausage has been completely adjusted. Then Shou Jintang put it in the ice cellar to freeze for a bit. Freezing it will improve the texture, this is the experience he gained. In his previous life, he had also tried it twice at home. The difference in taste between unfrozen and frozen meat was evident. It doesn't need to be frozen for too long, just about 15 minutes to half an hour. After it's been frozen enough, take it out and start with the next step. Ordinarily, by this point, you could directly stuff the sausage, but it isn't as convenient here as it is in modern times where you can buy stuffing machines and sausage casings online. Here, preparing the casings takes too much effort. Shou Jintang found a plate instead. Make sure the plate isn't too shallow and has some depth, then brush a layer of oil inside using a brush. This makes it easier to unmold later. Then pour the meat mixture into the plate, try to spread it as evenly and flat as possible. Start a fire, add water to the pot, place a bamboo steaming rack that fits inside the pot, and then put the plate on top of the steaming rack to steam using water heat. Before steaming, cover the plate with a layer of gauze to prevent water from dripping into it. After steaming, remove the plate. Shou Jintang did not cut it immediately but instead placed it in the ice cellar to cool for a while. This allows it to cool down more quickly. Cutting it when hot would cause it to stick to the knife. After cooling down, cutting becomes much easier. Once cooled, the mold can be removed. Invert the plate, and the meat filling falls off easily. Next, cut the large piece of meat filling into neat long strips. Round ones look better, but since no molds have been prepared, shape doesn't matter much as long as it tastes good. Cut all into strips. Shou Jintang picked up a strip of starch sausage, carefully carved decorative cuts on it, and processed the rest similarly. After marking them all, they could then be fried in an oil pan or even grilled. However, Shou Jintang wanted to fry them now. Frying uses a lot of oil, and with the weather being hot, he didn't want to constantly fry things, it was too laborious, so he planned to fry some other items together afterward. Deep-fried food consumed in large quantities is unhealthy and wastes oil, so it's best to eat until satisfied in one go to avoid longing for it again. After frying, the starch sausages blossomed nicely. You can sprinkle homemade seasoning powder or brush on a layer of sauce. The final product looked pretty similar to the starch sausages sold on modern street stalls. If you threaded the sausages with wooden or bamboo skewers, they would look even more alike. Selling them on a street stall might not be bad either, thought Shou Jintang happily. His restaurant mainly sold normal meals and drinks, selling starch sausages might be inappropriate or inconvenient, but perhaps his parents' shop could sell them. Their small shop already sells fried snacks, adding a few starch sausages should be fine. For roasting, frying, or boiling, they already have the necessary kitchen tools in the shop, along with suitable seasonings and pricing strategies. It seemed like it would become very popular. Later I'll write to my parents and share the recipe for the starch sausage. This thing is hard for others to replicate. Although it seems simple, if the ratios are not well controlled, the flavor won't be as good. And besides, the starch required in the sausage only Shou Jintang's people could make. Without his permission, the household wouldn't dare disclose the recipe. Since the outside world does not know how to make the starch, there would be no way to produce food related to starch. But starch is a good thing, it's quite a pity for others not to eat it. Maybe we could open several specialized starch factories. It may be feasible. Lanchi village, where his parents reside, could build one. It would benefit his parents. After all, they are different from Shou Jintang who lives in the capital, his parents stay in the village, and human relations cannot be ignored in the countryside. If their family becomes rich and earns money, living in a big house, leading a good life, eating meat every day, while the villagers remain stuck in place. Eventually, the other villagers may lose their sense of balance. Although the improvement of Shou family's life came from their efforts and the help of Shou Jintang as adopted son, it still has nothing to do with the villagers. But that's human nature. Even if the entire village is watching others get rich and they don't feel jealous or say sour words but rather maintain their normal attitude, how many people can achieve that? Only a minority have sufficient rationality. If merely sour words were spoken, that would be good already. Some with ill intentions can't stand seeing others live better than themselves and may easily do something out of jealousy. Shou Jintang had heard during modern times about a village where someone leased a fish pond to raise fish, only for the villagers out of jealousy to poison or electrocute all the fish before they could be harvested. Building a starch factory in Lanchi village would mean hiring villagers for construction and staffing. Quite a number of people would be needed. In this way, the people of Lanchi village would gain yet another way to make money. The villagers themselves earning income through jobs provided by Shou Jintang and the Shou family would leave little room for complaint even if the Shou family grew wealthier in future. Anyone who continued grumbling despite this clearly had questionable character and did not deserve further interaction. As for those unrelenting critics, the village head and other families benefiting from the factory would naturally step up to defend the factory. After all, their livelihoods depended on it. Naturally, they'd side with the Shou family. Most people aren't fools, they know what is most beneficial for them. The opportunity was given by the Shou family. Alienating the Shou family would mean losing their share in future lucrative businesses. Who would want that? Clearly, maintaining a good relationship with the Shou family ensures inclusion in similar profit-making ventures in the future. That's why establishing a factory in Lanchi village would also benefit the Shou family. These thoughts were ones Shou Jintang planned to include in his upcoming letter home along with the starch sausage recipe, giving his adoptive parents an early heads up. After all, building a factory is no trivial matter, it requires time. While musing over these thoughts and frying, after completing the batch, Shou Jintang picked up one to taste. Not bad, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with just a touch of chewiness. The sauce flavors were perfect, rivaling those sold on small stands back then. Finishing one, Shou Jintang couldn't help but grab another. He hadn't eaten these sausages for a long time, and now he really craved them. After eating two, he washed his hands and instructed Luing to take some over to Prince Shou. Let His Highness try this first, offer some feedback, and I'll fry more things. We can start the meal soon. Luing agreed and went off with a plateful of the sausages. Shou Jintang continued working in the kitchen. For lunch, he decided to eat fried skewers, a wide variety. Apart from starch sausages, there were fried leeks, potato slices, mushrooms, bean curd skin, rice cakes, lotus root, green peppers, corn. As well as leftover chicken breast turned into strips mixed with starch for chicken fingers, fried drumsticks, wings. Frying all the things. Regardless of what it is, when the frying timing is right and paired with proper sauces, there's nothing unfavored. While threading the skewers and frying, the distinct aroma of deep-fried food greatly whetted his appetite. Actually, fried gluten and lily stems are also very tasty, but unfortunately, neither of these items were available here, so they would have to be made. Preparing them freshly would take too much time, so today they're skipped. In a couple of days, he could prepare batches in advance, freeze them in the ice cellar, and simply take them out as needed later, making it far more convenient. Eating fried skewers in summer could easily cause heatiness, so Shou Jintang prepared some cooling remedies. A pot of mung bean soup was cooked until the beans blossomed. There were pomelos on hand, so Shui Jintang made some honey pomelo tea. All were refreshing, cooling, and heat-reducing delights. Having these pairings while eating fried skewers minimizes the chances of becoming overheated. With practice, frying became swift, and the preparation of the desserts didn't take too long either. Once everything was ready, Shui Jintang ordered a few people like Shou to carry the dishes out to the dining hall. Shou discreetly swallowed saliva as she came forward to pick up the dishes. Shui Jintang smiled and said, "I've prepared quite a bit, and I'll set aside some portion for you all to eat later." Shou and the others lit up immediately, delightfully expressing their thanks. "Thank you, consort." They walked briskly toward the dining hall, already gleefully thinking. The consort is truly kind, always remembering us whenever she cooks. After staying in the kitchen for too long, getting oily, Shui Jintang returned to his room to change into clean clothes before heading toward the living room. The dishes were already arranged neatly. Besides his fried skewers and sweets, the kitchen had prepared a few appetizers, with rice and steamed buns as the main staples. As Shui Jintang entered, he asked, "Where's the prince?" Lu Ying immediately replied, "Your Highness, His Royal Highness is still handling military affairs. He says he'll be here soon and asked the master to eat first." As she spoke, Gu Qishao entered from outside. Shui Jintang immediately smiled and greeted him, "Royal Highness, did you try the starch sausages I sent over? How were they?" Gu Qishao looked at the young man's dimples on his cheeks, waved for the other attendants to withdraw, then walked to the table and lightly pinched his cheek. As he sat down smiling, he said, "I tried them, they taste very nice. Are these called starch sausages, made from sweet potato starch?" Caught off guard, Shui Jintang couldn't help but glare at him, then said, "They do contain starch, along with chicken and a little pork fat. Starch sausages are delicious. Besides frying, they can also be pan-fried or grilled. You can even use them in stir-fried dishes, there are many ways to enjoy them." The young man's glare carried no real threat, causing Gu Qixiao's smile to deepen. As he sat down and picked up a skewer of fried lotus root slices, he said, "Everything you make tastes wonderful." Shui Jintang couldn't help but smile in return, serving some small dishes to Gu Qixiao. "Have some vegetables to line your stomach before eating fried skewers, it'll be less irritating to your stomach that way." The meal was enjoyable as the two ate and chatted casually. Shui Jintang mentioned his plans to write home about the recipe for starch sausages and the establishment of the factory. Gu Qixiao listened attentively and replied with a smile, "Just follow your heart. If you need anything, feel free to find me." Shui Jintang replied with a smile, feeling a warmth in his chest. They happily continued their lunch. Shui Jintang enjoyed his days in the royal residence greatly. Studying gourmet cuisine, checking on crops in the fields, and keeping an eye on the opening of the tavern kept him busy. In leisure time, he would tease Mo Ying and stroke the cute big cat. Nobody came to challenge him, so Shui Jintang felt very happy. Shui Jintang's affection for Mo Ying grew more intense. Every time Mo Ying returned, he would receive a thorough pat and a large bucket of spiritual spring water as a reward. Of course, Mo Ying wouldn't lack spiritual spring water during ordinary days either. Perhaps due to drinking spiritual spring water every day, Shui Jintang noticed Mo Ying getting smarter and more perceptive. Each piece of prey he brought back wasn't wasted by Shui Jintang, who turned it into various dishes, sharing some with Mo Ying and some with himself and Gu Qixiao. Switching between eating regular meals and wild flavors periodically made their life incredibly relaxed. One day, Mo Ying returned again from the mountain, bringing back prey. By now, this was already normal for Shui Jintang, who began smiling and greeting from afar. "Mo Ying, what have you brought back this time?" Upon arrival, Mo Ying didn't toss the prey carelessly into the yard as usual but approached Shui Jintang instead, rubbing against him gently. He then carefully placed a small object on the ground. It was only then that Shui Jintang noticed that what Mo Ying had brought back was not typical prey but an unusually familiar black and white ball. His eyes widened slightly, wasn't this the national treasure of his previous life, the panda? The black and white bundle wasn't large, easily held in two hands, and it was currently making soft sounds, likely dazed from being carried such a distance. It staggered unsteadily as it walked. Shui Jintang was shocked. "Mo Ying, why did you bring it here? You're not planning to eat it, are you?" Mo Ying shot him a glance, from which Shui Jintang perceived a hint of disdain. He chuckled with frustration while stroking Mo Ying's fluffy head. This was no fault of his, black leopards always returned with prey. Suddenly, seeing Mo Ying carry back a baby panda, how could he not ask? However, it seemed that Mo Ying wouldn't eat it, meaning he had brought it for Shui Jintang to raise. But given how small the baby panda was, Shui Jintang couldn't just take it without caution. He squatted in front of the black leopard and spoke to him. "Mo Ying, why did you bring the cub back? Did something happen to its parents? If so, call out once." "Ow." Relieved that Mo Ying hadn't simply taken away someone else's cub, Shui Jintang sighed in relief. Mo Ying really was reliable. Even though Mo Ying was smart, Shui Jintang still needed to confirm. Otherwise, if Mo Ying snatched the cub when the pandas weren't around, and the parents showed up later to retrieve it, it would be troublesome. Don't be fooled by the fact that pandas are protected animals in modern times, just responsible for being cute. In ancient times, they were fierce beasts with another name, Shou. Though pandas seem to only know how to act cute, their attack power is actually quite strong. If they really showed up, it would truly be a headache-inducing problem. Chapter 111, The Black and White Bun. After exchanging a few questions and answers with Mo, adding her own understanding, Shui Jintang confirmed something. This baby panda was not secretly brought by Mo. Its parents must have met with some trouble for unknown reasons. When Mo discovered it, its mother had died for some unknown reason, and its father was nowhere to be found. Mo didn't see the shadow of another panda after searching around there. Seeing that the little one was so small and seemed like it hadn't eaten anything for a long time, Mo waited at the original place for a while but no other pandas came, so he carried it back. This was the conclusion reached by Shui Jintang after asking Mo, combined with her own speculations. No one knew exactly how the facts were, since Mo couldn't speak, but it should not be far off from the truth. Reaching this conclusion, Shui Jintang looked at the panda cub on the ground moving back and forth. Unexpectedly, it seemed that she would have to raise it. It was somewhat amusing when thought about. A trip to Shiyuan Mountain resulted in returning with a black panther, which in turn brought back a baby cub. Pandas aren't easy to take care of. Fortunately, with his current conditions, taking care of these two shouldn't be a problem. Although he had visited the zoo once in his previous life and seen pandas, he really wasn't very familiar with them. Looking down at the little black and white bun making noises on the ground, Shui Jintang felt a bit worried. Should such a small bun still be nursing? Or can it eat other things already? However, seeing that the black and white bun looked extremely hungry, Shui Jintang first poured a small basin of spiritual spring water and placed it in front of it. Since there was no way of knowing if it drank milk, she decided to feed it some spiritual spring water first. Anyway, this stuff only brings benefits without harm. There's no need to worry about problems, it's quite suitable for such a small cub to consume. After placing the spiritual spring water in front of the black panther cub, Shui Jintang squatted down and observed it. After the little bun made several more sounds, as if smelling the scent of the spiritual spring water, it finally stopped moving. It sniffed a little, approached the small basin, and started drinking. Seeing the panda cub drink heartily, Shui Jintang relaxed. Taking advantage of its drinking time, Shui Jintang left temporarily to find Gu Qixiao. Upon hearing Shui Jintang's words, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, as this matter was indeed unexpected. Who would have thought Mo would bring back a cub while hunting? Gu Qixiao went with Shui Jintang to his courtyard to see the little bun. Upon arrival at the yard, Gu Qixiao took a look at the black and white bun happily drinking water. It does look rather cute, all covered in fluffy fur, clearly the kind young people like. But originally, he had planned to find a furry pet for the youth. Now, before finding that furry creature, Mo had already brought a cub over. Should he still give him a pet? Thinking about this, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but hesitate, giving the big black panther a glance. Mo raised his head, glanced at him, with an utterly innocent expression. Shui Jintang was unaware of Gu Qixiao's thoughts and was now excitedly squatting on the ground watching the panda cub drink water. Gu Qixiao was right, Shui Jintang did like this black and white bun very much. It's a panda. A national treasure. Who wouldn't like it? In modern times, you could only see them at zoos for a visual treat, but here, he could actually raise one himself. After confirming that this black and white bun was not secretly brought by Mo, Shui Jintang was thrilled. Never had he imagined that he would personally raise a national treasure one day. It was simply too exciting. Shui Jintang squatted on the ground, supporting her cheeks as she watched the panda cub drink water with great interest. Seeing how much he liked it, Gu Qixiao smiled and asked. Would you like to get it something to eat? Oh, right, Shui Jintang stood up after clapping her hands, I'll have someone prepare some milk for it. It's so small, it should still be drinking milk, right? Gu Qixiao nodded, that's probably right. I'm not too familiar with food iron animals either, but looking at this size, it shouldn't be too large yet. You can start feeding it milk and gradually add other foods based on the situation. Shui Jintang turned his head and looked at the still happily drinking panda cub, agreeing with Gu Qixiao's opinion. He remembered that newborn panda cubs are pink, hairless, resembling mice. It's only after a month that they begin growing black ears, legs, etc. This panda already had some fur, and it had quite a bit, though its walk wasn't steady, it could still walk. Judging by pandas' habits, it must be at least 3 months old by now. What age do pandas wean at? Shui Jintang racked his brain, carefully searching his memory related to pandas. It should be around 1 to 2 years old. Shui Jintang looked down at the fluffy panda cub, estimating its small size. It was clearly under a year old, so feeding it milk would be fine for now. She asked the kitchen staff to prepare some cow and goat milk. She remembered that in modern times, baby pandas were fed powdered milk or potted milk, which was mainly made from cow's milk. Since there wouldn't be any powdered milk here, and she wasn't sure whether cow or goat milk would be better, she decided to prepare both types and let the cub choose. After watching the little ball drink water with Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang finally got ready to leave. This black and white ball situation with its parents is just my guess. Anyway, let's take care of it for now. We can wait a few days. If no pandas come after 5 days, then we will raise it ourselves. What do you think, my lord? Gu Qixiao nodded. That works. After gazing at the black and white bun for a while longer, Shui Jintang left satisfied. In the following days, Shui Jintang spent most of her time taking care of the panda cub. There was no other way since it was too small, and she worried about not being able to raise it properly. Therefore, personally supervising the process seemed safer. 5 days later, there was still no sign of any pandas coming, and Shui Jintang happily accepted this black and white bun. She named the bun Oreo. Since it was black and white, the name fit perfectly. After hearing the young master's reasoning behind naming it Oreo, Gu Qixiao also smiled and agreed on the name. Thus, after a Mo-ing, another new member joined their royal mansion, Oreo. Time always passed quickly unnoticed. When Shui Jintang noticed a different atmosphere on the streets outside, he realized the Qixi festival was approaching. It wasn't something he himself discovered. Rather, when Gu Qixiao invited him out to play on Qixi Day, Shui Jintang happily agreed after a brief moment of surprise. His tavern had already opened for business, attracting a large number of diners thanks to the delicious novelty dishes, innovative interior design, warm service, and various unique features differentiating it from other restaurants. On opening day, the business was incredibly booming. Thankfully, Shui Jintang had prepared far in advance, otherwise they might have faced a lack of staff on opening day. The majority of customers were common people drawn by the taste and affordability of the food, who kept returning for several consecutive days. On the other hand, the nobles and rich sons were captivated by the private rooms and exclusive entertainment areas set up on the second and third floors, making them linger daily. Moreover, Shui Jintang introduced storytelling in the main hall on the first floor, narrating classic tales unknown to the local citizens. This added appeal further retained a great wave of people. Summing all these factors together, Shui Jintang was quite delighted as his restaurant business had stabilized. Except for not matching the extreme bustle of the opening day, the footfall at the restaurant remained substantial. Daily revenue was consistently rising. As Shui Jintang calculated the profit every day, his eyes lit up with happiness. Earning more money was good. There's no limit to how much wealth one can accumulate. He would turn over half of his profits to Gu Qixiao, allowing the latter to support his army more easily. After joyfully reviewing the accounts of the restaurant, Shui Jintang changed into fresh clothes. Today was the Qixi festival, and he would soon go out with Gu Qixiao to enjoy it. Seeing the darkening sky outside, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Qixi festival, truly the first time he was experiencing it. In his past life, many people favored celebrating Western Valentine's Day over the Qixi festival of their own country, which was less vibrant by comparison. Naturally, Shui Jintang hadn't celebrated either festival since he had never been in a relationship. It was only during traditional holidays like Qingming Festival and Dragon Boat Festival that he could remember enjoying a strong festive atmosphere alongside his grandparents as a child. As he grew older, he never felt such a vibrant holiday ambience again. At each traditional holiday, Shui Jintang mostly spent it alone, finding it somewhat meaningless. Now, upon arriving here, thinking that every future holiday would be shared with someone, he couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Shui Jintang stood in the courtyard appreciating the scenery for a while, and soon, Gu Qixiao arrived. Looking at his attire, on normal days aside from court sessions where he wore the purple robes of a prince, inside his mansion he often donned black casual wear. Today, however, he had switched to a dark blue robe embroidered with silver patterns, blending elegantly with Gu Qixiao's inherently noble and aloof demeanor, resulting in a low-key yet luxurious appearance. As the sky darkened, Shui Jintang was lost in thought. If viewed under daylight, the subtle shimmering light on this garment would surely look even better. Seeing Shui Jintang staring at his clothes, Gu Qixiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you satisfied? Doesn't this color match your clothes well? Hearing this, Shui Jintang instinctively glanced down at his own attire. Today, he was wearing a pale blue outfit. Aside from the colors, the two outfits were almost identical in style. They truly looked like couple outfits. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, they match perfectly. Never had he expected that Gu Qixiao, who usually appeared aloof and unromantic, would have such a thoughtful touch. It intrigued Shui Jintang greatly. The corners of his mouth curved even more upwards. Let's go for a walk. The two walked shoulder to shoulder out of the prince's residence. Tonight could practically be considered a date. Both of them tacitly agreed not to bring anyone along. Ji Sen, Lu Ying, and others remained behind in the mansion, with only the undercover guards keeping a discreet distance behind. To be honest, given Gu Qixiao's position, safety comes first, so not bringing any protection wasn't an option. However, tonight was already excellent. Without servants trailing behind them, and the guards only providing covert protection, they wouldn't interfere unless there was an emergency. In a way, it felt just like the two of them were dating alone. The streets were especially lively tonight, filled with a festive atmosphere. Compared to other times, more young unmarried couples and married ones were strolling along. Most of the unmarried men and women showed excited expressions, while shy young ladies carried veils or held small fans half covering their faces. Married couples leaned closely to each other, exuding sweetness between them. Though not as open as in modern times where one often sees couples embracing or kissing on park benches and street sides. Here, people mostly just held hands subtly under the cover of their sleeves during these festivals, still bashful, let alone doing anything bold like hugging or kissing outside. Nevertheless, the feeling of happiness and sweetness was palpable. Both Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao wore very loose clothing, their intertwined hands concealed by the wide sleeves. As a modern person, Shui Jintang didn't feel much shame holding hands on the street, and neither did Gu Qixiao likely mind. But holding hands secretly under the broad sleeves gave a special sense of excitement and joy. Shui Jintang's slightly raised lips never dropped. Gu Qixiao's eyes also radiated smiles. The streets were bustling. Many small vendors took advantage of this time to set up stalls. During these festivals, pedestrian traffic on the streets increased significantly, leading to higher chances of purchases. At such moments, the young couples walking together were either married or mutually attracted. Some quick-witted, sweet-talking merchants lavished compliments on the pair, praising how the lady looked good, how the gentleman was handsome, how well-suited the two were, and so on. Most people, whether from politeness or genuine pleasure, would buy a few items from these stalls. Thus, they could make a bit more money. Even during holidays when the common folks' consumption desires were stronger, those less articulate could still earn more than usual. Hand in hand, Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang wandered through the market. The stalls sold all sorts of things: sugar artists painting with molten sugar, skewers of candy haws, masks, lanterns. A dazzling variety, colorful and eye-catching. Affected by the festive and sweet atmosphere, both of them were highly spirited. They leisurely browsed and bought quite a few things. Shui Jintang purchased a lot of snacks. Seeing something new or tasty, he'd buy a little to try, sharing with Gu Qixiao. This doesn't taste as good as what you make. Taking a bite of roasted meat from the youth's hand, Gu Qixiao commented. Shui Jintang's eyes twinkled. Eating my cooking all the time will get tiring. There are plenty of different kinds of street food here. Some are pretty unique. Trying them occasionally is pretty nice. Gu Qixiao tightened his grip on the hand. It won't tire me out. Anything made by you, I like. Although Shui Jintang had seen countless such lines of sweet talk in TV dramas, hearing Gu Qixiao say this now made him genuinely happy. Smiling warmly at Gu Qixiao, he teased. Wanya, Prince, tell me honestly, haven't you been secretly learning from others? Your words are getting sweeter by the day. Gu Qixiao also bore a faint smile on his face. Every word I said is true. Shui Jintang couldn't help but laugh heartily, and Gu Qixiao also smiled as he looked at him. The two of them were in especially high spirits. Chapter 112, Spending Qixi Festival. The night of Qixi Festival was exceptionally clear, with the moon radiating a soft and hazy glow, and the stars shining brightly. The streets were brightly lit, bustling with people. Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao walked hand in hand leisurely among the crowd, looking quite at ease. As they passed by a sugar figurine stall, they asked the stall owner to make 2 sugar figurines based on their appearances. The stall owner was an elderly man with a kind face. After hearing Shui Jintang's request, he began making the sugar figurines with a chuckle. Little sir looks so handsome, and his husband is tall and impressive, truly a fine match for each other. The two had come out rather low-key. Given their status, commoners usually wouldn't see them, thus naturally few would know their faces. They were just perceived as young masters from affluent families, their true identities unknown, which allowed them to stroll freely and comfortably. Regardless of how low profile they tried to be, their appearance and demeanor stood out in the crowd, drawing many admiring glances along the way. Still, anyone observing their intimate posture could easily guess their relationship. Coupled with Gu Qixiao's powerful aura, there was an implicit sense of intimidation, so no one dared to disturb them yet. Of course, some people couldn't understand why these two men were together. Out of respect for their social position, they didn't dare to criticize openly but cast disparaging and disdainful looks their way. Neither Shui Jintang nor Gu Qixiao cared about such judgments. After all, even in modern times, homosexuality isn't widely accepted by the masses, let alone in this more conservative ancient era. Indeed, some dynasties were different, such as during the Weijin Southern Northern dynasties when same-sex relationships were prevalent historically. Unfortunately, this period wasn't special like that, aligning more closely with most historical eras where conservative thought dominated. Shui Jintang understood this well, so his emotions weren't much affected by such attitudes. As long as they weren't made uncomfortable in front of him, he knew they wouldn't act rashly against them. But if someone foolishly insulted them directly, they wouldn't hesitate to respond unkindly. Some people did show understanding and acceptance though. The old man making the sugar figures didn't look or act strangely when seeing them, instead, he complimented them on being well suited for each other with a smile. Their hearts felt more at peace due to his positive attitude. After receiving the sugar figurines from the old man, Shui Jintang thanked him with a smile, placed the money into the old man's hand, and quickly pulled Gu Qixiao away. Sugar figurines weren't expensive, 2 cost only a few coins. However, since the patterns were specially requested by Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao, and weren't readily available on the stand, it took a bit more effort, eventually costing 10 coins in total. By the time the old man noticed the extra sliver of silver left for him, their figures had already disappeared into the crowd. The piece of broken silver likely amounted to around 2 taels, while here 1 tael was enough to sustain an average 4-member family for half a year to a year. With this extra two-tail bonus, the old man could reduce the frequency of setting up his stall significantly. Gazing at the direction they left, the old man wiped his eyes slightly and carefully tucked the silver into his clothes before packing up and heading home directly. Although Shou Jintang had handed over the money discreetly without anyone noticing, and the old man handled the silver cautiously when checking it. A common saying goes that, do not flaunt wealth, always keeping precautions in mind. To avoid any potential risks, returning home to securely hide the silver proved essential while nobody was paying attention. After pulling Gu Qixiao far enough from the sugar figurine stall, their pace slowed once again, walking hand in hand slowly, smiling as they continued their wander. Shou Jintang spun the sugar figurine in his hand with a smile. The old man's craftsmanship was remarkable, intricately painting the sugar designs, capturing their essence despite not perfectly replicating their appearances. There was no doubt these figurines bore a semblance of both individuals, crafted beautifully with care. Not only were the old man's attitudes and words pleasant to hear, the sincerity behind Shou Jintang's generous tip came from his willingness to share. The mere 2 taels of silver given wasn't stinginess on his part, they simply hadn't carried too many small silver pieces with them, mostly having larger ingots and precious yuan bao. There were a few smaller silver pieces, but not many, these they needed for their own shopping needs. Additionally, the primary reason lies in prudence, giving too much to the old man might attract unwanted attention, posing danger, even risking fatal trouble, for the old man. Only 2 taels of silver, discreetly given, were less noticeable and easier for the old man to store safely. Even if word leaked later, theft at worst would occur, unlikely resulting in violent harm over such minimal gain. However, with a significant sum of silver, anything might change. After all, for enormous profit, some people would risk dangerous acts. Moreover, the old man wouldn't feel uneasy or live in constant fear with 2 taels of silver, and his family's life would improve. That was great. Shou Jintang looked at the sugar figurine in his hand. His sugar figurine resembled Gu Qixiao, while Gu Qixiao's sugar figurine mirrored him. Shou Jintang observed the sugar figurine repeatedly, somewhat reluctant to take a bite. Gu Qixiao smiled and asked him, reluctant to eat it? Shou Jintang slightly curved his lips, a little. Then he added, but since it's hot now, if we don't eat it now, it will melt later. I am mainly observing where to start eating from. After looking for a while, Shou Jintang bit off the head of the sugar figurine and grinned at Gu Qixiao. Hee, starting to eat you from the top. Gu Qixiao laughed and also mimicked the youth's action by starting to eat from the head. Then I will do the same as you. Shou Jintang couldn't help but burst out laughing, taking one bite after another at the sugar figurine. The sweet taste filled his mouth, and Shou Jintang happily narrowed his eyes. Delicious. Gu Qixiao licked the body of the sugar figurine, and the curve of his lips widened with deeper implications. Very delicious indeed. Shou Jintang acutely heard the undertone in his words and blushed as he glared at him. Gu Qixiao's smile deepened even more. After finishing the sugar figurines, a peddler carrying sugared haws passed by. Shou Jintang bought 2 skewers of sugared haws, 1 for each. Handing the sugared haw to Gu Qixiao, Shou Jintang directly bit into a hawthorn fruit, humming as the outer layer of sugar was crisp, and the inner hawthorn carried a tangy flavor. Tangy and sweet, it was still very delicious. As they ate, Shou Jintang said to Gu Qixiao. Prince, these sugared haws aren't limited to hawthorns, there can be yam beans, strawberries, oranges, and other things too, which are also very tasty. Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow, finding it quite interesting. Can those be eaten together? Shou Jintang nodded vigorously, of course they can. When it gets colder later, I'll make some for the prince to try. It's not suitable now with the hot weather, so I'm lazy to move. Gu Qixiao's eyes softened gently, alright, no rush, we'll wait till it gets cold to make them. While munching on sugared haws, the pair passed by a stall selling masks. Shou Jintang looked at those bizarre, variously styled masks with curiosity shining in his face. Seeing his highly interested demeanor, Gu Qixiao chuckled and asked, would you like to buy a couple? Sure, Shou Jintang readily agreed and enthusiastically started picking out masks. After browsing back and forth, Shou Jintang eventually chose a silver-white fox mask that only covered the upper half of his face. Shou Jintang tried it on, smiling at Gu Qixiao. Prince, how does it look? The young man had a handsome appearance and a gentle demeanor. Now with half of his face covered by the mask, his red lips and his white delicate chin were exposed, adding a touch of mystery. Gu Qixiao's gaze deepened, not bad, it looks very good on you. Shou Jintang immediately grinned and took off the fox mask, I like it too, so I'll get this mask. What about you, Prince? Gu Qixiao's eyes scanned over numerous masks and finally picked up a pure black one, similarly covering half the face. Shou Jintang helped him put it on, examining it with sparkling eyes. The black mask was exquisitely crafted, adhering neatly to Gu Qixiao's face. It revealed his pitch-black eyes, light-colored lips, and smoothly lined jaw, adding an air of coldness and mystique. Looks good. The mask suits you perfectly, Prince. Shou Jintang immediately praised. Gu Qixiao took off the mask and saw the shine in the youth's eyes. Smiling, he said. Then I'll buy this one. Yeah, fine. In the future, when we go out and don't want to show our faces, we can wear these 2 masks. Hee, it'll definitely be fun. Shou Jintang visualized both wearing masks, curving his lips further. Passing by a jewelry stall, Shou Jintang selected a white jade hairpin to try out on Gu Qixiao. Prince, wearing this jade hairpin should also look good on you. Gu Qixiao smiled and let him have his way, selecting a blue headband from among various small trinkets. This color matches your clothes today well. Shou Jintang glanced at the headband, it was the color he liked. It does match well. Since it's what Prince picked out for me, I like it. Tomorrow, when I comb my hair, Prince can help me put it on. Gu Qixiao smiled and held the headband in his hand, alright. The two didn't choose much, just picked out a couple of small accessories, then continued walking forward. These were all small vendors. Today, their main customers weren't necessarily these young masters, but rather regular people who had some savings but weren't too affluent. Shou Jintang bought this just for novelty, since the craftsmanship of these hairpins from small stalls wasn't that exquisite after all. If he really wanted to buy one, it would be better to go to a shop like Treasure Pavilion. After paying, the two continued their stroll. It was probably because today was Qixi that there were many lantern vendors on the street. The shapes of the lanterns varied in all sorts of ways, and Shou Jintang couldn't look through them all. He eventually picked a cute rabbit-shaped lantern. I'm born under the rabbit zodiac, I'll choose this one then, they all look so nice. Gu Qixiao looked at the cute rabbit lantern and smiled in agreement. He thought silently that this rabbit and the youth seemed rather alike, equally adorable. In the end, Gu Qixiao selected a carp lantern. The carp lantern symbolized an abundance of surplus every year and harvest, prosperity with good meaning. With each holding a lantern, the two walked hand in hand leisurely onward. Up ahead, a faint fragrance of powder could already be smelled. Shou Jintang followed the direction the scent came from, looked up, and not far away saw a building bustling with activity, with a procuress standing outside enticing customers. This was certainly an ancient flower house without any doubt. Procure women heard everything around them, eyesight roaming. Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang hadn't even approached yet when she had already spotted them sharply. Shou Jintang was sure that the moment the procuress saw them, her eyes brightened immediately as she quickly rushed toward them, shouting all the way. Oh, the two gentlemen are such fine talents, come on inside. All the ladies in the building are eagerly awaiting you. As she spoke, she extended her hands, attempting to grab the sleeves of the two. Her movements were incredibly swift, almost succeeding before Gu Qixiao's glare froze her action in place. Gu Qixiao looked coldly, his expression uninviting. The gaze directed towards the procuress made her awkwardly chuckle. Seems like this gentleman isn't too fond of meeting strangers. Gu Qixiao coldly glanced at her once more, pulling Shou Jintang and prepared to leave by changing directions. Seeing Gu Qixiao pulling Shou Jintang together to leave, the procuress was unwilling to let go of such excellent customers. Just from the looks and bearing of these two, they were undoubtedly wealthy big clients. She immediately called out repeatedly. This gentleman, if you wish to leave that's your choice, but why drag the gentleman next to you along? Since Shou Jintang's demeanor was mild, though frightened by Gu Qixiao's cold face, the procuress was not afraid of him and thus continued to call out. This young gentleman must be a first-time visitor here. Our building has all kinds of girls, surely there will be someone who suits the young master's taste. Aren't you going to step inside and take a look? Hearing this, Gu Qixiao's face grew even colder. Shou Jintang had only seen such places on TV before. This was the first time he was actually standing in front of one of these spots. His curiosity piqued as he took a few glances. After listening to what the procuress said, he suppressed a laugh and looked at Gu Qixiao. Just as the procuress was about to add a couple more words, Gu Qixiao turned around and directly held up both of their clasped hands, his tone cold. Look clearly now. The procuress stopped herself from continuing to pull them into the business. Given the grand appearances of the two, earlier caught up in hurrying to get their business, and also due to the dim light of the evening, she hadn't noticed that the two were a couple. Now seeing their clasped hands, how could she still misunderstand? She immediately gave them an awkward smile, apologized, and went back to the entrance of the flower building to entice other customers instead. Gu Qixiao then pulled Shou Jintang to change directions and continue their stroll. After leaving the area where the flower building was located, Shou Jintang couldn't help laughing. The procuress must have been scared off by your majesty's cold face. Look at how fast she retreated, ha ha ha. Gu Qixiao squeezed his hand and helplessly glanced at him with affection. You're still laughing, she even tried to pull me into this mess. Shou Jintang's eyebrows curved happily, isn't that because they didn't recognize you? With us both getting close to that area, how could they not try to invite us in? Despite the pair's modest appearance today, they weren't wearing rough hemp clothes. Their garments were still made of satin and silk, just not as luxurious as usual. Coupled with their appearances, they fit perfectly into the image of rich young masters. No wonder the procuress came up to beckon them haha. Gu Qixiao, looking at the laughter on Shou Jintang's face, helplessly squeezed his hand again. When he had laughed enough, they changed direction and continued strolling hand in hand. Walking to an alley entrance where fewer people were around, Gu Qixiao stopped and said to Shou Jintang. Tang, I also have something to give to you. Immediately, Shou Jintang became curious and asked right away. What is it? Gu Qixiao took out a delicate sandalwood box from his sleeve. Opening it, there were 2 strands of bracelets inside. The bracelets were woven with red silk threads, adorned sparsely with silver and jade decorations in between. Gu Qixiao picked up one strand and looked at Shui Jintang. Tang Tang, shall I put it on for you? Chapter 113, Gift. Gu Qixiao's eyes were filled with an air of anticipation. Shui Jintang did not refuse, and immediately smiled as she extended her hand. All right, then I'll trouble His Highness to put it on for me. A look of joy flashed in Gu Qixiao's eyes. He immediately grasped Shui Jintang's wrist and carefully placed the bracelet onto her wrist. The young lady's skin was fair, and the red silk thread around her wrist made her skin look even more jade-like and translucent. Still holding the girl's wrist, Gu Qixiao didn't let go, admiration glowing in his eyes. Beautiful, Tang Tang, the red suits you well. Shui Jintang brought her hand closer to take a closer look at the bracelet, noting that its embellishments were sparse. In the center was a small silver plaque. The plaque was tiny, yet the patterns engraved on it were exquisitely detailed, and there seemed to be some characters inscribed within. Upon inspecting it closely, Shui Jintang saw the character, Tang. There's also something on the back. At this moment, Gu Qixiao's smiling voice resonated. Shui Jintang lifted her gaze to him and flipped the silver plaque over, finding the character, Qiao, engraved on the other side. Looking at the Qiao, Shui Jintang turned the plaque back again and revealed a radiant smile. I like it very much. On either side of the silver plaque were green jade beads that felt cool and delicate to the touch, their color indicated they were top-grade jade. Though simple in decoration, the bracelet wasn't unattractive. Instead, it had an aesthetic appeal of simplicity and refinement. Shui Jintang moved her wrist, gazing at the bracelet, then looked up and smiled at Gu Qixiao. It looks great, thank you, Your Highness. I really like the gift. Shui Jintang then glanced at the other bracelet inside the sandalwood box. Is this one yours? Let me help you wear it. Gu Qixiao's expression softened further as he extended his wrist to her. Then I'll trouble Tang Tang to put it on for me. As Shui Jintang examined the second bracelet, its decorations were identical to hers, only slightly larger in size. Taking the bracelet, she helped place it on Gu Qixiao's wrist. After a brief admiration, she voiced her approval. It looks wonderful on you too, Your Highness. Gu Qixiao smiled again, reaching out to grasp Shui Jintang's bracelet-clad hand with his own hand wearing the matching bracelet, intertwining their fingers. In a gentle tone, he asked. The bracelet is woven from a red thread. Does Tang Tang know what the red thread symbolizes? Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang paused, her heart beating faster. Of course she knew. Since ancient times, red threads have often been associated with marriage and love, symbolizing good wishes and are regarded as signs of good fortune and happiness. The red thread of destiny, the red cord binding couples, all carry auspicious meanings. Gu Qixiao presenting her with a bracelet made of a red thread signifies his hope that their relationship will align with the meaning behind this red thread, a blissful and harmonious union. A surge of bitterness and warmth flooded Shui Jintang's heart. Gu Qixiao raised their intertwined hands, black eyes directly meeting the clear, amber gaze of Shui Jintang's, speaking earnestly. Tang Tang, I like you. I hope we can stay together forever, never separating. Bathed under the moonlight and the lamplight, the handsome man wore a tender expression as he confessed sincerely. Staring into his deep eyes akin to polished obsidian, Shui Jintang's heart beat quickly. Under his expectant gaze, she smiled and replied. Yes, I hope we will never separate. Unable to resist, Gu Qixiao broke into a smile, pulling the young woman into a tight embrace and burying his head into her neck. Tang Tang, I am so happy. Shui Jintang leaned obediently against him, overwhelmed by gratitude and a profound sense of security. I am also very happy. The gift from Your Highness means a lot to me. It's the best present I've received tonight. Perhaps it was due to Gu Qixiao's tenderness or the perfect atmosphere. Looking at the exquisite young man with his crescent-shaped eyebrows, Gu Qixiao could not resist leaning down for a kiss. Shui Jintang didn't shy away but wrapped her arms around the strong yet lean waist of the man, raising her face to meet him. The moon was shining brightly, the moonlight as pure as water. On the bustling street, bathed in the lamplight, the two shared a kiss. This intimate scene was seen by every passerby, leaving many who witnessed their actions somewhat bashful, quickly averting their gazes. But they were filled with envy and yearning in their hearts, hoping they too would find the person meant just for them. However, someone else found this particular scene exceptionally glaring. Gu Yuhong handed a piece of cake to the person dressed in white before him, seeing the individual's gaze fixed in a certain direction, thus couldn't help asking. Zheyu, what's wrong? And the person dressed in white was none other than Chu Zheyu. Today is Qixi festival, and Chu Zheyu also invited Gu Yuhong out. Earlier, Chu Zheyu saw a bakery and thought the pastries inside would be very delicious. Gu Yuhong took the initiative to buy them. During the waiting process, Chu Zheyu casually scanned the surroundings and noticed someone in the distance whose silhouette resembled his nominal brother. Chu Zheyu was about to step forward to greet him when he saw a person beside that figure put a bracelet on their wrist, followed by a kissing scene. Only then did he notice that his brother wasn't alone, Ning Prince Wang was actually accompanying him. From what he just witnessed, Ning Prince Wang and his brother seemed to have a good relationship. He had always assumed that his brother's personality wouldn't appeal to Ning Prince Wang, and he hadn't seen him go out for quite some time. Sometimes, Chu Zheyu even maliciously thought. Perhaps his brother failed to please Ning Prince Wang and thus was under house arrest. But today's sight greatly contradicted his thoughts, shattering his guesswork. Unexpectedly, his brother, who always seemed useless in his eyes, was so intimate with the rumored cold and ruthless Ning Prince Wang. On what grounds? Originally, because of the rumors in the capital city regarding Gu Qizhao's coldness and ruthlessness, as well as his connection with Gu Yuhong, Chu Zheyu didn't want to marry into Ning Prince's mansion. It was said that Gu Qizhao was even poisoned and had little time left to live. Under such circumstances, Marquis residents decided to let the reclaimed real son take his place and marry Ning Prince Wang. Chu Zheyu felt nothing but joy and relief. His brother used to have a gloomy personality and definitely wouldn't be liked after entering the mansion. But now, what he saw shocked him. Ning Prince Wang was gently embracing and kissing his brother. Chu Zheyu could feel his heart twist with envy. His eyes even turned red. On what grounds? How could his brother from the countryside gain the affection of the most powerful prince in Dakian? This shouldn't happen, he should have been disliked by the prince. Fueled by jealousy, Chu Zheyu temporarily lost his voice. Gu Yuhong looked up at him, noticing that he was still staring straight ahead. Following his gaze, he also looked over. The next moment, both of them widened their eyes. That is. My uncle, and your brother? Realizing this thanks to Gu Yuhong, Chu Zheyu quickly put on an innocent smile. Yes, I didn't expect to see my brother here, along with His Highness Ning Prince Wang. They seem to have a good relationship. Gu Yuhong fixed his eyes on the youth hugged by Gu Qizhao, his expression darkening. Jean Tang was clearly fond of him before, but now she seemed to have improved her relationship with his uncle. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Gu Yuhong kept staring at the scene, lost in thought. Chu Zheyu's jealousy eventually calmed down a bit. Turning around, he noticed Gu Yuhong still gazing towards the direction. His eyes focused on Jean Tang. A sense of alertness rose within him. What was Gu Yuhong thinking? He wouldn't possibly have taken a fancy to his waste of space brother, right? Though reluctant, Chu Zheyu had to admit, his appearance was indeed decent. In the past, Gu Yuhong's attitude toward Jean Tang wasn't bad, but no matter how you look at it, his useless brother was nowhere near as good as him. Therefore, Chu Zheyu didn't worry that he would interfere with his status. However, now that the other party had married into the prince's mansion and evidently received much affection from Ning Prince Wang, his aura had changed completely compared to the past. Unknowingly, Chu Zheyu began to feel a sense of crisis, yet consoled himself. Never mind if Gu Yuhong suddenly discovers feelings for Jean Tang. She has already married Ning Prince Wang, and there's absolutely no way for her to become his again. Still, he couldn't bear the thought of Gu Yuhong liking him, hurriedly interrupting. Brother Yuhong, it seems very lively up ahead. I want to take a look. Let's go. Gu Yuhong turned to look at him. After hesitating for a while, Chu Zheyu forced a kind and considerate expression onto his face. Moreover, my brother has never fully forgiven me. Today being a festival, he might not wish for me to disturb them. We'd better not approach them. Gu Yuhong's expression grew somber, but seeing Chu Zheyu's innocent and obedient face, he ultimately dismissed the idea of greeting them. Putting on a gentle demeanor, he replied. You're right, my uncle obviously came out with your brother today for a date, and they wouldn't want outsiders to disturb. I'll refrain from going over. We can always greet them another day. Upon hearing this, Chu Zheyu put on a compliant smile. Brother Hong is right. Let's go and see what's causing all the commotion over there. Gu Yuhong grinned even wider and took his hand. Let's go. I'll take you to check it out. Chu Zheyu pretended to be shy as he pulled back slightly while following Gu Yuhong toward the place he pointed. Gu Qizhao and Jean Tang didn't notice these two. After exchanging a passionate kiss filled with tenderness, they parted. Jean Tang's eyes were slightly red, her face flushed faintly with shyness and sweetness in her heart. Gu Qizhao still kept one hand on Jean Tang, his jet-black eyes were filled with joy and contentment as he gently stroked the young woman's reddish lips with his thumb. His expression was extremely pleased. Jean Tang turned away to dodge his lingering hand and glanced around as if trying to conceal something. She maintained a calm appearance and said to Gu Qizhao. My lord, we have been wandering for quite some time. Let's head back. So cute. Gu Qizhao chuckled softly, twirled his fingers affectionately, and responded kindly. Alright, let's head back. Then one of his hands extended again, interlocking their fingers together. Jean Tang felt even warmer in her cheeks but also tightly held on to Gu Qizhao's hand as she walked shoulder to shoulder back home. Though dinner hadn't been eaten yet, both had consumed plenty of snacks along the way, satisfying their hunger completely. Returning to the mansion, they rested briefly before heading straight into washing up and bathing together. Lying in bed, they couldn't help but grow intimate once more until just before losing control they finally stopped. At some point, Jean Tang's clothes had loosened, her ears turning red as she hastily adjusted them. Turning around, she faced away from Gu Qizhao and closed her eyes, pretending to fall asleep. Gu Qizhao chuckled lowly, reminiscing about the smooth sensation beneath his fingers earlier. The young girl's slender waistline drew him endlessly closer. As her breathing grew soft and steady, he leaned in further from behind, embracing her in his arms, and closed his eyes contentedly. Their relationship had deepened another step, he was thoroughly satisfied. When Shui Jin-tang woke up, Gu Qishao had already risen, and upon learning he had gone to the study via Luing, she acknowledged the information. Recalling the intimacy shared last night with Gu Qishao, her face heated up once more. She tried to push those scenes out of her mind, dressed properly, then went to her courtyard to visit Mo-in and Oreo. Despite being tiny, after being nurtured for these days, Shui Jin-tang found that Oreo was an energetic cub. Though its steps weren't fully stable yet, it would daily trot around energetically on little stubby legs. Fortunately, the yard was spacious enough for such a small creature to play freely. Also because it was so small, plus the fact that Mo-in had brought it back himself, Shui Jin-tang temporarily decided not to prepare a new nest for it but instead allowed it to sleep alongside Mo-in. While leopards are usually solitary by nature, Shui Jin-tang believed Mo-in wasn't like that. After all, Oreo was saved by Mo-in who picked it up. If left alone in the forest at such a young age, its inevitable fate would have been either starvation or becoming prey to other wild beasts. Now, placing the baby panda beside him, Mo-in never drove it away but instead cared attentively for this little furball of another species. Just like now, when Shui Jin-tang arrived, she saw Oreo stumbling wobbly around Mo-in. Mo-in remained still, lying quietly with golden eyes half closed. His long tail swished lazily behind him. Oreo continued circling near him, and often, Mo-in's tail would stop just before the little cub deliberately teasing it. It painted a harmonious picture of warmth. A thought instantly arose in Shui Jin-tang's mind, Mo-in was truly a great father. Unable to resist laughing, she approached and fondly rubbed the big cat's fluffy head, which felt wonderful to touch, thick and velvety soft. From his head down to his back, and then along his back to Mo-in's long tail, she gave the giant feline a thorough stroke, leaving her feeling greatly satisfied as she arched her eyes contentedly. Indeed, after getting to know each other better, Shui Jin-tang could freely touch Mo-in's tail now. Seeing Shui Jin-tang come over, Oreo also scrambled close, wrapping its tiny paws around her legs happily rubbing against them while cooing adorably. Perhaps because Shui Jin-tang fed its spiritual spring water daily, Oreo became very attached to her. After Mo-in, she was Oreo's favorite person. Every time Shui Jin-tang came over, it loved running up to her and playing cutely, seeking affectionate embraces. However, towards Gu Qishao, it wasn't as affectionate, though still the third closest to Oreo. For everyone else, it wasn't nearly as friendly. Shui Jin-tang believed both it and Mo-in were intelligent. Perhaps because of his young age, Oreo was not yet as spiritually intelligent as Mo-in, and when Shui Jin-tang spoke to him, he could only understand very simple sentences. But even so, it was quite impressive. With more growth and continued consumption of spiritual spring water, Oreo would likely comprehend even more over time. When Oreo grew up, Shui Jin-tang could take both him and Mo-in along whenever she went out, which would greatly enhance her safety. Shui Jin-tang smiled as she rubbed Oreo's head and bent down to pick up the black and white cub, sitting beside the big cat. The morning sunshine warmed her comfortably, and Shui Jin-tang basked in it while playing with the two cats, one big and one small, feeling utterly content. Chapter 114, Return Gift, Painting. The warm morning sunlight fell gently on Shui Jin-tang's body. He closed his eyes in comfort and leaned against the soft and sturdy back of Mo-in. His gaze unintentionally swept over his wrist, where the bracelet given to him last night by Gu Qishao still rested. Shui Jin-tang examined the bracelet, thinking that since Gu Qishao had gifted him something, he should return the favor with a gift as well. Upon reflection, yesterday being the Qixi festival, all he had thought about was going out for the evening with Gu Qishao, not once considering giving a gift in return. Yet Gu Qishao had already prepared one ahead of time. He indeed hadn't done as well in this aspect. Since they had already expressed their feelings for each other, from now on he should pay more attention to matters between them. It would be best to start with the first gift. Shui Jin-tang toyed with the red string bracelet on his wrist, his mind racing. The bracelet Gu Qishao gave him was handmade, personally chosen red thread, hand-picked beads, and even a specially crafted silver plaque according to his specifications. Every detail of the bracelet could be attributed to Gu Qishao's own work. If Gu Qishao gave a handmade gift, then shouldn't he also present something personally made as a gesture? Gu Qishao had already gifted him a bracelet, so his return gift shouldn't be another bracelet. What kind of handicraft could he make himself? Wood carving? A good idea, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to do it. Sewing clothes? Ahem, please forgive him, he only knew how to mend clothing, it would be embarrassing to display such a skill. Or perhaps painting. Shui Jin-tang nodded approvingly at the thought, it seemed viable. Though he hadn't formally studied art, he had bought materials and taught himself for some time. For instance, sketching or drawing simple stick figures were things he could manage. Though his technique couldn't compare to professionals, it was still heartfelt. In any case, no one in this world knew this kind of drawing method, so there was no need for comparison, and since it was novel, it might seem fresh to Gu Qishao. It would likely make for an appropriate gift. As for the content of the painting, it could feature both him and Gu Qishao. Having decided what to give, Shui Jin-tang wasted no time. He petted the big cat's head, hugged the small black and white ball of fur, and headed back inside. He had soaked up enough sun, it was time for breakfast. After finishing breakfast with Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang turned to making his gift. Modern art naturally required pencils, which were unavailable here. Ink brushes weren't convenient either, so after much tinkering, Shui Jintang created a charcoal pencil. To avoid dirtying his hands, he wrapped the part where he held it with several turns of cloth. Once the charcoal pencil was ready, Shui Jintang began drawing diligently. He sketched cartoon versions of himself and Gu Qixiao. Once completed, Shui Jintang carefully framed the painting and handed it over to Gu Qixiao. With a smile lighting up his features, Gu Qixiao glanced at the wooden box in his hands while opening it. What is it? The prince can take a look inside. Did you not give me a bracelet? This is my return gift, Shui Jintang said with a grin. Opening the box revealed several pieces of cut rice paper, each containing an image. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Qixiao looked curiously at the first one. It depicted two simply drawn figures, both carrying lanterns in their hands. The details of the objects hinted at the Qixi festival night. Oddly, these little figures looked chubby and very cute, with an overall feel distinct from the traditional portraits Gu Qixiao was used to. Moreover, it seemed the artwork wasn't created using ink wash. What about this painting? Gu Qixiao looked up to see the smiling youth. Shui Jintang explained with a laugh, I drew it with a charcoal pencil. As for the style, does the prince not think it makes people appear rather adorable? Chapter 115, The Emperor's Birthday. In fact, what Shui Jintang was drawing were cartoonish characters. Gu Qixiao saw that the two figures in the painting, although different from the ones he usually saw, did indeed have a particularly cute appeal. He couldn't help but smile. They're quite cute. Besides, it was a gift from the young one, so he naturally liked it. Gu Qixiao looked at the first picture carefully for a while before continuing to flip through. The paintings Shui Jintang gave to Gu Qixiao weren't just one, there were several of them, all depicting scenes of the two spending time together. The first one showed the scene of the two celebrating the Qixi festival. Gu Qixiao flipped open the first one, revealing the second. The second one was also familiar, it depicted the scene of two little figures riding horses, with blue skies and white clouds painted along with characteristics of the horse stable environment. The horses weren't exactly like Zhui Feng and Zhu Yun but instead, like the people, looked equally adorable. Gu Qixiao instantly recognized the moment, when he taught the youth how to ride horses at the stable. Recalling the scene of that day, Gu Qixiao's expression softened even more. He then continued to flip and found the scene of the two soaking in hot springs. Further on, there were scenes of the two hunting in the mountains, taking refuge in a cave from the rain where they saw Moing eating meals together. Gu Qixiao looked carefully at each painting until he reached the last one, which showed the two of them getting married in a wedding ceremony. The style was very cute. Reviewing all the paintings brought back memories of every little detail of their time together. After finishing all the small paintings, Gu Qixiao's eyes were filled with tenderness as he raised his gaze toward the youth, liking him more the longer he looked. His lips curved, relaxed in demeanor. Tang Tang, I really like your return gift. You've worked hard. Shui Jintang's brows arched slightly. Good, not tiring. It's just about drawing pictures. I like painting, and giving you a return gift is doing something I love too. Gu Qixiao's demeanor became even gentler. His finger lightly brushed over the paintings before neatly stacking them up again and placing them carefully back into the sandalwood box. I will certainly keep these paintings carefully. These were the youth's feelings towards him, and also the first gift given to him by the youth, and Gu Qixiao cherished them greatly. Shui Jintang curled her lips, you don't need to lock them away. If my lord likes, you can look at them frequently, after all, aren't paintings meant to be appreciated? Gu Qixiao chuckled softly, you're right. The two chatted for a while and talked about when they would visit their adoptive parents. Gu Qixiao said. In another month, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Emperor's birthday is 3 days after. By tradition, both occasions should host banquets, but because they are too close, they will be combined. The Emperor's birthday is an important matter, so the banquet will be held grandly. After that, there will be the Autumn Hunt, followed by Double Ninth Festival. Visiting your foster parents after Double Ninth Festival would be the most appropriate time, otherwise, if we wait any longer, the weather will get too cold for convenient travel. And as we approach the end of the year, various festivals, banquets, and large and small affairs become increasingly frequent, leaving us busier with no free time. At that point, it can only wait until next year. Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang nodded, I'll listen to you, my lord, and will visit them after Double Ninth Festival. So, the most important thing now is the Emperor's birthday. Should we all give gifts for the Emperor's birthday? Gu Qixiao smiled and gently ruffled his hair. Of course, you are my princess, and our unity means one gift is enough. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. Shui Jintang nudged against his hand, revealing 2 small dimples at the corners of his mouth. I think, my lord, that you shouldn't bother choosing or looking for the Emperor's birthday present this year. I believe there's something else that would be a perfect gift. Gu Qixiao raised an eyebrow curiously, what is it? Shui Jintang's face glowed with pride and joy. High-quality seeds. We've already harvested the batch of various crop seeds that we used for experiments, and another batch will soon be ripe for harvest. It should coincide perfectly before the emperor's birthday. If everything goes well, it should yield significantly more than regular crops. For the emperor's birthday, presenting the superior seeds as a gift might be the best present of all. Compared to others, the emperor would probably be happier with this. If the emperor were someone decadent, ignorant, and ruthless, he would surely prefer gifts like gold and jewels. But Gu Qixiao had told him that this emperor, though not a legendary ruler, who may harbor some suspicions towards Gu Qixiao, is still far from being incompetent or cruel. He takes governance and the lives of the people seriously and responsibly. Thus, using superior seeds as a gift, the emperor would most likely be pleased. Chapter 116, Daily Life. After hearing Shui Jintang's words, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but show a smile at the corner of his lips, his heart also rising with joy and delight. Good seeds indeed would be excellent news for his imperial brother. Indeed, it's the best birthday present. When he learns about this surprise, I'm sure he'll be very happy. Actually, not just for the emperor, it was also very joyful news for Gu Qixiao himself. With good seeds, crop yields will increase, and the people's lives will improve. The well-being of the commoners means the prosperity of Daqian. As a prince of Daqian, Gu Qixiao naturally cares about the welfare of the people and the safety of Daqian. Shui Jintang smiled softly, since we already have such a wonderful birthday present, there's no need to look for anything else. We can simply wait for the emperor's birthday. Gu Qixiao tenderly ruffled his head. Although they said they would patiently wait for the emperor's birthday, it was still a month away. During this time, Shui Jintang spent his days idling around in the mansion, eating, drinking, and enjoying life without doing anything productive. Alright, he did do a little bit of work. For example, he occasionally went to check on the taverns, looking for any issues to solve or areas to improve. Or he would visit nearby farmland and estates to inspect the crops that were planted. But these didn't need to be done daily, so Shui Jintang had plenty of free time. Feeling that he was wasting too much time, Shui Jintang decided to find something to occupy himself with. After hiding in the study for several days, Shui Jintang came out holding a stack of rice paper and looked for Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao curiously glanced at the papers in the youth's hand. What is it? Have you thought up something new? Shui Jintang smiled and handed over the papers to Gu Qixiao. Just take a look, Your Highness. Gu Qixiao gave him a warm look and took the papers, carefully flipping through them. Gradually, a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. After reading everything, Gu Qixiao looked up, his eyes bright. Glass? Shui Jintang replied with a smile. Yes, exactly, glass. Though I'm not particularly knowledgeable in this field, I've written down the main components, raw materials, and the general production methods and processes here. Whether it can actually be successfully produced depends on the ability of the artisans under Your Highness. There was happiness in Gu Qixiao's eyes as he tenderly embraced the youth. You've explained things so clearly, if even then they can't make it, they'd be worthless. Don't worry, those I've recruited all possess skills. Give them some time, and they'll definitely produce the glass for you. Shui Jintang's smile grew wider, his eyes bending into crescent moons. I'll be waiting for Your Highness' good news then. Glass has many uses, and Your Highness will definitely like it. Gu Qixiao smiled and kissed the youth on the forehead. They talked for a while before Gu Qixiao left. He needed to immediately gather the right people to handle this important matter of manufacturing glass. Besides telling Gu Qixiao about the methods related to making glass, Shui Jintang also began preparing to open a new shop. Zuaxian Tower, which was the tavern he opened, was currently doing very well and operating steadily. There was also a dedicated manager handling it, plus Shui Jintang often went to check on it, ensuring there hadn't been any problems since its opening. Occasionally, small issues arose but were quickly resolved. A steady flow of money entered Shui Jintang's pocket, which made him extremely happy. These funds mattered greatly not only for him but also for Gu Qixiao. The more money in hand, the better living conditions Gu Qixiao's soldiers could have. Since the tavern was earning money, Shui Jintang confidently started exploring other businesses. First was a bubble tea shop, mainly selling various bubble teas and novel desserts. As making cakes and such desserts were both time-consuming and labor-intensive, the sweets would be sold in limited quantities daily, until sold out. This way, the staff wouldn't get too exhausted, and it also created a sense of scarcity marketing, stimulating customers' purchasing desire. If guests failed to purchase on a given day, they'd keep thinking about it and likely come back the next day. And when it came to the taste of the bubble tea and desserts, Shui Jintang was highly confident. He believed that attracting customers wouldn't be an issue. Last time choosing the location for the tavern took a long while, this time it was smoother. Compared to the elaborate and grand Zuaxian Tower, this bubble tea shop Shui Jintang planned wasn't going to be as large, focusing on comfort and warmth instead. On the first floor, bubble tea would be sold, while on the second floor, there would be elegant seating areas and private rooms. Customers could take their purchases to go, or after buying their drinks, carry them upstairs to sit at their preferred spot, drink the bubble tea while enjoying the view, a leisurely experience indeed. Chapter 117, Plan to open a shop, birthday approaching. Apart from the bubble tea shop, Shui Jintang also wanted to open a cosmetics shop, which would mainly sell various items used by women for makeup. For instance, lipstick, blush, eyeshadow, and so on, as well as eyebrow pencils, small brushes, and various other makeup tools. Based on the knowledge and experience he had gathered in his previous life about this field, he aimed to create some cosmetic products that were not available in his past life. Of course, many things from his previous life couldn't be produced here due to the backward production conditions. However, he could still try making the most basic and ordinary items. Those very common cosmetics from his previous life would seem incredibly novel and attractive to people who have never seen them before here. The cosmetics used in ancient times often contained lead-like toxins. The products he intended to make would definitely not contain these toxins. Just this point alone would likely attract quite a few people. In addition to the bubble tea shop and the cosmetics shop, Shou Jintang also planned to open a sundry store where all the things he would eventually come up with could be sold. For example, soap, essential oils, small mirrors made of glass, etc. He had plenty of time, and gradually, he would make all these items. Of course, these stores naturally couldn't just be called bubble tea shop or cosmetics shop directly, they would all have nice-sounding names. Currently, Shou Jintang hadn't finished making everything needed for the cosmetics shop and the sundry store, so he would temporarily open just the bubble tea shop first. Having gained experience from opening the tavern for the first time, the preparations for this shop went much faster than the last time. Location selection, decoration, recruitment of employees, hiring of chefs, signing contracts, teaching the methods for making bubble tea and desserts. After going through a series of processes, before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Shou Jintang's first bubble tea shop successfully opened. It was named Mixiangju, both simple and letting people know it was related to food and drink. On the opening day of Mixiangju, various kinds of bubble tea and desserts never heard of before attracted many customers. After tasting them, basically all became returning customers of Mixiangju. For 3 consecutive days, people coming to Mixiangju kept pouring in, making the business extraordinarily booming. 3 days later, the crowd gradually stabilized, though there weren't as many people as the first few days, it still remained at a satisfactory number. 10 days after Mixiangju's opening, the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Emperor's birthday, the Emperor's Longevity Festival arrived simultaneously. Because the 2 dates were very close together, Emperor Guqirui decided to celebrate both holidays together. From August 13th to August 19th, these 7 days wouldn't have any court sessions, plus because it was the Emperor's birthday, celebrations would be held across the country. Within the palace, from August 15th to August 18th, for continuous palace banquets would be held, inviting all the officials to join in the celebration. August 15th is when the princes, concubines, and members of the imperial family inside the palace presented gifts. In the evening, the emperor would hold a banquet within the palace, which could also be considered a family banquet, with only members of the royal family attending. On August 16th, officials from all over the country would enter the capital to present their longevity gifts to the emperor. The emperor would also set up a banquet in the evening to entertain the guests. On this day's banquet, both the royal family and officials would attend. One could say it's the emperor celebrating alongside all the officials, with performances of music and dance, as well as displays of talent during the feast. Officials can bring their wives and children to participate together. On August 17th, envoys from various countries would come to congratulate the emperor. The emperor had to entertain the envoys from different countries, thus holding 2 palace banquets. There needs to be time reserved during the day on August 17th for the envoys to rest, so the first banquet is held on that evening, mainly to entertain the envoys, eating, drinking, and enjoying performances without discussing official matters. The second banquet is held at noon on August 18th, where the envoys would present their gifts. If there are matters to discuss, they would also be placed on this day. As for when the envoys will leave, it depends on the specific situation of the palace banquet on August 18th. Both of the banquets to entertain the envoys from various countries will also be attended by members of the royal family and officials. Chapter 118, Attending the Banquet at the Palace. Ninking. Shou Jintang and Gu Qixia were getting dressed with the help of the servants. Today was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. According to tradition, there would be a banquet in the evening. Only members of the royal family would attend this evening's banquet, so since they were going, they naturally had to change clothes. After spending so much time here, Shou Jintang had learned how to wear most of her clothing by herself. But formal gowns worn for occasions like banquets are overly complicated to put on alone, it's much quicker with the help of the servants. Both were dressed in purple, Gu Qixiao in deep purple, Shou Jintang in light purple. As a prince, Gu Qixiao belonged to the highest rank of nobility in Dagon, classified as Xingyi Pin, and his attire color was designated as purple, the same as all officials from 1st to 4th rank. Though both their robes were purple, the shades differed significantly. The patterns, designs, and other aspects varied according to rank. Aside from the bright yellow reserved exclusively for the emperor, purple was the most noble color in Dagon. Below that came vermilion, permitted for 5th and 6th ranked officials, followed by green, which 7th to 9th rank officials could wear. Like the purple robes, these colors also depended on differing embroidery patterns to signify hierarchy. Yellow could only be worn by members of the imperial family, no one else dared to wear it. Once fully dressed, the two walked out of the room and prepared to board the sedan chair heading for the palace. In the carriage, Gu Qixiao looked over at the youth dressed in elegant finery compared to usual, and tenderly reminded him. This is one of the grandest banquets aside from the New Year's Eve dinner. Once we're inside the palace, if anyone greets you, just nod, no need to make any special accommodations for them. Shou Jintang smiled and nodded, yes. I've only met the empress and the second prince before, I haven't encountered the rest of the concubines or princes, so I expect to recognize everyone tonight. After entering the palace, the two walked straight toward Xingxing Hall, where the royal banquet was taking place. Upon arrival at Xingxing Hall, some guests had already gathered. When Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang entered, everyone greeted the pair warmly. Unlike his typically gentle demeanor around Shou Jintang, Gu Qixiao usually remained cold and aloof when interacting with others. In response to the salutations, he merely gave a faint nod without showing any change in expression. Following Gu Qixiao's lead, Shou Jintang politely nodded back to each person greeting them and maintained a polite smile on his face. By this point, all the arrangements for the banquet were set up. The tables and chairs were positioned according to each individual's rank within the court. Gu Qixiao directly led the young man to their designated seats and sat down. On the table, tea and snacks were already laid out, while palace maids and eunuchs continuously delivered new dishes. Each time someone entered, there was always a designated person to announce them at the door. Among those who had arrived, small groups chatted animatedly, making the hall lively and bustling. Gu Qixiao picked up the teapot, poured a cup of water for Shou Jintang, handed it to the youth, then served himself a cup as well. He whispered softly. Once all the dishes are served and all the guests arrive, His Majesty will make his final entrance. Then, the banquet officially begins. Shou Jintang took a sip of water and nodded, his large eyes scanning the hall curiously, observing the surroundings. This was the first time he'd attended an imperial banquet, and he felt a tinge of curiosity in his heart. Sitting next to Shou Jintang, the two sat closely together. Aware of the young man's curiosity, Gu Qixiao introduced him to the various individuals present in the hall in hushed tones. Shou Jintang listened attentively, his amber-colored eyes shifting to every individual mentioned by Gu Qixiao. Quietly, he memorized the names and statuses of each person. Gu Qixiao pointed the youth's attention toward the left corner of the hall and continued introducing. That is the seventh prince, Gu Yuming. Chapter 119, The Seventh Prince. Shou Jintang followed Gu Qixiao's gaze and saw a teenager who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. He was frail, with a delicate face, quietly sitting in his position and sipping tea while keeping his eyes lowered. Compared to the earlier princes who seemed arrogant, this seventh prince appears much more low-key. He just sits there by himself without talking to others. Shou Jintang glanced at him several times. Compared to the previous princes, the seventh prince gave him a much more comfortable impression. Gu Qixiao explained. He is the son of the late empress. Her family was not powerful, and when she passed away, he was still very young. Losing the protection of the empress, his situation naturally worsened. Now that the position of crown prince is vacant, as the son of the late empress, his competitiveness is not weak. Normally, he should be targeted and envied by the other princes. However, due to his consistently low-profile behavior and careful conduct, combined with poor health requiring constant medication, it has reduced the attention others pay towards him. He has thus lived on safely. After hearing this, Shou Jintang turned her head towards him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. The late empress. So, there was another empress before the current one. Speaking of which, I haven't heard you mention the first prince yet, has he already passed? Was he also the son of the late empress? Gu Qixiao remained calm, continuing to explain matters of the royal family to the youth while drinking. From the outside, they appeared close, whispering secrets to each other. No one would have guessed their conversation had nothing to do with emotions but rather involved gossip. Through Gu Qixiao's explanation, Shou Jintang learned quite a bit. Turns out, the emperor's former empress was not the current one. The late empress bore the surname Shen, was the daughter of a military family, and gave birth to the first prince, who was subsequently appointed as crown prince. The first prince excelled in both literary and martial arts, being upright and kind-hearted. He was entirely worthy of being the crown prince, receiving support from many officials in court, and satisfying the emperor, who had no intention of replacing the crown prince. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. When enemies attacked, the first prince volunteered to lead an expedition. Although the imperial doctors did everything they could, the first prince suffered serious injuries during the battle and ultimately passed away. This news caught everyone off guard. No one expected such an unremarkable foreign disturbance, relatively low risk, to have tragic consequences. The crown prince going to suppress the rebellion would have been an opportunity for him to gain achievements. Moreover, since he requested the mission, the emperor allowed it, never expecting the crown prince to be fatally wounded by an arrow coated with poison during that battle. Such events were unwelcome by the emperor, empress, and the majority of officials, but once something happens, death cannot be reversed. Upon learning of this tragedy, the late empress was deeply affected, heartbroken to the point of illness, and remained persistently melancholic thereafter. She struggled on for a few years for the sake of her younger son, the seventh prince Gu Yuhong, but eventually passed away 3 years ago due to exhaustion. The emperor and the late empress had a decent relationship, and the first prince was someone the emperor approved as his chosen successor. Their subsequent deaths impacted the emperor greatly as well. However, the position of empress couldn't remain vacant indefinitely, it was against the rules of the civil and military officials. Over time, numerous petitions were submitted requesting a new empress be selected. As mentioned earlier, Gu Qiari wasn't the type of ruler who was always wise and decisive, unaffected by the influence of the civil and military ministers. Under mounting pressure, and over time, as the original sorrow gradually faded, Gu Qiari re-established the current Empress Xuan. However, the position of Crown Prince was never filled again. Chapter 120, The Vacant Position of the Crown Prince. The position of the Crown Prince had remained vacant for a long time. No one knew what Emperor Gu Qiarui was thinking. Because there was no established Crown Prince, all the princes still had a chance. Over these years, the princes have been competing secretly to draw attention to themselves. In order to make Gu Qiarui notice them and increase their chances of being named Crown Prince. Especially those princes with strong maternal family support, the competition between them was even more intense. Prince 7, Gu Yuming, as the son of the previous empress, naturally became a strong contender for the Crown Prince position. Although the death of the previous empress left her family weak and unable to provide much support for Gu Yuming. Relying on his mother's former status as empress, who always respected Gu Qiarui as an equal, and his elder brother having once been a satisfactory crown prince to Gu Qiarui. If Gu Qiarui remembers these things and Gu Yuming acts more obediently, setting him as the crown prince isn't impossible. So initially, many people paid attention to him. Fortunately, Gu Yuming has consistently shown quite low-key behavior, silent and reserved, physically weak, taking medicine year-round, making his hopes for becoming the crown prince slim. Thus, people gradually let down their guard against him. So, now the ones with the greatest hope for competing for the crown prince position are the second prince born by Empress Xuan, and the third and fourth princes with strong maternal families. Gu Qishao nodded. Other princes either have weak maternal families or are too young. Compared to these few, they aren't as competitive. Shui Jintang nodded thoughtfully. In the original book, the second prince, Gu Yuhong, eventually ascended the throne. But Shui Jintang, having come to this world, realized that this original main character, Gu Yuhong, wasn't such a good person, so she naturally didn't want him to ascend. She looked at Gu Qishao, moved closer, and asked quietly. Then, which of these princes do you think has a better chance of succeeding? I'd like to hear your opinion. Gu Qishao's expression remained unchanged. He leaned closer to the youth and said softly. The other princes are still too young. Among the second, third, and fourth princes, if we must compare, Gu Yuhong has a better reputation than the other two and stands the highest chance. He paused for a moment and added. However, none of these three possess the proper qualities to be emperor. Shui Jintang nodded. Understood. Compared to Gu Yuhong, the other two, though equally from powerful maternal lines, lack intelligence and aren't as adept at feigning virtue like Gu Yuhong. In short, none of them were any good. Recalling how in the original book Gu Qiarui suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away, leading to chaos in the court whereupon Gu Qishao served as regent, yet ultimately succumbed due to poison affecting his health. And only then did Gu Yuhong ascend the throne. In the original story, before passing, Gu Qishao arranged retreat strategies for everyone around him. If there really was a more suitable royal successor, Gu Qishao should have helped that individual ascend instead. Yet it was Gu Yuhong who took the throne last, implying perhaps there was no one else more appropriate than Gu Yuhong. Who is the person favored by your highness? Shui Jintang edged even closer to Gu Qishao until their bodies nearly touched, leaving no space between them. Those noticing this scene couldn't help but glance a few more times. Seeing the intimacy between these two, they had rarely seen a couple displaying such closeness in public. This sight caused some individuals to observe how Princess Shui Jintang, married into the ducal house for auspicious reasons, seemed particularly favored by Gu Qishao, prompting increased attentiveness toward her. Since the Duke loved his wife so much, they needed to mind their attitudes toward this Duchess carefully, otherwise, offending the Duke would be unfortunate. The soft sound of breathing grazed near the ear, while the faint scent of grass and wood surrounding him stirred emotions. Gu Qizao's gaze darkened momentarily. He tilted his head slightly away, responding in a deep, gentle tone. A few words won't clarify everything. We'll discuss it when we get back. The Emperor should arrive soon. Unaware that her closeness had disrupted Gu Qizao's thoughts, upon hearing this, Shui Jintang obediently responded and shifted her body, sitting up straighter. As the distance between them widened slightly, the distinctive aroma unique to the young man became less immediate, and Gu Qishao relaxed a bit internally. Suppressing the desires within him, he picked up the wine cup again, continuing to chat casually with the young man as they waited for the banquet to begin. Chapter 121, Royal Family Members Present Gifts. As the eunuchs announced one after another, Emperor Gu Qiarui arrived. With the Emperor's arrival, the banquet officially began. Everyone stood up to pay their respects. After the formalities were completed, Gu Qiarui followed the tradition of previous years by delivering a short opening speech, marking the official start of the palace banquet. The first segment was the presentation of gifts. It started with the princes, then the consorts, and finally the royal family members. Following the order of seniority, the first person to present a gift was Gu Yuhong. Gu Yuhong left his seat, walked to the center of the grand hall, maintaining a warm and elegant demeanor. After kneeling down and kowtowing to the emperor, he respectfully said, "Son wishes your majesty longevity like the eastern sea and an age as enduring as the southern mountain." After reciting some auspicious birthday greetings, Gu Yuhong presented the gift he had prepared. Shui Jintang looked curiously over. It was an exceptionally fine jade, lustrous and translucent, housed in an exquisite box. Gu Yuhong held the box with both hands, and Yuan Zhong, the eunuch beside Emperor Gu Qirui, quickly ran down to present the box to the emperor. Gu Qirui took the box, examined the jade carefully for a moment, and while he was looking at it, Gu Yuhong introduced the source of the gift. For instance, how the jade was painstakingly obtained from somewhere rare, extremely precious, and beneficial to wear, etc. By the time Gu Yuhong finished speaking quickly, Gu Qirui had also finished appreciating it. He passed the box behind him, where naturally someone would take care of it. With a smile on his face, he said, "Not bad, you put a lot of thought into it." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuhong immediately displayed an expression of delight, bowed again, and only then returned to his seat. Then came the next prince. The emperor treated the next prince the same way, listening to the prince's auspicious words, looking at the gift, praising it, and then dismissing the prince. It was all a picture of harmonious father-son relations. Whether each prince truly liked the gifts they presented or not, that was unknown. In any case, they all smiled and praised them superficially. In fact, the entire process was quite boring. Each year's imperial birthday banquet was conducted in the same manner, following the same procedures. Everyone present was already very familiar with it. Gu Xiaoxiao's face showed no fluctuation as he slowly poured himself a drink. Only Shui Jintang, who could previously only understand ancient times through books and television, found today's birthday banquet interesting. She enjoyed watching each prince go up to present their gifts while eating snacks. After the princes came the princesses, and after the princesses came the consorts, all following the same procedure. Each person's gift was different but shared some similarities. Some claimed the treasures or jades were hard-won from somewhere far away, others boasted about personally handwritten Buddhist scriptures or handmade embroidered items, highlighting the thoughtfulness behind their offerings. Throughout, Gu Qirui always maintained a smile, rewarding each individual. Shui Jintang listened attentively. The rewards were more or less the same, not overly valuable, with similar degrees of rarity. Those whose gifts better matched his preferences received slightly more rewards. In short, everything went smoothly according to the established process. After the princes, princesses, and consorts had presented their gifts, it was the turn of the royal relatives. There weren't many royal relatives. When Gu Qirui ascended the throne, he had few brothers, only Gu Xiaoxiao, the prince. The rest were elders. A few elders attended with their juniors, and then there was Gu Xiaoxiao, who was the closest relation. He was the first to step forward and present his gift. Gu Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance with Shui Jintang before leaving his seat. Chapter 122, The Emperor will surely like it. Gu Qirui looked at his younger brother with mixed feelings, smiling and asking. "What is the gift you brought this year, brother?" Gu Qixiao's lips curved up in a faint smile as he looked up at Gu Qirui and said. "Your Majesty will surely like the gift your humble brother has prepared." This ritual happened every year, and Gu Qixiao's gifts had never been inappropriate. So, Gu Qirui only asked routinely, going through the motions. Unexpectedly, his brother's response and demeanor took him by surprise. Seeing how composed he appeared, Gu Qirui couldn't help but feel curious. "Is that so? What is it then?" Gu Qixiao also took out a box, holding it up with both hands without immediately answering Gu Qirui's question. Instead, he said. "Brother can take a look first." Gu Qirui arched an eyebrow, looking at the sandalwood box in Gu Qixiao's hands. It was quite large, which amused him. He hadn't expected his typically serious younger brother to be mysterious for once. With greater interest now, Gu Qirui glanced at Yuan Zhong. Instantly understanding, Yuan Zhong hurried down and took the sandalwood box from Gu Qixiao, respectfully presenting it to Gu Qirui. "Your Majesty." The others watching couldn't help but feel curious as well, surreptitiously focusing their gaze on the box in Gu Qirui's hands. Even Gu Qirui himself wore an expression of interest as he opened the lid. To his surprise, instead of one present, there were several small compartments inside. Each compartment contained different. Gu Qirui hesitated a bit before asking Gu Qixiao below. "Brother, what exactly are these gifts? Some of them look like crop seeds." Gu Qirui was also a diligent emperor who cared for his people. Though not an expert in agriculture, he did have some knowledge. Though not all seeds in the box were familiar to him, he recognized a few. Gu Qixiao's lips curled slightly upward as he replied, "You're right. They are seeds." Upon hearing this, everyone else in the hall was surprised and puzzled. Gu Qirui shared the same sentiment and couldn't help but ask. "Why are you giving seeds to me? Is there something special about these seeds?" He inspected the few types he recognized, but they seemed rather ordinary to him. "No, brother guessed correctly. The seeds your humble brother offers to you are indeed special. These are all quality seeds." Without letting Gu Qirui speculate further, Gu Qixiao directly explained their unique qualities, elaborating carefully for Gu Qirui. Hearing that these crops produced nearly twice as much as usual and that some he didn't recognize yielded even more, Gu Qirui felt both excited and somewhat incredulous. "Are you sure, brother?" Gu Qixiao smiled faintly and said. "Of course it's true. All these come from experiments conducted by me and the Empress consort. If your majesty does not believe me, you can personally see when harvest day comes. Seeing Gu Qixiao's determined expression, showing no signs of deceit, Gu Qirui became even more excited. If it's truly as you say, then this will be a blessing for our people of the Qian. After examining each seed carefully again, Gu Qirui asked Gu Qixiao. When exactly is your harvest day? Since you mentioned we could go on the harvest day, I'll definitely go. For such a significant event, if I don't see it with my own eyes, I might find it hard to fully trust it. Gu Qixiao replied. If brother wants to go, tomorrow will work. These crops were just harvested not long ago, but considering today, I deliberately left some parts unharvested. Chapter 123, Family Banquet. Upon hearing Gu Qixiao's words, Gu Qi was eager to immediately go and see for himself, but his rationality reminded him that it was the middle of the banquet. Suppressing his excitement with some regret, he said. Although I wish to take a look now, I can't neglect the coming days of this banquet. I will only be able to do so once it is all over. He then warned Gu Qixiao. You must take good care of those fields and crops, brother will come right after these affairs are settled. Gu Qixiao slightly raised the corners of his lips, big brother, rest assured, I will surely attend to them with utmost care. Satisfied, Gu Qi nodded. His face lit up with a smile because of this good news. After glancing at Shui Jintang, he added. As you say, this seems to also be Jintang's achievement again. Once I've seen it, if indeed true, I will greatly reward him. Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao exchanged a glance and both simultaneously thanked their emperor. Gu Qi nodded, smiling as he gestured for them to return to their seats. I am very satisfied with this birthday present from my brother. Everyone present had clearly heard their conversation and showed varied expressions. Those concerned about the people's welfare were joyful, while others had various thoughts in mind, yet they were all surprised. As Gu Qixiao had said, they'd never seen such high-yielding crops before. For a moment, everyone started feeling quite eager to see those farmlands later on. After Gu Qixiao finished presenting, the next person continued. The initial excitement of Gu Qi had calmed, and with a smile, he gestured for the event to proceed. Once all attendees had presented their birthday gifts, dinner could finally commence. The food was already ready, ushering in the time where members of the royal family would dine while enjoying musical and dance performances. During this period, the emperor conversed with everyone casually, expressing concern and enjoying some laughter and drink together, thereby concluding the feast. Don't think this banquet was warm-hearted. In the latter part where the emperor chatted with everyone casually, it was also the time for various concubines and princes to show their skills. Their speech was full of subtleties, often carrying hidden sarcasm, and one sentence could have multiple meanings. Shui Jintang initially listened attentively while eating, but soon felt uninterested. Feeling relatively full, she sipped her cup of wine leisurely. Gu Qixiao's expression was cold and severe. To outsiders, it seemed he was not interested in anyone's squabbles, yet in reality, he carefully noted everything said by others. You must know that many secrets and relationships within the palace were often revealed during conversations like these at banquets. Even while gathering information from the conversation among the crowd, he always kept an eye on the youth's emotions. Seeing this, he asked quietly. Do you want to go back? Shui Jintang nodded, holding her wine cup. All these twists and subtle metaphors in their speech make me feel tired. A trace of a smile appeared in Gu Qixiao's eyes. The palace is like this. It's tough for Tang Tang to accompany me, but please bear with it. Based on previous timelines, the banquet should end shortly. Leaning closer to Gu Qixiao, Shui Jintang said with a smile in her voice. Prince Wang has it harder, dealing with wars outside and handling these inside. As for me, it's manageable since Prince Wang usually keeps others away who try to talk to me. It's nothing much, merely sitting here longer. Amusement grew in Gu Qixiao's eyes. Concealed under wide sleeves and robes, he gently squeezed Shui Jintang's hand. Sure enough, just as Gu Qixiao predicted, soon after the emperor left his seat and signaled everyone to act freely, Gu Qixiao didn't linger any longer, immediately taking Shui Jintang to leave. When the emperor leaves, and Ning Prince wishes to excuse himself, who dares stop him? Those hoping to catch a word could only watch as he left boldly with his princess. The two exited the Jingxing Hall and walked toward the palace gate. By this time, the moon was high in the sky, shining exceptionally brightly tonight. Shui Jintang glanced at the round moon above, and the evening breeze dissipated some of the alcohol-induced haze and irritation. She couldn't help but exhale, immediately feeling lighter. With a bright smile, she looked at Gu Qixiao. Once we're out, it feels instantly better. I suppose intrigue and power plays just aren't suited for me. Chapter 124, likely has delusions. The next day was another banquet. This day-long feast would see the emperor enjoying himself alongside his officials. In the morning, the emperor would receive birthday tributes from officials across the country in the Great Hall. In the evening, he would host a dinner to entertain them. Officials stationed in the capital and members of the royal family were all expected to attend. After resting at home for the day, as dusk approached, Shui Jintang again accompanied Gu Qixiao to that evening's banquet. Yesterday's event could be described simply as the emperor's family dinner. Today's banquet would differ greatly. Unless under special circumstances, officials of 5th rank and above would all participate. However, concubines from the inner palace couldn't join, only the empress could attend. Officials were permitted to bring their wives and children. As the official wife of Prince Ning, Shui Jintang naturally had to attend as well. Because there were many more people attending today compared to yesterday, and the festive mood varied, the location wasn't yesterday's Xingxing Palace but rather another larger palace. Shui Jintang sighed inwardly about the complexity of various procedures as she entered the grand hall with Gu Qixiao. Upon entering, the originally quiet atmosphere disappeared and became lively. Compared to yesterday, it was noticeably louder. Shui Jintang had no reaction to this, quite normal, considering how many people were present today. Led by palace attendants, the two walked to their assigned seats and sat down. Shui Jintang scanned her eyes around the grand hall, taking note of who had arrived. Then she saw the Pingchang Marquis household. As a marquis, the Pingchang Marquis naturally qualified to attend. His wife, Lady Fang, didn't come, but his eldest son, Chu Zihui, and second son, Chu Ziyu, did. Prince Tu, Gu Yuhong, was also there, conversing with them. Primarily speaking with Marquis Pingchang and Chu Ziyu. Because Marquis Pingchang was a nobleman, their seating wasn't too far from Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao's. She could clearly see the expressions on their faces. Gu Yuhong still maintained his usual courteous and elegant demeanor, while Chu Ziyu displayed a slightly shy expression. His affected manner seemed designed so as not to escape anyone's attention. Shui Jintang noticed this scene, and naturally, among the guests attending, many others observed it as well. Many even directed envious glances toward Chu Ziyu. After all, Gu Yuhong's outward appearance, displayed refined elegance, along with his princely status, indeed attracted the admiration of numerous unmarried young ladies. It was said that aside from some secondary concubines, he still had no official wife. Naturally, many women hoped to become his principal wife. Gu Yuhong being the second prince, becoming his wife equated to being the official consort of the second prince, a highly prestigious position for many. Especially for daughters from lower-ranked official families. Throughout history, marriage between men and women has emphasized equality of social standing. For women from less influential official households, if fortune didn't smile upon them, their future husband's family wouldn't hold a high status either. Being able to marry a prince as his prince's consort represented a good thing for many of these women. Their identity and status would greatly improve, allowing them access to more luxury and prosperity. In some people's eyes, even if one couldn't become the principal wife, becoming a side consort was still considered better than marrying into a lesser family. Thus, Gu Yuhong's attitude toward Chu Ziyu caused jealousy and envy among many. Chu Ziyu seemed to revel in the envious gazes others threw his way, his expression growing increasingly sweet, his gaze concealing a touch of pride. But to Shui Jintang, this scene held no impact on her whatsoever. She merely glanced and quickly diverted her attention. On the contrary, Chu Ziyu had been stealthily observing Shui Jintang's reactions. He thought Shui Jintang might look disappointed when seeing his closeness with Gu Yuhong, but instead, she seemed entirely unconcerned. Chu Ziyu gritted his teeth in silent frustration. He was certain that his earlier assumptions weren't wrong. This brother of his had once certainly harbored intentions towards the second prince, so why did he now appear completely disinterested? Could it be that he truly favored Prince Ning now and had no remaining feelings for the second prince? Chu Ziyu's eyes darkened. No, he couldn't have sensed it wrong. Shui Jintang must surely be putting on an act, likely thinking that such a show would attract the second prince's attention. The position of crown prince belonged without a doubt to the second prince. When the second prince inherited the title of crown prince and finally ascended the throne, would he truly believe that he and Prince Ning would end up in a favorable situation? Now, though unable to take action against him, Chu Ziyu silently awaited the day when the second prince ascended the throne. At that time, he longed to witness Shui Jintang's repentance and fear. Chu Ziyu maliciously plotted in his mind. Over here, Shui Jintang cast a quick glance at the original protagonist, then returned her focus, casually chatting with Gu Qixiao in her seat. If Shui Jintang knew what Chu Ziyu was thinking, she would undoubtedly burst out laughing and say to him, "Do you think everyone is like you, treating Gu Yuhong as a precious prize? Also, you must be delusional, your mental state is deteriorating." Chapter 125, Elder Brother's Artistic Talent is Higher. The crowd waited inside the hall for a moment, then Gu Qiroe, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, entered with the empress. With the sharp announcement of the eunuch, everyone immediately ceased their conversations. The hall became deathly silent as all bowed to the emperor and empress in unison. After allowing everyone to rise, Gu Qiroe walked to the seat at the head of the hall and, as he had done the previous day, gave an opening speech, officially starting the banquet. The evening began with dance and music performances. One by one, various acts took the stage while everyone sat at their respective seats, enjoying both the performance and the dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen. Naturally, the food from the imperial kitchen was of high quality. However, due to the long preparation time, it had grown slightly cold by now. Fortunately, the weather wasn't yet too cool, so eating lukewarm food didn't pose much of a problem. However, these types of banquets were rare, happening only a few times a year. Most officials gathered for such events engaged in low-tone discussions among themselves, accompanied by the sound of stringed instruments, essentially networking and expanding their connections. Perhaps Shui Jintang was the only one who was solely focused on enjoying the fine cuisine. As a prince, Gu Qishao's table naturally held more dishes, ensuring that nothing became overly cold. Shui Jintang sampled each dish carefully, rating them mentally as he went along. Though the culinary industry in the Deqian dynasty still had a long way to go, and many modern dishes were unavailable here, this did not detract from its own unique brilliance. Some dishes were indeed very delicious, meticulously prepared, and exquisitely presented. For instance, a dessert on the table was beautifully crafted. Judging by all aspects, the production process must have been quite complex and time-consuming. But it truly tasted excellent. If he attempted to make it himself, it might be too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he probably couldn't replicate the result as well as this. It must be said that anyone who could enter the imperial kitchen was undoubtedly highly skilled. Each chef should at least have their own signature specialty. Shui Jintang mused amusingly as he ate. Attending such banquets offered him two major benefits. Beyond gathering various information, the biggest advantage was being able to savor these rare delicacies that weren't available outside. Once all the dance and music performances concluded, it was time for the most important, and perhaps the most anticipated, part of the banquet. From some perspectives, this was also the moment when the young masters and misses showcased their talents. This topic was not initiated by the emperor but rather introduced by the empress. Then, seizing this opportunity, people allowed their children to perform their talents. Participants included those mentioned by the emperor, empress, or other dignitaries, as well as those required to perform by their own parents, or simply those who had the inclination to showcase themselves. Naturally, Shui Jintang had no such inclination. He calmly sat in his seat, munching on the delicacies, eyes bright as he observed the central stage of the hall. Being a spectator suited him just fine. The first performer was Bai Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Deputy Minister of Revenue. After respectfully bowing to the emperor and empress, she played a piece on the guqin. Although Shui Jintang was not particularly knowledgeable about the art of playing the guqin, it didn't stop him from appreciating her performance. Her skills were indeed commendable, producing pleasant melodies. When the piece ended, applause erupted instantly within the hall. The emperor, with a smile on his face, praised her performance and awarded her with gifts. Upon having the guqin removed, Bai Yao displayed a moment of joyous expression on her face before politely lowering her head in gratitude. As Bai Yao stepped back, another lady immediately rose to display her talent. The emperor naturally approved, and the second woman's act also involved playing the guqin. Again, after finishing the musical piece, came the chorus of praise from the audience, imperial rewards from the emperor, and her subsequent respectful thank you and withdrawal. Next was the following person. While watching the performers in the hall, Shui Jintang listened attentively to Gu Qishao's introductions regarding the identities of each performer. He gained considerable insight. Shui Jintang noticed that whether male or female, most of the performers were unmarried. Combining this with Gu Qishao's explanation, Shui Jintang roughly understood the reason why. For civil and military officials, such banquets could also be considered a relatively significant social event. Only officials of the 5th rank or above were invited to the banquet, making it a prime opportunity to establish connections and secure better marriages for their unmarried offspring, as well as enhance their own prospects. Besides those like Gu Qishao, whose status and position already elevated them beyond needing such opportunities, for most attendees, this was the main purpose. In summary, there were two primary objectives: first, to find better marital prospects for their offspring, and second, to have their offspring noticed by the emperor, potentially entering the palace, which would benefit their families through increased power and status. This explained why most of the talent displays, regardless of gender, were from the unmarried. Shui Jintang watched with great interest. As another talent display concluded and the performer stepped back, Shui Jintang was just about to say a few words to Gu Qisha when he heard Chu Zayer's voice in the next moment. Shui Jintang couldn't help but glance up briefly, his initial surprise quickly turning into calmness. As the main character from the original book, plus Chu Zayer's penchant for seeking attention, it wasn't unexpected that he would step forward to perform. Glancing at Gu Yuhong sitting diagonally opposite, his expression became even more knowing. He thought. This must be for him, such an act indeed would attract more attention. After introducing himself to the emperor and stating his intended talent, Chu Zayer then stood at the center of the hall. The talent Chu Zayer planned to showcase was painting. Upon having a table and chairs brought in along with the required items for painting, Chu Zayer sat down and began painting. So, he just started painting like that? Shui Jintang muttered inwardly, brushing non-existent dust off his sleeve before continuing to drink and eat. After completing the painting, Chu Zayer stopped and presented his work to the crowd. Shui Jintang also looked up, observing that it was an inked bamboo painting. He wasn't particularly skilled in ink painting, so he couldn't exactly comment on how good or bad it was, but judging by its appearance, the bamboo did look remarkably lifelike. Gu Qixiao also took a glance and leaned close to Shui Jintang, speaking softly. There's form but no spirit. Shui Jintang couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Just as before, after Chu Zayer showcased his talent, compliments echoed through the hall, especially those lickspittles in the original book who showered the loudest praise. Gu Qirui naturally joined in with everyone else in offering praise, all while wearing a smile, making it impossible to tell whether he truly liked it or not. After being praised, Chu Zayer was rewarded with gifts and permitted to step back, but instead of retreating quietly, he shyly glanced at Gu Yuhong first, then turned and looked toward Shui Jintang's direction. Wearing an innocent and guileless smile, he said. Thank your majesty for the compliment. I've embarrassed myself enough. My elder brother is much more skilled at painting, but my brother doesn't like to show off, which is why there are not many people who know about it. Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang's first reaction was, of course, worthy as the original book's protagonist recipient, there's no way they don't cause trouble. By deliberately mentioning him, surely Chu Zayer wanted to pique the emperor's curiosity and make him ask him to paint, right? If he couldn't paint, wouldn't he just get laughed at by those around him and disappoint the emperor? At this point, upon hearing Chu Zayer's words, Gu Qiruo couldn't help but glance at Shui Jintang, not because he completely believed what Chu Zayer had said, but because Shui Jintang's presence really stood out. Previously, he had contributed various methods of emergency treatment, then recently worked with Gu Qixiao to introduce the method of breeding superior livestock, and now someone mentioned him again. Naturally, Gu Qiruo couldn't help but take a closer look at Shui Jintang. Judging by Shui Jintang's various performances, Gu Qiruo formed a relatively favorable impression of him. As for Chu Zayer, he remembered issuing an imperial decree allowing the third son of Hofu to bring blessings to his younger brother. Wasn't this Chu Zayer also Pingchang Marquis' son? And it seemed like Chu Zayer and his elder brother Shui Jintang didn't get along too well. Looking at Shui Jintang, his expression remained calm, but beside him, his younger brother's face bore a cold and stern expression. Gu Qiruo found it amusing. It seems like his younger brother genuinely held a deep affection for someone. Then, shifting his focus back to Chu Zayer, the smile at the corner of his lips faded slightly. Gu Qiruo was no fool, although Chu Zayer's remarks appeared to have no issues, it was seemingly a mere mention of his elder brother, and unknowingly one might assume it was merely admiration. But to Gu Qiruo, whose little brother it was, these tactics were rather juvenile. If he were truly inclined, should he want Shui Jintang to paint, Shui Jintang would have no choice but to comply. If he painted poorly, then Shui Jintang would embarrass himself in front of everyone present. Of course, if he painted well, it wouldn't affect him adversely. Though Gu Qiruo harbored a good impression of Shui Jintang, he wasn't quite sure about the latter's actual skills in painting. However, he remembered that although Shui Jintang was the son of the Marquis of Pingchang, he had been estranged from the family until shortly before his arranged marriage when he was found. Growing up in the countryside, it was unlikely that he would be proficient in painting. Since that was the case, it was probably better not to let him attempt to paint, otherwise, his younger brother would likely blame him. After finishing his speech, Chu Zayer waited expectantly for Gu Qiruo's response. Since the emperor had just praised his painting skills, wouldn't the emperor definitely be interested in his elder brother's painting ability? Raised in the countryside, Shui Jintang wouldn't even know how to paint, let alone surpass Chu Zayer. Thinking about the upcoming embarrassment of Shui Jintang, Chu Zayer's smile widened. But after waiting for several seconds, Gu Qiruo did not ask about Shui Jintang as Chu Zayer had hoped. Chu Zayer involuntarily raised his head, looking towards the emperor, only to find that the latter's gaze had become a little colder. Chu Zayer's heart sank. What happened? The emperor was just quite satisfied, wasn't he? Why does he seem displeased now? The words he said shouldn't have any problems. The next moment, Chu Zayer heard the emperor's voice. Is that so? Chu Zayer couldn't help but glance up and saw the emperor smiling at Shui Jintang. I didn't expect that Jintang not only has a heart for the common people but also possesses multiple talents. Then the emperor turned to Chu Zayer again. Zayer is good too. Since you enjoy painting, focus on improving it. I'm sure by the next talent showcase, your skills will be better. Chu Zayer could not help but show a look of surprise on his face before immediately reacting and smiling as he bowed to express his gratitude. I thank the emperor for your praise. Deep down, however, he clenched his teeth in frustration. As if Gu Qiruo did not notice Chu Zayer's surprised expression, he still wore a smile and lightly said. That's enough, step back. Chapter 126, Flustered with Anger. Chu Ziyu retreated back behind Lord Pingchang, his face still wearing a smile while his heart was filled with both surprise and fury. He had intended to embarrass Shui Jintang but never expected that the emperor would actually protect him. Why? Just because he is the wife of Prince Ning. But isn't the emperor wary of Prince Ning? Chu Ziyu's mind was brimming with questions, yet he could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. Bowing his head, he hoped others wouldn't see the anger in his eyes. This time it really turned out to be an unsuccessful attempt. Not only did Shui Jintang not get embarrassed, but the emperor even praised him, and he himself received a warning. What does it mean by hoping his painting skills will improve next time? Chu Ziyu bit his lips. Where is such improvement so easy? Having practiced painting from a young age, it took more than 10 years for him to reach his current level. The next talent display is the following year, and in this short span of 1 year, where can he find improvement? If he is called up to show his skills again next time and if the emperor remembers this matter. Chu Ziyu refused to imagine a scenario in which he lose his face. With suppressed frustration, he couldn't help but glance at Shui Jintang's direction, who was closely conversing with Prince Ning, smiling as they engaged in low whispers. Chu Ziyu's expression grew more envious and hateful. Sensitive to the malicious glare directed towards him, Shui Jintang glanced up and saw Chu Ziyu glaring fixedly at him, revealing unmistakable envy and disgust. Shui Jintang's lips curled slightly, and he directly spoke out. Why is my younger brother looking at me like that? Are you annoyed because you didn't get to see me humiliated? At that moment, Chu Ziyu had just returned to his seat, and there was no other person ready to perform on stage. When Shui Jintang voiced this, it instantly drew everyone's attention toward Chu Ziyu. Various gazes focused on Chu Ziyu due to Shui Jintang's comment. Chu Ziyu was temporarily overwhelmed by his jealousy and failed to react immediately. Only after Shui Jintang finished speaking did he hastily look away and put on a compliant expression once more. However, his previous behavior hadn't gone unnoticed by many people. For a moment, those who originally had a favorable impression of him could not help frowning inwardly. Some families who initially thought highly of his character and planned for their children to interact with him for mutual learning and growth, changed their minds. Sensing various gazes upon him, Chu Ziyu felt both panic and anger, yet all he could do was try to maintain a pleasant smile, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Brother, what are you talking about? How could I have that kind of thought? It's just that I happened to see the loving looks between brother and the king, making me somewhat envious. Shui Jintang blinked. Ah, is that so? But why did I catch your younger brother glaring at me? Chu Ziyu, under the table, dug his nails into the palm of his hand tightly, appearing even more aggrieved. How could I do such a thing? Brother must have mistaken what you saw. Maybe. Shui Jintang smiled helplessly, then fell silent. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed that he, the elder brother, was being soft-hearted and decided not to argue further with his younger brother. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the observers shifted again, with most of them giving Chu Ziyu some peculiar glances. Filled with dissatisfaction, Chu Ziyu hesitated whether or not to speak up again. Otherwise, people's impressions of him might only deteriorate further. Shui Jintang happily sipped some tea, and Gu Qixiao couldn't resist ruffling the youth's hair, his usually stern demeanor softening. Shui Jintang rubbed against his hand and turned his head, his eyebrows curved softly. Chapter 127, The Chu Family's Thoughts. After this incident passed, the next person to showcase their talent stepped up, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually returned to normal. Only Chu Ziyu, who had suffered a great embarrassment, sat at his original spot with his head down, feeling extremely ashamed, and he no longer wished to participate in the rest of the banquet. His hatred for Shui Jintang grew stronger, and his thoughts on eliminating him at any cost became even more intense. What he didn't know was that every single one of his expressions and movements had been carefully observed by the few people closest to him. Pingchang Marquis and Chu Zihue, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, exchanged a glance but did not go to console their precious son or beloved younger brother. Instead, they refocused their attention on the hall. As for what they truly thought in their hearts, only they themselves would know. Gu Yuhong lowered his gaze, hiding the expression in his eyes. In his mind, the image of Chu Ziyu as obedient, cute, innocent, and kind-hearted had developed a slight crack. When the banquet ended, everyone began to leave one after another. Chu Ziyu had endured a tormenting second half of the event, finally waiting until it was over. The three family members left the hall, with Chu Ziyu desperate to flee from there so he wouldn't have to face others' mocking gazes. He walked swiftly ahead, while Pingchang Marquis and Chu Zihue lagged behind. Looking at Chu Ziyu's back, Chu Zihue wore a complicated expression on his face and turned to look at Pingchang Marquis. Father. Pingchang Marquis raised a hand to stop his words. That's enough. Don't say anything. And don't mention this to your mother or Ziyuan when we return home. Ziyu has always been a well-behaved child, perhaps his behavior today was just a momentary impulse. Earlier in the grand hall, when Shui Jintang questioned Chu Ziyu, Pingchang Marquis had intended to interrupt but was held back by his eldest son, preventing him from speaking immediately. Then he saw an unguarded look on his usually obedient youngest son's face, which genuinely startled Pingchang Marquis at the time. He doubted if he might have misjudged the situation. However, his son's subsequent actions told him that perhaps he hadn't misjudged at all. This made Pingchang Marquis feel rather complex inside. Nevertheless, Chu Ziyu's image of being obedient and understanding was deeply rooted in his heart. After some hesitation, Pingchang Marquis' feelings of indulgence towards his son took precedence, so he reminded his eldest son accordingly. Chu Zihue, however, was much clearer-headed, yet he could not openly defy his father's words. He paused briefly before reluctantly agreeing. But deep down, his favorable impression of his younger brother Chu Ziyu was slowly declining. He couldn't help but recall the day the emperor issued the decree granting the marriage, when his estranged younger brother accused them. At that time, every word and reaction from Chu Ziyu made him question the appropriateness. Even though he indeed cared more for this younger brother who had been raised within the Marquis residence and had grown up alongside them, at that moment, something about Ziyu's speech seemed off. Despite harboring some guilt towards Shui Jintang, his blood-related younger brother, he still chose to defend Chu Ziyu. Later, when Jintang married into Ningqing Wangfu, their younger brother, who once eagerly sought their approval, completely left the Marquis residence. Perhaps out of guilt, in every word and action of Ziyu when interacting with them afterward, Chu Zihue always noticed something inappropriate. He also heard many things about his estranged younger brother from Zishuan and other people outside, which further complicated his feelings toward him. The current situation had formed, and Chu Zihue wasn't quite sure what exactly he wanted anymore. Deep down, though, he knew clearly that he could no longer unconditionally indulge Chu Ziyu as he used to. All these thoughts of the Chu family members were unknown to Shui Jintang, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he and Gu Qixiao were already seated in the carriage returning home, discussing the banquet that had just occurred. Chapter 128, Sketch. When Chu Ziyu mentioned Xue Jintang's behavior in front of the emperor, Gu Qixiao helplessly glanced at him. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have scolded him right then. Xue Jintang grinned with happiness. I originally planned to confront him first. Even if we were really comparing paintings, I wouldn't be afraid. Although I'm not so skilled at ink wash painting, I can use another method to compete with him. Gu Qixiao looked at him. Another method? Is it the kind of painting you gave me before? Xue Jintang smiled. Not that kind. It's a sketch, also something others haven't seen. If I create one, the emperor would surely be curious as well. Then people will focus on this new style of painting instead of worrying about who wins or loses. Chu Ziyu's plan to make it difficult for me will merely remain an idea. He said he wants to compare ink wash painting. Should I just follow his wish? Let's say I'll challenge him to a sketch competition instead. What could he possibly do? Xue Jintang let out a couple of smug hums and continued. Chu Ziyu's aim was actually to embarrass me in front of so many guests because I grew up in the countryside. He was confident that I definitely couldn't play musical instruments, chess, or paint. That's why he wanted to compete with me in talents. But demonstrating this unusual painting technique alone is enough to put him in his place. Anyway, whatever he does, he will not achieve his purpose. I didn't expect the emperor to help us so directly without me even needing to handle it myself. Seeing the youth's face brimming with confident smiles, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but chuckle along. Although my elder brother is wary of me, he still has sound judgment in important matters. You're my princess consort, and what you've done has resolved quite a few troubles for him. As long as he isn't confused, he won't choose to cause trouble for you. Opening his mouth to assist you wasn't unexpected either. He then curiously asked. Tang, what exactly is this sketch you talked about? Sketching is. Xue Jintang simply explained it to him and then said. Something like that. As for more specific professional terms, I don't know how to explain them. I learned it through trial and error myself. Once I return home, I'll draw one for you, and you'll understand what it looks like. After returning to the mansion, the first thing they did was remove their elaborate ceremonial robes and change into comfortable casual wear. Xue Jintang sighed. Of course, being home is much more comfortable. He didn't forget the conversation he had with Gu Qixiao in the carriage, turning around and smiling. Prince, wait a moment, I'll sketch a picture for you to see. Having prepared the necessary tools such as pencils, Xue Jintang thought for a moment and his gaze landed on a vase placed on the table. Let's start by drawing this one. It's simple and won't take too much time. Gu Qixiao watched as Xue Jintang drew, and after he finished, Gu Qixiao looked at the pencil sketch of the vase on the paper, a flicker of surprise and astonishment flashing through his eyes. The vase on the paper, aside from lacking color, was almost indistinguishable from the real vase in front of them. He hadn't seen this style of painting before. This painting style is quite interesting. Xue Jintang's brows and eyes curved slightly. It is indeed very interesting. I like sketching. Compared to other painting styles, it's relatively easier to learn, the tools aren't limited to one type, and it's quicker to draw. Gu Qixiao held on to this painting and saw that he seemed rather interested, so Xue Jintang teased him with a smile. Does the prince want to learn this painting method? I can teach you. Vases are quick to paint. Once the banquet ends in a few days and there's some free time, I'll also draw some portraits of us too for the prince. Hearing about drawing both of them, Gu Qixiao looked forward to it with great anticipation. Then I'll look forward to Tang's portrait of us. He added, I do have some interest in sketches. Is it okay if Tang teaches me directly? Xue Jintang smiled at him. It's fine. Things I know, I can teach whoever I want. No need to worry about it affecting me negatively. Of course, with these novel things, I wouldn't carelessly tell others or teach someone else easily. But the prince isn't an outsider, you're the person I trust and value the most. Upon hearing this almost love-laden reply from the youth, Gu Qixiao's mood soared, his lips curling upwards uncontrollably. Unable to resist pulling the youth into his arms, he leaned down and kissed his lips. Xue Jintang also raised his hand and embraced him, tilting his neck to respond. The night grew deeper, and the moon spilled a silver glow through the windows, quietly shining upon the two who were wrapped in each other's arms. Chapter 129, Wishing time would pass quicker. The morning sunlight shone on the two people embracing on the bed, instantly brightening up the originally dim bedroom. Xue Jintang's eyelashes fluttered as she woke up from her sleep. She found herself, unsurprisingly, in Gu Qixiao's arms. Instinctively, she rubbed her face against his chest, remembering what happened last night, causing her face to flush red. Now, between her and Gu Qixiao, everything was done except for the final step. Tang. As she was lost in thought, her forehead was kissed, and Gu Qixiao's voice laced with laughter rang out. Because he had just woken up, his voice still carried a hoarseness, sounding deeper and more magnetic. Hearing that voice, certain images uncontrollably surfaced in Xue Jintang's mind, making her face even redder. Noticing the young woman's appearance, Gu Qixiao's eyes gleamed with more joy as he teasingly asked. What are you thinking about? Xue Jintang looked at his expression and couldn't help but glare at him. Gu Qixiao chuckled softly, unable to resist it. Looking into the young woman's clear and transparent eyes, he couldn't withstand the temptation and kissed her on the eyes again. He then pulled her closer. A sigh-like voice sounded above Shui Jintang. I really wish time would pass quicker. Although unclear, Shui Jintang immediately understood what Gu Qixiao meant. Her earlobes turned red, and she softly murmured. It's already very fast. In fact, they had several close calls. The reason they hadn't acted yet was because she had stopped Gu Qixiao in the final moment. She told him to wait until after she turned 18. On one hand, this body of hers was not fully developed since she was underage, and doing that too early could harm her body. On the other hand, Shui Jintang also wasn't completely ready yet. Although she didn't have romantic experiences in her previous life, she knew something about love through others' observations. Adding to this, Shui Jintang had read some novels, and heard enlightening stories from friends, so she had a vague understanding of how things should be done between men and men. But knowing is one thing, when it came to the real moment, Shui Jintang felt a little afraid inside. Yet, she wasn't unwilling either, she just needed more time to prepare mentally. With only a few months left before she turned 18, Shui Jintang believed these few months would help her get ready. Hearing the soft murmur of the young woman, Gu Qixiao's eyes were filled with tenderness and indulgence as he said with a smile. Tang Tang, don't be afraid. If you're unwilling, I won't do it. We have plenty of time together, and I can wait. Although discussing such topics made her uncomfortable, Shui Jintang still raised her head, looking into Gu Qixiao's eyes seriously. It won't be long, I promise. Seeing the blush spreading across the young woman's face, even down her neck, Gu Qixiao hugged her tighter, responding tenderly. All right. He lightly kissed her neck and smiled. Tang Tang is truly adorable. Shui Jintang didn't respond, burying her face in the man's chest. After a long while, the heat on her face finally dissipated. They stayed warm in each other's arms for a while, until hunger prompted them to finally get out of bed. The banquet welcoming envoys from various countries was held tonight, leaving them with nothing urgent to do during the day. Therefore, they took their time dressing, brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and only descended to the dining hall for breakfast afterward. Unexpectedly, right after breakfast, they received good news. Ji Sen quickly entered from outside, obvious excitement evident in his eyes as he announced to the couple sitting together. My lord, my lady, the glass has been made. Chapter 130, the glass was made. When Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang arrived at the workshop, all the artisans were already waiting. Seeing the two of them approach, everyone immediately greeted them respectfully, each face tinged with excitement. Gu Qixiao turned his head to speak to Shui Jintang. They are all artisans dedicated to the development of glass. Shui Jintang smiled and nodded at them. Thank you for your hard work. After sharing all her knowledge about glass with Gu Qixiao, she mainly left the actual development process to the artisans in front of her. However, as the one who initially proposed the idea, Shui Jintang did not completely neglect it. She would visit the workshop every so often to check on progress and answer any questions the artisans had. Therefore, everyone was quite familiar with Shui Jintang, the princess consort Ning, and upon hearing her words, they all smiled and replied. Not tiring. One person chimed in, to be able to create such a crystalline treasure like glass, no matter how much effort we put in, it will be worth it. Immediately, a few others agreed. Old Wu is right. I've lived more than half my life and never seen anything so clear and bright as this, coming from our own hands. I was fortunate enough to have seen some crystal once, and at that time, I thought it looked good. I didn't expect the glass we made ourselves to be even clearer and brighter. If it weren't for His Highness and your ladyship, none of us would have ever seen such glass. This is all thanks to their excellencies. As Shui Jintang heard the surprise and praise from the group, a smile curved her lips. It wouldn't have been possible without all of your efforts. You have all contributed greatly. Gu Qixiao nodded, the princess consort is right. If there has been contribution, then there must be rewards. Afterward, go to the accounts office to claim your reward. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces lit up with joy as they all exclaimed together, yes, thank you, your highness, princess consort. Gu Qixiao gave a slight nod, I won't say much else. Where is the glass? Bring it out for me and her ladyship to see. The leader of the artisans was named Shi Gang of the Shi family, who quickly took another artisan and retrieved the glass, which was wrapped in cloth, from an inner cabinet. Carefully placing it on the ground, they gently unveiled the outer wrapping and respectfully said. Your highness, princess consort, please take a look. This is the first piece of glass produced by us. Both Gu Qixiao's and Shui Jintang's eyes focused on the piece of glass lying on the floor. Looking at the irregularly shaped glass before her, still containing many bubbles, it wasn't entirely transparent either. It couldn't naturally compare with modern glass, but considering the technical conditions of this era, the fact that the first piece could be made this way was already remarkable. So Shui Jintang was satisfied. Whereas Shui Jintang was primarily satisfied, Gu Qixiao was much more astonished. The object these young men called glass was astonishingly bright, even the crystal he had previously seen couldn't match its brilliance. Crystal was colorful and possessed the beauty different from jade-like objects, but the glass before him was transparent and shining so clearly, it could reflect one's image. If the news of this glass spreads, surely the nobles in the capital will all rush to obtain it. At the same time as his amazement, Gu Qixiao's admiration, gratitude, and affection toward Shui Jintang deepened further. Since Tang Tang came into his life, how many surprises has she brought him? He was very lucky to have met Tang Tang. Unaware of what Gu Qixiao was thinking, the increasingly passionate gaze from the other side caused Shui Jintang's ears to involuntarily heat up, prompting her to divert attention with her voice. Highness, this glass isn't just for mirrors, its uses are extensive. But it'll require more research from the artisans. Should we succeed, it will be quite beneficial for when the Highness leads troops into battle. Chapter 131, You go and deliver it personally. Upon hearing Shui Jintang say this, Gu Qixiao was indeed drawn in and asked with great interest. Can glass really have such a function? How to do it? However, Shui Jintang did not reveal the answer immediately but curved her lips slightly. This will remain a secret for now. The prince will know once it is made. Gu Qixiao gently squeezed her hand and couldn't help but smile. Still keeping it a secret. Alright then, I'll wait for Tang Tang to give me a surprise. Upon hearing Shui Jintang's words, all the craftsmen present also brightened their eyes. They thought producing glass was already quite an accomplishment, but according to the princess's words, even more incredible things could be made with glass. Although it surely would be difficult, after just developing the glass, everyone was now full of enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting for the princess to guide them on their next move. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Shui Jintang nodded secretly to herself. It's good to see that everyone has such high spirits, because the higher their spirits, the closer they might get to achieving their goals. After observing the glass some more, asking a few questions to the group, the two finally encouraged everyone before leaving the workshop and returning to the estate. As there was still plenty of time before the banquet, the two parted ways to take care of their respective tasks. Gu Qixiao went to his study to handle military affairs, while Shui Jintang entered her own personal study to start writing and drawing on paper. The thing he mentioned in the workshop to Gu Qixiao was naturally the telescope. He wrote down everything he knew about telescopes, including diagrams where necessary and marking wherever possible. The knowledge in his mind was rather fragmented and disorganized, so Shui Jintang had trouble writing smoothly, needing breaks to think occasionally. It wasn't until right before the dinner banquet was about to start that he finally finished writing. Looking at the stack of papers in front of him, somewhat thick, Shui Jintang exhaled deeply, stood up from his chair, and stretched his arms out widely. Sitting for half the day had left his waist feeling a little sore. But the effort wasn't wasted, as he managed to write down everything he knew. The rest was now in the hands of the adorable craftsman. Stretching a bit at the same spot, Shui Jintang left his study with the stack of drawings in hand, heading straight for the bedroom she shared with Gu Qixiao. The evening banquet was almost starting, and she needed to change clothes too. Surely Gu Qixiao had to go to the bedroom as well. Upon reaching the bedroom, Gu Qixiao was indeed there, prompting Shui Jintang to break into a smile. Prince. Gu Qixiao replied with a chuckle, asking. Are you done working? Shui Jintang had been staying in the study all along. During lunchtime, when Gu Qixiao asked him, he learned that the young man was preparing a surprise for him. This news filled him with both joy and curiosity. However, since the youth wished to keep it a temporary secret, he decided not to press for more details. Shui Jintang nodded, his expression carrying a hint of relief. I'm done, next step is up to the craftsman. Gu Qixiao affectionately ruffled his head, fixing his gaze on the pages in the young man's hand. So does that mean you are handing these over to them now? Shui Jintang confirmed it with an affirming sound. Studying these documents will probably take them some time. It's better to give the blueprints to the craftsmen sooner so they can start mulling over them on their own. After the banquet, I'll visit the workshop again to explain it carefully to them and address any questions. Gu Qixiao nodded, speaking towards the door. Ji Senior. Ji Sen promptly stepped inside. Your Highness. Gu Qixiao took the blueprints from the youth's hand and handed them to Ji Sen. Deliver this to the workshop. Let the craftsmen study it carefully. You go and deliver it personally. If any content on the blueprint gets leaked, I will hold you solely responsible. Ji Sen understood instantly how crucial these blueprints were, and responded seriously. Yes. He solemnly accepted the blueprints passed over by Gu Qixiao, bowed respectfully to the two individuals, and rushed off to the workshop immediately. After Ji Sen left, Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao changed into their banquet attire, exchanged a glance, and Gu Qixiao smiled while extending a hand toward the youth. Let's go, the banquet is about to start, we should be there by now. Chapter 132, Hosting Envoys from Various Countries. Tonight's banquet was the largest one, where envoys from various countries who had come to celebrate Gu Qirui's birthday in the capital city would all participate. When Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao arrived, there were already many people seated inside the grand hall. After taking their seats, Shui Jintang looked around with great interest. Because tonight was for hosting envoys from various countries, the seating arrangement inside the hall had some changes. Naturally, at the very top sat the emperor and empress. Below the imperial throne, officials from Dacian and envoys from various countries were seated on either side. On the left were the royal family members and civil military officials of Dacian, arranged in order according to their status, naturally placing Gu Qirui's seat at the forefront. On the right were the envoy delegations that came to celebrate his birthday. The number within each delegation was substantial, but obviously, not every member could attend, only key members participated. As more people entered, the announcements at the hall entrance never ceased. Once Emperor Gu Chirui entered, the banquet officially began. The main purpose of this evening's feast was to entertain the envoys from various countries. Everyone ate and drank together, complemented by splendid performances of dance and music. With the cooperation and maintenance efforts of everyone involved, the atmosphere within the hall was lively and harmonious. Shui Jintang ate while listening to Gu Qixiao quietly introduce the various celebratory groups that had arrived in the capital. This time, those who primarily came were a few smaller countries from the western regions and some larger tribes from Baiman. For years, these small countries from the western regions have maintained friendly relations with Dacian, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they come annually. Baiman is somewhat different. The climate in Baiman is harsh and cold, and since the barbarians are not skilled in agriculture, every year during the autumn and winter seasons when the weather turns extremely cold, there is a shortage of food. Due to the lack of food and the cold weather, many barbarians die from starvation or freezing each winter. During such times, numerous barbarians gather to raid and plunder near Dacian's border regions, which was particularly severe during the reign of the previous emperor. It wasn't until after Gu Qixiao took charge of guarding the border regions that the Baiman tribes became quite fearful and stabilized much more. There are several tribes in Baiman, large and small, currently governed mainly by 3 large tribes. Each of these 3 large tribes has its own tribal leader, and their attitudes towards Dacian vary considerably. The tribes that frequently raid the border regions are primarily the Katar tribe and the Kar tribe. The Yajia tribe, however, leans more towards maintaining friendly relations with Dacian and rarely causes trouble. But after both the Katar and Kar tribes were subdued by Gu Qixiao and under the rule of Emperor Gu Chirui, who isn't incompetent, Dacian remains generally peaceful and stable now, with increasing national strength. Under these conditions, these 2 tribes have also become more well-behaved and started coming to the capital each year to celebrate the emperor's birthday. After hearing Gu Qixiao explain the situation in Baiman, Shui Jintang gained a considerable amount of understanding. His gaze shifted towards the envoys from the Katar and Kar tribes. Currently speaking, it seems these 2 tribes are the most unstable ones. They remain quiet because Gu Qixiao is still stationed at the border regions. To put it bluntly, should anything happen to Gu Qixiao or if the emperor falls ill and chaos ensues in the court. Don't be deceived by the smiling faces of these 2 tribes now, when the time comes, they will certainly turn hostile. In the original story, the focus was mainly on Chu Ziyu's interactions with other love interests. Following Gu Qixiao's death, Gu Yuhong ascends the throne briefly. By the time Chu Ziyu becomes empress and accepts the homage of officials alongside Gu Yuhong, the story concludes. Subsequent developments, such as how border situations evolved post Gu Yuhong's enthronement and initial troubles after his ascent, were not detailed. But Shui Jintang believed that once Gu Qixiao passes away, turmoil will undoubtedly rise along the borders. Coupled with frequent natural disasters, and considering Gu Yuhong ascended the throne partly through luck, his ability is far inferior to his father's. It's bound to create headaches for him, wouldn't it? He couldn't help but think somewhat maliciously, how long exactly has Gu Yuhong held the emperor's throne? Would he be deposed? After observing for a while, Shui Jintang withdrew his gaze and focused back on eating. Even though events now develop differently compared to the original text, Gu Qixiao won't die prematurely from poisoning, it's still necessary to stay vigilant regarding these 2 tribes. One must always be cautious that they may suddenly invade one day, no room for complacency. Perhaps, he could offer some assistance in this regard. What's the formula for gunpowder again? Shui Jintang silently contemplated as he lowered his head. If he could somehow figure out the gunpowder recipe, Dacian's combat capability would significantly increase, easing the burden on Gu Qixiao. After the banquet ends, he must give it careful thought. No official business was discussed during today's banquet. The overall atmosphere remained rather relaxed, and no one dared to cause trouble deliberately in front of the envoy delegations. Shui Jintang's main takeaway from this banquet was getting to know and familiarize himself with the appearances of key members of the envoy delegations and the situations of the smaller countries and tribes. After the enjoyable conclusion of the banquet, Shui Jintang returned home with Gu Qixiao. Chapter 133, Offering a Dance. At noon on the 2nd day, Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao continued to attend the banquet, which was the last one during this holiday period. This banquet was for envoys from various countries to present gifts to the emperor and discuss matters. Shui Jintang took a sip of tea and watched throughout from her seat as various tributes were presented by the different countries, spices, cattle and sheep, gemstones. After the presentation of gifts concluded, Baoyuo, the representative envoy of the Kata tribe, suddenly stood up, placed a hand over his chest, gave a tribal salute to Gu Qiari, and then performed the grand ritual of Dacian. He then said in not-so-standard Dacian official language. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Dacian, apart from the things we just presented, there is another item our Kata tribe wishes to offer your Majesty. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes toward him. Gu Qiari's eyebrows slightly moved, but his expression remained unchanged. Oh. What is it? The women of my cat tribe are all good at singing and dancing. This time, we specially selected 10 of the most beautiful and best dancers from our tribe to come to the capital to perform a dance for His Majesty. Just after Baoyuo finished speaking, Stu, the envoy representative of the Kale tribe, also stood up, similarly giving his greetings first, then laughing heartily and saying, How about that? Respected Emperor of Dacian, this time, our Kale tribe has also prepared a dance for you, and they're waiting outside. Although the Cat and Kale tribes have been much more honest in recent years, their long history of plundering the border region still kept Dacian officials vigilant toward these two tribes. With both tribes stepping forward in quick succession to talk about offering dances, it couldn't help but make people suspicious about whether there was some other purpose behind it. They exchanged glances without being able to resist. Gu Qiari had this suspicion as well, but since neither of these tribes had done anything outrageous thus far, and offering a dance wasn't really out of line, he said. If that's the case, let them come up then, Envoy Baoyuo and Envoy Stu, which of your tribes will go first? Baoyuo and Stu glanced at each other. Baoyuo stepped forward, lowering his head and loudly declared. My Cat tribe mentioned it first, so our tribe will go first. Gu Qiari then looked at Stu, seeing that the latter didn't object, so he nodded. Then let the Cat tribe go first. The dancers may enter. Eunuchs immediately conveyed the message outward. 10 women dressed in foreign costumes, wearing numerous decorations on their heads, and exposing their navels, walked into the hall one after another. After paying their respects to Gu Qiari, they began to dance within the hall. Shou Jintang glanced at them a few times. The 10 women from the Cat tribe inside the hall were dressed quite provocatively. Their upper clothes had short sleeves, revealing both of their pale arms halfway down, and their skirts weren't reaching the ground, exposing their bare feet. Bells were tied around their wrists and ankles, jingling with every movement. Such attire, in the eyes of Dacian people who valued decorum and rules, was naturally somewhat revealing and improper. Many ministers frowned. But since the Cat and Kale tribes were not part of Dacian territory, the norms and customs between both sides differed greatly. No official spoke up to criticize them at the moment. Despite the general sense of impropriety among many, the women of the Cat tribe brought especially to present this dance certainly weren't ugly. Though many found their clothing inappropriate, there were still those captivated by such attire. Jewelry adorned all over their bodies chimed melodiously as they danced. Though their dance wasn't gentle and graceful like traditional ones, its liveliness presented a different kind of beauty. Shou Jintang muttered inwardly, wondering if it wasn't cold yet since the weather had already cooled, while simultaneously appreciating the performance mentally. Although he had an unfavorable impression of the Cat and Kale tribes, he had to admit that the dance performed inside the hall by members of the Cat tribe was indeed beautiful. He glanced back and noticed that many officials' eyes were focused on them, some showing obvious signs of wanting to watch further while fearing loss of dignity. It amused Shou Jintang. Simultaneously, he began secretly thinking, if the Cat tribe suddenly offered a dance with all these pretty women, could they be trying to present all of them to the emperor? He shouldn't have thought so, but it was simply because he had read too many novels where similar situations occurred. A beauty strategy, if these women were handsome, danced beautifully, and given to the emperor, if one gained his favor and whispered suggestions, and in case the emperor became foolish and was deceived by alien forces, wouldn't Dacian be put into danger? After the dance concluded, Gu Qiari praised them a few times before allowing representatives from the Kale tribe to come forward next. Similarly, they were here to dance, but the style of the Kale tribe's dance did differ somewhat from the Cat tribes. Shou Jintang noticed that among the dancing women of both tribes, there was always one woman adorned with extra decorations and the finest fabric for her clothing, standing out significantly in terms of both appearance and manner compared to the others. He wasn't sure if he was thinking too much or what, but could they possibly have thoughts of proposing a marriage alliance? Soon, the dance of the Kale tribe also came to an end, and Gu Qiari similarly praised it a few times. Then Cart from the Cat tribe made a bow and smiled as he began to speak. Esteemed Emperor of Dacian, to be honest, apart from presenting gifts, our Bart tribe has another very important purpose for coming to the capital, which is to request a marriage alliance. As he spoke, he pointed to a woman standing behind him who had not retreated outside with the others but instead stood behind him. This is the beloved youngest daughter of our king, our Princess Engfu, who is also the most beautiful woman in our tribe. We've all heard that Dacian is prosperous and its men brave. Our king especially sends his most beloved Princess Engfu here for this marriage alliance, aiming to strengthen the bond between both sides. We sincerely hope that the Emperor of Dacian will grant us permission. Chapter 134, Request for Marriage Alliance. Upon hearing these words, the entire hall fell silent, and all the officials of Dacian looked toward Gu Qiari. The Cart and Kar tribes have been frequently harassing the borders of Dacian for many years. They attack and then run away, and they are hard to catch, which has also been a difficult problem that Dacian has been dealing with. It wasn't until Gu Qixiao was stationed at the border that this phenomenon improved somewhat, but it hasn't been completely eliminated. Even though there isn't a noticeable large-scale force, minor skirmishes can't be avoided. Moreover, the northern barbarians, regardless of gender, grow up on horseback from childhood. Their archery and riding skills are high, and once they're on a horse, they can fight, and their combat strength is indeed strong. Combined with the geographical advantages of the northern region, Dacian soldiers are unfamiliar with the terrain and get easily lost if they venture deep into northern territory, thereby losing any advantage in comparison. This is also one of the key reasons why the northern barbarians constantly raid the borders but haven't been completely wiped out. Indeed, the difficulty is immense. Unless Dacian becomes so powerful that the northern barbarians dare not come again, but clearly Dacian hasn't reached that level yet. So currently, both sides not disturbing each other would be best. Thus, many consider a marriage alliance at this point a viable solution. However, the person selected for this marriage alliance is a concern. Not everyone wants to bring a princess from the northern region home to be treated respectfully. Speaking about treating her well, if the person getting married already has a main wife, the wife must either leave the household or become a concubine, which is considered virtuous and sensible behavior. If the main wife has children, those children will change from legitimate sons to illegitimate ones. Therefore, unless someone is solely focused on benefits or other purposes, most royal and official families do not wish to take in an intertribal marriage alliance princess. But matters concerning national security cannot be decided just by who says, "I'll marry," or "I won't marry." Gu Qirui's expression remained unchanged as he asked with a smile. That does make sense. I wonder which person Yingtu Princess wishes to ally with. All eyes turned to Yingtu Princess. With her striking features, high nose, deep-set eyes, and slim build, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Unabashed by the attention, she spoke directly. Your Majesty is wise and valiant. The Princess of Dakian must be very excellent. As she said this, Yingtu Princess dropped her gaze coyly and stopped speaking. Yet, everyone understood her meaning. She wanted to form an alliance with one of Dakian's princes. For a moment, many ministers with eligible young men in their family breathed a sigh of relief. Although thinking like this might seem a bit inappropriate, it was better to let His Royal Highness the Prince bear the responsibility rather than having someone else take a foreign princess home to support. Gu Qiurui pondered in his mind, considering which prince would be suitable. Except for the few youngest princes who are still too young, princes 2 through 6 were within the eligible range. Prince 7 was already 15, and truthfully, he could get married as well. After some deliberation, Gu Qiurui continued asking. I do have several princes who are indeed of appropriate age. Does Yingtu Princess already have someone in mind? Yingtu, still looking coy, continued. Yingtu heard that all the princes are extraordinarily handsome. Although Yingtu hasn't met them personally, I'm sure they're all wonderful. This way, it was left to Gu Qiurui to decide. Gu Qiurui looked towards the place where all the princes were seated in the front row and asked with a smile. You've all heard what Yingtu Princess has said. I shall not play the part of the bad guy. If any of you admire Yingtu Princess, speak up now. If none of you want to say anything, I will have to decide personally. Naturally, all the princes had heard what their father Emperor and Yingtu Princess had said. They exchanged glances secretly, unsure of what others were thinking. Marrying a princess had its pros and cons. The good thing is that marrying a foreign princess is for mutual stability, contributing to Dakian, helping them cultivate a positive image, and building a good reputation. The downside is that taking in such a bride truly means treating her respectfully, refraining from easy abuse or insult, and directly occupying the position of chief wife. If this princess has a nasty temperament, it's predictable how much trouble she'll cause in the future. The princes all thought quickly in their minds, weighing the pros and cons. Shui Jintang glanced at the princes. The 7th prince was as low-key as before, keeping his head down without speaking, minimizing his presence. The 6th prince looked indifferent, but actually had a trace of annoyance in his eyes, evidently not wanting to marry Yingtu Princess. As for the 2nd to 5th princes, Du Hong still maintained a gentle and elegant appearance, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The others had flickering eyes, indicating that they might be interested. All eyes in the hall were on the princes, waiting for their responses. The time the princes spent thinking seemed long but was actually short. In just a moment, the 4th prince, Gu Yushua, spoke up first. Gu Yushua looked as robust as his name suggested. He had a sturdy build and, though not the most handsome among the princes, was still quite decent looking. He appeared straightforward and very sincere. Shui Jintang had heard from Gu Qishao that many people thought the 4th prince was simple-minded, strong but lacking in subtlety, and spoke without much diplomacy. But according to Gu Qishao, this 4th prince might not be as simple as he seemed. Loudly, he declared. Father, I find Yingtu Princess not only has an extraordinary beauty but also is talented in singing and dancing, with a generous and open disposition. I am deeply captivated by her. I have yet to take a main wife. After marrying the princess, I will surely give her my undivided attention. I hope Father grants me the honor of marrying Yingtu Princess. Chapter 135, Lisa's long-held admiration. After Gu Yushua spoke, Gu Qiurui looked at the other several princes. Prince 2nd Gu Yuhong smiled and said, I didn't expect 4th brother to be so impatient. Big brother won't compete with you. After Gu Yuhong spoke, 5th prince and 6th prince also spoke in turn, saying similar things. Simply put, they were not going to compete with Gu Yushua. 3rd Prince Gu Yukai was always fond of beautiful women. Princess Yingfu's appearance was indeed good, he was a little interested. But considering the potential troubles of marrying a princess as part of an alliance marriage, and since Gu Yuhong had already spoken first. After pondering for a while, he also gave up on this thought and tactfully expressed his opinion. Thus, there was no one competing with Gu Yushua. Only the sound of his laughter could be heard, as he bowed to his brothers in gratitude and then looked expectantly at Gu Qiurui. Since Princess Yingfu had herself said that the choice would be determined by Gu Qiurui, there was no need to ask for her opinion again. Seeing that no one else had anything to say, the matter was settled thus. Gu Qiurui declared, in that case, starting from today, prepare the wedding between the 4th prince and Princess Yingfu, and select an auspicious day for their marriage. The Minister of Rights responsible for this matter immediately stepped forward and bowed. Your subject follows the decree. Gu Chirui nodded, and the envoy of the Cater tribe seemed satisfied with the result, laughing as he stepped back without further comment. Next, the Cal tribe stepped forward and spoke words much like those of the Cater tribe, similarly requesting a matrimonial alliance. They too had brought along their king's most favored princess. However, while Princess Ingfu of the Cater tribe was the youngest daughter of the king, it was the king's eldest daughter, Princess Lisa of the Cal tribe who had come. Princess Lisa was similarly blessed with remarkable beauty. Unlike Princess Ingfu's delicate charm, Lisa's features were more striking and impactful, hinting at a certain willful nature in her gaze. Gu Chirui went through the same procedure with this Princess Lisa. It was assumed that this princess' desired matrimonial object would undoubtedly be one of the princes or a child from a minister's family. However, unexpectedly, she instead looked towards the direction of Gu Qixiao and directly said, Ning Prince is both literary and martial, renowned far and wide. Lisa has long admired him. We humbly request Emperor's approval. As Lisa's words echoed through the room, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, shock clearly etched across their faces, their glances oscillating between her and Ning Prince. The reason why the Cater tribe and the Cal tribe did not dare to constantly harass the border was solely because Gu Qixiao had utterly frightened them. One does not need to imagine how the impressions of these tribesfolk about Gu Qixiao would have been. Revulsion and fear were normal responses. Yet now, the princess of the Cal tribe requested a matrimonial alliance with none other than this general who could be considered their enemy. Furthermore, right there sat Ning Prince's wife, yet Princess Lisa openly stated this, presuming Ning Prince would surely marry her, demoting his current wife to a concubine. For a moment, the crowd was struck with both astonishment and confusion. Shui Jintang found it equally difficult to comprehend. Was this Princess Lisa perhaps a bit unhinged? Her demand for a matrimonial alliance with Gu Qixiao under such circumstances must have stemmed from either of two reasons, either she truly fancied Gu Qixiao, or she had ulterior motives. Shui Jintang thought that, considering her status, the possibility of her actually liking Gu Qixiao was low. So it must be that she had ulterior motives and bad intentions. Wishing to marry over here, using the beauty trap to bewitch Gu Qixiao, to change the current situation of their tribe. He could only say that this princess was overly conceited. Did she think Gu Qixiao was someone so easily deceived? Chapter 136, Only Him. When Princess Lizzie spoke, the entire venue fell silent. Gu Qi instinctively looked in the direction of Gu Qi, also feeling that Princess Lizzie might have an ulterior motive. However, he couldn't help thinking. If the crown prince were to marry Princess Lizzie and take her back, it wouldn't be impossible, and they would know better what her intentions might be. Then he glanced at Shui Jintang. He wasn't intending to disrupt their feelings either. After marrying Princess Lizzie, he could simply place her in the rear courtyard and ignore her, so this should work, right? But this thought only lingered in Gu Qi's mind for a moment before he noticed Gu Qi's frosty gaze. Recalling Gu Qi's usual behavior, Gu Qi quickly abandoned this idea. In the next moment, he heard Gu Qi's cold voice saying, I already have a main wife. The Cal tribe might as well find someone else. His expression towards Princess Lizzie was extremely indifferent, with no trace of emotion, making it evident that Gu Qi had no feelings for this princess whatsoever. Watching this scene, Gu Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Thankfully, his thoughts hadn't been spoken out loud, otherwise, his younger royal brother probably wouldn't have given him any face by directly opposing him. Gu Qi's words were straightforward, clearly indicating he had no interest in Princess Lizzie from the Cal tribe. Unfortunately, the Cal tribe seemed not to grasp his meaning, with no one speaking up while Princess Lizzie's face carried signs of anger. She believed herself to be quite beautiful. Though she had anticipated it wouldn't be easy to get Gu Qi to agree to a matrimonial alliance, she hadn't expected his response to be so direct and completely lacking in courtesy. Being humiliated like this slightly clouded her rationality, and Princess Lizzie couldn't help but retort. Ning Prince's remarks are indeed somewhat excessive. This is about a marriage alliance between two sides. How can one be overly concerned about love alone at such a time? Moreover. She turned her gaze toward Shui Jintang, her tone laced with a hint of contempt. If Ning Prince's consort were virtuous and wise, she should step aside voluntarily, avoiding difficulties for her husband. Princess Lizzie clearly didn't regard Shui Jintang. Their tribe had conducted investigations upon entering the capital. This male consort was just granted by the Emperor of Deqian as a marriage gift to bring good fortune to Ning Prince. So what if his identity made him the son of a marquis? She was a matrimonial alliance princess after all. More importantly, how could a man compare to her, who possessed both beauty and a good figure? If she successfully married Ning Prince, with her appearance and skills, would she fail against a mere man? Seeing Lizzie's glare, Shui Jintang's eyebrows twitched faintly, but his demeanor remained calm without much change, staying composed. Because he knew that Gu Qi would absolutely not marry her. He believed in the feelings Gu Qi held for him. Nevertheless, belief is one thing, but with insults directed personally at him, he had to retaliate. Only that Gu Qi had already begun to speak even before him. This time, his voice was even colder and more severe, with his eyes toward Lizzie devoid of warmth. Is my consort one you can judge? If there's an issue with Princess Lizzie's hearing, I don't mind repeating it again. For an alliance, select another individual. I already have a consort, and I will never accept a concubine. There will only ever be Jintang in my life. The second master of Ning Prince's residence can only be Shui Jintang. Gu Qi's words were utterly disrespectful, giving Princess Lizzie no face whatsoever. Lizzie's face immediately flushed red with anger, and the others from the Cao tribe also wore disgruntled expressions. The officials of Deqian present had complex expressions, not expecting Ning Prince to treat affection with such exclusivity. Simultaneously, many secretly admired Shui Jintang inside. They wondered how he managed to achieve this, making Ning Prince consider him indispensable and committing openly before all the scholars and military personnel to never accept a concubine, leaving room only for him. Chapter 137, Only You. For a moment, the grand hall was extraordinarily quiet. Gu Qizhao's words shocked everyone present. For Lizzie, it was no less than being slapped in public. The various gazes around her made her lose her composure. She glared at Shui Jintang and spoke without choosing her words carefully. What is so good about him? Speaking of looks, identity, and talent, how does he compare to me, the princess? I think he's a fox spirit. Prince Ning must have been bewitched by him. Lizzie's voice was shrill, and Gu Qizhao's words had made her both detest and envy Shui Jintang. As soon as her words ended, a cup flew straight towards her. She screamed involuntarily and hastily dodged to the side. The cup narrowly missed her face, causing pain where it grazed her skin. There even appeared a scratch on her face. This showed just how fast and forceful it was. Crack. The cup fell to the ground and shattered with a sound. An instant silence fell over the hall. Still shaken, Lizzie looked toward the direction from which the cup had come. Gu Qizhao's eyes were icy cold, looking at her as if she were dead already. If Princess Lizzie insults my consort again, it won't be as simple as a scratched face. Lizzie was shocked, angry, and scared. Feeling the pain on her face, she loudly questioned. Are you daring to harm me? I am the princess for the marriage alliance. Gu Qizhao showed an indifferent expression. What if the princess for the marriage alliance? Whoever dares to hurt my consort will not be spared by me. Though Lizzie wanted to say more, when she looked into Gu Qizhao's eyes, fear rose within her, and she couldn't bring herself to speak. Stu, the envoy from the Car tribe, looked very upset, but unlike Lizzie, he hadn't lost his reason yet. With a sorrowful face, he asked. The Car tribe sincerely wants to form a marriage alliance with Dagon. Is Prince Ning trying to incite another war between the two sides? His tone sounded quite righteous, wanting to use public opinion to pressure Gu Qizhao into marrying Princess Lizzie. Unfortunately, his plan was doomed to fail. Gu Qizhao didn't fall for his tricks. With a casual glance, Gu Qizhao's lips curved slightly. As for who wants to provoke the war, everyone probably knows that deep down. If the Car tribe wishes to start a war, I don't mind accompanying them. Stu was speechless and his complexion grew worse. He wanted to say let's go to war, but the results of multiple battles with Gu Qizhao's army had planted fear in his heart. Besides, this trip's main purpose was to form a marriage alliance, so those words remained unspoken. There was an uncomfortable silence. Finally, Gu Qirui broke the frozen atmosphere. Prince Ning has a deep bond with his consort. If the Car tribe truly intends to form an alliance through marriage, they should choose someone else. Though these words from Gu Qirui gave them a way out, Stu, even if dissatisfied, dared not completely break faces. Even though their ideal candidate for the marital alliance was Prince Ning, given the current situation, forming an alliance with him seemed impossible. So they reluctantly followed Gu Qirui's suggestion. The Car tribe is genuinely willing to form an alliance through marriage with Dagon. Gu Qirui nodded, smiling as he asked. If that's the case, the Car tribe should select someone else then. In the end, after deliberation, the Car tribe chose Prince III. Initially, they had planned to pick an influential official, but unfortunately, everyone avoided this matrimonial alliance using various excuses. No one was foolish enough to willingly subject themselves to this fate. Any man selected for such an arrangement would inevitably see the end of his career's advancement potential. After all, which emperor would entrust key roles in court to a man married to a foreign princess? To save face once again, after some contemplation, like the Cat tribe before them, the Car tribe decided to align their marriage strategy to include the prince. Eventually, Princess Lizzie of the Car tribe formed a marital alliance with Prince III Gu Yukai. Gu Yukai originally had some worries about trouble after bringing the princess home and hesitated without competing with his younger brother for Princess Ingfu. Still, he never expected to end up with a princess eventually. Besides, he wasn't even her first choice, she had considered others only after failing to ally with Prince Ning. Thus, although Gu Yukai indulged in the beauty of women, Princess Lizzie indeed had stunning and remarkable features, he still felt somewhat discontent. Even before Princess Lizzie entered his home, Gu Yukai's impression of her had diminished a bit. Once the Car tribe's matrimonial partner was finalized, Emperor Gu Qirui also immediately instructed the Ministry of Rites to make preparations and select an auspicious date for the wedding. With the two most important matters settled, the feast reached its conclusion. After further dining and drinking, the banquet concluded, and people gradually got up to leave. The envoy groups from the Cat tribe and the Car tribe remained silent throughout their journey back to the lodging that had been arranged for them. After entering their rooms and locking the doors, only after confirming they were among themselves did the solemn atmosphere appear on their faces. Stu, the envoy of the Car tribe, slammed the table in frustration. Damn it. Prince Ning is simply too arrogant and disrespectful. Baluo, the envoy of the Cat tribe, though not as furious, was equally disheartened. The failure of this plan indicates that the invasion of Dogon will have to be postponed. They naturally had an ulterior motive for proposing this matrimonial alliance. Initially, their marital alliance candidates included one for the crown prince and another for Prince Ning. They intended for the two princesses to do everything possible to allure both men and extract every piece of information about Dogon. Among their plans, allying with Prince Ning held the most weight. Firstly, the reason why they didn't dare to launch a large-scale invasion on Dogon's border right now was because they feared Prince Ning and his formidable army. If either princess succeeded in marrying Prince Ning, then there would be a chance to get close to him. If he fell for her, even if they couldn't fully capture Dogon's frontier pass, they would gain considerable benefits, thereby changing the present status between both sides. Even if Prince Ning wasn't swayed by love, once any of the princesses entered the Ning mansion, they would have some access to crucial information during the invasions. Secondly, after gathering information from various sources, they overheard a rumor. It seemed Prince Ning was severely poisoned during a previous campaign, and the toxins were never completely expelled. His health condition was deteriorating under the toxin's influence. His current consort was said to be given to him merely to prolong his days. Although the truth of this message was uncertain, it offered them hope. If the rumor was true, then it implied Prince Ning wouldn't live long. Once he died, with both tribes uniting, Dogon would lack generals with achievements comparable to Prince Ning. Even if they failed to fully invade Dogon at that time, they would reap numerous advantages. Hence, choosing Prince Ning for marriage was a must. Initially, considering the princess's beauty, plus how the marriage alliances mattered significantly, they believed that persistent pursuit would eventually bring success in sending at least one princess into the Ning mansion. Unfortunately, they underestimated Prince Ning's single-mindedness towards love and his sway in court. Not even the emperor dared to force Prince Ning into this marriage, resulting in their goal being unmet. Since this attempt has already failed, no matter how angry the two tribes became, nothing could change it. Stu violently struck the table again. Though we failed to marry Prince Ning, at least both princesses successfully married Dogon's crown princes. Should the princesses win these princes' hearts, our strategy isn't entirely wasted. A gleam flashed in Baluo's eyes. You're right, while we can't directly approach Prince Ning, staying by Dogon princes can still obtain much critical information. If the rumors about Prince Ning's poisoning turn out to be true, that'd be all the better. A trace of greed and cruelty appeared in Stu's gaze. This matrimonial alliance might not be without its blessings after all. This largely depends on our two princesses. Turning his gaze toward the two princesses, calculation filled his eyes. Both princesses possess extraordinary looks and talents. If you two can genuinely capture the hearts of Dogon princes, convincing them to cooperate with us. Stu chuckled arrogantly. This might not be impossible. Keep in mind, Dogon's emperor hasn't decided who among the princes will ascend to the throne. Surely, each prince has his ambition. Letting our princesses make Dogon's princes fall in love with them and offering them inducements like the position of heir apparent, cooperation won't be far off then. At hearing this, Baluo grew somewhat more confident. True, let our princesses work harder. Princess Yingfu and Princess Lizhi stood nearby. Hearing everyone's conversation also brought satisfaction to their hearts. They believed in their own skills wholeheartedly. Don't worry, we will certainly give it our best. Glancing at each other, they accepted, secretly igniting a competitive spirit. It came down to who could captivate Dogon's princes quicker. While the two tribes were conspiring further, Gu Qishao and Xue Jintang returned to the palace. Xue Jintang was in exceptionally high spirits. Gu Qixiao's actions in the grand hall and his public promises kept making him feel an indescribable sweetness. Seeing the curve on the young man's lips never falter, Gu Qixiao's smile deepened further. Pulling the young man into his embrace, he leaned down and asked with a smile. Are you this happy? Xue Jintang nestled obediently against him, his arms encircling Gu Qixiao's shoulders. His fair and handsome face showcased a pair of bright and clear eyes that had curved into crescents. Yes, I'm very happy. Never thought His Highness was so good at sweet talk. Gu Qixiao held him tightly around the waist and placed a kiss on his forehead. Every word I said in the hall was true. I swear, the princess of Ning Mansion will only be you, and my heart will forever have only you. If I ever go against this, may heaven strike me down and doom me. Xue Jintang quickly covered his mouth. Spit, don't say that. Gu Qixiao laughed, catching his hand to place a kiss on it. Tang, I will always love only you. A ticklish sensation made Xue Jintang pull his hand back shyly. He looked up, encircled Gu Qixiao's neck with his hands, kissed him on the lips, and said earnestly. I believe you. I love you too, and my heart will also always hold only you. Gu Qixiao's lips curled upward, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. The hand on the young man's waist tightened slightly, drawing him closer. Lifting the young man's chin, he leaned down and pressed his lips to the moist ones below. Chapter 138, Blessing for the Common People. After the banquet on August 18th, several envoy groups from the western regions left first. On the side of the northern barbarians, the Yajia tribe went back ahead of time, while the Kate and Kale tribe stayed a little longer. Not until they attended Princess Ingfu's and Princess Lizi's weddings with the two princes did they leave. Once all the envoy groups had departed, the emperor's birthday celebration was truly over for the year. The capital city resumed its previous pace. The officials who were supposed to go to court returned to their duties, workers to their workstations, and vendors set up their stalls. After the banquet ended and all foreign envoys had left the capital, Emperor Gu Qiurui and various civil military officials finally felt relieved. Especially the Ministry of Rights and other departments responsible for organizing the banquet and hosting the envoy group sighed in relief, feeling that their burdens had lessened significantly. After all, during the entire visit by envoys from other countries, constant vigilance was necessary so as not to cause trouble should anything happen to them within the territory of Dacian. With this matter settled, Emperor Gu Qiurui rested for a few days and then immediately notified Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang to prepare for something he had been considering, the observation of new crop breeds. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang had already been preparing for it, so receiving the notice wasn't urgent for them. For safety's sake, they made a special trip to the farm one day earlier to check everything out in preparation for the following day's arrival. That morning, Gu Qiurui and a group of officials arrived by carriage at one of the specifically selected farms owned by Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang. This pair owned more than just one farm, and Gu Qiurui certainly couldn't visit each one. Thus, they previously reserved a specific place solely for the purpose of harvesting crops when the emperor came. All individuals involved in the farm, including the farm manager and farmers responsible for specific crops, were ready and waiting. Gu Qiurui and his entourage of officials were taken on a quick tour of the farm, followed by a brief introduction. Without wasting time, the prepared farmers began the harvest. The first crop harvested was potato, the same crop that Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang once instructed their servants to pick in the courtyard. Under the farmer's chance, potatoes were pulled up from the ground one bunch after another. Emperor Gu Qiurui and the entourage of officials observing closely were all quite intrigued. This was the first time any of them had seen this crop called potato. Does this crop known as potato produce so many fruits per bunch? It somewhat resembles sweet potato, but it's not quite the same. These bunches aren't small, I counted more than 10 fruits in one bunch. I wonder how many potatoes we can pull out of one mu, a Chinese acre. Is the output really as high as what Prince Ning claimed? Just wait, we'll know soon enough. Everyone on the farm took immediate action, and the potatoes from an entire mu were quickly pulled up. Looking at the pile of potatoes gathered, Gu Qiurui couldn't help but feel excited. So many. It might be true as his younger brother said, producing double the yield of current crops. Hurry. Weigh them. As Gu Qiurui gave the order, everyone immediately started weighing the potatoes basket by basket. With the shock and amazement from those around increasing, the weight of the potatoes reached 500 caddies, approximately 660 pounds, and there was still clearly more to weigh. 500 caddies. When we harvest sweet potatoes, isn't the highest yield also about 600 caddies per mu? You're right, it is 600 caddies, but there are still plenty of potatoes yet to be weighed. It seems that what Prince Ning said is true, indeed, a fine seed has been cultivated. As the crowd became increasingly shocked and thrilled, the potatoes from one mu were finally all weighed, totaling 1,000 caddies, approximately 1,320 pounds. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Gu Qiurui's face was full of delight. 1,000 caddies. His younger brother was right, the yield per mu is indeed nearly twice as high as the current maximum crop yields. The farmers working on the farm were also very excited. Although they had personally participated in planting these crops in the farm, they knew that the yield wouldn't be small. However, upon seeing the results now, they could barely suppress their joy, it was a full 1,000 caddies. For the crops grown in the past, reaching 500 or 600 caddies would have been considered an excellent result. And the princess had mentioned that this potato, like sweet potato, could serve as a main food during times of food shortages. In this way, they gained another grain capable of satisfying hunger, and one with such high yields. How could everyone not be excited? Perhaps the calmest ones present were Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang. Taking a step forward, Gu Qixiao addressed Gu Qiurui. Your Majesty, judging merely by the yield from one mu lacks complete persuasiveness. There are a few acres of potatoes left unharvested. Why don't we take the opportunity to harvest them all at once? Let everyone take a look to see if all crops really have increased yields as your Majesty's younger brother has said. Emperor Gu Qiurui calmed his excitement slightly after hearing this, and nodded in agreement. You make a good point. Then let's harvest everything now, and you all dig with us. He gave instructions to the attendants and guards following him. Yes, your Majesty. Upon the emperor's order, the guards and attendants who were with the officials also came forward to help dig up the potatoes. An official responsible for agriculture was somewhat moved by what he saw and stepped forward to ask. Your Majesty, this old minister would also like to try, but I wonder. Gu Qiurui was in a very good mood and immediately smiled in agreement. It is certainly permissible. If my beloved minister voluntarily joins in, how could I not be pleased? The official's face lit up with joy as he thanked the emperor. Thank you, your Majesty. Amazed by the incredible potato yield per mu, he wanted to participate personally. Seeing this, other officials looked at each other, and many stepped forward. Your Majesty, I would also like to try. Your Majesty, this old minister hasn't experienced farming at this age yet. I would like to give it a try today. Your Majesty. These officials, all sharp-minded individuals, realized that staying aside might leave a bad impression on the emperor while watching others participate. One after another, whether sincerely or with ulterior motives, they all requested to join in the digging. Gu Qiurui glanced at these officials and clearly understood their thoughts. He nodded. In that case, all of you go ahead. With many more servants and officials joining to help, the remaining several mu of potatoes were harvested much faster. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang exchanged glances and didn't stop them. Let these officials who wanted to join and do so, facts were clear, and even those who doubted would have no grounds to argue. Besides, more people joining in would make things easier for the farmers. What reason did they have to block them? As the few acres of potatoes were gradually harvested, the voices reporting the results echoed continuously. 960 pounds. 980 pounds. 890 pounds. 1100 pounds. 920 pounds. With each weight reported, the amazement and joy of the crowd only grew stronger, and Gu Qiurui's smile became increasingly broad. A new high-yield crop had been added to Dacian, a blessing for its people. To him, it meant his standing in the hearts of the commoners would increase even more. From any perspective, it was an occasion worthy of celebration and praise. Once all the potatoes were harvested, everyone present witnessed the result. Although not every mu reached 1,000 pounds, there were variations, but averaged out, the yield per acre was over 900 pounds. Compared to the previous crop yields, it was indeed nearly doubled. The words spoken by Gu Qixiao in the Great Hall that day were without a shred of fabrication, thoroughly true. By this point, even those officials who harbored doubts could find nothing to contradict. Emperor Gu Qiurui repeatedly exclaimed 3 good, s, full of delight, raising his voice. Everyone here on the estate today will be rewarded. Looking at the attendants and guards who helped earlier, you will also be rewarded. All the farmers present showed signs of excitement and fell to their knees in gratitude. Thank the emperor. Long live the emperor for 10,000 years. Emperor Gu Qiurui nodded happily and waved for everyone to get up. Naturally, Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang were also in excellent moods. After exchanging a glance with Shui Jintang, Gu Qixiao smiled and spoke. Eldest brother, the fine seeds cultivated by my concubine are not just this one kind. Besides potatoes, we also have pumpkins, chili peppers among new crops, as well as sweet potatoes, rice, wheat, they've all been improved. The yield per mu for these crops has similarly increased compared to before. Eldest brother may wish to take a look. Hearing this, Emperor Gu Qiurui's eyes brightened with greater pleasure. How could I not look? Give the orders, lunch will be served here today. I want to see the results of harvesting these crops. Everyone agreed accordingly. Of course, the farm wasn't planted solely with potatoes. After harvesting several acres, Emperor Gu Qiurui also personally pulled a few bunches from the fields, staying in a state of excitement all the time. Now feeling somewhat tired, he ordered the farmers to continue the harvest and took his group to rest on the side. Emperor Gu Qiurui stayed on the farm until the afternoon before returning to the palace along with his entourage. Apart from potatoes, he also saw the harvest results of other crops. Whether it was the new crops brought by Shui Jintang or crops like sweet potatoes, rice, and others, all showed promising yields. This was an excellent piece of news for the whole of Dacian. The people would have several more types of grain to eat, with increased crop yields per mu. After paying taxes, they would also be left with much more for themselves, making life increasingly better over time. The better the commoners' lives became, the better it would be for the entirety of Dacian. Emperor Gu Qiurui could then feel at greater ease in his reign. With joy and excitement, Gu Qiurui returned to the palace. Before he left, he issued an edict stating that all who participated in cultivating and planting these fine seeds would receive rewards. And as for the individual responsible for this matter, Shui Jintang, the emperor bestowed even more gifts upon him. He also specifically sought Shui's opinion on whether there was any particular reward he desired. After escorting the emperor and all the officials away, the day's hectic work finally came to an end. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang returned to the estate, exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. They instructed the staff to classify and store today's harvest according to the requirements before allowing everyone to rest. For all those who had collaborated with them in planting and breeding these crops, they both distributed another round of rewards. What the emperor had rewarded was his share of rewards, and what they had given were their own. There were indeed distinctions between the two. Once all affairs on the estate were settled, it wasn't until dusk that Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang returned to the mansion. Spending the entire day bustling around the fields, they were covered in dust and dirt from head to toe. The first thing they did upon returning home was to bathe. They shed their dirty clothes and put on fresh, clean outfits, feeling refreshed all over again. Shui Jintang exhaled deeply and sprawled onto the bed with relaxation. Ah, we're finally done. Gu Qixiao sat by the bedside, tousling his hair affectionately, and smiled, saying, Yes, the hustle and bustle of this period are now completely over. Once the autumn hunting expedition and the Chongyang festival conclude, we can visit your adoptive parents together. Chapter 139, Severing Ties. At the entrance of the government office. Gu Qishao and Xue Jintang came out from inside, waving the papers in their hands, and smiled, saying, "Finally, this matter is resolved. Although that family can't control me now, it's still an issue if left alone for too long. When I first entered the estate, I wanted to resolve it, but I didn't know the emperor's stance on this matter. With a pile of other things piling up, I forgot about it until now." Gu Qishao squeezed his hand gently and smiled. "Our royal brother will not meddle in this anymore. You have solved many headaches for De Qian and him. He knows very well who matters more. You should have told me earlier. He wouldn't dare to disagree." Xue Jintang rubbed against his hand with a grin. "Hee, I just forgot later. It's good like this now. Even without your intervention, His Majesty would be pleased. We don't have to worry about leaving any knots unresolved." Gu Qishao chuckled softly and pinched the young man's face. The two laughed as they walked back to the mansion. Xue Jintang beckoned Ji Sin over, and Ji Sin immediately stepped forward, bowing. "Lady Wang." Xue Jintang handed a thin sheet of paper to him, smiling brightly. "Deliver this to the Pingchang Marquis residents and tell them that from now on, I have no ties with them whatsoever. Don't come looking for me unnecessarily, and definitely don't bother me with issues. Also, tell Chu Zhiyu to enjoy being the Marquis' son properly, and stop worrying that I might take his place. I'm not interested." Ji Sin also disliked that family, and he was quite happy for the Lady Wang that Xue Jintang had cut off all connections with them. Taking the paper firmly, he replied, "Yes. Lady Wang, please rest assured, I'll deliver the message clearly." Xue Jintang waved her hand with a smile. "I trust you, go ahead." Ji Sin immediately left the mansion. Gu Qishao pulled her close, gently kissing the young man's forehead with pity. "A family like that isn't worth your sadness. In the future, treat them as strangers. The severance document is established, and with me and the emperor around, no one will dare to cause trouble over this matter." Xue Jintang leaned into the man's arms, whispering modestly, "In fact, I'm fine. I'm not the former Xue Jintang. I have no feelings for them, my adoptive parents are enough for me." In the original storyline, Xue Jintang became darkened. However, since Xue Jintang was just a person who traveled through books, he didn't have complex emotions towards the Chu family. He thought that if given another chance, the original self should also want to do this. By saying this, Xue Jintang was subtly telling Gu Qishao that he wasn't the same person as before. However, Gu Qishao seemed not to fully understand it, assuming it was because he had completely lost hope in his biological parents and family. Now, he had let go entirely and opened his heart. Gu Qishao simply smiled at the young man. "Alright, you have me. I'll always be by your side, forever inseparable." On the other hand, Ji Sin rode straight to the front gate of the Pingchang Marquis house with the items in hand. After announcing his identity, the servant quickly went inside to report. Marquis Chu Yuanheng had followed the emperor to Xue Jintang and Gu Qixiao's estate yesterday. Unlike most people, whose hearts were filled with excitement and joy, his was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. This son, who had little sentiment or closeness, and whom he didn't value much, ever since marrying into Ning Qin Wang's mansion, has accomplished great deeds that benefited the country and its people. Zhiyu, who was raised beside him from childhood and always cherished, paled significantly in comparison when set against him. Every time he attended court sessions, facing the compliments and envy of other officials saying how fortunate he was to have such a son, Chu Yuanheng couldn't decide what expression to wear. Should he feel proud or not? Today was his day off, so Chu Yuanheng didn't attend court. Coincidentally, there was nothing for the whole family to do, so they gathered in the living room chatting happily. Hearing the servant's report, the room instantly fell silent, and everyone stopped laughing. Chapter 140, He Doesn't Care. Chu Yuanheng paused for a moment, then said, "Let Chief Ji come in." Chu Zishuan questioned, "What are the people from Ning Prince's mansion here for? Could it be that my brother has caused some trouble?" Chu Zihue looked at him disapprovingly. "Shao Xian." Chu Zishuan pouted and stopped talking. After Xue Jintang saved someone in the Grand Princess residence last time, Chu Zishuan's impression of Xue Jintang improved slightly. He didn't hate her as much anymore. None of them were people who lived with their ears closed to outside affairs. They had more or less all learned about the events that had transpired recently. Naturally, they were aware of everything their younger brother/older brother had been up to, which had inevitably changed each of their impressions of Xue Jintang somewhat. Chu Ziyu was both surprised and suspicious when hearing that someone from Ning Prince's mansion had come over, so she smiled and said, "Perhaps our brother misses us. Wasn't father with the emperor yesterday visiting Ning Prince's farm? Could Chief Ji have come to deliver some good seeds? Even though our brother hasn't returned since his homecoming visit, he still seems to be thinking of us." Chu Ziyu's words were vague in meaning, praising Xue Jintang's filial piety on one hand, while subtly reminding everyone that he had never come back to visit them. Despite suffering many losses from Xue Jintang, Chu Ziyu was persistently trying to influence the family's impression of her. In the past, perhaps everyone would have agreed wholeheartedly, but after experiencing several incidents, everyone had already made their own judgments. Chu Zihue glanced deeply at Chu Ziyu and remained silent. Chu Ziyuan and Chu Zishuan looked at him, also hesitating to speak. The Marquis of Pingchang and Lady Fang looked at their adopted son whom they had cherished like a biological son, their expressions becoming complex. Expecting unanimous agreement and criticism toward Shui Jintang, instead there was silence. Chu Ziyu's smile faltered momentarily, panic rising within, yet still maintained an innocent and obedient demeanor as she laughed naturally. Why is no one speaking? Aren't you guys also missing our brother? Ah, where is Chief Ji? Just then, Ji-san walked in followed by a servant boy. He paid a formal bow, maintaining a polite social smile. Before the Marquis of Pingchang could ask anything, he began. My Lord Marquis, the Crown Princess has asked me to deliver something to you. For some reason unknown to Chu Yuanheng, he intuitively felt it wasn't something pleasant, yet kept calm as he inquired. Is that so? I wonder what it is. Why doesn't that child come himself? Ji-san retrieved the item from his bosom and handed it to the Marquis of Pingchang, smiling. Once my lord sees it, you'll know. Chu Yuanheng looked at the thin sheet of paper, picked it up, and glanced down. At a single glance, he noticed the 3 large characters at the top, letter of severance. His expression immediately darkened, and the smile on his face became hard to maintain. Chu Zihue happened to be standing next to his father. Seeing the situation, he hastily took a look, and instantly caught sight of those 3 characters, his expression growing complicated. However, Ji-san paid no attention to the family's emotions, dutifully continuing to relay the message. The Crown Princess has also asked me to convey a message to you, my lord, and all of you. Ji-san repeated Shui Jintang's words and turned toward Chu Ziyu, smiling gently. The Crown Princess has a special message for Master Chu, telling you to just enjoy being the young Lord Marquis without worrying that she will take your place, he does not covet it. After saying this, he gave a brief glance at all the Chus, completely ignoring their sour expressions, laughing lightly as he turned to leave. As he walked out, he sneered inwardly. Look at them now, putting on such expressions for whom? The Crown Princess has no relation to you all anymore. From now on, with them and the prince protecting the Crown Princess, you can regret all you want. Chapter 141, The Chu Family's Reaction. Ji-san left, but the Pingchang Marquis mansion still remained eerily quiet. Fang Shi snatched the letter of severance from the Marquis of Pingchang's hand and examined it repeatedly. The 3 characters for letter of severance were clearly imprinted in her mind. She murmured, both anguished and bewildered. How could this happen? Jintang he actually wants to cut ties with us. It wasn't like this before. Chu Zihue looked at the letter of severance, and suddenly a sense of inevitability rose within him. He quietly spoke. When Jintang got married, he had already obtained a letter of severance from father, but back then we didn't take it seriously, and he never went to the government office to have it stamped. At this point, Chu Zihue fell silent. The relationship between their mansion and that child with blood ties had deteriorated to this extent, and he didn't know what else to say about it. It seemed that whatever was said would feel futile. Although he had spent little time together with them, his relationship was nowhere as deep as Ziyu's with them, they shouldn't have felt such significant emotions in response. But for some reason, Chu Zihue felt a surge of sadness welling up deep inside him. As if something had been lost forever. There was no longer any hint of laziness on Chu Ziyuan's face, he just pursed his lips, saying nothing. Chu Zishuan opened his mouth, looked at the family's expressions, and muttered resentfully. If he wants to cut ties, then so be it, who cares anyway? Yet he said no more. Of all present, Chu Ziyu was likely the happiest. Even though Ji Sen's visit and what he had just said had thoroughly contradicted his previous words, making him lose face badly. He still couldn't help but feel joy upon hearing about Shui Jintang cutting ties with the Pingchang Marquis mansion. After all, this was done by Shui Jintang himself. From now on, he would have no relation to the Pingchang Marquis manor. What he had said was correct, he truly no longer needed to worry about his position within the manor, or about his status in the eyes of Lord and Lady Pingchang, and his brothers. Events always failed to unfold according to his predictions, but today, finally, something pleasant happened. Chu Ziyu was feeling quite delighted, yet he did not dare to show it in front of the Chu family. Although the expressions on their faces made him somewhat uneasy deep down, the satisfaction and pleasure brought by believing that he finally had an upper hand over Shui Jintang caused him to subconsciously ignore this unease. Looking at the silent Chu family members, Chu Ziyu also put on a grieving look and consoled them. Father and mother, you don't need to be sad anymore. Perhaps elder brother has wanted to do this for a long time. In the future, I will replace elder brother's place and faithfully care for both of you. As for eldest brother and second brother, I will always be your younger brother. I won't leave you. And Shao Xian, in my heart, you're my own younger brother. Even though there is no blood relation between me and all of you, our parents adopted me, and thus all of you will always be my family, and the Pingchang Marquis manor will always be my home. Unfortunately, the comfort offered by Chu Ziyu didn't elicit the strong emotional reactions he had expected. Only Fang Shi and Chu Zishuan responded to his words with smiles, keeping the atmosphere from getting cold. Xiao Yu is still so thoughtful. Mother feels very pleased. Brother, don't worry about me. I'm not particularly upset, just a bit mixed in emotions at the moment, but I'll be fine soon. Chu Ziyu smiled widely, that's good. From the beginning, the Marquis of Pingchang had remained silently seated in his chair. Now, without saying another word to anyone, he stood up and left the hall alone. Seeing this, Chu Ziyu turned anxiously toward Feng Shi, mother, father. Feng Shi maintained her smile with effort and consoled him. This matter came suddenly, perhaps father needs some time to process the impact, but it should be fine after a while. She could no longer stay either and walked out while saying, "Let me check on your father." Chu Zihui and Chu Ziyuan soon also excused themselves and left the hall one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Ziyu and Chu Zishuan remained in the hall. Chu Zishuan glanced around the quiet hall and found his mood worsening. He told Chu Ziyu, "Fourth brother, oh, now I can call you third brother again. Third brother, I remembered that I have plans to drink with friends, so I'll go first." "You." Chu Ziyu raised a smile, "No worries, I understand how everyone feels. I can be alone, go ahead." Chu Zishuan nodded and decisively got up and left. Now Chu Ziyu was the only person left in the hall. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and his previously good mood plummeted by more than half. The reactions of the Chu family members were somewhat unexpected to him. Why? They didn't seem to like Shui Jintang either, right? Growing up in the countryside, his connection with them wasn't very deep. Aside from having the luck to do some good deeds, how could he compare with him as a son and a brother? He and they were truly a family. However, for Chu Ziyu, Shui Jintang cutting off ties by himself was ultimately a good thing. After being sullen for a while, Chu Ziyu's mood improved again under his self-reassurance. It doesn't matter. The main reason for everyone's reaction today is that the event was too sudden, they just couldn't accept it right away. If he is more clever during this period, doing more things to show filial piety in front of his parents, and spending more time with his elder and younger brothers, giving them small gifts that he made himself, he believes their moods will recover quickly. By then, they will realize that he is the one who is best for them. Moreover, since Shui Jintang has left, only he remains. Surely, his parents will be better to him. Chapter 142, Telescope. Shui Jintang had no idea how Chu Ziyu consoled himself, and he didn't care either. Following the complete severance of ties with the Pingchang Marquis manor earlier, a second event that made him happy soon arrived. It was, the telescope was finally successfully made. After receiving the news from Mozhan, Shui Jintang immediately went to the workshop. After reconfirmation and inspection, the artisans had truly succeeded in making the telescope. Shui Jintang was filled with joy, his smile growing more intense as he greatly encouraged and rewarded the similarly elated artisans. Then, carrying the first telescope ever made, he left the workshop. Gu Qixiao would definitely be glad to hear about this as well, so Shui Jintang wanted to share this joy with Gu Qixiao. Gu Qixiao had just learned from one of the servants that Shui Jintang had gone alone to the workshop. As he was thinking about going over there to check up, he saw Shui Jintang returning and smiled while asking, "Why did you go to the workshop by yourself? You didn't even tell me. Next time, bring more people, otherwise, I'll worry." Shui Jintang hid the telescope behind him and obediently walked over to Gu Qi, apologizing first. "I'm sorry, I got a little too eager. It won't happen next time, I will definitely let someone inform you." Then he lifted his head with a grin and said to Gu Qixiao, "Does your highness still remember when I mentioned before that glass can have more significant uses beyond just being mirrors?" Upon seeing his smile, Gu Qixiao knew that the workshop must have some good news. Not rushing, he responded with a smile. "Yes, of course I remember. I've been eagerly anticipating good news from Tang Tang." Without prolonging the suspense, Shui Jintang pulled out the telescope from behind his back and grinned mischievously. "Take a look. This is my surprise for your highness, the telescope." Shui Jintang handed over the telescope to Gu Qixiao, explained its usage thoroughly, and then let Gu Qixiao try it out himself. With a smile, he said, "Isn't your highness' birthday coming up soon? This is also my birthday gift to your highness. Do you like it?" Gu Qixiao picked up the telescope and tested it. The instant magnification of distant objects fascinated him, prompting him to try several times more. He quickly understood the advantages of the telescope and instantly realized why the young man had previously mentioned its utility for leading armies into battle. The excitement and admiration within him swelled. With the help of the telescope, the army of Dogon could gain a lot more tactical advantages in battles against their enemies. Sometimes, even a small advantage could decide the victory or defeat of a battle. Clearly, the telescope brought immense value to the army. Gu Qixiao lightly kissed the youth on the lips, his smile broadening as he remarked, "I really like this birthday gift." "Tang Tang, thank you." Shui Jintang smiled sweetly, pursing his lips. "There's no need to thank me. Since your highness and I love each other, we are already one. Whether in fortune or hardship, we shall face them together. In helping your highness, I'm also helping myself. I'm delighted to be able to assist your highness. Besides, this is also a way for me to contribute my effort to the army and the people of Dogon. The stronger Dogon becomes, the more stable our lives will be." Gu Qixiao tightly embraced the youth, liking him more and more. Tang Tang. His heart overflowed with words but did not know where to begin, only transforming his feelings into calls and kisses. Shui Jintang turned red in the face and neck, dizzily leaning against his chest, breathing heavily. Gu Qixiao gently kissed his dark, soft hair, contentedly holding him close while laughing softly. I really hope Tangtang's birthday comes sooner. After a while, Shui Jintang calmed his breathing, his ears turning red as he retreated from Gu Qixiao's embrace without answering this statement, instead saying, Your Highness, now that the telescope has been successfully created, we can start trying to mass-produce it. Gu Qixiao, knowing how easily embarrassed the youth could get, didn't joke around too much and smiled. Indeed, the telescope holds great importance for the military. I will increase their salary and rewards, encouraging them to speed up production. At the same time, the security measures around the workshop need improvement as well. Shui Jintang nodded, and once they returned to their room, continued speaking to him. Your Highness, the glass, the telescope, and future research projects can be left to them. These are enough to keep them busy for now. I have something else here. Your Highness will need to select another group of people. This selection must be stricter, allowing absolutely no errors, ensuring absolute loyalty towards Your Highness. From the seriousness in his expression and tone, it was clear that whatever he held was even more important than glass and telescopes, prompting Gu Qixiao's own face to become solemn. Only after ensuring no one was nearby did he ask. What is it? Shui Jintang raised his head and stared into the eyes that were as dark and deep as ink jade, enunciating each word clearly. It's gunpowder. Chapter 143, Absolutely must not let him down. After coming out of the room, Gu Qixiao suppressed his astonished and excited mood and called all his trusted subordinates, including Ji Sen, to the study. Exactly 1 hour later, the door of the study opened, and Ji Sen and others came out with solemn expressions, none revealing the shock and excitement hidden in their eyes. Gu Qixiao was the last to leave the study. The matter of gunpowder was of great importance and could not tolerate any mistakes or leaks of information. After arranging all matters, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, it was already dark. Thinking of the bright smile on the young man's face, Gu Qixiao's eyes lit up with a smile, and he walked toward the dining hall with a light step. Jin Tang had brought him too many things, and he wondered what he could do to repay this young man's heartfelt kindness. Unable to come up with an answer, Gu Qixiao silently vowed to himself that he must truly love him and absolutely must not let him down. The greatest fortune of his life was encountering this young man. Arriving at the dining hall, Shui Jintang was already waiting inside. Upon seeing Gu Qixiao, his eyes twinkled mischievously, and he asked. Is the prince done? How's everything going? Gu Qixiao looked at him with helpless amusement on his face, but warmth and indulgence in his eyes as he shook his head and said. You've certainly given me a huge surprise. Everything has been ordered, directly handled by Ji Senator. People were chosen carefully, hoping I won't be disappointed. If everything goes as you, Tang, have said, then our country of Dogon will significantly increase its power, and eradicating the threat of Baiman will no longer be a problem. Shui Jintang seriously said, It definitely will happen. I believe in you, Your Highness, and everyone under your command is also excellent. They will surely succeed in developing these things. Gu Qixiao gently rubbed his head, softened his gaze, and spoke warmly. I'm looking forward to it too. Well, let's stop talking about this, and have dinner. There seem to be some dishes today that I haven't seen before. Shui Jintang stopped discussing official matters, smilingly said. Yes, they are new dishes I've been working on recently. See if His Highness likes them. The hot summer passed unnoticed, and the weather gradually became cooler. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang participated in the annual autumn hunt. The autumn hunt was also one of the more important events in Dogon. Besides eligible officials, princes and princesses would also participate. Many officials brought their children, hoping they could make an impression on the emperor. If they could leave a good impression, it would naturally be very beneficial, so the total number of people attending the autumn hunt was large. Fortunately, throughout the entire event, there were no unexpected incidents like assassins or ferocious beasts entering the hunting grounds from the novel, so the autumn hunt ended relatively smoothly. This was Shui Jintang's first time participating in such an ancient autumn hunt. He enjoyed the experience of this large-scale event, catching plenty of prey together with Gu Qixiao, having a wonderful time. After the pleasant conclusion of the autumn hunt, Double Ninth Festival followed closely behind. Although there was a palace banquet, its scale was far less than that of the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet which coincided with the emperor's birthday. Of course, participation felt lighter than during the Mid-Autumn banquet, without the same emotional fatigue. After finishing the Double Ninth Festival, the two finally had some free time. As per their initial plan, they packed gifts and boarded a carriage together to visit Shui Jintang's adoptive parents. Carriages headed toward the direction of Lanxi village. This was Shui Jintang's first time traveling far away with Gu Qixiao. Their previous trip to the hot spring villa for hunting didn't count since that place was just a day's ride from the capital city. Long journeys were always boring, but fortunately, with the two of them together for company, the travel time seemed much less tedious. All went well along the way. After half a month, the group successfully arrived at the location of Shui Jintang's adoptive parents. Chapter 144, The couple returns to the village. Lanxi village, Xing'an County, Qingyang Prefecture. The group arrived in the morning. As most villagers had finished breakfast and gone to work in the fields, their arrival did not cause much of a stir. One carriage after another entered Lanxi village. The guards accompanying the convoy stood vigilantly on either side of the carriages. Though the convoy was long, it was quiet and orderly. The carriages stopped at the foot of the mountain. Shui Jintang was the first to jump down from the carriage and happily ran to the front gate of the Shui family residence. Slow down. Gu Qixiao got out behind him, smiling wryly as he gave his reminder while walking beside Shui Jintang. Knocking on the door, Shui Jintang turned back and smiled at Gu Qixiao. I wonder if my parents are at the shop or at home. Gu Qixiao took the young man's hand in his own and replied with a smile. It doesn't matter whether they're at home or at the shop, we're not in a hurry anyway. Shui Jintang nodded. Indeed, it doesn't matter. Even if they're at the shop, there must be someone left here at home. As long as we can put our things inside, that's fine. As they spoke, someone approached the gate. After carefully recognizing him, Shui Jintang called out. Wang Sheng, do you remember me? Wang Sheng, now standing by the gate, paused for a moment and stared at Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao. Fortunately, his memory wasn't bad, and he quickly recognized Shui Jintang. Overjoyed, Wang Sheng exclaimed, Young Master 3, you've returned. Shui Jintang nodded. Our father, mother, second brother, and second sister-in-law all here? Wang Sheng hurriedly nodded. Yes, master. Lord and Lady Shui coincidentally have today off, so they didn't go to the shop. Shui Jintang laughed. That's great. Open the door and go tell them I've come to see them. It was only then that Wang Sheng realized the door hadn't been opened yet. He quickly unlocked the gate and rushed inside to deliver the news. Lord Shui, Lady Shui, Young Master 3 has returned. As Wang Sheng ran off to get them, Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao entered the house and directed people to store all the items they brought in the storage room. Thankfully, each room was made spacious, including an additional storage room reserved for just such occasions. It was currently empty and unlocked, so Shui Jintang easily opened it. He and Gu Qixiao stood aside, watching the guards and others move the items inside. This time, more guards accompanied them, since two people were traveling together and considering Gu Qixiao's status, it was safer to bring extra men. Some of them were from the last trip with Shui Jintang, including the head guard, Shou Wei. Those who had come before knew the place better, making it easier for everyone else as well. A short while later, Lord Shui, Lady Shui, Shui Qingji, and Tian Shi hurried out, all visibly excited. Lady Shui, usually gentle, was the fastest, stepping forward quickly and immediately embracing Shui Jintang. Jintang really is back. How have you been in the capital? Are you doing all right? Patting his adoptive mother's hands reassuringly, Shui Jintang smiled. I'm doing well. Luckily, I'm not too busy these days, and I missed both of you, so I decided to come back. Then, raising his head, he greeted the others with a smile. Father, second brother, second sister-in-law. Lord Shui patted his youngest son on the shoulder, his face glowing with happiness. Good, good. It's nice to have you back. Your mother misses you dearly and talks about you every day. Lady Shui calmed down a little, releasing Shui Jintang and said urgently. You think I'm the only one who misses Jintang, huh? Don't forget who stares toward the direction of the capital for half a day without moving. Her husband's face flushed red. When have I ever looked that way for half a day? You're exaggerating. Shui Jintang listened fondly to his parents bickering while answering his brother and sister-in-law's questions. Their questions were similar. How are you doing in the capital? Have you been wronged? Is your food and clothing satisfactory? Write to us immediately if there's any problem, etc. Shui Jintang patiently answered all of them without impatience. Gu Qixiao watched the heartwarming reunion from the side with a smile. After some time, the Shui's excitement calmed down, allowing them to shift focus to other matters. Seeing the guards bringing things into the storage room again, though they'd seen this once before, they weren't as surprised as the first time. Though they still thought the younger son bought too many things, making the guards work too hard, they didn't refuse as strongly as they had last time. They still offered a bit of advice, though. Shui Jintang was already used to his parents nagging. While agreeing, he pulled Gu Qixiao over to introduce him to the Shui family. Father, mother, second brother, second sister-in-law, this is Prince Ning, Gu Qixiao. He came to visit you with me this time. You can just call him by his name. In fact, the Shui family had already noticed Gu Qixiao beside them, his demeanor immediately marked him as no ordinary person. They just worried that speaking up without knowing his status would be impolite and weren't sure of his identity, so they'd been hesitant to say anything. Now hearing Shu Jintang's introduction, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, though striving hard to appear calm, still unable to hide the shock in their faces. What had they just heard? Prince Ning. A real prince? My goodness. The biggest official they'd ever met before was the steward who once came from the Pingchang Marquis mansion and the magistrate of Xing'an County. Although they knew that Shu Jintang's birth parents were marquises, they hadn't seen them personally. But now, a prince was right in front of them. Though not well educated, they knew what being a prince meant, he was the brother of the emperor. And here he was, casually accompanying their own son all the way to see them. For a moment, the Shuis felt it was almost surreal. Gu Qixiao was always stern and cold before strangers, combined with his high rank and combat experience, giving off an aura very different from common people. Even though he tried to suppress it as much as possible, the faint noble aura and fierce air still made the Shou family feel very respectful. They dared not speak first, for fear of saying something wrong. Gu Qixiao understood this quite well. He smiled slightly and greeted them warmly. Uncle, Aunt. Mr. and Mrs. Shou were deeply honored and flustered, adjusting the hem of their clothes nervously while glancing at their youngest son. How should they address His Highness the Prince? Would calling him by his given name be disrespectful? But seeing their son remained calm, Father, Mother, don't be nervous. I have a good relationship with the prince. It's fine to call him by his name directly, he reassured them gently. Gu Qixiao also smiled and said, Uncle, Aunt, Jin Tang is correct. Just call me by my name. Tang Tang. Mr. and Mrs. Shou exchanged looks. Though they were still somewhat nervous, hearing this title and observing the rapport between the two men, they realized their son indeed shared a good bond with the prince. Mrs. Shou spoke up tentatively, then. Shall we call you Little Gu? Upon hearing this, Shou Jintang could not help but curl his lips in amusement. Although the term seemed normal, somehow on Gu Qixiao, it sounded quite amusing. Gu Qixiao remained composed, expression unchanged, and smiled again as he replied, sure. The subordinates accompanying him witnessed this side of Gu Qixiao for the first time, working on their tasks while exchanging significant glances amongst themselves. Indeed, their prince treated matters related to the princess differently. Seeing how amiable Gu Qixiao appeared, the Shou family gradually relaxed and were no longer so tense. After some pleasantries, most of the items were moved in. Looking around, Shou Jintang suggested. Father, Mother, let's go inside. Standing at the entrance attracts too much attention. The Shou family, upon being reminded, snapped back to reality. In their excitement and tension, they'd completely overlooked that point. Mrs. Shou promptly responded. Oh yes, yes indeed. Look at my scatterbrained self. Little Gu, these guards, come in quickly. Such a long journey must have tired you out. Rest a bit, drink some water. Haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Jin Tang, keep talking while I go prepare a meal. Before Shou Jintang could reply, Gu Qixiao interjected, declining her offer. Auntie, there's no need. We brought provisions. And it's close to ride to the town, we'll send Xiao Wei to take them to eat at the inn. One cannot expect adoptive parents to cook meals for such a large group, it would be both exhausting and inappropriate. Gu Qixiao naturally had to decline. Shou Jintang chimed in. Father, Mother, the prince is right. It would be too much trouble for you, considering how many of us are here. Xiao Wei has been here with me last time, he knows the place pretty well. Let him lead everyone to solve food and lodging issues in the town. After all, there's no way so many people could fit in our home. They're bound to find an inn anyway, same as last time. Well, that makes sense. Come in and rest a bit first. You've just arrived, have a drink of water before heading to the inn. No rush. Before the two could respond, Ji Sen, showing excellent judgment, interjected. Madam, it's unnecessary. This level of travel is routine for us. We won't be overly tired. We'll head straight to the town to find accommodations at the inn. Since the family reunion will surely involve a lot of conversation, we won't disturb here, Xiao Wei, take everyone to the town. The prince is visiting for the first time with his consort, there must be much to discuss, and they certainly didn't want to stay and get in the way. A good subordinate should consider their master and actively help relieve any burdens. After speaking, they also called out to Xiao Wei, who was also astute. Under the guidance of the two, the group acted swiftly, disappearing within the blink of an eye. Hey! It happened so fast that Shou father and mother didn't even have time to react, instinctively calling out. Shou Jintang inwardly marveled at how Gu Qixiao's subordinates truly had their master's best interests in mind, while consoling his adoptive parents. Father, Mother, they'll settle themselves well, don't worry about them. Actually, I do have some things to talk to you about this time, let's go inside. With the people already gone and their own son saying this, the Shou family didn't dwell on it anymore, promptly leading everyone home. That's fine, let's go in. Quickly, have a drink of water and rest for a moment. Chapter 145, Casual Conversation. Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang followed the Shou family to the living room, resting and chatting. Shui's parents didn't let the servants help, instead, they went themselves and brought out a pile of things, saying all the while. Come, come, you two must not have eaten breakfast by now. We should have delayed our breakfast this morning. Have some snacks first, and I'll make lunch early. Gu Qixiao took a glance, noting that though it was meant to be just a casual nibble, there was an abundance of items, pastries, snacks, and even a pot of fragrant tea. He took a sip and found it sour yet sweet with a floral aroma, along with unfamiliar snacks which were clearly homemade by their Tang Tang. Shou Jintang also took a drink, smiling mischievously as she said, there must be jam in this water. She then picked up a piece of dried fruit and ate it, praising, Mom's skills are still as excellent as ever, this dried fruit is truly delicious. Shui's mother smiled even wider, if you like it, have some more, we have plenty at home. Both sides were getting along pleasantly. Though Gu Qixiao had a strong identity and commanding presence, given his intent to establish a good relationship with the Shou family, they became significantly closer to him. As they chatted on, the sun rose higher and higher. Shue's mother glanced at the sky and stood up with a small exclamation. The sun has risen so high already, I need to start cooking. Let your father and older brother chat with you too. She headed towards the kitchen as she spoke. Tianshi quickly stood up too. Mother, I'll help you. Once the two left, only Shue's father and Shue Qingli remained in the hall, making the atmosphere suddenly more tense. Shue Jintang didn't want her father and second brother to continue staying with them, so she suggested. Father, second brother, we've rested for a while now. I'll take the prince to my room for a look around, a tour if you will. You both should return to your own affairs. The gifts I brought back are still piled up in the storeroom, you can go check them out. Hearing this, Shue's father nodded continuously. That's right, Prince. Shou Gu, since you came back with her, either she takes you around the house or the town would be fine. We shouldn't neglect you. Shue Jintang responded with a smile. Understood, father, you and second brother go do your own things. I'll take the prince for a tour. After Shue's father and Shue Qingli left, Shue Jintang turned to Gu Qixiao and grinned. Prince, come, I'll show you where I live. Gu Qixiao let himself be pulled along by the youth, responding with a smile. All right, I'm actually quite curious. Shue Jintang led Gu Qixiao into her room. The room was clean, free from dust despite her absence, obviously well maintained. Shue Jintang felt a slight warmth in her heart, holding onto Gu Qixiao's hand and introducing her room to him, narrating what used to happen here when he stayed over. Gu Qixiao looked around the young man's residence while listening with a faint smile. Shue Jintang said. Prince, I think it'd be better if we told my parents about us tomorrow, giving them a day to mentally prepare. They'll become more familiar with you after spending a day together, making acceptance easier. Gu Qixiao patted his head gently. Fine, no rush. We have time to stay here during this visit, so one day won't matter much. Shue Jintang curved her lips upward before leading him out again. Alright, come, I'll give you a tour around the house. In the afternoon, we'll go to the town to check out the store my parents run and see how Ji Sen and the others are settling in. Gu Qixiao continued to nod and smiled agreeably. At noon, Shue Jintang and Gu Qixiao arrived at the dining hall, and as expected, the table was laden with food. The entire family warmly encouraged them to eat more. Shue Jintang didn't mince words with her parents, responding happily while shoveling rice into her mouth. The Shue family worried that as a prince, Gu Qixiao might not be accustomed to royal cuisine, secretly observing him nervously. Fortunately, the prince showed no airs, eating just as happily as their youngest son, his dining motions elegant and graceful throughout. Inwardly, they couldn't help but marvel that it truly lived up to being a prince. His etiquette and upbringing were indeed far superior to ordinary people, making even the act of eating pleasant to watch. After finishing the meal, the Shue family grew closer to Gu Qixiao, their fear dissipating considerably. They sat in the dining hall relaxing and chatting. Amidst the conversation, Shue Jintang asked. By the way, father, mother, why haven't you gone to the store today? Chapter 146, Your second sister-in-law is pregnant. Based on his understanding of the Shue family, they were not lazy people. Under normal circumstances, someone would definitely stay in the store. Without any special occasion, it was quite rare for the entire family to not go to the store. Could something have delayed them? If there's anything, you shouldn't hide it from me, you must tell me. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the faces of Mr. Shue and the three others involuntarily revealed smiles. Mrs. Shue shook her head, smiling and said. In fact, it's good news, your second sister-in-law is pregnant. Shue Jintang was startled, his eyes wide open, looking at his second sister-in-law, only to see her hand on her abdomen, a shy smile on her face. By her side, his second brother wore an expression of pure happiness, with a satisfied smile on his face. Mrs. Shue continued. We found out just yesterday. Your second sister-in-law hasn't had a good appetite lately, and she's been sleepy. We were worried that there might be some health problems, so we took her to see the doctor. Turns out, she's pregnant. Your brother was overjoyed, you should have seen how silly he looked back then. Mrs. Shue also couldn't help but make fun of their son as she talked. With pregnancy, one mustn't work too hard. None of us are comfortable with her going to the store anymore. Plus, this is such a joyful event, so none of us went today. We stayed home to rest properly. Shengli took over, his eyes crinkled into crescents as he smiled. Who would have thought that staying at home for a day would coincidentally lead to your return? It's like double happiness has come to our door. Shue Jintang couldn't help but laugh. He extended his wishes, then said. There are many things to take care of during pregnancy. The doctor probably mentioned some related points yesterday, right? Mrs. Shue chuckled. Yes, we cannot be careless about this. Mr. Sheng patted his chest. Don't worry, I've memorized everything. Shue Jintang's lips curled slightly upward. That's good. I also know a bit about pregnancy. I'll write what I know down on paper shortly, and father and mother can check if there's anything useful to add. Being cautious always helps. What Shue Jintang referred to was the knowledge about pregnancy he acquired in modern times. With the development of the internet, he had unintentionally learned much simply by browsing videos online. Pregnancy was a big deal in ancient times, far more dangerous than today. Sharing all he knew would make the delivery safer for his second sister-in-law. After hearing this, Mr. Sheng immediately said, "Of course, it's great that my younger brother has learned these things in the capital city. They certainly know more there than places like ours, which makes me feel a lot more assured." The family didn't question why Shui Jintang would know this, it was subconsciously categorized as something he'd learned in the capital city. After chatting for a while, Shui Jintang informed his parents that he intended to take Gu Qiuxiao to check out their store. Mr. Shui handed him the key and reminded him, "Although we haven't gone to the store ourselves, Qingzhu and a few others have stayed behind to watch over. You can ask them for help if needed." He whispered further, "You can even bring the prince to try some food at the store. Let Qingzhu and the others prepare the meals. Although their skills aren't the best, they've still picked up a few things." Shui Jintang curved his eyebrows and said, "I understand, father. There's no need for Qingzhu and them. If the prince wishes to try it, I'll cook it for him personally." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shui nodded repeatedly while patting his shoulder. "That's true. All those recipes were originally taught by you, so anything tastes better when cooked by yourself. Then father, let's go. I'll take a look at the store, and you all just relax at home today. Don't worry unnecessarily." As they exited the Shui household, Shui Jintang turned around and grinned at Gu Qiuxiao. "My prince, let me show you what our shop looks like." Gu Qiuxiao held his hand close to his chest and smiled, agreeing. They leisurely rode their horses towards the town, taking their time and enjoying the pleasant journey. Chapter 147, A Day of Strolling and Eating. Plain Town Shui Family Restaurant. Shui Jintang walked in, turning back to beckon Gu Qiuxiao inside. Glancing around, he sighed, "The tables and chairs here still look the same as they did when I left." Gu Qiuxiao also took a keen interest in examining the shop that had been designed with ideas from the young master. The space was quite large, clean, and tidy, with many novel tools that he hadn't seen in other shops. However, since the young master had come up with some novel dishes at the mansion, Gu Qiuxiao recognized them all. Walking closer to the menu hanging on the wall, seeing the illustrations next to the dish names, vivid and lifelike, it was clearly drawn by his young master. Gu Qiuxiao pointed at the pictures and smiled at Shui Jintang, saying, "Drawn very well. It's easy to tell what the dishes are." Shui Jintang smirked proudly in response. As they were speaking, there were hurried footsteps from behind. Qingzhu and a few others, who had originally been in the back courtyard, came over immediately upon hearing the commotion in the shop. Seeing Shui Jintang, they hesitated for a moment but thankfully still remembered his appearance. After a brief pause, they respectfully addressed him. "Third young master." Shui Jintang nodded with an M. After being called, the trio also noticed Gu Qiuxiao beside him, but being servants, they didn't dare ask questions without their master's instruction and hence said nothing. Shui Jintang directly said, "I'm just stopping by the shop to take a look, I'll leave soon. You all can continue with your work. I'll call you if anything is needed." Having spent a few days getting along previously, they knew some of Shui Jintang's personality, so upon hearing this, they immediately nodded in agreement and returned to the back courtyard. Once the three had left, Shui Jintang explained to Gu Qiuxiao about the identities and backgrounds of these individuals and told him how he chose them. Then, he laughed and asked, "Your Highness, would you like to eat something? I could make something with the materials from the shop for you to taste." Gu Qiuxiao replied with a smile, "Sure, whatever Tang Tang makes will definitely be delicious." Although it wasn't the first time he'd been praised, Gu Qiuxiao's compliments always brought immense pleasure to Shui Jintang, making his eyebrows and eyes curve into a bright expression. After finishing tasting the food and cleaning up, the two strolled around the shop again. Shui Jintang asked a few questions to the staff before leaving the shop. They then visited the inn where Ji Sen and others were staying, after which the two returned to the village. They arrived in the village not too late, with the sun not yet fully setting, though dinner was almost ready. Upon seeing the two return, Shui mother happily said, "You've come back at just the right time, dinner is almost ready. I was thinking that if you hadn't come back, I would have sent your second brother to look for you. Get cleaned up, rest for a bit, and we can start eating." Smiling mischievously, Shui Jintang moved close to his mother and said, "Mother, don't worry, I'm a good boy. I'll definitely come home before it gets dark, and with your Highness accompanying me, it's perfectly safe." He glanced into the pot and added, "It smells wonderful, mother. What delicious thing have you made tonight?" Shui mother, laughing, patted Shui Jintang's head. "Yes, Tang Tang is always so sensible. We shouldn't eat too much at night or we might develop indigestion, so I haven't made too much. I've wrapped some wontons you taught me, and prepared a few small dishes. Is it a bit bland? Can your Highness get used to it? Should I make a few more dishes?" Shui Jintang immediately shook his head in refusal. No, it's enough, mother. This is fine for dinner, your Highness can handle it. His palate is similar to mine. Also, mother, why are you calling him your Highness again? I've already told you, just calling his name is fine. The prince has a great temper. Ah, I'm still a little unaccustomed to it, but what you say is correct. The prince indeed seems to have a very good temperament. I wouldn't have thought that someone of such high status would have no airs at all. Shui Jintang's smile deepened. That's true, the prince is really great. Mother, I won't disturb you while you're cooking. I'll go freshen up. Alright, go ahead, we'll be able to eat very soon. Returning to the room, Shui Jintang turned to Gu Qixiao with a smile and said, Your Highness, after dinner, I'll talk to my parents about us, giving them the whole evening to digest our relationship. Tomorrow morning, they probably won't be too surprised anymore, and then you can join me in discussing our interactions with them thoroughly. Gu Qixiao chuckled, Your parents might have a hard time sleeping tonight. Shui Jintang's cheeks revealed two small dimples. With my understanding of my parents, they have strong tolerance. Moreover, they aren't particularly rigid or old-fashioned people. Don't worry, although they will be surprised at first, it won't take long for father and mother to accept our relationship. Chapter 148, A Conversation, A Confession. After dinner, Shui Jintang and Gu Qixiao rested for a while in the room. Then Shui Jintang got up to find the elders. At this moment, everyone in the Shui family was resting in their own rooms. Approaching the door of his adoptive parents, Shui Jintang knocked gently on it. From inside, Shui's father's voice quickly came, Who is it? Shui Jintang raised his voice slightly, Father, Mother, it's me. Footsteps could soon be heard from within. The next moment, the door opened, revealing the figures of father and mother Shui, both with looks of slight confusion. Everyone was about to rest at this time, so why did the younger son come to them? Before they could even ask, Shui Jintang immediately spoke. Father, Mother, I need to talk to you about something. Can we go inside? Although unclear what the matter was, father and mother Shui quickly opened the door wider and said to Shui Jintang. Of course, come in. It's cold outside because the wind is strong at night. Following the two inside, Shui Jintang closed the door behind him. After exchanging glances, father and mother Shui looked at him with a gentle yet somewhat worried tone. Jintang, what do you want to tell us? Have you run into any difficulties? Shui Jintang shook his head and smiled. No, mother, but though it's not a difficulty, it's still an important matter. Hearing it wasn't a problem, the hearts of the elderly couple relaxed briefly, only to tense up again due to his next words. Without playing games with suspense, Shui Jintang reminded them after considering his adoptive parents' ability to endure. Parents, this is not something that can be explained in just a few words. You must stay calm and listen first. Once I'm done, you can ask whatever questions you have. Looking at each other, father and mother Shui became somewhat uneasy in their hearts but tried hard to remain composed. Go ahead, your father and mother are listening. As long as nothing has happened to you, your brother, or your sister-in-law, we will accept it. Shui Jintang nodded. Having given the warning, he wasted no more time and directly began. Parents, do you know why the prince returned with me? Because I am married to the prince. Right now, I am the princess consort of Ning. The main reason I've come back this time, aside from visiting you, is to tell you about our relationship. The first sentence caused father and mother Shui to widen their eyes in shock. Before they could even ask, Shui Jintang quickly added another sentence. But rest assured, parents, I haven't been mistreated at Ning. The prince treats me very well. Having thought of asking something, the two bit their tongues, remembering their son's advice to avoid haste and instead keep quiet while he finished speaking. They managed to stay silent despite all the questions swirling in their minds. Observing their reactions, Shui Jintang sighed inwardly with relief. Not bad, his parents had shown remarkable strength in bearing and control. Better than he'd expected. He continued explaining. As for why I married into Ning, it was because of an imperial marriage decree. But initially, the intended person wasn't me. When the prince sustained severe injuries during a battle, the emperor ordered a celebratory wedding to cheer him up. Calculations determined that the position for such a match was in the residence of the Marquis of Pingchang, which is where my biological parents lived. At that time, Shui Jintang narrated all this with stable emotions, unhurried and clear in thought. The calmness of his tone helped to soothe father and mother Shui, who listened attentively throughout without uttering a single word. Though clearly unsettled within, they fought back tears. Shui's father fared better, but mother Shui wiped her eyes several times. After Shui Jintang finished speaking, mother Shui, red-eyed, couldn't help but interject. How could your biological parents treat you like this? It's too much. Chapter 149, Hoping to gain your approval and blessing. Mr. Shui's eyes were increasingly red as he gently patted his youngest son's head, his voice slightly hoarse. I should have known that we shouldn't have let you leave back then. But he also realized it was impossible, and could only sigh deeply. Shui Jintang smiled and said. Mother and father, don't be sad. It was my own decision to leave back then. How can I blame you? You've always done what's best for me, who could have predicted what would happen later? And speaking of which, I'm quite grateful now that the emperor arranged my marriage. Otherwise, I might never have had the chance to meet the prince, let alone spend time with him every day. Otherwise, my life right now would probably be entirely different. Mrs. Shui wiped her eyes. If it weren't for all these events, you might already have a wife and children by now. Shui Jintang smiled faintly, perhaps, but I am content with my current life. Finding someone to spend the rest of my life with is already enough luck. Mr. Shui hesitated slightly before saying. Jintang, don't think I'm overstepping, but you and the prince are both men without children. Moreover, given his high status, can he truly ensure there will be no one else in the future? Shui Jintang replied, Father, Mother, I understand what you mean, but I personally don't care about having or not having children, and neither does the prince. What I care about is whether the two of us truly love each other. Although it's not always the case, many people want children merely for continuing the family line and relying on them when they're old. The royal family has others besides the prince to carry on the bloodline. As for me, he joked to the two of them, I suppose second brother will have more responsibilities in the future. Xiaolin and Xiaoya are both good children. Besides, if we really want children in the future, the prince and I can adopt or appoint an heir. Either way, we'll still have someone to take care of us when we're older. Mr. Shui and Mrs. Shui couldn't help but laugh through their tears, wanting to counter but feeling that the younger son made sense, unsure of how to respond. Shui Jintang continued. As for your concern about whether the prince might have someone else in the future, I trust that the prince is not that kind of person. I also believe in my ability to judge people. My judgment from childhood to now has been fairly accurate. Moreover, who really knows how things will develop in the future? Everyone must be responsible for their choices. This path is something I chose myself, so naturally, any outcome is something I should bear. Actually, I feel that whether someone is sincere or not, one can sense it. I can certainly feel the prince's sincerity toward me. Seeing the two looking troubled and hesitant to speak, Shui Jintang chuckled and said. So, Father, Mother, please stop worrying so much. Why add trouble to yourselves? My relationship with the prince is well thought out. You two are the closest people to me in this world, and I hope to gain your recognition and blessing. From beginning to end, Shui Jintang remained emotionally composed, and his words made the two suddenly realize that their youngest son had truly grown up, matured. In matters of affection, he had his own judgment and was prepared to accept any consequences. Their best course of action was to respect his decisions and not burden him further. With complex feelings, Mrs. Shui lovingly touched her youngest son's hair, her eyes filled with gentle smiles as she said softly. Our Jintang is right. Since you've already made the decision, I and your father will respect it. We hope you and the prince can stay together forever and grow old together. Mr. Shui also nodded, your parents bless you both. We hope everything gets better for you. As for your biological parents, forget about it if they don't care. You have me and your mother, your second brother and sister-in-law, Xiaolin, Xiaoya, and all of us. We will always be your family. Warmth welled up in Shui Jintang's heart. He was happy that his family could understand and respect all of his decisions, and even more moved that his love was blessed by his loved ones. Even though he didn't receive his biological parents' love in the previous life, and here his birth parents shared no deep bond with him, yet here, he had very good adoptive parents, and the whole Shui family treated him very well. Compared to many people, he was incredibly fortunate. He had a wonderful family and met a wonderful partner. Father, Mother, thank you. Both had smiles on their faces as Mrs. Shui said. Well, we know what happened. It's so late already, you should go back and rest. Your second brother and sister-in-law probably don't know yet, right? Shui Jintang shook his head, isn't second sister pregnant? I was worried telling them suddenly might affect her, so I haven't said anything yet. I wanted to tell you two first. Mrs. Shui nodded, alright, you don't need to go find them. Your father and I will deal with this matter and speak with them. Shui Jintang nodded as well, not worried about whether Shui Qingli would accept it or not. Knowing Shui Qingli's nature, he might even be more receptive. Well then, Father and Mother, I won't disturb your rest anymore. I'll take my leave now. The couple nodded again. As Shui Jintang was about to leave, Mrs. Shui suddenly remembered something and quickly called him back. Hey, Jintang, wait a moment. Curious, Shui Jintang turned around, Mother, what is it? Mrs. Shui seemed somewhat embarrassed, hesitating for a moment before finally asking. I forgot to ask earlier. Now that you're married to the king, have you too? Although she didn't finish her sentence, Shui Jintang understood her meaning just by looking at her expression, his ears slightly reddening. Though he and Gu Xiaoxiao had done everything except for the last step, he still felt awkward and uncomfortable being questioned about such things by his own parents. Still, he maintained composure on his face and replied calmly. Not yet. The king respects me. I told him I want to wait until after I turn 18 since my body hasn't fully developed yet. He took the opportunity to educate his parents on some physical development knowledge. If Xiaolin and Xiaoya grow up later, you and second brother and sister-in-law should remember, they shouldn't engage in such activities until they're 18. It can harm their bodies if done too early. Though Shui's parents appeared to understand only partially, with puzzled expressions, they chose to trust their youngest son. Alright, we'll remember that, and we'll tell your second brother and sister-in-law as well. Forgetting momentarily about questioning Shui Jintang and Gu Xiaoxiao further, they dropped the topic. Seeing that the conversation hadn't returned to focus on him, Shui Jintang made a swift escape. Father and Mother, it's getting late. You should rest now. Let's talk about other matters tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for their response, he quickly left the room, closing the door behind him in one smooth motion, then hurried away without hesitation. Only when he reached his own room did he let out a sigh of relief. Gu Qiaoxiao watched him close the door quickly, his face filled with relief, and couldn't help but find it both amusing and perplexing. But that doesn't seem like refusal from the parents. When the young man came to the side of the bed, Gu gently ruffled his hair, smiling and asked curiously. What's wrong? Why do you look so flustered? Chapter 150, Each Other's Lucky Star. Shui Jintang rubbed his hand, hugged his head, buried it in his chest, and said in a muffled voice. My parents asked me if I've consummated our marriage with you. After I answered, I quickly came back. It was too embarrassing. Gu Qixiao was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. It's normal for parents to care about this. He lowered his head, looked at the young man in his arms, and kissed his hair. How did you tell them, Tang Tang? There was laughter in his voice. Shui Jintang lifted his head and glared at him, then nestled back into his embrace, slowly recounting his earlier conversation with his parents. Gu Qixiao held the young man and leaned together against the bed, listening carefully. Then he smiled and said. It seems your parents are very accepting and they love you deeply. Shui Jintang buried his head in Gu Qixiao's chest and nodded twice. Yes, that's why I always feel so lucky to have met such loving and open-minded family, and you. Gu Qixiao kissed him twice, his eyes filled with laughter. I am also very lucky to have met you in this lifetime. Shui Jintang lifted his head from the embrace, and Gu Qixiao continued. Without you, perhaps by now I might have been tormented by poison to the point of death, maybe I wouldn't even be alive at this moment. Shui Jintang looked at him and said. Speaking of which, Your Highness, it seems your poison hasn't flared up for quite a while, right? When we get back, let Dr. Lin check again, maybe the toxins have already been completely eliminated. Gu Qixiao tightened his hand on his waist, holding the young man closer. As you say, even if not entirely gone, it no longer poses much threat to me, I know my body well. I can feel that my current physical condition is much better than when you hadn't yet entered our house. In fact, I should thank you. Kissing the young man's eyes, Gu Qixiao's pitch-black eyes brimmed with tender affection. Tang Tang, you're my lucky star. Shui Jintang closed his eyes, feeling the warm touch on his eyelids, very comfortable. Opening his eyes, he happily rested back against the man's chest, smiling with satisfaction. We are each other's lucky stars. The two embraced silently for a while, no one speaking, but the air seemed full of warmth and sweetness. After embracing for a while, Gu Qixiao recalled what Shui Jintang had just told him, asking curiously. Oh, by the way, Tang Tang, you mentioned before that a person's body isn't fully developed until age 18, is that really true? Shui Jintang nodded. It is indeed true, and it has a lot to do with the success rate of women conceiving and giving birth successfully. They say childbirth is like crossing the ghost gate, which is caused by various factors, but one factor is something we can try to avoid. This is by increasing the age at which a woman becomes pregnant. Nowadays, many girls start discussing engagements at 13 or 14, get married at 15 or 16, and many already have children by 17. At this time, their bodies haven't fully matured yet, they're still kids themselves, and they have to nurture another life in their bellies. Isn't that dangerous? And it also highly damages the health of women. Having sex too early is harmful to the body, never mind pregnancy and childbirth, the harm would be greater, and the danger higher. Gu Qixiao listened thoughtfully and then asked. So, according to you, Tang Tang, when would it be most appropriate for a woman to conceive and bear children? Shui Jintang paused for a moment. In modern times, according to the knowledge he had acquired, the optimal childbearing age for women was supposedly between 23 and 30 years old. But this wasn't modern times, it was ancient history where all conditions were far behind those of today, and average lifespans were much shorter than in modern times. Notions like carrying on the family name and having many children for good fortune were already deeply rooted in everyone's mind. Saying a woman should start bearing children after the age of 23, though emperor might agree, many commoners likely wouldn't be willing to. And the emperor certainly wouldn't be either. After some thought, he said to Gu Qixiao. At least 18 years old, ideally over 20, it's not good to be too early or too late. Pregnancies after the age of 30 fall under high-risk pregnancies, and are also dangerous. Chapter 151, Village Daily Life. Gu Qixiao nodded and gently stroked the young man's back. You make sense. I will remember this and find an opportunity to talk to my older brother when we go back. The touch was very gentle, and Shui Jintang became drowsy from it. Yeah, if we can successfully promote it, that would be good, mumbled Shui Jintang. Seeing the boy looking a bit dazed, Gu Qixiao placed him on the bed while removing his outer garment. It won't be entirely smooth, but I'll try to persuade my elder brother. As long as he agrees to set the example first, promoting it will be easier. Shui Jintang closed his eyes, allowing Gu Qixiao to fuss over him and let out a nasal Gu Qixiao smiled and covered the boy with a quilt. Go to sleep now. Don't think about these things. We'll deal with them after going home. Shui Jintang wrapped himself in the quilt, rolled further into the bed, responded once, and then his heavy eyelids wouldn't open anymore. After a while, his breathing grew steady and deep. After tidying up himself simply, Gu Qixiao also got into bed, hugging the youth, and closed his eyes to fall asleep. The next morning, they woke up early. They'd been here for quite some time, getting up early and going to bed early, their bodies had formed a biological clock, they wouldn't usually sleep too late. After washing up, upon opening the door, Shou Jintang breathed in the fresh morning air and closed his eyes contentedly. The environment here is just nice. The Shou family members also rose early, rural people generally don't wake up late. During breakfast, Mr. and Mrs. Shou no longer showed last night's excitement. When they saw Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang coming over together, besides a little awkwardness, everything else seemed normal. Shou Jintang and Gu Qixiao looked at each other, smiles playing in their eyes. It seems that the two elders have accepted their relationship pretty quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Shou Qingli continued with their routine and evidently didn't know about this yet. Shou Jintang wasn't in a hurry to tell them either. His parents would surely find an appropriate time to inform them. After breakfast, Mr. Shou asked Shou Qingli to accompany him to town to buy some items. When they returned, Shou Qingli greeted Shou Jintang again with an expression of hesitation and disbelief, unsure if he should say something. He pulled Shou Jintang aside secretly. "Younger brother, you really are together with the prince?" Shou Jintang patted his second brother's shoulder with a calm smile. "Yes, second brother, I'm truly with the prince. I'm now the princess consort of Ningqing Palace. You need to get used to it." Shou Qingli's face kept changing expressions, unable to determine what reaction he should have. "It's not like I refuse to accept it, but it's hard to believe, considering that he is a prince." With a complicated look, he patted Shou Jintang's shoulder. "My younger brother is really talented." Before Shou Jintang could respond, he waved him away. Go first. I just need some time to digest the information." Shou Jintang happily waved at him. "Alright, second brother." Allowing Shou Qingli some time to cool down by himself, Shou Jintang cheerfully ran off. Indeed, Shou Qingli accepted it faster than their parents, recovering within half a day and showing calmness toward their casual intimacy. Shou Qingli knew that Tian, Shou Qingli's wife, would soon find out as well. Fortunately, the whole family was open-minded. Even Xiaolin and Xiaoya curiously asked Shou Jintang if Prince Gu Qixiao was going to be their aunt. This made Shou Jintang laugh so much that he couldn't stop smiling even when he recounted the incident to Gu Qixiao later. Helplessly holding him and kissing him, Gu Qixiao said, "Let them call me whatever you want. Do you like it? If you do, it's fine." After pondering for a moment, Shou Jintang shook his head. "No need, it feels strange. Let them call you uncle instead. Just call you Uncle Gu." "Yeah, that sounds perfect." Amusement danced in Gu Qixiao's eyes. "Fine, you can decide what they call me." Life in Lanxi village was very leisurely for Gu Qixiao and Shou Jintang. Gu Qixiao also became familiar with the Shou family quickly, and their attitude towards him became less formal than when he first arrived. After accepting the relationship between him and Shou Jintang, their interactions became much closer. The Shou family's restaurant still operated as usual, except that Tian was no longer required to work in the shop. Instead, she was allowed to rest at home. With Shou Jintang around, he could help take care of things, plus they also had servants, so Mr. and Mrs. Shou, along with Shou Qingli, were quite reassured. These days while staying in the village, Shou Jintang also noticed that the villagers' attitude towards him had become much friendlier compared to before. Almost everyone greeted him with a smile. When he mentioned this to Mr. and Mrs. Shou, they were not at all surprised. "Didn't you mention in one of your letters about setting up a sweet potato starch workshop here in the village?" After we discussed it with the village chief, naturally, he was more than willing. The workshop was primarily funded by Shou Jintang. When it was built, all the labor came from the village, so during construction, the villagers earned wages. If they could work at the workshop, they would make even more money. For the villagers, there was no downside, it only provided many of them with an excellent opportunity to earn money. Of course, the village chief could only welcome it. Even those villagers who might have previously harbored discontent found that once this plan was brought up, if they wanted a good job in the workshop, they wouldn't be foolish enough to complain aloud. Mr. and Mrs. Shou also understood that their business successes in town would likely make some villagers envious. So, they didn't show any surprise over the changing attitudes of others. As long as people worked honestly without causing trouble, no matter what mutterings might occur in their hearts, since they couldn't hear them, they saw no reason to take them too seriously. Because of this workshop, most of the villagers gained an excellent source of income, except for a few with poor character who were not allowed to join. Naturally, everyone felt grateful. They weren't fools either. If anyone tried to cause trouble at the workshop or made noise outside the Shou family's door, just to preserve their own wages, the other villagers would certainly do everything in their power to help out. So far, though there had been some complications along the way, they had been resolved quickly, and the workshop was running smoothly. Therefore, it's normal for people to be friendly toward you. I see. That's why. Shou Jintang nodded and asked his parents a few more questions about the workshop, choosing not to overly concern himself with details. "Parents, remember this, if you encounter problems too big to handle on your own, don't bear them silently or avoid troubling us, feel free to come find me." His parents smiled and replied, "All right, we understand. By the way, haven't you given us several ways to make money?" "I gave one method to elder sister. Now her husband rarely goes hunting in the mountains, and they both focus together on their businesses. Elder sister doesn't need to worry so much anymore. Nowadays, their lives are much better than before. Each time they visit, they bring quite a lot of things with them. Where would Mr. and Mrs. Shou want gifts from their daughter when her life has improved so much? They always let her keep the items for herself to use. Each time this issue of gifting arises, there's quite a bit of back and forth discussion. Shui Jintang could already picture the scene and said humorously. Parents, your elder sister giving you these things is her thoughtfulness. Just accept them, her family is doing well now, it's different from the past. Besides, if your eldest daughter-in-law and son ever run into difficulties, would you really refuse to help them? The two old ones responded affirmatively, of course not. How could we not help? Shui Jintang threw up his hands, that's settled then. Afterward, they chatted about the children's schooling issues, and Mr. Shui happily announced. The teacher from the school said Shaolin is studying very well and has a good chance of passing the scholar exams. Shou Shi, elder sister's youngest son, also went to the same school as Shaolin. According to the teacher, Shou Shi is doing well too. Shui Jintang was also delighted, that's great. Let them focus on their studies. Who knows? They might return home one day having won top honors in the imperial examinations. Mr. and Mrs. Shui chuckled and responded. Winning first place in the imperial exams feels like a dream, but we'd already be very satisfied if they can pass the lower-level scholar exams. Speaking of which, Mr. Shui added. I've also discussed this with your mother. If Shaolin truly passes the scholar exams, we'll have to move further away to continue his education. So we've thought about it. Once Shaolin passes the scholar exams, we'll stop renting our store in town and move it closer to the county, where he'll be nearer to his school. Mrs. Shui agreed, yes, I think so too. It'd be hard to feel comfortable if Shaolin stays too far away. And if he eventually takes the provincial exams. Mother and father and your second brother and sister-in-law may have to follow him to the capital. Hearing this, Shui Jintang laughed. That's perfect. The county is larger with more opportunities, so business will surely thrive. Should Shaolin indeed excel and pass the provincial exams, parents, please don't go alone on such a long journey. Tell me directly, and I'll have the prince arrange for someone to come and escort you. Accommodation won't be a problem. If we go to the capital, we'll stay at the prince's residence. If not there, I'll find you a comfortable place. Don't worry about money. Chapter 152, Return to the capital, Open a shop. Gu Qixiao and Shui Jintang's group stayed in Lanxi village for almost a month before leaving. Before they departed, they informed Shui's father and mother that in a few months, they would send a specially designated doctor to Lanxi village to care for second sister-in-law. The Shui family naturally was very pleased. Although there were doctors in their town, the medical skills of a capital city doctor, especially one personally arranged by Prince Ning himself, were undoubtedly superior. Thus, they could feel more at ease. After a reluctant farewell, Shui Jintang boarded the carriage with Gu Qixiao. The figures of the Shui family and the scenery of the village gradually disappeared, and only then did Shui Jintang turn his gaze away from the window. Gu Qixiao gently rubbed his head. Don't be sad. As long as we have time in the future, we'll visit Dad and Mom. Shui Jintang nodded and smiled. Yes, if little Lin and the others are truly as diligent as we hope, pass the provincial exams, and gain official positions, the time to meet with our parents will definitely increase significantly. Gu Qixiao kissed him and smiled as he held him in his arms. In the capital city, several carriages made their way towards Ning Prince's manor. Once the carriages stopped steady, Gu Qixiao stepped down and extended a hand to the young man. Holding his hand, Shui Jintang jumped off the carriage and gazed at the familiar entrance of the manor, sighing. It's the first time I've been away from the manor for so long, it's quite missed. Walking side by side, they entered the manor. After resting well for a day, the next day, Gu Qixiao called the steward over. Shui Jintang sat beside him as both listened to the steward reporting on the trivial matters during their absence. Shui Jintang's two shops had been operating splendidly, and all affairs within the prince's mansion were neatly managed. There had been no major incidents in the capital city. Looks like my general store can open as well. Upon seeing everything going well, Shui Jintang laughed and said to Gu Qixiao. The mirror workshop should have produced a good number by now. For now, these mirrors will be the main product in the general store. They will be paired with other items. We can also start studying cosmetics and perfumes. First, select the shop, then proceed with interior design. Once these steps are complete, the shop will officially open for business, and it's sure to be very popular. As Shui Jintang explained his plan, his face revealed a mixture of anticipation and joy. With an affectionate look, Gu Qixiao listened intently to the young man, rubbing his head and smiling. You may go ahead and open the shop, Tang Tang. With me here, no one will dare to cause trouble. Shui Jintang smiled with his eyes curved, all right. Saying they'd do it meant they'd really act upon it. After preparations lasting a month, Shui Jintang's third shop, Lin Lang Pavilion, officially opened in the capital city. Everyone who walked through the door was immediately drawn to the mirrors displayed on the shelves, especially the ladies and misses of various households whose eyes sparkled brightly. When they turned their attention to other products, perfume, makeup, there were many things they had never seen before. Filled with questions yet excitement and curiosity, once people entered the shop, they couldn't leave. Fortunately, Shui Jintang had prepared adequately, and the shop assistants were all well trained. Even being surrounded by a crowd asking various questions did not lead to any nervousness or mistakes. Within a day, Linlang Pavilion became wildly famous throughout the capital city. Particularly, mirrors, perfumes, and makeup became highly sought after. Everyone took pride in being able to purchase something from Linlang Pavilion. In Pingchang Marquis mansion, Chu Ziyu returned to his room with a smile on his face. The moment he closed the door, his smile vanished. Grabbing a pillow at random, he hurled it violently onto the ground, his usually innocent features twisted with jealousy. Linlang Pavilion turned out to be owned by Shui Jintang, and it was a massive success. He wanted a mirror but couldn't even compete with others. Attempting to use his identity to demand priority from Linlang Pavilion staff ended up embarrassing him greatly in front of the many young masters and misses present. Chu Ziyu had certainly lost face that day, how could he not harbor hatred? After smashing things recklessly inside the room, Chu Ziyu adjusted his facial expression, put on what he believed to be his best attire, carefully groomed himself and decided to find Prince Gu Yuhong. He needed to win the heart of the second prince quickly. His current status and power weren't enough, there were still many things he wished to accomplish but couldn't due to limitations. Just as today, if he became the second prince's consort, getting a mere mirror would not be such an issue, right? If the second prince became crown prince, the likelihood of inheriting the throne would increase significantly. When he became empress, wouldn't he possess everything he desired? Why endure such humiliations caused by Shui Jintang now? The Ning prince favored him, the emperor protected him, even his own parents and older brother began unconsciously shielding him. Moreover, the second prince used to favor him the most. But now, every bit of information about Shui Jintang caught the second prince's attention. Furious and grinding his teeth, Chu Ziyu found himself powerless against this situation. All he could do was silently warn himself, calm down, must remain calm. The favor of the Pingchang Marquis, the affection of the second prince, and everyone's favor should belong to him. Since he was once able to suppress Shui Jintang and solely enjoy all the affection, he didn't believe that now he couldn't do it again. After taking a deep breath, Chu Ziyu left the room with a smile on his face once more. Shui Jintang paid no attention to Chu Ziyu's little schemes, he was happily sitting in the study doing accounts. The more he calculated, the brighter his smile grew as he looked up and grinned at Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, Linlang Pavilion earned even more this month than I had anticipated. He sighed in amazement, there are so many wealthy people in the capital city. Those mirrors, for instance, one after another, they keep getting bought like having less than others would be embarrassing. Gu Qixiao calmly said, people love face saving. Don't feel sorry for them, take as much of their money as possible. Once we have the funds, we can use them for something worthwhile. Shui Jintang nodded enthusiastically, his eyes smiling. You're right, the more aggressive they get, the more profit we make. We can improve soldiers' lives with the profits, increase research funding, grow more grain, and cultivate more quality varieties. So many good things can be done. Looking into the young man's joyful eyes, Gu Qixiao pulled his hand gently, allowing him to sit on his lap, wrapping his arms around his waist while his lips grazed the boy's ear. He smiled softly and said, Tang Tang, tomorrow is your 18th birthday. Chapter 153, Birthday Gift. The warm breath by her ear quickly turned Shui Jintang's ears bright red, and she couldn't help but tilt her head. Thinking about the promise she made to Gu Qixiao, her face flushed with two pink clouds as she spoke to shift the focus. What birthday gift did His Highness prepare for me? Gu Qixiao looked at the young man's red earlobes, resisting the urge to kiss him, and chuckled softly. San will know tomorrow. Have you studied the fire avoidance chart that your parents gave you? At this mention, Shui Jintang felt both amused and embarrassed, tinged with a little awkwardness. On the night before leaving Lanxi village, Shui mother secretly called him into the room. Seeing her solemn expression, Shui Jintang thought she had something important to tell him. Instead, she pulled out a small thin picture album from a box beside the bed, handed it to him, and instructed. Keep this well and make sure to check it carefully. Since you and the prince are both men, these kinds of matters must not be taken lightly, only then can life be more harmonious, do you understand? She then chattered on for a while and directly shooed Shui Jintang back. Shui Jintang returned to his room somewhat confused, and only then did he have time to glance at the picture book given to him by Shui mother. His expression changed instantly. It was actually a fire avoidance chart, who knows where Shui mother got it from, even specially finding one for men. Not sure whether to call her thoughtful or not. Looking at the pictures on the album, each distinctively unique, Shui Jintang's face heated up so much that it could fry eggs. In chaos, all he could think to do was to close the album immediately and tuck it inside a small package he always carried with him. He didn't have the heart to tell Gu Qixiao. After returning to the royal residence, due to being busy with opening the shop, Shui Jintang also forgot about this fire avoidance chart. He didn't know how Gu Qixiao found out and laughed until Shui Jintang became angry out of embarrassment. But once Gu Qixiao saw that he had upset him, he consoled him again by hugging him closely. Now when the subject was brought up again, Shui Jintang wasn't as shy as before, he just glared at him and said. I'm not studying it, it's His Highness who should study it. Actually, he had already secretly finished reading the fire avoidance chart. Let's just say, although Shui Jintang originally only had some scattered knowledge he learned online in modern times, after finishing it, everything that needs to be done between two men was deeply etched in his mind. //omega///. Gu Qixiao couldn't help laughing, his deep, magnetic voice brushing against Shui Jintang's ear, making his earlobes heat up again. Alright, my mistake, I'll definitely study it carefully. I guarantee I won't hurt Song Song. As they spoke, they held each other and grew affectionate again, eventually drifting off to sleep. The next day, when Shui Jintang woke up, there was already no one beside her pillow. Rubbing his eyes, washing up, Shui Jintang asked the nearby Lu Ying. Where is His Highness? Lu Ying giggled secretly and replied, Princess, His Highness is in the kitchen. Curious, Shui Jintang headed towards the kitchen. Halfway there, she met Gu Qixiao carrying a bowl of something and they returned together to the dining hall. Once inside, Gu Qixiao put down what he was holding, allowing Shui Jintang to finally see, it was a bowl of longevity noodles. Surprised, she asked, Did you make this, Your Highness? Gu Qixiao smiled and nodded, handing over the chopsticks and said. My wish is for every day henceforth to go smoothly for Tsang Tsang, full of contentment and good fortune. May you live long and our love endure endlessly, growing old together happily. Touched, Shui Jintang's eyes moistened as she softly murmured. Thank you. I hope to grow old alongside His Highness. Gu Qixiao patted her head tenderly and said warmly. Eat quickly. Taking the chopsticks, Shui Jintang ate the bowl of longevity noodles with care. Smiling, Gu Qixiao asked, Is it delicious? Shui Jintang kissed him, her eyebrows curling as she responded. It's very delicious, wouldn't a bowl of longevity noodles personally prepared by His Highness taste wonderful? Holding her in his arms, they shared a gentle kiss. Even though Gu Qixiao personally preparing the longevity noodles delighted Shui Jintang, he was surprised to see the servant bring up another item after eating. After the servant placed the item on the table and left, Shui Jintang lifted the cover and discovered a cake. Although small and not perfectly round, it was clear that the maker had painstakingly decorated the cake beautifully. Fruits dotted the surface, and the words, Happy Birthday, were written in colorful, crooked icing cream letters. Shui Jintang stared at it for quite a while, deeply moved, raising her head to ask. Making a cake is even harder and more time-consuming. How long has the prince secretly been learning behind my back? Gu Qixiao coughed a few times into his fist pressed against his lips, then said gently. Not very long, just over half a month. It's not quite perfect yet. Next year for Tang Tang's birthday, I will definitely make a better-looking cake. Shui Jintang hugged Gu Qixiao, burying her head in his chest, her voice a little hoarse. It's already very good, I like it a lot. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Gu Qixiao patted her back, teasingly comforting her. You're so moved. Then I'll cook more things in the future, wouldn't Tang Tang cry if she ate all of them? Shui Jintang lightly nudged him twice with her head at his chest, holding back the tears welling up in her eyes. She stepped out of Gu Qixiao's embrace, took the knife to cut the cake, and said. This is the first cake the prince personally made for me in the kitchen, of course, it's touching. I'll eat it all, no waste allowed. Gu Qixiao chuckled, if you can't finish, it's okay. If you like it, I'll make one for you every year afterward. Don't overfill yourself. Shui Jintang handed the first slice of the cake to Gu Qixiao. Let's eat together. Gu Qixiao took it smiling. In the end, the small cake was entirely devoured by the both of them. After finishing the cake, both of them were full and couldn't eat anything else. Shui Jintang thought that Gu Qixiao's birthday gifts this year were just the 2 homemade delicacies he had made, but after breakfast, the other person pulled out a box crafted from rosewood and smilingly asked Shui Jintang to open it and take a look. Shui Jintang looked at the box in front of her. It was exquisitely made and not small either, so she wondered what was inside. Out of curiosity, she opened the box, only to see several differently shaped small wood carvings sitting on velvet fabric. Shui Jintang picked one up and found that the wooden figurine was herself, with a black cat crouching beside her feet. Surprised, she said. Is this? Moing? Gu Qixiao also picked up one while smiling, and Shui Jintang looked over. There were 2 little figures riding on horseback. Gu Qixiao's eyes brimmed with gentle smiles as he placed this wood carving into Shui Jintang's hand and asked. Does Tang Tang still remember the painting you gave me? Shui Jintang became somewhat aware, that return gift I gave you, those old-fashioned paintings. Gu Qixiao then picked up a chubby wooden figure and played with it in his hands, explaining with a smile. Yes, the paintings you gave me are all very cute and meaningful, so I used the spare time to turn the scenes in the paintings into wood carvings. What does Tang Tang think? Shui Jintang gazed at the wood carving in her hand, which depicted Gu Qixiao looking adorable, and Moing resembling a cute little kitten. There wasn't much difference from the ones on her drawings. Shui Jintang touched the round nose of the wooden figure with a grin and said. They are very cute, almost exactly like what I drew. Receiving 3 gifts in a single day, Shui Jintang was extremely happy, and her smile never once faded from her face. Chapter 154, Are you ready? In the evening, after finishing her nighttime routine, Shui Jintang changed into clean pajamas and sat on the bed. Though she knew what was going to happen soon, her heart was still somewhat nervous, so she silently prepared herself mentally. After a while, there was a soft sound from outside the door. Shui Jintang instinctively looked up, only to see Gu Qixiao approach with a fresh scent of water around him. His hair wasn't even dry yet. His clothes hung loosely on his body, revealing Gu Qixiao's sturdy chest. Shui Jintang glanced at it, and her ears couldn't help but turn red. Gu Qixiao wore a pleased expression, looking at the blushing young man. There was laughter in his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Walking to the side of the bed, he held the young man in his arms for a kiss, saying with a smile, "Tang Tang, are you ready?" Shui Jintang felt shy but also carried some anticipation, took a deep breath, and lifted her head, looking straight at him with clear amber eyes. "Yes, I'm ready, Your Highness, let's do it." At that moment, Gu Qixiao's gaze instantly deepened. But he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he gently reminded the young man. "Don't be afraid, I'll be very gentle. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately, okay?" Shui Jintang's cheeks had already become hot, and she softly replied with an, Once he confirmed that the young man was fully prepared, Gu Qixiao chuckled softly. He then gently placed him on the bed and leaned over. The next day. The sun had risen, but the main bedroom of Ningqing Mansion was still quiet. Through the layers of mosquito netting, one could faintly see some of the aftermath on the large bed inside. The slightly disheveled large bed held two entwined figures who were still sleeping. When Shui Jintang woke up from her dream, it was already broad daylight. Instinctively, she rubbed against the chest in front of her. When her body moved slightly, waves of unbearable soreness quickly spread throughout her entire body. Shui Jintang couldn't help but let out a soft hiss, as a certain part started hurting faintly, bringing her from a daze to full wakefulness. Looking at the naked chest in front of her, memories of last night flooded her mind instantly. Shui Jintang's face turned bright red all at once. Above her, a low laugh resonated, velvety with a slight hoarseness that made Shui Jintang's ears heat up. "Tang Tang, are you awake? Is anywhere bothering you?" Gu Qixiao had woken up earlier than Shui Jintang, but since the young man was still asleep in his embrace, he didn't want to get up and instead closed his eyes, pretending to nap while keeping the boy company. Shui Jintang, hugged by Gu Qixiao, remained motionless with her ears turning red, not responding. Knowing she was shy, Gu Qixiao didn't worry about it and slowly began massaging her waist with the hand behind her. Just the right pressure, relieving much of Shui Jintang's bodily ache. Her tense body relaxed significantly, and with this ease, she noticed how refreshed her whole body felt. Upon recollection, it came back to her that Gu Qixiao had personally bathed and wiped her down. Her face flushed even hotter, and she buried her head in Gu Qixiao's chest, unwilling to lift it. Gu Qixiao dropped a kiss on the top of the young man's head, his voice filled with tenderness and affection. "Do you want to sleep more? Are you hungry? Should I ask someone to send food in?" Quietly leaning on his chest, Shui Jintang's body was still a bit weak. Feeling better at her waist, she quietly said, "I don't want to sleep anymore, I'm a little hungry." "All right, then I'll have breakfast sent." Gu Qixiao kissed her forehead again, loosened his hands from her waist, and got out of bed. Watching his tall and muscular figure, the broad and strong shoulders, the tight chest muscles and abs, leading down along the V-lines, Shui Jintang's face instantly turned red. She quickly shifted her gaze and buried her face in the pillow. Seeing her action, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He leisurely put on his underwear, draped a robe over himself, opened the room door, and gave some instructions outside. Breakfast arrived shortly after. Gu Qixiao closed the door, picked up the tray, and set it on the nearby table. Picking up a bowl of porridge, he smiled at Shui Jintang. "I asked the doctor before, after the first time, it's best to drink porridge." Shui Jintang lifted her head from the pillow, her face still flushed with a red hue, and slowly sat up against the headboard. With the spoon, Gu Qixiao stirred the porridge several times, cooling it down faster. Once the temperature seemed appropriate, not too scalding, he scooped a spoonful and offered it to her mouth. "Slowly, be careful, it might still be hot." Shui Jintang took a sip and shyly tried to take the bowl to eat by herself. "I can do it myself." Gu Qixiao smiled, dodging her hand playfully. "I've seen every inch of your body, Tang Tang, why are you still shy?" Shui Jintang quickly shot him a glare, her face red as she said, "You shut up." Gu Qixiao hastily coaxed her with a smile, all right, it's my fault. Sorry for talking nonsense. Tang Tang, don't be mad. Come on, drink your porridge." Seeing that there was no point in resisting him further, Shui Jintang stopped trying to feed herself and leaned back against the headboard, waiting to be fed. After finishing a bowl of porridge and eating some light side dishes, Shui Jintang felt full, at which point Gu Qixiao began eating his own meal. He did not ask the kitchen staff to prepare any other dishes for him but instead joined Shui Jintang in having porridge. His manner of eating was calm, quick, yet not rude. Once they had both eaten their fill, they instructed the servants to take the plates away. Gu Qixiao tidied himself up a little before returning to bed and wrapping his arms around the young man. Shui Jintang's waist was still slightly sore, so Gu Qixiao cradled the youth gently in his arms, letting his large hand rest lightly at her waist and continuing to massage it softly for her. Initially reluctant to sleep more, after being well fed and finding the massaging pressure comforting at her waist, drowsiness crept back over Shui Jintang, making her sleepy once again as she nestled comfortably in Gu Qixiao's embrace. Gu Qixiao kissed her cheek tenderly, Gu Qixiao fetched her undergarments and helped her dress while speaking softly. I checked last night, there's just a bit of redness down there, but no injuries. Dr. Lin Feng said that resting for 2 days would do, no medicine needed. But since I'm concerned, I still applied some ointment. If you feel uncomfortable, just lie in bed a bit longer and avoid rushing around. Today, Shui Jintang felt her cheeks flush constantly as she remembered that Gu Qixiao had consulted Dr. Lin specifically about her condition. She felt both touched by his care and a little embarrassed that he had discussed such matters with others. Thankfully, Lin Feng was a close friend, so Shui Jintang quickly recovered her composure. I won't stay in bed. It's not a big deal, I should be fine after 1 day's rest. Recalling something, Shui Jintang lifted her head and looked toward Gu Qixiao. Your Highness, are you curious about the water I gave you? Handing her an outer garment with a smile, Gu Qixiao responded. Is Tang Tang ready to tell me now? Nodding, Shui Jintang gazed seriously into his bright eyes. Yes. I've been meaning to tell you this for a while, but things kept interrupting me. Today, I'll explain everything honestly to your Highness. Looking into her clear eyes, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but lean forward to kiss her softly. A pleased smile spread across his lips. I am very happy that Tang Tang is willing to share her secret with me. His eyes sparkled with joy. He knew that the youth had a secret and had waited patiently for her to confide in him. Now that the time had come, he couldn't help but feel elated. Smiling faintly, Shui Jintang added. So, your Highness, listen carefully. Gu Qixiao smirked softly, all right, I will definitely pay attention. Sitting face to face with him, Shui Jintang fixed her clear gaze on him and started solemnly. In fact, I'm not the original Shui Jintang. I come from another world. Chapter 155, Confessing Origins. Shui Jintang's first words shocked Gu Qixiao, who widened his eyes in astonishment. However, after a brief moment, he revealed an expression as if confirming what he'd already suspected, smiling and saying. It's indeed like that. Actually, your behaviors since you entered the mansion were totally different from what I'd investigated. Added to all the later developments. I had some guesses early on, but I didn't expect the truth to be this way. Shui Jintang looked at him with a smile, appearing somewhat helpless. Sounds unbelievable, right? But it's truly a fact. As he said this, Shui Jintang looked into Gu Qixiao's eyes teasingly. Now His Highness knows, are you scared? Gu Qixiao's eyes sparkled with a smile as he kissed the youth between his brows. What is there to be afraid of? There are many amazing things in this world. I just want to know that from the time you enter the mansion, moving forward, it will always be you sharing life with me. That's enough. With these words, he pulled the youth into his embrace. Jintang, don't overthink it. Regardless of who you are, the person I like and love has always been, and will only ever be, you. To be honest, Shui Jintang was still somewhat afraid that after revealing the truth, Gu Qixiao might feel fear or become distant towards him. Seeing Gu Qixiao remain as calm as usual, he finally put his worries aside and couldn't help but snuggle closer into his embrace. After being held for a while, Shui Jintang continued. Actually, I crossed over to this world after dying in my original one. It may sound bizarre, but this world was actually a book I read back then. Shui Jintang did not deliberately hide from Gu Qixiao the fact about crossing over into this book-based world. Instead, he told him everything clearly, his origins, the contents of the book, the original main character's experiences, and so on. During Shui Jintang's narrative, Gu Qixiao continuously held him in his arms and listened quietly. Upon hearing Shui Jintang's initial plan, the hands around the youth's waist instinctively tightened, expressing relief. I'm glad you didn't leave, thank you, Jintang. Leaning against him, Shui Jintang grinned, responding. Who could make me want to leave when His Highness is so good-looking and talented? The corners of Gu Qixiao's lips curled up, his voice tinged with laughter. So I should thank myself, it seems. Unable to suppress a laugh, Shui Jintang kept laughing for a while before continuing. My name is also Shui Jintang. When I was very young, my parents went away to work, leaving me with my grandparents. They rarely came back to see me, my grandparents raised me. Until junior high school, when both of them passed away one after another, I was brought home by my parents. But they didn't really care for me, rarely even smiled at me. Later, they got divorced and reformed their own families. I was pushed around like a football. Apart from providing basic living expenses, they basically left me alone. After graduating from high school, I left the city where they lived, working part-time while attending university. Unfortunately, I soon discovered that I had stomach cancer. After that, I stopped attending university and returned to the little country house that my grandparents had left me before they passed away, living there for 2 years. When I opened my eyes again, I was here. Listening calmly as the youth recounted his story, Gu Qixiao tenderly embraced him tighter. Shui Jintang lifted his eyes and gave him a smile. I'm fine, I've long let go of those feelings. Although my parents didn't love me, I have my loving grandparents, and now having a new chance at life, meeting you, I feel very fortunate. Gu Qixiao kissed his lips softly, whispering. Jin Tang, what is your world like? He wanted to learn more about the boy's past life. Jin Tang blinked, my world, how can I describe it? It's such a magical place. Jin Tang tried to explain his modern world to Gu Qixiao as simply and clearly as possible. The more Gu Qixiao listened, the more fascinated he became with the world from which the youth originated. So many delicacies in that world, vehicles without horses could move along the ground, flying through the sky is no longer a fantasy. So many wondrous things exist in that world. Learning that the technology of that world is advanced by thousands of years compared to here, making this world equivalent to the ancient times in the youth's world, Gu Qixiao felt astonished and even more heartbroken for Jin Tang. That world he used to live in was so wonderful, yet the boy ended up here. Jin Tang curved his eyebrows. Your Highness, don't feel bad for me. I don't feel wronged either. Although this place is much more backward compared to where I used to live, I came here after dying. It's as if I've been given a second life. Being able to live again, I am already so much luckier than most people in the world. Besides, even though the technology of that world was advanced, the people closest to me are gone, and I don't have much attachment to it. Even though many things here aren't as convenient, with effort, my life here isn't worse than there. In fact, I'm happier and more joyful. Gu Qixiao couldn't help but ask. If one day you could leave, would you want to leave? Jin Tang smiled, his hands tightly holding Gu Qixiao from behind, his voice resolute. No, the people I love most now are all here. Even if I really could go back, I wouldn't leave. If I absolutely had to leave, I would definitely take your Highness with me. Hearing this, Gu Qixiao couldn't help but smile more, hugging him tighter with greater reassurance. After they hugged quietly for a while, Gu Qixiao finally found interest to ask other questions. Jin Tang, you said this world is a book. What then, is my final fate in that book? Jin Tang murmured unhappily, in the book, not long after taking regency, you died. After your death, Gu Yuhong succeeded to the throne, then proclaimed Xu Zheyu as the empress. The two received homage from the officials. That's where the story ends. In the book, you were an antagonist, there wasn't much about you, just a few brief descriptions without any clear explanation of how you died. But based on the original text and various circumstances after arriving here, it's probably related to poisoning. Therefore, to make you live a little longer, I've been secretly giving you spring water. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixiao kissed him affectionately with a smile, it's really all thanks to Jin Tang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already been dead. Jin Tang covered his mouth, don't talk nonsense. Aren't we living well right now? A book is a book, but it doesn't mean everything in it can't change. I've come to this world, so of course, I should do everything within my power. You're a general who protects countless lives, and you shouldn't have ended up like that. Since I happen to have this ability and opportunity, naturally, I will strive to save you. Yes, Gu Qixiao grasped his hand, kissing it gently, smiling. My Jin Tang has always been kind. Heaven favors me by letting me meet you. Jin Tang couldn't help but let his lips curl up into a smile. Gu Qixiao continued, speaking of which, Jin Tang, you said this world was a book you read in that world. Is it possible that the worlds others live in could also be books here? Jin Tang paused for a moment, realizing his meaning, shook his head. Who knows? But no matter whether this world is only a fictional world or not, I know I am living in this world now, so this world is real. The people around me, everyone I've met, they are all real. I won't treat them as characters from a book. Your Highness, don't dwell on this either. For me, you are real, and you are the person I love. A warm light appeared in Gu Qixiao's eyes, curving his lips. I feel the same. Regardless of what the world in the book is, I only know that Dakian is my country, I am Dakian's general, Jin Tang is my empress, and that's enough. The two exchanged glances and smiled. Gu Qixiao bent down and placed a kiss on the youth's lips. Jin Tang raised his hand to hook his neck, deepening the kiss voluntarily. The air began to heat up, and at some point, a soft drizzle started outside the window, continuing for a while before it stopped. When Jin Tang woke up again, it was already dark outside. He blankly stared at the scenery outside the window for a while, seeing nothing, until he snapped out of his reverie. He rubbed his face hard, feeling a bit embarrassed. Today's routine was simply too disordered. Gu Qixiao pushed the door open, carrying dinner in his hands. Although his expression didn't show much, he emanated an overall relaxed and satisfied demeanor. Jin Tang glared at him. Tomorrow, this cannot happen again. Gu Qixiao curled his lips upward, alright, tomorrow we'll rest well, I promise not to do anything else. Let's eat first. Chapter 156, The Emperor Falls Ill. Both being in the prime of their youth, they were naturally impulsive, especially since it was their first time. After tasting the forbidden fruit, they indulged recklessly for several days before their schedules finally returned to normal. At that moment, news suddenly arrived that the emperor had fallen critically ill. Inside a room, Gu Qixiao listened to reports from his subordinates and narrowed his eyes. Looks like it's exactly as you said, Tang Tang. Jin Tang sat cross-legged on the bed with her hands supporting her cheeks, furrowing her brow in distress. I remember reading about this in the book, but so many things have already deviated from what's written. Who would have thought that this event would still happen? Looking up at Gu Qixiao, she asked, Prince, what should we do? Gu Qixiao tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his expression showing no signs of panic. Our royal brother has always been in good health, how could he suddenly fall so ill? I suspect it might be poisoning. I'll go to the palace right now to check on our royal brother. Shui Jintang stood up instinctively, I'll go too. After a brief pause, she hesitated. I was thinking, if the emperor really did ingest some sort of difficult-to-cure poison, my spiritual spring water might help. But I'm not sure if it would cause you more trouble. Gu Qixiao pinched her cheek gently. There's no question of trouble or not. If it's truly as Tang Tang suspects, then your help might indeed be needed. Although our royal brother may not always act appropriately in certain situations, overall, he is a good emperor. Now, with the position of crown prince still undecided, several princes are eyeing the throne hungrily. If he dies, the Qian will likely fall into chaos. Moreover, our royal brother has been quite kind to me. No matter how we look at it, we must do our utmost to ensure his safety. Only while he is alive can the Qian continue its stability. Even if we truly cannot save him, we need to do our best to prolong his life until a successor is clearly determined. It cannot drag on like this anymore. Shui Jintang nodded, grabbing Gu Qixiao's hand. Then there's no time to waste, we should go to the palace immediately. Gu Qixiao squeezed the young girl's hand firmly. All right, let's change clothes and leave right away. After changing quickly, Gu Qixiao summoned Ji-san briefly to issue a few commands. Then, he and Shui Jintang directly mounted their horses and rode into the palace. Who dared to stop Ning Prince entering the palace? They encountered no obstacles and soon reached the outside of the emperor's sleeping quarters. Yuan Zhong, the grand eunuch who served close to Emperor Gu Qirui, was pacing nervously at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Qixiao, Yuan Zhong hurriedly ran forward to pay respects. This servant greets Ning Prince. Gu Qixiao waved his hand signaling for him to skip the formalities, directly asking. How's His Majesty doing? What did the imperial doctor say? And who's inside? Yuan Zhong bowed slightly, respectfully answering. Your Highness, Imperial Consort Gao and Consort Shou are inside. The two consorts mentioned His Majesty was gravely ill and needed personal care, and I'm not entirely aware of anything else. Gu Qixiao frowned. Where's the Empress? Isn't it her responsibility to take care of the Emperor when he's sick? Yuan Zhong looked troubled. The Empress contracted a chill a few days ago, which apparently became rather severe. She is also bedridden herself. Shui Jintang blinked, catching that coincidence. Wasn't it too coincidental? How odd that the Empress just happened to fall ill right before the Emperor became critically ill. Was it man-made? Not wanting to press Yuan Zhong further, Gu Qixiao strode forward without hesitation. Yuan Zhong ran up ahead, full of fear yet unable to hold back from speaking. My lord, the two consorts stated that due to the Empress's serious illness, they alone are attending to His Majesty, and no one else is permitted to enter the hall without permission. Gu Qixiao gave him a cold stare, making Yuan Zhong tremble violently. Pushing him aside, Gu Qixiao walked straight in with Shui Jintang by his side. Daring not to obstruct, Yuan Zhong watched them pass by helplessly, sitting down heavily on the steps and wiping sweat off his forehead. No point worrying about it, he tried to stop them, but failed. The pair went directly into the bedroom chamber where Empress Consort Meng and Consort Yao were speaking quietly. Hearing footsteps, they quickly turned around. Upon seeing Gu Qixiao, a flash of unease crossed their faces. Though Consort Meng maintained her composure and demanded angrily. Ning Prince, I gave orders explicitly forbidding anyone from entering uninvited. What do you think you're doing intruding upon the Emperor's private chambers? Gu Qixiao responded calmly, I am a royal prince, and even an empress cannot command me. Consort Meng smiled faintly. That might usually be true, but since the Empress fell ill, His Majesty has entrusted temporary oversight of the inner palace to me. The duties I'm executing are equivalent to those of the Empress. Consort Yao chimed in, even if you're a prince, you shouldn't disregard the Empress's orders, should you? Gu Qixiao retorted sharply, I'm the sole prince of this dynasty, and also a general, I only obey direct orders from His Majesty. Not even the Empress herself has the power to command me. If the Emperor is critically ill, why don't you two call the imperial doctors or announce the illness to the princes and allow them to come into the palace to attend to him? Instead, you forbid anyone from visiting. What are your true intentions? In the face of Gu Qixiao's assertiveness, Consort Meng still tried her best to maintain composure. The imperial doctors have already seen His Majesty. The Emperor has suddenly contracted a grave illness, it's not wise to let too many people enter and disturb his rest. Gu Qixiao grew tired of debating further with them and moved directly toward the bedside. They attempted to block him, but how could they stop him? Helplessly, they watched as Gu Qixiao pulled back the bed curtain and approached the bed. Shui Jintang also took a glance over Gu Qixiao's shoulder. Gu Qi had his eyes tightly shut, his face yellowish, and his lips faintly turning black. Looks like he truly has been poisoned. Shui Jintang couldn't help but say aloud. Gu Qixiao sat by the bed, don't worry. I've already sent Ji-san to summon the imperial doctors and told Lin Mufan to come as well. He glanced at the two concubines standing on the other side and said calmly. You should stay here until we figure out what happened. Both their expressions turned grim, and Consort Meng snapped. Ning Prince, do you dare? Detaining imperial concubines unlawfully, I will see how you explain this once the emperor regains consciousness. Standing up, Gu Qixiao intimidated both women, who instinctively stepped backward. He smirked slightly, turning their faces instantly pale and flushed. It's none of your concern how I explain myself. Worry about yourselves for now. If I find out that His Majesty's illness has anything to do with you. Though Gu Qixiao left the rest unsaid, panic was already rising in the hearts of Consort Meng and Consort Yao. Gu Qixiao didn't leave either. He found a chair, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. Shui Jintang stayed close by his side, curiously looking around the palace. No one paid any attention to Consort Meng and Consort Yao. Glancing at each other, both were fearful. They hadn't expected the Ning Prince to dare enter so brazenly. Where had the palace guards gone? Why had they not stopped him? Time passed slowly. From afar, footsteps approached. Ji Sun arrived, bringing along Lin Mufeng and several senior doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau. All were highly skilled physicians, deemed trustworthy without issue for the moment. After greeting Gu Qixiao politely, they began their examination. Gu Qixiao didn't interrupt their work, idly playing with the young girl's fingers in his palm. Shui Jintang allowed him to hold her hand while she observed intently as the doctors examined the emperor's pulse. After a brief exchange, the head doctor called Yuan Zhong inside to ask some questions. Then hesitantly, the chief doctor reported to Gu Qixiao. Prince, the emperor. I don't think this looks like an ordinary illness, but more like poisoning. Lin Mufeng also nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Shui Jintang confirmed silently in her heart, indeed it was poisoning, just as they had guessed. Can you determine what poison it is, how it was administered, and when it occurred? After pondering for a bit, the leading physician bowed respectfully and said. We may need to know about the emperor's recent interactions, objects he's touched, and his meals among other aspects, before we can make further judgments. Gu Qixiao nodded affirmatively. Anyone you need to question or anything required, just say. I will assist in gathering everything for you. Any problems arising, I'll take responsibility for. Proceed with your treatment freely. Reassured by Gu Qixiao's promise, the doctors felt relieved and began investigating immediately. Chapter 157, The Truth Comes to Light. 3 days later, they finally had a result. It was indeed true that Gu Qiurui had been poisoned. It was a slow-acting poison, colorless and odorless. If taken for a long period of time, the body would grow increasingly weaker, but because this change was relatively gradual, it wasn't easily noticeable. At this point, with an additional trigger, it would cause the toxins within the body to react, plunging the person into a coma, making it seem as if a sudden severe illness had occurred. Now that the type of poison was known, the imperial physicians could begin the process of detoxification. However, the poison was somewhat complicated, and it would take time to prepare the antidote. Moreover, it had to be taken continuously for a while without interruption to completely remove the toxin from the body. Being able to concoct it is a good start. All of you must work together and produce the antidote as soon as possible. But since His Majesty is still unconscious, you need to figure out a way to wake him first. Gu Qiurui had been in a coma these past few days, and there were concerns that he might not last until the investigation results came out. Under the cover of Gu Qiaoxiao's assistance, Shui Jintang had secretly given him a bit of spirit spring water. Not much was fed to him, although he remained unconscious, at least his condition didn't worsen further. After tireless efforts from several royal physicians along with Lin Mufeng, Gu Qiurui finally woke up from his coma. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Qiaoxiao and asked in confusion, "Younger brother?" Before he could finish speaking, he began to cough uncontrollably. Yuan Zhong quickly stepped forward, "Your Majesty, please drink some water." After Gu Qiaoxiao waited for him to finish drinking and regain some clarity, he meticulously recounted the events of the past few days. Upon hearing everything, Gu Qiurui was enraged and slammed his hand on the bed hard. Unthinkable. Gu Qiaoxiao calmly reminded him, "Your Majesty has now awakened. The poison needs to be slowly neutralized, follow the physician's advice and take your medicine regularly. But we must investigate who laced your Majesty's food or drink with poison as soon as possible. If we leave such ill-intentioned people around, there's no telling when it may happen again." Gu Qiurui suppressed his anger and said sternly. "I understand. I just can't believe someone dared to be so bold and poison me. Thanks to younger brother's timely handling, otherwise, the one behind all this might have succeeded." Gu Qiaoxiao responded lightly, "There's no need for gratitude. As your younger brother, I should be concerned if anything happens to your Majesty. However, Tang Tang has been worrying alongside me for the past few days and hasn't rested properly." Gu Qiurui couldn't help but laugh, his sour mood dissipating slightly. "I understand. Jin Tang has worked hard too. After I handle these affairs, I will reward her." Gu Qiaoxiao bowed respectfully, "I will thank your Majesty on her behalf. If you have any matters to attend to during these next few days, do not hesitate to summon me. Brother should note, whoever managed to poison you likely was close by. Please pay extra attention when investigating suspects." Gu Qiurui's expression darkened momentarily, "Thank you for reminding me, I am aware. That being said, I shall take my leave then." Gu Qiurui waved his hand, go. These few days, brother has been exhausted. Go back and rest well. With full cooperation from Gu Qiaoxiao, despite encountering numerous troubles during the investigation, there was eventually a result. The truth made Gu Qiurui furious, throwing the cup in his hand to the ground with great force, breaking it into pieces. Yuan Zhong immediately bowed his head low, please calm down, your majesty. Gu Qiaoxiao was also present in the study hall. Seeing this, his face remained calm, gently offering comfort. There's no use getting angry, isn't it fortunate we discovered it in time? Whatever their purpose, they are bound to fail. Gu Qiurui took 2 deep breaths heavily. I never expected, for the sake of the throne, they would develop murderous intentions against me and dare to collude with foreign tribes. How could I have birthed such unworthy offspring worse than pigs and dogs? Yuan Zhong hurriedly helped smooth his anger. After being angry for a while, Gu Qiurui slightly calmed down and spoke. Someone, throw Princes 3 and 4 into the heavenly jail to await sentencing. Princess Meng and Princess Yao are degraded to commoners and imprisoned together in the jail. Also, lock those 2 princesses away as well. Seeing that Gu Qiurui had calmed down and the situation was clarified, Gu Qiaoxiao returned to the princely mansion. Shui Jintang was waiting for him in the mansion. Upon seeing him enter, she hastily asked. How did it go? Did the matter get resolved? Gu Qiaoxiao's expression softened slightly. He kissed her briefly, and holding her hand, led her inside. After entering their room and changing clothes, Gu Qiaoxiao began explaining. It's clear now. Prince 3 and Prince 4 colluded with the princesses of 2 tribes, attempting to seize the throne. Initially, only Prince 3 had this intention, but later Prince 4 was persuaded as well. Knowing their chances of taking the throne were less compared to Gu Yuhong, they decided to join forces and also convince their mother concubines. The 4 of them colluded with one another. First, they seized the Empress's wind emblem so she couldn't intervene, then used a catalyst to trigger His Majesty's poisoning, preventing anyone else from visiting. Their intention was to force the Emperor to draft an edict naming the Crown Prince. They even prepared a forged imperial decree in case their plan didn't go smoothly and were ready to directly conspire with the Baiman tribe to pressure the palace. After hearing this, Shui Jintang blinked and asked, if they're conspiring with the Baiman, aren't they worried that the Baiman might turn on them? Gu Qiaoxiao smiled faintly. Prince 3 and Prince 4 are both arrogant and overconfident. They believe they can control the Baiman and once successful, will seize power and turn the tables to have them under their command. Both parties secretly harbor ill intentions toward each other and neither trusts the other. It was only natural for their plan to be exposed. Shui Jintang clicked her tongue twice. Truly, everyone's stupidity is unique. Even if their plan had succeeded, wouldn't they still have had to fight between themselves? Neither would willingly give up the throne, right? Gu Qiaoxiao explained. The royal consort from the prestigious family holds more influence than the demoted consort, but the 4th prince is a bit smarter than the 3rd. No one knows what promises they've made to each other. They likely both think that as long as Gu Yuhong is eliminated, no one else will be able to stand up against them. Shui Jintang nodded in agreement. Well, now that the plot has been leaked, they'll all end up in jail. Collaborating with foreign tribes, people like them must not be spared. In fact, they do have a bit of luck involved. Had it not been for you, Tang Tang, healing my body, I probably wouldn't have much time left by now, let alone have the strength to deal with this matter. Didn't you say that in the book, His Majesty became gravely ill and passed away? If it weren't for your help, their conspiracy might have succeeded, but not entirely, because Gu Yuhong ultimately took the throne. Shui Jintang nodded. That's true, but fortunately, everything is different from the book now. Their goals have not been achieved, the emperor hasn't died, and there's still plenty of time to groom the next heir. Gu Qiaoxiao nodded approvingly. Yes, I've already reminded the emperor about appointing the crown prince. 2 of them are gone, but Gu Yuhong isn't a good choice either. The 6th and 7th princes could be nurtured further, the 8th is still too young, his temperament remains unclear until he grows older. Both the emperor and I are still alive, so we have time. Chapter 158, Grand Finale. Gu Qixiao rested at his residence for a day, then went to the palace on the 2nd day to discuss with Gu Qiurui how to deal with subsequent matters. This matter was discovered and handled in time. The Baiman side probably hasn't reacted yet. Those involved in this event in the capital have all been imprisoned by me to ensure they can't pass any messages outside. Many ministers must not know what has happened. I think it's better to go along with the plan, just let people know that I am severely ill. Gu Qixiao nodded. Is there always a rumor circulating in the capital that my life won't last long due to being poisoned? Let's release this fact as well, making them lower their guard. Gu Qiurui had some vague knowledge about Gu Qixiao being poisoned before, or else he wouldn't have considered granting a marriage to seek good fortune. Startled, Gu Qiurui asked, younger brother, are you fully recovered? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Gu Qixiao's lips. Thank you for your concern, brother emperor. I must also thank you for granting me a marriage. After many experiments, Lin Mufeng managed to successfully prepare a medicine that could clear the remaining poison from my body. Until now, I've been taking it. The toxins in my body have almost completely cleared up. With proper recuperation afterward, my health should be fine. This decision was made after careful consideration between Gu Qixiao and Xue Jintang, laying all the blame on Lin Mufeng's shoulders. Anyway, he was originally hired by Gu Qixiao, with medical skills no less than the court physicians, even surpassing them in certain aspects. Moreover, Xue Jintang didn't like to be in the spotlight, and doing things this way could protect Xue Jintang's safety better, preventing anyone from uncovering his secrets. Just improving crop seeds, disseminating first aid knowledge, etc., had already earned him great merit. He didn't need to increase his status through these matters anymore. Therefore, Gu Qixiao wouldn't allow even a slight chance for Gu Qirue to uncover the young man's secrets. Upon hearing this, Gu Qirue remembered there indeed was a godlike doctor in Gu Qixiao's house, albeit one with a bad temper. So, he believed Gu Qixiao's words somewhat and smiled. That's good. If younger brother can completely recover, it is beneficial not only to me but also to the people of our great Gan dynasty. Gu Qixiao bowed respectfully and said, I thank my elder brother for always thinking of me. Gu Qirue nodded, alright then, let's do it as discussed earlier, release both pieces of news, and wait for them to take the bait. Gu Qirue still had other people to consult with, so Gu Qixiao took his leave first. After this day, the gates of Ningqin Prince's mansion remained tightly closed. Neither Gu Qixiao nor Xue Jintang ventured out, and rumors began spreading from the palace that the emperor was gravely ill. The entire capital was thrown into disarray and panic. Yet the main instigators behind this scheme were feeling cheerful, unaffected by the ominous atmosphere. Having no outings, Gu Qixiao stayed within the estate accompanying the young man, entwining with each other. He returned late in the evening of the next day. As soon as he returned, Xue Jintang rushed into his arms, her big eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Gu Qixiao's heart swelled with excitement, having contained his emotions all the way back. Now his mood was no longer concealed, and a full smile lit up his face. Tang Tang, the gunpowder you once mentioned to me, has been successfully developed. 3 days later, news arrived that the Baiman forces had attacked. The Karti tribe and Cal tribes, together with many small surrounding tribes, launched a large-scale assault on the borders of the Great Gan dynasty. The enraged emperor issued an imperial edict ordering Gu Qixiao to lead troops into battle. Gu Qixiao accepted the imperial decree, gathered his army, and set off for the border after personally being seen off by Gu Qirue and all the generals. Ji Sen and other close subordinates naturally followed closely behind. After pestering Gu Qixiao several times, Xue Jintang joined him on the journey to the border. Given the deliberate misinformation spread by Gu Qixiao and Gu Qirue to significantly lower their opponent's vigilance, coupled with the use of telescopes and gunpowder, this battle ended without surprise in favor of Great Gan's victory, and a resounding one at that. The Karti tribe and Cal tribe were thoroughly exterminated, and the smaller tribes joining the attack couldn't escape either. All that remained of Baiman were the Yajia tribe, who had always maintained friendly relations with Great Gan, and a few minor tribes that had never violated Great Gan territory. The Yajia tribe was also terrified. As soon as the war ended, they immediately sent emissaries to the capital to pledge loyalty to the Emperor of Great Gan, offering numerous tributes. They renegotiated a treaty with Great Gan, reaffirming their eternal allegiance to the empire. From then on, the greatest threat was eliminated, and neighboring small nations previously teeming with ambitions were utterly intimidated by gunpowder, putting their sinister intentions to rest entirely, one after another paying tribute to Great Gan. This war ensured at least a century of peace for Great Gan. With 100 more years to rest and recover, the future of Great Gan is destined to become even stronger. Once all the turmoil had ended, Gu Qixiao and Xue Jintang safely returned from the border and resumed their leisurely lives. However, the political struggles within the court were far from over. At the beginning, Gu Qirue and Gu Qixiao simultaneously spread news about their severe illnesses and poisonings. Since this was done as a strategy to lure Baiman into a trap, very few people knew the real situation. This led to a period when the capital appeared calm on the surface but was in fact seething with intrigue beneath. The various factions once again began stirring trouble quietly. Gu Qirue pretended to be severely ill and summoned his concubines and princes to attend to him, using this opportunity to observe each person's character more clearly. Both Prince Yukai and Prince Yushua were punished by imprisonment in the heavenly jail due to grave errors, thus eliminating two major threats to Prince Yuhong's ascension as crown prince. This left Prince Yuhong somewhat arrogant at first. During the time of attending to the ill emperor, Prince Yuhong inadvertently revealed some of his emotions, giving Emperor Gu Qirue clues about his thoughts, thereby tarnishing the emperor's view of him. Prince Yuhong remained completely oblivious. Later, during several sessions of court deliberations, calamities such as natural disasters in certain areas or bandits raiding roads in other places occurred occasionally, though most weren't too severe. In these instances, Gu Qirue would assign the matters to a prince. If handled well, it would constitute an impressive achievement for that prince. Yu Hong, believing himself secure in becoming the crown prince due to the delay in decision-making by Emperor Gu Qirue, became restless and tried hard to showcase his capabilities in front of the emperor. However, driven by haste, he grew excessively greedy for quick success. His eagerness caused him to make mistakes repeatedly, whereas the other two princes remained composed and shone brightly in comparison. The more errors he made, the more flustered he became. Over time, the spotlight on Yu Hong dimmed, overtaken by the two other princes, resulting in gradual loss of supporters within the court. This also caused Emperor Gu Chirui to become increasingly disappointed in this son whom he once held in high regard. Additionally, Prince Yuhong's biological mother, Empress Shuang, was implicated and framed in the previous conspiracy involving collaboration with Baiman by the royal consort and virtuous consort. Although she escaped death, her health deteriorated significantly. She often felt drained and powerless when faced with her son's requests for help. Empress Shuang could have been a strong aid to Prince Yuhong's quest for the throne, however, her reduced capacity meant that she could no longer provide much assistance. Coupled with Yuhong's numerous missteps which further eroded his calmness, it ultimately led to Gu Chirui's disgust toward him. He was demoted and sent off to Shenyang as king, forbidden to ever return to the capital. Empress Shuang also lost her title as empress. As a favor, the emperor allowed her to join her son in exile and spend her remaining days there. Deprived of Prince Yuhong's substantial protection, Chu Zaire's life in the capital deteriorated. The Pingchang Marquis manor also treated him much less indulgently and no longer gave him everything he desired. Uncomfortable with the drastic changes, Chu Zaire blamed it all on Xue Jintang. Overcome by jealousy, during a palace banquet, he foolishly attempted to poison Xue Jintang. Naturally, his scheme failed and both the emperor and Gu Qixiao severely punished him. Chu's family was shocked by the transformation of their once seemingly innocent and obedient adopted son, leading their feelings toward him to gradually wear thin over time. After this incident, Chu Zihui couldn't tolerate the situation any longer. Following a group discussion, they decided Chu Zaire should leave the Chu household, severing all ties. With the strongest support gone after being demoted and banished, the unsuccessful attempt to harm Xue Jintang which was met with punishment, plus losing the powerful backing of the Pingchang Marquis manor, the majority of those who used to fawn around Chu Zaire vanished in a short period. Only a few remained, but even they stayed out of convenience rather than genuine loyalty. A series of blows unsettled Chu Zaire mentally, unable to bear the loss of his identity as the young master of the Pingchang Marquis manor. Struggling everywhere, a few years later on a winter morning, he was found dead in a corner of a street in the capital, with no one knowing the details. Meanwhile, Xue Jintang's adoptive parents prospered in business. Xue Lin successfully passed the provincial examination, and the whole family discussed relocating to the capital. On the other hand, the extended Shou family in the village continuously caused disturbances. Their behavior profoundly disappointed Shou father and Shou mother, causing dissatisfaction among the villagers working in the local workshop. When the Shous moved to the capital, the elder branch of the family came to create problems multiple times outside their house, affecting the peace of Lanxi village. Unable to endure this, the entire village collectively decided to expel the elder Shou family from Lanxi village after discussing the impact on their own livelihoods and future marriage arrangements for their children. The elder Shou family only regretted their actions too late, but the village would not accommodate them anymore. In humiliation, they left Lanxi village and since then, no news has come about them. After learning about this matter, Shou father and Shou mother remained silent for a moment, said nothing, and implicitly approved of the village's actions. From then on, they focused solely on enjoying their time with their grandchildren and no longer followed the news of their eldest son. What needed resolution had been resolved, and those who deserved punishment had all received it. Everything had settled into place. However, Gu Qixiao and Xue Jintang's lives were not affected by these events and remained as usual. The bond between them deepened with the passage of time, instead of fading, their affection grew stronger. The future was still long ahead, and every day to come, they would walk hand in hand, laughing and moving forward together until old age. End of story.